waking up to find a game about to descend upon reality. While everyone was still worrying about the 10,000 yuan gaming helmet, the Se-Chong Jade heirloom left by my father allowed me to directly enter the game and obtain the sole privilege, a 100-fold critical hit. The S-rank talent I received at the start, under the 100-fold crit, directly evolved into an unheard-of SSS Eternal rank talent. The white quality gear from the Novice quest, in my hands, also transformed into silver-grade divine artifacts with powerful skills. Life is hard. Yi Chen walked down the street. He was an orphan who had just graduated from college, struggling to find a job. Looking at the only heirloom his father left him, an ancient jade pendant on his chest, he sighed. Unconsciously, he walked to a crowded place. Want to turn your life around? Get a gaming helmet, only 10,000 yuan. Se-Chong, a globally co-published, 100% realistic game, launching at 8 a.m. sharp today. Yi Chen had heard of this game. 300 years ago, a joint archaeological team from Blue Star unearthed a mysterious crystal and 10,000 ecopods. After 300 years of research, they finally deciphered that the crystal was connected to a real civilization called Se-Chong, and the ecopods, along with helmets based on their principles, were the keys to enter. A prophecy said that Se-Chong could save Blue Star from a future apocalyptic disaster. To encourage participation, the in-game currency could even be freely exchanged with real-world money. Countless people wanted to use this opportunity to strike it rich in the game and change their destiny. But the opportunity was not equal. The 10,000 yuan helmet could only grant talents from E to a rank. The 10,000 ecopods that could yield S-rank talents had long been snapped up by the world's powerful and wealthy. Sigh. Yi Chen shook his head. Let alone an ecopod, he couldn't even afford the 10,000 yuan helmet. He walked into a breakfast diner, ready to accept his ordinary fate after one last meal. At the same time, countless people around the globe were excitedly putting on their helmets and lying in their ecopods, waiting for 8 a.m. Just then, the jade pendant on Yi Chen's chest suddenly burst with a dazzling white light that only he could see. He remembered his father's last words, "Son, I've left you the greatest fortune in the world." Ding! Detected the opening of the Se-Chong world. You possess the Se-Chong Jade and can directly enter Se-Chong. Do you wish to enter? Enter, Yi Chen subconsciously replied. His body slumped onto the seat in the diner, and his consciousness was instantly pulled into a magical world. Ding! Congratulations, you have entered Se-Chong. The Se-Chong Jade comes with a sole privilege 100-fold critical hit, upgradable. 100-fold critical hit, any reward you receive will trigger a 100-fold critical hit, granting a 100-fold benefit, either in quantity or quality. Hiss! Yi Chen gasped. This was a king-tier cheat from the get-go. With this, paying off debts and giving his family a good life would be a piece of cake. Ding! Congratulations, the Se-Chong Jade comes with a sole privilege and S-rank talent at the start. Above the hall, a golden talent will begin to spin, filled with S-rank talents. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the S-rank talent, Star of Battle. Before Yi Chen could celebrate, the notification sounded again. Ding! 100-fold critical hit triggered. You can choose 1. Possess 100 Star of Battle talents. 2. Possess 1 SSS rank talent, Endless Battle. Was there even a choice? Ding! Selection successful. Endless Battle, SSS Eternal rank talent. Effect: for every enemy you fight, your physical attack increases by 1%. Description: there is no upper limit to the bonus. Simple, brutal, and unbeatable. Ding! Please name your character. Tiandi, Heavenly Emperor, Yi Chen said casually. Ding! Nickname, Tiandi, successfully created. After a series of selections, Yi Chen entered Novice Village No. 999. The village was bustling with people. Damn, I only got an E-rank talent. D rank here. The drop rate in this game is so low, I've got nothing after grinding for ages. Yi Chen looked at his starter gear. Physical attack +1, defense +1. Truly trash. He went to the blacksmith, Wang Air, and received a novice quest. Quest: kill demonized chickens. Reward: submit 100 chicken combs to receive a set of white-grade cloth armor, shoes, and a weapon. Yi Chen immediately headed for the back mountain. The area was already swarming with players being pecked at by flocks of demonized chickens, crying out in misery. Demonized chicken, level 1, physical damage 6 to 8, HP 10. Though their stats were low, they loved to swarm. Bro, need a team? A player asked upon seeing Yi Chen with his axe. No thanks, I like to solo, Yi Chen refused. He didn't want to share the chicken combs. Solo? Ah, someone still thinks they can solo. What a dreamer. The surrounding players looked at him as if he were an idiot. Yi Chen ignored them and walked straight towards the flock of chickens. Woot woot woot. Over 100 demonized chickens instantly locked onto him and swarmed forward. Ding! In combat, talent, endless battle, activated. Enemy +1, your physical attack +1%. Number of enemies, 139. Your physical attack is increased by 139%. His attack power more than doubled instantly. Yi Chen raised his novice axe. Before the first chicken could peck him, a cold light flashed. -10. The chicken's head flew into the air, an instant kill. Holy crap, a one-shot kill. His attack is over 14? Is that for real? Are we playing the same game? Everyone stared in disbelief. Yi Chen picked up the chicken head and cut off the comb. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Chicken Comb X1. 100-fold critical hit triggered. You can choose 100 chicken combs or 1 vicious chicken comb. 100 chicken combs. The quest was completed in an instant. Yi Chen returned to the blacksmith's shop amidst the stunned gazes of the other players. Respected hero, you're too strong. Blacksmith Wang Er stammered as he looked at the 100 chicken combs scattered on the ground. He handed over the 3 reward items. Ding! Congratulations, 100-fold critical hit triggered. You have obtained Silver Grade Taunting Cloth Armor, X1, Silver Grade Swift Sword, X1, Silver Grade Swift Boots, X1. 3 white quality items, directly skipping over iron and bronze, transformed into Silver Grade Divine Artifacts with powerful skills. Respected Tian Di, you've helped me immensely. I'd like to give you some extra rewards. Wang Er handed him a dark, low-grade space ore that could expand his inventory. Ding! Reward obtained, 100-fold critical hit triggered. You have obtained mid-grade space ore X1. Yi Chen's inventory space instantly expanded from 225 slots to 100,000. By the way, Wang Er said, handing him a letter, there's a mysterious hunter at the village entrance. Ordinary people can't see him. Take this letter and try your luck. Yi Chen took the letter, overjoyed. The reward for this hidden quest would surely be extraordinary. He found a secluded spot and equipped his 3 new silver items. Taunting Cloth Armor, Silver, comes with the skill, Taunt, making surrounding enemies unable to attack for 30 seconds. Swift Sword, Silver, comes with the skill, Swift Sword Shadow, tripling attack speed for 30 seconds. Swift Boots, Silver, comes with the skill, Swift Step, dramatically increasing movement speed for 35 seconds. Attack speed, movement speed, and crowd control, he had it all. He went to the dilapidated hut at the village entrance and, following Wang Er's instructions, knocked on the door with a specific rhythm. A white-haired old hunter, Lin Feng, opened the door. When he saw the 3 pieces of silver gear on Yi Chen, his eyes flashed with surprise. You've only just arrived and you already have 3 pieces of silver gear? Extraordinary! He excitedly welcomed Yi Chen inside. My mount was killed by a wolf king outside the village. If you can kill that wolf king for me, I will give you a great gift. Ding, do you accept the quest? The Hunter's Regret? Reward, Gold Grade Treasure, Knight's Oath. Allows you to have a Gold Grade mount ahead of level requirements. 50% of the mount's attributes will be fed back to you. Time limit, 1 hour. A Gold Grade Treasure. And he could get a mount early. And its stats would boost his own. Yi Chen accepted the quest without hesitation. I don't have long to live, you must be quick, the old hunter said mournfully. Yi Chen had no time to listen to his sad story. He accepted the quest and rushed out. He activated Swift Step, his speed instantly skyrocketing. He transformed into a blur, leaving a crowd of stunned novice players in his dust as he vanished from sight. Yi Chen stepped into a forest. Before him was a pack of wild wolves. Wild Wolf, Common, Level, 2 Attack, 10-15 Health, 25 Defense, 10 Skills, Charge, Frenzied Bite Description, a fierce wild wolf that will not rest until its enemies are dead. To be honest, its attributes are just average, on par with Yi Chen, but not by a small margin. However, there were too many of them. Wolves are pack animals. One wild wolf spotted Yi Chen and immediately called for its friends. Shadows flickered in the jungle, and pairs of ghastly green eyes fixed on Yi Chen, a sight that could send shivers down anyone's spine. No less than 100. I've poked the wolf's den. But Yi Chen was unafraid, drawing his swift sword and shouting, "Come on!" Whoosh! The wolf pack charged forward. Ding! In battle, the talent, Endless Battle, is activated. Enemies +1, your physical attack +1%. In an instant, his physical attack reached 235%. Whoosh! Yi Chen swung his sword, striking a wild wolf. 25. The wild wolf was instantly killed. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a wild wolf, gaining 1 experience point, 2 copper coins. Triggering a 100-fold critical hit, gaining 100 experience points, 200 copper coins, or 2 silver coins. It felt incredibly satisfying. The fierce wolf pack was clearly stunned for a moment. How could this human be so different? Clearly at the same level as them, yet able to kill them in an instant. But relying on their numbers, they charged in frenziedly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yi Chen continued to strike, not even needing to use skills, blood splattering everywhere, wolf. Corpses piling up. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a wild wolf, gaining 1 experience point, 2 small red potions, triggering a 100-fold critical hit, gaining 100 experience points, 100 small red potions, or 1 medium red potion. But Yi-Chen also realized that there were simply too many wolves. With just 1 sword, he couldn't finish them off quickly. The wild wolves he killed were quickly replaced by others. Some wild wolves were about to bite him. I can't be attacked. As long as I take damage, I will eventually be dragged to death by them. His thoughts were very clear. Boom! The taunting armor on him released a layer of silver light, enveloping a 3 by 3 meter area around him. Skill taunt, activate. The nearby wild wolves immediately became dazed, surrounding him but not attacking, as if they were fools, drooling like silly dogs. I must find the Wolf King. He scanned the surroundings. What was the point of killing small monsters? If he was going to do it, he would go for the boss. The outer wolves looked at their companions, drooling around Yi-Chen but not attacking, clearly anxious, viciously biting at their companions. Attack my teammates. Only by killing their companions could they take down Yi-Chen. But after they killed their companions, when they approached Yi-Chen, they also entered the taunt range, instantly turning into silly fools. For 30 seconds, Yi-Chen was invincible. But time was quickly passing and the taunt was about to cool down, which would surely bring trouble. Found it. Fortunately, Yi-Chen finally found the Wolf King. On a large rock, the biggest wolf howled at the sky, and behind it were many wild wolves, rushing in response to its call, ready to use a Sea of Wolves tactic to kill Yi-Chen. Whoosh! Yi-Chen quickly dashed out, moving at high speed, approaching the Wolf King and entering its detection range. Demonized Wolf King, Black Iron Boss, level, 4 attack, 40-45 health, 85 defense, 40 skills, charge, frenzied bite, call wild wolves. Description: a clever Wolf King that never takes risks alone, preferring to call upon the pack to fight. It turned out to be a Black Iron level boss with very strong attributes, but it was very cautious, preferring to command its minions while hiding. This time, being targeted by Yi-Chen clearly made it furious, but it still played dead, letting its minions rush forward. Ding! Enemy +1, physical attack +1%. Yi-Chen smiled. He was initially having some trouble killing the Wolf King due to insufficient attack power, but it called for more minions. Under the endless battle, his attack increased to 526%, reaching 152. Boom! He suddenly stepped forward, the soles of his shoes releasing a blue light, charging out like a cannonball. A pack of wild wolves was about to attack him when they suddenly realized they couldn't even touch his body. He was running too fast. With the rapid steps, Yi-Chen's speed reached 104 m/s. In an instant, he was in front of the Wolf King. The Wolf King was enraged. It was just playing dead, not weak. Why did he skip the minions to kill the boss? Its sharp claws swiped at Yi-Chen. But Yi-Chen was faster. Clang! The swift sword rang out continuously as he used the skill Swift Sword Shadow, achieving an attack speed of 3 strikes per second. 1 strike. In just 0.4 seconds. The Wolf King's claws had just lifted when the long sword had already swept past its head, a massive wolf head falling, its eyes still filled with rage, not realizing it was already dead. Thud! The Wolf King's head hit the ground with a sound. The pack of wild wolves hadn't reacted yet. Their king was dead. The wild wolves looked at Yi-Chen in terror. This human could actually kill the Wolf King amidst their encirclement. They fled directly. With the Wolf King dead, how could they fight back? Yi-Chen was a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that wild wolves are brutal and won't stop until they kill their enemies? Why are they running away? After thinking, he understood. He was too fierce. He had scared the brutal wild wolves silly. Hundreds of wild wolves besieging him, and he hadn't taken any damage, effortlessly killing the Wolf King. How terrifying was that for the wolves? Anyway, he just needed to complete the task. He didn't need to worry about these wild wolf minions for now. He had to complete the task within an hour, and going back and forth would take time. He couldn't lose the reward because of these trash mobs. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the demonized Wolf King, earning 10 experience points. Level up kill, extra reward, colorless skill book, sharpness, *1. Triggered a 100-fold critical hit, earning 1000 experience points, sharpness, *100 or yellow skill book, brilliant. Edge. Wow! 1000 experience points. And a yellow skill book. What would he do with 100 black skill books? He definitely wanted something advanced. Skill books were much better than equipment with attached skills. Skills could be upgraded with experience points. But he would definitely change equipment later. The upgraded attached skills would be wasted. But learning skill books meant he could possess that skill without waste. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up. Level +2. Free attribute points +10. Boom! 2 beams of white light shot up into the sky, and Yi-Chen actually leveled up twice. Killing a boss at a higher level was so satisfying, and the rewards were incredibly rich. He still had plenty of experience points left. He leveled up too quickly. After thinking, he decided to pick a skill to upgrade. With the 100-fold critical hit, he didn't lack experience points at all. He first checked the yellow skill book. Brilliant Edge, yellow LV1 consumes 10 mana, increases attack by 10%, armor penetration rate within 3 seconds, cooldown 1 minute, increases by 1% for each. Level up to a maximum of 9 levels. Restriction, warrior description, there should be no obstacles in front of a warrior. Armor penetration means breaking through the enemy's defenses. It further enhances his attack. Ding! You have learned the skill Brilliant Edge. He tore the skill book apart and learned it directly. But a 10% armor penetration rate didn't seem too high. Ding! You consumed 100 experience points. Brilliant Edge level +1, armor penetration rate +1%. A total of 5 times were consumed, and the skill level reached level 6. Unfortunately, there weren't many small monsters killed just now, and the experience points were gone, otherwise, he could have leveled up a few more times. But it didn't matter. He could just kill more later. The main issue was that he was low on mana. He immediately sat cross-legged and consumed a blue potion, quickly replenishing his mana. The mana is too insufficient. Using my skills consumes even more. I must get a mount as soon as possible. He checked his attributes and allocated his attribute points. Physical attack increased by 28, reaching 57-59. Mana was at 30. Although he didn't add to his spirit attribute, increasing strength also added some mana. But it was still not enough. Ding! Congratulations, you are the first player to kill the Black Iron level 4 boss, the demonized Wolf King, and have received an additional reward, Legend Degree +1. A first kill announcement for the entire village will be activated, and your server reputation will increase by 100. Do you want to hide your nickname? At this moment, another notification sounded. The surprises just kept coming. He was truly amazing for defeating a boss above his level. Legend Degree, what is that? In Sky, it can connect to the real-world network. Other players use helmets and ecological pods to go online, but Ji Chen discovered that he could also connect using the Sky Jade. He immediately went to check the official game website. Scientists studied the information on the crystal and learned some details about Sky. Although they knew very little, everything they could share was posted on the official website. Consume Legend Degree to find a legendary dungeon, and you can enter? There are rich rewards in the legendary dungeon. He nodded in satisfaction. As for hiding his nickname? Not hiding. He adjusted his facial proportions. Just not wanting to be stared at for his handsome looks. But that didn't mean he was afraid. Hiding his nickname while playing a game? That would be too cowardly. Ding dong. Village. Announcement. Congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, for the first kill of the Black Iron level 4 boss, the demonized Wolf King, earning 1 point of Legend Degree, 100 points. Truly enviable. Everyone congratulate him. In the 999th Novice Village, all players' minds immediately echoed with 10 notification sounds. In an instant, all those still killing demonized wild chickens hoping to obtain a whiteboard item were stunned. Silence. So quiet it made one suspect that all the players in the village had died. After a long while, a tsunami of astonished voices erupted. What the hell? I'm only level 1, and someone has already killed a boss. Damn, who isn't level 1? All the players were level 1, it took killing 100 demonized wild chickens to level up, but who could do that in such a short time? They struggled to kill level 1 whiteboard monsters, yet someone had already killed a level 4 Black Iron boss. Heavenly Emperor. Where did this big shot come from in our village? Who knows him? Introduce me. I want to cling to his leg. Everyone wanted to cling to Heavenly Emperor's leg, but no one knew him. Other high-level players from previous games had also gradually entered Sky, and there were quite a few in the 999 Novice Village, even forming guilds, with some players having good talents. At this moment, these guild players were dumbfounded. They had formed teams, preparing to accumulate rooster crowns so that the higher-ups in their guild could get whiteboard items first and then come back to help them level up. But unexpectedly, someone had far surpassed them. Heavenly Emperor, the president of the Pride of the Sky branch, Pride Madman, frowned. Is this an independent individual? Or a guild force? No, it can't be an individual. How could an individual kill a level 4 boss? It must be a tactic of numbers, giving the first kill to him. This was unacceptable. Pride of the Sky aimed to be the #1 guild in Sky. The headquarters president ordered that all branch leaders must become the leaders of all novice villages, yet an unknown powerful guild had appeared in their own novice village, stealing the spotlight. Heavenly Emperor, and the guild behind you. I remember you. There are other guild leaders who think like him. In short, the Heavenly Emperor is currently in the limelight. Yi Chen was unaware of all this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He didn't even hide his nickname. What was there to be afraid of? If someone came looking for trouble, he could just slap them dead. Being this strong, if he still acted timidly, he might as well throw himself headfirst into danger. He rushed towards the hunter's residence, but the hunter's place was hidden and located near the edge of the village, so he didn't encounter any players along the way. Old man, please don't die. He knocked on the door 3 times in quick succession. Fortunately, the old man was still alive. A grizzled head poked out, fuming. Why are you back in half an hour? Did you encounter a wild wolf and find it too difficult so you gave up halfway? He had originally admired Yi Chen. Even if Yi Chen hadn't completed the task and returned after an hour, he would have given him some reward. But this kind of halfway abandonment was just too cowardly. As for Yi Chen completing the task, impossible, absolutely impossible. It had only been half an hour, just the round trip would take. Here, the thing you wanted. Yi Chen had already handed over a wolf's head, the very head of the Wolf King. Oh my god. This. You actually managed to kill the Wolf King in half an hour, under the siege of a pack of wolves? How did you do it? The old man stared at the wolf's head, stammering in disbelief. He could tell that Yi Chen had no companions and had taken it down solo. A pack of wolves? Yi Chen shook his head. Those wild wolves were too weak. I ignored them and killed the Wolf King, and they just ran away in fear. The old man widened his eyes at this. It seems I underestimated you. Come in quickly. He welcomed Yi Chen in with great warmth and handed him a golden token. Ding! Congratulations, task completed, reward received. Golden level treasure, Knight's Oath, *1. Triggered a 100-fold critical hit, received platinum level treasure, Knight's Vow, *1. Yi Chen placed the token in his backpack, and it instantly turned platinum. He couldn't wait to check it out. Knight's Vow, platinum level treasure, effect, by placing this token in your backpack, you qualify to own a mount no higher than platinum level, and this mount will return 100% of its attributes to you. Wow. Awesome. A platinum level mount? Such a mount must be strong, right? Getting 100% of its attributes. Back is such a comfortable thing, my regrets are fulfilled. I can go die now. Young man, you should leave, don't disturb me in my dying moments. The old man sighed deeply and suddenly collapsed, frothing at the mouth, lifeless. What the hell, is this a scam? Just like that, he dies? Yi Chen was startled, thinking it was a scam from the real world. At that moment, a horse whinnied, and a white horse came running from the old man's yard, carrying the old man back into the courtyard. In the yard, there was already a deep pit dug. The horse took the old man and entered the pit together. The surrounding soil suddenly flew up, automatically burying the pit. Impressive. Yi Chen sensed that this horse was extraordinary and was moved by its loyalty to its master. Safe travels, old man. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and he inexplicably found himself outside the house. When he tried to open the door again, it wouldn't budge. Did this old man really die? To give out a golden level treasure and have such superb skills, it couldn't be that easy for him to die. There must be many experts in Sky Realm, who knows? It's a pity I didn't ask the old man where he got his mount. He could have a mount, but he still didn't know how to obtain one. The official website didn't explain it, and other players didn't have the qualifications for mounts, so of course they wouldn't know either. Ha! There's a letter too? It seems it flew out with him when the wind blew him out of the house. He opened the letter. Young man, about 35,000 meters west of the wolf pack, there is a pet egg. The token can directly contract the pet egg, hatching it into a mount. You can go take a look. That pet is quite extraordinary, but it's very hard to obtain, even you might die. When did the old man write this letter? Yi Chen didn't know, but the elder shouldn't be lying to him. It must indeed be difficult. After all, the elder was already aware of his own strength. No problem. It's just right to find that pack of wild wolves, grind them for levels, and then go for the mount with more confidence. However, things didn't go as planned. Yi Chen returned to the wild wolves, and after they fled, they returned to their original spot. This time, he didn't even need to use his talent, Endless Battle. With one strike, he could easily kill the wild wolves. But he didn't gain any experience points. He was already level 4, surpassing the wild wolves level, so he wouldn't gain experience. He could drop equipment, but the drop rate was too low. He would have to kill many to get something, which wasn't worth it. Forget it, let's go take a look first. He decided to find the pet egg first, and if it was too difficult, he would kill other monsters to level up. Soon after, he arrived at a pond. The pond was deep, and the water was pitch black, as if many things were swimming inside. Bang! He threw a stone into it, and the water immediately exploded, with many monsters leaping out of the surface. They were turtles. Stone armored turtle, common, level, for attack, 24-29 health, 58 defense, 25 skills, petrifying guard. Barbaric charge description, a monster with strong defense, but very clumsy. Very high defense, and with the skill petrifying guard, it can further increase its defense. Hiss a roar sounded, and a large python jumped out of the pond, its body as hard as stone. Bluestone python, silver boss, level, 10 attack, 72-78 health, 205 defense, 53 skills, tail sweep. Petrifying guard, venomous bite description, devoured a high-level pet egg and will enter an evolution state, with attributes significantly reduced. Level 10, silver boss. It was much stronger than the stone-armored turtle, and its attributes had also decreased significantly. Yi Chen didn't understand why the small monsters were turtles while the boss was a python. Clearly, this was a special case unique to Se-Chong. That wasn't the main point. The key was, devoured a high-level pet egg? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed this was his target. kill the snake, cut open its belly, and retrieve the pet egg. Moreover, he had to kill it quickly. Who knows when the pet egg would be absorbed? If he waited too long, he might not even find the eggshell. It would be impossible to level up and then come back to kill monsters. The bluestone python scanned its surroundings in confusion, not seeing any enemies, and quickly returned to the water. It wanted to evolve in peace, but many stone-armored turtles remained outside, protecting it during its evolution. Use the small monsters to stack attacks and kill this one. Yi Chen instantly formulated a strategy. Whoosh! He charged out from the bushes, leaping high and landing on a stone-armored turtle, swiftly slashing at another stone-armored turtle with his sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The turtle shell was too hard. 35. The stone-armored turtle didn't die, angrily turning back, and the other stone-armored turtles were also furious, charging at Yi Chen one by one. Being hit by their shells would definitely hurt. Rapid step. Yi Chen instantly activated the skill, dodging the attack. The stone-armored turtles were already clumsy, and with his increased speed from the silver great skill, they couldn't touch him at all. He nimbly jumped among the turtles, using them as stepping stones in the deep pond. The stone-armored turtles could only glare at him in anger. Hostility flared. Yi Chen smiled. This was the effect he wanted. Ding! In battle, enemy +1, physical attack +1%. Instantly increased by 213%, his body filled with surging power. Whoosh! A sword struck out again, easily killing the stone-armored turtle. Not enough, still not enough. We must make them angry, get more enemies to come out. Yi Chen jumped over 100 meters, effortlessly slaying monsters with a single sword. Blood staining the pond water. Some stone-armored turtles that had previously sunk began to surface again, furious and ready to attack Yi Chen. At the same time, a massive elongated figure surged up from beneath the pond. The greenstone python was also coming. The first to emerge were the stone-armored turtles. They all sprang into action, leaping out of the water. Using the skill, charge, their speed surprisingly not too slow, surrounding Yi Chen. Even if Yi Chen was fast, he couldn't dodge in time. Boom! The greenstone python charged out as well, its enormous tail sweeping towards him. The bright path ahead was within reach, yet this human dared to cause trouble? It was determined to kill Yi Chen. Enemies surrounded him from all sides, a scene that was utterly despairing. But Yi Chen's expression remained unfazed. Ding! Enemies reached 402. Physical attack increased by 402%. A fourfold increase, which meant 5 times the physical attack. He calmly raised his sword, a simple horizontal sweep, and all the nearby stone-armored turtles were swept away. With no enemies left, he was a one-sword foe. The encirclement was instantly broken by him. Hiss! The greenstone python roared, sensing Yi Chen's extraordinary nature, and as it continued to attack, its scales turned to stone. Defense increased. TCH. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. At this moment, he was still in rapid motion, quickly charging forward to meet the greenstone python's tail, swiftly stabbing his sword in. The sword erupted with a yellow sharp light, becoming even more lethal. Skill, sharp edge. Crack, crack, crack. The scales of the greenstone python shattered in response, and he stepped on the stone-like scales, driving his long sword through the python's body, leaving bloody marks as he ascended. He reached the head of the green stone python. The body of the greenstone python split apart. This silver boss was killed in an instant. Just that. All the stone-armored turtles stared blankly at Yi Chen, who had effortlessly slain their king. Blood splattered, and Yi Chen seemed to be reborn in blood, exuding unmatched dominance. A pleasant notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the level 10 silver boss, Greenstone Python, earning 20 experience points. Overlevel kill, black iron item, shadow sword, *1, golden level pet egg, golden. Armored snake egg, *1. Hiss! Black iron item? Golden level pet egg? A massive drop. As expected of a silver level boss, the drop rate in Sky is extremely low. Even silver bosses might not drop silver items, and this is the same for any player. But it didn't matter, Yi Chen had privileges. Triggered a 100-fold critical hit, earning 2,000 experience points. Golden item, Peerless Sword, *1, Platinum level pet egg, Earth Dragon egg, *1. Congratulations, you leveled up. Level +2, free attribute points +10. Boom, boom. 2 beams of white light shot into the sky, and Yi Chen leveled up 2 more times. Golden item, Platinum pet egg? He couldn't be happier, immediately checking, as he still didn't have a golden item. Peerless Sword, golden item, level 5 attached effect, physical attack +50 attached skill, Peerless Charge, blue LV1 consumes 20 mana, splits into 3 paths of 100% physical attack sword. Energy for 50 meters, lasts for 1 strike, cooldown 10 seconds. Restrictions, warrior, level 5 note, skill level +1, sword energy length +10 meters, cooldown +1 second, maximum level 15. Directly adds 50 physical attack, blue skill. Yi Chen's own physical attack hadn't even exceeded 60 yet. Moreover, it could split into 3 paths of sword energy, with a length of 50 meters, and the length could increase after skill level upgrades. What is the warrior's flaw? Short reach. Other warrior players can hit 1 or 2 meters, which is quite good, but with the dual sword, he can hit up to 200 meters. Even if the enemy is more than 200 meters away, his speed allows him to rush over. This greatly enhances my attack methods, but the attack speed skill of the swift sword is also good, so I don't need to switch for now. I can use them interchangeably. The key point is that the dual sword consumes a lot of mana, after all. It is a golden weapon. No problem. In the past he didn't have enough mana, but now he has the opportunity to increase it. He looked at the pet egg in his hand, which exuded a heavy sense, as if facing a great mountain. Earth Subdragon Egg, Platinum Level, Description 1, the Golden Armored Snake Egg evolved from its ancestors. The Golden Armored Snake possesses a faint bloodline of the Earth Barbarian Dragon, which is one of the giant dragons and a ruler of the land. Description 2, possessing a trace of the Earth Barbarian Dragon's bloodline. It can hatch into an Earth Subdragon, with a chance to revert to the Earth Barbarian Dragon. It's actually a dragon egg. Although it's a subdragon, giant dragons are a mysterious and powerful representation no matter where they are, and having even a trace of bloodline is already strong, plus there's a chance to revert. How many levels is Yi-chan at? He has only logged into the game for a short time. He has plenty of time to level it up. No wonder the Greenstone python hasn't digested this egg in such a short time. The golden armored snake already has a faint bloodline of a giant dragon, so the egg isn't so easy to consume. It's a bargain for Yi-chan. From the name, it's a defensive and health-type pet. He was very satisfied, as he was lacking in these two attributes. He immediately took out the Knight's Oath token. Ding! Detected amount that can be contracted. The pet egg will be directly hatched. Do you wish to contract? Contract! There was no hesitation. Boom! The token released a platinum light, dazzling beyond compare, and a surge of heavenly energy flowed into the subdragon egg, which quickly enlarged. The eggshell cracked with a ka-ka-ka sound, and a creature with prominent horns appeared. It looked like a little monster. Oh no, it was a monster. But it affectionately rubbed against Yi-chan. Ding! Congratulations, the contract with the Earth Subdragon is successful. Its attributes will be 100% reflected back to you. A powerful force surged from the little monster into Yi-chan's body. Earth Subdragon level, 1 physical attack, 813 magic attack, 712 health, 75 defense, 55 mana, 30 skills. Dragon Might, Earth Wall, Dragon Tail Sweep description. Upon reaching certain level conditions, new skills will be automatically born. Yi-chan didn't expect the Earth Subdragon to be this strong at level 1, surpassing his own level 1 attributes, and it had both physical and magical attacks. It truly deserved the giant dragon bloodline. Aside from having privileges and talents, everything else about him was quite ordinary. Unless he obtained a hidden profession or improved his race, it would be possible to catch up to or even surpass the Earth Subdragon at level 1. But does it matter? Yi-chan wouldn't be jealous of his mount. All the attributes of the little monster had already transferred to him, but the skills hadn't, and the little monster could still use its attributes and skills to attack, making it a perfect helper. As long as the little monster levels up, it will give me more attributes. He didn't have mana. As long as the little monster does, that's enough. Ding! System notification, you have achieved the first kill of the level 10 silver boss Greenstone Python, Legend Degree +1, Reputation +200, and a world announcement will be triggered. Do you wish to hide your name? At this moment, another notification sounded. It was the first time he learned that achieving the first kill of a silver boss could trigger a world announcement. A black iron boss would only trigger a village-wide announcement. Once the world announcement was made, it would undoubtedly attract countless eyes. Do not hide. But he didn't care. With high-level equipment and a sub-dragon mount, why should he be modest? Ding dong! World announcement. Congratulations to player Heavenly Emperor for achieving the first kill of the level 10 Greenstone Python, gaining Legend Degree +1, Reputation +200. Please congratulate him. 10 consecutive voices echoed in the minds of players all over the world. All the players who were doing quests stood there dumbfounded. FUCK, did I hear that right? Level 10 silver boss first kill? I'm only level 1, and the highest level players in our country, the United States, are only level 3. This Heavenly Emperor just killed a level 10 silver boss? He's definitely cheating. Baka, report him. Heavenly Emperor, who is he? Players from Sakura Country, the United States, Universe, Country, and all other top 100 guilds from previous game worlds, whether they were experts or noobs, were all incredulous at this moment. This is just too fake. Moreover, legendary points? That's what you need to unlock legendary dungeons. Only first kills can earn them, and once used, they're gone. No one has earned legendary points yet, but the Heavenly Emperor has already gained 2 points. Reputation points can also be used to buy items in the reputation shop. With enough reputation, one could even become a city lord or something similar. The Heavenly Emperor now has 200 points. Damn, the Heavenly Emperor got another first kill. Our village's big shot is too awesome. This time it's a silver boss again. Just recently he killed a level 4 1, and now it's level 10? Only the players from the newbie village 999 knew that the Heavenly Emperor had not just gotten one first kill, he actually held 2 points of legendary status. But Ding! Triggered a 100-fold critical hit, legendary points plus 100, reputation points plus 20,000. Only Yi-Chen knew that, counting the previous ones. He already had 30,000 reputation points. As for the legendary points, which are consumed once used and are non-sustainable items, he also had 200 points. Yi-Chen was quite satisfied, and at that moment another notification sound came. Ding! System notification, you have obtained a platinum level. Mount, the Mount ranking, will be opened, you will be ranked first on the list and you will receive 1000 reputation points. Do you want to hide your nickname? Don't hide. Do you want to hide Mount information? This time, Yi-Chen hesitated for a moment. The Yalong was too conspicuous, it would be better to hide it? It's not that he was being cowardly, if he were cowardly, he would hide his nickname. After making his choice, the world announcement that had just calmed down took the stage again. Ding dong! World announcement, congratulations to the Dragon Country player, Heavenly Emperor, for obtaining a mount, opening the mount ranking first on the list and receiving 1000 reputation points, truly enviable. This time, even Yi-Chen's country was mentioned. After all, opening the ranking was quite extraordinary. As usual, the reputation points had a 100-fold critical hit, adding 100,000 points. As long as Yi-Chen went to the main city, he could exchange for good items. The global players, still in shock, were truly stunned this time. They didn't expect that just after one world announcement, another one would come. This was just too outrageous. A mount? Didn't the official website say you can only have a mount at level 45? What a lie. Damn, and they say he's not cheating? Report him. Global players opened the mount ranking. First, Hidden, Owner, Dragon Country, Heavenly Emperor dominating the scene with no one behind him. Damn. Everyone else had no mounts, so he was definitely first. And it was hidden, making everyone itch with curiosity, wanting to know what kind of mount it was. No one thought they would have a mount, they didn't even qualify, yet the Heavenly Emperor already had one. When the first kill announcement appeared, a group of envious players immediately contacted the official website requesting a thorough investigation into Heavenly Emperor's information, claiming that this player must have used some means to cheat. As a result, the official website immediately issued a statement. Se-Chong might be a real world that the global community hasn't fully researched yet, and now they could only connect to it, they couldn't even delete player accounts or affect data. To put it bluntly, concerning another civilized world, the high-level officials of global nations even wanted to cheat within it, but they couldn't. The Heavenly Emperor cannot be cheating, he must just be too strong. This was the statement released by the official website. Below it were countless comments, but at least it quelled the anger of the envious. But now, the Heavenly Emperor has a mount? The reporters found their way back to the official site, leaving the staff dumbfounded. Scientists studying the information of the sky crystal spent hundreds of years deciphering the mysterious symbols to obtain some basic information. Having a mount at level 45 was a basic consensus. But how the hell did the Heavenly Emperor manage that? Could it be that he really is cheating? Impossible. A group of scientists were furious. If he could cheat, then all my knowledge would have gone to waste. This level of achievement absolutely surpasses the current technology of Blue Star. He must have some special ability. Don't be jealous. The official website immediately released another statement. If the Heavenly Emperor is cheating, then you should cheat too. The envious could only seethe with anger, but there were also a group of high-level players who clearly recognized the extraordinary nature of the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor likely possesses an S-level talent, and it's an exceptionally remarkable S-level talent. Many ambitious players' eyes sparkled. If they could recruit the Heavenly Emperor. I am the president of the first guild in the Great Rice Nation, God Lord. If the Heavenly Emperor joins my guild, the annual salary starts at 10 million. The Royal Guild of the Hungry Nation is recruiting Heavenly Emperor with an annual salary of 10 million, and we will grant Hungry Nation citizenship. If the Heavenly Emperor is willing to immigrate to our country, we will provide the most generous treatment. Pride of the Sky is recruiting the Heavenly Emperor with an annual salary of 30 million. Similar messages continuously scrolled across the world channel. Even the Royal Guild was mobilized, backed by high-level figures from the real world. Sky is likely a real world, and humanity globally is exploring it. The Heavenly Emperor is so extraordinary that everyone wants to snatch him up. Unfortunately, Yi-Chen paid no attention to these messages. With his SSS-level talent and privileges, why would he work for someone else? That Cherry Blossom country even dared to recruit him? And they said the girls were at his disposal? Dream on. The girls would only affect the speed of drawing the sword, and as for the girls there, who knows if they've been seen on video platforms? Yi-Chen would always be a Dragon Country person. Our Dragon Country must keep the Heavenly Emperor. Find the Heavenly Emperor. All treatment will be at his discretion. At this moment, the supreme ruler of Dragon Country, His Majesty the Dragon Emperor, was very pleased. Our Dragon Country actually produced a master. In the real world, the Tianji Pavilion, the largest intelligence agency in Dragon Country, the Dragon Corps in Sky, a gaming guild established by the military of Dragon Country. They immediately joined forces to search for the Heavenly Emperor. Soon, news came in that the Heavenly Emperor had been spotted in the 999th Novice village. Yi Chen's two-world announcements triggered many chain reactions, shaking both the real world and the sky world. This was a hidden mount. Otherwise, it would have caused an even greater uproar. Yi Chen was still unaware of all this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He had already allocated his attributes. Heavenly Emperor, Warrior, level 6 physical damage, 79-86 defense, 85 health, 130 mana, 60 attack speed, 1.701 hit/second movement speed, 78 m/s. All points allocated to strength, which would also slightly increase attack speed and movement speed, but just a little. The Earth Dragon also added some movement speed, but the Earth Dragon's downside was its slow attack and movement speed, being a defensive mount, so the increase wasn't much, but it was still considerable. At least it was an increase, right? I need to enhance my mount. I also need experience points to upgrade my skills. Yi Chen's experience points were already running low. He looked towards the deep pool. At this moment, he was standing on the corpse of a greenstone python, which happened to be resting on a rock, preventing him from falling, but he currently couldn't enter the deep pool to hunt monsters. If he entered the deep pool, both his attack speed and movement speed would decrease. Even his attacks would be reduced due to the resistance of the water, which is 100% realistic gameplay. The stone-armored turtles were so frightened of him that they all dove into the pond. Roar! The Earth Dragon sensed his distress and, in its furious roar, a terrifying aura surged forth. This aura had no effect on Yi Chen at all. After all, he was its master. But the stone-armored turtles in the pond all appeared, trembling in fear. Dragon Might, Red LV1, consumes 25 points of mana, unleashes a roar imbued with Dragon Might, causing weaker monsters of a level lower than the Earth Dragon to fall into a state of confusion from fear. Powerful monsters may also become confused but can easily break free, with the duration depending on the strength gap and a cooldown of 10 minutes. Note 1, as the skill level increases, the duration extends and the range increases. It was actually a red skill. It comes with control. Confusion is a very strong form of control, but it has a long cooldown and high consumption. The dragon might spread out, covering a radius of 1,000 meters, and hundreds of monsters appeared. They all turned into fools, motionless, only trembling all over. Dragon might, terrifying indeed. Ding. Confusion state lasts for 1 second. But after all, the Earth Dragon was only level 1, so the duration was too short. Moreover, the stone-armored turtles were now confused and had no hostility towards Yi Chen, so he could not trigger endless battle. No matter, Yi Chen's attributes were already formidable. He switched to the unmatched sword. Unmatched dominance. 3 sword energies, each 50 meters long, shot towards the stone-armored turtles with an attack reaching over 130. 58. Blood-red damage splattered, instant kill. Ding. You have killed 53 stone-armored turtles, earning copper coins *3, small red potions *3, 100-fold critical. Hit turned into silver coins *3, medium red potions *3. The medium red potion restores health much faster than the small red potion. Although Yi Chen had not been injured, he could still prepare some red potions just in case. Unfortunately, because his level was higher than the stone-armored turtles, he could not gain experience points. He didn't mind. Switching to the swift sword, he activated the skill to increase attack speed. The awakened stone-armored turtles were no match for him, and he quickly slaughtered all the stone-armored turtles. He obtained 23 medium blue potions, 28 silver coins, 25 medium red potions, and 1 piece of equipment. Medium blue potion effect restores 6 points of mana per second, lasting for 5 seconds. The small blue potion restores 1 point per second, totaling 10 points. The 100-fold critical hit turned it into a medium blue potion, restoring a total of 60 points. The total amount did not increase by a 100-fold, but the recovery speed was much faster, hence the 100-fold. Yi Chen consumed 2 blue potions and quickly replenished his mana. An equipment drop. He looked at the whiteboard equipment on the ground. After hundreds of monsters, only 1 piece of whiteboard equipment dropped, showing how low the drop rate was. His goal was to obtain equipment. Finally, he succeeded. Ding! You have obtained whiteboard equipment ordinary staff. 100-fold critical hit turned into ordinary staff *100 or recovery staff *1. Please choose. Ordinary staff, whiteboard, level 1 attached effect, non-attached skill, ordinary recovery. Colorless LV1 consumes 5 points of mana, restores 10 health points to a target, lasts once, cooldown 10 seconds. Restrictions: Priest, level 1 description, the finest among whiteboard level priest staffs. Extremely trash. But to be honest, because it comes with a skill, it can be considered a fine item. Yi Chen could see the effects of the equipment after the critical hit and checked immediately. Recovery staff, silver, level 1 attached effect, mana plus 15 attached skill. Intermediate recovery, yellow LV1 consumes 7 points of mana, restores 50 health points to a target, lasts once, cooldown 5 seconds. Restrictions: Priest, level 1. Description: the finest among silver level priest staffs. To be honest, Yi Chen felt it was quite appealing. If he weren't a priest, he would really want to use this staff. I happen to be short on money. I can sell the equipment. He murmured to himself, having played for quite a while and he hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Today, his stomach was growling, and he thought he should earn some money before logging off to eat. Originally, he planned to buy just 2 steamed buns. But now that there was an opportunity to make money, he wouldn't shortchange himself. He couldn't bear to sell his silver-grade equipment. According to the famous gamer, Se-Chong's theory of relative strength, helping others was equivalent to weakening oneself. He had no ties with other players, so why should he boost them? As for the whiteboard gear, he already had golden equipment, so why would he care about that? Ding! You have selected normal staff *100. Roar! The earth dragon was still small and somewhat adorable, curled up in his arms, and would only grow larger after leveling up. Yi-Chen placed it into the mount space. After eating, he would come back to level it up. Hide nickname? Selling equipment would definitely attract attention, but after thinking it over, Yi-Chen decided not to hide it. He didn't want to conceal himself. Besides, who else could sell whiteboard gear besides him, the Heavenly Emperor? In the 999th Novice village, where's the Heavenly Emperor? I want to see the big shot. The big shot is like a dragon, elusive and hard to find. I really want to see him. Many players in the village were lingering around, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Heavenly Emperor so they could boast about it later. At that moment, a striking figure stepped into the novice village, the nickname, Heavenly Emperor, shining above his head, making him particularly eye-catching. Wow, it's the Heavenly Emperor! The Heavenly Emperor has appeared. The big shot is indeed a big shot. He doesn't even bother to hide, just comes out directly. Of course, who can compete with him? Let's go take down a level 10 boss first. The Heavenly Emperor is so handsome. Big shot, I want to have your babies. Instantly, it caused a riot among all the players, a crowd pushing to see him, with men enviously eyeing the equipment he wore while they were still in novice gear, and the Heavenly Emperor was already wearing several non-novice items. As for the grade, they couldn't tell since he had turned off the equipment glow, but at least it was whiteboard gear. The women looked at him with hearts in their eyes. The Heavenly Emperor was so strong and unexpectedly handsome. They automatically made way for him. Yi-Chen was flanked by people on both sides, as if he were a king, walking through the crowd, and everyone could only step back, marveling at his formidable strength. He walked to the center of the village, where everyone was gathered around him. Some players, having heard the news, immediately abandoned their quests to rush back. The noise was deafening, and Yi-Chen nodded in satisfaction. He was intentionally being this high profile. Selling equipment, highest bidder wins. He took out a normal staff. How could he sell it without attracting people? Wow, the big shot is selling equipment. Quick, go take a look. People rushed over, and after checking the staff's effects, they were instantly stunned. It's actually whiteboard grade equipment. It even has skills. Awesome. Having just logged in for a little over an hour, everyone here was still in novice gear, and the demonic wild chickens weren't that easy to kill. Obtaining whiteboard grade equipment from quests wasn't easy, yet the Heavenly Emperor had already started selling whiteboard gear. Unfortunately, it was priest equipment. Most individual players hadn't chosen the priest class, only a few girls had. I want it. Handsome, I want it, please give it to me. Can I have your contact information? But surprisingly, it sold very well. A group of excited priest girls couldn't contain themselves, and even girls who weren't priests rushed to buy it, hoping to cling to the Heavenly Emperor's leg. Yi-Chen shook his head, coldly stating, no, I only accept real currency transactions. Even though he was cold, the group of girls still clamored. In the end, a little rich girl bought it for 10,000 soft sister coins. Ding dong, your bank card ending in 2345. Has received 10,000 soft sister coins. Current balance 12,734 soft sister coins. Yi-Chen heard the notification sound. In Sky, direct bank card transactions were a feature developed by scientists, and the Sky Jade was automatically linked to his bank card. Awesome! 10,000 soft sister coins were instantly in hand. Normally, it would take 2 months of work, right? Damn, that's already 10,000. This money came too easily. Mainly because of that little rich lady willing to spend. A group of male players said sourly. The little rich lady, nicknamed Rabbit, was currently beaming with joy, happily clutching her staff. I also have items from the Heavenly Emperor, unique in Sky. Other female players looked on enviously, but they were still reluctant to pay for a whiteboard item at 10,000 each. Just then, selling equipment. Yi-Chen pulled out another staff, identical to the previous one. Rabbit was stunned. The other players were even more astonished. How could there be another one? Does the big shot have many pieces of equipment? Yi-Chen took out another magic staff, something no one had anticipated. He did this because rarity increases value. Rabbit was dumbfounded. She thought she was buying a one-of-a-kind treasure, but it turned out not to be. The big shot was really something, but a clever man is even more charming. I want it. I want to buy one for my girlfriend. This one was still easy to sell. Some who missed out earlier felt regretful. Now that there was a chance, they rushed to grab it. Another 10,000 soft sister coins were in hand. Those who bought it were smiling. At this moment, Yi-chan pulled out another one, selling equipment. Big shot, do you really have to do this? It's too torturous. We don't have any, and you have so many, selling them off piece by piece. Moreover, this time, everyone realized one thing. The Heavenly Emperor definitely had plenty of staffs. That value was completely different. For some guilds, there were many priest players who were struggling without skills to showcase their value. If they could acquire a large number of staffs and train a team of priest players, killing monsters would be much easier. For example, killing demonized wild chickens would definitely not be a problem with priests healing. Some guild players, who heard the news, originally doing quests, now returned to the village to watch the Heavenly Emperor, not expecting to encounter such a good opportunity, each revealing a look of excitement. Big shot, how many staffs do you have? My Twilight Guild will take them all, 10,000 each. My Sky Wolf Guild bids 10,001. Many guild players started arguing. Yi-chan smiled as he watched this scene. His goal was finally achieved. The more they argued happily, the more comfortable he felt. Who wouldn't want to earn a little more money? Yi-chan had previously rented a house and was struggling to pay the rent. Now he wanted to buy a house for himself. The housing prices in Maple Forest City were very high, so of course he hoped the buyers would drive the prices up. But at that moment, a haughty voice came through. All staffs, I pride over the sky, will take them all. A strong man rudely squeezed into the crowd, followed by many players. Other players saw them and immediately feared, making way. It's actually Pride Over the Sky, the first guild of Pride Over the World. They love to bully others with their numbers. Do they have a branch in this novice village too? Isn't it obvious? They have a lot of people, so they have branches everywhere. Now that they are out, they are directly suppressing the prices. Aren't they afraid of offending the Heavenly Emperor? Other guild players dared not say anything. The power of Pride Over the Sky was too great. At this moment, Yi-chan was very displeased. People were freely bidding, and this guy barged in. Wouldn't he lose a lot of money? Actually, losing a little wasn't a big deal. It wasn't hard for Yi-chan to make money. But why should it be like this? Heavenly Emperor, how many do you have? Just hand them all over. The leader, Arrogant Lord, spoke arrogantly, as if the Heavenly Emperor had to submit the moment he arrived. He was already accustomed to such scenes. In previous games, he had done the same. The great gods in those games would give him face when they saw him, looking down from the heavens. The Heavenly Emperor had suddenly become famous in the Dragon Kingdom and even the entire world. In front of everyone, making the Heavenly Emperor back down would elevate Arrogant Lord's reputation even further. People watched this scene, secretly guessing how the Heavenly Emperor would react. Would he, all alone against a crowd, back down like the great gods from previous games? Get lost. A cold shout rang out, startling everyone. It was Yi-chan who spoke, raising his hand to release the remaining 98 staffs, scattering them across the ground. Want them? I won't sell you even one. Hiss. The Heavenly Emperor was so tough, truly deserving of the title, facing over 100 players without losing ground, directly telling them to get lost. What infuriated them the most was that he had released the staffs. Just try to take them. People didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor to have so many staffs. It was definitely enough to form a powerful priest team, allowing the guild to smoothly navigate the early stages and lead other guilds. You, Arrogant Lord, was speechless, not expecting the Heavenly Emperor to be so arrogant. And so many staffs? He thought the Heavenly Emperor would have at most 10 or so, just enough to bully him a bit, and even if he couldn't get the staffs, it wouldn't matter. But with so many, things were different. If he had known, he would have lowered his tone and begged for a staff. Damn. He really wanted to snatch them. If it weren't for the no-violence rule in the novice village, he would have tried to take them by force. The Heavenly Emperor was strong, but they had numbers. He glared around, and the other players couldn't help but lower their heads. Look, besides selling to me, do you have any other options? He laughed arrogantly. What do you mean no options? A delicate voice chimed in. Rabbit, 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 spoke up Heavenly Emperor. How about selling me one for 15,000? Sure. Yi-chan readily agreed. This little rich girl was quite generous. Instantly, 98 staffs entered. Rabbit's backpack and his bank account received 1.47 million, adding to the previous amount, totaling 1.49 million soft sister coins. Almost 1.5 million. Just like that. Making money is so easy. Be careful out there. Yi-chan glanced at Arrogant Lord and logged off. Did they want to make a move? If it weren't for the no damage rule in the novice village, he would have already acted. They really pushed their luck. You, Arrogant Lord, was furious, but Yi-chan had already logged off, leaving him to seethe in impotent rage. He shot a glance at Rabbit, little girl, be careful. Pa, get lost. Rabbit cursed and logged off as well. Two cowards, both ran away. Scared of me. Arrogant Lord lifted his head, regaining some face, leading his group out of the novice village, instructing his underlings, send someone to keep an eye here, notify the guild as soon as the Heavenly Emperor logs on. A grudge had been formed. All the players were taken aback. They didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor to be so ruthless, even threatening, arrogant lord, as he left. This was quite troublesome for the Heavenly Emperor. As for whether he was scared, sorry, no. So fragrant. Yi Chen woke up in a breakfast shop. The owner had initially thought he had fainted and wanted to take him to the hospital, but now he was lively and even ordered crab roe buns and breakfast milk, things he couldn't order before. Was Rabbit scared? The Heavenly Emperor is too bad. That stupid pig threatened me and he didn't even let me be careful, just logged off and left. She returned to her villa in Yanjing, still haunted by Yi Chen's figure in her mind. This man was too special. Normally, shouldn't he comfort the girl? Especially a beauty like her. Who is it that made our little Lian so angry? A righteous man walked over. Not angry, just curious. Brother, I met the Heavenly Emperor. Guing Lian recounted what had just happened, every word revolving around the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor? Xiao Lian, you did well. Our military was just looking to make contact with him. Your help this time has shown our goodwill. As for Ao shirt Se-Chong, we have people in village 999 too. Some people have gone crazy because of Se-Chong's appearance. Guangyun looked at his sister, meaning to reassure her that she shouldn't be afraid. With Ao shirt Se-Chong around, Big Brother would protect her. But his sister seemed completely uninterested, still mumbling about the Heavenly Emperor. Xiao Lian, did you add the Heavenly Emperor as a friend? He couldn't help but ask. Having the Heavenly Emperor as a friend would make contact easier. No, he won't. Add me. Hiss. His own sister, one of the twin flowers of the imperial capital, with their father being the commander of the northern military, countless young masters from noble families wanting to befriend her, and she couldn't be bothered to actively add the Heavenly Emperor, and he actually rejected her? Xiao Lian. I'll give you the contact information of the military officer in charge of village 999. You must protect the Heavenly Emperor when you go back. Guing Yun's eyes flickered. There was a legend in Se-Chong that players could gradually feed back their game power into the real world. No one could predict the future landscape. Longwa and the military needed to prepare early. Someone like the Heavenly Emperor must be courted. As for whether his sister was interested in the Heavenly Emperor, he believed it was merely his sister's curiosity about the strong, purely a sense of novelty. The Heavenly Emperor should have S-level talent, and it was a relatively strong talent in the early stages, which allowed him to gain power now. Afterward, as more strong players emerged, his sister might lose interest in the Heavenly Emperor. Guing Lian nodded. She was indeed just curious, not emotionally attached. As long as the Heavenly Emperor had good character, such a genius must be protected. Heavenly Emperor, didn't you buy our face? At this moment, the president of the Ao shirt Se-Chong branch in village 999, Aosher Quangren, was listening to the words of the great Aosher and was quite furious. Just an S-level talent. They had that in their guild too. He himself had an A-level talent. His subordinates had a group of people who teamed up to kill demonized wild chickens, first gathering the rooster combs for the higher-ups, and now many had leveled up and equipped whiteboard gear, allowing them to take on some higher-level tasks. Keep an eye on him and let him know what cruelty is. Yes. In village 999, besides Aosher Se-Chong, there were also some other powerful guilds, with branch players present, but there weren't that many people, and they hadn't gone to bid in the village at that time. The Heavenly Emperor and Aosher Se-Chong were likely to clash. We'll just watch. Yi Chen happily finished eating, returned home, and checked the Se-Chong jade. This jade pendant disappeared in Se-Chong and reappeared in reality. How to enter Se-Chong? Just as he had this thought, a prompt sounded. Ding, you are online. It turned out to be that simple, much more convenient than a helmet or ecological pod. He returned to the novice village, planning to upgrade his mount first, but he didn't know where there were powerful monsters. Young man, do you have any troubles? A frail man approached, with the title of village chief of novice village 999 above his head. Yi Chen hadn't sought out the village chief before, but he had heard players in the village say that this village chief couldn't trigger any tasks. He actually came to find him? Yes, I can't find any powerful monsters to kill. The village chief. Goodness, others would prefer weaker monsters, but you are really something. Well, that might help him complete his trial. In the Demon Forest 26, 324, 45, there are some tigers causing trouble. You can go try. Thanks. Yi Chen thanked him but shook his head in annoyance internally. Damn, thought there would be a task. But the village chief watched him leave, his eyes flickering, secretly thinking to be able to produce so many whiteboards for sale is not simple. Whether you can obtain that thing depends on yourself. Yi Chen stepped out of the village. At the same time, follow him. Some players from Pride of the Sky immediately followed, but soon realized that the speed of the Heavenly Emperor was too fast for them to keep up. Fortunately, one of the players had a tracking talent. Notify the guild leader. Whoosh! Not long after, the figure of Rabbit appeared in the village. She had added the military leader as a friend. Please send some personnel to protect the Heavenly Emperor. I have some staves to send you, so you can quickly Enhance your strength. The members of Pride of the Sky were all drawn away by Yi Chen, and no one was watching her. Of course, she wasn't afraid at all. Yi Chen arrived at his destination and saw some tigers. Demonized Tiger, Whiteboard, Level 6 Attack, 35-38 Health, 86 Defense, 35 Skills, Tiger Descending the Mountain, Tiger Might Description, a powerful tiger. Further enhanced by the infusion of demonic energy. Yi Chen discovered that many of the monsters in this village had been demonized. The tigers charged at him. Ding! Enemy count plus 135%, physical attack plus 135%. But, unfortunately, they were far too weak in front of him. Whoosh! The swift sword struck, attack speed increased to 3 times, Yi Chen unleashed 5 strikes in 1 second, and within 30 seconds, though he didn't even need that long, 135 demonized tigers were slain. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 405 experience points, 503 copper coins, 45 small red potions, and 36 small blue potions. 100-fold critical hit gained. 40,500 experience points, 503 silver coins. Ding! Congratulations, the Earth Dragon's level has increased. The notification sounds rang out continuously, bringing good news one after another. The Earth Dragon emerged from the mount space, visibly growing at a rapid pace, transforming from a small monster into a large one, enough for Yi Chen to ride. System notification, mount level cannot exceed that of the owner. Its level reached 6, and its attributes surged. Heavily Emperor, Warrior, Level 6 Physical Damage, 7986139146 Defense, 85360 Health, 130505 Mana, 60210 Attack Speed, 1.701 hits/second, 1.802 hits/second Movement. Speed, 78m/s80m/s. The strength feedback to Yi Chen was significant. Although he didn't level up himself this time, the increase was greater than if he had leveled up on his own. The defense and health added by the Earth Dragon were immense. After all, the dragon's qualifications were high. At the same level, it was stronger than humans. Even the dragon race was not a choice available to players at the start, only later could. They have the opportunity to change races. Unless Yi Chen had a hidden profession or something, he wouldn't be able to reach this qualification. There was still quite a bit of experience left. Skills Sharp Edge and Unmatched Dominance leveled up. Yi Chen maxed out these 2 skills. Armor Penetration Rate 10% 19%. Sword Energy Length 50 meters 200 meters. The feeling of increased strength was very pleasant, and there were still 3 skills that hadn't leveled up. Those 3 skills were of lower quality, and Yi Chen wanted to see if he could obtain better skills later on. Roar! At that moment, a massive tiger suddenly leaped out from the tall bushes nearby, with a Black King character on its head. Demonized Tiger King, Black Iron Boss, Level 6 Attack, 51-53 Health, 94 Defense, 45 Skills, Tiger Descending the Mountain, Tiger Might. Blood Fury Description, a powerful tiger, further enhanced by the infusion of demonic energy. The tiger's roar shook the heavens, captivating all. Ding! You are affected by the skill Tiger Might. Your mind is in turmoil for 3 seconds. During this time you cannot attack and can only move. Yi Chen could only move. But the Tiger King activated Tiger Descending the Mountain to accelerate, and without the ability to use skills. He found that he couldn't match the Tiger King's speed with just his panel movement speed, making it inevitable that he would be attacked by the Tiger King. Roar! At that moment, an even more astonishing roar erupted. Dragon Roar! The Earth Dragon roared incessantly, drowning out the Tiger King's roar. Ding! The enemy is enveloped by Dragon Might, entering a state of confusion for 3 seconds, during which they cannot move or use skills. Confusion was much more severe than turmoil. It was indeed the Tiger King's misfortune to encounter a dragon bloodline. Swish! Yi Chen swiftly drew his sword. There was only one enemy. The attack, added by Endless Battle, was minimal, but his current attack was already very strong. 94. A single normal attack and the Tiger King was instantly killed. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the demonized Tiger King, earning 5 experience points, 23 copper coins, Black Iron Equipment, Tiger Skin Armor, *1, Class Quest Trigger Scroll, *1, 100-fold critical hit, 500 points, 100 of Golden Equipment, Shockwave, Leather Armor, *1, 100 of, or Hidden Class Quest Trigger Scroll. Another piece of Golden Equipment dropped. And a hidden class? Just a moment ago it was said there were none, and now there was one. The previous Silver Boss had only dropped Black Iron Equipment. This was because that Silver Boss was already consuming a dragon egg, which lowered its attributes, so the dropped equipment was much lower. Fortunately, Yi Chen had the 100-fold critical hit. Tiger Skin Armor, Black Iron, Level 5 Bonus Effect, Defense plus 25 Restrictions, Warrior, Level 5 Description, Ordinary Black Iron Equipment. What a piece of junk. Actually, it wasn't junk. If other players got it, they would be overjoyed, but Yi Chen had many good pieces of equipment, so he certainly looked down on it. However, this was warrior gear, and he could use it. Moreover, the quality critical hit was excellent, so he wouldn't choose to sell equipment based on quantity. Shockwave armor, golden, level 5 bonus effect, defense plus 50 bonus skill, shockwave rebound, blue LV1 consumes 20 mana points. When others attack you, you can activate a shockwave rebound, attack equals defense plus physical attack, range 1 by 1 meter, cooldown 10 minutes. Skill level 2, range 2 by 2 meters, level 3 3 by 3 meters, up to level 15. Restrictions, warrior, level 5 description, the finest among golden defensive gear. Impressive. Yi-Chen was very pleased this defensive gear could actually attack. Just right, the taunting cloth armor he was wearing was of no use, so he immediately switched it out. Ding! You have consumed 1000 experience points, shockwave rebound level +1. Leveling up blue skills was very difficult, but he instantly reached max level. It was just him, even if others obtained blue skills now, leveling up even once would be hard. And the swift sword, swift step haven't leveled up either. Yi-Chen had no more experience points, and he knew he couldn't rush it, so he checked another item. Class quest trigger scroll, effect, find the village chief and give him this scroll to trigger the Berserker class quest. Description, Berserker, an advanced class of warrior. Advanced classes are stronger than ordinary ones. Yi-Chen could choose to obtain 100 of these scrolls, use one himself, and then sell the other 99. Each one would guarantee a sky-high price. Every warrior player would be eager to get one. I see, the village chief's quest needs to be triggered, and he has to actively seek you out. My excellence attracted him, he murmured, checking another item. Hidden class quest. Trigger scroll, effect, find the village chief and say the phrase, destruction is rebirth to trigger the Destroyer, hidden class quest. Description, Destroyer, a powerful hidden class of warrior. Definitely choosing this one. Only by saying a specific phrase can one trigger the hidden job quest. Yi-Chen shook his head, unsure of the principle behind it, but feeling quite emotional. If it weren't for the 100-fold critical hit, he would never have known about this hidden situation. What are we waiting for? Back to the village. Those guys who were following me earlier. He strode back swiftly, knowing he had been targeted as soon as he stepped out. But at that time, he didn't take action. What was the point of dealing with the little brothers? Calling over the experts and gathering them to intimidate would directly resolve many troubles. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the entire number 999 Novice village was tense. Dare to insult us? Die. Prideful madman, led over 100 elite members from the branch guild, rushing towards the demon forest, with prideful madman among them constantly communicating with the little brothers in the guild. According to the footprints, he is prideful mad dog who had the tracking talent could see Yi-Chen's faint footprints. Soon after, the two groups converged and charged towards Yi-Chen. It's about to break out. The Heavenly Emperor and Prideful are going to clash. The former number 1 guild of the Dragon Kingdom, the current number 1 player in the game, who will win? Even if Prideful only has one branch here, they shouldn't be underestimated, they have the numbers. Other guild players had already set up their eyes and immediately noticed Prideful's movements following along to watch the battle. No one had ever seen the Heavenly Emperor make a move. Everyone was curious about this mysterious big shot. Go! Rabbit 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 led a group of soldiers. We must save the Heavenly Emperor. The Dragon Kingdom's military was very low-key in Sky Realm. After all, the real-world countries had military presence in Sky Realm, and here everyone started from the same point. If something bad happened, like losing a battle against players, it would be a disgrace to the Dragon Kingdom. But this time, for the Heavenly Emperor, they had to mobilize. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook, and everyone swayed unsteadily. Those from Prideful, due to their sprint, almost fell over, taking a while to stabilize themselves. What was going on? Were there powerful monsters rampaging here? Suddenly, a massive creature entered everyone's view, as big as a small hill. Other monsters were just monsters. This one was a beast. People seemed as insignificant as dust beneath its feet, only able to look up at it. Dragon! Holy crap, it's a dragon. This novice village actually has a dragon. Most players had seen some images of giant dragons. Although the earth dragon was a subdragon, it looked no different from a giant dragon. People immediately wanted to flee. Who could fight a dragon? At that moment, some brave souls looked closely at the giant dragon. After all, players could respawn, and if they died, they died. Having the chance to observe the giant dragon up close would broaden their horizons. This time, they were even more shocked. On top of that dragon, there was a figure. That figure looks a bit familiar. It's the Heavenly Emperor. Holy crap, the Heavenly Emperor is riding the dragon. I understand now. Doesn't the Heavenly Emperor have a mount? His mount is a dragon. Oh my. The giant dragon they were terrified of turned out to be the Heavenly Emperor's mount. The people from Pride of the Sky were also dumbfounded, and Pride Maniac, Pride Lord, and others turned pale. They had planned to come over and bully the Heavenly Emperor, thinking he was outnumbered and weak. But unexpectedly, the Heavenly Emperor's mount was a giant dragon. Moreover, they had already shown hostility just moments ago. Ding, enemy plus 102% physical attack. Plus 102%. At this moment, Yi-Chen had already entered the encirclement of Pride of the Sky, right at the center. The shock cloth armor on him radiated light. A layer of terrifying aura surged forth, covering 225 square meters, affecting all enemies. 40, 43, 52. Over 100 lines of blood-red damage appeared, and all the members of Pride of the Sky died. Ding! Killed 103 players. Since the opponent attacked you first, no evil value is added. The killed players are forced to drop one piece of equipment. You have obtained whiteboard stone armor *1, whiteboard ordinary wooden bow *1. System prompt: killing and looting. Does not count as a reward and cannot trigger a 100-fold critical hit. Yi Chen didn't care. He had just ridden the dragon for a while, not even moving, and getting some equipment for free was fine by him. At this moment, the Earth Dragon stood on the corpses of Pride Maniac, Pride Lord, Pride Mad Dog, and an unknown player, lowering its head. Seems like I stepped on some trash? Where did this trash come from? On the main road? I'm standing too high to see. Everyone, do you know what kind of trash this is? The surrounding players. What the hell, trash? That was Pride of the Sky, the former #1 guild in the game. Even though many big shots had joined Sky now, and the guild rankings might change later, they were still not to be underestimated. They had over 100 experts. But it seemed they were right. The Heavenly Emperor didn't even look at them and just stepped on them to death. What else could that be but trash? It could only be said that the gap between the two sides was too great. I didn't even see the Heavenly Emperor make a move. Did anyone see how the Heavenly Emperor killed the people from Pride and the others? I didn't see. In fact, earlier, when Yi Chen killed the demonized Tiger King, it had been announced to the whole village, earning him 100 points of legendary status and 10,000 reputation points. People knew he had killed another Black Iron level 6 boss and was very strong. But players were different from wild monsters. At this stage, wild monsters didn't have intelligence yet. A fierce battle should have occurred between Pride of the Sky and the Heavenly Emperor. They had come to see the Heavenly Emperor make a move, but the man hadn't even budged, so the enemies just died. A magnificent horizontal push. Stomp. The Earth Dragon walked straight over, and everyone made way, looking at Yi Chen with awe as he left. They all understood. In this Novice village, no one dared to provoke the Heavenly Emperor anymore. Too strong. Rabbit, hidden in the crowd, had just been preparing to bring people to help the Heavenly Emperor, but it turned out he had been overthinking it. His face turned a bit red, and he quickly led his people away. How can he be so terrifying? The likes of Pride Lord were now in a soul state in the resurrection space. Resurrection could be direct, costing gold, corpse running, costing silver, or after half an hour. They had no gold at all, so they couldn't resurrect directly. As for silver, everyone could gather some copper coins to convert into silver, allowing certain people to run to their corpses first. But for corpse running, the body had to still be there. With the Earth Dragon stepping over, all their bodies were crushed, and they couldn't even run to their corpses. They could only wait half an hour. During this time, while others were leveling up, they could only sit and wait, falling further behind. They would also lose a level upon resurrection. I finally leveled up, and I had equipment. They each had only 1 or 2 pieces of basic gear, and now one has been forcibly stripped away, all their hard work in the early stages wasted. You all level up. Quickly. Prideful Madman sent a message. There are still players in the 999th Novice Village, but since their levels are slightly lower, they couldn't come over. Now they can only rely on this group to hold up the guild's reputation. Moreover, forcing me. Prideful Madman had a cold expression. He had received a task earlier, and if completed, the rewards would be substantial, but the consequences could be severe. He had been hesitating. Now, it must be done. Novice Village. You're back. How did it go? The village chief looked at him expectantly. Destruction is rebirth. Yi Chen did not respond to his question but spoke the necessary words according to the task-triggering scroll. You actually have such an insight. The village chief was first taken aback, then filled with surprise. The end of destruction is a brilliant rebirth. You truly are a born warrior. That task scroll was intentionally left by him, placed with the demonized Tiger King. Select the strongest warrior in the village to kill. As long as the Tiger King is slain, he would grant the Berserker class, but Yi Chen was even better than he imagined. This task trigger phrase was exactly what his master had said when handing him the hidden class. But since it was a better class, proof of higher strength was certainly required to obtain it. Ding! Task triggered. Village Chief's trial. Do you accept? Accept. Task description: hold the demonic energy detection disc, investigate the situation in the Demon Palace, and report back to the village chief. Task reward: Destroyer class scroll. Task time: 2 hours. The village chief handed over a crystal disc. Be careful, this matter is of great importance, do not let others know. Demonic energy detection disc. Task item: effect, can detect the demonic energy situation within a 10 by 10 meter radius. Each and quickly headed towards the Demon Palace, taking the opportunity to check his gear along the way. Many of the basic gear he just obtained were suitable for the warrior class, just what he needed. He still had a few pieces of novice gear, so he changed into them immediately. Half an hour later, he arrived at a secluded cave. After walking for a while inside, he saw a staircase leading downwards, with bright lamps illuminating both sides, looking quite eerie. He was bold and skilled, descending the staircase. Ding! You have entered the first level of the Demon Palace. Before him was a gloomy underground palace, with mysterious formations carved into the ground. The moment he stepped in, the formations surged with thick black gas, and a group of monsters appeared. Wolf Demon, Basic, Level, 4 Attack, 25-28 Health, 53 Defense, 21 Skills, Demonic Fury, Bloody Wolf Claw. Description: minor monsters from the Wolf Demon realm, part of the demonic civilization. Wolf Demon realm? Demonic civilization? Yi Chen saw 2 fresh terms. When he logged off to eat, he took the opportunity to browse the official website of Sky, which didn't mention anything about demonic civilization at all. It sounded extraordinary, worthy of being called a civilization. But this wolf demon seemed just average. Ding! Enemy plus 157, physical attack plus 157%. The wolf demons charged over, triggering endless battle. Yi Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and a thought struck him: this palace has more than one level, there must be powerful monsters behind. If I lead the small monsters into other levels, keeping them hostile, if I encounter powerful monsters later, I will have a higher attack to face them. Killing the wolf demons wouldn't yield experience points, so it wasn't very valuable. But they were still enemies. With that thought, he acted. Whoosh! Yi Chen moved quickly. His base movement speed was now quite high, and he dashed straight towards the entrance of the second level. The wolf demons didn't expect him not to attack at all, and for a moment they were caught off guard. Isn't it normal to fight the first level first, then the second level? What's wrong? Do you want to join in? As you wish. The wolf demons chased him into the second layer. Ding! You have entered the demon dungeon level 2. Because the commotion in the first layer was too loud, the monsters in the second layer had already appeared. Pig Demon. Black Iron, Level, 4 Attack, 33-36 Health, 64 Defense, 29 Skills, Roll Charge, Rolling Meat. The Black Iron monsters have appeared, significantly stronger than the whiteboard monsters of the same level. Ding! Enemy plus 162, physical attack plus 162%. But unfortunately, their movement speed is still not as fast as Yi Chen's. The pig demons are inherently clumsy. In the third layer, Black Iron level 6 pig demons. In the fourth layer, Black Iron level 7 pig demons. In the fifth layer, Black Iron level 8 wolf demons. Yi Chen sprinted wildly, with hundreds of monsters chasing behind him, but he wore a carefree smile. The more they chased, the more exhilarating it became, and his attack had already stacked to 983%. In the sixth layer, Bronze level 7 stone demons. Upon reaching here, Yi Chen activated Rapid Step and quickly stepped into the sixth layer. The entire dungeon shook. The sound of heavy running was deafening. Although Yi Chen was being chased, all the monsters were now utterly exhausted, feeling as if they were being toyed with by Yi Chen. Finally, the ninth layer. Step in. Who dares to step in here? In the underground formation, a gigantic monster appeared, its body made entirely of black stone. Intermediate Stone Demon, Golden Boss, Level, 13 Attack, 326 Health, 630 Defense, 530. It was actually a golden boss. The stone demon stood 3 meters tall, and the moment it saw Yi Chen, it angrily raised the stone axe in its hand and viciously swung it at him. At this moment, behind him were countless monsters, and in front, the blocking boss. Any player facing this scene would be doomed. But Yi Chen smiled confidently. Ding! Enemies 1383, physical attack plus 1383%. Over 10 times the attack, close to 2000. At this moment, Yi Chen was confident he could easily kill even stronger monsters. He equipped the Swift Sword, and the Swift Sword shadow erupted with 3 times the attack speed. At this moment, attack speed was the most important thing. He struck first just as the stone demon's axe was about to come down. A sword strike unleashed, forming an illusion. 630. Damn human, why do you have such powerful attacks? The stone demon's body shattered into countless stones. Its terrified and furious roar echoed. Human, wait to die. The great demon lord will surely crush your civilization. Still chattering even at death's door. Yi Chen scoffed. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the level 13 golden boss stone demon, gaining 20 experience points. Golden item Void Shoes *1. Triggered 100-fold. Critical hit, gaining 2000 experience points. Void Shoes *100 or Platinum item Void Boots *1. A golden item actually dropped. He didn't check it immediately. Instead, he calmly turned to look at the thousands of monsters behind him and said cruelly, just now, was the chase enjoyable? Humph. The pig demons, wolf demons, and others cried out, their voices weak as if they had lost their energy. They were exhausted from running. And the key was that this human was too terrifying, instantly killing their leader. Why are you running if you're so strong? It turns out, you were really toying with us. Yi Chen switched to the Peerless Sword, unleashing 3 waves of 200-meter sword energy, instantly killing hundreds of monsters, but there were still too many monsters left alive. He charged directly into the monster horde, unleashing Shockwave Rebound. Buzz buzz buzz. A vast momentum surged, an invisible force field enveloped the area, instantly killing hundreds more. Only a few remained. Yi Chen was too lazy to kill them. The earth dragon charged into the fray, its dragon might suppressing the entire area, its powerful hooves trampling the monsters one by one. He took the opportunity to check his equipment. The void shoes can briefly propel one up to 300 meters in the air, but cannot change direction while airborne, akin to high jumping, albeit at a much greater height. Voidwalker, Platinum, Level 8 attached attributes, movement speed plus ADM/S attached skill, Voidwalk. Red LV1 consumes 50 mana points, allowing free movement at an altitude of 500 meters for 100 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Note, skill level +1, height +50, duration +10 seconds, maximum level 20. Restriction, level 8 description, shoes that allow one to walk in the air are undoubtedly the dream choice for all non-flying units. Truly worthy of being a platinum item. Yi Chen instantly selected this, and a pair of lightweight shoes appeared in his hands. It's a pity it's restricted to level 8, I'm only level 6. Just as he spoke, a pleasant notification chimed in. Ding! Gain 793 experience points, 32 whiteboard items, 1862 copper coins, small red potions. This was the reward for defeating minor monsters. Since some were lower level than him, they did not provide experience points, and there were very few over-level kills, so the experience was not much, and no high-level equipment dropped. However, getting so many whiteboard items was quite lucky, considering the low drop rate in Se-Chong. Moreover, he still had the 100-fold critical hit, so he didn't choose the whiteboard items and went straight for quality. Triggered 100-fold critical hit, gained 79,300 experience points, 32 silver items. Ding! Congratulations, you're level +2, Earth Dragon level +2. Gain 10 free attribute points, please allocate. Boom! 4 beams of white light rose, and he and his mount each leveled up twice. He immediately equipped the silver items, and he no longer had any beginner gear, but the drop rate was high this time, though the silver items did not come with skills, which was a bit disappointing. However, one shouldn't be greedy. Having several attached attributes was already quite good. I can change shoes now. But the speed shoes have skills that increase movement speed. It would be a shame to switch, yet the Voidwalker is so enticing. There were just too many good things. It was really annoying. If only he could transfer the skill from the speed shoes to the Voidwalker, it would be perfect. Forget it, just a thought. Yi Chen still reluctantly switched to the Voidwalker and maxed out the skill, allowing him to walk at altitudes not exceeding 1500 meters, and also upgraded Swift Sword Shadow, increasing his attack speed to 5 times. Still have quite a bit of experience left. I could upgrade speed step, but unfortunately, speed step is destined to be eliminated. I'll sell it to someone else later. Yi Chen was still quite reluctant. These shoes had helped him a lot. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of a level 13 golden boss. Gained 1 point of legend, reputation plus 300, a world announcement will be made. Do you want to hide your name? As usual, he chose not to hide it. However, this time the equipment leaderboard did not activate. Perhaps having a mount so early was too special, allowing the platinum mount to trigger the mount leaderboard, but the platinum items did not activate the leaderboard. Ding dong! World announcement. Congratulations to player Tion D for the first kill of the level 13 golden boss intermediate stone demon, gaining 1 point. Everyone, congratulate him. The name Tion D resonated throughout the world once again. What the hell? Congratulations. Another world announcement, and a golden boss at that? I just killed a level 2 minor monster. Despite Tion D causing several stirrings, some people had become numb to it, yet he always refreshed people's perceptions, having just defeated a silver boss before moving on to a golden boss. It was truly astonishing. The 9th floor was the final level of the dungeon. Yi Chen took out the demonic energy detection disc and placed it where the boss appeared. Black demonic energy appeared on the detection disc, accompanied by a loud alarm. Alarm, alarm. Demonic energy detected. Rampaging. The term demon civilization came to Yi Chen's mind again, but he currently had too little information to study it. The task can be submitted anyway, so I'll head back immediately. Beginner village. Yi Chen handed over the magic energy detection disc, and the village chief looked at the dense magic energy with a serious expression, worriedly saying, "It's really starting, isn't it? I wonder if we can stop it this time." "Chief, what do you mean by that?" Yi Chen asked curiously. "I need to prepare some things, there's no time left. Take this, you must level up quickly. At least soon, you'll be able to save your life." The village chief was anxious, tossing out a scroll before leaving. Ding! Congratulations, task completed. You have obtained the Destroyer Profession Scroll. Triggered a 100-fold critical hit. You can choose Destroyer Profession Scroll *100 or Annihilator Profession Scroll *1. Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction. He had suspected this before, and now it had really come true. Hidden professions can also have critical hits. Destroyer Profession Scroll Description 1, turns a warrior into a destroyer. 1-star hidden profession. Description 2, destroyer, increases warrior profession by 1x qualification. Description 3, can destroy the skills attached to equipped items, randomly generating a skill of the same grade, requires game currency. Hiss. Increasing by 1x qualification means an effect of 1 attribute point, which is double the original. Leveling up once equals leveling up twice. And there's a special ability. Some skills attached to equipment might not be good, but now they can be destroyed and replaced. Although it's random, whether it's good or bad is unknown, but at least it can be changed, right? Destruction is rebirth. The meaning of this phrase is right here. Yi Chen was already tempted. This scroll could yield 100, one for himself, and 99 could definitely sell for a lot of money. Buying a car and a house would be a piece of cake. He could even afford a villa. Critical hits should be even better. Annihilator profession scroll description 1, turns a warrior into an annihilator. 3-star hidden profession. Description 2, annihilator, increases warrior profession by 3x qualification. Description 3, can break skills from equipment, detach them, and place them into other similar equipment. The skills of both items will merge, possibly adding effects directly or evolving into better skills. Requires game currency. Holy crap. Yi Chen couldn't help but be shocked. Hidden professions actually have grades. Annihilator is much stronger than Destroyer. Increasing by 3x qualification means leveling up once equals leveling up 4 times, and it can detach skills and place them into other equipment. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? He was previously troubled, but now there's light at the end of the tunnel. This is the Annihilator, breaking, and then establishing. It enhances based on the original foundation. It won't go bad, it will only get better. Compared to the random rebirth of the Destroyer, this is much more appealing. Yi Chen also knew that the skills attached to equipment in Sky would be wasted when changing equipment. If the skills had been upgraded, it would be even more wasteful. Now, there's no need to waste. Annihilator. Yi Chen made his choice. Compared to selling profession scrolls for money, enhancing his strength is more important. With strength, isn't money abundant? Moreover, Yi Chen's mindset had changed. Money was just a small goal for him now. The Demon King mentioned by the Stone Demon, the village chief's anxiety. All of this indicates that the waters of Sky are deeper than he imagined, and a storm may arise soon. He must enhance his strength. The profession scroll changed rapidly, and he immediately tore it apart. Ding! Congratulations, you have become an annihilator. Your qualification increased by 3x, your attributes x4, excluding mounts and equipment. Heavenly Emperor, Annihilator, level 8 physical damage 402-408. Defense 480 health 575 mana 270 attack speed 4.617 hit/second movement speed 203 meters/second. His base physical attack is higher than that of the level 13 golden boss, the Stone Demon. Attack speed is even 4 swords per second. And this doesn't even account for equipment skills yet. Due to the presence of the Earth Dragon, the defense is also very high. There's no way around it. He originally obtained an advanced job quest, which turned into a hidden job quest, resulting in a 100-fold critical hit once, and then the hidden job reward, which also received a 100-fold critical hit. Combined, that's a 10,000-fold critical hit. How can one not be thrilled? If we also count the endless battle, I'll be invincible in the Novice village. Yi Chen was full of confidence. Let's try the job ability. He took out the rapid shoes, and with a thought, he released a gray sheen from his hands, resembling a thick aura of death. Ding! To disengage from the rapid step skill and enter the equipment void step, it requires 2,000 silver coins. The consumption varies based on skill and equipment. Grade, do you wish to proceed? So expensive, but thankfully he had the 100-fold critical hit, so he wasn't short on silver coins. Consume. Ding, disengagement successful, skill transformed into void step. Void step, red LV15 consumes 60 mana points, allows walking at an altitude of 1,500 meters with a movement speed of 30 m/s plus 200% base speed, lasting 300 seconds, cooldown of 5 minutes. Note: skill level +1, movement speed +30, duration +20 seconds, max level 20. The skill hasn't advanced, it seems the yellow skill merged in. Insufficient for a red skill advancement. But the effect is perfectly added. Originally, the void step was already level 20, but since the rapid step hadn't leveled up, it dropped a bit in level after becoming void step. He consumed experience points to level the skill back to max. Within 400 seconds, he could walk at a speed of 583 meters per second at an altitude of 1,500 meters. Superhuman. Let's earn some more money and get the swift sword shadow onto the peerless sword. Yi Chen was full of fighting spirit, continuously acquiring skills and accumulating them onto one piece of equipment. At that time, even trash skills could become divine skills, right? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Big shot, what are you laughing at? Suddenly, a pair of jade arms patted him on the shoulder. He turned to see it was Rabbit. Rabbit had been waiting for him in the Novice village and finally saw him. Big shot, you got some whiteboard gear earlier, can you sell it to me? 15,000 soft sister coins each. Still 15,000? Yi Chen was shocked. Aren't a lot of people having whiteboard gear now? It's already worthless, aren't you going to bargain? Whiteboard gear was already trash, it was sold at a high price. Before because others didn't have it. After a while, people might not even want it for free. No worries, I have money. Rabbit rabbit rabbit. Said confidently with a hint of shyness, also, I wanted to add you as a friend. What a rich girl. Sorry, trading is fine, but adding friends is out of the question. Yi Chen shook his head. Why not? Women will only slow down my sword drawing speed. Yi Chen walked away, with a look of disdain, warning her not to tempt him. Truly you. Rabbit 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 felt defeated again and laughed. Alright. Since the big shot is unwilling, I won't joke with you anymore. The trade remains, but I also need your help. Yi Chen took out all the whiteboard gear and handed it to Rabbit rabbit rabbit. Ding! Your account ending in has received 1,545,000 soft sister coins. 1.54 million. The whiteboard equipment contributed by proudly looking down on the sky could be considered having reached the end of its life. What help? Seeing Rabbit 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 so generous, Yi Chen also extended a hand to a smiling person. Of course, tempting me is not allowed. Rabbit rabbit rabbit. My friend discovered a dungeon, but it's too difficult for us to pass. Can we ask you to take us? All the loot from the dungeon will be credited to you. Yi Chen became interested. He was just worried about not having monsters to kill, so a dungeon sounded good. Yi Chen followed Rabbit 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 to the dungeon location, where a pitch-black light gate stood before them. A group of people gathered here, all exuding righteousness and appearing disciplined. Dragon Core Xingyang, Dragon Core Fenghe, their nicknames all carry the prefix of Dragon Core, indicating they belong to the same guild. Dragon Core? I haven't heard of them. Compared to the legendary first guild of the Dragon Kingdom, Pride of the Sky, these people seem like a stronger guild, and they have surpassed the guild itself, showing remarkable discipline. Yi Chen nodded secretly. There were about 50 of them, all above level 4, all elites. Perhaps they had members in other novice villages as well. Young lady. Dragon Core Zhenyang nodded to Tutu, who was the leader of the Dragon Core in this novice village. He then looked at Yi Chen blandly and said, the name of the Heavenly Emperor is well known. With the young lady inviting you, we need not worry about clearing the dungeon. Yes, the Heavenly Emperor has truly brought us pride in the Dragon Kingdom. With the Heavenly Emperor here, we will definitely succeed. Other members of the Dragon Core also spoke enthusiastically, all with expressions of admiration. Not at all, Tutu has bought me quite a bit of equipment. Yi Chen smiled, glancing at Tutu, not expecting this little girl to be some kind of young lady. Well, she is a rich and beautiful girl, but the people of the Dragon Core did make him look at them with a bit more respect. Although they spoke to him with admiration, there was a sense of calmness, unlike other players who, upon seeing him as the Heavenly Emperor, would almost kneel in worship. Such people are indeed more likable. What kind of dungeon is it? Is it very difficult? Yi Chen asked again. Very difficult. It was fine at first, but later we encountered many monsters that we simply couldn't defeat, and we had to retreat to avoid dying and losing levels. Then I thought, if we could bring you this great deity. Tutu spoke with a pitiful tone, clearly having just been defeated. The members of the Dragon Core looked at Yi Chen with eager expressions. Dragon Core, the guild created by the Dragon Kingdom's military and sky. But because the members in this novice village lacked good talents, they were stumped by the dungeon, and the Dragon Core was very low-key. Their goal was not to compete in the game. They aimed to explore the civilization of Sky for the Dragon Kingdom. They didn't care whether they were the first guild in the game, but they still needed to improve their strength. How could they explore the mysteries without improvement? They had their own pride and would not kneel to the Heavenly Emperor like other players. The Dragon Kingdom's military served the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Their only fear was always the people, and apart from that, they never bowed to anyone. But now they couldn't get through. Asking the Heavenly Emperor for help was still acceptable. Alright, no problem. Yi Chen nodded. Let's open the dungeon. Many monsters? He liked it when there were many monsters. Great. Dragon Core Zhenyang was overjoyed, taking out an item and placing it on the dungeon portal. This item was the key to opening the dungeon. Without it, no one could enter, not even Yi Chen. On the portal, 6 options appeared: easy, normal, hard, elite, abyss, nightmare, which were the 6 difficulty levels of the dungeons in Sky. The harder it was, the higher the rewards. Zhenyang was about to choose normal, and the others looked on with eager expressions. Wait, you guys didn't even clear normal? At that moment, an out-of-place voice rang out. Everyone turned to look, and it was Yi Chen who spoke. Damn. Come on, normal is already quite difficult. To be honest. Zhenyang's face turned red. Previously, we cleared the easy difficulty, relying on the whiteboard gear we bought from you, with some priests helping us. But normal is just too hard. How hard? There are many level 4 and 5 whiteboard monsters, and there should be more behind, but we didn't get the chance to see. Yi Chen expressed. Is that it? Alright, open the dungeon for me. He shook his head lightly and said firmly, let's choose nightmare difficulty. Nightmare? I can't be hearing this right? A nightmare must be incredibly difficult. We definitely can't get through at this stage. Upon hearing this, everyone in the dragon team began to dissuade. Normal is already very hard. A nightmare is simply unimaginable. Zhang Yang frowned. Yeah, big shot. Even this absolutely loyal little fan kept shaking. her head, we just need to get through the normal dungeon and earn some ordinary rewards. Let's go for the nightmare. But Yi Chen insisted. He was practically invincible in the novice village. What was there to be afraid of? Alright then. Zhang Yang nodded helplessly. After all, they had asked for help, so it wasn't good to dissuade too much. The items for opening the dungeon would disappear after clearing it, but if they failed, they wouldn't disappear and could be opened again later. Letting Yi Chen fail once would make it easier to persuade him. Others shared this thought. With the Heavenly Emperor around, getting through the normal dungeon should be no problem. As for the nightmare, they were already prepared for death and showed no fear. Sacrificing my life to accompany a gentleman, at worst, we can resurrect and come back, gaining some experience with the Heavenly Emperor. Let's go, let's go. What's there to be afraid of? Yi Chen shook his head with a smile. Can you trust me a little? Zhang Yang chose the nightmare option, and Rabbit also took out the whiteboard gear she had just bought, arming the dragon team members, hoping they could die a little slower when they went to their doom. Everyone felt they were just accompanying the strong ally, the Heavenly Emperor, for a bit of fun. All of them stepped into the dungeon. Ding! System prompt: you have entered the nightmare level beast dungeon first layer. Woof! Woof! A pack of canine beasts charged over. Mad wild dogs. Whiteboard level 6 attack 31-35 health 61 defense 23. Hiss. Level 6 whiteboard monsters. Be careful. We won't be wiped out right away, will we? Panic surged in their hearts. They didn't even have level 5 characters yet, but they encountered level 6 right at the start. Truly a nightmare level. Shield guard, quickly. Step up. Warriors charge, assassins flank from the side, archers. Fortunately, they were disciplined, and after a moment of panic, they quickly organized a reasonable formation under Zhenyan's orders, facing the canine beasts with full readiness. Next, it was likely to be a fierce battle. Blood was bound to be shed. They couldn't help but look at the Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, they could only rely on him, but there was only one Heavenly Emperor, and he surely wouldn't have time to help them. They were destined to die, truly sacrificing their lives to accompany a gentleman. Heavenly Emperor, don't worry about killing. We'll heal you. Priests, be ready to heal. Rabbit was a priest, holding the normal staff she bought from Yi Chen, leading a group of priests, ready to heal everyone at any moment. Does it have to be this troublesome? Yi Chen's calm voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over in surprise. The Heavenly Emperor still appeared calm and collected, as dozens of enemies charged at him, yet he made no move, leisurely waiting for the enemies to arrive. Big shot, we know you're strong. But at this point, let's drop the decorum and hurry. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly rose. Ding! 76 enemies. Physical attack increased by 76%. 61. All the canine beasts that got close to Yi Chen were instantly wiped out, and the glow of the shock armor on him gradually faded. He walked with an easy stride and said lightly, let's go. With a ground full of corpses, Yi Chen didn't even glance back, effortlessly stepping over them as if those more than 70 monsters were just a speck of humble dust. Hiss. This, was it a second? Damn, I didn't even see how he struck. The monster that could have wiped us out was easily taken down by the Heavenly Emperor? Is this what a big shot is? Like, the Heavenly Emperor is even more impressive than I imagined. The members of the dragon team watched this scene, their scalps tingling. They were very low-key and conservative, never overly praising anyone, nor easily showing any signs of astonishment. When they met the Heavenly Emperor earlier, everyone had restrained their admiration. But now, they could no longer hold back. So strong, so admirable. This. Zheng Yang was dumbfounded, having never seen such a domineering person, momentarily at a loss for words. As expected of a big shot. In Tutu's heart, a storm was brewing. She had seen the dog monster in a panic, while the Heavenly Emperor effortlessly killed the strong enemy without even moving, then casually waved his sleeve and left, as if it were all just a trivial matter. Here she was, the proud daughter of the capital, appearing very low. It wasn't that she lacked confidence, but in front of the Heavenly Emperor, she couldn't muster any. Let's go. The next level will definitely be harder. We must help the Heavenly Emperor. Hurry up. People finally came to their senses. They were all upright individuals, of course. They couldn't let the Heavenly Emperor do all the monster killing alone. They had to contribute their share of strength so they wouldn't feel guilty. They stepped into the second level. You guys are here? Yi Chen's calm voice rang out, and everyone looked up to see the ground already covered in corpses. Holy crap! In just that brief moment of being stunned, the Heavenly Emperor had already wiped out the monsters in the second level? This is just too outrageous. Let's go. Yi Chen stepped forward easily, a prompt sound ringing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 87 enemies, earning a whiteboard item, normal ring, *1, and 89 copper coins. 100-fold critical hit, earning a silver item, recovery ring, *1, and 89 silver coins. This was a healing ring, not very useful for Yi Chen, but at least it was a silver item, better than the white silver ring he had been wearing before, so he immediately equipped it. The monsters in the first two levels were too pathetic. He couldn't even be bothered to use them to accumulate hostility, directly killing them instead. This time, we must keep up. The third level will definitely be difficult. People followed him into the third level, encountering a group of even stronger monsters. Storm Cheetah, Black Iron, level 8 attack, 40-43 health, 88 defense, 35 skills. Windstep, Wild Slaughter, Furious Tail Whip description, very fast, be careful damn, Black Iron level 8. That's double our level, let's charge in. Black Iron monsters have much higher attributes than whiteboard monsters of the same level. I encountered one before, and I was instantly killed. Form a line, protect the Heavenly Emperor. None of the Dragon team members were afraid, they lined up to protect the Heavenly Emperor but did not take the initiative to attack, knowing that charging in would be suicidal and would cause trouble for the Heavenly Emperor, unwilling to hold him back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cheetahs charged in swiftly, their sharp claws making one shudder. Clang! Suddenly, a sharp sword cry rang out. Yi Chen had drawn his sword. People looked over in surprise. This was the first time they had seen the Heavenly Emperor take action. Previously, he hadn't even moved and had killed all the monsters. What would happen when he did act? Yi Chen was also feeling excited. With level 8 monsters, he would gain something. Ding! 45 enemies, physical attack plus 45%. Boom! Unmatched dominance. 3 sword chi, each 200 meters long, surged forward, enveloping the charging cheetahs. Their bodies were instantly torn apart, and amidst the splattering of blood, they fell helplessly. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 90 experience points and 167 copper coins. A bit regrettable, no equipment dropped. But it didn't matter, Yi Chen's equipment was sufficient for now. Triggered 100-fold critical hit, gaining 9,000 experience points and 167 silver coins. There is still one skill, Rapid Sword Shadow, that hasn't been upgraded. As a yellow skill, the experience required for upgrading isn't low, but it's not that high either, so I'll upgrade it immediately. Ding! Rapid Sword Shadow is now max level. Attack speed can reach 5 times. This skill is excellent. Yi Chen even feels that it will be useful later on, and he can merge it with other equipment using the breaker. At this moment, the members of the dragon team watched him wipe out the monsters with a single sword, stunned once again. Hiss! That's not just a trash monster, it's an 8-level Black Iron monster. Can it really be killed in one hit? I finally saw the big shot in action. That sword's elegance is truly captivating. I've noticed something, can we only shout 666? People's faces turned red. They weren't weak. At the current stage of Sky, they could be considered elites in the entire world, but when with the Emperor, they had no chance to act, only able to shout awesome. Even if they did act, they couldn't win. It wasn't that they weren't strong, it was that the Emperor was too strong. The gap was just too vast. They weren't just shamelessly tagging along, they wanted to help the Emperor. But, sigh, who on earth is this fierce person? Which noble family in the imperial capital does he belong to? A swordsmanship genius from an ancient martial arts family? Dragon Team Zheng Yang had shining eyes, he knew some hidden truths. Players entering Sky could use their real-world martial arts here, and some were comparable to certain skills. After all, this was a world that felt real, without so many restrictions. For example, military boxing could also be used here. But to be honest, it just added some attack methods, making it more flexible and easier to deal damage. That sword, could it also be a real-world martial art? Impossible. Even if real-world martial arts were applied here, they wouldn't be that impressive. Regardless of where he's from, he's one of us from Dragon Country. That's great. Zheng Yang stomped his feet in excitement. Using a sword, is this what he meant when he said a woman affects his speed of drawing the sword? Rabbit's face turned red. Pa, what are you thinking? Brothers, hurry up and keep up. Let's go. Let's go. Everyone was very excited. They had already recognized reality and were ready to lie flat. As long as they didn't hold back, shouting 666 from behind wasn't a problem. With the Emperor around, maybe they could really get through the nightmare dungeon. 5th level. This time it was still an 8-level monster, but it was of the bronze level. This time, Yi Chen didn't act. Instead, he patted the earth dragon beneath him and said, "It's up to you." Roar! The earth dragon roared excitedly. This was its first time acting alone. Dragon might. The roar shook the heavens, and the vast dragon might spread across the monster group, causing them to freeze in place. Ding! Under the dragon might, all enemies are confused for 4 seconds. Dragon tail sweep. The massive dragon tail swept out, sending a group of monsters flying, but the monsters still didn't wake up, only able to passively take hits as the earth dragon charged into the enemy ranks, trampling the beasts underfoot. 35, 47, 72, dragon tail sweep. The earth dragon's physical attack reached 64,104 with a large fluctuation. This isn't low, but rather the upper limit of attack is quite high. As a defensive mount, it was already very strong. As for Dragon Tail Sweep, it could deal double damage and was area damage. As a skill available at a low level, it was already quite good, and new skills could emerge after upgrading. Roar! It was like a king. Incredibly domineering, with the beasts merely dust beneath its feet. After 4 seconds, the enemies woke up. Earth walls. Earth walls appeared in front of the earth dragon, with very high defense. Damage. of 0, 0 kept appearing. The beast's damage couldn't break through the earth wall's defense, nearly scratching it. Soon after, all the monsters were killed by it. It returned to Yi Chen's feet, affectionately requesting him to sit on it. Among the beast herd, it was the king of kings, but here with Yi Chen, it was just a good baby. Not bad. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. As an 8th level creature, the earth dragon could easily crush bronze monsters. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 130 experience points, 345 copper coins, a bronze item, mana regeneration necklace, *1, and a small red potion. Triggered a 100-fold critical hit, gaining 13,000 experience points, 34,500 copper coins or 345 silver coins. Mana regeneration necklace, *100 or golden grade equipment, spirit necklace, *2. The pleasant notification sounds continued to come in. The ground was littered with copper coins, and there were also equipment drops and quite a few potions. The Yi Chen wasn't too focused on the potions. It was too powerful. There was no chance to use potions for now, alas. He stepped forward to pick up the items. As people witnessed this scene, they could no longer suppress the tumultuous waves in their hearts. Wow, the boss hasn't even made a move. The mount can kill enemies. I've heard that the boss's mount is a dragon, and seeing it now, it truly is extraordinary. Just now, it almost scared me to death. Facing dozens of monsters alone, it was a strong beatdown. I'm so envious. This nightmare dungeon should be a sure win now. They marveled endlessly, and together, they couldn't compare to just one of his mounts. Of course, it was also because the Heavenly Emperor was impressive, able to tame such a mount. The Earth Dragon, listening to their praises, proudly raised its head. And there's a bronze item. People looked at the loot on the ground and became even more envious. They were all wearing basic gear, not even a black iron item, while the Heavenly Emperor had a bronze item. And it was a necklace. In Sky Realm, it was very difficult to obtain a necklace. Defensive and offensive gear were relatively more common. Is it okay if I take these items? Yi Chen turned back and smiled. Of course, no problem. Absolutely no problem. They are all from the boss's kills, so naturally they belong to you. We're just here to broaden our horizons. Even if we helped kill, according to our previous agreement, all loot belongs to you, let alone now. At this point, their faces turned quite red. They had previously thought they were just accompanying the Heavenly Emperor to play in the Nightmare Dungeon, and that the Heavenly Emperor might be a bit arrogant due to his strength, thinking that after failing in the Nightmare Dungeon, he would be much better. They didn't expect him to easily crush everything. That wasn't arrogance, it was confidence brought by strength. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. These people weren't bad. Turning around, he looked at the loot with confusion. He hadn't yet chosen whether the loot was a quality critical hit or a quantity critical hit, so it lay on the ground in its original state, and he immediately collected it all into his backpack. The critical hit process couldn't be shown to others. These people looked decent, not bad people, but Yi Chen still needed to maintain a basic level of vigilance. The quality bonus of the bronze item is equivalent to 2 golden items? He recalled the previous notification. Ding! System notification, bronze item 100-fold quality critical hit, surpassing golden items but not reaching platinum level, so it is 2 identical golden items. So that's how it is. Black iron items can critically hit to become golden items, crossing 3 grades. Only golden items can critically hit to become platinum items, crossing just 1 grade, because, as the grade increases, the gap becomes larger, and the later stages may be even more difficult. Now it seems, under the quality critical hit, whiteboard silver, black iron gold, bronze gold *2, silver, gold *3, gold platinum. By the time it reaches platinum level, a 100-fold quality critical hit might not even be enough to hit diamond gear. But that's okay. Yi Chen didn't forget one thing. The 100-fold critical hit privilege can grow. But how do I choose now? I don't need 2 identical golden items. This is the trouble of being too excellent. While others have no golden equipment, he has 2 of the same kind. Unfortunately, they occupy the same slot, so he can only wear 1 at a time. But it's better than having none, right? Others would want it but can't even get it. Forget it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. If it really doesn't work, I'll just save it for later and sell it. The golden equipment definitely won't be sold for now. There's no need to boost someone else's strength. It's like the people from the Dragon team. He feels they're decent, but they haven't reached a level of trust yet, and they seem quite mysterious. Golden equipment can still fetch a high price later on. He's not worried about selling it, he'll keep it for now. Mana regeneration necklace, bronze, level 8 bonus effect, mana regeneration plus 10%, self-regeneration, bonus skill, none restrictions. Level 8 description, equipment that regenerates mana, a much-needed item for mages and priests, and also very necessary for warriors who are low on mana. It's just average. It's decent for mages since they regenerate mana quickly, but warriors regenerate mana slowly. Spirit necklace, gold, level 8 bonus effect, mana regeneration plus 30%, self-regeneration, potion regeneration, bonus skill, spirit. Vitality, blue LV1 consumes 1 point of mana, mana regeneration plus 100%, self-regeneration, potion regeneration, cooldown 1 minute. Note, skill level +1, mana regeneration +10%, max level 15. Description: this is different. Directly regenerates mana +30% and even includes potions, with the skill providing +100%, which means the recovery speed and amount of a mana potion is doubled, and the skill itself consumes very little. The cooldown is also very short. An absolute tool for mana regeneration. Although Yi-Chen doesn't need mana as much now, with more skills later, he will definitely struggle, especially since he hasn't added any mana attributes and is relying solely on the Earth Dragon's attribute feedback to support him. Ding, you have selected Spirit Necklace *2. After the equipment was placed in the backpack, it immediately transformed from a bronze glow to a golden glow. After he cancelled the glow, he immediately put on the necklace. I'm so envious of the big shot having bronze equipment. People still didn't know it was golden equipment. At this moment, Yi-Chen also allocated experience points, not choosing to upgrade Spirit Vitality. As this was sufficient for now, he chose to upgrade himself. Ding, your level +1, gained 5 free attribute points. Boom. A blinding white light erupted, successfully reaching level 9. The higher the level, the harder it becomes to level up, but for him, it was easy. This made the Dragon team members envious. After level 4, it became very difficult for them to level up. The big shot must be at a high level, and now he leveled up again, making him even stronger. I wonder what level the big shot is. Should be around level 6 or 7, right? Isn't it possible he's higher? Impossible, leveling up is so hard. He must have good talent to be this strong. People whispered among themselves as they followed the Heavenly Emperor into the 6th layer. Indeed, the final layer. Ding! You have entered the final layer. The scenery before them changed, and they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar world with a vast sky and white clouds floating by. Above, a group of eagles soared, diving down rapidly. They were completely unreasonable, attacking on sight. Gale Eagle, bronze, level 10 attack, 52-55 health, 99 defense, 45 skills, Windblade, Wing Strike, high-speed spin. Description: the Fierce Gale is their weapon. Level 10 monsters. Are they flying units? We can't even hit them. The Dragon team members shouted. The monsters were strong, but the main issue was that they could fly. At this stage, no player could fly, so they couldn't even touch the monsters. The Heavenly Emperor. He was a warrior, so he definitely couldn't fly. Archers, prepare. Attack from a distance to distract the enemies, lure the monsters down, and let the Heavenly Emperor kill them. But the Dragon team was not afraid. They did what they could. About 10 archers raised their longbows, ready to provide some cover when the monsters attacked, right? They had already done well. However, a faint voice rang out. Why go through all this trouble? Yi-Chen shook his head slightly and suddenly stomped his feet. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from beneath him, propelling his body into the sky. 300 meters. 600 meters. Holy crap, the big shot can fly? What level is he? He can fly already? Wait, he's just leaping. His power is great but not enough to adjust his position. Compared to the Gale Eagle, which can change direction in the air, the Heavenly Emperor is at a significant disadvantage. The sky was not the main battlefield for warriors. People were still quite worried. The Gale Eagles were startled to see Yi-Chen soaring into the sky. They hadn't expected this human to be so powerful, but soon their anger flared up. They were the true rulers of the sky. Caw! They screeched, ready to show Yi-Chen what they were made of. Ding! Enemy count 201, physical attack plus 201%. It was clear that there were quite a few monsters this time, and Yi-Chen was feeling great. As the monsters charged, Yi-Chen smirked derisively. TCH, trash. Whoosh! He turned and effortlessly dodged the monsters' attacks. With the Yi Void step, his speed was too fast for the monsters to hit him, and he glided through the enemy ranks like flowing water. In an instant, he shook off all the monsters. The Gale Eagles were left dumbfounded, still trying to process what was happening. What was going on? This human was even more agile than they were in the air. Moreover, Yi-Chen glided past them, walking freely in the sky, ascending step by step. Stomp! With a single step, he covered hundreds of meters. 900 meters. 1,200 meters. Yi-Chen reached a great height, and everything on the ground shrank to the size of dust in his eyes. Under the terrifying shockwave, the surrounding clouds rapidly gathered and dispersed, as if fearing his arrival. Wow, the big shot walks on air. What's the difference between this and flying? Superman, a warrior, can actually fly. A celestial being. People looked up at Yi-Chen in the sky. At that moment, he seemed extremely small to them, yet he appeared very grand, accomplishing what they could not, soaring into the clouds. Soaring straight up, walking on air. The rabbit was mesmerized, once again feeling her own insignificance. This proud daughter of heaven was now worlds apart from the Heavenly Emperor. He was the cloud, and she was the mud. Aside from her family background, she was nothing in front of the Heavenly Emperor. And at that moment, boom! Yi-Chen waved his large sleeve, and the force collided with the clouds, creating a massive convection. The clouds ahead were instantly blasted apart and a terrifying vortex was born, revealing a clear and bright sky. Parting the clouds, he called out, "I knew you were hiding here, why don't you come out?" Caw! A proud roar echoed as a massive head emerged. From the swirling clouds, golden wings stirring the winds and fierce eyes locked onto Yi-Chen. Gale Eagle King, Golden Boss. Level 14 attack, 482 health, 635 defense, 370 skills, Eagle Strike, Whirlwind Blade, Rapid Charge. Description: the Furious Eagle King loves to hide in the clouds and sleep. Do not disturb its slumber or its wrath will be unbearable. The terrifying Eagle King left everyone in awe. Golden Boss. As expected from a nightmare dungeon, the minions are black iron, and the boss is golden. What? A huge leap. I remember before, the big shot also killed a golden boss. But this one is different, this one can fly. And there are many small monsters as well. Before, the Heavenly Emperor killed the golden boss and he must have cleared the small monsters first, but now he actively seeks out the boss. The small monsters will obstruct him. They looked anxiously at the sky, where the small monsters were approaching the Heavenly Emperor again. Hundreds of monsters surrounded him, attacks coming from all directions. What could they do? But then, the Heavenly Emperor took a step forward and casually swung his sword. His body formed a series of afterimages, creating countless versions of the Heavenly Emperor in the air, and with a speed faster than the Gale Eagle King, he instantly dodged all the attacks. Fast speed, unassailable. Whoosh! A sword swung out, striking the Gale Eagle King's neck. Ding! Enemy 202, physical attack plus 202%, 635. A shallow sword mark appeared on the Gale Eagle King's neck, which quickly expanded. Blood spraying into the sky as the Gale Eagle King's body fell straight down from the air. In its eyes, there was still confusion. From start to finish, it hadn't even had the chance to strike back before being killed in an instant. D died? A golden level 14 boss killed in an instant? That sword just now looked plain and unremarkable, like a simple basic attack, but it killed the boss? People were utterly shocked, rendered numb by the scene. Yi-Chen turned around. Steadily standing high in the air, he smiled at the swirling clouds and the surrounding enemies. Just now, he had indeed delivered a simple basic attack that had killed the boss. This nightmare dungeon was nothing more than that. Ding! Enemy count -1, physical attack -1%, overall plus 201%. You like to swarm and bully me alone? He looked at the approaching small monsters. I prefer it when you swarm me. Boom! The whoosh wang. Sword unleashed 3 sword energies, each 200 meters long, killing most of the monsters. Because the Gale Eagle was relatively fast, some managed to evade the sword energies, but it didn't matter. Yi-Chen still had the Rapid Sword. Rapid Sword Shadow. In just a few seconds, all the small monsters were dead. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the Gale Eagle King and 201 Gale Eagles, earning 502 experience points, 1 golden level treasure chest, 1 bronze item, Gale Cloak, 923 copper coins, and a red potion. Triggered a 100-fold critical hit, earning 50,200 experience points, 100 golden level treasure chests or 1 platinum level treasure chest, 100 Gale Cloaks, or 2 golden level Gale Eagle Cloaks, silver coins. The air was filled with dropped items, and Yi-Chen waved his large sleeve, collecting all the loot into his backpack. People caught a glimpse and still saw the extraordinary golden light. Is that treasure chest a golden one? And there's a bronze item, another one. They watched as Yi-Chen descended from the sky, like a war king returning triumphantly with abundant spoils. Meanwhile, Yi-Chen was also checking his gains. Game currency and potions were naturally not worth mentioning. Golden level treasure chest, description, opens a golden level item, which could be a golden weapon, golden level treasure, blue skill corresponding to golden level equipment, golden level gem, etc. You can choose 100. That means 100 golden level items. But with a critical hit, it could turn into a platinum treasure chest. Yi-Chen found himself hesitating for the first time in a long while, not thinking too much for now, and checked another item. Gale Cloak, bronze. Item, level, 10 attached attributes, control immunity plus 10% attached skill, Gale attack, green LV1 consumes 5 mana, releases a Gale attack from the cloak, range 5 by 5 meters, damages, 70 plus 100% magic damage, lasts 3 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Note, skill level, plus 1, range 6 by 6, skill level plus 2, range 7 by 7, maximum level 7. Restrictions, mage, level 10. Not bad, but it's for mages. Yi-Chen can't use it. Could it be that his luck has run out this time? He quickly went to check the effects after the critical hit. Gale Hawk Cloak, golden item, level, 10 attached effects, control immunity plus 10%, casting speed plus 10% attached skill, Gale Hawkswarm. Blue LV1 consumes 60 mana, summons 50 Gale Hawks of the same level as you, to assist you in defeating enemies, cannot exceed level 50, lasts for 1 minute, cooldown 3 minutes. Note, skill level plus 1, number of monsters plus 10, duration plus 10 seconds, maximum level 15. Restrictions, warrior, level 10. Wow, The mage equipment turned into warrior equipment after the critical hit. And the warrior can summon too? Yi-Chen thought for a moment. He preferred to bypass the small monsters and go straight for the boss, but being tangled up by small monsters was quite annoying. If he could summon Gale Hawks, they could block the small monsters. This way, he could accumulate the small monsters' hostility and dominate the boss. Gale Hawks are flying units. The Earth Dragon is fierce but cannot fly, it is the land's overlord. Now he could summon 50 Gale Hawks, potentially reaching 200, and their level would match his own. Being bronze grade is not bad, they could help him a lot. This is it. The cloak in his backpack instantly turned golden and split into two identical ones, but he couldn't use both. Yi-Chen could wear one cloak, while the other would just gather dust in his backpack. What a waste for a golden item. I actually have quite a few golden items. He glanced at the treasure chest. With 100 golden chests, he couldn't use that many golden items by himself. He might even have to sell some, and he could end up opening many identical items, which would lower their value. Go big. Take a chance, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Ding. Congratulations. You have chosen critical quality. The golden chest has turned into a platinum chest, and the treasure inside Puppet Gold *1 has transformed into Clone Platinum *1. System notification. The items in the chest have been synchronized with the critical hit and cannot be critically hit again. Hiss. Normally, when opening a treasure chest, one wouldn't know the items inside in advance, but now it was all revealed. 2 item panels appeared before Yi-Chen. Puppet, golden grade treasure, effect, creates a puppet that looks and breathes like you, with false data but no real power. Description, essential for showing off and playing dumb. This thing is not bad, but why would Yi-Chen want to show off? It would just create a fake heavenly emperor purely for intimidation. Sometimes it could be used to attract enemies and protect his true self, but he didn't really need that function. Clone, platinum grade treasure. Effect, creates a clone identical to you, possessing all your internal attributes but cannot have external ones, and requires experience points to level up, max level 300. Description, from the virtual to the real, mastering the truth. Hiss. He could actually create a real heavenly emperor. All internal attributes are included, meaning privileges, talents, self-skills, these are all inherent to the body. One heavenly emperor is already so powerful, what about 2? Max level 300? Not a problem. Yi-Chen himself is only level 9, so he has no idea what level 300 looks like. The clone is now a platinum grade treasure, he just obtained it. And would he have no chance to get a higher grade in the future? External attributes, the clone does not have. That means equipment, gems, mounts, and such. Even better. He was previously worried about 2 identical golden items dropping from bronze items, thinking it was a waste, but now there was a silver lining. Ha ha ha, awesome. Yi-Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ding. Congratulations, your level +1, free attribute points +5, please allocate. Immediately consume experience points and successfully reach level 10, allowing the wearing of the Storm Eagle cloak. He changed into it right away and upgraded his skills to the maximum level, enabling him to summon 200 Storm Eagles. The experience points gained this time were considerable, as defeating even the small monsters counted as a level up kill. Then, he used the clone treasure. Ding. Using clone, target is Heavenly Emperor, usage successful. The clone possesses vitality, but since it is transformed from a treasure, it can stay in the backpack. The clone was originally a phantom-like lifeless entity, but now it had solidified, bursting with life force, its appearance and figure transformed to resemble Yi-Chen. The backpack could only hold lifeless objects, but he could stay inside. He could come out at any time. Ding, the clone is nicknamed Heavenly Emperor, possessing the 100-fold critical hit privilege, SSS level talent, endless battle, and basic reconnaissance skill. This was inherent to Yi-Chen. However, the clone was still weak, so Yi-Chen immediately used experience points to upgrade it. Ding. Clone level +6, gain 30 free attribute points, please allocate. Unfortunately, there weren't enough experience points left, so he could only pause for now, but it wasn't a problem. Yi-Chen could gain experience points too easily and could quickly level up the clone to equip it with good gear. Moreover, was level 6 really that weak? Boom! Yi-Chen had just leveled up. A burst of white light shot up into the sky as he descended from the air, the white light blasting open the clouds above. A group of level 4 players on the ground looked on enviously at this scene. He leveled up again. What level is this? Big shot, anyway? I feel like he's around level 7 or 8, which is about double our level. Ding! Congratulations, you are the first player to reach level 10. The level leaderboard will be activated. You rank first in the world, gaining 1000 reputation points. Do you want to hide your name? You have killed a level 14 golden boss. A world announcement will be made, gaining. Do you want to hide your name? At this moment, Yi-Chen heard the prompt again. No hiding. Be a person, don't be fake. I feel like he might be level 9. Rabbit had just started to speak. Ding dong. World announcement. Congratulations to player Dragon. Nation Heavenly Emperor for becoming the first player to reach level 10. The server level leaderboard, national level leaderboard. Regional level leaderboard, activated. Heavenly Emperor gains 1000 reputation points, truly enviable to others. The world announcement suddenly took the stage, playing 20 times in a row. 10, level 10. Rabbit was in shock, everyone in the Dragon team wore expressions of disbelief. They had already imagined the Heavenly Emperor's level to be high, but they still didn't expect him to reach level 10. The higher the level, the harder it was to upgrade. The experience points from level 9 to 10 were enough for them to go from level 1 to level 4. They didn't know that Yi Chen's upgrades were even harder than they thought. After becoming a destroyer, the upgrade requirements had increased, and he also had to upgrade skills, clones, and so on. They had witnessed the power of the Heavenly Emperor firsthand, which led them to think of his level as even higher. Not to mention others. Oh my god, level 10. I'm only level 2. Baka, the highest level in our Sakura nation, is said to be only level 7, and he's already level 10? Crazy, and they say he's not cheating? Countless prodigies from various countries, some with A-level talents, even S-level talents, were now clenching their fists, their faces filled with disbelief. They had been stimulated by the Heavenly Emperor earlier and were working even harder to kill monsters. But still, they couldn't compare. He must have gained a lot of experience points from killing a golden boss earlier, which is why he leveled up so quickly. I'll go kill one too, let's see if I can find a level 10. The president of the first guild in Big Rice Country, level 8 God Lord, said with a clenched fist. He had S-level talent, and it shouldn't be a problem to kill a golden boss at level 2 higher. As for the golden boss that Yi Chen killed earlier, it might just be luck. That golden boss could have been injured just right, allowing him to swoop in and take the kill. There have been players with such luck in the past, otherwise, it's hard to explain. He has worked so hard, and with the help of guild members, why should he be worse than Yi Chen? Others with S-level talents think the same way. But suddenly, another notification sound rang out. Ding dong. World announcement. Congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, for successfully achieving the first kill of the level 14 golden boss, earning 1 point of legendary status and 300 reputation points. Let's all congratulate him. The world announcement took the stage again. Level 14 golden boss? Appa, this person is too terrifying. This time he's gone even harder. Appa, can you surpass him? Ahem, be good, let's not compare. You're useless, I don't want you anymore. Humans around the globe gasped in amazement, while the great players angrily looked up. How did he kill another one? The previous kill could be explained as luck, but this time, ding! Congratulations, you have earned 100,000 reputation points, leaderboard activated, 100-fold critical hit, 100 points of legendary status, and 30,000 reputation points. First kill of boss, 100-fold critical hit. Yi Chen didn't care about the heated discussions in the world channel and nodded in satisfaction. Look at that while you're all jealous, I've gained something good. Reputation points can be used in the main city. Legendary status can open legendary dungeons, which are different from common dungeons. You must have legendary status to enter, and it's hard to obtain, only achievable through first kills of bosses. Once a boss is killed, it respawns, but killing it again won't grant legendary status. It can be said that legendary status is exclusive to the great players. Anything the first time is precious. Just like when Yi Chen first completed the Beast dungeon and obtained a golden treasure chest, but others who complete it later cannot get a golden treasure chest. Even silver level ones are hard to come by. Not to mention platinum treasure chests. Great player, you're too strong. As Yi Chen landed, people exchanged words. This wasn't flattery, but heartfelt truth. Let's leave. Okay. Everyone silently chanted, exit the dungeon. A notification sound echoed in their minds. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the Nightmare Level Beast dungeon, settling contributions. Your contribution is 0%. However, completing the Nightmare dungeon for the first time grants a title reward and activates a world announcement. Do you want to hide your name? Zhang Yang, 222, and others couldn't help but blush. They were the ones who brought the Heavenly Emperor, yet they contributed nothing. It's not that they didn't try, it's just, sigh, hide. They chose to hide, 1. Because they felt embarrassed for having no contribution and didn't dare to take credit, and 2. Because the members of the Dragon team were all very low-key people. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed. Contribution 100%, reward, Knight's Oath Gold, *1, first completion of the Nightmare Dungeon, earning an additional title reward, Dungeon Slayer. Do you want to hide your nickname and treasure information? What Yi Chen heard was different. Oh, how did I also get the Knight's Oath here? This is a good thing, even better than equipment. I'm not worried about having too much. In that case, my avatar also has a chance to have a mount. Do not hide nickname, hide treasure information. It's better not to tell others about treasures. The world announcement immediately rang out. Ding dong. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Country player, Heavenly Emperor, the first player to lead a team to complete the Nightmare level dungeon, contribution 100%. earning 1 golden level treasure, title, Dungeon Slayer, and 500 reputation points. World announcement: congratulations to Dragon Country player, XX, for being the first player to clear the Nightmare Dungeon, contribution 0, awarded the title Dungeon Participant. World announcement: congratulations to Dragon Country player, XX. Damn, another one? 3 in a row. In fact, people had become somewhat numb to the announcements from the Heavenly Emperor. There was no shock left. But, Nightmare Dungeon? Oh my god, he actually cleared the Nightmare Dungeon, and with a contribution of 100%, he did it all by himself. I can barely manage a simple dungeon, and only dungeons of hard difficulty or above can trigger an announcement. I can't believe he cleared the Nightmare Dungeon all by himself. People are just too impressive. And they're all players from Dragon Country. Damn, that's amazing. At this moment, everyone in the world envied Dragon Country, with the Heavenly Emperor leading them. The ruler of the United States frowned deeply. He had been keeping up with information about Sky Horizon. Whenever something happened in the game, his subordinates would inform him promptly, and he had heard the name of the Heavenly Emperor multiple times. Is there really no one in our United States? They can clear dungeons with 100% contribution. What about you? Is it hard to even get people to help fight a boss? The Emperor of Sakura Country had a twitching face. Baka, our samurai from Sakura Country cannot be weaker than them. Hurry and order those who entered to level up quickly. There was no excessive thought behind it was just that Dragon Country had already shown its strength in Sky Horizon. Could they be content to be behind? Ha ha ha. Only the ruler of Dragon Country, the Dragon Emperor, laughed heartily. With the Heavenly Emperor here, it is a blessing for our Dragon Country. He had already heard the news coming from Sky Horizon that the players who cleared the dungeon were from the Dragon Team. At this moment, the members of the Dragon Team excitedly donned their titles. Their goal in clearing the dungeon was to obtain this title, and as for the rewards, they would definitely give them all to each and no questions asked. They initially wanted to earn the title for a normal dungeon, but unexpectedly, with the Heavenly Emperor present, they obtained the title for the Nightmare Dungeon. Dungeon Participant. Effect: increases defense by 5% when participating in dungeon's description, awarded for participating in the first clear of the Nightmare Dungeon. They wore the title, overjoyed. Their chances of survival in future dungeons would greatly increase, and the effect of this title could even be useful later on. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold critical hit. You can choose Dungeon Slayer *100 or Dungeon Annihilator *1. Of course, why would they need so many identical titles? Dungeon Annihilator effect increases all attributes by 10% when participating in dungeon's description, a unique title awarded for surpassing 100% contribution in the first clear of the Nightmare Dungeon. Not bad, they could wear it while clearing dungeons. Thank you, Big Boss. Thanks, Big Boss. Without you, we couldn't have obtained this title. The members of the Dragon Team repeatedly expressed their gratitude. You're too polite. Yi-Chen nodded and smiled. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to clear this dungeon either. If there are more dungeons in the future, you can come to me. Of course, it's a pleasure to cooperate. The only regret for the Dragon Team was that they didn't obtain good equipment, but with the title, they would have no problem tackling normal dungeons and might have a chance to get some decent gear. At this moment, Yi-Chen took out a piece of equipment, revealing its brilliance. Boom! The dazzling silver light dazzled everyone's eyes. Do you want this? No way, a silver item? Big Boss, are you even selling silver items? People were incredulous. How could he part with it? Yi-Chen nodded. What he offered were silver items. Without skills, but for the players, these were still rare finds. Didn't they already start offering high prices? 30,000 each, how about that? Tutu spoke up. Alright. Yi-Chen agreed. After all, many people now have whiteboard equipment, and some should have black iron and bronze equipment. Even more powerful S-level talent holders might have some silver equipment. The main point is that the silver equipment he provided did not come with any attached skills, which made the price very fair. A total of 25 pieces of silver equipment were sold, netting 750,000. He still kept some for his avatar to wear later. Boss, can we add each other as friends? Dragon Team Zhengyang asked eagerly, knowing that the Heavenly Emperor does not add rabbit, feeling a bit anxious inside. Sure. To his surprise, the Heavenly Emperor readily agreed. Yi-Chen thought these people were quite good, and if they found a dungeon, they could notify him, so he needed to keep in touch with his friends. After finishing all this, Yi-Chen left directly. What a peculiar person, Zhengyang murmured, not asking the Heavenly Emperor too many questions. The Dragon Emperor had already given orders, and the Heavenly Emperor seemed quite aloof, not very willing to interact with others. It was normal, a person like him must have some secrets he didn't want others to know. As long as he is from the Dragon Kingdom and has his heart set on it, that's enough. Being able to add a friend is already a good start. Why won't he add me? Rabbit felt a bit wronged, but after a moment, she let it go. A person like the Heavenly Emperor, if she really liked him, she probably wouldn't be worthy of him. She knew some hidden truths. The power in Se-Chong could reflect in reality, and the Heavenly Emperor would undoubtedly be unparalleled in the Future. Scoundrel. At this moment, prideful madman was roaring incessantly, having just received a message from the president who scolded him harshly. A group of people had followed the Heavenly Emperor to obtain the Nightmare First Clear title. The Heavenly Emperor was from their village, yet they hadn't managed to get it. They were Pride of the Sky, the #1 guild in the Dragon Kingdom. Either find a way to build a good relationship with the Heavenly Emperor or step on him down. In any case, you must regain the face you lost before. This was the president's death order. Building a good relationship was impossible. Being killed without a fight was a shame that could not be eased. Fortunately, he smiled sinisterly, heading towards a mysterious area. First, let's level up the avatar. Yi Chen traversed the wilderness and soon found some monsters. With his current strength, he easily crushed these novice village monsters. In fact, he was no longer suited to stay in the novice village. There was no choice. He could easily kill enemies of a higher level, but his level was still not enough to enter the main city. Ding! You have killed 56 level 10 black iron level demonic mantises, gaining 186 experience points, 267 copper coins, small red potions *10, 100 times critical hit, gaining 18,600 experience points. Ding! Avatar level +1, free attribute points +5, please allocate. The avatar was growing rapidly, and since the avatar was also a destroyer class, the leveling effect was excellent. Leveling up once was equivalent to an ordinary person leveling up 4 times. Ding! Killed 54 level 11. Bronze level demonic crickets, gaining 198 experience points. Black iron equipment rapid fireball *1, 100 times critical hit, gaining rapid fireball *100 or golden roaring crossbow *1. He obtained equipment, but it was just a bow, which Yi Chen was not suited to use. System, can I choose not to have a critical hit for now? Yi Chen asked in his heart. Yes. The system of Se-Chong was very intelligent, and matters related to the player's own abilities would be explained. So he decided not to have critical hits for now. If he wanted to sell these equipments, he could choose between quality or quantity later. He continued to kill. Time passed. Ding! Your avatar has reached level 10, and the avatar does not occupy the level leaderboard. The avatar's level also increased, and it donned the Gale Eagle Cloak, maxing out its skills and equipping itself with good gear, the worst being silver equipment. This time of slaughter, a total of 23 black iron items, 12 bronze items, and 1 silver item were obtained. If it were a critical hit in quality, that would be 49 golden items. Unfortunately, he didn't find any golden monsters to kill. Even silver monsters were rare in the novice village, let alone golden ones. Yi Chen increasingly felt that his strength was not suited to stay in the novice village. Moreover, this time luck wasn't great. There was only one piece of warrior equipment. Yi Chen had been lucky before, dropping many pieces of warrior gear, but not every time would he have such fortune. In Se-Chong, there are 6 main basic professions and quite a few secondary professions. He looked at the only piece of warrior equipment. Piercing wrist, bronze, level 10 attached attributes, physical attack plus 30 attached skill, piercing attack, green LV1 consumes 20 mana points, your attack can penetrate to the last 3 units of the enemy you are attacking, lasting for 1 hit, cooldown of 1 minute. Restrictions, warrior, level 10 remarks, skill level +1, penetrating units +1, maximum level 7. Not bad. Yi Chen preferred to bypass small monsters and attack bosses first, and this was very suitable for him. Mountain crossing wrist, gold, level 10 attached effect, physical attack plus 70 attached skill, mountain crossing bull, blue LV1 consumes 75 mana points. Your attack can bypass enemies and hit subsequent enemies of the same race, regardless of the number of enemies crossed, not exceeding a range of 1,000 miles. Restrictions, warrior, level 10 remarks, skill level +1, range plus 100 miles, maximum level 15. This is powerful, a weapon for fighting bosses. Yi Chen instantly decided to choose quality. Ding! 100-fold. Critical hit, piercing wrist bronze transformed into mountain crossing wrist gold *2. 2 wristbands, 1 for him and 1 for his clone. It's getting late, I'll log off and rest. He lazily shrugged. Just then, boom! Suddenly, a sky full of black clouds rose in the entire novice village number 999, an evil aura enveloped the surroundings, and the wild monsters suddenly became restless, their strength also increased. What's going on? How did this hungry wolf turn into a demonized hungry wolf? Its strength has increased significantly. Damn, I was just about to kill the monster, and it suddenly got stronger. Players noticed the anomaly. Demonic energy? How is that possible? How could demonic energy appear suddenly? I expected it to be a few days away. In the novice village, the village chief rushed out anxiously, and the other NPCs were even more panicked. Ha ha ha, success! Arrogant madman laughed wildly with a group of subordinates from Arrogant Sky in a valley where the black mist was even denser, and the outside was all emanating from here. The black mist was released by Arrogant Sky. Demons will descend. This was the task he received, to release demons into this novice village. The brutal demons would slaughter the entire novice village and demonize all the monsters here. As long as they were not demons and did not accept demonization, they would enter the death list. The consequences were very serious. But it didn't matter. If I can be favored by the demons and transform my race into demons, my strength will surely skyrocket. By then, even the Heavenly Emperor will just be a crawling insect beneath my feet. Arrogant madman wanted to use this to change his race. He also found the teleportation array of this novice village according to the demon's guidance and incorporated some strange methods of the demons, which could teleport players from other novice villages to this village. President, I can turn players into demons to enhance strength. Will you send some players over? He asked the president. Arrogant supremacy, and his tone was no longer as respectful as before. Demons? Arrogant supremacy was taken aback. Alright, I'll send. The demons are a race that players can only transform into in the later stages, and their growth potential is certainly higher than that of starting races. If the players under my command can now transform into demons, the strength of the guild will surely increase. If it weren't for the fact that I am currently leading a very important mission, I would have wanted to go over there. Before that, you take your people to kill the Heavenly Emperor. After thinking for a moment, he said again, since my subordinates can transform into demons, there's no need to win over the Heavenly Emperor. Kill the Heavenly Emperor and wash away the shame. Alright, prideful madman sneered. This was also what he hoped for. However, the demonic energy is still polluting the monsters, and the environment here needs to be transformed into one suitable for the demons to descend in large numbers. It will probably take another night. During this night, the players won't be able to do much, because players must log off at night. Ding! At 7 p.m., all players are forced to log off. Sky Realm has not been online for long, from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., and the scientists have not yet thoroughly researched Sky Realm, so they cannot stay in it for long periods. Even Yi Chen is no exception to this. You have logged off. The prompt sounded, and Yi Chen's vision flashed with white light, returning him to his rented room. That terrifying demonic energy, could it be from the demon civilization again? He murmured. Previously, in the novice village, there were some monsters that had been demonized, and some that had not been demonized would not actively attack players upon seeing them, but those that had been demonized would definitely attack. He recalled the demon civilization he encountered in the demon dungeon. It is very likely that this civilization will send stronger beings. He opened the game forum but still found no discussions related to the demon civilization. Instead, he discovered that many players from the Dragon Kingdom were discussing it, all from the 999th novice village. After entering the game, players of any nationality would enter the corresponding national zone. However, they would be randomly distributed to any novice village. Players from the 999th novice village came from all over the place, and at this moment, they were arguing on the forum. Damn it, I don't know where this demonic energy came from, suddenly enhancing the monsters, making them stronger and more brutal. Logging in means facing a life and death battle with monsters, but if we don't log in, can we still play the game? Have you forgotten one thing? Our village has the Heavenly Emperor. Isn't it easy for the Emperor to kill these monsters? But the Heavenly Emperor is likely to reach level 15 soon and will enter the main city. What will we do then? People placed their hopes on the Heavenly Emperor, but unfortunately, they did not know that they would face not only demonized monsters but also the demon civilization, which is the real priority. I, a player from Nanshan City, request the Heavenly Emperor to strengthen our 999 village. I, a player from Bayun City, request the Heavenly Emperor to strengthen our 999 village. Players from the 999th village were all requesting the Heavenly Emperor. Yi Chen closed the forum. These players still did not understand the importance of the situation. He had just browsed a bit. Players could enter the main city at level 15. Originally, without this incident, he would definitely be able to enter tomorrow, but now it added complications. It seems that this demon issue must be resolved. Forget it, what a hassle. He was worried about not having enough monsters to kill in the novice village, making leveling up quite slow. He went downstairs to buy some dumplings and ingredients, made some mouth-watering chicken and seaweed egg soup, and enjoyed it with the dumplings, feeling very comfortable. After that, he went to the gym for a run before returning to sleep. My strength has increased. He lifted the heavy dumbbell in his hand. He could never lift this dumbbell before, but now it was effortless, and he could even swing it around a few times. This is too abnormal. The only thing different today from before is that I entered Sky Realm. He was very excited inside. It must be Sky Realm that enhanced his strength. As for the other players, he glanced at the others in the gym, a group chatting away. They had also entered Sky Realm today, all around level 4, but they didn't feel any increase in strength. It must be that he was relatively strong, so the improvement was obvious. Can Sky Realm really enhance real-world strength? Then in the later stages, his eyes lit up. He never expected that a mere game could grant him extraordinary power in both worlds. He absolutely couldn't let the demons hinder his progress. With a surge of determination in his heart, after a few hours of training, he finally felt a bit tired and went home to sleep. After all, he had money now and nothing to worry about in reality. He had never been this carefree before. The next day, players from Village 999 entered the game with immense trepidation. No one had slept well all night. Ding! You are online. The Sky Realm Jade glowed, and Yi-Chen also entered the game. As soon as he arrived, he saw the soaring demonic energy, saturating the land and sky, turning the sun black, and plunging everything into darkness. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the village's teleportation array released a series of white lights, and a large wave of figures appeared, all with the nickname Pride of the Sky above their heads. Where's the Heavenly Emperor? Tell him to come over and seek death. People turned in surprise. Pride of the Sky had actually summoned people from other novice villages? How did they manage that? And they were even causing trouble for the Heavenly Emperor. Get the hell out of here! How dare you provoke the Heavenly Emperor? Our village is relying on the Heavenly Emperor today. How dare these idiots come here? People were furious. Outside were all demonic monsters, waiting for the Heavenly Emperor to clear some out so they could also have the ability to go out and hunt. Many players had been in the wild before, and upon logging in, they were instantly killed by monsters and resurrected in the novice village. Could they endure this? Everyone angrily confronted Pride of the Sky. Do you want to die? The members of Pride of the Sky sneered, releasing the glow of their equipment, making it hard to see any plain gear. The black and bronze colors were extremely eye-catching, mixed with some silver. Their equipment was luxurious, and their strength was formidable. Some players who had just escaped from outside the village were directly killed. These players hadn't even entered the novice village and were not protected. At this moment, people could only seethe in silence. Dying meant losing levels. Damn it, when the Heavenly Emperor arrives, we'll definitely make them pay. These Deepwell Ice idiots, with so many demonic monsters, instead of thinking about unity, they come to provoke the Heavenly Emperor. They could only curse in their hearts. But with so many experts facing the Heavenly Emperor. However, looking at the people from Pride of the Sky, they lost their confidence. Pride of the Sky had sent people from 7 novice villages, totaling several thousand. They hoped the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't come over and would protect himself, because if he did, it could very well be a dead end. Go find the Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, Pride of the Madman suddenly returned to the novice village, nodded to the other branch leaders, and sent people to look for the Heavenly Emperor. Outside were all demonic monsters. Did they dare to go out? Other players were quite puzzled. Only the members of Pride of the Sky shook their heads with cold laughter. Pride of the Madman had already communicated with the demons, and the demonic monsters were under the control of the demons and wouldn't harm them. They came here to turn into demons. Why would they be afraid? Of course, they had to kill the Heavenly Emperor, who insulted Pride of the Sky. And at this moment, Yi-Chen sent a message to Dragon Team Zhengyang. Today, there may be strong enemies arriving in the village, not just demonic monsters. Be prepared and do not return to the village for now. I suspect the village may not be safe, and due to the terrain limitations, it will be difficult to fight freely. Okay. The dragon team stood ready in the wild. Although they were puzzled, they trusted Yi-Chen greatly. Whoosh! And Yi-Chen released his clone. 2 identical Heavenly Emperors, sharing the same thoughts, exchanged a smile. One waits here for the demons to descend, while the other goes back to find the village chief and see if there are any tasks to take. Such a significant event as the demons' arrival surely wouldn't be without tasks, right? The village chief had known about the demons beforehand, so he should be able to extort a sum from him. The doppelganger moved swiftly, wielding the swift sword, encountering numerous corrupted monsters along the way, all of which were slain with a single strike, earning him plenty of experience points, and leveling up by 1. Before long, he approached Village 999, his figure appearing before the villagers. The players in the village immediately shouted, "Heavenly Emperor, run! There are enemies!" Ha? Enemies? Yi-Chen looked over in confusion and saw players from Pride of the Sky arrogantly placing their swords at the throats of those warning him. Fighting was not allowed in the novice village. The meaning was clear: anyone daring to stand with the Heavenly Emperor should stay out of the novice village. Yet the players continued to roar, as the Heavenly Emperor held a high popularity in their hearts. What puzzled them was that the Heavenly Emperor still walked slowly forward, a confident smile on his lips. "Heavenly Emperor, today is your day to die. If I don't kill you 1,000 times, I will quit the game." Pride of the Madman shouted arrogantly, and all the players from Pride of the Sky rushed out of the novice village, a dark mass charging towards Yi-Chen. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's a bunch of trash. I've stepped on, Yi-Chen scoffed, shaking his head. Trash? Just as the madman said, they're really too arrogant, not putting us in their eyes. Kill him. Thousands of players from Pride of the Sky coming from other novice villages, ignited with rage upon hearing this, especially several branch leaders, all with B-level talents filled with confidence. This time, let's see how arrogant you can be. Archers, forward! The madman of Pride sneered, waving his hand. Hundreds of archer players stepped forward, drawing their bows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of arrows shot towards Yi-Chen. Humph! I'll turn you into dust in one shot, the Pride of the Sky players mocked internally. Boom! But suddenly, Yi-Chen pushed off with both feet, unleashing an incredible speed, dashing hundreds of meters in mere seconds, evading the rain of arrows before they even landed. What the hell? What speed is this? He's left an afterimage. Can any of you see clearly? Like a ghost. Everyone was astonished. There was speed, faster than arrows. Were these archers essentially useless? TCH. Yi-Chen scoffed, shaking his head. Even without a mount and with subpar equipment, he still had the 4x qualification of the destroyer. Clad in silver armor and 2 pieces of golden gear. How could they even touch him? Bang! He pushed off again, his body shooting out like a sharp sword, charging straight into the enemy ranks. To him, the thousands of enemies were merely like chickens and dogs. Ding! Enemies plus 7,236, physical attack plus 7,236%. At that moment, his body was filled with power. He had never felt this exhilarating before. Meet shield. Defend. Quick, quick, quick. The players from Pride of the Sky were actually intimidated by his momentum. This person was too fierce. With so many of them here, how dare he take the initiative to attack? Hundreds of Meat Shield players raised their bronze and black iron shields to block Yi-Chen's assault. Their defense was high. Klein Yi-Chen's sword struck one of the shields, and a shocking event occurred. The shield shattered instantly. There was only one explanation for this: his attack was too high for the shield to withstand. The player holding the shield was terrified, but there was no time to think. Yi-Chen's sword pierced through the shield, easily slicing his throat. Ding! You have killed a player. Since the other party was hostile first, no sin value is added. Forced to drop a piece of equipment. Obtained a bronze item, shield mountain armor, *1. Yi-Chen was worried about not having any trash gear to sell. He was reluctant to part with good equipment, but now someone had delivered it to him. Well, then, he wouldn't be polite and accepted it all. Blood flew everywhere as Yi-Chen licked his crimson lips and activated Rapid Sword Shadow. Swish, swish, swish. In 1 second, 7 swords. 65, 45, 51. The blood-red damage numbers appeared frequently as he resembled an invincible demon king, rampaging through the enemy ranks, single-handedly piercing through thousands with just one sword, while his high movement speed ensured he was hard to hit. Of course, he would occasionally get attacked a few times, but his silver-grade armor could withstand it, and he had plenty of medium red potions to recover health. He was unstoppable. Too terrifying. One person is chasing down thousands of us. Did we surround him, or did he surround us? The players of the Pride of the Sky guild were retreating step by step. The players in Village 999 were dumbfounded. One person with one sword cutting through the enemy ranks, how terrifying was that? Moreover, they knew that the Heavenly Emperor still had a giant dragon mount that hadn't appeared yet. The Heavenly Emperor hadn't even used all his power. If they knew this was merely a clone of the Heavenly Emperor, they wouldn't know what to think. And no, don't kill me. The Pride of the Sky madman trembled in fear. The cold light in Yi-Chen's eyes made him lose all courage. Swish! The sword light was sharp and his neck was slashed open. Yi-Chen charged in fiercely, and several guild leaders were instantly killed by his sword. Too terrifying. The members of Pride of the Sky trembled. Several guild leaders had B-grade talents, yet they were still killed in one hit by the Heavenly Emperor. Roar! Yi-Chen was tired of killing. After entering the heart of the enemy ranks, his cloak billowed and 200 Gale Eagles appeared. Level 11 Gale Eagles were a piece of cake against these guild players. He calmly walked through the enemy crowd, surrounded by Gale Eagles, with blood flying everywhere reflecting his smile. He was like a deity, crushing everything. Ding dong. World announcement: the Heavenly Emperor is rampaging in Village 999. The Pride of the Sky guild has been killed 1,037 times. Who can stop him? World announcement: the Heavenly Emperor. Pride of the Sky guild has been killed 2,834 times. The world announcement suddenly activated. Everyone in the world was stunned. This was the first time a world announcement reported player kills because the number of players killed was too high. Isn't the Heavenly Emperor too fierce, killing thousands alone? Pride of the Sky? Wasn't that the #1 guild in the Dragon Kingdom before? Goodness, the #1 guild was cut through by the #1 player. No one expected the Heavenly Emperor to be this strong. People had already regarded him as the #1 player in the game, but even the strongest individual player would find it hard to contend with a guild. Who would have thought he could single-handedly cut through thousands of people? The players on the scene were even more shocked. This wasn't just killing, this was a complete and utter domination. Not long after, all 7,000 members of Pride of the Sky were killed, and Yi-Chen also obtained over 7,000 pieces of equipment, the worst of which was black iron gear. The path he walked was already littered with corpses. People watched him pass by and couldn't help but step aside. The Heavenly Emperor is amazing. He's out of this world. Someone shouted, and then a wave of cheers erupted. All the players in Village 999 were cheering. The Heavenly Emperor was continuously refreshing their understanding. Next, a great disaster may be coming. The Novice village might not be safe. You all should prepare to go out. Yi-Chen turned his head and reminded them. He figured it was in consideration of the players who had previously been willing to warn him. What danger? Is it real? Okay, we'll listen to the big shot. People were confused but didn't doubt it, and soon they left the novice village. Yi Chen found the village chief's house and knocked on the door. "Chief, I have something to discuss." The door opened and the chief poked his head out. "Coming quickly, what is it?" "The demon civilization should be coming, right? You actually know about the demon civilization?" The chief looked at Yi Chen deeply. "Well, you have been to the demon underground palace before. It seems you are already prepared." Ding. "Do you accept the quest, chief's commission?" Quest details: defeat the incoming demon civilization strongman quest. Reward: golden equipment, lava armor. *1 quest time 12 hours. The old man indeed had a rich stock. If Yi Chen hadn't come this time, he would have missed out on this golden equipment. Accept. After receiving the quest, Yi Chen sat down in the chief's house. The chief looked puzzled. "Didn't you just accept a quest? Why aren't you going to do it? What are you doing here with me?" "I'm waiting to turn in the quest, otherwise, it would be too troublesome to go out and come back in." "What does this mean?" The chief was completely confused. At that moment, Yi Chen's main body, who was outside the village killing monsters, nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, when the clone receives a quest, it's equivalent to the main body receiving a quest. They are interconnected. The clone just stayed there. The clone's strength was significantly weaker than the main body. If the main body couldn't solve the problem, sending the clone wouldn't be of much use. He had just finished killing monsters and successfully reached level 12. But it was too slow. He needed to kill a strong monster to feel comfortable. Boom! Just then, a crack suddenly opened in the sky, and surging demonic energy poured out, plunging the entire novice village into darkness, with eerie laughter echoing through the air. "Finally, I've found this realm again. This civilization will become a vassal of our demon civilization." Powerful creatures descended from the sky. As people were at a loss, a notification suddenly rang out. Ding dong! World announcement: the advanced troops of the demon civilization have entered Dragon Country's novice village number 999, triggering a special event, Demon Invasion. Players, please stop the demon invasion. Rewards will be given based on contributions. This announcement was not made by the Heavenly Emperor. The situation was serious, ringing 50 times. Demon invasion? What is the demon civilization? Baka, it sounds like there are good rewards, but why did it trigger? In Dragon Country? We can't get in. Village number 999, isn't that where the Heavenly Emperor stays? He's going to benefit again. The whole world viewed it as a common event, at most a bit difficult. The Heavenly Emperor would surely gain something again. Only Pride of the World looked indifferent at this moment. Damn it, over 7,000 people were actually killed by the Heavenly Emperor alone. He was being scolded in the guild, while the Madman of Pride waited in the resurrection space, still able to open the guild channel, each one being cursed to the point of wanting to commit suicide out of shame. Over 7,000 people crushed by one person. The key was that they originally wanted to transform into demons, but now they hadn't even resurrected. How could they transform? At this moment, the world announcement came just in time. President, should we go? If we complete this event, we will definitely gain a lot of rewards. Unlike other players, Madman of Pride had previously tampered with the teleportation array of Novice Village number 999 according to the demon's guidance, allowing those from Pride of the Sky to enter Village number 999. No, we can't go. Pride of the World immediately denied it. The Madmen of Pride were all dead now. If they went, the demons wouldn't recognize them. Other players thought this event was a reward giveaway. But through contact with the demons, the Madman of Pride knew the demons were very strong. Going would be a death sentence. Heavenly Emperor, it wouldn't be bad for you to die under the demon's feet. In this regard, player 999 clearly recognized the situation. Surrounded by darkness, some mages had cast illumination spells, and when they looked up at the sky, their scalps tingled immediately. Hiss. Level 12, 13, 14. The lowest are all black iron level. I haven't seen a single whiteboard. The sky was filled with monsters, wind demon, fire demon, electric leopard demon, and so on, all with powerful attributes. Any one of them could serve as a small boss. In the novice village, there were no less than 5,000 of them. Damn it, any one of them could kill me in an instant. Is this the demon civilization? And these are just the weakest minions. People were in a state of panic, witnessing the terror of the demon civilization. Wind demon, black iron, level 13 attack. 97 health, 143 defense, 65 skills, gale force, wind spiral description, one of the weakest monsters in the demon civilization, serving as the vanguard to scout other civilizations. Just looking at one, it was already black iron level, and compared to the same level black iron monsters in the novice village, the demons were much stronger. In fact, they weren't even considered the vanguard, they were cannon fodder. But don't even mention the true terror of the demon civilization, even these cannon fodder could easily overpower the players. Roar! The demons saw the players and directly descended from the sky. They seemed to have a special power protecting them as they fell from a great height without injury, viciously engaging in battle. Ding! Civilization invasion. The protective halo of the novice village has been destroyed, and the novice village can no longer protect players. They couldn't even return to the novice village. Returning to the novice village would make it harder to fight due to terrain restrictions. Thanks for the reminder, Great Emperor. They couldn't help but sigh. It turned out the Great Emperor had anticipated this scene long ago. They engaged in a bloody battle with the demons. Although they couldn't win, the open wilderness made it easier to dodge attacks. Unfortunately, they were still being killed one by one. Blood stained the ground. If this continued, the player group would surely be wiped out. It turns out the Great Emperor had foreseen this, truly a master strategist. At that moment, a group of players with nicknames like Dungeon Participant and Dragon Core suddenly appeared, all having reached levels 8 and 9. They formed an orderly attack, fending off some demons. Where did these people come from? So powerful. Look, their nicknames have the title, Dungeon Participant, and there are even priests using ordinary staves. Isn't this the group the Great Emperor brought before? Damn, some of them even have silver gear. Our village actually has such a powerful guild. People were astonished. No one had ever heard of Dragon Core, and they didn't expect them to be so fierce. They actively cooperated with the Dragon Core, and under their leadership, the death rate significantly decreased. Dragon Core. They felt that compared to Pride of the Sky, they were more like the #1 guild in the Dragon Kingdom. After all, these were people brought by the Great Emperor. How could they not be strong? Where is the Great Emperor? If he could appear, we would have a chance. People couldn't help but think. The members of the Dragon Core had the same thought. They were struggling to hold on, but players were still being killed one by one, merely delaying the speed of death. If the Great Emperor didn't show up, they would still be doomed. If Village 999 was occupied by demons, they would never have a chance to level up again. They couldn't enter the main city. The Great Emperor entered the novice village earlier. He might find it hard to arrive quickly. Then, it was over. Even more terrifying, the crack in the sky suddenly widened, and a massive figure descended from above. Dragon Core? This civilization has such fierce individuals, forcing me to take action as well. The newcomer appeared human-like, with horns on his head, riding a massive black bear. The magic energy surged around, extremely terrifying. Minotaur Demon Commander, Platinum Boss, level 15 attack, 432 health, 1030 defense, 321 skills, Frenzied Axe Strike, Magic Surge, Giant Strength Description, Commander of the 918,365th Legion of the Demon Civilization, known for its immense power. Ding! System notification, a powerful being from the Demon Civilization has entered our civilization and is being suppressed by the power of our civilization. Level and attributes will be significantly reduced. The notification echoed in the players' minds. The level attributes were reduced. But, a platinum boss. And it had a mount. For ordinary players, what difference did it make whether it was reduced or not? Boom! The Minotaur Demon Commander raised the axe in its hand and smashed it down fiercely, unleashing a terrifying force that shook the ground. 46, 57, 45. Half of the players were instantly killed. It descended from the sky with a cold smile, the giant bear beneath it roaring incessantly, raising its axe, ready to take out the members of the Dragon Guild first. It needed to quickly invade Village 999 and use this place as a starting point for expansion. If it dragged on, the experts from this civilization might arrive at this novice village, and that would be troublesome. But after a quick invasion, transforming the novice village into a perfect environment for demons would allow its strength to rise. Then it would have the confidence to withstand the experts from this civilization. Oh no! The members of the Dragon Guild frowned, finding it hard to resist this formidable enemy. Even the Heavenly Emperor would probably be killed instantly, right? The atmosphere in the arena was extremely oppressive. The pressure from the Minotaur Demon Commander was overwhelming. The players trembled, feeling certain of their demise, and they didn't even want the Heavenly Emperor to come. If the Heavenly Emperor came, he would also surely die. If the Heavenly Emperor could first kill other monsters to level up a bit, there might be a chance to fight the Minotaur Demon Commander. I'll notify the Heavenly Emperor, tell him not to come, and to kill the demonized monsters in the village first. There might still be hope. Dragon Guild Zhengyang opened the friend channel, preparing to notify the Heavenly Emperor. Step. But at that moment, a loud sound of marching echoed, and a huge shadow enveloped the people. They turned to look. Holy crap, the Heavenly Emperor is here. Heavenly Emperor, hurry and leave, the enemy is too strong. But Yi Chen ignored them, leisurely riding his giant dragon as he approached. He had actually been nearby for a while. The reason he hadn't acted was that he wanted to find the boss first. Once the boss appeared, he would also make his move. Moreover, there was good news. Ding! Encountered a powerful being from the Demon Civilization. Hidden within the Demon Civilization is a piece of Sky Jade, triggering the unique quest Collect Sky Jade. Collecting the Sky Jade will enhance privileges. 100-fold critical hit. There was a chance for growth. Yi Chen hadn't expected that the family heirloom Sky Jade was also in Sky. Heavenly Emperor? What a domineering name. The Minotaur Commander looked at Yi Chen, having heard the Madman of Pride mention the Heavenly Emperor before, knowing he was the strongest in this novice village. It raised its axe, turning towards Yi Chen. A great battle was about to unfold. But who knew Yi Chen smiled faintly, extending a finger. I only need one move to kill you. Hiss. One move to kill a platinum boss? Big shot, this isn't the same as those monsters you killed before. The players were dumbfounded. Knowing the big shot was fierce, but could he not be so fierce? It scared their little hearts into racing. The Minotaur commander was even angrier. It was ready for a great battle with the Heavenly Emperor, yet the Heavenly Emperor wanted to solve it with one move? Ignorant child. Its axe instantly slashed down towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, had already thrown out a punch. Ding! Enemy plus 5,346, physical attack plus 5,346%. This punch struck a regular demon. Ding! The attack from a distance will strike any demon behind the target as long as there are demons in between. The demon was momentarily stunned. What's going on? No damage? But suddenly, from several thousand meters away, the Minotaur demon leader erupted with terrifying power, shaking the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Along with it fell the Minotaur demon. 1030. The blood-red damage appeared, and the Minotaur demon collapsed weakly, its eyes filled with terror. It had just launched its attack, hadn't even reached the Heavenly Emperor yet, and the Heavenly Emperor had already struck it down? At this stage, archers couldn't possibly hit from this distance, right? The Heavenly Emperor, is he really a warrior? And wasn't the Heavenly Emperor attacking an ordinary demon? How did it end up dead? Unfortunately, it would never have the chance to find out. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the level 15 platinum boss, gaining 854 experience points, a golden level pet egg, mighty bear, *1, 20 silver coins, and a medium red potion. A platinum boss, and it dropped a golden pet egg. It must be that the boss's level and attributes were lowered, hence the lower quality of the rewards. No matter, Yi Chen had privileges. Triggered a 100-fold critical hit, gaining 85,400 experience points, mighty bear egg, *100 or a platinum level pet egg, giant mighty bear egg, *1. Yi Chen instantly chose the platinum-level pet egg. This way, his clone could also have a good mount. The silver coins turned into gold coins, and the medium red potion became a large red potion, which healed 50 points per second for a total of 10 seconds. The harvest was incredibly rich. With a wave of his hand, he had already stored all the rewards in his backpack. At this moment, people finally came to their senses. Quick, too quick. Everything happened so fast. The Heavenly Emperor had just said he would instantly kill the platinum boss, and in the next moment, he really did. As for the boss's axe attack, it vanished along with the boss's death. How the hell did he do that? They didn't understand. But they didn't need to understand, they just needed to know one thing. Heavenly Emperor, terrifying indeed. Brothers, follow the Heavenly Emperor and kill. With the Heavenly Emperor around, what do the remaining demons count? 4. Didn't they see the demons, all looking extremely panicked? The boss was killed instantly, which greatly lowered the morale of the demon side, while the players were filled with fighting spirit, charging in fearlessly. The situation had already turned around. Boom! Boom! And over here with Yi Chen, 2 beams of white light flashed consecutively. Ding! Your level has increased by 2, gaining 10 free attribute points. Please allocate. He was now level 14, just a step away from entering the main city. There were still some level 14 monsters among the demons, and he immediately began his slaughter, even killing the mount ridden by the boss. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the level 15 platinum boss Minotaur demon leader. A world announcement will be made, gaining 1 point of legend, 1000 reputation points. Do you want to hide your name? While killing, the notification sound also came through. Do not hide. The demons have sent a platinum leader this time. Although its strength will be greatly reduced upon arriving in our civilization, it is still a platinum boss. The Heavenly Emperor is definitely doomed. In the channel of the Proud Sky Guild, they were discussing the demon invasion. What's the use of being strong? Can you have an NPC bull? Ding dong. World announcement, congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, for the first kill of the level 15 platinum boss, gaining 1 point of legend, 1000 reputation points. Please congratulate him. The expression of Proud Sky's leader turned extremely ugly, especially Proud Madman, who was cursing angrily in the resurrection space, waiting to revive while the Heavenly Emperor was reaping great rewards. And, are you crazy? A level 15 platinum boss, so the demon invasion is actually this difficult. But the Heavenly Emperor actually killed it. This person is too fierce. He hasn't even gone to the main city, definitely not level 15 yet, and he can still kill a platinum boss? Insane. The whole world is really going crazy, feeling as if they are living in a dream. They are also very envious. It seems the invasion of demons will be completed by the Heavenly Emperor, and he will receive huge rewards. As for Yi Chen, he gained 100 legendary points and 100,000 reputation. With satisfaction in his heart, the killing felt even more exhilarating. Time passed. The ground was littered with the corpses of demons. All the invading demons were dead, and many players had also perished, but only the dragon team, due to their outstanding strength, had no casualties. As for Yi Chen, this freak goes without saying. People looked at his figure with awe. Over 90% of the demons were killed by the Heavenly Emperor alone. Ding! Battle Summary: you have obtained 58 black iron items, 23 bronze items, 736 experience points, copper coins * 2235, a 100-fold critical hit. He obtained 104 golden items, but none came with skills. Those that could come with skills were extremely rare. He didn't care, his current skills were sufficient. With endless battle active, even basic attacks could kill bosses. Ding! The demon invasion has been stopped. Calculating personal contributions. Your contribution is 0.0001%. You receive 1 black iron item. Contribution is 0.0004%. You receive 1 black iron item, 1000 experience points. The players' minds echoed with notification sounds. Although this event was difficult, the rewards were also quite good. They couldn't help but look at the heavenly Emperor. His contribution ratio must be significant. What would he receive? Ding! The demon invasion has been stopped. Calculating personal contributions. Your contribution is 99.99%. You receive 1 golden level treasure demon medal *1. Yi Chen's contribution was enormous. Killing the platinum boss allowed him to account for over 95% of the contribution. Triggered a 100-fold critical hit. Received demon medal *100 or platinum level treasure demon gate *1. Demon medal golden level. Effect: wearing the medal allows entry into the demon civilization once. The medal disappears upon entry. Description: entering a perilous situation, consider carefully demon gate platinum level. Effect 1: devour the corpses of demons. The demon gate will accumulate the number of entries into the demon civilization. The stronger and more numerous the monsters devoured, the more entries. Effect: entering the demon civilization will not be subject to civilization suppression. Strength will not decrease. Description: why should we only be invaded? We should strike back. Can I enter the demon civilization? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. This is exactly what he urgently needed. The former allows him to enter 100 times. But finding Sky Jade, who knows how difficult that will be? Yi Chen must be fully prepared. The latter, by killing more demons, offers the chance for unlimited entries. Moreover, his strength won't decrease upon entry. He certainly knew how to choose. Ding! You have chosen Demon Gate *1. The metal in his backpack transformed into a black portal, radiating a platinum glow. Yi Chen turned off the light and then released it. The black portal unleashed a terrifying suction. All the demon corpses were swallowed. Inside, ding, count +1. Thousands of demons only counted as 1 entry. But Yi Chen didn't care. He valued sustainable development. After entering the demon civilization, there would be plenty of opportunities to kill demons. Furthermore, Yi Chen had a hypothesis. That platinum boss just now, was it a monster, an NPC, or a player? After killing the boss's axe disappeared. It felt more like after killing a player, some of the player's equipment automatically entered the resurrection space with them. That's why there was no prompt for kill value or forced drop of an item. Perhaps because, for the Blue Star civilization, players from other civilizations are just monsters. Demon civilization. Is it a civilization from the firmament, or are there other civilizations in the universe that, just like the Blue Star humans entering the firmament, cannot enter? The world is vast, and there must be other beings in the universe. There's no helping it. With the presence of the firmament jade, Yi Chen had to think more. With the demon's result, the demonic energy in the Novice village dissipated completely, and the monsters returned to their normal state. Great Emperor, we're leaving. If we have the chance, we'll admire your grandeur again. People were eager to level up and hurriedly departed. Yi Chen nodded lightly and was about to leave when grabbed him. Boss, you must have obtained quite a few bronze and black iron items, right? Why not sell them? To us? Sure. He happened to have many pieces of equipment obtained from killing cavalry that he had no use for. Black iron items were worth 10,000 each, and bronze items were worth 20,000. The prices were quite high. There were quite a few people with black iron items now, and bronze items weren't that hard to find either. This was because wasn't short on money, plus urgently needed equipment to upgrade. Otherwise, it might not be possible to sell at this price. A total of 90.27 million soft sister coins were sold. When over 7,000 pieces of equipment were released, the members of the Dragon Corps were also astonished and was in a dilemma. With so many soft sister coins, I can't make the decision alone. I need to consult. Okay. Yi Chen nodded, feeling very excited inside. This was close to 100 million. Quickly logged off to find her brother, Guing Yun. Over 7,000 pieces of equipment, mostly black iron, and a few bronze? We're doing this. Deal. Guing Yun immediately decided. Once players had friend slots, they could directly send equipment through friend slots, which could be distributed to the members of the Dragon Corps in various novice villages. With this batch of equipment, the Dragon Corps' strength could significantly increase, allowing them to enter the main city more swiftly. The military of the Dragon Kingdom was already in a leading position in the firmament. B. Your bank card has received 90.27 million. Yi Chen didn't expect making money to be this easy. He was now a wealthy man. There was no helping it. Who could obtain equipment as easily as he did? He couldn't help but think, if he sold some golden equipment, what a huge profit that would be. But let's not talk about reluctance. Selling golden equipment now would be too shocking. See you again if fate allows. Yi Chen waved his sleeve and rode off on the giant dragon. The boss must be heading to the main city. He's probably level 15. Now, he should be the first in the world to enter. The words of the Dragon Core came through. Yi Chen smiled slightly. They guessed right. B. Your level +1, free attribute points +5, please allocate. After consuming experience points, a beam of white light shot up and he successfully reached level 15. At the same time, his equipment changed. He selected some of the newly acquired golden equipment to wear, and now he had the most golden equipment on him, along with a few platinum items, instantly boosting his strength. Swift sword. He looked at the swift sword in his hand. The silver item was no longer suitable for him. However, it came with a skill, and it would be a pity to throw it away. There weren't many pieces of equipment in the firmament that came with skills. Each one could be considered a top-tier item. The Destroyer, this 3-star hidden class, could finally be used again. B. You have consumed 2,000 silver coins to detach Swift Sword Shadow from Swift Sword and place it into Unmatched Sword. Swift Sword Shadow and Unmatched Dominance have fused and evolved. The skill actually evolved, and he quickly checked it out. Crossing and Parting, Red LV15 consumes 60 points of blue energy. To split into 10 paths of 100% physical attack sword energy, lasting for 1 strike. While within the range of the sword energy, your attack speed reaches 7 times for 7 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Note, skill level +1, sword energy. Length +10 meters, cooldown +1 second, maximum level 20. Very comfortable. Just enough experience points left. Immediately upgraded the skill by 3 levels, but it's not maxed out. Many of the monsters he killed before are still lower level than him, providing limited experience points. He either needs to hurry to the main city to have a chance to gain more experience points, or quickly use the Demon Gate to find the Sky Jade in the Demon Civilization, enhancing the critical hit privilege, making even a small amount of experience points sufficient. First to the main city, then to the Demon Civilization. The monsters from the Demon Civilization are quite formidable, so he needs to be cautious and level up first. There are still many things he can improve. For example, whiteboard taunt cloth armor and golden shock armor. The skills of these 2 pieces of equipment can be fused, but he hasn't fused them yet because there's still a defensive item to obtain. Village Chief. The task is complete. He found the village chief at his home. You're not simple. The village chief smiled. From start to finish, the Heavenly Emperor sat here, and the demon army was resolved. As for who solved it? That's impossible. In the Novice village, if he didn't take action, only the Heavenly Emperor had that strength. He didn't know how he did it. It can only be described as unfathomable. Ding! Task completed, evaluation, super perfect. Reward obtained, golden equipment lava. Armor *1, triggers a 100-fold critical hit, can choose lava armor *100 or platinum equipment purgatory armor *1. The village chief handed over the golden equipment and the avatar received it into the backpack. Lava armor, golden equipment. Level 15 attached attributes, defense +80 attached skill, lava behemoth, blue LV1 consumes 40 points of blue energy, the armor turns into a lava state, transforming the user into a lava behemoth, rolling lava off the body, causing 100% defense, plus 100% physical attack damage, lasting 10 seconds, cooldown 10 seconds. Note, skill level +1, duration +5 seconds, cooldown +5 seconds, maximum level 15. Restrictions, warrior, level 15. Top notch. Capable of both attack and defense, definitely a high-quality defensive gear. But turning into a lava behemoth, isn't that a bit unsightly? Yi Chen quickly checked the critical hit effect. Purgatory armor, platinum, level 15 attached attributes, defense +120 attached skill, purgatory demon. Red LV1 consumes 60 points of blue energy. The armor releases a phantom of the purgatory demon, unleashing a sea of purgatory fire within a 100 square meter range, causing 100% defense plus 100% physical attack damage, lasting 10 seconds, cooldown 10 seconds. Note, skill level +1, range +100 square meters, maximum level 20. Indeed better. The attack hasn't changed, but the lava behemoth is only a single target attack, while this is area damage. Ding, you have chosen purgatory armor *1. The armor immediately turned platinum, but the avatar couldn't wear it since it wasn't level 15, planning to give it to the main body later. As for the avatar, let's give him a mount. Ding, you have crit Knight's Oath into Knight's Vow. The Knight's Oath didn't crit before because Yi Chen wasn't sure if he could find another platinum mount. But he had already checked the powerful bear egg he obtained, and after seeing the crit result he didn't hesitate. Ding, you have crit powerful bear egg into giant power bear egg. Thus, the avatar also got a platinum mount. Both the main body and the avatar gained a huge boost. This trip can be said to be a great harvest. Wait, are you going to the main city? The village chief asked. Again. That's right. Yi Chen looked up, wondering if something else had been triggered. In light of your perfect resolution of the demon invasion, I'll give you a bit of guidance. Head to Tianqing City. I've written a letter for you to find someone named Bai Ming. The village chief handed over the letter. Yi Chen curiously inquired for more details, but the village chief just shook his head. Once you go, you'll know. Well, that was quite mysterious. It seemed like he was about to trigger some kind of chain quest, so Yi Chen decided to go. Watching Yi Chen leave, the village chief nodded meaningfully. The demon invasion, I had prepared some things, intending to take action myself, but I didn't expect you to resolve it. It was worth my effort to leave the Destroyer class book here. That's the inheritance of the war god. I hope that when you reach the main city, you won't disgrace this class. The clone appeared outside, suddenly disappearing and reappearing. In Yi Chen's backpack, the clone was a peculiar life form born from death and rebirth, a solidified essence belonging to Yi Chen's personal belongings. No matter how far the distance, Yi Chen could directly summon it into his backpack. Releasing it, the main body and the clone exchanged smiles and began to trade items. Ding! The clone uses Knight's Oath, Binding, Giant Bear Egg. The giant bear hatches and becomes the clone's mount. A silly little mini bear appeared at Yi Chen's feet. Giant Bear, Platinum Boss, Level 1 Physical Attack, 12-15 Health, 78 Defense, 58 Mana, 33 Skills, Giant Strength, Mountain Press. Frenzy Description: one of the Earth's overlords, a giant beast unique to the demon civilization, reaches certain level conditions to automatically gain new skills. Also an Earth overlord, unique to the demon civilization. It could be seen that its attributes at the same level were slightly higher than the Earth Dragon, but the Earth Dragon also had magic attack, making their combined attributes higher. The two could be said to be on par. Not bad. Yi Chen was very satisfied. He handed over some golden equipment to the clone and its strength surged. Yi Chen was not clear about the current strength of S-Class talent players in Se-Chong, but he felt that even if the clone went out, it could easily defeat S-Class talent players. He himself was even stronger. He donned the lava armor. However, he temporarily did not detach the skills from the taunt cloth armor and shock cloth armor. Even if he fused the skills now, he had no experience points to level them up. He would deal with that after reaching the main city. Heavenly Emperor, Destroyer, Level 15 Physical Damage, 902-905 Defense, 726 Health, 1079 Mana, 543 Attack Speed, 5.617 hit/second movement speed, 403 meters/second at the same level as the Minotaur Demon Leader, but with much higher attributes. However, Yi Chen did not feel proud. The Minotaur Demon Leader had its attributes reduced due to civilization suppression. Let's go! With a thought, his figure suddenly vanished, entering a white passage. In Se-Chong, once players qualified to enter the main city, they could go directly whenever they wanted. Please select the main city you wish to enter. Tianqing City. With the blessing of mysterious power, he rushed through the white passage at high speed. Meanwhile, in Village 999, boom! The ground trembled continuously, and the deeply buried teleportation array released white light, which was the teleportation array sending Yi Chen to the main city, covering the entire Novice village, now activated. The white light was invisible on the ground, but underground, it could be seen. At this moment, in the home of the mysterious hunter, beneath the large pit where the mysterious hunter was buried, a white horse carried the mysterious hunter, freely traversing the earth. The hunter, who had already died, suddenly lifted his head. Good kid. You really activated the teleportation array. Just as I calculated, it was worth it to send you the Knight's Oath. He had been in the Novice village for a long time, unable to enter the main city through the teleportation array, which could only be activated by low-level players. However, when the teleportation array was activated, he had a way to teleport along with it. Tianqing City? I'm just heading to Tianqing City. Whoosh! A flash of white light, and the hunter disappeared. The old man quickly arrived at Tianqing City, riding a white horse that galloped underground, scattering the dirt, which reassembled after he left, as if no one had ever been there. He rushed towards a mysterious area. Ding! Congratulations, you have entered Tianqing City. As the first player to enter the main city, you will receive 10,000 server reputation points. Do you want to hide your name? Yi Chen arrived at Tianqing City, and the prompt sounded. The reputation points were quite substantial, even more than defeating a platinum boss. Do not hide. Ding dong. World announcement. Congratulations to player Tiandi for becoming the first player to enter the main city and receiving 10,000 reputation points. Please congratulate him. The world announcement repeated 20 times. This time, people were numb, no longer shocked. For Tiandi, this was just a daily occurrence. Only a group of top players clenched their fists, feeling overshadowed. Reputation points would be very useful in the main city. He had gained so much at once. Moreover, only the first to enter could receive this. After Tiandi obtained it, others had no chance to gain it. Ding! 100-fold critical hit gained 1 million reputation points. Detected that you have entered the main city. The reputation shop is now open. A pleasant prompt sounded, and Yi Chen opened his personal panel, seeing the reputation shop, and immediately clicked in. Return. City Scroll, 1,000 reputation points each. Tianqing City Guard Position, 10,000 reputation points. Golden Item, Inch Light Spear, 100,000 reputation points. Platinum Item, Wind and Cloud Robe, 1 million reputation points. There were many items, a wide variety. There were even golden and platinum items, but they required a lot of reputation points, and Yi Chen wasn't very interested. Reputation points decreased with each use, while he could farm for equipment himself. You can even buy a position like the City Guard? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. At that moment, halt, just come from the novice village? The guards at the city gate looked at him and immediately spoke coldly, their tone full of disdain. Yes. Yi Chen nodded lightly while clicking in the reputation shop. Ding. Congratulations, you have consumed 1,500,000 reputation points to exchange for the Tianqing City Lieutenant position. He thought that having a position would make it much easier to find someone in the main city. This was the highest position he could buy with his current reputation points. Ding. Triggered 100-fold. Critical hit gained Tianqing City General position, *1. He didn't expect this could also be a critical hit. He directly chose the higher quality. If he was going to do it, he might as well aim higher. Tianqing City General Position Effect 1. Possess the Tianqing City General's token. NPCs below the general level in Tianqing City will show you extreme respect, with a direct goodwill of 100 points. Effect 2. Can recruit soldiers in Tianqing City. Description. Positions in Se-Chong, except for the Emperor, can be purchased with reputation points, regarded as a reward for outstanding contributions in monster hunting. Yi Chen also didn't expect that. All positions, except for the Emperor, could be bought directly. But how hard was it to buy? Reputation points could only be earned through significant events. He had already accomplished many, and if it weren't for the 100-fold critical hit, he wouldn't have so many reputation points to purchase. Whoosh! A token appeared in his hand. The prefix, Tianqing City General, appeared before his nickname, which could be hidden. Thud, thud, all. The guards, upon seeing this, instantly knelt in fear, their eyes filled with awe. We greet the general. Ding! Congratulations, Tianqing City Guard Mu Yun's goodwill towards you plus 100. Congratulations, Heavenly Star City Guard Luther, has increased your favorability by plus 100. The pleasant notification sound rang out, and Yi Chen nodded lightly. Amidst the kneeling welcome, he stepped into Heavenly Star City. I didn't expect him to be a general. He just arrived and has already been granted the title of general. How many terrifying monsters did he have to kill in the novice village to gain so much prestige? Once he walked far away, the guards dared to lift their heads, still filled with fear. Some guards even slapped themselves. Just now, they had actually looked down on this esteemed person. Luckily, they hadn't said anything disrespectful. Otherwise, they would have been doomed. Fortunately, he didn't say anything either. Perhaps he looked down on them. Compared to the Heavenly Emperor, they were no match. He was already a distinguished general. There were many NPCs in Heavenly Star City, filling the streets and alleys, with many soldiers patrolling. But at this moment, seeing Yi Chen's figure, especially his title of General of Heavenly Star City, was striking. Salute the general. Thud. Along the path Yi Chen walked, NPCs knelt everywhere. Congratulations, Blacksmith Wangfeng has increased your favorability by plus 100. He had gained a lot of favorability, all directly plus 100. 100 is the highest, meaning NPCs would trust and respect him immensely. As long as Yi Chen accepted any task from these NPCs, he could receive the maximum rewards, and he could even have NPCs do tasks for him. Of course, if Yi Chen committed any wrongdoing against the NPCs, his favorability would decrease. NPCs with malicious intent towards him could not increase their favorability either. Just then, boom! The sound of iron hooves thundering approached. A group of well-equipped soldiers patrolling here saw the kneeling NPCs, and even some soldiers were kneeling to the Heavenly Emperor and immediately became furious. When did another general come to Heavenly Star City? In this city, there is only one general, Lord Qian. Soldier Lin Chang, bronze level 20 attack, 283 health, 395 defense, 203 description, soldier of General Qian of Heavenly Star City. Yi Chen glanced at them, they were all about this level. Is that it? I could slap you all to death, do you believe it? Let your lord come out to speak. He had a lot of things to do and was too lazy to play with these small fry. You. The soldiers were speechless with anger. Your level isn't even higher than ours, you're just a lucky one who killed some relatively strong monsters in the novice village and gained some prestige. What right do you have to be arrogant? General? Are you worthy? Yi Chen understood that he was being envied. It was normal, after all, he was so outstanding. Moreover, he had obtained his position through the system, which the NPCs of Sky recognized, but Heavenly Star City must have had a general already, and he had come over and was now on equal footing with him. The original general, of course, was not convinced. Then let them submit. I just wanted a position to make things easier, Yi Chen sneered, but unfortunately, he couldn't stand it when someone tried to bully him. Clang! The sharp sound of a sword being drawn rang out, and Yi Chen's sword was unsheathed fiercely. Boom! 10 sword energies, each 230 meters long, crisscrossed. 362. 345. Blood splattered. Even without relying on endless battle, Yi Chen could instantly kill this group of soldiers. In an instant, they were all dead. Over 500 corpses lay on the ground, and Yi Chen stepped through the blood. Gulp! Gulp! The surrounding NPCs all swallowed hard, not expecting this general to be so powerful, instantly killing so many who were higher level than him, and his temper was too explosive. One word of disagreement, and he killed. Ding! You have obtained 512 pieces of bronze equipment, 4,302 experience points, and a 100-fold critical hit. Who else is unconvinced? Yi Chen's indifferent voice echoed throughout the scene. No one dared to speak, but all lowered their heads, firmly believing that from now on, they should not provoke this general. Step. Yi Chen walked forward, and everyone around knelt down. He sneered and looked ahead. The Lord's mansion. Without the general's approval, would these soldiers dare to cause trouble? Killing intent is strong, dominance is innate. You've met your match. Lord of Tianqing City Jun Maoan said with a slight smile. This person is not someone who allows others to bully him. General of Tianqing City Qian's eyes flashed with cold light. He has arrived. Yi Chen arrived at the Lord's mansion, and the guards immediately welcomed him inside. In the resplendent Lord's hall, he met these two. Lord of Tianqing City Jun Maoan level? Attack? General of Tianqing City Qian level? Attack? As expected, everything was a question mark, the levels far exceeding his own, temporarily unable to check. Young talent, welcome, welcome. Lord Jun Maoan spoke eagerly, but what responded to him was Yi Chen's indifferent sword. Swish! A sword landed right on General Qian's neck. Do you want to die? At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly froze. The Lord's eyes were about to pop out, and Shi Yan was filled with rage, not expecting the Heavenly Emperor to have such audacity, even daring to take action. Here, where did he get his confidence? Yi Chen's expression remained cold. Low level? What's there to fear? He came to the main city, not to be bullied. Even if he had to fight with everything, it was not without a chance. He still had his clones and 2 mounts. What's so scary about death? Not daring to face it is the real trash. I'll ask you one more time, do you want to die? You. Shi Yan was choked with anger and was about to make a move. Slap. A loud sound of a slap echoed, and a clear handprint appeared on Qian's face. Lord Jun Maoan coldly said, "This is your fault. Those soldiers were sent by you, right? He asked you if you want to die." "I don't want to." Shi Yan lowered his head in humiliation, not expecting the Lord to take action. "Young friend, what do you think?" Jun Maoan looked up at Yi Chen. Yi Chen sheathed his sword. He still had to give face to the Lord. It wasn't that he was afraid. If he were afraid, would he have pointed his sword directly at Shi Yan? Good. Indeed, a young talent. The Lord looked at Yi Chen with appreciation. How about this? I'll take charge. You currently don't have your own soldiers, but there are a group of Qian soldiers in trouble outside the city. As long as you rescue them, they will be yours. Upon hearing this, Shi Yan was once again furious but dared not speak. Ding. Do you accept the mission, recruit soldiers? Mission details, rescue 200 silver level 25 soldiers at the Bat Cave outside the city. Mission reward, 200. Silver level 25 soldiers. Mission time, 6 hours. Yi Chen had already left. Having a group of soldiers in the main city would make many things much easier. Not bad. Lord Jun Maoan nodded secretly. Qian's power within the city was growing stronger, and now that a heavenly emperor had arrived, it was what he, as the Lord, wanted to see to balance Shi Yan. Shi Yan left in anger. It must be said that the NPCs in Se-Chong were really very human-like. Yi Chen arrived on the street and asked the NPCs if they knew Bai Ming, but none recognized him. Finding someone in such a large main city was really not easy, confirming once again that he needed his own soldiers. With soldiers, they could help him search. Outside the city, Bat Cave. In the pitch black, deep cave, a group of soldiers used magic to illuminate, and the sound of rushing air came from around. Be careful, those bats are coming again. Swish! A group of ugly bats swooped in, the irritating sound waves approaching. It's that sound wave skill. Again, the soldiers were ready for battle, but when the sound waves hit, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, unable to use their skills for a short time, even struggling to hold their weapons steady, forced to maintain a defensive stance. The bats charged directly at them, inflicting serious injuries. By the time they could fight back, the bats had already retreated, preparing for their next wave of attack. At this rate, we will surely die. Should we run? We can't. If we go back now, Shi Yan won't let us off, unless we escape to another main city, but between the main cities are endless hordes of monsters. Crossing the wilderness is a gamble with our lives. It wasn't that they were weak, but the bat soundwave skill was too overpowered, leaving them with no means to fight back. They had control skills too, but the bats were too agile to be controlled. They could only passively endure the beating, waiting for death. Soon after, the bats returned. Damn it, let's fight these beasts. Charge! They fought back with all their might, but the bats simply fled, disappearing into the tiny crevices. The dim light in the darkness made it hard to see, and now it was even harder to find the bats. But the bats could fly freely in the dark, using sound waves to locate them. When the soldiers were exhausted, the bats came out again. They were tormented severely, with some on the verge of collapse. Roar! At that moment, a terrifying dragon roar echoed. Bang! 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 A frenzied giant beast burst through the cave, charging in with overwhelming force, and with just a couple of roars, the bat sound waves were shattered, and they fell one by one. What kind of monster is this? Why is another big monster here? It looks like a dragon. Damn, the Bats that just tormented us are nothing but a joke in front of the dragon, they wilted instantly. The soldiers turned back in shock, all pale with fear. How could a dragon appear here? With their already injured bodies facing bats in front and a dragon behind, it was a certain death. Wait, there seems to be a person on that dragon. Yi Chen stood on the dragon's back, looking ahead. Evil Bat, Bronze, level, 17 attack, 201 health, 278 defense, 167 skills, Chaotic Ultrasound, Bloodthirsty, Frenzied. Scratching description, a troublesome monster. Its attributes are not strong. A group of level 25 silver soldiers could easily overpower them, but the Chaotic Ultrasound skill left the soldiers helpless. Ding! Under the dragon's might, the evil bats are confused for 3 seconds. Unfortunately, they encountered the dragon's might. Boom! Yi Chen casually swung his sword, unleashing 10 unmatched sword energies. 278, 267, 289. The confused evil bats were instantly killed. Ding! Killed 167 bats, gained 328 experience points, level up kill for bronze items, medium red potions *23, copper coins *1683, 100 times critical hit. The pleasant notification sound rang out as Yi Chen stored all his gains in his backpack. The experience points were already enough to level up. Be careful, there are still many bats. The soldiers suddenly spoke up, realizing that this human was likely not malicious, and kindly reminded him. Is that so? Yi Chen disdainfully shook his head, he preferred it this way. With a rustle, a swarm of bats surged out of the cave. Ding! Enemies plus 185, physical attack plus 185%. Facing hundreds of monsters, Yi Chen sheathed his sword. In the astonished gazes of the soldiers, his cloak fluttered, and 200 golden gale eagles flew out. Their attributes were slightly lower than the opponents, but their numbers were greater, and they had the wind blade skill to snipe from afar. A great battle ensued. Why hasn't he made a move? The soldiers were puzzled. Seeing Yi Chen not making a move, they felt embarrassed to step in and help, fearing it would disrupt his battle strategy. Yi Chen paid them no mind, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Found you! A bat, appearing and disappearing, was spotted by him during one of its moments of visibility. Evil Bat King, Golden Boss, level, 20 attack, 632 health, 845 defense, 603 skills, invisibility, disruptive ultrasound. Bloodthirsty, frenzied scratching description, likes to use its minions to attract enemies while it becomes invisible to sneak up and ambush. Still want to ambush? The evil Bat King felt Yi Chen's gaze upon it, realizing it had been targeted. It had just reappeared because its invisibility was on cooldown, and it never expected to be spotted by this sharp-eyed human. Fortunately, the cooldown for invisibility had ended, and it vanished once more. Silently, it crept closer to Yi Chen. So what if it was discovered? I'm invisible again, can you guess when I'll strike? TCH. Yi Chen merely scoffed, showing no signs of movement, as his armor suddenly emitted a dark red glow. A massive shadow of a hellish demon emerged from the armor, rolling with magma, sporting fierce horns, and a pitch-black hand swung violently, summoning a sea of hellfire to descend upon the world. 278. 283. Within a 100 square meter area, all monsters were instantly reduced to ashes. 845. The Bat King's body also broke free from invisibility, transforming into smoke. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a golden item invisibility cloak *1, 5 bronze items, and 408 experience points. With a 100-fold critical hit, you can obtain invisibility cloak *100 or a platinum item void cloak *1. Treasures exploded all over the ground. Ding! Congratulations, you have achieved the first kill of the level 20 golden boss Evil Bat King, earning 1 point of legend, 400 reputation points. Do you wish to hide your name? No hiding. I'm in the middle of a killing spree, and you want me to hide? Ding dong world announcement. The world announcement emerged, and people once again widened their eyes. The Heavenly Emperor had just left the main city for a short while and had already slain a level 20 golden boss. Yi Chen gained 100 points of legend and 40,000 reputation points. Stomp. The dragon stepped forward, approaching the soldiers, its nostrils flaring with a low growl. Gulp! The soldiers swallowed hard. The dragon was terrifying, but the figure atop it was even more fearsome. Standing atop the dragon with a terrifying hellish demon behind him, ready to summon hundreds of monsters, those bat creatures had been slain by a single sword strike, and that heavy sea of hellfire could scorch the world. He stood there, exuding an overwhelming presence. It felt as if he had come from hell, treading upon the very essence of death. If such a person wanted to kill them, they probably wouldn't be able to escape. I, the new general of Tianqing City, the Heavenly Emperor. Yi Chen revealed his nickname prefix. Thud. The soldiers immediately knelt in surprise, not expecting that such a terrifying human was their general. We pay our respects to the general. At that moment, they held Yi Chen in great admiration. Ding! Congratulations! The recruit soldier's task is complete. You have gained 200 silver level 25 soldiers, with a 100-fold critical hit. With a 100-fold critical hit, you can obtain 20,000 silver level 25 soldiers or 600 golden level 25 soldiers. The notification sounded, and Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. He never expected that even NPCs could have critical hits and without needing to turn in a quest. The task was completed directly as the soldiers obeyed, their favor towards him reaching 100. This was the maximum value of 100, otherwise, it could have been higher. These soldiers now looked at him with utmost respect. Willing to serve the general. Didn't expect a new general to arrive. We've long been dissatisfied with Qi Yan, who never valued our lives. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have found ourselves in such peril. Where would we be without the Great One? Alright, from now on, follow me. Yi Chen nodded. These soldiers were quite strong. Previously, it was just that the bat's methods were strange, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to defeat them. He couldn't help but think about how that arrogant fellow, Qi Yan, would react when he saw Yi Chen snatch a group of good soldiers from him. Moreover, I grant you powerful strength, so contribute well for me. Yi Chen spoke loudly. Ding, you have selected 600 level 25 golden soldiers. Boom. The soldiers immediately felt a surge of momentum. Their levels hadn't increased, but their potential skyrocketed and their strength grew significantly. Behind them, 400 level 25 golden soldiers appeared. The new soldiers looked different from them, which surprised Yi Chen. This must be a hidden effect of the privilege. Equipment can look the same, but it's quite strange for NPCs to have the same critical hit. As long as the attributes are the same, it's fine. Did the general do this? Not even a twitch, and with just a word, I was upgraded? What incredible power is this? Could the general be a god? The soldiers were completely shocked this time. It was too unbelievable. This was a miracle. They looked up at Yi Chen as if gazing upon an omnipotent deity. As for the newly appeared soldiers, if the general could create miracles, what was it to summon a few soldiers? They were determined to stick with the general, even if someone tempted them with divine artifacts. At this moment, they wouldn't betray him. What was a divine artifact? The general was a god. Yi Chen looked at their adoration and was momentarily stunned. He couldn't be bothered to explain. Soldier Li Yao, golden level 25 physical attack, 723 health, 929. Defense, 702 skills, charge, frenzied blade dance description, soldier of the heavenly emperor, sees him as a god, a lifelong master. Yi Chen casually looked at one and was quite satisfied. It was stronger than the previous golden boss. These soldiers were equivalent to individual bosses, and there were mages, archers, etc., making it a well-rounded little team. Other players have guilds? Sorry, his NPC soldiers alone were enough to take on a guild. He checked his loot, 9 pieces of bronze equipment, critting to 18 pieces of golden equipment. Unfortunately, only one piece had a skill. Nowadays, Yi Chen didn't want any equipment without skills. Chaos Ring, golden equipment, level 15 attached. Attribute, casting speed plus 10% attached skill, Chaos Ultrasonic Wave, blue LV1 consumes 40 mana, emits a chaotic ultrasonic wave covering a 200 square meter area. Depending on the strength difference with the enemy, it determines the chaos duration, guaranteed to disrupt. For 1 second, up to 10 seconds. During this time, the enemy cannot attack, cooldown of 1 minute. Note, skill level increases, duration extends. Restrictions, all classes, level 15. Quite good. Equipment also has levels. A level 1 divine artifact might not even compare to a level 100 plain item. Yi Chen immediately switched to the original level 8 golden ring, which only added 6 points to casting speed. For a warrior, casting speed is the speed of using skills. The higher the speed, the faster the skills are released. Mainly the Chaos Ultrasonic Wave. Although he had the dragon might of the Earth Dragon, he still needed to prevent accidents. Who knows when he might not be able to use the dragon. Moreover, the Chaos Ultrasonic Wave would disrupt for 1 second, regardless of how strong the enemy was. Disruption means unable to attack. Let's see what the boss dropped. Invisibility Cloak, golden equipment, level 15 attached attribute, control resistance plus 11% attached. Skill, invisibility, blue LV1 consumes 40 mana, becomes invisible for 10 seconds, cooldown of 3 minutes. Note, skill level increase. Duration plus 10 seconds, maximum level 15 restrictions, all classes, level 15. This is good. Not to mention the life-saving effect of invisibility. It also adds control resistance. If controlled, one can quickly break free from the control state. Void Garment, platinum item, level 15 attached attribute, control resistance plus 20% attached skill. Void, red LV1 consumes 60 mana, enters, void, state for 20 seconds, cooldown 3 minutes. Note, skill level increase, duration plus 20 seconds, maximum level 20 restrictions, all classes, level 15 void? Yi Chen was quite puzzled. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the description of void showed that the status could be viewed, and he immediately clicked in to check. The void surpassed invisibility, transforming oneself into an illusory state of nothingness. In short, it could even allow one to walk through walls. Because at that time, Yi Chen was alive, but it was as if he wasn't there. Crossing barriers was very simple. Comfortable. Yi Chen expressed his fondness and instantly chose this. Consuming experience points to max out the skill, he could void for 400 seconds. This was a life-saving skill. Maxing it out was not excessive. As for chaotic ultrasonic wave, it could forcibly disrupt for 1 second anyway, so he was temporarily too lazy to upgrade it. However, the void garment occupied the defensive gear slot, so he would usually wear the purgatory armor, switching to the void garment in specific situations. He also obtained 3,572 copper coins, critting into silver coins, 48 bottles of medium red potions, 52 bottles of medium blue potions, critting into large red potions and large blue potions. Large red potion effect restores 10 health points per second, lasts for 10 seconds. Large blue potion effect restores 10 mana points per second, lasts for 10 seconds. The soldiers had just been injured and were using medium red potions to recover, but the recovery was very slow. They were reluctant to use large red potions since they were much more expensive than medium ones. Take these to recover. Yi Chen casually tossed them dozens of large red potions. He still had plenty from before. The soldiers thanked him respectfully. As for himself, he wasn't injured. Drinking a large blue potion to restore his mana was enough. General, Shi Yan sent us here to find a legendary dungeon. We've searched everywhere for a long time but haven't found one. We don't know if there's one here, but we can take a deeper look. At this moment, the soldiers spoke up. A legendary dungeon? Yi Chen didn't expect such good fortune. Since it wouldn't take much time, he and the soldiers ventured deeper into the cave and were pleasantly surprised to discover an iron door deep inside. Legendary Dungeon Foreknowledge Description 1 consumes legendary points to enter Description 2. In the Foreknowledge Dungeon, monsters will predict your next move. Yi Chen didn't expect to really find a legendary dungeon. He had to thank these soldiers. No, thank Shi Yan for bringing such good things to him. To live up to him, he certainly had to go in for a visit. General, do you want to enter? We don't have legendary points and cannot enter. It's fine, you wait outside. Yi Chen shook his head. He had many legendary points, but they could only be used by himself and couldn't be shared. Legendary dungeons also had options for easy, normal, etc. Easy dungeon consumes 1 legendary point. Normal 10 points. Hard 100 points, Elite 200 points, Abyss 300 points, Nightmare 500 points. What the hell? Others definitely don't have this many legendary points to do the hard ones. Hard requires 100 points, and Nightmare requires 500. Ding. System prompt: once a player clears a legendary dungeon, they cannot clear it again. The higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards. This meant that if he did an easy one, he wouldn't be able to do a hard one later. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and chose Nightmare difficulty. After all, it was just the first kill of 5 bosses. A moment of flickering, and the door suddenly opened. As Yi Chen stepped inside, his body instantly vanished. The general actually chose Nightmare difficulty. I hope he can return victorious. The soldiers guarded the door, not allowing anything to disturb Yi Chen. Ding! You have entered the legendary dungeon, Foreknowledge, Nightmare difficulty. Yi Chen found himself in a vast grassland. The grassland was calm and peaceful, but the moment he stepped in, a terrifying killing intent suddenly surged, and green mantises jumped out one after another. Quick Blade Mantis, Golden level 20 attack, 654 health, 605 defense, 605 skills. Quick Blade Slash, Rapid Charge, Wind Affinity Description, a monster with incredible speed and astonishing attack speed. All of them are at the Golden level. The mantises raised their forelegs, resembling sharp quick blades, and struck down towards Yi Chen. Ding! Enemies plus 123, physical attack plus 123%. However, in the face of Yi Chen's high attributes and SSS level talent, endless battle, they were truly insignificant. Boom! Yi Chen swiftly drew his sword. Strategic maneuver. 10. Sword energies rampaged, but to his surprise, the mantises seemed to have sensed his attack in advance and quickly dodged before he even made a move. The mantises had wind affinity, allowing them to move quickly in the wind. Coupled with their early escape, this sword technique actually missed. Got it. Yi Chen recalled that the dungeon description mentioned that the monsters in this dungeon could foresee his next move. With his skills missing, he temporarily fell into cooldown. The monsters could predict his actions, making it difficult for his skills to hit them. If this continued, he would eventually be worn down by them. The mantises, at this moment, were disdainful and charged at him viciously again. TCH. Yi Chen sneered coldly and suddenly pushed off with his feet. Air step. His body soared rapidly, walking freely at an altitude of 1,500 meters. The mantises strike missed, and with a maxed out air step speed of 600 plus 200% movement speed, he was moving at 1,403 meters per second. The mantises clearly sensed his airborne movement, but at such a high speed, could they react in time? They couldn't react at all. Bang! Yi Chen descended like a cannonball, covering 1,403 meters in an instant. He landed above the mantises. At this moment, the 10 sword energies from Sword Energy Maneuver had disappeared, but within the 7 seconds that the sword energies had been present, his attack speed could reach 7 times, which meant 39.319 hits per second, nearly 40 sword strikes in 1 second. This was a maxed out red skill. How could it not be powerful? Swish, swish, swish. Sword shadows filled the air, and over 40 small monsters perished. 1 second passed, and the mantises finally reacted, immediately trying to flee. Disruptive ultrasound. Yi Chen's ring trembled, and an invisible sound wave enveloped the mantises. Under the dungeons. Power enhancement. The mantises sensed this as well, but what good was that? Was there still time to dodge? Ding, disruption for 2 seconds. 606. 676. Yi Chen easily slaughtered them. All the small monsters were dead. Even though the monsters had foresight, it was utterly useless in the face of absolute power disparity. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 5 pieces of golden equipment, 898 experience points, 3,927 copper coins, and a medium red potion. 100-fold critical hit. The rewards were plentiful. But he did not stop because, boom! A pair of sharp axes swiftly charged at him. No, they weren't axes. The forelegs of the attacking monsters had taken on the shape of axes. But they were much sharper than ordinary axes. Fast Axe Mantis King, Platinum Boss, Level, 20 Attack, 905 Health, 1502 Defense, 752 Skills. Frenzied Axe, Axe Spin, Wind Affinity Description, a monster with powerful attack speed, and speed. Hiss. It's actually a Platinum Boss. With this axe strike, Yi Chen would definitely take considerable damage. Roar. A dragon roar echoed, and the earth dragon's 4 hooves surged. With a yellowish hue, a massive earthen wall appearing ahead. As Yi Chen's mount, it could naturally follow him into the legendary dungeon. Boom! The earthen wall shattered, but it successfully blocked the attack. Well done. Yi Chen patted its head, and it proudly roared again. Ding! Under the dragon's might, the enemy is confused for 1 second, unable to move, attack, or think. The Fast Axe Mantis King was stunned, but unfortunately, the Earth Dragon was only level 15, and being of the same platinum grade, it couldn't confuse the Fast Axe Mantis for long. Moreover, ding! Enemy +1, physical attack +1%. After the small monsters were killed, Yi Chen faced only the boss now. The attack added by endless battle was minimal, but he couldn't avoid fighting the small monsters first, otherwise, the combination of small monsters and the boss would be troublesome. They all had precognitive abilities, unlike the monsters Yi Chen had faced before. Ding! You have consumed 2,000 experience points to level up Purgatory Demon by 1 level. The Purgatory Demon instantly reached max level. It emerged from Yi Chen's armor, summoning a purgatorial sea of fire covering 2,000 square meters, engulfing the Fast Axe Mantis King within, with an attack reaching over 1,600 points. 923. The Fast Axe Mantis King's health instantly dropped by more than half. Roar! It broke free from the state of confusion, enraged by the flames, wanting to kill Yi Chen in one strike. Shoo, look behind you. Yi Chen calmly shook his head, unfazed. The enemy will summon a clone. This prompt appeared in the Fast Axe Mantis King's mind, and it quickly turned to look behind, only to see another heavenly emperor appear. It understood the situation but could no longer predict. It could only foresee the actions of one unit. It had already predicted Yi Chen's actions and could not foresee the clone. While Yi Chen was battling it, the clone, using the tall grass and high movement speed, ran to its back. The clone drew a sword, and the effect of manipulation was still active. Yi Chen's attack speed within it was 7 times, and the clone shared the same speed. Swish, swish, swish. In 1 second, dozens of strikes. 203. 263. Even though the clone was at a lower level and significantly weaker, it didn't use any skills, but at such a rapid speed, the enemy couldn't withstand it. The Fast Axe Mantis King's body fell in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the Fast Axe Mantis King, earning 1095 experience points, platinum chest *1, silver coins *20. After all, it was a platinum boss, so the experience points were substantial. 100-fold critical hit, earning 109,500 experience points, platinum chest *100, silver coins *2000 or gold coins *20. Unfortunately, the 100-fold critical hit wasn't enough to enhance the quality of platinum items. 100 platinum chests, to be honest, Yi Chen liked very much. But if there was a chance to upgrade to a higher grade, why not? Privileges should grow as well. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled as he converted silver coins into gold coins, temporarily saving the chest. Critical hits. He planned to visit the demon civilization. If he could grow his privileges, it would enhance the quality. If he couldn't grow, it wouldn't be too late to increase the quantity. After all, it concerned another civilization, and he was prepared for failure. Of course, even if he failed, he wouldn't suffer losses. This time he also obtained several golden items, but unfortunately, they had no skills, so he would keep them for now. Then, he began to level up. Ding! Your level has increased by 2, and you have gained 10 free attribute points. After arriving at the main city, Yi Chen had gained quite a bit of experience. He and the Earth Dragon had both reached level 17, while his clone was at level 15, and the lagging giant bear had finally reached level 10. With this distribution, there was hardly any experience left. He had originally planned to fuse skills like Destroyer with Infernal Demon and Taunt, but now, even if the fusion succeeded and the skills became powerful, there wouldn't be enough experience to level them up. I must prioritize growth. Yi Chen resolutely decided again, otherwise the experience would truly be insufficient. Leave. With a thought, he intended to exit the dungeon. He also felt a vague anticipation. What rewards would the legendary dungeon offer? Ding! Congratulations, you have achieved the first kill of the level 20 platinum boss, Quickaxe Mantis King. You are awarded 1 point of legend, 600 reputation points. Would you like to hide your nickname? Congratulations, you have soloed and completed Legendary Dungeon, Foreknowledge, Nightmare Difficulty, with an evaluation of Super Perfect. You are awarded Foreknowledge in your Empire, *1. Would you like to hide your nickname, and would you like to hide the reward? 2 notifications came in succession. Yi Chen was familiar with the first one, but the second. What kind of reward is this? Yi Chen was puzzled and silently thought, do not hide nickname, hide reward. This reward sounded significant, it was better not to tell others. Ding dong. World. Announcement. Congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, for the first kill of the level 20 platinum boss, Quickaxe Mantis King. You are awarded 1 point of legend, 600 reputation points. Please congratulate him. The world announcement rang out. Although people were shocked this time, they weren't as amazed as before. Hiss. Level 20 platinum boss? I'm still killing level 5 whiteboard monsters. Hey, you. Need to get used to it. The Heavenly Emperor is just casually clocking in with world announcements. Daily first kill of a boss, nothing to be surprised about. What was originally a difficult task seemed to be expected since it was done by the Heavenly Emperor. After discussing for a while, people returned to their own business. But suddenly, ding dong. World announcement. Congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, for soloing and completing Legendary Dungeon, Foreknowledge, Nightmare Difficulty, receiving the highest reward for this dungeon, hidden, truly envied by others. Once again, the announcement rang out, sounding 30 times. Hiss. Did I hear that right? Legendary Dungeon? Solo completion? Nightmare Difficulty? Of course, who besides the Heavenly Emperor has the qualification to go to the main city? It must be a solo. What is the highest reward? The big shot even hit it. This time, people were once again shocked. The hidden reward made them itch with curiosity, and a group of top players were envious and jealous. They hadn't even gone to the main city and didn't have the capital to attempt the legendary dungeon, while the Heavenly Emperor was already ahead of them. Yi Chen paid no attention to all of this. He heard the pleasant notification sound. 100-fold critical hit, gaining 100 points of legend, 60,000 reputation points, Foreknowledge in your empire, *100 or Foreknowledge in your civilization. *1. Foreknowledge in your empire, effect, foresee any situation in your empire times 100. Description, in the Foreknowledge dungeon, related to the legendary and supreme deity, God of Foreknowledge, after a super perfect clearance, you can borrow his foreknowledge power once. In the current empire, Yi Chen was in Tianqing City, belonging to the Snowfall Empire, allowing him to foresee any situation within this empire, such as where treasures and artifacts are located. And it was for 100 times the power of the deity. Yi Chen murmured, no wonder this time he could achieve a critical hit quality, even platinum. Equipment couldn't reach 100-fold critical hit quality, yet such a strong foreknowledge opportunity could. It was because this power was borrowed. Essentially, it belongs to borrowing, no, stealing more power from the deities. If I steal power from the deities, will they discover it and become angry? Foreknowledge of the civilization effect. Foreknowledge of any situation in the civilization count, 1. Description, after a critical hit, steal power from the deities. I must have this. The Sky Jade is in the demon civilization, but I still don't know the exact location. With this foreknowledge, it will be different. Even if the deities become angry, let's do it. What is there to fear? Fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. Critical hit quality. Yi Chen instantly made up his mind. Boom. As his thoughts stirred, the world suddenly roiled with wind and clouds. Yi Chen suddenly vanished from the instance, entering a vast and boundless realm of darkness, where a great figure sat cross-legged. Supreme deity god of foreknowledge level? Attack? Defense? No need to look, all question marks. The god of foreknowledge's face was unclear, gender unknown, but he could feel its immense power, with threads swirling around its body, connecting to the vast cosmos, as if using the threads to foresee fate. But at this moment, whoosh! Some threads suddenly drifted towards Yi Chen, who, the god of foreknowledge, stood up in anger, looking towards Yi Chen, but only saw a blurred shadow, daring to come here to steal. I have never seen such audacity in the civilizations of the heavens. It opened its large hand, wanting to reclaim the threads. Buzz buzz buzz. The Sky Jade, which had been hidden on Yi Chen's neck, suddenly appeared, rendering the god of foreknowledge's methods ineffective. The threads wrapped around Yi Shen's body and they vanished together. What terrifying power! Who exactly is it? The expression of the god of foreknowledge was surprisingly one of fear. Such a powerful ability it had never encountered before, and when it tried to foresee who was stealing, it suddenly spat out blood, panicking. The only true spirit in the void cannot be seen clearly. After a long while, it also laughed. Interesting, an anomaly in the constant, destined to become a divine existence. I look forward to our next meeting. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained foreknowledge of the civilization *1. Hu Yi-chin breathed a sigh of relief. He had actually stolen something from a deity, and it was definitely not an ordinary deity. This is so thrilling. The sky jade is truly impressive. I must get the next piece. Yi-chan left the instance, preparing to head to the demon civilization. This time, he felt very calm. If I can steal power from a deity, why should I fear the demon civilization? Congratulations, General. The soldiers saw him smiling and knew he had successfully passed the instance. They secretly admired the general's prowess, having cleared the nightmare-level legendary instance so quickly. But Yi Chen's next words left them stunned. I will head to the demon civilization. Are you willing to accompany me? Demon civilization. The general must not. What do you know about this demon civilization? Yi Chen asked. The demon civilization exists in a different world from ours. Our civilization is called the Blue Star Civilization. The demon civilization is stronger than us. It's not that we are afraid, it's the stronghold of the demons. The general should just take us to fight, it won't end well. Blue Star Civilization? Yi Chen was shocked upon hearing this. His guess was correct. There are definitely other civilizations in the universe. The sky covers one civilization after another, and the beings of each civilization can enter the sky. The sky might also be a real world. Once inside, the place where the players of that civilization are located is called that civilization. For example, when Blue Star people enter the sky, the place they stay is called Blue Star Civilization. When demon beings enter, the place they are in is called Demon Civilization. A game across the entire universe. Yi Chen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and asked again, how do you know that the civilization you belong to is called the Blue Star Civilization? It has been passed down through ancient traditions. We have always been called the Blue Star Civilization. This was different from what he had thought. The Blue Star humans had just entered. Could it be that Blue Star people had entered the game before? Forget it, it didn't matter. Perhaps it was just the game system playing tricks. In any case, he further understood that sky was not simple to engage with another cosmic civilization. He took a deep breath. After all, the Blue Star humans had yet to come into contact with extraterrestrials, and he never expected that sky would cover the entire universe, allowing them to witness it. May we follow the general into life and death. The soldiers felt his unwavering determination and were eager to follow him. They were certainly not afraid. Very well. Yi Chen took out the general's tiger talisman of Tianqing City, which could summon soldiers. Unlike legendary dungeons, entering another civilization allowed him to bring his own troops. He then released the pitch-black demon gate and stepped inside. Ding! Congratulations, you have entered the demon civilization, Nyo City Dark Forest. The number of entries through the demon gate 1, current count, 0. With the blessing of the demon gate, you are not subject to the suppression of civilization powers. Your level and attributes will not decrease. Before him was a dark forest. Sounds of monsters roaring and players talking echoed around. Before Yi Chen could hear clearly, a prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! You have entered the demon civilization, regarded as an invasion. If significant events occur, enhancing the strength of the Blue Star Civilization or weakening the strength of the demon civilization, rewards will be given based on the severity of the events. Ha! Is this considered an invasion? Yi Chen thought there was nothing wrong with it. Why should only demons invade, and not the other way around? But what he didn't know was that a different world announcement rang out. Ding dong! World announcement, demon world creatures of the Blue Star Civilization have entered Nyo City, triggering a special event, Blue Star Human Invasion. Players are requested to stop the human invasion, and rewards will be given based on contributions. It rang 50 times, indicating the severity of the situation. The key was that it was different from before. It was an announcement from the demon world. Yi Chen was not a resident of the demon world and could not hear this announcement. He also could not open the world channel of the demon world, just as it was treated the same way when demons invaded the Blue Star Civilization. At this moment, the entire demon world erupted like a tsunami, and the world channel became chaotic. Moo moo! Blue Star Civilization, isn't that the civilization that the advanced team invaded before? Roar, a trash civilization. The High Priest's divination doesn't even consider it a level 1 civilization. If it weren't for the different environment, our strength would be reduced. If we went there, we would have crushed that civilization long ago. They dare to invade us? Despicable. Kill this human. Please, great demons on the ranking board. We, the demon civilization, already have players close to godhood. How can we allow humans to act recklessly here? However, he is in Nyo City, a weak and primitive city. We high-level players are restricted and cannot enter. Never mind, the Blue Star civilization is too weak. The invading humans must be weak. All of Nyoemo City, prepare for battle. Various demons were furious. They looked down on the Blue Star civilization. A civilization that had never even been heard of in the universe. Perhaps it hadn't even ventured into space. If it weren't for the High Priest sensing a slight civilization fluctuation in sky some time ago, they wouldn't even know about the Blue Star civilization. The experts among the demons had also been restricted by the Supreme God and had not entered the Blue Star. But this trash civilization, someone actually dared to come over? This is a disgrace. To dare to come to our Nyoemo city, kill him. In the wilds of Bull Demon City, a large group of demon players roared, instantly dropping their current tasks to find the invading humans first. Players from other cities were also quickly rushing to Bull Demon City. At this moment, Yi Chen was walking through the air at an altitude of 1,500 meters. A bunch of idiots. Thanks to the system's translation, he understood the words of the demon players. Looking down at these frantic players jumping around, it felt like watching a group of fools wasting their energy in vain. Wolf Hull level, 17 attack, 302 health, 342 defense, 275 skills. Hull of the Wolf, Black LV3, Dance. Under the Moon, Yellow LV7, Detection Technique, Basic, Triple Claw Strike, Green LV5. Description: Players of the Demon Civilization. Players entering different civilizations are regarded as invading monsters, displayed with monster grades, but demon players in their own civilization only show their attributes. Generally speaking, they are far inferior to Yi Chen at the same level. Their equipment and skills are not on the same level. The players in Bull Demon City don't seem very strong. Of course, there are players above level 20. After all, the Blue Star civilization entered the game much later than the Demon civilization. However, higher level players have mostly entered the advanced main cities. Due to restrictions, some cannot enter lower main cities to bully lower level players. Some slightly lower level players can still return to the lower main city and are now rushing to Bull Demon City. But at this moment, Yi Chen had yet to encounter any flying players. A bunch of idiots searching on the ground wouldn't find anything, and they probably thought many people were invading, creating a grand spectacle, unaware that Yi Chen was the only one walking through the air. I don't have time to play with these sand sculptures for now. Yi Chen landed in a hidden area, letting them search for a while. He had big things to do. Ding! You have consumed foreknowledge of the civilization. You are in *1 for seeing the situation of Skyjade, and learned that Skyjade is located in the Bull Demon Empire Imperial Treasury. 243 12 73. Unexpectedly, it was in the Imperial capital. What to do? Not to mention how he would bypass countless enemies in Bull Demon City, the kind of high-level place like the Imperial capital was not somewhere a player who had just entered the game for 2 days could access. There would definitely be level restrictions. Void Garb. Yi Chen's eyes flickered as he remembered this treasure. Whoosh! He released a clone, donned the Void Garb, while his main body stayed behind. The main body was indeed stronger, making it easier to encounter enemies in Bull Demon City. As for the Imperial capital, the slight difference in strength between the clone and the main body wouldn't matter much wherever he went, right? Void, a full 400 seconds. After the clone used this skill, it immediately transformed into a state of nothingness, undetectable and undiscoverable. Yi Chen also temporarily handed over the air treading boots to the clone, which had a very high movement speed. Over 1,000 meters per second, it swiftly passed through the dark forest. Encountering stones, large trees, etc., it simply passed through them. Didn't they say there was an invasion? Why haven't I seen anything? How strange. Wait, I think I just saw a gust of wind pass by. I was suddenly stunned. Along the way. He encountered demon players who were searching hard, completely unaware that the target had already swept past them. Yi Chen didn't make a move against them. Until he obtained the Sky Jade, he didn't want to take action. It wasn't out of fear, but to avoid trouble. Ding! You have entered Bull Demon City. The clone penetrated through the city gates and the city defense formation of Bull Demon City, freely gliding among the enemy ranks. He originally wanted to find a teleportation array to enter, but unexpectedly saw an old acquaintance. No, a Minotaur. Greetings, Commander. Greetings, Commander. The Demon World has many demons, and Bull Demon City is basically filled with Minotaur players and NPCs, with a commander leading a group of Minotaurs out. Minotaur Demon Leader 2 by level 30. Ha! Isn't this the Minotaur Demon Leader I killed before, the one from the previous demon invasion? Although Minotaurs look quite similar, Yi Chen recognized him at a glance. After all, he had slain this guy and knew his name was Tubai. I will redeem my sins and defeat the human invaders of Blue Star. Tubai roared angrily and quickly headed towards the dark forest. He laughed inwardly, finally having the chance to prove himself. Previously, as a representative of the demon vanguard entering Blue Star civilization, he had been suppressed by the civilization, unable to unleash his power. After being resurrected, he endured great humiliation, but this time it would be different. Damn it! I am a genius. I obtained a mount at level 30, which allowed me to go to Blue Star civilization. Conquering that novice village would earn me merit. But not only did I fail, I lost my mount as well. Bring it on, the more enemies, the better. Yi Chen shook his head and stepped into the teleportation array. The teleportation array originally required game currency and would emit light, making Yi Chen a bit anxious. Ding! You are currently in a void state. Teleportation has no consumption or restrictions, and you can directly activate the teleportation array to any location it can reach. Level 2 Main City, Horn City. Level 2 Main City, Lionheart City. Great. Yi Chen chose something related to bulls and immediately arrived at the Level 2 Main City. Then Level 3, Level 4. Ding! You have entered the Demon Bull Empire, Imperial Capital. Yi Chen stepped out of the teleportation array and first went to the wilderness. The Void skill was about to go on cooldown, so it was better to be in full condition when arriving at the Imperial Capital. After waiting in the wilderness for a while, his skills refreshed. Void. Step into the void. Yi Chen swiftly stepped into the void and descended upon the Imperial Capital, overlooking a group of NPCs and a bunch of high-level players. City Gate Guard level? Big Bull level? Very strong. The basic detection skill couldn't reveal any information at all, and Yi Chen felt a thrill. TCH, I heard the Blue Star civilization is invading? Ha, what's that trash civilization worth? They definitely can't survive in Demon Bull City. If it weren't for my level being too high to enter Demon Bull City, I would want to go there and have some fun. Unfortunately, humans can't enter the Imperial Capital. This Imperial Capital doesn't even talk about high-level restrictions. With defense formations and aerial detection formations, how could creatures from Blue Star civilization enter? The demons laughed, glancing at the formation, which would show fluctuations if a creature entered. No fluctuations at all. And Yi Chen, stepping out of the formation, scanned the surroundings of the Imperial Capital and saw a heavily guarded, resplendent hall. Imperial Capital Treasury description: the treasury of the Demon Bull Imperial Capital, protected by a super formation. This is it. Yi Chen walked through the air, directly breaking through numerous obstacles. The guards didn't notice him. It must be said that Void is truly impressive. He had already seen many powerful treasures. Sky-raising formation diagram, epic mysterious ice robe, epic blazing sun spear, holy artifact. So many treasures, a pile of diamonds and legendaries, and quite a few epics, even a holy artifact. But Yi Chen wasn't tempted. What were these? After privileged growth, treasures would be abundant. The void state won't last long. I must quickly take the Sky Jade. The Imperial Capital was so vast, and it took him a lot of time to traverse through the air. Fortunately, he had foreseen the exact coordinates. At coordinates 243, 12, 73, he saw a box. The box was very strange, with powerful restrictions laid upon it. Without special means, it was impossible to open the box. But his hands directly penetrated the box, touching a piece of jade, which instantly went into his backpack. Sky Jade, special item. Description 1, can obtain privileges in Sky, but only the unique true spirit in the void can use it. Description 2, all descriptions can only be seen by the unique true spirit in the void. Unique true spirit in the void? What is this? Yi Chen did not understand, but he could not care about that. Now, as the alarm suddenly blared. Ding ding ding, alarm. Alarm! Treasury has been stolen. Treasury has been stolen. The entire Bull Demon Empire was resonating with this alarm, the sound deafening. This was the alarm formation in the treasury. If someone used unreasonable means to take away treasures, the alarm would sound. At this moment, the 999 level Bull Demon Emperor was on a call with the Demon God High Priest. High Priest, beings from Blue Star have entered my Bull Demon Empire's territory, but they are suppressed by the Supreme God, and I cannot enter Bull Demon City. Have you predicted their location? Can you grant me treasures so I can go to Bull Demon City? Put. What answered him was the sound of the High Priest spitting blood. This child cannot be predicted. If the Supreme God of Foreknowledge heard this, he would certainly agree. He couldn't foresee it, let alone a mere priest's divination skills. Ha! Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon Emperor was stunned. This child? Only one person? Alarm! Alarm! At this moment, the alarm suddenly rang out, and the Bull Demon Emperor stood up in anger, instantly perceiving the treasury of the Empire, then suddenly laughed heartily. High Priest, goodbye. No need for divination. He has arrived. It saw a being that looked completely different from demons. A human, it must be. Ding, void cooldown. At this moment, Yi Chen exited the void state and appeared from the treasury. A group of guards had already opened the treasury, and all the demon NPCs and players in the Empire were rushing towards this place. In the heart of the Empire, under everyone's gaze, this human had actually entered the treasury and successfully taken something unbearable. Meanwhile, far away in the dark forest, Yi Chen's main body opened his eyes. The battle has come. Kill him, the damned human. At this moment, countless experts in the Bull Demon Empire charged towards Yi Chen. The Bull Demon civilization had many high-level players, all above level 500, along with many powerful NPCs. A lowly human dares to be so arrogant. A gigantic bull demon appeared in the heavens and earth, the 999-level Bull Demon Emperor. Under its very eyes, this human actually managed to steal something from the treasury. This was a disgrace. It was determined to take action personally and must capture this human. Terrifying skills erupted everywhere. The heavens and earth trembled incessantly. This scene was despairing. Yi-Chen was surrounded by countless demons, appearing weak and outnumbered. TCH. But he let out a cold laugh, raising a cruel smile. Ding! In battle, endless warfare activated. Enemies plus 802,635 physical attack, plus 802,635%. With over 8,000 times the attack, his physical attack reached 7.45 million. The more enemies there were, the better he felt. Boom! The void step activated. He jumped to an altitude of 1,500 meters, punching towards a bull demon soldier who did not expect that someone of his level could step into the air, momentarily caught off guard. His punch had already struck the bull demon soldier. Ding! Mountain punch activated. Attack crosses over numerous demons, striking the same demon, bull demon. Emperor. The bull demon emperor, quite a distance away, was suddenly hit by the overwhelming might of the punch. 3.42 million. Put. Blood red damage rose. The bull demon emperor spat out blood, being sent flying thousands of meters away, roaring in the air. And no way, trash blue star beings, how could they have such an attack? Emperor. Emperor. Countless NPCs and players were stunned. The 999 level bull demon emperor was actually heavily injured by a single punch. They looked at the human, standing in midair, astonished at how strong this human was. At that moment, countless skills were launched at Yi-Chen. He had previously dodged one attack by stepping into the air, but there were still many skills in the sky. Trash, see you again if fate allows. Yi-Chen waved at them and suddenly disappeared. Ding! You have retrieved your clone into your backpack. In the dark forest, Yi-Chen took a deep breath. Under the effect of battle limit, his attack power was off the charts, but his survivability had not increased. The enemy's attacks could still kill him. The level of that emperor was unknown, and the 7.45 million damage he dealt only managed to heavily injure it, with a defense exceeding 4 million. To be honest, Yi-Chen's methods were still too few. He could have high attack power but lacked offensive techniques. However, he was only a few levels in and had just entered the game for a short time. To heavily injure an emperor was already quite formidable. Moreover, this time, his objective had been achieved. Emperor, should we pursue and track his whereabouts? A group of bull demons in the imperial capital asked. No, absolutely not. The bull demon emperor anxiously stopped them. This human was too terrifying. As the strongest in the bull demon empire, he had been heavily injured by this human's punch and urgently needed to recover. How could the other bull demons possibly be a match for this human? Send the order down. All bull demons in the empire must avoid the heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor, that was the nickname it had just seen. It had previously dismissed it, but now it remembered it vividly. Instantly, a message spread throughout the imperial capital. All must actively avoid the heavenly emperor and not seek death. From the imperial capital to the major cities of various levels, this message left the experts of the bull demon empire puzzled, but they all acted according to orders. Some players who had gone to pursue Yi-Chen immediately turned back. However, the transmission of the message was not so swift, and some demons had not received it temporarily. For example, the bull demons searching for Yi-Chen in the dark forest. Roar! Come out! Minotaur Leader 2 by led a group of players, rampaging through the dark forest, organizing all players to turn over the blue star beings. TCH? I don't have a habit of passively taking hits. Who gave you the face to chase me? Yi-Chen scoffed, shaking his head upon hearing their commotion. He removed the Skywalker boots and celestial jade from his clone. The cooldown for the Skywalker boots was already over, and he actively stepped into the high sky, a tiger talisman in his hand releasing a brilliant light. The heavenly emperor of Blue Star is here. Who dares to fight? His voice echoed across the land, and Yi-Chen, standing high in the sky, was immediately spotted. He's out. He dares to come out on his own? Kill him. All the demons immediately acted as if they had seen treasure. Killing Yi-Chen would yield them rich rewards. Heavenly Emperor? Tubai's eyes widened. It had previously failed to invade Blue Star civilization, and the kill notification had informed it that the one who killed it was the Heavenly Emperor. It never expected to encounter him again. Good, today was the perfect opportunity for revenge. Previously, you killed me for rewards. Today, it's my turn. Immediately, some demons rushed in front of Yi-Chen, using bows and spells to attack him, otherwise they wouldn't be able to hit him. Ding! In battle, enemy plus 23, physical attack plus 23%. Enemy plus 34, physical attack plus 34%. Unlike the experts from the Bull Demon Imperial Capital, those experts had a wide attack range and could attack from afar, but the demons here had a relatively short attack range, and some were temporarily unable to strike. Only by attacking could they accumulate hostility. Yi-Chen had intentionally appeared, drawing all enemies to him to quickly accumulate attacks. Whoosh! The tiger talisman in his hand fluctuated, and 600 level 25 golden soldiers suddenly appeared. Soldiers under the Heavenly Emperor of Blue Star, please engage the demons. They sang passionately, engaging in a life and death duel with the enemy. Following the general, they even had the opportunity to fight against different civilizations, which was quite comfortable for these warlike individuals. The demons were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of so many high-level soldiers. The strongest demon on the field was the level 32 Bai, but these soldiers were not far behind him. Although they were outnumbered by the demons, they were already enough to hold the line in battle. And Yi Chen, the moment he took out the celestial jade, heard a prompt sound. Ding! Collected the second piece of celestial jade, merging with the first piece. Privilege. Growth in progress? Privilege growth takes time. During this period, the soldiers protected him. 3 minutes later. Not good, that guy named Tubai is too strong, we can barely hold on. It's mainly because they have too many numbers, and we are outnumbered. Damn it, why not challenge me to a duel? The soldiers gradually began to tire. At that moment, a faint voice suddenly rang out, leave it to me. Yi Chen had already descended from the sky. Ding! Privilege growth successful, transformed into 10,000 times critical hit. 10,000 times critical hit, an upgrade from the previous 100 times effect. He couldn't wait to test the effect. In his backpack, the previously uncritical quality platinum chest suddenly emitted a golden glow. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit, platinum chest *1 crit transformed into legendary chest *1. Items in the chest are simultaneously crit. It turned out to be legendary. Ding! You opened the chest and obtained the legendary weapon dart. Annihilation Axe *1. Heavenly Emperor, you finally dare to show yourself. Tubai led the demons, sneering as he looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, ignored him completely, using the tiger talisman to recall the soldiers come back. To withstand the siege of 10,325 demons, the soldiers had already done remarkably well. How did Yi Chen know it was 10,325? Ding! Enemies plus 10,325, physical attack plus 10,325%. His attack at this moment had been boosted to a very high level, but this was just the attack power. Without good offensive means, it would be difficult to showcase powerful strength. But now, it was different. A dark ink-colored axe appeared in his hand, its chilling gleam bringing a sense of death suppression. Dark Annihilation Axe, legendary weapon, level 17 attached attributes, physical attack plus 200, armor penetration. Rate plus 10% attached skill. Dark Annihilation Axe Light Gold LV1 consumes 200 mana points, delivers a strike equal to 100% of base physical attack, with a range of 200 square meters, actively reduces physical attack by 5%, increases range by 100%, lasts for 1 strike, cooldown 1 minute. Note, skill level plus 1, range plus 100 square meters. Maximum level 50. Directly adds 200 physical attack. The attached golden skill is truly terrifying. It is a skill that can self-extend its range. The skill does not add physical attack, but with Yi Chen's high physical attack, does he even care about that? Under endless battle, his physical attack reached 127,706. Boom! Yi Chen struck directly, swinging the axe down fiercely, black light emanating from the axe, darkness enveloping the surrounding area as if piercing through the light, obscuring the blazing sun on the horizon. Reduce physical attack by 95%. Dark Annihilation Axe Light attack is 6,385. Range is 4,000 square meters. There were over 10,000 enemies, but they were all crowded together on the battlefield, occupying a relatively small area. 2,927, 863, 3,012, 5,081. The axe light spread, dealing different blood-colored damage based on the enemy's varying health and defense, but without exception, all enemies perished under this axe. Ding! Killed 10,325 demons, gained 52,734 experience points. Platinum item, Thunderwing *1, golden item, Windchaser bow *1, golden item, Flame arrow *1, 7 silver items, 45 bronze items, copper coins *1, 342 silver coins *245. 10,000 times critical hit, gained 527,340,000 experience points. I have to say, the drop rate in Sky is really low, and some demons are not high level, providing little experience individually, but it adds up to a considerable amount. Moreover, Yi Chen has privileges. For now, he ignored the loot and looked at the more than 10,000 corpses lying on the ground, releasing the demon gate, and all the bodies were devoured. Ding! Devouring demons can enter the demon realm plus 3 times. So comfortable, the demon realm is quite nice. The weak bull demon city gave him so much loot, and there are even higher level main cities. He saw many treasures in the bull demon imperial capital, which he regretted not being able to take at the time. He must find an opportunity to come back again. Yi Chen is truly fierce. If other Blue Star players came to the demon civilization, they would probably be eaten down to the last crumb, yet he is already looking forward to the next time he comes in. However, for now, he won't stay in the demon civilization. It's time to return to the Blue Star civilization and take a look. There are no enemies here for now. I can check the loot. Thunderwing, Platinum item, level, 30 attached attributes, flight speed plus 1000 m/s attached skill. Thunderwing, red LV1 consumes 60 mana points. Can fly at 100% movement speed, speed will decrease with altitude above 5000 meters, lasts 1 hour, cooldown of half an hour. Note, at max level, 300% movement speed. Flying, speed will decrease above 10,000 meters. Restrictions, all classes, level 30 description, of flying equipment, extremely rare. This was dropped from the kill map. Yi-Chen could choose to critically hit for 10,000 of them or choose to critically hit for one legendary wing. But damn, the restriction is level 30. I'll keep it 4. Now, I'll talk about it when I reach level 30. Yi-Chen felt it would be soon. This time, he gained over 500 million experience points. So exhilarating, it's the first time he gained so much experience, and he immediately started using it. Ding! Your level +3, free attribute points +15, please allocate. Earth Dragon level +3, clone. Level +5, gain 25 free attributes, please allocate. Giant Bear level +10. The notification sounds kept coming, it was so comfortable. Yi-Chen, his clone, and both mounts are all level 20. Ding! Your level has reached 20, you need to change jobs to continue leveling up. But unfortunately, he had to stop. Players must change jobs. At level 20, basic classes like Warrior and Mage can easily change jobs, with NPCs in the main city offering job change quests, but he is a 3-star hidden class. Annihilator. The Annihilator comes from the critical hits of the Destroyer. He got the Destroyer from the village chief of the 999th Novice village, who told him to find Bai Ming, and he suspected Bai Ming was related to his job change quest. So, he must return to the Blue Star civilization. The mount's level cannot exceed the owner's. He cannot level up now, and even his mount cannot be upgraded. There are still 2 golden items which could critically hit into 20,000 golden items or 2-star items. But they are all archer equipment, so I'll temporarily keep the critical hit options and hold on to them for now. There are also 7 silver items and 45 bronze items. 1 piece of bronze equipment has a quality critical hit of 2 platinum items, but it doesn't reach the standard of 1 diamond item. 1 piece of silver equipment has a quality critical hit of 2 diamond items. Yi-Chen checked the effects after the critical hit. With attached skills, and suitable for a level 20 warrior, there is only 1. He nodded slightly, considering the low drop rate in Sky, having this loot is quite good. Ding! You have crit bronze separation sword *1 into platinum world. Sword *2. World sword, platinum, level, 18 additional attributes, physical attack plus 100 additional skill. World gathering, red LV1 consumes 60 mana points to gather 2 separated attacks onto a single target, lasting 1 hit, cooldown 10 minutes. Note, at max level, gathers 10 attacks. A very nice sword. Yi-Chen replaced the original golden weapon Peerless Sword, which increased his physical attack significantly, but the skill of the Peerless Sword was excellent, and he certainly didn't want to part with it, so he immediately used the ability of Destroyer. Ding! Consume 10,000 silver coins to detach strategic maneuver and fuse it into World Sword, skill fusion. Successful, evolved into awakened control of the world. Yi-Chen had already seen the skill effect and was very satisfied, immediately leveling it up to max awakened. Control of the world, orange LV25 consumes 100 mana points to release 15 sword chi of 100% physical attack over a length of 500 meters, attacking different targets. Lasting 1 hit, can also attack the same target, consuming 100% mana. Within the sword chi range, your attack speed reaches 7 times within 7 seconds, cooldown 20 seconds. Hiss! It's incredibly powerful, capable of area attacks, and can also choose to attack a single enemy with all 15 sword chi at once. Although attacking the same target will consume all mana, the attack power is so high that it's worth it. Moreover, in normal situations, using dispersed attacks is sufficient without needing to consume that much mana. Yi-Chen kept the World Sword with awakened control of the world for himself. The World Sword with World Gathering was given to his clone, hoping to find good skill fusions later. Ding! 7 pieces of silver equipment crit into 70,000 pieces, 44 pieces of bronze equipment crit into 440,000 pieces. Yi-Chen planned to sell these. After all, they were all trash. With his luxurious gear, why would he care? It's time to leave. As this thought arose, his figure suddenly vanished. Ding! As an invader, you can return to your civilization only by killing players from foreign civilizations or being killed by them. You have met the requirements and can return to Blue Star Civilization. Yi-Chen returned to the wilderness of Tianqing City. Ding! Battle summary. You obtained treasures amidst heavy guards in the Bull Demon Imperial capital, killed over 10,000 players in Bull Demon City, reduced the strength of the demon civilization, and will trigger a cosmic announcement. Do you wish to hide your nickname? Ha! A cosmic announcement? Yi-Chen was stunned for a moment and said, do not hide. A true tough guy doesn't hide even in the cosmos. At this moment, I'm finally almost level 15, I can reach the main city. Pride of the World laughed loudly in the novice village. Previously, his subordinates were killed by the Heavenly Emperor, which he held a grudge against. Now he was about to enter the main city, and there was still a chance to surpass the Heavenly Emperor. I will surpass the Heavenly Emperor and step onto the peak. The scenery of the main city is really nice. Some top players had already arrived in the main city. Although they had just come, they were full of confidence, as if they could see a glorious future. They would compete with the Heavenly Emperor in the main city. Ding dong. Cosmic announcement. Congratulations to Blue Star player Heavenly Emperor for reducing the strength of the demon civilization in Bold Demon Imperial Capital. Reward: 1,000 cosmic reputation points. Suddenly, an unprecedented announcement arrived. Ha! Cosmic announcement, what is this? Cosmic reputation points, what is that? What is this? Can someone explain? Could it be that aliens are participating in the game? Did the Heavenly Emperor go to the aliens and kill tens of thousands of players while snatching treasures in the Imperial Capital? Did the Heavenly Emperor go to beat up aliens? Did you notice the Heavenly Emperor is level 20 now? The players couldn't understand at all. They hadn't even heard of the Imperial Capital. It was only speculated that the Heavenly Emperor had engaged in battle with extraterrestrial beings and had gained a significant advantage. Are there extraterrestrial beings in the universe? A group of top players was stunned, having just felt proud of entering the main city. The Heavenly Emperor, however, was already clashing in the cosmos. This news spread from Sky Realm to the real world of Blue Star, leaving the high-ranking officials of various countries bewildered and the media buzzing with discussions. The Heavenly Emperor had sparked a series of storms. Ding dong. At this moment, in the minds of players from the Demon Civilization, Ghost Civilization, Mechanical Civilization, and others in the universe, continuous notification sounds echoed. Attention, the entire universe, Blue Star, Heavenly Emperor. It was the first time they had heard these two terms. It turned out there was a Blue Star civilization in the universe. If there's a chance, we should clash. Ding. 10,000 times critical hit, gaining 10 million points of universal prestige. After reaching level 1 civilization, the universal prestige store will be unlocked. Blue Star is currently at 0.72 level civilization. Insufficient to unlock. Yi-Chen was first taken aback, then filled with joy. It didn't matter that it couldn't be unlocked now. The demon civilization should belong to level 1 civilization, and he could go there anytime. But why was the Blue Star civilization so weak? As a Blue Star person, Yi-Chen felt a bit unhappy. Thinking about it, it made sense. Humanity on Blue Star had just entered Sky Realm and had never connected with the universe before. Once the players leveled up, the civilization level would inevitably rise. Blue Star people are currently too weak. He opened the server-wide leaderboard. First, Heavenly Emperor, Dragon Country, level 22nd, God Lord, Rice Country, level 15. 10th, Thunder King, Eagle Country, level 15. He was far ahead. If it weren't for not having a job change, he could surpass many behind him. Combined, the second two 10th places probably wouldn't even stand a chance against the demon civilization. Only Yi-Chen, relying on endless battle, could roam freely in extraterrestrial civilizations. Fortunately, the Supreme God had established war contracts among the major civilizations. After entering different civilizations, the attributes of beings would be significantly reduced, thus protecting lower civilizations from invasion. Civilizations below level 1 could not be invaded by higher civilizations in large numbers. But once they reached level 1, higher civilizations could send all their forces to invade. Yi-Chen was unaware of all this, but he knew he had to level up quickly. He headed straight for Star City, releasing 600 soldiers along the way. Find someone named Bai Ming for me when you return to the city. Yes, General. Boom. The 600 level 25 golden soldiers ran at an astonishing speed, kicking up a cloud of dust, especially Yi-Chen's Earth Dragon, which moved like a small mountain. At this moment, inside the city, the Heavenly Emperor went to rescue those soldiers. I wonder how it's going. The city lord, Jun Maoan, had a flicker in his eyes as he stood atop the high city lord's mansion, hoping for good news from the Heavenly Emperor. 200 level 25 silver soldiers are already in trouble. What can he do by going? He's doomed. General Qi Yan sneered coldly within the general's mansion. The news of the Heavenly Emperor's attempt to rescue the soldiers, spread intentionally by Jun Maoan, also reached the ears of the NPCs in the city. He hoped the Heavenly Emperor would succeed and suppress Qian's arrogance. The NPCs discussed among themselves, believing the Heavenly Emperor could not possibly succeed. Although the Heavenly Emperor was domineering and powerful, his level was still too low, and he had no backing. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying rumble suddenly came from outside the city, causing the NPCs to look up in confusion. What's going on? Could it be a monster attacking the city? What the hell? A giant dragon? That's the Heavenly Emperor, riding a giant dragon. And a group of powerful soldiers. 600 level 25. Golden soldiers. The city lord, Jun Maoan, suddenly stood up, staring in shock outside the city. He saw through the soldiers' attributes at a glance and wondered what was going on. Wasn't the Heavenly Emperor supposed to rescue the 200 silver level 25 soldiers? How come he returned not only with a giant dragon but also with so many golden level soldiers? Where did he find them? Welcome, General. As Yi Chen approached the city gate, the guards immediately opened the door to let him in. He entered with a group of soldiers, and the earth dragon roared incessantly within the city, casting a huge shadow over the NPCs. A thud. Thud. The NPCs looked up at his powerful figure and couldn't help but bow in respect. What? At this moment, Shi Yan heard the report from his subordinates and immediately stood up in anger. There was a giant dragon, and inexplicably, a group of soldiers had appeared. This person had too many unbelievable aspects. If he continued to develop, wouldn't he become even more formidable? What place would there be for him in the city then? This kid cannot be left alive. He rushed straight towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's return to the city caused a huge commotion. Boom! Suddenly, another loud noise came, and Shi Yan led a group of soldiers, shouting, "Heavenly Emperor, what great power you have, riding a dragon in the city. Do you not regard me as a general?" The atmosphere suddenly froze, and no NPC dared to speak, knowing that the two big shots might clash. Who is speaking? Which trash is talking? Did you hear that? Yi Chen scanned his surroundings in confusion, looking bewildered. I didn't see. I really don't know which trash it is. His soldiers shook their heads one after another. You. Shi Yan was choked with anger but laughed instead. I am responsible for maintaining order in the city. You riding a dragon in the city could pose potential dangers. I order you to immediately put away the dragon. Potential dangers? He was trying to use this to suppress Yi Chen. As fellow generals, if Yi Chen listened to him, it would make him seem inferior. The Heavenly Emperor is a general, so naturally, he can ride a dragon. In the city. Suddenly, the city lord Jun Maoan jumped down from the city lord's mansion. Shi Yan didn't expect Jun Maoan to stand on Yi Chen's side again, but this was exactly what he wanted. He sneered, "Fellow general? How come I didn't notice? Does he have the strength to stand alongside me? How about we duel and see our strengths?" Not possible. The city lord shouted angrily. Shi Yan was getting more and more arrogant, daring to refute his words. Relying on his connection with the lord of a high-level main city, Shi Yan couldn't tolerate anyone in his eyes, and the city lord had long been displeased with him. Now that the Heavenly Emperor had arrived, it was a good opportunity to balance him against Shi Yan, but the Heavenly Emperor's strength was still a bit lacking. I will obey the city lord's orders. Shi Yan's eyes flashed with cold light as he turned to leave. This Heavenly Emperor is just a waste, a coward. I thought he was impressive. The city lord had already spoken 3 times, and he didn't want to provoke a fight. But who knew? Of course, I can. A calm voice rang out, and everyone turned in surprise to see that it was the Heavenly Emperor speaking. Shi Yan couldn't stand him? He was making it seem like he could tolerate Shi Yan. There could only be one general in this city. Why should Shi Yan be on par with him? Not possible. The city lord was anxious, waving his sleeve and secretly transmitting, "Do you know what his strength is?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow as the city lord tossed him a book. Ding! Congratulations, City Lord Jun Maoan has gifted you the Intermediate Detection Skill Book *1. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can obtain Intermediate Detection Skill Book *10,000 or Super Detection Skill Book *1. Yi Chen didn't expect this to be a reward, and immediately, with a critical hit, he tore it apart to learn. Super Detection Skill effect can view enemies up to 500 levels higher than oneself. Instantly check Cheyenne's attributes. Blazing Flame General of Star City, Platinum Boss, level 40 physical attack, 2364 defense, 1625 health, 3726 skills, Wind Shadow Movement, Moonfall Slash. Profession, Hidden Profession Shield Warrior. So it turns out to be a level 40 Platinum Boss, probably equipped with great gear and with a defensive hidden profession. Its defense and health attributes are quite formidable. Heavenly Emperor, Annihilator, level 20 physical damage, 1627 1630 defense, 1056 health, 1582 mana, 683. This is Yi Chen's current attributes. Although he has the support of a 3-star hidden profession and amount, his attributes are quite good, but his level is still too low, leaving a significant gap compared to Blazing Flame. Just based on attributes, he would be one-shot by Blazing Flame. But he doesn't care at all. Where do we fight? The city lord was taken aback, not expecting the Heavenly Emperor to already see Blazing Flame's attributes, yet still choosing to fight, which was quite unwise. The Heavenly Emperor could very well be defeated, and the next step would be death. Let's do it in the square. Everyone in the city can witness. Don't say I'm bullying you. Let's have a one-on-one. Blazing Flame felt his scheme was working, sneering as he walked towards the square. One-on-one? For Yi Chen, that was the most disadvantageous situation. Fine, let's give it a try. But he was not afraid at all. He also wanted to see if he could take on a level 40 boss. Yi Chen and Blazing Flame stepped onto the square. Below, countless people gathered. Blazing Flame's level is too high. It's very unfavorable for the Heavenly Emperor. This move by the Heavenly Emperor is quite unwise. Even if he has a mount, it can't make up for the gap. Yi Chen rode the Earth Dragon, while Blazing Flame wielded a large knife, and the battle was about to begin. Die! Blazing Flame slashed down, creating a crescent-shaped blade aura in the air, skill Moonfall Slash. People watched nervously. Perhaps with just this strike, the Heavenly Emperor would suffer. Ding. In battle, enemy +1, physical attack +1%. The increase was too little, and Yi Chen didn't care. Even without this SSS level talent, he was still a strong fighter. Earth walls. 3 layers of earth walls appeared in front of the Earth Dragon. The Moonfall Slash struck them, causing the walls to collapse one after another, but the Moonfall Slash was thus blocked, and by the time it reached Yi Chen, it had no damage left. The Earth Dragon was strong in defense. Blazing Flame looked enviously at the Earth Dragon. At level 40, he couldn't yet have a mount, but it wouldn't be long. A waste relying on a mount. Do you think you deserve it? After I kill you, this mount will be mine. Blazing Flame laughed loudly, his figure moving quickly. Skill. Wind Shadow Movement. He closed in on Yi Chen rapidly, leaving the Earth Dragon unable to defend in time. Is that so? Yi Chen merely smiled faintly, his ring trembling. Chaotic Ultrasonic Wave. Ding. Blazing Flame is forced into chaos for 1 second, cannot attack during this time. Roar. Ding. Blazing Flame is affected by Dragon Might Confusion for 1 second, cannot attack or move during this time. For 2 seconds, Blazing Flame was a waste. Blazing Flame trembled all over, feeling utterly confused, and at that moment, a clang of sword energy sounded, as Yi Chen swept his sword, unleashing 15 sword energies, each 500 meters long, surrounding Blazing Flame. Sword of the World Awakening the World. Ding. Consumes 100% mana. 15 sword energies gathered to attack one person. Blazing Flame's defense was very high. The sword energy could break through defenses, but each could only deal a small amount of damage. Yi Chen immediately drank a bottle of large blue potion, recovering 10 mana per second, instantly gaining 10 mana. Ding. Consumes 10 mana, using Sharp Edge Revealed, increasing attack by 20% armor penetration rate for 3 seconds. The sword energies continuously struck Blazing Flame, increasing attack speed by 7 times within 7 seconds, fast and fierce like a Gatling gun. 325. 319. In less than a second, Chi Yan lay on the ground, his pupils dilated. Damn it. I have never regarded you highly. But the moment my sword was at your neck as I entered the city, you were destined to die. Yi Chen didn't even glance at him, walking towards the square. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed Chi Yan, gaining 22,455 experience points. Level up kill. Platinum weapon. Falling Moonblade. *1, 100 silver coins. 10,000 times critical hit. Yi Chen gained over 200 million experience points and 10,000 gold coins. As for the equipment, he would check it later. The moment he stepped off the square, everyone was stunned. So fast, too fast. From Chiyan's initial dominance to Yi Chan's effortless counterattack, it was just a moment. No one had expected that the Heavenly Emperor could kill Chi Yan. This was a level up kill by how many levels? This person is terrifying. General Heavenly Emperor is amazing. I've disliked Chi Yan for a long time. An unprecedented genius, truly the strongest talent I've ever seen. Heavenly Emperor, as a brave warrior, are you interested in marrying someone from our city? I have several eligible daughters at home. The crowd was in an uproar. The city lord, Jun Maoan, was also stunned. He looked at Yi Chen's back, his heart surging with emotions. He had thought the Heavenly Emperor was a genius who could balance Chi Yan, but he had completely surpassed the limits of genius. A prodigy, a genius. Such a person could not be controlled by himself. He would surely leave the main city in the future. Reaching the pinnacle of this world, even the city lord would have to curry favor with him. I, the city lord, declare that all soldiers of Tianqing City can be commanded by the Heavenly Emperor. Yi Chen was checking the equipment. Platinum weapon Falling Moonblade could deal a critical hit of 10,000 falling moonblades or even become a legendary weapon, but unfortunately, the equipment level reached level 40, restricting players to level 40 to use it. He could only keep it for now. It was a bit regrettable. Ding. Congratulations, you have become the only general of Tianqing City. The city lord, Jun Maoan, grants you the greatest authority to command all soldiers of Tianqing City. A piece of good news immediately dispelled the regret. How many soldiers were there in Tianqing City? At this moment he held power over the entire city, overshadowing the stars. 10,000 times critical hit. He could also deal critical hits to soldiers, but he didn't do it for now. Suddenly boosting soldiers in front of everyone would be too shocking. He would find a good opportunity to do it later. Yi Chen nodded to the city lord and left. The city lord smiled back. It could be said that the Heavenly Emperor's prestige in the city was no less than his own, practically a second city lord. But he felt no jealousy. Someone like the Heavenly Emperor was destined to transcend Tianqing City. The general's mansion. It had been Chiyan's before, but now it belonged to Yi Chen, and he summoned all the soldiers here. There were 1,000 gold level soldiers, plus the previous ones. 3,000 silver level, 5,000 bronze level, and 1,000 black iron level. There were no whiteboard soldiers left. After all, this was the main city, and it wasn't that black iron or bronze were weak. Their levels were above 20. However, with lower ranks, their qualifications were relatively poor. Yi Chen could promote their ranks, but no merit, no reward. Go, find someone named Bai Ming. Yes, sir. The soldiers set off to carry out the order. He didn't even need to find someone himself, it was so comfortable. Yi-Chen logged off for lunch, feeling a bit emotional. He was already a general of a city, and in reality, he didn't have to be so downcast. He could cancel the rental of the apartment he had been living in. He looked at a housing app, wanting to buy a villa. But the housing prices in Fenglin City were very high, villas were quite expensive. This one looks good. He spotted a manor, but he didn't have enough money for now. Actually, he was quite wealthy now, buying a villa was not a problem. But if he was going to buy, he wanted to buy a good one. Yi-Chen didn't have the typical plot of a novel protagonist who, after becoming wealthy, insists on wearing rags and living in a rundown house to play the part of a pig eating a tiger. He felt that treating himself well and improving his quality of life was nothing to be ashamed of. Well, selling some equipment would make him money. As for now, he strolled through a clothing store in the city and bought a set of high-end clothes. As an orphan, it was fine to treat himself well. That young man is so handsome, but he doesn't lack money. What a pity. On the way, he encountered some wealthy women, but upon seeing his luxurious attire, they abandoned the thought of approaching him. In the past, these wealthy women had wanted to support him, which was really annoying. Now, that trouble was avoided. Being rich was truly comfortable, of course. All of this was brought about by the game. With Sky, Yi-Chen could easily become someone of importance, so he only stayed in reality for a while before entering the game again. General Bai Ming has arrived. As soon as he entered, he heard good news. Yi-Chen dismissed the soldiers and looked at the sturdy man in front of him, saying, "Hello, village chief number 999 sent me to Tianqing City to find you. I am the Destroyer. I see, the disciple of my junior brother. I'm out here because your soldiers brought me. I saw your battle in the city and thought you were quite remarkable, which made me want to befriend you. Coincidentally, your soldiers were looking for me, so I took the initiative to appear. Who would have thought, we are indeed family." Bai Ming was very happy. He wasn't lying. Yi-Chen noticed that Bai Ming was level 50, even stronger than Qian. Yi-Chen didn't mention that he was already the Destroyer. "Uncle Master, I need to change my class. Our sect has rules. Changing classes requires completing tasks that are much harder than those of others. Are you prepared?" "Yes." Ding. Task received. Destroyer class change. Task requirements: kill 10 golden monsters and 1 platinum boss. Task time: 1 day. Failure penalty: unable to level up. "Uncle Master, I'm off." Yi-Chen immediately set off. Go on, go on." Bai Ming waved his hand, secretly sighing. The path of the Destroyer is not so easy. This is the legacy of the Great War God. The further you go, the harder the class change tasks become, but you should be able to do it. It was precisely because it was too difficult that he was stuck at level 50. In fact, as a level 50 Destroyer, he was quite powerful in the high-level main city, but he had been stuck on leveling up and had only recently come to Tianqing City to wander around and seek opportunities. The first class change task was relatively simple, but it was still quite challenging. For others at level 20, how hard would it be to kill a platinum boss? But for Yi-Chen, it was really easy. "General, according to our investigation, there should be a platinum boss here." The soldiers had already found the monster for him. He set off alone and arrived at the destination. Before him were some golden monsters and a level 22 platinum boss. Ding. Enemy plus 121, physical attack plus 121%. Awaken the world. Purgatory demon. Dragon might. Yi-Chen launched an attack directly, the earth. Dragon rampaging, sword energy spreading across the land, and the purgatory demon summoned a sea of fire. In just a moment, all the monsters had been defeated. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 20-30 experience points, 3 golden items, 1 platinum item, ice wrist, and 23 silver coins. 10,000 times critical hit. Ding, you have killed the level 22 platinum boss Poison Stingby, gaining 1 point of legend, 500 points of reputation, and with a 10,000 times critical hit, you gain 10,000 points of legend and 5 million points of reputation. The rewards were plentiful, but mainly for the class task. Yi-Chen was the Annihilator, and he didn't know if the Hit Destroyer class task would be useful to him. Ding. Congratulations, the professional task is complete. You have received a reward. You can upgrade the Destroyer to level 40, and after the second class change, it can be upgraded to level 60. 10,000 times critical hit you have received. You can upgrade the Annihilator to level 60. So comfortable Yi-Chen instantly leveled up. Ding, your level. Plus 10, you have gained 50 free attribute points. Please allocate them. With experience points, he felt bold, and 10 beams of white light shot into the sky. He leveled up directly by 10 levels. Yi-Chen was instantly at level 30, and not only that, but his clone and 2 mounts also reached level 30. With the 10,000 times critical hit, he found it incredibly easy to level up. However, as he progressed, leveling up became increasingly difficult, and skills also required experience points to upgrade, so he paused to look for some good skills to enhance, temporarily checking his gains. Stinger Dagger, Gold, level 20 attached attributes, physical Attack plus 80, armor penetration plus 10% restrictions, assassin, level 20, toxic bow, gold, level 20 attached attributes, physical attack plus 80, additional 50 poison damage, ignores defense, restrictions, archer, level 20. 3 pieces of gold equipment, none of which had attached skills, and they weren't suitable for him. He prepared to accumulate critical hits to sell them later. Right now, there were no other players who had reached level 20. Platinum ice wrist. He took a look. It could be used by warriors and had attached skills. The gold wrist he was wearing had no attached skills, so he immediately prepared to switch. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit. You have received the legendary item Frost Wrist *1. Of course, the quality of the critical hit was excellent. Frost Wrist, legendary item, level 22 attached attributes, control resistance plus 20% attached skill, Frost Shield, gold LV1. Consumes 200 mana to form a frost shield, 1000 plus 120% defense. When the shield dissipates, it releases this defense value as frost damage, with a range of 1000 square meters, and a 10% chance to control enemies. Note, skill level plus 1, defense plus 50, maximum level 50. Restrictions, non-priest, level 22 golden skills are just amazing. Defense plus attack plus control, all included. Yi Chen immediately consumed experience points to max out the skill, increasing his defense to 3,450 when used. A person can wear 2 wrist items, and he was still wearing a mountain separating wrist. He also had a golden skill, Dark Annihilation Axelight, which he also maxed out immediately, with a base range of 5,100 square meters, and it could actively reduce attack while further increasing the range. His offensive and survival capabilities greatly increased. However, upgrading golden skills was very difficult. Leveling both to 50 consumed all of Yi Chen's experience points. I should be invincible now in the level 1 main city. He prepared to return to the city to see if he could go to the high level main city. Roar! The earth dragon roared, swiftly carrying him towards Starry City. Dragon roar! No, it's lacking a lot. There should be a hint of dragon blood. But at that moment, a loud laugh suddenly echoed, and a ragged fellow emerged from nearby, staring at the earth. Dragon with obsession, I finally found it. Who are you? Yi Chen asked casually, casting a detection spell. Dus, bronze, level 20. His strength was average. Even if he had malicious intent, Yi Chen could handle it, so he remained calm. Is this dragon bloodline yours? Incredible, you shouldn't even be level 45 yet, and you already have a mount. Even the geniuses of the high-level main city can't compare to you. But clearly, Dus had no ill intentions. My ancestor was a powerful dragon knight, dedicated his life to enhancing dragons, but unfortunately, he died before completing his mission, and our family has been trying to fulfill his wish for generations. Are you willing to help me? Ding! Do you accept the quest, Legacy of the Dragon Knight Rather? Quest description, complete the Trials of Dragon Knight Rather. Quest reward, Dragon Bloodstone, which can purify the dragon bloodline by 1/10,000. Quest duration, 10 hours. Failure penalty, none. Yi Chen did not expect such a good opportunity. The dragon bloodline is not so easily enhanced. True dragons are rare in the world, and it is incredibly difficult for a dragon to become a true dragon. Rather's Dragon Bloodstone can only purify 1/10,000th of the bloodline, but he has a 100-fold critical hit. As long as he completes it, he can obtain a real dragon. I am willing. Yi Chen did not hesitate. Ding, quest accepted successfully. Great. However, I need to complete the trial left by my ancestor. This is the trial gate he left behind? Dus raised his hand and released a portal, which emitted a brilliant light. Yi Chen stepped inside. Ding, entering the first stage of Rather's trial. Within the trial stage, the dragon bloodline will be enhanced and the characteristics of the monsters will be amplified. Their attribute properties will increase. This stage tests attack capability. Swish, swish, swish. Many monsters appeared for the first time. Ironhide Porcupine, Black Iron, level 30 physical attack, 23 defense, 1364 health, 1365 skills, Ironhide, unmoving as a mountain. Description, a monster with very thick skin but low attack. Its attack is weak but its defense and health are high. This is the characteristic of the Ironhide Porcupine, and within the trial stage, its characteristic properties are further amplified, making even the Black Iron level ones quite formidable. They blocked Yi Chen's path. Their skin turned as tough as iron armor, and under the skill, Ironhide, their defense increased by another 10%. TCH. Yi Chen scoffed. Although the enemies did not attack, he could not stack the attack of Endless Battle. But at level 30, his physical attack reached 2,327. His sharpness was evident, and he reduced their defense. He awakened to the world. With a single sword strike, 15 terrifying sword energies rained down. 967, 961, 970. All the Ironhide Porcupines lost more than half of their health and the sword energy dissipated. But within the area once covered by the sword energy, Yi Chen's attack speed reached 7 times. Swish, swish, swish. He continuously struck with his sword, and in just a moment he killed all the monsters. It was mainly because his attack was so high that it seemed easy. Ding! Entering the second stage, the characteristics of the monsters will be amplified and their attribute properties will increase. This stage tests agility. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ice arrows shot towards him. Ice arrow B, bronze, level, 30 magic attack, 2091 defense, 103 health, 532 skills. Ice arrow, poison stinger. Description: a very fragile monster, but with high movement speed. The ice arrows can be controlled, and the poison stinger can deal 10% damage that ignores defense, causing continuous health loss after poisoning. Ding! Enemies plus 50, physical attack plus 50%. Step into the void. Yi-Chen directly stepped into the void, dodging the poison stinger and ice arrows, but some ice arrows shot from a distance still hit him. Fortunately, he had excellent equipment that mitigated the control effects. A tiny ice spike did not manage to control him. Hell Demon! A fierce crimson demon emerged from behind him, raising its hand to unleash a sea of hellfire, incinerating all the poison stingers. Yi-Chen took a deep breath. This trial is very difficult for ordinary players. No, even for some powerful players, it is hard to pass. But for him, it was relatively simple. He stepped towards the entrance to the next layer. Ding! Entering the third stage, accept Rother's Flame Dragon Strike. This stage tests survival ability. Roar! A fire red dragon appeared ahead. It was the only monster in the third layer. Flame Subdragon Phantom, Diamond Boss, level, 50 magic attack, 6024 defense, 1023 health, 4092 skills. Flame Arrow, Blazing Fireball, Meteor Flame. Description: strong attack, proficient in fire magic but with relatively weak defense. It is the Phantom condensed before the death of the Flame Subdragon. Its level significantly reduced, yet it retains the power of a single strike. The attack is terrifyingly high, and it possesses good skills. Roar! It unleashed a massive fireball, charging towards Yi-Chen, with an attack reaching 8048 under the skill. No wonder this level is called the life-saving level. Earth Wall. The Earth Subdragon summoned an Earth Wall. Although the wall was instantly shattered, it still mitigated some of the Flame Subdragon's attacks, reducing its skill attack to over 6,000 points. Well done. Yi-Chen's eyes flickered. Although the attack was reduced, over 6,000 damage was still enough to kill him. Buzz. The frost wrist on his left hand was covered with a layer of ice crystals, and a huge ice crystal shield appeared in front of him. The raging flames continuously struck the shield, visibly eroding it. Crack, crack, crack. The shield shattered, and Yi-Chen still took damage. But under the frost shield, his current defense was 5032, 1023. This damage, Yi-Chen could withstand. At the same time, after the frost shield shattered, a flurry of frost spread out, covering 1000 square meters, instantly enveloping the Flame Subdragon and dealing damage equivalent to Yi-Chen's current defense value, 4009. The Flame Subdragon was left with very low health. Void Step. Yi-Chen stepped into the air, arriving above the Flame Subdragon, and slashed down with his sword. 83. The Flame Subdragon's phantom shattered directly. Yi-Chen took a deep breath and descended from the air. Fortunately, I just obtained the legendary item, Frost Wrist, otherwise I wouldn't have passed this level, and with the phantom's strength reduced, I could only strike once. He was being modest. A single strike from a level 50 diamond boss was not so easy to block. Regardless, his attack, agility, and survival ability were all very strong. He passed the trial level. Ding! Trial completed. Battle summary. Gained 28,364 experience points. Bronze, Ice Edge Arrow *2, Black Iron, Iron Skin Armor *1, Silver Coins *200, 10,000 times critical hit. Nearly 300 million experience points. Unfortunately, killing the Flame Subdragon Phantom did not yield any equipment. Only the small monsters dropped bronze and black iron items, but that didn't mean they were weak. Equipment also has levels. A level 999 whiteboard item is definitely stronger than a level 1 artifact. Moreover, he had a 10,000 times critical hit. This wasn't the main focus of this trip. He thought for a moment, his figure vanished, and he returned to the outskirts of Tianqing City. Great! You really completed the trial. This is what you deserve. Dus handed him a crystal stone. Ding! Task completed. Gained Dragon Bloodstone *1. With a 10,000 times critical hit, you can obtain Dragon Bloodstone *10,000 or Dragon Ancestral Stone *1. Dragon Ancestral Stone, Special Treasure, effect, returns a descendant with dragon bloodline back to a dragon. Description: an extremely rare treasure, hard to find in the world. The effect of 10,000 bloodline stones and 1 ancestral stone is the same, which aligns with the critical hit effect. Yi-Chen chose the latter, thinking that one piece would be more convenient to use. Thank you. Yi-Chen nodded to Dus. I am the general of Tianqing City. You have traveled far and wide. You can rest in Tianqing City. No need to be polite. You completed the trial and helped me resolve my ancestors' regret. I should be the one thanking you. No need to enter the city. I prefer to roam the world. Dus, however, declined and left with great ease. Between the main cities, one can teleport through the teleportation array, but one can also walk, though this would encounter many wild monsters. Dus was not very strong, but he showed no fear. No wonder he is a descendant of the Earth Dragon Knight, a true and genuine good man. Yi Chen also felt that the creatures in sky were becoming more and more like real life. Fate will bring us together again. Yi Chen smiled, quickly returning to the city while tossing the ancestral stone to the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon had long been eager, swallowing it in one bite. Ding! Congratulations, the Earth Dragon's bloodline has returned to its ancestral form, becoming the Earth Barbarian Dragon. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the Earth Dragon, its body rapidly growing, hard dragon scales enveloping it entirely, and its already impressive appearance became even more imposing. Roar! It roared incessantly, growing as large as a small mountain. The surrounding wild monsters, upon hearing the dragon's roar, lowered their heads in fear. Dragon roar? A real dragon roar? Damn, did he use the bloodline stone to directly transform the Earth Dragon into a giant dragon? How did he do that? In the distance, Dus was stunned upon hearing the dragon's roar, slapping his thigh in regret, wishing he had accepted the invitation from the Heavenly Emperor to witness the transformation of the giant dragon. Why did he have to show off and wander the world? But now that he possesses a true giant dragon, he can naturally participate in the Battle of Dragon City, and they will meet again in the future. Earth Barbarian Dragon, Legendary Boss, Level 30 Physical Attack, 720 15 60 Magic Attack, 840 1440 Health, 9000 Defense, 6600 Mana, 3600 Skills, Dragon Might, Earth Wall, Dragon Tail. Sweep, Earth Spike. Description: automatically gains new skills upon reaching certain level conditions. From Platinum to Legendary, it was a sudden and overwhelming change. It grants Yi Chen 9000 health and 6600 defense. To put it bluntly, if Yi Chen stands there and lets monsters hit him, they probably wouldn't be able to break through his defenses at all. The mana is also quite terrifying. It would be hard for Yi Chen to run out of mana. As for the attack being not very high, Yi Chen didn't care. The Earth Barbarian Dragon was originally a defensive mount, and with endless battle he truly didn't lack physical attack. Moreover, its single attack may not be high, but it has both physical and magical attacks. Plus, it gained additional skills. Earth Spike Golden LV1 consumes 200 mana, releases Earth Spikes in a 100 square meter area, dealing 100% magic attack damage with a 20% armor penetration rate, slowing enemies by 20%. Note, skill level +1, range plus 100 square meters, maximum level 50. A very powerful skill. Yi Chen had not yet upgraded the Earth Dragon's skills. He hadn't planned on letting it participate in battles as long as it could boost his attributes. Of course, that was because he didn't have enough experience points. Yi Chen had many good things, and his expenses were quite large. Its skills are sufficient for now. There's no need to upgrade them at the moment. We can discuss it later. Yi Chen looked around, preparing to fuse a few of his own skills first. Ding! You have detached Shockback and Taunt from the original equipment and fused them into Purgatory Armor. The skills are starting to merge. Only skills from the same type of equipment can be fused. Purgatory Demon evolves, transforming into Death Hell. Yi Chen eagerly checked. Death Hell, Orange LV20 consumes 200 mana. The Purgatory Demon can act freely, with 0 defense and health equal to yours. Summoning a Purgatory Fire Sea within a 2100 square meter area, dealing 100% defense plus 100% physical attack damage, able to taunt enemies within 100 square meters, who cannot attack the Purgatory Demon. If the Purgatory Demon is killed, it deals 100% defense plus 100% physical attack backlash damage to the killer. Lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown of 10 minutes. Note, skill level +1, Fire Sea range plus 100 square meters, maximum level 30. Hiss. This is impressive. The Purgatory Demon can act freely and automatically. Although it has 0 defense, its health is the same as Yi Chen's, which is very high. Moreover, the enemy within a 100 square meter range cannot attack it, and this range moves synchronously with its movements. It is very difficult to kill, yet it can unleash a terrifying sea of fire attack like a reaper descending from the hell of death. Yi Chen immediately consumed experience points to max out the skill, expanding the Fire Sea range to 3000 square meters. There's still experience points left. Forget it, let's upgrade the Earth Spikes. The Earth Spikes of the Earth Barbarian Dragon reached level 50 with a range of 5000 square meters. As a warrior, Yi Chen's means of attack should be relatively few and short, but now it is extremely terrifying. Some mages' forbidden spells might not even compare to his skills. Mainly, he has a lot of experience points and is willing to max out his skills. Bronze Ice Edge Arrow level, 30 attached attributes, physical attack plus 105, armor penetration rate plus 5% attached skill, Ice Edge Arrow, green LV1. Consumes 30 mana, releases an arrow imbued with Ice Edge, attack is 100 plus 110% physical attack with a very small chance to control the enemy, cooldown 10 seconds. Remarks. Restrictions: Archer, level 30 black iron skin armor level 30 attached attributes, defense plus 85 attached skill. None restrictions: Warrior, level 30. Looking at these two pieces of equipment, what? Garbage. In fact, they are already quite powerful. After all, they are level 30 equipment. Mainly, Yi-Chen has too many good items and really looks down on them. Yi-Chen could choose to quality crit and improve them, but he really doesn't need to. The purgatory armor is sufficient for now, and even if the archer's equipment improves, he cannot use it. Would Yi-Chen envy the archer's long reach? What a joke. Let the archer try to compare reach with him. Ding! Crit obtained bronze ice edge arrow asterisk 10000, black iron skin armor asterisk 10000. Yi-Chen was preparing to sell them, just enough to buy the manner he wanted, which still lacked some money. Ding! You have received a friend message. A message came through the friend channel, and Yi-Chen took a look. Dragon Team Zhang Yang, Great Emperor. We are heading to the main city. May I ask which main city you are in? Can we be in the same main city? We want to buy some equipment from you. When sleepiness comes, someone sends a pillow. Great Emperor, Tianqing City. Dragon Team Zhang Yang, okay, we'll be there soon. After finishing the call with Yi-Chen, Zhang Yang immediately reported to his superior, 222's brother Long Xiao, also known as Guing Yun, Major General. The Great Emperor is in Tianqing City. Will you go? Forget it, I need to go to Hanguang City. I received a quest in the Novice village that requires me to go there. Long Xiao shook his head. He could have gone to the main city long ago. The reason for the delay was that he had a quest to complete. He has an S-level talent. Not only that, the Dragon Team had previously received a major quest, and because the quest rewards were quite good, they chose not to level up but instead spent time completing the quest. Otherwise, many people would have gone to the main city early. There are quite a few people in the world who do this. The Dragon Team has many players with A-level and B-level talents, and now they are heading to the main city to shine. You take a group of experts over. Although we have a friendly relationship with the Great Emperor, we cannot appear weak in front of him. Strength is always the capital for equal dialogue, Long Xiao said. Yes. Zhang Yang led his team towards Tianqing City. At this moment, many experts from large guilds were also rushing to the main city. Tianqing City. Yi-Chen had just arrived at the city gate when the teleportation array inside the city suddenly shone brightly. Dragon Team Zhang Yang, Dragon Team Huffing, and over 10,000 people stepped out from the teleportation array, some of whom had seen the Great Emperor and were eagerly anticipating seeing him again, while those who had never met the Great Emperor were even more eager for a glimpse. The world's #1 player, the Great Emperor, finally able to see him. I admire him so much, he has even reached the universe. To be honest, I feel I'm not any worse than the Heavenly Emperor. I have an A-level talent and have obtained a hidden class. If I fight with all my might, I should be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with S-level talents. Of course, I mean no harm. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying sound of footsteps echoed, and people looked in astonishment towards the city gate. Wow, what a massive mount. Even more surprising were the NPCs. General Heavenly Emperor has returned. How did his dragon become so huge? It seems the Heavenly Emperor has grown even stronger. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, all the NPCs looked up at Yi-Chen with admiration. Wow, these NPCs are the ones players need to befriend. Some players even have to grovel to NPCs to obtain quests. And these NPCs seem to be groveling to the Heavenly Emperor? Thud, thud. The city gate guards and nearby patrolling soldiers immediately knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, "We greet the general." No way? These soldiers are all above level 20, and people could even see many golden rank soldiers. Meanwhile, the players are only level 15. Yet, these soldiers are all bowing to the Heavenly Emperor. Wow, the Heavenly Emperor is actually a general. How long has he been in the main city? He's already second to none. The astonishment of the crowd piled upon one another. Those who saw the Heavenly Emperor for the first time felt a storm brewing in their hearts, and some who thought they were not worse than the Heavenly Emperor lowered their heads in shame. Players need to find NPCs to accept quests, and Yi-Chen commands an entire city of NPCs. This means that players wanting to take on quests to level up must heed the Heavenly Emperor. You've arrived. I need to find the city lord, so wait for me a moment, Yi-Chen said, glancing at Zhang Yang and nodding slightly. He headed towards the city lord's mansion. The members of the Dragon Corps nodded in unison. They would never agree to just wait around for others. But the Heavenly Emperor has that kind of strength. They looked up at Yi-Chen leaving, occasionally sighing that the Heavenly Emperor is already a general, with a status in the main city only second to the city lord. Yi-Chen scanned his surroundings but sensed something unusual. The soldiers were looking at him as if they wanted to say something, but due to the public setting, they didn't speak up. The reason he didn't pay attention to the Dragon Corps was because of this. Something seemed to have happened in Tianqing City. Forget it. He returned this time to inquire about the requirements for entering the advanced main city and didn't want to get involved in other matters. At the city lord's mansion, Yi-Chen stepped inside, but a group of soldiers suddenly knelt down, saying, "General, Lord Jun Mo has suddenly died. We request the general to succeed him as city lord." Their voices were not loud, so it didn't carry outside. Thud. But all the NPCs outside seemed to have received the news and simultaneously knelt down. We asked General Heavenly Emperor to succeed as City Lord. At this moment, all the NPCs in the area knelt down, requesting the Heavenly Emperor. There are 10,000 soldiers in the city, but there are actually many more NPCs, around 100,000, some of whom are not low-level compared to soldiers, they just haven't become soldiers. To put it bluntly, these city NPCs could easily overpower players. Yet they all knelt down, pleading to the Heavenly Emperor. What? Is he going to become the City Lord? The Dragon Corps members were dumbfounded. They had just said the Heavenly Emperor was second to none, and now he could dominate. What's going on? Yi Chen asked. He hadn't been out long, and the City Lord was already dead? Yes, it was very strange. The soldiers led him into the City Lord's study. Jun Mo1 had died right there, with not a single wound on his body, still wearing a faint smile, as if he had been dreaming something beautiful before he died. We didn't notice. A soldier went into the study to find Lord Jun and discovered he was already dead. Hiss. Yi Chen had previously learned through his detection technique that Jun Mo1 was a level 60 platinum boss. Who could kill Jun Mo1 without a sound? And with so many people in the main city, not a single person noticed. It shouldn't be someone from the main city, otherwise they would have acted long ago. This means something has bypassed the heavy defenses of the main city and directly entered the Lord's mansion to kill Jun Mo1. Very strong. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. Tianqing City was much more interesting than he had thought. He initially wanted to enter the high-level main city because he felt there were no strong monsters to kill here, which wouldn't provide him with a significant boost. Unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred, and now he was intrigued. Yi Chen rummaged through Jun Mo1's corpse to see if there were any clues. Not even a wound. It's impossible to tell. Oh, there's a manuscript here. Yi Chen picked up the manuscript, which had the words of Se-Chong on it. But it was understandable after the system translated it. Tonight, I entered the cursed land. It was too terrifying, and I could only flee in panic. The legend is true. Beneath Tianqing City lies a buried piece of lost history. There was very little information. The cursed land seemed to be the key. What kind of place is this? Yi Chen asked. The City Lord actually went to the cursed land? No wonder. This is an ancient legend passed down in our Tianqing City. It is said that this was once the imperial capital of an ancient nation, buried with many horrors. The location is. The soldiers spoke freely. Jun Mo1 must have entered the cursed land before and got entangled with something there. It was harmless before, but now he was harmed. Or perhaps some terrifying entity from the cursed land came into the city and killed him? In any case, it was definitely due to the cursed land. Alright, I accept. Yi Chen became excited. He picked up the City Lord's seal from the study, and a prompt sound rang out. Ding! The entire city petitions. As the current highest-ranking official of Tianqing City, with outstanding prestige, you can succeed as the City Lord. Congratulations, you have become the City Lord of Tianqing City and can command all NPCs within the city. Free NPCs entering the city are not subject to commands. Players entering and exiting Tianqing City need your permission. Generally, becoming a City Lord requires spending a large amount of prestige points or making significant contributions to the Empire, but he could do it directly. Boom! A brilliant golden light shot out from the Lord's mansion. Upon seeing this, the NPCs immediately bowed down again. We greet the Heavenly Emperor, the City Lord. At this moment, Yi Chen dominated the entire city. Unrivaled. He thought for a moment. There was a group of high-level soldiers in the city, along with many powerful NPCs. As a general, he could command NPCs but couldn't take them away. Now it was different. Even if he wanted to go to the high-level main city later, he could take the NPCs with him. This was truly his asset. At this moment, a group of players from large guilds had just entered the main city, wandering aimlessly through the streets, hoping to receive a good quest, but some NPCs completely ignored them. Even those who acknowledged them appeared very arrogant, and the players had to beg the NPCs. They couldn't help but sigh. It was really hard to get by in the main city. Ding dong! World announcement. Congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, for becoming the City Lord of Tianqing City, commanding all city NPCs and receiving 2,000 server-wide prestige points. Please congratulate him. At this moment, the world announcement suddenly rang out 30 times. Oh my god, the Heavenly Emperor has become the City Lord just like that? I've been trying so hard to please the NPCs, and the Heavenly Emperor directly commands them? Baka, I'm still in the Novice village. This is too fake. Is Se-Chong the Heavenly Emperor's backyard? He's amazing wherever he goes. People all over the world were incredibly envious. In Cold Light City, Long Xiao listened to the world announcement, unable to put down his raised foot. After a long time, he quickly opened the friend channel. Zheng Yang, you must befriend the Heavenly Emperor. Whatever he asks, do your best to satisfy him. He turned to look at 222. Sister, you did well. 222 pouted, her eyes glistening with tears. Previously, Long Xiao asked her if she wanted to go to Tianqing City to find the Heavenly Emperor. She said forget it, that person's brilliance was too dazzling, and anyone standing in front of him would inevitably feel inferior. Long Xiao was puzzled. After all, his sister was one of the twin flowers of the imperial capital, beautiful, sweet-voiced, and with a strong background, plus she had an A-level talent, even if it was in healing. But at that moment, Long Xiao understood. Wait until your brother gets up. Long Xiao comforted her, confident that with his S-level talent, he was not lacking. Other S-level talent players thought the same way. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit gained 20 million reputation points. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction as he walked out of the Lord's mansion. Everyone do your own thing. With a wave of his sleeve, the NPCs immediately went to work. He thought he needed to find an opportunity to give all the NPCs a 10,000 times critical hit the NPCs gained would also count as rewards. The reason he wasn't doing it now was that the NPCs had just submitted and no merit should receive rewards. Suddenly boosting them would make the Heavenly Emperor's gifts seem cheap, right? Anyway, Yi Chen didn't lack abilities for the time being, and didn't need the soldier's help. He could wait and see later. Why should only players do the work while NPCs receive rewards? It should be NPCs doing the work for Yi Chen. Only when Yi Chen was in a good mood would he reward them. After all, this reward consumed nothing. It was just a thought. Boss. The members of the Long Tuan came over. The Heavenly Emperor was now the Lord, and whether they could stay in Tianqing City was all up to the Heavenly Emperor's thoughts. Heavenly Emperor boss, we want to purchase a batch of equipment from you. Rest assured, the price will be guaranteed to be higher than the market price. Feel free to state any requirements you have. Good, they knew how to approach. How much do you want? Yi Chen was in need of money. How much do you have? We want how much? You said it. Yi Chen smiled. Of course. Long Tuan Zhangyang smiled. He respected the Heavenly Emperor. But hearing you say that, even if you were powerful, could you really have equipment we couldn't handle? The Dragon Kingdom sent the military into Se-Chong, but they had given a lot of advances. Clatter, but with a casual wave, Yi Chen released the equipment, making their eyes widen. 10,000 pieces, 20,000 pieces, 30,000 pieces, 10. Holy crap, is that a golden item? The equipment Yi Chen released included 70,000 silver items, 460,000 bronze items, 10,000 black iron items, and 518 golden items. There was no way, there was just too much equipment. Even with a backpack capacity of 1 million, much larger than most other players, if he didn't sell it soon, he wouldn't have space left. This is way too much. The Long Tuan members were stunned. The entire Long Tuan combined didn't have as much equipment as the Heavenly Emperor alone. And the variety was complete, including archers, warriors, priests, etc. How many monsters did he have to kill? The most outrageous part was that there were even golden items, and he was willing to sell. Name a price. Yi Chen chuckled inwardly. Could you not be so ignorant? Some equipment without skills had you all excited? But it was also normal. For example, the golden unmatched sword, after Yi Chen detached it from skills, became much worse, but the added physical attack was still considerable, a treasure in everyone's eyes. There were also some bronze and silver items with levels exceeding 20. The Long Tuan members could use them once they reached level 20, making it hard to lack equipment in the short term. I need to consult my superiors. With such a large transaction volume, Zhang Yang could no longer make the decision. Zhang Yang, Major General, the funds are insufficient. Long Xiao, huh? Didn't I give you 100 million in discretionary funds? Zhang Yang, there are 70,000 silver items, 460,000. Long Xiao, buy. We must buy them. Don't worry, I'll give the old man a heads up. On the other side, upon hearing this, Long Xiao was overjoyed. So much equipment was enough to arm everyone in the Long Tuan, which was also what the Dragon Kingdom's military hoped to see. In the end, black iron equipment costs 3,000 each, bronze equipment 5,000 each, silver equipment 10,000 each, and gold equipment 100,000 each. Most players have basically obtained black iron equipment, and there are quite a few bronze and silver items as well. Selling at these prices is already quite good, mainly because the Heavenly Emperor's equipment is of high level and the Dragon Guild members are willing to befriend the Heavenly Emperor. This price exceeds the market value. The Dragon Guild stored the equipment, their bags were overflowing, and they immediately sent it through the friend channel to other Dragon Guild members in the main city. Yi Chen also heard the notification sound. Ding! Your account ending in has received 3,081,800,000 soft sister coins, almost 3.1 billion. Just like that, it was easily in hand, instantly making him a millionaire. Yi Chen couldn't help but think he still had 3 pieces of gold equipment without skills, including the Golden Bee Sting Dagger, and 2 with skills, Golden Wind Chaser Bow and Golden Flame Arrow. None of them had crits yet. If they crit when sold, it would be another fortune. Things are valuable because they are rare. If too many pieces of gold equipment are released now, they won't be worth much. Anyway, 3 billion is enough. For now. It would be difficult for players to obtain gold equipment in a short time, so he wasn't worried about not being able to sell it. Boss, there's something I want to ask you. What did you mean by opening the cosmic announcement earlier? Is there still cosmic civilization in Sky? Zhang Yang's question was one that the whole world wanted to know. Yes. Yi Chen nodded, since the other party had given him so much money he was willing to reveal one piece of information. There are other civilizations in the universe. The one we are in is called the Blue Star Civilization, currently at level 0.72. The place I went to is called the Demon Civilization. I'm not sure what level they are, but they definitely surpass Blue Star, and there are many strong individuals there. He still didn't know that the emperor he had severely injured was at level 999. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Dragon Guild looked grave. There really are other beings in the universe, and now they coexist with Blue Star humans in Sky, with Blue Star humans still at a disadvantage. This is in the game. What if cosmic beings could reach Blue Star in reality? The military knows some hidden truths. The strength in Sky can reflect in reality. If the players from cosmic civilizations are strong enough, they could navigate the universe and reach Blue Star. At that time, it would mean the real Blue Star is being invaded. It seems the Dragon Guild's long-standing advocacy for Loki development is correct. Even if they are strong in Blue Star, they should focus on the entire universe, as Blue Star humans are still too weak. Boss, we're going to hunt monsters. By the way, please don't casually mention this, otherwise, it will cause panic among humans. The Dragon Guild members were eager to improve. I know. Yi Chen waved goodbye to them. Whether cosmic civilizations would invade reality, he had thought about it, but considering these things now was useless. The key was still to improve strength. As for why he told the Dragon Guild, is Yi Chen foolish? With so much money and such strict discipline, he had never heard of the term Dragon Guild in previous games. A group of talents appearing out of nowhere could only mean one thing: military personnel. Ding! Player Pride of the World wants to teleport to Tianqing City. As the city lord, you can directly refuse him. Do you want to refuse? Player Pride of Dominance. At this moment, many notification sounds came in. Refuse. Set to refuse all players except for the Dragon Guild. These clowns want to come over? Haven't they been beaten enough? The Dragon Guild could stay here. Yi Chen still liked the Dragon Guild soldiers, and trading with them was also beneficial for him. Damn! He directly refused us. Is a city lord this powerful? Pride of the World, along with Pride of the Sky S team, prepared to go to Tianqing City to reclaim their dignity. Previously, he had sent some subordinates to attack the Heavenly Emperor, but there were still some experts who had not been deployed. From the level leaderboard, he learned that the Heavenly Emperor was already level 30. He was leveling up too quickly. He had to kill the Heavenly Emperor as soon as possible, or it would become increasingly difficult to regain his footing later. As a result, he couldn't even enter Tianqing City. He was sent back to the Novice Village's teleportation array and could only teleport to other main cities. Sorry, the city lord is just that impressive. Trash, don't come to Tianqing City to release your stench, Yi Chen muttered as he took out a platinum item. The Thunder Wing required level 30 to equip, and he had met the requirement. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit, obtained, Legendary Thunder Wing, *1. Thunder Wing, legendary item, level 30 attached attributes, flight speed plus 2000 m/s attached skill, Thunder Flash, gold LV1 consumes 300 mana, allows flight at 100% movement speed for 1 hour, and can teleport once within a 100 square meter area, with a cooldown of half an hour. Note, skill level +1, teleport range plus 100 square meters, max level 50. Previously, flying high would reduce speed, but now it wouldn't. He could also teleport. Yi Chen immediately maxed out the skill, increasing the teleport range to 5,000 square meters. My flight speed has reached over 3,000 meters per second, but teleportation can evade attacks over a larger area. Now, I can fly too. After thinking for a moment, he handed the Void Step boots to his clone. The Void Step could increase movement speed and allow him to walk on air, but now with flying equipment, it paled in comparison and he had no chance to use it. I can go take a look at the Cursed Land. I need to level up myself. He had very little experience left. The Cursed Land was located not far underground outside the city, discovered by an NPC while clearing wasteland one day, when they dug out a hole that emitted a dense black mist, swallowing the NPC hole. Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of this hole and stepped inside. The cave was filled with green phosphorescence, allowing him to see the situation clearly. The cave extended downward, with eerie white bones on the walls. As Yi Chen stepped in, these bones suddenly began to move. Skeleton Soldier, Black Iron, level 33 physical attack, 1892 defense, 492 health, 593 skills, Skeleton. Spike, Bone Powder Rain, Skeleton Throwing Knife description. The bodies of soldiers buried here have transformed into skeletons. Clang clang clang. A series of bone spikes and throwing knives came at him, but Yi Chen didn't move, letting the attacks hit him. 0, 0. A string of zeros popped up, and Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction. He had intentionally not dodged, and sure enough, these skeleton soldiers couldn't break through his defenses. Roar! The Earth Barbarian Dragon let out a furious roar, and many long spikes emerged from the ground. 593, 626, 582. All the skeleton soldiers were directly pierced through. Ding! Kill reward, 549 experience points. Black Iron Skeleton Throwing Knife, *1, Black Iron Skeleton Spike, *1, Black Iron Skeleton Fragment, *1, 3 silver coins, 10,000 times critical hit can obtain. 2 black iron items were not suitable for Yi-chun, but there was one thing that caught his eye. Black Iron Skeleton Fragment effect, collect 10,000 pieces to synthesize. Black Iron Skeleton General, synchronized with your level, obeying your commands. Quantity, 1 not bad, but the benefit is that it can always synchronize with Yi-chun's level. Whatever level Yi-chun grows to, the Skeleton General will be at that level too. How can a city lord not have a general? This is it. He could directly crit out 10,000 fragments to synthesize a black iron level general, but he was unwilling. 10,000 times critical hit, obtained. Platinum Skeleton Fragment, *1. Platinum Skeleton Fragment effect, collect 10,000 pieces to synthesize a Platinum Skeleton General, synchronized with your level, obeying your commands. Quantity, 1 from black iron, directly to platinum level. There are indeed quite a few soldier skeletons on the cave walls, and many have turned into skeletal creatures. When they were not transformed into creatures, they couldn't inflict effective damage. The spikes from earlier covered a wide area but failed to kill them. No worries, Yi-chun still has many means. Ka! The Gale Eagle cloak behind him fluttered, and 200 bronze level 30 Gale Eagles flew out. These Gale Eagles are of the same level as him but can only reach a maximum of level 50. At the same level, bronze level Gale Eagles find it relatively easy to kill black iron skeletons. Roar! The Earth Barbarian Dragon unleashed its dragon might, throwing the skeletons into chaos and charging in fiercely. These minor monsters didn't even require Yi-chun to take action himself. He just needed to listen to the pleasant notification sounds. Kill reward, 649 experience points. Black Iron Skeleton Ring *1, Black Iron Skeleton Fragment *1, 2 silver coins. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can gain 6,490,000 experience points. Platinum Skeleton Fragment *1. Experience points and fragments were rapidly increasing. He also summoned the Mighty Bear, a platinum-level mount that could crush these skeleton soldiers. Time passed and an hour went by. Ding! Congratulations, you have collected 10,000 platinum skeleton fragments. Would you like to synthesize? Yi-chun looked around. All the skeleton soldiers had been wiped out. The sight of 10,000 skeletons lying on the ground was quite spectacular, and they would take half an hour to respawn. Moreover, collecting more fragments wouldn't be of much use. Come on, let's do it. He was ready to synthesize. Just then, with a loud bang, all the skeletons exploded, sending bone dust flying everywhere, and the surroundings fell into an unobservable state, with a white haze filling his vision. Boom! A terrifying wave of light shot towards Yi-chun. Die! A chilling laugh echoed, its source unclear. In this life and death moment, Yi-chun wore a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, and the wings on his back flickered with lightning before suddenly vanishing. In a flash of lightning, Yi-chun teleported 5,000 meters away. He had been prepared for this. The move that turned the skeletons into bone dust was precisely the skill of the skeleton soldiers' bone dust storm, which could be activated both before and after death, but the post-death activation required another creature to trigger it. Yi-chun had long wondered why there were no bosses here, so he had been on guard, allowing himself to easily kill monsters, lowering his vigilance, and then suddenly being overwhelmed by a storm of bone dust that obscured his vision, followed by a deadly ambush. This boss was quite insidious. High intelligence, not an ordinary monster. Yi-chun scanned his surroundings, with bone dust swirling around, yet he still couldn't see the situation. But on the opposite side, they couldn't see him either. Void. Yi-chun transformed into a state of nothingness, still existing in reality but appearing as if he didn't exist at all. Ding! Enemy +1, physical attack +1%. Better than nothing. Yi-chun moved through the swirling bone dust in search of the enemy, not even making a sound with his footsteps. Boom! The sound of an explosion reached him, and Yi-chun followed the noise. Come out! Where are you? If you have the guts, show yourself. He spotted the enemy, a skeleton dressed in a black robe, wielding a skeletal staff, looking around in confusion. Unable to see Yi-chun, it could only attack randomly. The sound of its attacks would attract enemies, but it had no choice but to attack. It couldn't see its opponent, and its random strikes might hit the enemy by chance. If it didn't attack, it would only be passively beaten. Skeleton Mage, Platinum Boss, Level, 35 Magic Attack, 3184 Defense, 1483 Health, 2025 Skills, Create Skeletons, Deathwave. Profession, Advanced Profession Skeleton Mage. Description: a skeleton mage that once attacked the Empire of Huiwe, permanently sealed here. There was indeed an advanced profession. The previous group of skeleton soldiers was created from the bodies of soldiers by it. The attacks were powerful, and each spell it cast was terrifying. Unfortunately, Yi-chun was currently in a state of nothingness, and any attack would pass through him. When Yi-chun walked up to it, it was still unaware, mindlessly attacking in confusion. Swish! Yi-chun didn't even activate a skill. He simply drew his sword for a basic attack, delivering 5 strikes per second. and he only needed to unleash 2 strikes. 1023. 1034. The skeleton mage fell, dying without knowing who had killed it, feeling extremely aggrieved. If it had known it was taken down by 2 basic attacks, it would probably be so furious it would want to resurrect immediately. Oldin be sneaking in for a surprise attack. This death suits you. Yi-Chen smiled playfully and heard the notification sound. Ding! You have achieved a level up kill on the skeleton mage, earning 16,632 experience points. Skeleton mage profession book *1 and 32 silver coins. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can also obtain Skeleton Saint Mage profession book *1. Ding dong! World announcement. Congratulations to player T&D for the first kill of the 35-level platinum boss, rewarded with 1 point of legend, 600 reputation points. Yi-Chen received a critical hit, gaining 10,000 legend points and 6 million reputation points. Dropped a profession book. Skeleton Mage profession book advanced profession. Effect: the learner can create skeletons using corpses. Restriction: skeleton race. Yi-Chen could obtain 10,000 of these. Skeleton Saint Mage profession book 3-star hidden profession. Effect: the learner can create skeletons using corpses, can summon skeletons from thin air, can control skeletons below their own rank and title, and has enhanced qualifications. Restriction: skeleton race. Of course, he chose this one. To be honest, Yi-Chen was quite envious, but it was restricted to the skeleton race. I still want to be human, but the skeleton general can use this. He took out all the fragments. Ding! Fragment synthesis successful. Obtained, Platinum 30 level skeleton general, *1. A majestic skeleton frame appeared, its bones solid and as black as ink, exuding an eerie aura. Upon seeing Yi-Chen, it bowed. Master, fragment synthesis does not count as a reward. Platinum level, still a bit lacking. Yi-Chen tossed the profession book to it. Here, do a good job for your master. The skeleton general tore the profession book apart, dark energy swirling around it, and many skeleton marks appeared on its bones, as if it could unleash countless skeletons at any moment to face the enemy. Ding! The skeleton general has become a skeleton saint mage. Qualifications: enhanced, becoming a legendary boss. Truly ruthless, it became legendary in an instant. I bestow you a name, Dark Knight. Become a blade in my hand. Ding! Naming successful. Skeleton General Dark Knight. Legendary boss, level 30 physical attack, 523 magic attack, 4510 health, 5237 defense, 4293 profession, warrior, skeleton saint mage skills, skeleton summon, create skeleton, skeleton bone spike, skeleton, flying knife, control skeleton, death handprint description, a strange creature summoned by T&D, possessing both physical and magical attacks. It has dual attributes, with physical attacks being bone spikes and flying knives, and magical abilities for summoning, creating, and controlling skeletons. Ding! You have critically hit Black Iron Skeleton Spike into Platinum Twisting Spike, Black Iron Skeleton Staff into Platinum General Bone Staff. Yi-Chen picked a set of equipment that had just dropped and threw it to the skeleton general. Here, use these for now. Yi-Chen consumed experience points to level up himself, his clone, and his 2 main mounts. The cursed land seemed quite formidable. Encountering a skeleton mage right upon arrival made him wonder what else lay ahead. It was better to enhance his strength first, and he leveled up by 2 levels. The skeleton general also leveled up by 2 levels simultaneously. Master, I will scout ahead for you. It took the initiative to move to the front. Notably, as Yi-Chen's summoned creature, it could resurrect after a period of time upon death, the time depending on its strength, without worrying about life-threatening dangers. Suddenly, many soldier corpses appeared before him. They still retained flesh and blood, unlike the skeletal soldiers from before, but their flesh was all a sickly purple, very stiff. Hiss! A soldier's corpse suddenly jumped up. The skeletal general struck with his right hand, and a handprint made of bones appeared in the air. Skill: death handprint activated, and with a single palm he turned the soldier's corpse to dust. 1475. Then, the soldier corpses began to jump up one after another. Zombie soldier, bronze, level 35 physical attack, 928 defense, 1783 health, 1475 skills, poison bite, bloodthirsty, frenzied clawing description. The soldier corpses buried here have transformed into zombies. They mostly share this attribute. Their base attack is not strong, but their defense and health are relatively high, and poison bite carries a toxic attack with a certain true damage effect, while bloodthirsty allows them to regain health. Ding! You have killed a zombie soldier, gaining 8 experience points, 56 copper coins, large red potion *1, 10,000 times critical hit. The rewards were quite disappointing, unlike the skeletal soldiers who dropped fragments. Yi-Chen expressed his disappointment. Kill them! The skeletal general was surrounded by swirling black energy, and the skeletal marks on his body were released, transforming into numerous skeletal minions, all level 32 bronze skeletons, totaling 500. Summon skeletons. As the skill level increased, the quality and quantity of the summoned skeletons improved. Whoosh! The Gale Eagle cloak behind Yi-Chen billowed, and 200 Gale Eagles soared out, attacking the zombies alongside the skeletons. They were a bit lower in level, but with the skeletal general present, the skeletal general completely dominated the zombie soldiers. Yi Chen leisurely watched, feeling that sometimes it was quite comfortable to let his subordinates handle the monsters for him. They cleared the monsters along the way. Ding. Battle summary: you gain 47,236 experience points, bronze, zombie armor, *1, bronze, zombie sword, *1, bronze, zombie belt, *1, and with a 10,000 times critical hit, you could obtain diamond, zombie king armor, *1, diamond, zombie king sword, *1. Bronze items, critical hits turning into diamond items. Yi Chen temporarily did not check. He had been walking down the cave for a long time and finally saw flat ground. In the distance was an endless expanse of ruins. A massive city had been shattered, with crumbling walls and a state of decay, but the remnants of its former glory were still faintly visible, a size Yi Chen had only seen in the demon civilization, Bull Demon Imperial Capital. Could it be that beneath Tianqing City lies an Imperial Capital? Above the level 1 main city were level 2 to level 9 main cities, and then the Imperial Capital. Tianqing City, as a level 1 main city, had a former lord, Jun Maoan, who was level 60, indicating just how powerful the Imperial Capital must be. There were likely treasures inside. Hiss. The ground outside the Imperial Capital's gate cracked open, and a large batch of buried soldiers transformed into zombies, jumping out. The skeletal general was about to take action. No need, I'll handle it. Yi Chen stepped forward, eager to see the Imperial Capital. Boom! Purgatory armor released a blinding light, and a massive purgatory demon shadow descended, raising its hand to smash down a sea of purgatory flames, turning the attacking zombie soldiers to ashes. 1,625. 1,532. Whoosh! The purgatory demon charged into the enemy ranks. Its current attack was over several thousand, and a batch of small soldiers was no match for it, the only flaw being its defense was 0. When a group of zombies was about to attack it. Taunt! Enemies within a 100 square meter radius could not attack it at all. It flowed gracefully through the enemy ranks, and the taunt range moved with it, unless there was an attack exceeding 100 square meters to hit it. Unfortunately, the zombies all had physical attacks and were too short-ranged. This demon is surprisingly strong. The skeleton general did not expect that there were so many strong individuals under the master's command. It seemed he needed to work hard to win the master's favor. Roar! The earth dragon and the giant bear also joined the enemy ranks. Clones appeared, swiftly killing monsters. Meanwhile, Yi Chen flapped his thunderwing and soared into the sky, scanning the surroundings. With so many zombies, how could there not be a boss? The small monsters were left to his subordinates. He was only responsible for the boss. Sure enough, he spotted the boss in a pit. Roar! Beside the pit, a noticeably larger zombie howled at the sky. It had just broken through the ground from the pit when it saw a human flapping purple wings, staring at it from the air. Boom! It pushed off with its feet and leaped into the sky, wielding a giant hammer to smash down at Yi Chen. Zombie Commander, Diamond Boss. Level, 35 physical attack, 50-56 defense, 49-27 health, 48-23 skills, frenzied smash, sky stomp, bloodthirst, poison bite. Description: a soldier commander who died long ago, transformed into a zombie over the years. Its level has significantly decreased compared to its living days, but its rank has not diminished. Very fierce. Yi Chen had encountered a level 50 diamond boss, the Flame Dragon, but that was just a phantom, its power greatly reduced. This was the real deal, a 35 level diamond boss. Clang! The sound of impact echoed as the zombie commander's iron hammer fell, and under the frenzied smash, the attack reached 10,034. Unfortunately, a frost shield appeared in front of Yi Chen. Considering the defense boost from the earth dragon and the skill enhancements, the shield's defense value reached 11,852. 0. Unable to break through. Roar! The zombie commander was furious, suddenly biting down on the shield. The skill poison bite activated, and the shield, which had already consumed 10,034 defense points, instantly shattered into frost. TCH, do you think I enjoy passively taking hits? Yi Chen sneered coldly, and as frost swirled around, the zombie commander, charging in, was frozen into an ice sculpture. 4,823. The frost attack reached 11850, and blood red damage numbers rose as the zombie commander was directly frozen to death, falling from the sky. The frost covered an area of 1,000 square meters, raining down on the zombies below. 1,423. 1,562. Just like purifying the world with ice, the zombies were evaporated, the scene beautifully laced with a sense of slaughter. Yi Chen descended from the sky, and as numerous zombies lunged at him, he calmly swung his sword. Awakening the world. Ding! Enemy plus 3,428. Physical attack plus 3,428%. 15 sword chi, each 500 meters long, rampaged through the area, as large as several playgrounds. Amidst a sea of blood-red damage, countless zombies were shattered. At this point, all the monsters were dead. Yi Chen found killing monsters to be quite easy. Ding! Battle! Summary: you have gained 67,236 experience points, bronze zombie necklace, *3, bronze zombie ring, *4, bronze zombie belt, *3, with a 10,000-fold critical hit you can obtain. Diamond zombie king necklace, *3. Over 600 million experience points combined with the previous amount totaled over 1.1 billion, and Yi-Chen could level up again. Ding! Your level +3, clone level +3, each gains 15 free attribute points. Please allocate. Earth Dragon level +3, Giant Bear level +3, Skeleton General levels up synchronously. It felt great. The Giant Bear was a platinum boss and was now a bit behind, but Yi-Chen did not give up on upgrading it. He would later go to the Demon Civilization, where he should be able to promote the Giant Bear. He looked at his rewards. Zombie Sword, bronze, level 35 attached attributes, physical attack +115, attack speed +8% attached. Skills, none restrictions, warrior, level 35 description 1, a rather mediocre bronze weapon description 2, collect the full zombie set to trigger the set effect defense. Increased by 20%. It's pretty useless, no skills. But the added attributes are quite substantial. Equipment shouldn't be judged solely by its grade. For example, Yi-Chen's legendary weapon, Dark Annihilation Axe, has a very good golden skill. However, the Dark Annihilation Axe is level 17, adding only 200 physical attack. Meanwhile, the level 35 bronze weapon adds 115 physical attack. The key is the set effect. The bronze set effect isn't great, but Yi-Chen can deal critical hits. Zombie King Sword, diamond, level 35 attached attributes, physical attack +250, attack speed +15% attached skills, none restrictions, warrior, level 35 description. Collect the full Zombie King set to trigger the set effect, can withstand one fatal attack, cooldown of 24 hours, a unit can only use it once a day. It doesn't have any attached skills, but the set effect is incredibly powerful. It can withstand one fatal attack. This means that even the strongest enemy, even if a deity strikes Yi-Chen, he can withstand it. Yi-Chen currently doesn't lack offensive means, and this effect suits him perfectly. I can wear other equipment normally and switch to this set when facing a fatal attack. This time, he obtained zombie armor, zombie sword, and similar items, all of which he crit, gathering a total of 4 complete sets, one for him and one for his clone. He'll keep the other 2 sets for now. Such a good effect, even without attached skills, is something players all over the world would flock to. Moreover, a set of diamond equipment inherently has high attached attributes. Ding dong! World announcement. Congratulations to player Tian for being the first to kill the level 35 diamond boss zombie leader, rewarded with 1 point of legendary status and 1000 points of server-wide reputation. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit, you have gained 10,000 points of legendary status and 10 million server-wide reputation. Yi-Chen has a lot of legendary status. As long as he encounters another legendary dungeon, he has a chance to make it. The one-time foreknowledge power he obtained previously made him quite excited. That time, competing with a deity for power was thrilling and dangerous, and it was Se-Chong who saved him. But deities are too mysterious. Who knows if they can bypass Se-Chong's protection and deal a fatal blow to Yi-Chen? Last time, the deity was unprepared. If he tries to snatch it again, it might be different. No worries, he can block it himself. Finally, I can go in and take a look. Yi-Chen flapped his wings, approaching the ruins where dark energy surged, permeating the air with a decayed smell, and he saw a description. Huiyue Imperial Capital description. 500 years ago, the imperial capital of the Huiyue Empire. It is an ancient city. He tried to open the city gate to enter. Ding! Encountered the obstruction of bloodthirsty great array, unable to enter. Collecting a large amount of blood and sprinkling it can allow entry. Yi-Chen raised an eyebrow. He could enter. As long as he used void, there would be no restrictions on any obstructions. He could even use it to go directly to the high-level main city without worrying about any qualification restrictions, but he was interested in this imperial capital. Just then, a prompt sounded. Ding dong! World announcement. Dragon Country player Tian triggered an event. Large dungeon curse of the ancient Huiyue Kingdom opened. Location, Tianqing City, 26-24-89. Global teleportation array temporarily opened. Players can freely teleport during the dungeon's duration to participate. Points will be awarded based on contribution, and rewards will be issued. The world announcement suddenly activated, and everyone around the world was stunned for a moment, then erupted in cheers. A large dungeon must have benefits, and it's in Tianqing City. Will Tian allow them to enter? People excitedly tried to teleport. Ding! You have successfully teleported to Tianqing City. It's actually possible. In fact, players who can teleport now are quite impressive, temporarily activating the server-wide teleportation array, but the novice village is not included. At the very least, players who have entered the main city are qualified for server-wide teleportation. Let's go to the Dragon Kingdom, to Tianqing City. At this moment, countless players who have reached level 15 around the world return to their main city's teleportation array to teleport to Tianqing City. The Heavenly Emperor is actually willing to open teleportation. This is too arrogant. Does he think we can't snatch his dungeon contributions if we go? Baka, let's show him some color. It's just the right time to see what kind of person the Heavenly Emperor is. The top guilds from the United States, such as Divine Guild, and the top guild from Sakura Country, Sakura Guild, all rushed to Tianqing City as soon as they reached level 15. This batch of players all had C level or above talents. There were quite a few A and B levels as well. Their guild leaders, Divine Lord, and Amaterasu, who possessed S-level talents, immediately set aside their important tasks to head to Tianqing. The world's top guilds and players gathered. The winds were rising and the clouds were surging. So arrogant, actually opening teleportation. Let's go see this Heavenly Emperor. Pride of the world, sneered, as his subordinates had previously been killed by the Heavenly Emperor and he had also been denied entry to Tianqing City. Now, he finally had the chance to reclaim his honor. With so many top guilds going, let's see how the Heavenly Emperor can handle it. The only one not going was Dragon Squad. Boss, why did you open teleportation? Can our Dragon Squad join the fun? Dragon Squad Zheng Yang sent a friend request. Don't come. The Heavenly Emperor only had this one sentence. But Zheng Yang instantly trembled all over and immediately notified all Dragon Squad members not to go. The Heavenly Emperor might be planning to set a trap for all the players in the world. He guessed correctly. This dungeon is not simple. There are level 35 zombies on the outskirts. Even the platinum level 60 Jun Maoan died inside. I can let the players go in to scout the way for me first. Yi Chen sneered, feeling more assured by doing so. As for whether it was right to do this, it's funny, was he the one urging the players to come? The dungeon is right here. Whether they can enter depends entirely on the players' abilities. Let's see if they can first deal with the small monsters on the outskirts. He himself then logged off. I'm hungry, I'll eat first. At this moment, the teleportation array in Tianqing City was buzzing continuously, with spirited players stepping out one by one, some excitedly shouting, "Where is the Heavenly Emperor? I want to see the Heavenly Emperor!" Boom! A team of solemn soldiers arrived, weapons aimed at the players. How can the Lord of the Heavenly Emperor be seen by you mere mortals? Get lost! Get out! The NPCs on the street also shouted angrily. The Heavenly Emperor was very popular in their hearts. The players looked at the NPCs' attributes, level 25 gold soldier, level 24 blacksmith Wangi, etc. All dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. Many of them were only level 15. If a fight broke out, it would be seeking death. The Heavenly Emperor has such a grand presence. I hope to see him in the dungeon. The great players like Divine Lord, Amaterasu, and Thunder King disdainfully left. If it came to a real fight, relying on their S-level talents, they felt they could also take on these NPCs, but the most important thing now was the dungeon. However, they felt very envious. The highest among them hadn't even reached level 20, and they were lower than these NPCs, yet all the NPCs in the city listened to the Heavenly Emperor alone. The Heavenly Emperor is already level 35, we probably can't beat him, but the dungeon can be snatched. He doesn't have a guild, and with these NPCs, he can't take them into the dungeon. He must want the NPCs to guard the city to prevent invasions, thinking he can outsnatch us with so many people? Meanwhile, Yi Chen in the real world was happily eating and browsing the news and game forums. Today's news hot topic had only one center of discussion. Shocking. The Heavenly Emperor has opened a cosmic announcement. Does it prove the existence of cosmic civilizations? The current momentum of the Heavenly Emperor can be called the number one player of Blue Star. Is it possible for him to become the number one player in the universe in the future? Below, countless discussions erupted, but Yi Chen did not respond. It was better not to inform the ordinary public about cosmic civilizations for now, as it could easily cause panic. Even if he told them, would it be useful? The game forum was even more lively. The number one guild in the United States, Divine Guild, has mobilized, with 30,000 players entering Tianqing. Including other guilds, at least 200,000 players from the United States have gone. The number one guild from the Hungry Nation has also gone. There are quite a few from Sakura Nation, claiming they will seize the Heavenly Emperor's dungeon, showcasing the might of Sakura. Global S-level talent. Players have basically all mobilized, with 1 million players gathering at Tianqing. Whether the Heavenly Emperor is the number one player in Blue Star still needs to be compared with other S-level players, right? No matter how strong the Heavenly Emperor is, it's hard for one person to fend off so many players. Yi Chen shook his head and smiled. Who said I need to block them? They, worthy of it. He had already fought for power against deities and had ventured into the demon civilization. Did these low-level players really think they could make him stop? So tempting. After finishing his meal, he placed an order on the housing app and bought the manor he had previously liked. Purchasing a manor was quite troublesome. It required identification and negotiations with the construction company, among other things. He called an agent and completed some procedures. The agent would naturally charge a fee, but it didn't matter to him, it was just pocket change. Yi Chen also didn't understand why such a large manor would be listed on the app for agents to sell. It didn't quite make sense, but he couldn't be bothered as long as he was comfortable living there. After completing all this, which took 2 hours, he logged back into Sky Realm. It was time to check on those clowns. This is so awesome. The dropped bronze zombie set can actually increase defense by 20%. Too bad you need to be level 35 to wear it. Our guild leader can't wear it yet. It's so enjoyable just at the outskirts. It must be even better further in. Exactly, but the level drop is severe. With over 1 million players facing thousands of skeletons and zombies, they could still hold their ground, especially some S-level talents who possessed the ability to fight above their level. Grinding small monsters was no problem. The level 35 platinum boss, the zombie commander, was also surrounded and attacked by them. However, the monster levels were too high and they couldn't withstand the damage, with many being killed and losing levels. But the zombie set was too enticing. There were also skeleton fragments that could be combined into bronze level skeletons, matching their own level. So comfortable, of course. Once everything was gathered, it would all go into the guild leader's backpack, and as the guild leader grew stronger, they could help elevate them later. Just haven't seen the Heavenly Emperor. He must be scared seeing so many of us. Wait, what's that? Suddenly, they noticed the blood flowing from the bodies of dead players, gathering at the formation at the gate of Glorious Moon Imperial City, and the formation suddenly emitted a blood-red glow. A nearby player reached out, only to be immediately sucked in. The dungeon has opened. This is the dungeon switch, let's go. All players immediately entered the dungeon. Whoosh! Behind them, Ichin logged in, grinning eerily, and stepped in as well. Here it comes, looking forward to the rewards. The monsters ahead are over level 30. With so many of us, we can hold them off, and it shouldn't be too difficult further in. People stepped in with anticipation. Kick. But suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed. People looked up and were horrified to find a white-clothed female corpse with long hair laughing ominously atop the highest palace in the Imperial City. White-clothed female corpse, level? Attack? Hiss. No one could see through it, at least it was level 40. Because the highest level players here have already reached level 20, previously they hadn't, but leveled up by killing zombies. The basic exploration skill can check beyond their own level by 20. At this moment, people felt a chill run down their spines, because besides the female corpse, countless wails echoed. I'll kill you all, you are all going to die. The painful cries rang in their ears, yet they couldn't see anything strange, as if something invisible was speaking to them in their hearts. Put. A level 16 player suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. 573. For no apparent reason, he just died. At this, all the players panicked. The invisible enemy was too terrifying. Fortunately, an S-rank talent player took action, and with a wave of his hand, God Lord declared, God said, let there be light to dispel the darkness. Whoosh! A brilliant golden light was born from his hand. This was actually one of his pieces of equipment. The reason he was showing off was to appear impressive in front of so many players. If they saw how powerful he was, they might be willing to join his guild. But the phrase dispel the darkness just wouldn't come out. Because, hiss, the light indeed illuminated a shadow of darkness, but it couldn't dispel it at all. These shadows clung to the players, releasing eerie waves. Countless players spat blood and died instantly. S-rank talent, Night Parade of 100 Demons, Amaterasu, activated his talent, and a group of ghostly figures appeared behind him. This talent, when used later, could even imprison billions of ghosts, allowing him to cultivate his own monsters by killing them. But his ghostly figures were directly devoured by the shadows. Baka! Blood spewed out, and he died too. One by one, S-rank talent users began to fall, unable to put up any resistance. They died instantly, let alone the other talent users. Kick. On the field, the female corpse's laughter grew increasingly chilling. 1 million players were no longer standing, and from their entry to death, it had only been a matter of seconds. Ding! You have been killed by ordinary undead, level -1, dropped light mirror *1, silver coins *20. You cannot resurrect in place or run back to revive in large dungeon. Please choose a resurrection location. You have been killed by ordinary undead, level -1, dropped zombie sword *1. In the resurrection space, players heard the notification. Damn! Only then did they realize that the thing that killed them was called an undead, and it wasn't ordinary undead. They didn't get any rewards and lost a level for nothing. Even their equipment dropped. The bronze zombie set they had already gathered could no longer be completed. This equipment didn't add skills, and without a set, it was utterly unappealing. This trip was such a loss. We must go back to that dungeon to get rewards to make up for the losses. Anyway, now that they knew it was an undead, and that undead move was so terrifying, the cooldown should be quite long. If they resurrected now, they might not lose. Resurrect in Tianqing City. Everyone made this choice, resurrecting directly at the resurrection point, consuming some silver coins, which they still had as high-level players in the game. Ding! The Lord of Tianqing City, the Heavenly Emperor, refuses your entry into Tianqing City. You cannot Resurrect in Tianqing City. Ha! Everyone felt like they had been played by the Heavenly Emperor. Upon arriving in Tianqing City, some people wanted to challenge the Heavenly Emperor by leveraging their numbers, but they didn't even see the Heavenly Emperor and lost a lot for nothing. Now that they were dead, they couldn't even resurrect their Heavenly Emperor. What do you mean? Are you messing with us? Give us an explanation. On the World Channel, S-rank players Godlord, Amaterasu, and others united to question. They felt so frustrated. Many hadn't even used their S-rank talents before they died. Their players were the same, all wanting a chance to re-enter the dungeon. At the very least, they had to go back and retrieve their equipment, right? Some players who hadn't yet entered the main city, as onlookers, watched with glee. They were also shocked in their hearts. 1 million players entered the dungeon, yet none made it through? These were already the top players of the Blue Star humans in Se-Chong. Ding dong. Heavenly Emperor, yes, how do you want to play? Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. You have no strength, yet you insist on pretending in the dungeon? At that moment, a message came through the World Channel. Damn, the Heavenly Emperor actually spoke. A group of players who hadn't entered the main city were incredibly excited, many treating the Heavenly Emperor as an idol. This was the first time they had seen the Heavenly Emperor speak, and they immediately followed suit with grandiloquent remarks. Yeah, you have no strength, so what are you pretending for? Did the Heavenly Emperor force you to come? If you die, who can you blame? Tianqing City belongs to them. They can open or close it as they wish. If you don't like it, get out. The dungeon is in our dragon country. If anyone is to enter, it should be our dragon country players. What are you all making a fuss about? The dragon team Zhengyang closed the World Channel, chuckling. Thankfully, they listened to the Heavenly Emperor and didn't go in. 1 million players, all wiped out. That was just too terrifying. Aosi Duzuan's face turned purple. As a dragon country player, he had gone in, bringing everyone from Aosi Se-Chong with him, only to have them all lose levels and equipment. Just from this wave, many players who had already entered the main city dropped down 15 levels and were sent back to the novice village. Baka, Tianzhou and others were furious, but had nothing to say. Indeed, if they lacked strength, who could they blame for not being able to fight? The more they spoke, the more incompetent they seemed. They angrily returned to another resurrection point, all back in their server's main city, returning to the United States, Sakura country, and so on. FUCK, he wants us to help him trigger the traps. Shinju had already figured it out. The necromancer's skills were so terrifying, the cooldown must be long. Now, only the Heavenly Emperor could enter the dungeon. And he, not only gained nothing but even lost the light mirror, which was a good piece of equipment. From start to finish, he hadn't seen the Heavenly Emperor even once and was completely played by him. The Heavenly Emperor can't get through either. Yes, if he could pass the dungeon, I would write the two characters Tianzhou backwards. How delightful. Why not add a re-character in the middle, and even the person themselves can't escape? But they thought of that female corpse. Even if the necromancer's terrifying attacks had entered cooldown, that horrifying female corpse hadn't made a move yet. And in the dungeon, jia, the eerie laughter of the female corpse suddenly stopped. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps approached, and it saw a handsome man walking forward, raising a sword. After Yi Chen arrived, he also saw those dark shadows. Ordinary necromancer, black iron, level 35 attack, 1803 defense, 475 health, 587 skills, life curse, nightmare death speech, deathclaw description, ordinary beings of the necromancer civilization. To be honest, the attributes were average. But Yi Chen noticed one point: necromancer civilization. It turned out this was also a creature from another civilization. Yi Chen carefully looked at one skill, life curse. At the cost of consuming life force, curse the enemy to death. Those below its own level are guaranteed to die, and the more enemies that die, the more life force consumed. So that's how it is. No wonder 1 million players were wiped out. This skill has a guaranteed death effect. Even if some players had S-level talents, if their levels were now lower than the necromancers, they were destined to die. But the skill consumed life force, and the necromancers actually didn't consume much. After cursing 1 million players to death, they had consumed a large amount of life force. They themselves also began to gradually fade away. Very good, it's equivalent to blocking a blow for me. Yi Chen thanked the players. However, he had the effect of resisting fatal blows from the Diamond Zombie set, which could already block the life curse, so the players essentially preserved one use of the set effect for him. At this moment, the lingering undead began to attack Yi Chen. Ding! In battle, the talent Endless Warfare is activated. Enemy plus 392 physical attack, plus 392%, nearly 4 times physical attack. Yi Chen flapped his wings and flew directly into the sky, completely disregarding the small monsters. His longsword aimed straight at the female corpse. White-clothed female corpse, Diamond Boss, level 40 magic attack, 5732 defense, 5482 health, 5389 skills, Dark Barrier, Dark Wave, Mark of Death description, a curse being, unable to find peace even in death. A level 40 diamond boss, very strong. Damn humans. Using others to dissipate the undead, cunning and treacherous, haha, the female corpse screeched. Madly. Yi-Chan shrugged. Without the players, he could also deal with the undead, such as letting his clone join the battle. But this way was just more convenient. Boom. The female corpse raised her hand and unleashed a pitch-black wave of light. Under the skill, her attack reached 10,243. After all, she was a diamond boss, and her skills were incredibly powerful. Whoosh! Unfortunately, Yi-Chan suddenly vanished. Lightning flash. He blinked behind the female corpse. As a mage, the female corpse feared warriors getting close. Who would have thought a warrior could not only fly but also blink such a long distance? More agile than an assassin. Unmatched sword energy erupted. 15 sword energies merged into one, slashing towards the female corpse. Clang, but it produced a sound of metal clashing, and a pitch-black shield appeared in front of the female corpse. The skill Dark Barrier had a defense power of 10,134 and could absorb 30% of the damage. Unfortunately, Yi-Chan's attack at this moment reached 12675, with each sword dealing such high damage. The shield shattered instantly. No, the female corpse screamed, sensing her impending death, and took out 2 pieces of pitch-black paper, one of which she stuck onto Yi-Chan. With such close proximity, Yi-Chan found it hard to dodge. Ding! You have been affected by the fatal effect of the cursed page skill. You must die. Terrifying black energy surged from it, the paper disintegrating rapidly like a reaper claiming lives, seemingly trying to drain Yi-Chan's vitality. Another certain death. But suddenly, Yi-Chan's equipment transformed, the menacing zombie set was donned, and a surge of malevolent energy enveloped him. Compared to the eerie black energy, his malevolent aura was grand and solemn, like a king in the darkness. Ding! Received a fatal blow, triggering set effect, resisting fatal blow. Nice! Yi-Chan was unharmed, while the female corpse screamed madly. Diamond set? Some diamond bosses don't even have it, yet you possess it. How difficult it was to gather a full set, let alone a diamond level 1. Under the onslaught of sword energy, the female corpse fell. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the level 40 diamond boss white-clothed female corpse, gaining 18,364 experience points, over level kill, diamond cursed page *1, 200 silver coins. 10,000 times critical hit. Yi-Chan nodded in satisfaction, nearly 200 million experience points credited. A page dropped on the ground, which was the one the white-clothed female corpse hadn't used yet, a windfall for him. At this moment, the ordinary undead also dissipated. Unfortunately, the undead were not killed by Yi-Chan, so they did not drop anything. Yi-Chan didn't care, he had already obtained the boss's loot, so why bother with the small monsters? Even if he wanted something, weren't there items left by the players on the ground? Ding! You picked up Bronze Demon Armor *1, Bronze Zombie Sword *88. This was not a reward, it was something picked up from the roadside, so there was no critical hit. Yi-Chan didn't mind, he didn't need it, but he could sell it, right? Anyway, the players came to this dungeon with no good intentions. They wanted to snatch the dungeon from him, so he wouldn't be polite. You have picked up Bronze Zombie Sword *88, Diamond Light Mirror *1. Goodness, did the players' gathered zombie set count as a waste? Wouldn't they be furious? Wait, no. There's actually a diamond item. Yi-Chan thought the players' equipment was all trash, but he didn't expect there to be such good stuff. After all, there are S-level talent players, it couldn't be too trashy. Sorry, it's mine now. He was about to check when the notification sound came. Congratulations, you have achieved the first kill, gain 1 point of legend, 1000 server reputation points, and will trigger a world announcement. Do you want to hide your nickname? Don't hide. At this moment, players were hotly discussing in the world channel. Those undead are terrifying, and the white-clothed female corpse that didn't even attack is even more eerie. I estimate that even the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't stand a chance. Yeah, if over 1 million of us can't do it, how could he? Ding dong. World announcement. Congratulations to player Heavenly Emperor for successfully achieving the first kill of the 40-level diamond boss, the white-clothed female corpse. You are rewarded with 1 point of legend and 1000 server reputation points. Please congratulate him. The sudden notification sound slapped the faces of players worldwide. The white-clothed female corpse was actually a 40-level diamond boss, and it was killed by the Heavenly Emperor. The key point is that the players hadn't seen the Heavenly Emperor enter the dungeon, which means he faced the white-clothed female corpse only after they had died. How little time had passed. Instant kill? It must be. Damn it, another first kill. And he gained 1 point of legend. This could lead to legendary dungeons, which are extremely precious. Meanwhile, Yi-Chan gained 10,000 legend points and 10 million server reputation points. Ding! Large dungeon curse of the Radiant Moon Ancient Kingdom has ended. Based on the contribution of participating players, rewards are being calculated. At this moment, the million players who participated in the dungeon finally revealed smiles after hearing the notification. Well, even though we just came to take a look, we participated, so we should Get some rewards. Ding. Player God Lord, you were killed by a monster in the dungeon. Participation rate is 0, no rewards. The president of the #1 guild in America, God Lord, immediately looked dejected. The smiles of the million players froze. Most of them were sent back to the novice village, suffering heavy losses, and they didn't get a single reward? Ding. Your participation rate is 100%. You have received all points, and all rewards are automatically exchanged. One-time usage right for the Radiant Moon Imperial Capital. Do you want to hide your nickname, and do you want to hide the rewards? Hiss. A usage right for the Imperial Capital? The Imperial Capital is very large, with many facilities. According to the percentage of rewards, some players might be able to use the teleportation array of the Imperial Capital, some could use the defense array, and some could access the treasury, etc. But now, it all belongs to Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't expect that the players didn't even have a bit of participation. He thought they would have some contribution for consuming the attacks of the undead. Perhaps because they were instant kill, they came and left immediately, which really couldn't be counted as participation. Nickname not hidden, rewards hidden. As usual, Yi Chen didn't like to show off, but there was no need for others to know about good things. Ding dong. World announcement. Congratulations to player Heavenly Emperor for achieving a participation rate of 100% in, and receiving all rewards, as well as 2,000 server reputation points. Truly enviable. It rang 20 times in a row. The players immediately erupted in chatter. Ha! The Heavenly Emperor has a participation rate of 100%, which means over a million players have a participation rate of 0. Over a million players can't compare to the Heavenly Emperor alone? I'm dying of laughter. Players who didn't enter the dungeon understood the situation as soon as they heard the world announcement. Just moments ago, a million players had been killed, complaining about not being able to participate in the Tianqing City dungeon, and now the Heavenly Emperor had cleared the dungeon. Instant clear. A million players couldn't make it, but the Heavenly Emperor soloed it in seconds. Even if you revive in Tianqing City, what can you do? Do you still want to snatch the dungeon from the big boss? A million players were left speechless. The reality was right in front of them. Ding, 10,000 times critical hit. You can gain 20 million server reputation points. One-time usage right for the Radiant Moon Imperial Capital, *10000, or permanent usage right for the Radiant Moon Imperial Capital, *1. Yi Chen already had plenty of reputation points, enough to buy a lord's position. But he was already a lord, so he wasn't considering that for now. Besides, he already had the Imperial Capital. Ding, you have chosen the permanent usage right for the Radiant Moon Imperial Capital. Yi Chen certainly knew how to choose. No matter how many times, nothing was better than permanent. System prompt. The Radiant Moon Imperial Capital is cursed by the Necromancer civilization and cannot be used temporarily. It can only be fully utilized after the curse is lifted. This was the only regret. The Necromancer civilization has long begun to attempt to invade this realm, and our Radiant Moon Empire is the victim. Suddenly, a weak voice came through. Yi Chen looked up. He discovered that a shadow resembling the white-clothed female corpse had emerged, but without the frenzied demeanor. Her face was filled with deep sorrow, and the description had changed. Princess of the Radiant Moon Empire. Long description. Princess of the Radiant Moon Empire, priestess of the Light Church. Back then, the Radiant Moon Empire was shrouded in the shadow of death. My father and others died or went missing for no reason. As a priestess of the Light Church, I rushed to save them, but unexpectedly fell victim to the Necromancer's schemes, transforming into a cursed female corpse. Dear hero, thank you for killing me and lifting the curse. The secret light magic allows me to exist for a moment, but I will soon disappear. This is for you. You are very powerful. The necromancers will not spare this realm. I hope you can survive. A long-winded speech, and Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to listen. He only noticed that after the woman disappeared, a shield dropped, and he immediately picked it up. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Diamond Shield of Light *1, which can be critically hit to gain Shield of Light *10000 or Purification Shield *1. Wow, he didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Shield of Light, Diamond, level 40 attached effect, defense plus 300 attached skill, light protection. Orange LV1 consumes 150 mana points, can block 1 curse effect, cooldown 10 minutes. Note, skill level +1, cooldown -10 seconds, max. Level 25. Restrictions, Warrior, level 40 description, crafted by the Light Church, specifically to combat the Necromancer civilization. With this shield, can you still be tricked? The white-clothed female corpse had completely vanished, otherwise, Yi Chen would have really wanted to call her useless. But mainly, the skill cooldown was too long. Even at max level, it took 350 seconds and could only be used once, within 6 minutes. That's why there was a gap for someone to be tricked. I could have 10,000 of this equipment, but if the same unit uses the same skill, the cooldown bar is the same, not to mention the mana can't hold up. Yi Chen looked at the next one. Purification. Shield, Epic, Level 40 attached effect, Defense plus 550, blocks true damage plus 20% attached skill, Purification, Forbidden spell LV1. Consumes 500 mana points, immune to curse effects for 1 minute, cooldown 1 minute. Note, skill level plus 1, duration plus 9.152 seconds, max level 60. Description, equipment crit by the Heavenly Emperor with special effects that are truly exceptional. Hiss, epic gear, forbidden spell. These two words really stirred excitement in his heart. At max level, it can block curses for 10 minutes. A 1 minute cooldown is nothing. The strongest aspect of the Necromancer civilization is the curse. It's incredibly powerful. But purification specifically counters curses. One could say it's a nemesis. Is it useless against anything other than the Necromancer civilization? Not at all. The epic gear adds significant defense, and it also has the effect of resist true damage plus 20%. This effect is quite insane, and it's very hard to obtain. In Sky Realm, true damage ignores defense and deals damage directly, and Yi Chen can resist true damage. Don't underestimate the fact that he can only block 20%, that's already impressive. His attack is very strong, but his defense and health are relatively weak, so this ability to survive greatly enhances his chances. However, I need to be level 40 to equip it, so I'll have to wait. He had just gained a lot of experience points, but it wasn't enough for him to level up 5 times in a row. He planned to kill some more monsters later, and it wouldn't take long. He still had 2 diamond items. Cursed Page, Diamond, level 40 attached effect, none attached skill, Death Curse. Orange LV1 consumes 150 mana points to cast a curse that causes instant death if the target's level is not higher than yours. If the target's level is higher, they will take damage every second, 0.001% x your health, which cannot be detected. There are no range restrictions. You can use it as long as the enemy is in combat with you. If the enemy survives for 24 hours, the curse will disappear, and they will notice the damage. Note, skill level plus 1, damage ratio plus 0.001%, max level 25. Quantity, 1 restriction, all classes, level 40 description. A consumable item, used up upon activation. Incredible. If the target's level is not higher than yours, they will die instantly. That's just too powerful. It doesn't matter if they have A or S-class talents, they must die. This skill's effect is comparable to an S-class talent, or even exceeds it. If the target's level is higher, they can still be cursed and may die. Perhaps that's how Jun Moen met his end. Unfortunately, it's a consumable, and there's only one. Sorry, I have privileges. But Yi Chen smiled. Ding! Cursed Page critical hit. Obtained, Epic Book of Curses, *1. Book of Curses, Epic, level 40 attached effect, none attached skill, infinite curse, forbidden. Spell LV1 consumes 550 mana points to cast a curse that guarantees death if the target's level is not higher than yours. If the target's level is higher, they will take damage every second, 0.002% x your health, cooldown 24 hours. Note, skill level plus 1, damage ratio plus 0.002%. Max level 60. Restriction, all classes, level 40. The skill effect is the same as before, but the ratio has doubled. Moreover, it's no longer a consumable, and the maximum level has increased. Although Yi Chen is strong, he cannot be arrogant. With this, he would truly be invincible. At the same level, if the skill reaches max level, for targets above my level, they will take 0.12% of my health as damage every second, lasting for 24 hours. Yi Chen thought for a moment and understood. His current health reached 10,865 thanks to the contribution of the Earth Dragon. The curse damage is 13.038 per second, totaling 1,126,483.2. That's right, over 1.12 million. This is damage, not attack. No matter how high the enemy's defense is, they must lose this much health, and under the curse, the enemy won't even notice they're losing health. By the time they realize it, they're already doomed. And my health will increase later, which will further boost the damage. Who could withstand this? Truly a forbidden spell. Yi Chen has endless battle. When facing many enemies, he has no problem even against strong foes. But if he encounters a single strong enemy, it could be troublesome, yet now he has an ace up his sleeve. Killing enemies above his level is not an issue. Although this equipment skill has a cooldown of 24 hours and doesn't have additional attributes yet, it's already good enough. I need to be level 40 to equip it, and I also need experience points to max out the skill. Yi Chen felt an urgent desire in his heart. Level up, level up. He had too many good things, and the upgrade requirements were high, but fortunately, he gained experience points quite easily. Feeling satisfied, he looked at another piece of equipment. Light Mirror, Diamond, level 17 attached attributes. Control resistance plus 15% attached skill, Radiant Glory. Orange LV1 consumes 200 mana, illuminates invisible units within a radius of 1000 square meters for 10 minutes. The range follows your movement, cooldown of 3 minutes. Note, skill level plus 1, range plus 100 square meters, maximum. Level 25. Restrictions, all classes, level 17. Yi-Chen felt that there was no need to upgrade this skill for now. The basic range was sufficient since it could move with him. Illuminating invisible units was a decent skill, useful for preventing ambushes. This was dropped by a player, and without a critical hit he was already quite satisfied. After all, it was free loot. Players had dropped equipment worth millions, and even counting what Yi-Chen had dropped himself, he couldn't pick it all up. The million capacity backpack was full, so he had to discard some junk. Let's check my imperial capital. He opened the treasury, which was empty. This was reasonable. The Radiant Moon imperial capital had been cursed by the necromancer civilization, and the undead must have emptied the treasury. Basic infrastructures, like the barracks, were still intact, allowing Yi-Chen to train his soldiers. Originally, these barracks would have cost a fortune to purchase, but he got them for free. Defensive array, bloodthirsty great array. It could block enemies from entering, and could be activated by blood stimulation. If enemies triggered the array, they would be attacked by it. However, the array was currently inactive, as it required the curse to be lifted for normal use. How do I lift the curse? Yi-Chen murmured as he walked towards the imperial palace. Suddenly, he noticed a light gate in the palace. Necromancer passage description: a passage from the necromancer civilization to the Blue Star civilization, intending to invade the Blue Star civilization. Hiss. There was a passage of the necromancer civilization in the Radiant Moon imperial capital. This meant that at any moment, necromancer civilization could appear beneath Tianqing City. Yi-Chen was glad he discovered it early, otherwise he would have been in a passive state when the undead showed up. Let's take a look. He was bold and decided to enter. Ding. System prompt: this passage was opened by countless blood and piled bones. You need a killing value of 10,000 to enter. This was quite annoying. Yi-Chen thought about playing dirty and using void to enter. But at that moment, the light gate suddenly fluctuated, and a figure jumped out of the passage. Damn it, these pesky undead are really annoying. An old man cursed. Yi-Chen recognized this old man. Hunter? It was the old hunter who had given him the knight's oath. Old man, you're not dead. Goodness, he had seen the hunter dig a pit in the White Horse bury him. He had thought the hunter was extraordinary, but he never expected him to jump from the Novice village underground straight to the Radiant Moon imperial capital. Hunter Lin Foam level 60 under the super detection technique. Yi-Chen finally saw through the hunter's attributes. He was quite high level. It's you, kid. Damn, how did you get so strong? The hunter's eyes widened. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. How did you end up here? You're in my imperial capital, asking me? Yi-Chen shrugged. His nickname now included owner of the Radiant Moon imperial capital, which he could display after gaining ownership and could cancel at any time. The hunter. He had thought the Heavenly Emperor would be strong in the future, but he never expected he would already own an imperial capital. This imperial capital is cursed. Only by killing all the creatures in the necromancer passage can the curse be lifted. That's what I've been doing, but the undead there are endless, and I can't kill them all. Only by making them fear and forcing them to retreat. Can it be done? Yi-Chen raised an eyebrow at this. Many enemies? He liked that. I captured some undead and interrogated them, learning a few things, but they all had explosive skills buried in their minds. After saying slaughter and demon civilization, they died. I deduce that the demon civilization has something related to slaughter that they are very afraid of. Yi-Chen nodded. The passage was backed by the undead civilization, making it hard to wipe out the monsters, but if they had something to fear, that was a different story. I came out to find a way to the demon civilization, but I still have no clue. No need to search, leave it to me. Yi-Chen smiled. He could go to the demon civilization. Really? The hunter was half convinced. Rest assured, you go back and hold on. With a kick, Yi-Chen sent the hunter back into the passage. Don't die on me, old man. I'll help you get to the undead civilization, and you better give me some good stuff in return. The hunter rubbed his backside in the passage and chose to trust Yi-Chen. Alright, this Heavenly Emperor has great abilities. If it really works out, he would definitely give him a satisfying reward. Yi-Chen's eyes flickered at that moment. Something related to slaughter? He still didn't know what it was. The only thing he knew was that players could gain something called slaughter value. To be fully prepared, he thought he could first acquire some slaughter value. After all, weren't the players just being beaten by him? He smiled and opened the world channel. Ding dong. Heavenly Emperor, I allow you to come and seek death. At this moment, the world channel was bustling. Poseidon, FUCK. The Heavenly Emperor used us to exhaust the undead's attacks to easily clear the dungeon. Why don't we get any rewards? We, God Association, are not satisfied. Heavenly Emperor's little fan because you got one shot. Turtle Field Taro. Baka, the Heavenly Emperor is too shady. This is a trap for global players. We can't tolerate it. Heavenly Emperor's second fan, but you got one shot. Heavenly Emperor 995's fan. Yeah, if you hadn't been one shot, you would have had a chance to earn rewards. Who can you blame? The Heavenly Emperor's strength and intelligence crush you. You can only blame yourselves for being useless. The million players who felt cheated were furious. On the contrary, there were many fans of the Heavenly Emperor. They had joined the game later, so they could take a nickname related to the Heavenly Emperor. But this matter was indeed hard to discuss. On one hand, the Heavenly Emperor had indeed cheated a million players. On the other hand, they were useless themselves. They just wouldn't admit it, considering themselves the top players in Blue Star, and felt indignant that they were all cheated by the Heavenly Emperor, which is why they were making a fuss. In the World Channel, let the Heavenly Emperor face us in a direct battle. With so many of us, are we still afraid of him? In reality, it was just impotent rage. People knew that the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't pay them any mind. But suddenly, a different message popped up. Ding dong, Heavenly Emperor, I allow you to come and seek death. At this, the World Channel fell silent. Hiss. The Heavenly Emperor spoke. This was truly a confrontation with top players. Heavenly Emperor 245's fan, why aren't you talking? The Heavenly Emperor allows you to die, hurry up and go. This player laughed heartily in the Novice village and spoke in the World Channel. Don't. The Heavenly Emperor is really going to confront the top players. He might suffer losses. His companions immediately stopped him. They were all fans of the Heavenly Emperor. What to do? Although the Heavenly Emperor had cheated the top players, causing a group of onlookers to cheer, some were just playing around, while others genuinely liked the Heavenly Emperor's dominance, but there hadn't been a real showdown yet. Many top players had died, and many had dropped levels back to the Novice village, but there were still many top players. The Heavenly Emperor probably couldn't handle so many, right? They were very worried, but some were even more anxious. What to do? The Heavenly Emperor actually replied. Sakura Guild Kamayama Taro trembled. He was just talking big on the World Channel, but facing the Heavenly Emperor, he still felt a bit flustered. After all, that was someone who could take down a level 40 diamond boss in an instant. There were many players like him. They weren't mindless. The strength of the Heavenly Emperor was evident to all. How could they not feel intimidated? But, alright. The S-rank talent player, God Lord, sneered, my light mirror, dropped in the dungeon and was likely picked up by the Heavenly Emperor. We must kill him and get it back. The light mirror was not just a piece of equipment. It was a crucial item for unlocking a chain quest. He ordered all players from God Association in the main city to mobilize, and under the banner of God Association, players from other guilds in the Great Rice Nation above level 15 also began to move. God is taking the initiative. We should go too. Amaterasu immediately activated the Sakura Guild. With so many of us, are we afraid of a Heavenly Emperor? Let's go. The world's top players, except for a few low-key ones and those who had friendly relations with the Heavenly Emperor, the Dragon Corps, all mobilized. There were about 300,000 of them. There was no choice. 700,000 had been sent back to the Novice village and couldn't make it. Fearing that the Heavenly Emperor might seek help from NPCs, they even asked in the World Channel, Heavenly Emperor, will you mobilize the soldiers of Star City? Do you think you're worthy? The Heavenly Emperor was indeed arrogant. Ding! Congratulations, you have been teleported to Star City. The teleportation array in Star City glowed, and 300,000 top players gathered. Players within the city could fight, and they all looked towards the Lord's mansion, where a figure stood. To be honest, many soldiers above level 20 around them were staring at them, making them a bit nervous. But the Heavenly Emperor was facing them alone. Let him know the price of arrogance. Mages, attack from a distance. Tanks, get ready to charge in. They were all top players, experts from previous games, with rich experience, quickly forming an orderly formation, and the players activated their talents. Especially a group of S-rank talent players, standing at the center of the formation, exuding an imposing aura. At this moment, the players outside were also very tense. They all understood the significance of this battle. If the Heavenly Emperor could win even in this situation, then the title of world's #1 player would be firmly established and could never be stripped away. Ding, you have volunteered to fight. Killing players will earn you kill points and become a red-named player. A prompt sounded in Yi Chen's mind. In the next moment, attacks rained down from all directions. So trashy. Step. The empty step activated, and he jumped to an altitude of 1,500 meters. Countless players' attacks couldn't reach him. Their attack range was too short, and only a few could hit him, but he dodged them all. The players were dumbfounded. What kind of jumping power was this, and what terrifying movement speed? The next scene left them even more stunned. Let you know what despair is. Yi Chen actively descended, entering the attack zone. Countless attacks landed on him, producing a ding-ding sound. 0, 0. Countless zeros popped up, not even enough to tickle Yi Chen. What kind of perverse defense is this? Baka, I have the S-rank talent, Absolute Armor Break, which can deal 100% true damage in the later stages, and now can deal 10% true damage, but it still can't break through? Amid their panicked expressions, Yi Chen raised his axe. Ding! Enemy plus 312,365 physical attack, plus 312,365%. Actively reduced physical attack by 95%, range increased by 1900% for a total of 96,900 square meters. Yi Chen felt that he was overqualified for this. Whoosh! With one axe, he broke through the darkness, piercing the light. Descending, blood red. Pooh! The axe light rapidly spread, devastating everything in its path, the blood red aura enveloping the ground. And countless damage values soared. 762, 1294, 547. The damage is not the same. Some S-class talent players have quite high health, but it's utterly useless. Remember, if you're not convinced, just lie down for me. Yi Chen's voice echoed as the bodies of 300,000 players fell, dropping a sea of equipment, the dazzling blood red and the glow of gear reflecting each other, as if highlighting his legend. Come, collect the corpses. He turned back indifferently. The NPCs gathered the bodies for him. He had no interest in the players. If he couldn't even defeat his own clone, why should he take them seriously? Meanwhile, outside, countless players awaited the outcome of the battle. I'm afraid it's a blood-boiling fight, a big shot taking on so many. Though it sounds tough, it's also impressive. Ding dong. World announcement, player Tian-D is rampaging in Tianxing City, killing 12,453 players. Who will stop him? World announcement, player in Tianxing City has killed 312,365 players. He's gone mad, hurry and stop him. Global players. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed 312,365 players, looted 182,475 black iron items, 122,933 bronze items, 6,941 silver items, and 16 gold items, unable to achieve 10,000-fold critical hit. What garbage. Ding, you gained 312,365 experience points. Below your level, each player provides 1 point, 10,000-fold critical hit. Gain 3,123,650,000 experience points. Hiss. 3.1 billion experience points. So, satisfying Yi Chen immediately consumed the experience points, leveling all his clones and mounts to level 40, and he could also use the Book of Curses and so on, with Infinite Curse and Purification all maxed out. The cost of upgrading forbidden spells is enormous. Even if ordinary players obtain forbidden spells, they can't level up even once temporarily. Actively killing players grants experience points. As long as they are below level 50, they will gain 1 point. Yi Chen even suspects that Se-Chong encourages player conflict. Players? Just useless. Trash giving away items. He even thought about scamming players again, but the Blue Star players had already been scammed by him twice, so they would probably behave and wouldn't be so easy to trick anymore. Well, he was about to head to the demon civilization soon. Ding, you have gained 312,365 kill points. Below your level, only provides 1 point, 10,000-fold. Critical hit, gain 3,123,650,000 kill points. After gaining kill points, there was no more prompt sound. Yi Chen didn't know what kill points were for, he was just being cautious. Although he was powerful, he had never been arrogant and always acted with a clear mind. The backpack capacity of his clone was not large, having dropped over 300,000 pieces of equipment, which couldn't fit. Fortunately, Tianxing City had a treasury with a capacity of 10 million, so he stored the equipment there to sell later. Yi Chen really looked down on those items. The clone will stay in Blue Star Civilization for now. I can summon it whenever I need it through the backpack. I won't take the soldiers with me, they are still a bit low in level. I can upgrade them when I reach the Imperial capital. He took along the Earth Barbarian Dragon and the Skeleton General, who had a dedicated summoning space. He took out the Demon Gate and stepped into the portal. Ding! Demon Gate activated, remaining entry count 1, now 2, will randomly teleport to a location in the Demon Civilization. No directional teleportation. Yi Chen didn't know where he would end up, but he was bold and fearless. The opening of the world announcement left global players astonished. They never expected that 300,000 top players would be instantly wiped out by Tian-D. Tian-D, the true number 1 player of Blue Star. At this moment, those 300,000 players were in the resurrection space, each with a look of horror on their faces. The might of that axe would probably be something they would never forget in their lives, becoming their lifelong nightmare. This time, after the failure, another 150,000 players were killed back to the Novice village. Damn it! If I were at a higher level, would I be so pathetic? Baka, I also have S-level talent. I refuse to believe I'm that weak. The likes of God Lord and Amaterasu roared in anger. The Heavenly Emperor's level was too high, and their highest was barely 20, while the Heavenly Emperor was already at level 40. They attributed their failure to the level gap. They had to level up and reclaim their territory. The number 1 player of Blue Star? That's not decided yet. They didn't know that the one who killed them was just Yi Chen's clone, while Yi Chen's main body had already arrived at the cosmic civilization. The players of Blue Star simply couldn't provide him with any thrill anymore. Ding! You have arrived at Demon Civilization Bull Demon City Dark Forest. Benefiting from the effect of the Demon Gate, your attributes and level are not suppressed by the foreign civilization. Goodness, is there a connection between me and Bull Demon City? 2 random teleports, and I ended up here. Ding, you have entered the Demon Civilization, regarded as an invasion. The familiar notification sound came. In the next moment, ding dong! World announcement: Demon World creatures of Blue Star Civilization have entered Bull Demon City, triggering the special event invasion of Blue Star humans. Players are requested to stop the human invasion. Rewards will be given based on contributions. The announcement echoed continuously in the minds of the Demon Civilization creatures. Ah, a weak Blue Star Civilization actually dares to invade our Demon Civilization repeatedly. Who came this time? It can't be that Heavenly Emperor again, right? Since the last time the cosmic announcement was activated, the demon creatures all knew that the previous invader was the Heavenly Emperor. Is it him? Even the 999 level Bull Demon Emperor suddenly stood up. He could never forget that human who had injured him with a single punch, leaving countless creatures in between. The most panicked were the players of Bull Demon City. Compared to their unease, Yi-Chen was much happier. Ding, you have entered a level 1 civilization. The cosmic reputation store is now open. The demon civilization was indeed stronger than the Blue Star civilization. He opened the store, and it was filled with a variety of good items. Diamond equipment falling. Mooncloak, 1 million cosmic reputation points. Random teleport to a high-level civilization once. 100 million cosmic reputation points. Yi-Chen had 10 million cosmic reputation points, enough to buy good equipment, and after a critical hit he could even enhance its quality. But he thought for a moment, with my abilities, isn't it easy to obtain equipment? Buying equipment seemed like a good deal, but in reality, it was a loss. He decided to save up a bit more to buy other good things. For instance, the random teleport to a high-level civilization made Yi-Chen very tempted. As a man, he wanted to have stars and seas in his heart. The universe was so vast, and he wanted to see it. Moreover, the 10,000 times critical hit could grow, and there might be sky jade hidden in other cosmic civilizations. First, complete this task. He recalled the words slaughter and demon civilization, not knowing the details, but there were quite a few demon players in the dark forest, so he decided to ask a player or two. Do you think it's the Heavenly Emperor who came? Let's go back to the city first. Hiding in the city, with the defensive formation protecting us, even the Heavenly Emperor might not be able to do anything to us. The players in the Dark Forest were very anxious. Last time, so many players were wiped out by the Heavenly Emperor's axe here, and it was still a nightmare that haunted them. They were even fearful of Blue Star creatures because of it. Regardless of whether it was the Heavenly Emperor or not, they decided to escape first. They hurried back to the city. But at that moment, a faint voice rang out. Where are you going? The demon players shivered in surprise, turning around in fear, only to see a human riding a giant dragon, looking at them with mockery. This human was someone they could never forget. Damn, it really is the Heavenly Emperor. Kill. We can't let a human be so arrogant. They struggled desperately. But what left them in despair was that every attack aimed at the Heavenly Emperor resulted in a series of zeros, completely failing to break through his defenses. Hiss. The Heavenly Emperor was even stronger than before. Yi-Chen looked at them disdainfully, a group of players who couldn't even give him a decent massage. He really couldn't be bothered to make a move. He ignored all the attacks and said lightly, I ask you, do you know anything related to slaughter? If you tell me, I might let you go. Thud. To his surprise, the players knelt down immediately, eager to speak. I'll say it. At Nyoyen City, 23-2-84, the newly opened legendary dungeon Slaughter. We've said it, can you let us go? There was actually a legendary dungeon. Yi-Chen became interested. Awakening to control the world. 15 sword energies wreaked havoc, slaughtering the demon players to the last one, and Yi-Chen didn't even glance at the corpses. I said I might let you go, besides, you are not even human. The demon players knelt down directly. Was it a lack of spirit? To become a level 1 civilization in the universe, the beings must not be too spineless. Yi-Chen's eyes flickered. I'm afraid they are deliberately telling me this, but they are not lying. The truth is the most enticing trap. He guessed correctly. The demon players wanted to set a trap for him. The players who were killed consumed game currency to resurrect in Nyoemo City and immediately reported to the NPC, who then reported to other main cities, even informing the Nyoemo Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor was going to Nyoyen City. That was a higher level main city, where players were at least level 40, ready to snipe him there. TCH. Yi-Chen had already seen through everything. They wanted to set a trap for him? Fine, he walked right in. Let's see who this trap is buried for. Confirming that the target is the Heavenly Emperor. Destination Nyoyen City, Slaughter Dungeon. Please, players of Nyoyen City, kill the Heavenly Emperor and showcase our demon might. Last time he was so arrogant in the level 1 main city of Nyoemo City. We couldn't return to the level 1 main city, but now he has voluntarily entered the level 2 main city. This is seeking death. The Slaughter Dungeon is currently being tackled by a group of players. World Channeled Demons was buzzing with discussion. Players could enter the level 2 main city at level 40, but once inside, it was difficult to return to the level 1 main city. This was a protection for lower level players. In Nyoyen City, the legendary dungeon Slaughter had just opened, and many players above level 40 flooded into Nyoyen City. If the Heavenly Emperor went there now, he would face an army of thousands. And that wasn't all. Heavenly Emperor, Nyoemo Emperor coldly shouted. The news of its previous severe injury had not spread. After all, it cared about its face. And players who knew about it didn't dare to speak out. How could the Heavenly Emperor, who was at such a low level, injure it? It suspected it was due to talent. With the Heavenly Emperor's previous attack, he could have forcefully snatched treasures, but he chose to steal treasures, indicating his attacks are unstable. At that time, surrounded by many demons, he was waiting for them to strike before he made his move. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor's talent allowed him to stack damage based on the number of enemies? As the Emperor, it was very clever, but also very cautious. It was afraid of being killed by the Heavenly Emperor and didn't dare to act before confirming its suspicions. Let the so-called demon warriors try first. If confirmed, it guaranteed a one-hit kill for the Heavenly Emperor. Just a one-on-one would suffice. And Yi Chen, with great confidence, arrived at Nyoemo City. At this moment, Nyoemo City entered a level 1 alert state. Countless players and NPCs looked at him in fear, afraid of being killed in a single blow. Let me in, or die, you choose. 1. Yi Chen said lightly he could enter using Void, but he was too lazy to do so. Crack, crack, crack. The city gates really opened, and even the defensive formations were removed. There was no choice, they were scared. They all wanted to quickly send this big shot away. Yi Chen boldly entered the city amidst the encirclement of demons, the Earth Barbarian Dragon, rampaging through, causing countless demons to tremble, feeling utterly humiliated. When had they ever faced such disgrace? The enemy was right before them, forcing them to open the city gates. Fortunately, the Heavenly Emperor did not take action and left through the teleportation array. There's no need to waste time on trash. The slaughter dungeon has opened before I arrived, and I must hurry. The demons breathed a sigh of relief, some even wetting their pants, the stench wafting through the air. The teleportation array shows he really went to Nyoyen City. Let's see how he acts there. Current location, Nyoyen City. Yi Chen arrived and immediately activated Void. Has the Heavenly Emperor arrived? Nearby, countless demon players were present, some even teleported from other main cities. Yi Chen transformed into an intangible form, activated the Thunderwing, and instantly soared over numerous players. In the sky, players could be killed at any time, but the dungeon must be completed quickly. Well, that's what they say. Boom! On the spot, a group of demon players was eagerly waiting when a terrifying hell demon suddenly appeared, descending into a sea of flames, instantly evaporating 5,000 square meters of players. Instant kill. Level 40 players? Not impressive. How could Yi Chen enjoy being sniped by others? Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 12,108 demon players, earning 14,108 experience points and 15,132 kill points, 10,000 times critical hit. Over 100 million experience points and over 100 million kill points just like that. Consider it a prelude to the slaughter. Who is it? Why did the attack suddenly erupt? The demon players were bewildered until those who were killed heard the notification sound, realizing the killer was the Heavenly Emperor. Instantly, they felt both anger and shame. So many people couldn't stop the Heavenly Emperor. Yi Chen flew for half an hour and reached his destination. Here, countless players were also waiting to snipe him. He transformed into nothingness and approached the dungeon entrance. Legendary Dungeon, Slaughter. Description 1 consumes legendary points to enter. Description 2, in the Slaughter Dungeon, monsters are empowered by the Supreme God of Slaughter, enhancing their attributes, and after killing players, their attributes will be further enhanced. Ding! You have consumed 500 legendary points and selected Nightmare difficulty. The Nightmare option fluctuated, and Yi Chen stepped into the dungeon. Players who had been watching the dungeon immediately noticed something unusual. The Nightmare option just fluctuated. A creature has entered. Who is it? Boom! On the spot, a hell demon appeared, descending into the fiery hell, slaughtering a group of players. A faint voice echoed, "I'm very busy right now, just wait here with your next clean." It's the Heavenly Emperor. The killed players informed others through the friend channel. Damn! With so many players blocking the way, the Heavenly Emperor still managed to kill quite a few of them and entered easily, leaving them to wait for death. They wanted to rush into the dungeon, but unfortunately, the Nightmare level legendary dungeon required 500 legendary points, which they did not have. Don't worry, a bunch of players have already entered. The Heavenly Emperor can't clear the dungeon. He'll be lucky to come out alive. The strongest guild nearby, Demon Cave, led by the president, Demon Heart, along with Arrogant Flame and Hong Tu, all have demon players inside. These are all experts. Players who could earn 500 legendary points had at least achieved the first kill of 500 bosses successfully. They all had at least B-level talent. Their levels were high, with some even at level 60. Meanwhile, the demon players in the dungeon also received news of the Heavenly Emperor's arrival. They all sneered in unison. The Slaughter Dungeon had a total of 5 levels, and they had already reached the 4th level. The Heavenly Emperor? Let's see if he can catch up first. He probably won't even get past the 1st level. Ding! You have entered the 1st level of the Slaughter Dungeon. The moment he entered, a gust of wind suddenly surged, forming a tornado at the entrance of the 2nd layer. Yi Chen frowned. He didn't see any monsters, yet the attack appeared out of nowhere. Invisible. Units? He had a guess and took out the light mirror. Light shines. A brilliant radiance was born, revealing the silhouette of a cyan monster, and Yi Chen could see the panel now. Wind Demon, Black Iron, level 30 attack, 520 health, 753 defense, 502 skills. Wind Blade, Merging Wind, becomes invisible in the wind, undetected and unharmed. Wind Whirl, deals 1% of the enemy's health as damage per second. With control effects, the more wind demons there are, the higher the control chance and the longer the duration. Description: the formless wind is their weapon. The attributes are quite poor, after all, they are just black iron monsters. Even if their strength increased in the dungeon, it's still just that. But the skills are excellent. Wind Whirl blocked the entrance. If someone wanted to pass through, being controlled and continuously losing health would be troublesome. Players who couldn't see the monsters, even if they hesitated for a moment, would likely choose to go to the entrance, right? Unfortunately, Yi Chen had already seen them. Awaken the world. 753. 764. Sword energy surged, and before the wind demons even understood what was happening, they were all killed. Ding, killed 2014 wind demons, obtained 93 black iron equipment, 34 silver coins, 10,000 times critical hit, 93 platinum equipment, 34 gold coins. Yi Chen stepped into the second layer. At the same time, Magic Heart was momentarily stunned. To ensure he secured the dungeon, he had placed a perception skill at the entrance below. Once someone passed through, he would receive the information. This way, if a strong player came, he could intercept them in advance to prevent the dungeon from being snatched away. 1 second? Sky Emperor. 1 second to pass the first layer. He knew how difficult the first layer was. He had paid a huge price to clear it, taking half an hour. Yet the Sky Emperor, 1 second. What did the guild leader of Magic Heart just say? 1 second to pass the first layer. The surrounding players also heard Magic Heart's astonishment, and at this moment, they found it hard to believe. The monsters in the first layer, to be honest, were just like that. But it was annoying. How could the Sky Emperor pass so quickly? No, he has already crossed the second layer. And Magic Heart suddenly exclaimed again. What? Just seconds through the first layer, and now he's seconds through the second layer? The demon players suddenly realized the extraordinary nature of the Sky Emperor and felt a tremendous threat. But the third layer won't be so easy for him. In the Slaughter Dungeon, monsters gain attribute boosts after killing players. Many demon players lost their lives in the third layer. After the monsters respawned, they became stronger. And it was impossible for the Sky Emperor to easily pass through the third layer alone. At this moment, Yi Chen stepped into the third layer. The second layer had some 35 level bronze monsters, which Yi Chen easily killed. These monsters couldn't provide him with experience points, so he had no interest in them. Roar! Some monsters charged at him. Vine Demon. Silver, level 40 physical attack, 2024 defense, 2014 health, 3023 skills. Vine Bind, Blood Spike Strangulation. Description: a troublesome monster. Encountering it alone is the most annoying. The attributes have been significantly enhanced, so be careful, young man. Finally, it was a bit interesting. There were many vine-like monsters extending long vines to entangle him. Vine Bind could control enemies, and although the chance wasn't very high, with so many vines, some would surely trigger the control. Getting entangled would be troublesome. The vines had thorns, and Blood Spike Strangulation could deal physical damage while draining 2% of the enemy's health per second. With so many attacks, it could very likely drain a single target dry in one go. Yi Chen's lightning flash, high movement speed, and flying ability were enough to dodge the attacks, but he found it troublesome. Whoosh! The Gale Eagles behind flapped their wings. 200 Gale Eagles whistled past. Although their attributes were significantly lower than those of the enemies, they had Wind Blade, which could block enemies from afar. Dark Knight, come out and play. A massive skeleton general appeared, wielding a staff, activating Skeleton Summon, summoning a batch of skeletons, and using skills like Death Seal. As a legendary boss, it easily crushed silver monsters of the same level. Roar! The Earth Dragon roared, spikes erupted from the ground, covering 5,000 square meters. The infernal demon descended into a sea of flames. To be honest, Yi Chen felt it was a bit of an overkill. But who told him he was in a hurry? Ding! You have killed 1,209 vines monsters, gaining 10,387 experience points. Silver Vine Staff, * 23, Silver Vine Armor, * 12, Silver Vine Dagger, * 18, 10,000 times critical hit. He temporarily did not check. He quickly entered the fourth layer. Instant clear. Another instant clear. This person is incredibly terrifying. The demon heart sensed his progress, instantly becoming dazed. It was a level 60 A-grade talent player and had brought some guild experts here, but they had not cleared this quickly. This person is a once-in-a-million genius. The leaders of Xiaoyan and Hongtu had their eyes flash. They were also level 60 A-grade talent players. The demon civilization had long had beings enter Sky Dome, but they were among the later entrants. As for the S-grade talent players who entered at the same time, they had already left them behind and entered a higher-level main city. Having competed With S-grade talent players before, they knew how terrifying they could be. So, this person must be an S-grade talent. We must take him seriously. He is already coming. The demon heart sensed that the entrance to the fourth layer was already fluctuating. It took them 3 hours to get here, while the Heavenly Emperor arrived in just 4 seconds. It was likely that so many demon players could not stop the Heavenly Emperor's progress and they might really lose the dungeon. Now, the monsters in the fourth layer had been killed by them, allowing direct access to the final layer. But at that time, with monsters in front and the Heavenly Emperor behind, it would be the biggest trouble. You all go to the final layer. We 3 will stay here to buy time against the Heavenly Emperor. They sent their subordinates to the final layer to quickly clear the dungeon. They were not mindless beings, they understood the situation clearly. The worst outcome would be that their subordinates did not clear the dungeon, and they also failed to stop the Heavenly Emperor. However, after players died in the slaughter dungeon, the monsters would gain enhancements. At that time, the Heavenly Emperor would face very strong monsters. Thud! A sound of footsteps came, and Yi Chen entered the fourth layer, where a scene of battle aftermath lay before him, along with 3 players on high alert. So, you killed the monsters and waited for me here? Demon heart, level 60 physical attack, 5381 defense, 4328 health, 5280 skills, despair / triple claw strike. I have to say, quite strong. The attributes of demon players at the same level are indeed better than those of blue star players. This is determined by their race. Level 1 civilization demons are indeed stronger than humans. Of course, this refers to the same ordinary level, not counting hidden professions, etc. Moreover, it also has talents. However, talents cannot be seen through the data panel. The other 2 players had similar attributes. As for Yi Chen, level 40, the 3 demons, Demon Heart and others, looked closely and realized they had not misread. The Heavenly Emperor was only level 40. The lowest level players they brought were all above level 55, while the Heavenly Emperor surpassed everyone. Even more outrageous was, sorry to keep you waiting, the Heavenly Emperor suddenly disappeared. In a flash of lightning, approaching the entrance to the 5th layer, a mocking voice came, but unfortunately, you waited in vain. Ding! You will summon your clone back into your backpack. Then, releasing the clone, the main body stepped into the final layer. So reckless. The 3 demon spirits of the demon heart were furious, but the clone had already blocked them. Sorry, they thought it was the 3 of them blocking Yi Chen. In fact, it was the clone stopping them. If the 3 of them went over, Yi Chen's clone would be quite annoyed by their interference while fighting monsters. A single clone thinks it can stop us? They were enraged and summoned their mounts, preparing to attack together. With all 6. At level 60, they had long since acquired mounts. The Heavenly Emperor had a mount at level 40, which they couldn't comprehend. Perhaps the Heavenly Emperor was exceptionally gifted, but his level 40 clone couldn't possibly have one too. Damn! Giant strength bear! Yi Chen's clone was suddenly lifted high as a massive black bear hoisted him up. The giant strength bear in the demon civilization held the same status as the descendants of dragons in the blue star civilization. The battle erupted in an instant. Heavenly Emperor level 40 physical attack, 4018 defense, 2334 health, 1870. This was the current attribute of the clone, which couldn't be compared to the main body, as it was still mostly equipped with low-level platinum gear, and the giant strength bear was a platinum boss, much weaker than the earth barbarian dragon. Only the physical attack was relatively high, as all the attribute points were allocated to it. But he was not afraid at all. Fight! Yi Chen wielded the heavenly sword and suddenly unleashed 2 strikes, his attack speed still fast. Enough! Kill! The Demon Heart and others also made their move, first activating their talents. A-level talent Blood Battle, attack increased by 50% and 30% of the damage dealt would replenish their own health, with every 1% decrease in health increasing physical attack by 1%. This was from the Demon Heart. The guild leader of Hongtu, Fei Hong, was an archer. With an A-level talent extended range, triples attack range. The guild leader of Shaoyan, Yentian, was a mage with an A-level talent quick release, spell skills, 0 seconds to cast. The talents were powerful, and the class distribution was excellent. As for Yi Chen, ding! In battle, talent Endless Battle activated, enemy +6, physical attack +6%. It could be said that when there were few enemies, this SSS level talent indeed had little effect. But when had he ever been weak? Boom! The 3 demon spirits and their 3 mounts charged in. Void Step. Yi Chen suddenly jumped to a height of 1,500 meters, and the 3 attacks missed entirely. The Demon Heart was the most bewildered. A warrior can jump this high. He was also a warrior. How could he not do it? Yi Chen was the destroyer, and Void Step was a skill he fused from the destroyer. Could it be compared to an ordinary warrior? At 1,500 meters high, neither the Demon Heart nor Yentian could attack. It was difficult for an ordinary mage to strike from such a distance. I'll take care of it. Fei Hong made his move, shooting numerous arrows at Yi Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But Yi Chen strolled freely in the air. His speed under Void Step was incredibly fast, over 1,000 meters per second, turning him into a phantom that dodged all the attacks. Moo! Roar! The demon heart and others roared in frustration. They were all demons, and that's how they sounded when they called out. Could the Heavenly Emperor stroll freely in the air without being hit? Of course not. Void Step also had a duration, and Yi Chen was certainly on the offensive. Boom! Yi Chen descended from the air, and along with him came the giant strength bear, which couldn't leap into the air with him. It had been stored in the mount space before and was now released. One man and one mount fell from the sky like cannonballs. Be careful, it said that the giant strength bear has the mount tie pressing down skill, which can add all its and its owner's defense to physical attack when descending from a height. The demon heart and others were terrified. Your intelligence is quite good, Yi-chan sneered. His physical attack had reached 6593. Conversely, his defense had dropped to 0. This was a desperate gamble. If it failed, he would die. Idiot! Yan Tian sneered, as Yi-chen descended at this moment, making it impossible to dodge the skill, and with a defense of 0, wasn't this a guaranteed one-hit kill? He prepared to unleash countless spells, ready to take down Yi-chen in an instant. Buzz buzz buzz. But in Yi-chen's hand, a ring trembled. Ding! Chaos ultrasonic wave, activated, enemy enters a state of chaos for 1 second. Yan Tian's mind suddenly went blank, unable to attack. In that 1 second, Yi-chen had already arrived, slashing at Fei Hong with 2 consecutive strikes, his clone's base attack speed reaching 5.241 hits per second. Fei Hong, the archer, had just used a skill and was in cooldown, unable to stop Yi-chen. Moreover, the archer's movement speed was slow. The fragile ones feared nothing more than being approached by a warrior. Its defense was only 3024. Slash. 3570. 1724. With its health completely drained, it fell instantly. At this moment, less than 0.4 seconds had passed. Yan Tian was still in a state of chaos, and the mage's movement speed was also slow, making it hard to dodge the attack. Slash. Another 2 strikes, dead. Yi Chen had already killed 2. But in the next instant, despairing Slash. Moxian suddenly attacked. This slash was its ultimate move, guaranteed to kill Yi Chen, but the downside was that it required charging, so it hadn't been able to strike earlier. TCH. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, not dodging or avoiding. He donned a brand new set of equipment, the Zombie King set. Ding! Set effect activated. You have withstood a fatal blow. 0. Moxian was stunned. This was possible? Even more outrageous was that the Heavenly Emperor had his back to him, not even glancing his way, casually swinging 5 swords in 1 second, then sheathing them, saying lightly, "You can die now." The clone used the Heavenly Sword, which hadn't been merged with the Destroyer's skill yet. It was the original skill, Heavenly Gathering. Ding! You consumed 130 million experience points, leveling Heavenly Gathering to max, allowing you to gather 10 attacks. The red skill at max level had a low cost. The effect of Heavenly Gathering combined scattered attacks into one. The 5 sword lights, casually swung, suddenly merged, thud thud thud, striking Moxian, and Yi-chan also activated Sharp Edge with an 18% armor penetration effect. 3044. 3044. Who exactly are you? Moxian fell down dejectedly, filled with fear. Just a clone. Yi-chen shook his head and smiled, feeling quite satisfied. This battle could be considered quite thrilling. But for a clone to kill 3 A-grade talent players while being 20 levels lower was still quite powerful. Well, Yi-chen wasn't clear on what their talents were, but he could guess they were at least A-grade. It didn't matter. His SSS grade talent didn't even get a chance to shine this time. Wasn't it still able to crush them? The reason for his strength was never just talent. Well done. He patted the giant strength bear's head, which had held off 3 mounts for him, but the enemy's 3 mounts were all level 40, and the giant strength bear was barely holding on. Now, the main pet worked together, quickly killing the 3 mounts. To be honest, it was impressive that the giant strength bear could hold off 3 mounts. After all, they were also level 40. It should be that Moxian and the others lacked enough experience points, which was why they hadn't leveled up their mounts. But it was quite dissatisfied, feeling that since its master was crushing players, it should also crush the mounts. The demon civilization should have a way to enhance the giant strength bear. I'll check. After going out. Ding! You have killed 3 level 60 players and 3 level 40 mounts, gaining 128,346 experience points, 137,244 kill points, and 10,000 times critical hit. The rewards for killing players above level were generous: 1.2 billion experience points, 1.3 billion kill points. Gained, Diamond Equipment, Point Sangbao, *1, Diamond. Equipment, Blazing Flame Staff, *1, Diamond Equipment, Despair Blade, *1, cannot achieve 10,000 times critical hit. Killing players and looting their gear does not belong to the system or NPC rewards. It's akin to stealing, so it cannot be a critical hit. But overall, it's quite nice. Yi-chen planned to check his gains one by one after clearing the dungeon. However, another notification was not so pleasant. Ding! Demon Cave, your guild leader, Demon Heart, has been killed. Please assist quickly. Hongtu, your guild leader, Mad Wind, has been killed. Please assist quickly. Xiaoyan, your guild leader, Flame Sky, has been killed. In the guild channels of Demon Cave, Xiaoyan, and Hongtu, the notifications rang out incessantly, alerting guild members that their companions had been killed and urging them to help quickly. A group of players without 500 points of legendary status and who had not entered the Nightmare Dungeon were left stunned. In fact, there were players from other guilds who had entered the Nightmare Dungeon, but they had already been killed beforehand. It could be said that these three guilds were the strongest in the secondary main city, and the players from these three guilds who entered the dungeon were the best of the best. Yet, now, they had all been killed. Guild leader, what happened? Be careful of the Heavenly Emperor. This person, is ridiculously strong. Demon Heart and the other three demons trembled as they spoke. Ha! The three guild leaders were actually killed by the Heavenly Emperor? This news quickly spread to the World Channel, Demon World, as the Heavenly Emperor was now considered an invader and killing him would yield rewards, so all demons were paying close attention. Be careful, the Heavenly Emperor is very strong. The three strongest guild leaders in the secondary main city have been killed. Hiss! This person is unbelievably strong. Could it be that humans are a higher life form than us demons? The demons discussed endlessly on the World Channel. The Heavenly Emperor is very strong. This was a consensus. No, we actually never fought the Heavenly Emperor. The one who killed us was merely one of his avatars, which is significantly weaker than his true form. Demon Heart, Flame Sky, and Fei Hong suddenly spoke up simultaneously in the World Channel. The World Channel fell silent. This person was probably not just ridiculously strong, but rather the greatest terror that all secondary main cities of the demon civilization had ever faced. They must kill the Heavenly Emperor down to level 1 to hinder his development. Otherwise, how could such a person grow and allow them to invade the Blue Star civilization in the future? We must unite. All powerful demon players in the secondary main city enter Bull Flame City and besiege the Heavenly Emperor. No! All demon players, including wind demons, dog demons, etc., must go. Who Demon Heart and the others took a deep breath and stepped out from the resurrection space. Although they had lost a level, they were still powerful and returned to the dungeon entrance, waiting for the Heavenly Emperor to appear alongside many other players. There were already many players here. In fact, the city could no longer accommodate them. Demons were everywhere. But the Heavenly Emperor must first clear the dungeon. Demon Heart sneered. His subordinates had been killed on the final layer, and the monsters on the final layer had likely gained a significant boost. In fact, the three guild leaders had fought the avatar for less than 10 seconds, and in such a short time, their subordinates had been wiped out on the final layer. That was 200 B-grade talent players, all above level 55. He knew the Heavenly Emperor was strong, but he just couldn't believe he could single-handedly take on the final boss of a legendary dungeon. At this moment, Yi Chen also arrived at the final layer. I'm still a step too late. Yi Chen muttered to himself. The monsters had already killed players and gained boosts. It wasn't that he was slow, it was that the players were too weak and got one-shot by the monsters. At this moment, the ground was littered with player corpses, blood continuously flowing into the monsters, showing progress bars of 95%, 90%. System notification, killing dungeon monsters are leveling up, unable to attack. Yi Chen couldn't attack yet and could only wait. 10 minutes later, the monsters finished leveling up. Roar! They howled and charged at Yi Chen. Water Demon, Silver, level 60 magic attack, 50-24 defense, 45-25 health, 54-59 skills, Water Wave Impact, Water Column Waterfall, gather water into river. Description: water can cook porridge. How can it capsize a boat? Thud thud thud. A series of blue water balls flew towards Yi Chen. Ding! Enemy plus 439, physical attack plus 439%. With hundreds of water balls, even Yi Chen's high movement speed couldn't evade them, and the attack was quite high, he absolutely couldn't get hit. He immediately spread his wings. He charged into the sky, flying freely, and all the water balls missed. Unexpectedly, many water columns appeared out of thin air, rushing towards Yi Chen like a waterfall, aiming to wash him away. This was the skill Water Column Waterfall, with a pretty large attack range. Splashing, the sound of water filled the air as the previously missed water balls combined to form a river. Within the river, movement speed decreased and there was a certain chance of being controlled. Then the waterfall would kill the enemies. Roar! Even more terrifying, a gigantic water demon emerged. Water Demon King, Diamond Boss, level 60 magic attack, 13276 defense, 12743 health, 15927 skills, Water Tornado, Water Wall, Water Flood. Description: killing players grants a huge boost. Extremely powerful. The small monsters are silver, but the boss is a diamond boss. This is a feature of Sky, as players can gain legendary status by being the first to kill a boss, unlocking legendary dungeons. Legendary dungeons are crucial, so bosses are very strong, with a high chance of their grade surpassing that of small monsters, reducing players' chances of gaining legendary status. Players from the three major guilds were instantly killed by the Water Demon King. Boom! The Water Demon King raised a hand, summoning a nimble water dragon that charged towards Yi-Chen, dealing an attack of 21,938 in one blow. A certain death situation. Ding, enemy +1, physical attack +1%, total +440%. The prompt sounded. Yi-Chen smirked sarcastically. He left the small monsters alive just for this situation. Lightning flashed in an instant. With a teleport, he dodged all attacks and appeared near the Water Demon King, awakening the world. 15 terrifying sword energies merged into one, rampaging towards the Water Demon King's body. At this moment, each of Yi-Chen's sword strikes reached an attack of 23,848, growing stronger with more enemies around, and there were plenty of enemies here. Water wall. In front of the Water Demon King, many walls made of water appeared to block the attacks, but none were spared. They were all instantly shattered. 11,105, 4,822. In the end, 2 sword energies successfully pierced through the Water Demon King's body, shattering it into countless water droplets. An effortless kill. Ding, enemy count -1, physical attack -1%, total +439%. Yi-Chen turned to look at the small monsters. Well, there was no need for him to take action personally, right? Boom! The Hellfire armor turned crimson, and a blood-red hellish demon emerged, descending into a sea of flames. With damage calculated as defense plus attack, this attack being Yi-Chen's attack. The water released by the water demons was directly evaporated by the sea of flames. Fire fears water, but powerful fire is enough to burn rivers and boil seas. The sea of flames covered 5,000 square meters, truly like a hell of death, incinerating everything. 5,459, 5,245. With just one move, thousands of water demons instantly perished, exploding into a pile of equipment on the ground. Too easy. There are more small monsters in this final layer, which is actually convenient for me. Ding. Battle summary, you have gained 17.52 million. Experience points, skill book, orange life dissipation, *1, silver water wave staff, *1, silver water wave sword, *1, silver water armor, *1. Silver coins *2321, 10,000 times critical hit. The boss dropped a skill book, and the small monsters dropped equipment. He hadn't triggered a critical hit yet, as there was still a prompt sound. Ding! You have successfully achieved the first kill of the 60-level diamond boss, Water Demon King, gaining 1 point of legendary status and 12,000 server reputation points. Would you like to hide your nickname? No, I won't hide it. At this moment, Moxin was waiting outside and had also inquired with players who had passed through the final layer about what kind of monster it was. It's a 60-level diamond boss. That water tornado attack can keep hitting, and it's very agile. It won't dissipate unless the boss is killed. We were all one-shot by that move. Hiss. Such a strong boss? After killing players, the monster even got stronger. The Heavenly Emperor probably won't be able to get through. Ding dong. World announcement. Demon World. Congratulations to the Blue Star player Heavenly Emperor for successfully achieving the first kill of the 60-level diamond boss Water Demon King, gaining 1 point of legendary status and 1,200 server reputation points. Let's all congratulate him. Suddenly, the world announcement rang out 30 times. He actually soloed the boss successfully? Moreover, this was the first time a Blue Star player had triggered a world announcement in the demon world that didn't count as an invasion. It was initiated by a first kill of a boss, and every first kill is very precious. Yet it was snatched by a Blue Star player. Yi-Chen was currently an invader, but essentially still a player, so he could trigger announcements in the demon civilization. Ding, 10,000 times critical hit, gaining 10,000 legendary status and 12 million server reputation points. This server reputation refers to the entire Blue Star server. It means taking items from the demon world and using them in Blue Star. Only by accomplishing something significant can one gain cosmic reputation points. This person is extraordinary. Wait for him to come out. The demon players were very anxious. They were only afraid of one thing now, that the Heavenly Emperor would take the items and directly return to Blue Star civilization. Hurry up and come out so we can snatch the items back. They knew that the rewards from legendary dungeons were all good items, and they had no idea what good rewards might be in the slaughter dungeon. The Heavenly Emperor's main body is level 40, although very powerful. We have quite a few level 60s here, many more than in the dungeon, so we still have a chance to kill him, Moxin thought. Even if they passed the dungeon, they wouldn't gain a lot of experience points and wouldn't level up much. It had fought against the Heavenly Emperor's avatar before. Although strong, it didn't completely crush them. It speculated that the Heavenly Emperor's main body shouldn't be too overpowered. It didn't know Yi-Chen's main body was much stronger than the avatar, and with the 10,000 times critical hit he had already started leveling up. Yi-Chen had nearly 180 billion experience points. Ding! Your level has increased by 20, gaining 100 free attribute points. Please allocate. If you're going to do it big. 20 beams of bright white light lit up, and Yi-Chen directly reached level 60. You have reached the first transfer limit and cannot continue leveling up. Please complete the second job transfer as soon as possible. Unfortunately, upon reaching the limit, he would have to return to Blue Star to do the job transfer quest. Ding, your avatar's level has increased by 20, gaining 100 free attribute points. Please allocate. Your Mount Earth Barbarian Dragon's level has increased by 20 and your Giant Strength Bear's level has increased by 20, all at level 60. This trip, even without counting other gains, was a huge harvest. Yi Chen still had a lot of experience points left. Let's upgrade the Mount's skills. Ding! The Earth Barbarian Dragon skills, Earth Wall, Dragon Might, and Dragon Tail Sweep are maxed out. At max level, it can summon 15 Earth Walls each. With 100% defense from the Earth Barbarian Dragon, enemies must break through the Earth Walls before they can attack Yi Chen and the Earth Barbarian Dragon. And the Earth Barbarian Dragon's defense was now as high as 13,200. Its survival ability had greatly increased. Dragon Might at max level increases the chance of confusing enemies and extends the duration. The Dragon Tail Sweep deals 200% physical attack plus 100% magic attack damage, which is quite impressive. However, Yi Chen's damage is too high and his mount hasn't had a chance to use this skill. Ding, the skills of the Giant Bear, Giant Strength, Mount High Pressing Down, and Rage are all maxed out. With Giant Strength maxed, its physical attack increases by 80% for 3 seconds. The Giant Bear is a defensive pet, and Yi Chen doesn't really care about its attack. Mount High Pressing Down converts the attack to 150% physical attack plus 100% defense, reducing defense to 0, and reverts back to its original state after the skill is cancelled. Rage increases all attributes by 150% for 1 minute. The Giant Bear has high defense and health attributes, but its skills are mostly related to attack. Yi Chen's own attack is already high enough. What he lacks is defensive means, so he will let his clone use it. Let's check the attributes. Heavenly Emperor level 60 physical attack, 8013 defense, 13897 health, 16786 mana, 7402 incredible. At the same level, he crushes 60 level A grade talent demon players. It's important to note that the attributes of demon players at the same level are generally stronger than those of humans. Even without talents, I can still dominate demon players. Yi Chen has this confidence. After all, he has the 100% attribute feedback from the dragon, and the enhancement from the destroyer. Speaking of the destroyer, I need to get more skills. His attacking methods are still a bit lacking, so he immediately checks his equipment. First, he looks at what he got from killing players. He ignores anything below Diamond. There are 3 diamond items, Diamond Den Song Bao, Diamond Fiery Staff, which are not suitable for a warrior class, so he will keep them for now and decide what to do with them later. Despair Blade, Diamond, level 60 attached attributes, physical attack, plus 550 attached skill. Despair 1 / Orange LV1 consumes 80 mana, unleashes an attack after charging for 1 to 3 seconds, with damage calculated as 700 plus charging time x 4% physical attack, lasting for 1 hit, cooldown 30 minutes. Note, skill level +1, ratio +4%, max level 25. As expected of a 60 level diamond weapon, the skill is excellent and directly adds 550 physical attack. Yi Chen's Epic Purification Shield only adds 550 defense. The values are the same, but the Purification Shield is level 40 while the Despair Blade is level 60. Of course, as an epic weapon, it also adds 20% true damage resistance, which highlights the quality difference compared to diamond weapons. The attributes of the clone before were lower than those of the Magic Heart and others. This was because the clone was wearing many low-level platinum items, while the Magic Heart and others had quite a few high-level diamond items. Now, it's different. Maxing out Despair 1 / the attack becomes 700 plus charging time x 100% physical attack. If combined with Endless Battle, it will become a major trump card in Yi Chen's hands. Let's check the monster loot. On the first floor, he obtained 93 pieces of 30 level black iron equipment, which can crit into platinum items, but they are all duplicate mage and archer gear, unsuitable for Yi Chen as a warrior. After returning, he crit out 930,000 pieces of black iron equipment, and he figured that 30 level black iron items could also sell for a high price. For now, he won't crit, otherwise, his backpack won't have enough space. On the second floor, he obtained 97 pieces of bronze equipment with mages, priests, and all-class gear each occupying 1/3. Falling shoes, bronze, level 35. Restrictions, all classes, level 35 has the skill Falling Strike, which activates when jumping from a height, but these shoes only allow the wearer to jump 500 meters, with an attack increase of 50 for every additional 100 meters. The effect is decent, but the attack is too weak. There are a total of 32 pieces, and each can crit out 2 pieces. Ding! You have crit, Falling Shoes, *2 and 2, Diamond Meteor Shoes, *2. There is a skill, Meteor. step, which can jump to a height of 2000 meters at max level, increasing the impact attack by 100 for every additional 100 meters, which is already quite good. But Yi Chen is not satisfied, because there is a chance to be stronger. He summoned a clone, which wore Voidwalker boots. Annihilator can detach skills from the same type of equipment and merge them into one piece, so two shoes can work. Ding! You have consumed 12,836 silver coins. To detach Void Step from the Voidwalker boots and place it into Meteor shoes. The Voidwalker boots can retire now, after all, they are just level 8 platinum gear. Skill fusion successful, evolution occurred, giving birth to a new skill, Meteor Dance Step. He immediately checked. Meteor shoes, diamond, level, 35 additional attributes, movement speed plus 1035m/s attached skill, Meteor Dance Step, orange LV25 consumes 100 mana points. Allows free movement at a height of 3000 meters with a movement speed of 30m/s plus 200% base movement speed, lasting 300 seconds, cooldown of 5 minutes. Can trigger a falling strike, attack is 110% physical attack plus falling. Height /100x100, after activation, the skill directly enters cooldown. This height is only for void height, flying to a higher altitude does not count. Yi Chen has already maxed out the skill. The maximum increase is 3000. Physical attack plus 110% physical attack, and the movement speed is also high. Shoes generally increase movement speed significantly. Not bad, a kick can kill. I'll use this. He put on the Meteor shoes. As for the other Meteor shoe, the skill is still Meteor Step, and there's no skill to merge with it for now, so he let the clone wear it, which has also maxed out the skill. The maximum increase can be 2000 attack plus 100% physical attack, which is also quite good. Next, it's the silver gear. The Twining Staff and Water Wave Staff are for mages, and the Twining Dagger is for assassins, so there's no need to elaborate on that. There's no critical hit for now. A sword, 2 armors, I can use them all. The Awakening of the World and Death Hell should also be upgraded. With 12 pieces of Twining Soft Armor, Yi Chen hasn't tried the silver level 10,000-fold critical hit yet, so he chose one to test. Ding! 10,000-fold critical hit, silver Twining Soft Armor. Critical hit becomes Diamond Magic Vine Soft Armor, *2. 1 piece of silver gear, critical hit turns into 2 pieces of diamond gear. Yi Chen's mind turned, analyzing the specifics of the 10,000-fold critical hit. Black Iron Platinum Bronze Diamond Silver Diamond *2 Gold Starry Platinum Legendary Diamond Epic. This is quite powerful. Silver should not be enough to critical hit into starry gear, but it surpasses diamond gear, hence it becomes 2 diamonds. As for whiteboard gear critical hits, Yi Chen hasn't encountered whiteboard gear in a long time, so he can't verify. But at the very least, it should be 2 golden gears, right? As for what starry gear and legendary gear critical hits turn into, he hasn't encountered that yet. Magic Vine Soft Armor has the skill, Magic Vine. Yi Chen nodded, looking at the next one. Ding! 10,000-fold critical hit, Silver Water Guardian Armor. Critical hit becomes Diamond Water Dragon Armor, *2. It has the skill, Water Dragon Tornado. He looked at the level 15 Platinum Purgatory Armor he was wearing. The additional attributes were far inferior to the level 60 Diamond Water Dragon Armor. Ding! You have consumed 38,276 silver coins to detach Death Hell and Magic Vine, placing them into Water Dragon Armor. 3 skills fused, evolution occurred, giving birth to a new skill, Dancing Demons. Water Dragon Armor, Diamond, level, 60 additional attributes, defense plus 605 attached skill, Dancing Demons, Gold LV50 consumes 400 mana points, within a 10,000 square meter area, summons a Sea of Purgatory Fire, causing 150% defense plus 120% physical attack damage, summoning 1,000 magic vines, each with a 10% chance to trigger control. Release the Water Tornado, dealing 130% physical attack damage. Release the Hell Demon, which moves in sync with the Sea of Fire, with defense at 0 and health equal to your own. Lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown of 10 minutes. Yi Chen has already maxed out the skill, and the effect matches its name perfectly. He equipped this gear, and the other Water Dragon armor was given to his clone, which has the skill, Water Tornado, capable of releasing a water tornado with an attack of 130% physical damage, lasting 10 seconds, and a cooldown of 13 minutes. Ding! Silver Water Wave Sword, crits 4, Diamond Water Drop Sword, *2. Ding! Consume 20283 silver coins to detach, awaken the world from the World Sword and place it into the Water Drop Sword. Skill fusion occurred, resulting in evolution, giving birth to a new skill, Skyfall Sword Rain. Water Drop Sword, Diamond. Level, 60 attached attributes. Physical attack plus 530, attack speed plus 1.624 hits/second attached skill. Skyfall Sword Rain. Purple LV35 consumes 250 mana, releases 15 sword chi of 1000 meters in length with 100% physical attack. Can attack different targets, lasts for 1 strike, or can attack the same target, consumes 100% mana. After the sword chi attack, it disperses into 100 small sword chi of 30% physical attack, with a length of 2000 meters. Within the sword chi range, your attack speed reaches 7 seconds within 7 seconds, cooldown of 20 seconds. Length increases. It can also trigger split attacks after the initial attack. As usual, Yi Chen used it himself. The other water drop sword has a skill effect that releases 50 small sword chi of 30% physical attack, which he gave to his clone, and the clone can also use Gathering of the World to concentrate the sword chi for an attack. Power significantly increased. Yi Chen was very satisfied. Finally, the equipment was done, and he looked at the dropped skill book. Dissolution of Life, Orange Skill Book. Description: units killed by you while using Dissolution of Life cannot be resurrected. Skill level increases. Duration can be learned by tearing it apart. This skill, could it be the key to dealing with the undead civilization? He looked at the effect after the crit, which was the same as before the crit but with an extended duration. Ding! Crit 4, Forbidden Spell Life Erosion, Skill Book *1. Yi Chen immediately tore it apart to learn it. Ding! You and your clone have acquired Forbidden Spell Life Erosion. Unlike equipment skills, skills possessed by oneself are also held by the clone. It's like getting a forbidden spell for free. Life erosion. Forbidden spell max level consumes 550 mana. Within 3 hours, units killed by you cannot be resurrected. NPC units cannot be resurrected permanently. Players cannot be resurrected for 3 hours, cooldown of 10 minutes. NPCs cannot be resurrected permanently. Some NPCs have resurrection skills, but if Yi Chen wants them dead, they must die. Player resurrection will also be affected. However, players cannot be made unable to resurrect forever. If that were possible, it wouldn't be a forbidden spell, but a power that could influence the entire rules of the game Sky. Speaking of influencing the rules of Sky, it seems it might be possible. For example, competing with deities for power, calculating dungeon rewards. With a thought, Yi Chen could settle the dungeon rewards at any time. When not settled, players can remain in the dungeon, serving as a form of protection for those who have cleared it. Legendary dungeons are all related to deities. Last time, seizing power from a deity made Yi Chen excited, and this time he was even more eager. Ding! Dungeon settlement in progress. You have obtained Intent of Slaughter 1 minute, 1000 universal reputation points. Intent of Slaughter 1 minute. Description 1. Within 1 minute, you can gain the power of the Intent of Slaughter, converting 100 million slaughter points into 1.5 points of attack. Description 2. The meager power of the Supreme God of Slaughter, you can borrow for a moment. Hiss. So powerful? It can actually convert slaughter points into attack? Killing points are not a good thing, but this time, they can turn something bad into something good. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had killed quite a few players before, earning a lot of killing points. He initially thought that killing points might be the key to making the undead civilization fearful. He was mistaken. But by a twist of fate, he obtained something even better. This is a permanent increase in attributes, and it's not something that comes with leveling up. It's an additional gift. But the ratio is too low, and it only lasts for 1 minute. 1 minute, he has already used it, and any killing points gained afterward would be useless. Moreover, it wouldn't add much to his attributes. Fortunately, he has privileges. At this moment, if the intent to kill is not controlled, it will turn into a disaster. 1 minute is about enough. The Supreme God of Killing was in a mysterious realm, issuing rewards. Players with killing points would become red-named players, and upon being killed, they would drop everything. The intent to kill can clear killing points. It can also enhance strength. This is already a very high reward for those who pass the dungeon. But suddenly, whoosh! A strange figure appeared in the mysterious realm where he was, beckoning to him. The killing intent on him surged inexplicably, and he was deprived of much of his entry to the strange figure. Who? The God of Killing was furious and struck in an instant. Bang bang! A palm swept across the sky, shattering countless stars around him. Buzz buzz buzz! But suddenly, on the strange figure, an ancient jade pendant appeared, vibrating with a hum, directly nullifying his attack, and the strange figure vanished. Who on earth is it? The God of Foreknowledge? The God of War? The God of the Void? The God of Killing's fingers trembled, wondering if it was the work of other supreme gods. No! As fellow supreme gods, they did not possess this kind of power. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit. You have obtained Heart of Killing 2 hours, 10 million universal reputation points. Yi Chen took a deep breath. It was truly exhilarating. But sorry, who told you to be stingy? An ordinary player has to kill 100 million players of the same level to increase their attack by 1.5. He could only snatch it for himself. Heart of Killing 2 hours. Description: within 2 hours, you can gain the power of the intent to kill, converting 100 million killing points into 120 points of attack. Comfortable. Yi Chen immediately began the conversion. Ding! You used the Heart of Killing, converting 456,060 million killing points into attack. 4.5 billion. Physical attack plus 5,472.72. Yi Chen's attack was originally only over 8,000. Now, it increased by more than half in one go. More importantly, I have no killing points left now, but the Heart of Killing lasts for 2 hours. No need to think. Outside, there must be a large number of demon players wanting to kill him. Then, let the nightmare descend upon them. Ding! You have passed the legendary dungeon, and the Demon World announcement will be activated. Do you want to hide your nickname and hide rewards? Do not hide nickname. Hide rewards. Old rules, no need for others to know about good things. Yi-Chen is not someone who likes to show off. As for the nickname, who doesn't know it's him? At this moment, outside the dungeon, countless demon players gathered, secretly guessing that the Heavenly Emperor had killed the boss and should have passed the dungeon, wondering what good rewards he had obtained. Ding dong! World announcement, congratulations to the blue star player Heavenly Emperor for passing the nightmare level legendary dungeon of slaughter and obtaining XXX. The prompt suddenly arrived. Indeed, he passed. There are not just one type of legendary dungeon. For example, the slaughter dungeon might also exist elsewhere, but the rewards may not be the same, and they will all gain some power from the god of killing. However, the slaughter dungeon here at nightmare level difficulty has been cleared, and it cannot be entered again in the future. The Heavenly Emperor has passed, and the demons can no longer do so. A blue star person has snatched the demons' things. Damn it, they even hid the rewards, leaving them completely clueless and feeling resentful. The announcement is up, he's going into the dungeon too. Kill him, let's get the rewards back. With so many of us, can he really take us all on by himself? Geely Tutu, demon dialect, let's all go together. The demon players roared. As a level 1 civilization, they are quite powerful in resource development and utilization in the real world, leading to a diverse range of species and a large population. For instance, Blue Star has only developed its own resources and hasn't fully explored them yet. Meanwhile, the demon civilization can even have demons residing on nearby planets, so there are many demon players, with a large number in the level 2 main city. And now they have gathered 100 million. That's already a lot. Blue Star currently doesn't have a single player who has entered the level 2 main city. 100 million. How will the Heavenly Emperor fight? Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the dungeon entrance trembled incessantly. It's about to come out. Get ready. Attack together. Moxan, Fei Hon, and Yen Tian, the three strongest demon players on the field, took on the role of commanders for this battle, and as powerful guild leaders, they were very experienced. Over 100 million players launched their attacks simultaneously. Boom boom boom. Countless spells, arrows, and blades aimed at the dungeon entrance. Step. Just then, Yi-Chen's figure appeared. Die. Countless attacks descended. Such a grand fireworks display to welcome my arrival? Well, before the nightmare arrives, there must be some splendid prologue. Yi-Chen faced billions of attacks without changing his expression. Such powerful attacks were merely fireworks in his eyes. In a flash of lightning, he suddenly vanished, flapping his lightning wings and soaring into the sky. Ding! In battle, enemy plus 10203456 physical attack, plus 102,034,566%. A million times attack. Yi-Chen felt that he could crush gods at this moment. He can still fly? Don't be afraid, he shouldn't be too strong. Organize the formation. Don't panic, launch the next wave of attacks. Moxin and the others were momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. They had fought against the Heavenly Emperor's avatar and figured that the Heavenly Emperor's true form shouldn't be excessively strong either. Buzz. But at that moment, a pitch-black axe appeared in the Heavenly Emperor's hand, radiating a dark glow that rapidly spread, tearing apart the light and overshadowing the blazing sun. Ding! Active reduction of 95% physical attack, range increased by 1900%, covering 96,900 square meters. Yi-Chen's attack was too strong at this moment. No matter how much you reduce it, it was still incredibly terrifying. One axe dropped. Blood splattered. 6,349, 4,027, 5,975. Within nearly 100,000 square meters, there were shattered player corpses everywhere, blood spraying like a waterfall in reverse, and equipment exploded all over the ground. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 320,000 players, earning 10,000 diamond equipment, 100,000 platinum equipment, 210,000 gold equipment, unable to trigger a million times critical hit. Gained 300,000 experience points, million times critical hit. The players were relatively clustered together, so many were wiped out at once. Unfortunately, diamond equipment is already considered top-tier gear, and not many players in the level 2 main city possess it, so the force drops are also limited, with most being gold equipment. But it's still not bad. There are still 3 billion experience points. Yi-Chen was level 60, and there was no one higher than him on the field, so he would only gain 1 experience point for killing a player. But with the million times critical hit, he instantly gained several billion. No killing value. He sighed softly. Only by actively killing players would he gain killing value. Just now, the players had attacked first, and he was merely retaliating, so he couldn't gain any. It didn't matter. Yi-Chen's powerful strike was meant to scare them, to make them flee. If they ran, he could chase them down, and that would count as an active attack. You don't see, at this moment, all the demon players were dumbfounded. In an instant, avoiding billions of attacks, a single axe wiped out hundreds of thousands of players. The players in front are all strong meat shields with high health and defense. If even they were annihilated by the Heavenly Emperor in one move, then what about us? A demon trembled in fear. Over a billion players were too far away. Some couldn't even see the Heavenly Emperor. Using the World Channel, they spread the news. Hiss, hiss. The World Channel echoed with gasps. One axe, annihilating 300,000. No, I don't believe it. Your avatar is clearly not that strong. Your main body can't be this terrifying. Moxin, Xiaoyan, and Fei Hong shouted in unison, their worldview shattered. Wasn't the Heavenly Emperor a Blue Star person? Wasn't Blue Star still a level 1 civilization? How could he be so abnormal? Is that so? Step. A figure suddenly stepped into the sky. It was Yi Chen's avatar. Then it descended from the sky. Meteor step. No need to block, he can't kill me. Moxin faced the attack, not dodging or avoiding. It had fought against the Heavenly Emperor's avatar before. This move couldn't kill it. 5,130. Having dropped a level, health reduced, however. It was crushed. No, no, no. How could you be this strong? Before dying, it was utterly confused. Yi Chen didn't even pay it any mind, casually slapping out two hands. Slap, slap. The sound of slaps echoed, hitting Yen, Tian and Fei Hong, who were sent flying countless meters away, their bodies directly shattered. Damn it! You didn't use your full strength when you fought us before. That was the only explanation, otherwise, it was impossible to understand why he suddenly became so strong. Hiss. One kick, killing Moxin. Two slaps, killing Yen Tian and Fei Hong. This was still just one of his avatars. The three demon players, already the strongest in the level 2 main city, were being overwhelmingly crushed. 3 idiots misjudged me. You said the Heavenly Emperor's avatar wasn't that strong. The demon players couldn't help but look at the Heavenly Emperor's main body. How powerful must the main body be? They had already seen it. One axe annihilated 300,000. Run! What could over a billion players do? Just over 300 of them were 300,000, and the Heavenly Emperor could solve them with just over 300 axes, not to mention there was a terrifying avatar. If they didn't run now, when would they? Ding! The enemy is fleeing, no longer attacking you. You will gain kill points for killing players. Yi Chen opened his eyes, a cruel glint in them. Boom! As the demon players were fleeing, they suddenly heard an explosion from behind, and they turned back in terror. They saw a sea of fire, covering 10,000 square meters, instantly burning a large number of players to death. Some players tried to escape. 1,000 demon vines surged from the sea of fire, tightly entangling the players. Splashing sounds echoed. A water dragon formed from flowing water appeared, piercing through the bodies of the players. Raising a spray of blood, the water dragon, now stained with blood, had transformed into a blood dragon. Water and fire clashed, like a hell of water and fire. Roar! An even more terrifying hell demon appeared, freely roaming. Wherever it went, the sea of fire followed, like the flame god descending from hell. This was the dance of the demons. Ding! 12,745 players were killed, gaining 12,745 kill points. 10,000 times critical hit, gaining 127,450,000 kill points. 103,274. Instantly, countless were killed. Yi Chen planned to convert the kill points into physical attack later. Earth Barbarian Dragon. Roar. Dragon. Might. Earth Spikes. Dragon Tail Sweep. Various terrifying skills bombarded in succession. The Avatar and the Giant Bear were also chasing the players. It's time to upgrade the Skeleton General's skills. Yi Chen still had plenty of experience points, so he wouldn't worry about it for a while and immediately upgraded the Skeleton General skills. All max level. Summon skeletons. Able to summon 100,000 skeletons of the same level, but they are all diamond grade. After all, it is a legendary boss and the summon minions can't be too strong, but they are already very powerful. This is diamond grade. Even if they are not bosses, they are still formidable. 100,000 level 60 diamond skeletons chasing after players to attack. Create skeletons. Transform 100,000 dead units into skeleton subordinates, retaining all abilities from their previous lives, but their level cannot exceed that of the Skeleton General, lasting for 2 hours with a 10-minute cooldown. Many dead players have turned into skeletons, helping Yi Chen kill players. The Skeleton General itself is also attacking and can instantly kill players. The skills of the Heavenly Emperor are too terrifying. His subordinate skills are also very fierce. They can't all be high-quality max-level skills, right? The demon players are in despair. Max-level skills are not common. Players level up step by step, needing to first consume experience points to improve trash skills. And later, when they have good skills, they discard the trash skills and focus on enhancing the good ones. The experience point consumption is enormous. It simply can't be sustained. But Yi Chen is different. He gains experience points very easily. Moreover, trash skills can also be strengthened using Destroyer. This is a slaughter without suspense. Ding dong. World announcement: Demon World Blue Star players in Nyoyen City have killed 362,327 demon players. They have gone insane. Please demon players hurry to stop him. The announcement in the demon world rang out, leaving all demon players stunned. What happened? Didn't the players from the secondary main city all mobilize to take down the Heavenly Emperor? How could they be counter-killed so quickly? The Heavenly Emperor is too terrifying. His main body wiped out 300,000 with one axe, and his clone kicked to death Moxan, slapped Yin Tian to death, and flew home. No one can stop him. Hiss! The demon players collectively gasped. Even the three strongest from the secondary main city were killed instantly? And it seems that the Heavenly Emperor's clone used basic attacks to do it? Are slaps considered skills? Over 100 million players are being hunted down, and it's still by the week. Blue Star Civilization, just one person. When has our demon civilization ever suffered such great humiliation? Please, players on the demon leaderboard, take action. The demon leaderboard is incredibly powerful. There are players close to godhood among the demon players. However, the Supreme God has established a war contract preventing high-level players from entering low-level main cities, let alone players close to godhood, even players from the tertiary main city. Now find it difficult to get through. Do they have to wait until all the players are killed? Damn it! A weak civilization, how dare they? Enter the main city. Teleport to other main cities. Refuse the Heavenly Emperor entry. They thought of this method. Players fled into Nyoyen City and activated the teleportation array. They entered other secondary main cities. Moreover, with over 100 million players, Nyoyen City simply couldn't accommodate them. Some players were originally in other main cities, waiting to fill in if any players were killed. The demon NPCs set the teleportation array to allow demon players to pass through. But if the Heavenly Emperor came, they would close the teleportation array. Void. Yi Chen transformed into the void, directly entering the teleportation array, following the player's teleportation. Ah, we escaped. This is Nyofeng City. The Heavenly Emperor can't chase us here. Is that so? Just as the players had narrowly escaped death, they suddenly heard a voice that filled them with dread, and they all looked up. The Heavenly Emperor. This nightmare, how did it come? Again. Next, Nyoyu City, Nyohua City, and others were all stepped upon by Yi Chen one by one. However, the players scattered and fled, and he couldn't chase everyone down. Moreover, the area they spread out to was quite large, making it difficult to instantly kill many players with a single area skill like before. Ah, why are you only killing our Bull Demon Empire? At this moment, the Bull Demon Emperor was very troubled. The players included dog demons, wind spirits, and so on, but it seemed like the Heavenly Emperor had set his sights on the Bull Demon Empire. Yi Chen stated that it wasn't about being close. The teleportation array had a shorter transmission time. Any news? The Bull Demon Emperor asked his subordinates. Yes. The Heavenly Emperor's avatar took some time to duel with the demon heart, but later, when surrounded by numerous demon warriors, it suddenly killed the demon heart in an instant. Good. Just as he thought. The Heavenly Emperor's attack power would receive a significant boost when facing multiple enemies. This made sense, otherwise, how could a level 60 be so fierce? So, does that mean we just need to find a high-level player to challenge him? The Bull Demon Emperor was still reluctant to take action himself. What if there was an exception? What if the Heavenly Emperor was terrifyingly strong? The previous punch from the Heavenly Emperor had severely injured him, leaving a deep psychological scar, making him afraid of what might happen if he went. He had to admit he was a cowardly emperor. Soon, the Bull Demon Emperor found a high-level player. Demon World Channel. There's hope. The Bull Demon Emperor has ordered Divine Arrow to take action and kill the Heavenly Emperor. Is it that level? 200 S-rank talent player, Divine Arrow? That's right, already a high-level player in the level 5 main city. Great, we're going to win. Let the Heavenly Emperor wait for death. Divine Arrow was far away in the level 5 main city, but people weren't worried that he couldn't reach the Heavenly Emperor, because with his S-rank talent, as long as he knew the target's coordinates, he could attack it, although the attack would gradually decrease with distance. But it wasn't something the Heavenly Emperor could withstand. After all, he was a level 200 S-rank talent player, while the Heavenly Emperor's talent was at most on the same level, but the level difference was too great. Moreover, Warrior Divine Arrow, this is a treasure bestowed by His Majesty which will greatly enhance your attributes for a short time. NPCs refer to players as warriors. Divine Arrow used the treasure and opened the world channel. The Heavenly Emperor is in Bull Butcher City, 23, 24, 354. The Heavenly Emperor is at. Players sent coordinates, although the coordinates were constantly changing as the Heavenly Emperor moved. But it didn't matter. Tracking Arrow. Divine Arrow suddenly launched an arrow towards the Heavenly Emperor, aiming at his current coordinates. Even if the Heavenly Emperor moved, the arrow would automatically pursue him. Humph. Divine Arrow snorted coldly, estimating the distance based on the Heavenly Emperor's current coordinates. The attack of this arrow would reach 150,000. How could a level 60 player block that? Even if the Heavenly Emperor's attack was strong, could his defense and health be strong too? If that were the case, he wouldn't be strong, he would be cheating. Ding! In battle, enemy +1, physical attack +1%. A prompt sounded, and Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. The player being hunted didn't dare to fight back, he just wanted to escape and buy time. Who was attacking? Moo, you're done for. Divine Arrow has taken action. As long as there's a coordinate, he can attack at will. That's a level 200 S-rank talent. Player. Several players being chased mocked loudly. They weren't afraid of Yi Chen knowing because Divine Arrow's attack was impossible to dodge. So that's how it is. Yi Chen nodded, suddenly thinking that he seemed to have a similar method. He took out a book from which a chilling black mist surged. Oh, is this to write? A confession? A surrender letter? Useless. The players mocked, feeling that their side was about to win. Ding. Activate skill, infinite curse, no range. Limit, if the enemy is in battle with you, you can use it. Divine Arrow is attacking you, do you wish to curse him? Curse. Yi Chen murmured in his heart. Then put away the book. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying arrow shot forth, leaving a dazzling light trail thousands of meters long in the sky, with clouds rolling endlessly. Divine Arrow's arrow was also incredibly fast. Die! Demon players shouted in unison. Roar! But a dragon's roar drowned out their voices. 15. Earthen walls were unleashed by the Earth Barbarian Dragon, surrounding Yi Chen. Bang bang bang! The arrows struck the earthen walls, causing them to shatter. Ding! Earthen Wall 1, enemies attack this time, 13,200. Earthen Wall 1. This was the ability of the Earth Barbarian Dragon. After 12 earthen walls were destroyed, the terrifying arrows suddenly wilted, shattering and disappearing. Hiss! What kind of terrifying defense is this? The demon players were stunned, their scalps tingling. The mount of the Heavenly Emperor was too powerful. Then, they were killed by Yi Chen. Well done. Yi Chen patted the Earth Barbarian Dragon's head. Its defense was indeed not high. Moreover, the two uses of block fatal blow, once for the clone and once for the main body, had already been used up today. But with a mount present, it was certainly worth using. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Divine Arrow stood up in shock upon sensing his arrows had vanished. He was a level 200 S-rank talent player. To kill the Heavenly Emperor was already a disgrace. The treasures bestowed by the Bull Demon Emperor had given him a tremendous boost, and he should have been able to kill the Heavenly Emperor. But players who witnessed this scene, having just been killed, could still speak in the world channel from the resurrection space, quickly spreading the news. Impossible. How can there be such a terrifying person? The demon players were all shocked. Even the demon players who were close to godhood categorically denied it. Such perfect abilities of unmatched offense and defense had never been seen in low-level players. Not to mention, it was a creature from a trash civilization. I understand. It must be the distance that lowered the attack, which is why he didn't die. The Divine Arrow deceived himself. That was already 150,000 attack. How could a level 60 player withstand that? Warrior, our Emperor has also bestowed another item that allows you to enter the low-level main city, but at a great cost. You will be limited to a maximum level of 500 for life. The NPC spoke, addressing the players as warriors. Such a terrifying person as the Heavenly Emperor must be eliminated. Give it to me. The Divine Arrow made up his mind. Even if he could only reach level 500 for life, he had to kill the Heavenly Emperor. A person like that growing up would be a disaster for the demon civilization. Later, when the civilization launched an invasion, swallowing the Blue Star civilization, the demon civilization would gain a tremendous boost. As long as he made outstanding contributions, the rewards he received could potentially compensate for this cost. Killing the Heavenly Emperor would be enough to count as an outstanding contribution. He did not know. 20.14. 20.14. His health was continuously dropping. The curse was imperceptible. At this moment, Yi Chen's health was 16,786, cursing the enemy for over 20 health points per second. Major news. The Divine Arrow will personally arrive at the secondary main city to kill the Heavenly Emperor. Hiss. The closer it gets to the enemy, the higher the attack. Now, the Heavenly Emperor is definitely doomed. Expected to arrive in an hour and a half. Returning from the high-level main city, the cost was enormous, and the teleportation time would be much longer. Yi Chen was continuously hunting down the demon players. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Wherever he went, death followed. Although the players were too scattered to be killed all at once, the accumulated number was still considerable as time passed. You will die. The Divine Arrow is coming. But the demon players were very arrogant at this moment. Is that so? Yi Chen shook his head. Before that, let me take you out first. Nyoguang City. Yi Chen arrived here, and the teleportation array suddenly shook violently. The demon players had been informing the Heavenly Emperor of his location through the world channel. And now the Divine Arrow had finally arrived. Die! The overwhelming momentum spread across the sky as the Divine Arrow stepped out of the teleportation array, drawing its bowstring. Crack, crack, crack. The walls of the level 2 main city were crumbling. They could not withstand the force of this strike. Just 2 seconds of charging would reach the maximum attack power of this blow. To ensure the kill on the Heavenly Emperor, the Divine Arrow unleashed its strongest move. As for whether it would be attacked during the charging period, it did not consider that. With a staggering 108,776 health and 102,452 defense, could the Heavenly Emperor kill it in one hit? That would be absurd. The demon players watched eagerly. With this arrow, the Heavenly Emperor was doomed. But suddenly, the Divine Arrow spat out a mouthful of blood, its face turning pale as it collapsed, confusion in its eyes revealing the doubt before death. How did I die? Damn it! The demon players cursed in unison. It had come, and then, it was dead. Was it really that sudden? Could it be that he did this too? They couldn't help but glance at the Heavenly Emperor. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed Divine Arrow, earning 1,930,000 experience points. Overlevel kill, epic item. Tracking wrist, *1. Since you did not initiate the attack, your kill value does not increase. 10,000 times critical hit, earning 19.3 billion experience points. So much experience, good heavens, that's equivalent to killing many bosses. And an epic item. The Bull Demon Emperor, who had been closely monitoring the battle, instantly received the news. Fortunately, I held back. It suspected that if it had gone in, it would have been killed too. Yi Chen looked at the epic item. Although it was dropped by a player and not a reward, it couldn't be critically hit. But its quality was already excellent. Tracking wrist, epic, attached. Attributes, attack speed plus 50% attached skill. Tracking, forbidden spell LV1 consumes 700 mana. Your strike can chase the enemy for 10,000 meters, lasting for one hit, cooldown 10 minutes. Note, at max level, can chase any distance. Restriction, warrior impressive. Attack speed plus 50%, any percentage equipment is great. Moreover, there are no level restrictions, it can be used right now. The forbidden spell is also fierce. Yi Chen directly leveled it up to max. As long as he made a strike, if the enemy tried to escape, he could chase indefinitely. The Divine Arrow's tracking arrow was essentially tracking plus an arrow. Then, he turned to the nearby demon players. Boom! Amidst the chaotic dance of demons, he killed them all. Ding! The Heart of Slaughter will end. Countdown 5, 4. Yi Chen immediately consumed his kill value. A total of 6.2719 billion, having killed over 620,000 players. There was no way, later players had scattered and fled, making it impossible to kill large groups. Ding! You used the Heart of Slaughter, kill value minus 6.2719 billion, physical attack plus 7,526.28. You are no longer a red-named player. Being killed will not drop all your equipment. Yi Chen's physical attack reached 21,012. The Heart of Slaughter added a total of 12,999. Humans in Sky are weak, and even the initially selectable races like Orc and Elf are inferior to the demons, not to mention mysterious creatures like dragons. Even though he was a destroyer, all his attribute points were allocated to physical attack, and his base physical attack was not overly powerful. However, with this strike, Yi Chen's attack was absolutely off the charts. A level 200 Divine Arrow has an attack of 150,000. Did it use some good skill? Or did it gain some treasure boost? But he did not feel proud. Sky is very mysterious. The universe is vast. Strong individuals are confident in their invincibility but do not underestimate any enemy. For example, the Slaughter Dungeon surely has more than one location. Players from other civilizations might have also passed through and gained some power of the Slaughter God. However, without the 10,000 times critical hit, they definitely wouldn't have gained as much as Yi Chen. And besides, the Slaughter Dungeons are not limited to one place. There may be more encounters in the future. He still wanted more. Let's head back first. This trip had been fruitful, and it was time to return. The Demon Gate still had 2 entry opportunities left, so there was no need to devour the demon corpses for now. He could do that anytime on his next visit. With a thought, he vanished from sight. Has the Heavenly Emperor left? Damn, he didn't even move and just instantly killed the Divine Arrow. I can't even tell what method he used. This person is too strange. If he stays with us any longer, won't it turn the world upside down? Players in the Demon World channel were lamenting. Suddenly, ding dong. Universe announcement. Congratulations to the Blue Star player, Heavenly Emperor, for hunting down over 100 million demon civilization players, killing hundreds of thousands, and reducing the strength of the demon civilization through a legendary dungeon, earning a total of 2,000 prestige points across the universe. The entire universe echoed the announcement 50 times. Few the demon players collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The announcement signified that the Heavenly Emperor had returned to Blue Star, and this killing star had finally left. For heaven's sake, don't come back. We've embarrassed ourselves in front of the universe. It's the Heavenly Emperor again, and from Blue Star. What a domineering person, hunting down over 100 million players. Unfortunately, the Blue Star civilization should be quite far from us. We haven't figured out where they are yet, or else we would definitely have to confront them. The demon civilization is truly embarrassing. Players from various cosmic civilizations like the mechanical civilization and the evil ghost civilization had to remember the name of the heavenly emperor. This person's infamous reputation had spread throughout the universe. Finally gone. The bull demon emperor sighed in relief. Just now, it had sent its subordinates to contact the divine arrow to ask how it had been killed. No one knew. It just died inexplicably. Fortunately, it hadn't shown up, otherwise, the announcement would have stated, Bull Demon Emperor killed. Too terrifying. I hope he doesn't come back. The divine arrow walked out of the resurrection space. It could only reach a maximum level of 500 for life, and it had paid a huge price to enhance its attributes with treasures, yet it was still killed in an instant by the heavenly emperor. Such a good epic weapon was even dropped. But if he dared to come again, perhaps some even stronger players would be unable to resist paying a hefty price to take action, right? They would definitely want to know his powerful secret. Blue Star Civilization, a group of top players listened to the announcement, speechless for a long time. Over 100 million players were hunted down, and hundreds of thousands were killed. These were not Blue Star players. The demon players must be very strong, and it would be difficult to kill many during the pursuit, yet he still managed to kill so many. He had also completed a nightmare-level legendary dungeon. Damn, besides the Heavenly Emperor, no one from Blue Star had cleared a legendary dungeon yet. It's hard to catch up to him. We can only find another way. A top player muttered. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit, earning 20 million prestige points across the universe. Yi Chen returned to Blue Star and entered Tianqing City. Ding! At 7 p.m., all players must log off. Countdown 5, 4. He had played for quite a while today, so Yi Chen logged off accordingly. Back in the real world, he simply had dinner. Someone called to inform him that his house purchase procedures were all completed. Yi Chen hadn't expected it to be so fast, so he immediately cancelled his rental agreement and went to see his new house. Shuweiyun Residence. An ancient architectural style from the Dragon Kingdom, located on a mountain in Maple Forest City, with fresh air and beautiful surroundings. It had an outdoor swimming pool, a private gym, and more. Yi Chen was very satisfied. Is this the person? In the darkness, a man in a suit asked. Yes. Dressed luxuriously, with an impressive demeanor, quite extraordinary. The suited man's expression was calm as he murmured, but he absolutely should not have disrupted my plans. This manor was built by him, covering the entire mountain. It is dozens of times larger than an ordinary estate, revealing luxury in its understatedness. Although the price is particularly high, it is absolutely worth it. But who can afford it? Those who can afford it generally wouldn't buy it. Such people usually already own estates and have no need to buy another here. If one can afford it, they would buy an estate. Built by oneself, sold off, with the money returning to oneself through normal channels, makes it difficult to trace the source of the earnings. As the king of the underground forces, he operated this way. This young man has inadvertently disrupted his plans. Don't kill him, let's have a contest first. We can drive him out and test his background to prevent any surprises, he said to the underground boxing king beside him. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, a terrifying explosion sound came. I just touched it lightly and it's so fragile? It can't be a shoddy project, right? Yi Chen lightly pointed at a nearby artificial hill. Hiss! In the darkness, the king of the underground forces in Fonlin City and the underground boxing king both gasped in shock, their faces filled with terror. The artificial hill was not large, made for viewing, but the material was hard stone. Yet he shattered it with just a finger. The scattered debris from the artificial hill exploded, as if Yi Chen's finger possessed bomb-like power. Is this a human, or a god or demon? It seems my strength has increased significantly and I haven't adapted yet, so I accidentally shattered it. It's not a shoddy project after all, Yi Chen murmured. The power from Se-Chong began to reflect back into reality. Unfortunately, the power hasn't fully arrived. Hiss! The two kings in the dark instantly felt their scalps tingle and their pants went wet. This isn't even all of his power? Let's go, let's hurry. Their legs trembled as they stumbled away, and since they were quite far from Yi Chen, they didn't make any noise to attract attention. This must be someone who can reign in reality. Perhaps it's the immortal from the novels appearing in the mortal world. The reason he hasn't claimed kingship, haven't you heard? His power hasn't been fully utilized yet. He must be waiting for his full strength to be available. Compared to this immortal, the so-called king of the underground forces and the underground boxing king are nothing. Ding! Your bank card has received 1.3 billion soft sister coins. Yi Chen's phone buzzed with a message. Money appeared out of nowhere. Wait, this seems to be the money for buying the estate. Boss, the seller said the house is a gift for you. The underground boxing king, pretending to be an intermediary, trembled as he sent him a message and quickly tossed away his phone. As for building a relationship with the seller, they understood they weren't worthy. Do they really think this is a novel, that if they flatter someone, they would be willing to accept them? Yi Chen felt perplexed and messaged the intermediary, but the intermediary didn't reply, as if they were afraid of him. That night, Fonglin City experienced unusual movements. The king of the underground forces left with all his men, and the once brave boxing king was seen fleeing Fonglin overnight, not even daring to take a car. The next day, Yi Chen woke up from his soft bed and the estate's automated facilities immediately activated, opening the windows to bring in fresh air, with alarm measures running at all times. When the estate was invaded, the alarm would sound, and he could sense it in Se-Chong as well. No need to worry about someone attacking my body while my consciousness enters the game. This was his main purpose for buying the estate. After finishing breakfast, he sat on the soft sofa and the Se-Chong jade emitted light. Ding, you have entered Se-Chong. It's time to do the professional task. He found, by Ming, Master Uncle, I want to take on a professional task. Wait, what did you say? By Ming jumped up. Could it be that you've already reached level 40? The limit for the first job transfer of the destroyer profession is level 40. No way. Your level has already surpassed mine. Level 60. Damn, how did you do that? The cap is level 40 and you jumped straight to level 60? And how long has it been? Someone who has been training for a long time, is only at level 50. Don't call me Master Uncle anymore, just call me by Ming. Okay. Seeing by Ming's insistence, Yi Chen didn't refuse. How could he know that his first job reward had been multiplied by 10,000, raising his level cap, and his profession was also a crit version? Bai Ming waved a white light. Ding! Received the quest, Destroyer second job change. Quest requirements: kill 10 platinum monsters, 1 starry boss. Quest time, 1 day. Failure. Penalty: unable to level up. Compared to the first job change, the difficulty has greatly increased. But for Yi Chen, it was just like that. I have to go, it's time for me to find my own path to improvement. Bai Ming was stimulated and immediately wanted to leave. In fact, he could have improved a long time ago, but was held back by some matters. The third job change quest is not something I can issue. You can go to level 2 main city. Flying City. I can introduce you to the person who issues the quests. Yi Chen watched Bai Ming leave and used the teleportation array to go to another main city. Starry boss? In the wilds of Tianqing City, he had never seen a starry boss. Under normal circumstances, the highest in a level 1 main city would only be a diamond boss. Fortunately, he has an imperial capital, and the necromancer passage in the imperial capital should have the boss he needs. Lifting the curse could also unlock the imperial capital and enhance the soldiers. Yi Chen couldn't help but think. With so many cosmic civilizations, although he is powerful and invincible, if he were to fight each cosmic civilization one by one in the future, it would be quite troublesome. Having a group of subordinates would make many things much easier. As for whether the cosmic civilizations would attack, in the vast universe, would there be mercy? Just like Yi Chen, he wouldn't be a saintly figure. Competing for resources is the instinct of living beings. For this, he must be prepared. All soldiers, gather! He shouted loudly. Hail, Lord of the City! Hail, Lord of the City! All the soldiers of Tianqing City gathered, adoringly looking at their only master. Let's set off. Yi Chen prepared to take them to the necromancer passage to see their capabilities, cultivating them to work well for him. For example, when he attacks a certain cosmic civilization, the soldiers can stay behind on Blue Star, the Huyu Imperial capital. Ding! You have entered the necromancer passage. He stored the soldiers in the city lord's seal and then released them. The necromancer passage requires 10,000 kill points to enter. The soldiers had not killed any players yet and had no kill points, so they could only enter this way. As for Yi Chen, he entered using the void. Hiss! As soon as he entered, he heard a chilling roar but couldn't see the monster. Yi Chen took out the light mirror and released a grand light. Light shines. Yi Chen had already maxed out the skill, illuminating 3,400 square meters of invisible units. Death energy, black iron, level 15 magic attack, 323 defense, 203. Health 501 skills, death energy erosion, words of death, body of death for a short time, immune to physical damage. Description: a monster unique to the necromancer civilization, capable of opening and extending the necromancer passage. To be honest, it's utterly trash, but immune to physical damage. Moreover, it is a key item for opening the necromancer passage. Perhaps the necromancer civilization placed them here to continuously extend the necromancer passage, looking for opportunities to invade Blue Star civilization. Lord of the City, leave it to us. For the Lord of the City, charge. A group of soldiers had already rushed forward. Yi Chen was a warrior and temporarily had no magical damage. He could let the Earth Barbarian Dragon attack. But with soldiers present, let these trash be handled by them. The soldiers were all above level 20, with the lowest being Black Iron rank, and there were 1,000 golden rank soldiers whose attributes crushed these monsters. Among them were quite a few mages, and they quickly killed the monsters. Ding! As the master of the NPCs, the rewards for the NPCs killing monsters belong to you. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 43 pieces of black iron equipment, 1,356 units of death chi, and 23 silver coins. With a 10,000-fold Critical hit, you could obtain 13,560,000 units of Death Chi or 1,356 units of Calamity Chi. This Death Chi was not from death monsters but a real type of gas. Death Chi description: gather 10 million units to synthesize. The skill, Body of Death, can be viewed. Comfortable. To be honest, Yi Chen was quite envious of the Body of Death from Death Chi. Immunity to physical attacks, although it only lasts for 1 second. Calamity Chi. Description: gather 10 million units to synthesize the skill, Body of Calamity. Check details immediately. Body of Calamity, holy skill. Description: consumes 1000 blue energy, transforms into the Body of Calamity. Immune to physical damage, and can convert physical attacks into magical attacks for 1.5 seconds, cooldown of 1 hour. Note: skill level +1, duration +1.5 seconds, maximum level 80. Is this the holy skill? Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with surprise. Within 2 minutes. Immunity to physical attacks. Physical attacks can be converted to magical attacks. Don't underestimate those 2 minutes. For a powerhouse like him, 2 minutes can accomplish a lot. In Sky, there are physical attacks, magical attacks, poison attacks, curses, and so on. Poison attacks are the abilities of the support class alchemist, and very few choose to be alchemists. Curses are even rarer. Physical attacks are the attributes of nearly half of the players in NPCs, and Yi Chen can be immune. Ding, you chose critical hit quality, obtaining 1,356 units of Calamity Chi. Of course, Yi Chen chose this. He also critically hit 43 pieces of platinum equipment, but upon looking, none were suitable for him, so he temporarily stored them away. I need 10 million units, not enough. As soon as he finished speaking, many Death Chi monsters surged from the darkness. These Death Chi monsters respawn so quickly? Good news. Kill. The soldiers continued to charge. Ding, as the master of the NPCs, the rewards from NPCs killing monsters belong to you. You have obtained 45 pieces of black iron equipment and 1,378 units of Death Chi. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you obtain 45 pieces of platinum equipment and 1,378 units of Calamity Chi. The notification sounds continued to ring. Yi Chen discovered that the Death Chi monsters were respawning continuously. One black iron monster would provide 1 unit of Death Chi. Moreover, there were many more Death Chi monsters ahead. Gathering them wouldn't be a difficult task. Let's check ahead. He led the soldiers forward. If the monsters ahead were stronger, perhaps they could spawn more Death Chi. Hiss. Sure enough, a group of stronger Death Chi monsters charged in. Death Chi, bronze, level 20 magic attack, 1728 defense, 593 health, 892 skills. Death Chi erosion, words of death, body of death, immunity to physical damage for a short time. Description: monsters unique to the necromancer civilization, capable of opening and extending necromancer pathways. The skills were the same as before, but now they were bronze level 20. Kill. The soldiers quickly dealt with the enemies. Ding. You have obtained 43 pieces of bronze equipment and 2,712 units of Death Chi. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you obtain 43 pieces of diamond equipment and 2,712 units of Calamity Chi. The rewards were much richer, not to mention the equipment. One bronze Death Chi monster could drop 2 units of Death Chi. Compared to killing black iron monsters, it was much faster to gather. Continue. He moved further ahead and encountered silver monsters, level 25. The soldiers found it more challenging to kill them at this point, but each silver monster could drop 3 units of Death Chi. Next, there are the level 30 golden monsters, each capable of dropping 4 groups. Lord of the city, we can't hold them off any longer. At this moment, the soldiers found it hard to fend off the monsters. After all, they were only in their 20s, with the highest rank being gold. Yi Chen pondered for a moment. He could let his mount take action, or even intervene himself. But to deal with such minor monsters personally would be a waste of time, and his time shouldn't be squandered on this. You will kill the monsters for this lord, and this lord will not treat you unfairly. In light of your contributions, this lord grants you a promotion. In the future, do your best for me. Yi Chen spoke calmly. The soldiers were taken aback. What did this mean? Only a few soldiers who had been promoted by him before realized what was about to happen, excitedly discussing it with their companions, who were all stunned. Could the lord really possess such great power? Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already activated his privileges. Ding! You have chosen to enhance the critical hit quality, turning black iron soldiers into platinum, bronze soldiers into diamond, silver soldiers into diamond *2, and gold soldiers into starry level. Boom! The soldiers suddenly erupted with a surge of momentum, each one's strength increasing. Except for the 600 soldiers who had already been critically hit before, the rest all gained something. Starry level soldiers 400, diamond level 11,000, platinum level 1,000. This represented an enhancement in their qualifications. The soldiers' attributes skyrocketed, and their future upgrades would be significantly better than before. Such a miraculous power, even the gods can't achieve this, right? Thank you, Lord. We are willing to go through fire and water for you. One by one, they regarded Yi Chen as a deity, their favorability reaching 100, making betrayal impossible. Looking again at the golden monsters before them, they were easily defeated. Ding, 10,000 times critical hit. You have obtained 5,223 groups of disaster aura. Yi Chen received some rewards again. The soldiers were full of fighting spirit, continuing forward, encountering level 40 platinum monsters. They were still easily defeated. Because they were all starry level now, their lower levels didn't matter. Their high ranks meant they could fight above their level. Each platinum monster could provide 5 groups of disaster aura. Moreover, there were many nearby monsters, continuously respawning. Yi Chen still found the collection speed slow. Nightfall. A gigantic skeletal general appeared, legendary level 60. It waved a bone staff. Swish. 100,000 level 60 diamond skeleton monsters appeared, instantly killing countless death aura monsters. Their numbers were simply overwhelming. Definitely a squad of elite troops under Yi Chen, far fiercer than the soldiers of Tianqing City. However, the soldiers of Tianqing City had higher ranks and would surpass the skeleton monsters as they grew. Furthermore, the skeleton monsters were summoned creatures, lasting only 10 minutes. The soldiers looked at the towering skeletal general, their throats involuntarily moving. The Lord, even a legendary boss was present. This is your general. Salute the general. Hey, our Tianqing City is truly impressive. The Lord and the general are both so strong. You stay here and kill. I'll go take a look ahead. Yi Chen assigned the collection task to his subordinates, leaving behind the light mirror, which could illuminate monsters for 10 minutes. He couldn't help but think that in the future, many collection tasks could be handed over to his subordinates. He could save time for himself. He still preferred to act alone, as his subordinates' strength indeed couldn't keep up with him. Having them follow him for major tasks could likely hold him back, but they should develop well in the future. Ding, you have obtained 17,365 groups of disaster aura. Listening to the delightful notification sound, he stepped forward. Ahead, there were also death aura monsters. They had all gone invisible. Without the light mirror to illuminate, the monsters were invisible. Ding. Enemy plus 1,643. Physical attack plus 1,643%. But the prompt from Endless Battle will inform him that the enemy has made a move. A frenzy of demons, hellish demons, magic vines, and water tornadoes all appeared. With a sea of fire covering a vast area, water tornadoes piercing through, and hellish demons roaming freely, the sea of fire following their movements. It didn't matter that he couldn't see the enemy, as long as they were taken down in an instant. Yi Chen was like a king, with his subordinates clearing the way for him. These minor monsters didn't require his intervention. The monsters here seemed weaker than he had imagined. Where's the hunter? Yi Chen wondered, having walked quite a distance without spotting him. Kill! At that moment, an angry roar echoed. Yi Chen turned towards the sound, and there was the old hunter, battling a group of level 40 platinum monsters while riding a white horse. He could easily handle them. Moreover, he had a white horse that could help him kill monsters. But there were too many monsters. His mana was nearly depleted, and he was struggling to hold on. Kid, you actually arrived so quickly? Did you bring that thing? I might not be able to hold on much longer. This is the reward we agreed upon, the hunter said, tossing something out. Ding! You have received a gift from the hunter, Night's Light. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can obtain Night's Light *10,000 or Night's Glory *1. Items given by NPCs are considered rewards. Night's Light Epic Treasure effect grants you an additional mount slot description. A treasure from the Knight's Hall, awarded to knights who have made outstanding contributions, disappears upon use. An epic treasure. The effect is powerful. Each person can originally have only one mount, but now an additional one can be obtained. And with Yi Chen's critical hit, he could get 10,000 more. Kid, I really didn't misjudge you. You came back so quickly. This is what you deserve. I, the old man, have taken out my treasured possessions. The hunter babbled, looking quite anxious. This old guy is from the Knight's Hall? Sounds quite impressive. Yi Chen ignored him and looked at the effects after the critical hit. Knight's Glory, Holy Treasure, effect grants you an additional mount slot and provides 100% attribute feedback from the mount description. An item produced by the Heavenly Emperor's critical hit with extraordinary effects, the best of the best. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He realized that an epic critical hit equated to a holy level. Holy level, transcending the ordinary, each one is exceptional. Originally, having an extra mount was like having an additional subordinate, but now it could provide 100% feedback. The Earth Barbarian Dragon had given him so many attributes. What if he had one more? Very tempting. The more mounts he had, the less important they became to himself, just like how Yi Chen trained his soldiers. It was merely a matter of convenience, helping him get things done. Ding, you have chosen Knight's Glory. A scroll appeared in Yi Chen's hand, which he could use once he found a good mount. At least it had to be at the dragon level, right? Speaking of which, the giant strength bear hadn't been upgraded yet. He still needed to visit the demon civilization. First, let's deal with the undead passage. Hey, I've said so much, and I'm about to collapse here. You just, the hunter cried out in despair. All right. Yi Chen shook his head with a smile. This old man was quite the character. It seemed he hadn't shown all his strength. After all, he had pulled out an epic treasure right away. Forget it, if the old man wants to act, let him act. Perhaps he has some strategy in mind. But he, Yi Chen, couldn't be bothered with strategies. With his sword drawn, he was confident in his invincibility. Why bother with any tricks? A rain of swords, 15 streams of sword energy, each 1,000 meters long, wreaked havoc, blood-red damage filling the air, countless undead monsters being obliterated, the sword energy splitting into 100 smaller streams, continuing to charge forward. Bang bang bang. The sound of successive explosions erupted. This strike had no idea how many monsters it had slain. Ding. You have killed 15,732 level 40 platinum death energy monsters, earning 352 pieces of platinum equipment and 78,660 units of death energy. 10,000 times critical hit, earning 352 pieces of legendary equipment and 78,600 units of calamity energy. The harvest is immense. The monsters here are also invisible, but the hunter's white horse has a light-based skill, allowing him to fight the monsters. He looks at the ground filled with corpses. Gulp. His Adam's apple keeps bobbing. It hasn't been long. That low-level player in the Novice village has instantly killed so many troublesome death energy monsters. Wait, you're already level 60. They are now the same level. Goodness. He thought the Heavenly Emperor would be formidable in the future, but he didn't expect to reach this level in such a short time. Just average. Yi Chen said with a smile, shaking his head. What a show-off. The hunter shook his head and handed over some items. I see you're collecting death energy, so you might need this. I've gathered quite a bit here, and since you saved my life, take it all. You must be trying to gather forbidden spell, death body, right? It's indeed quite good. It can grant immunity to physical attacks for 1 second, but the experience cost to max it out is too high, and it only lasts for 1 second. To be honest, 1 second isn't very useful. Ding! You have obtained 5.95 million units of death energy. 10,000 times critical hit turns it into 5.95 million units of calamity energy. This old man, although a bit of a character, knows how to get things done. So much. Yi Chen stared at the old hunter. It seems he has made quite a hard contribution here. There's no helping it. If the death energy monsters spread out, the necromancer's passage will quickly expand, and once it reaches a certain level, the experts from the necromancer civilization can enter the blue star civilization. The old man's eyes were filled with anger. When foreign civilization creatures enter, they will lower attributes. Although the blue star civilization is weak, if the enemies weaken, they can still hold them off. But the necromancer's passage allows the undead creatures to enter without weakening. Then, the problem becomes serious. Moreover, the death energy monsters can't be completely wiped out. I suspect they are monsters created by the necromancer civilization. Fortunately, the levels of the monsters produced aren't too high, so we can keep eliminating them, but unfortunately, they respawn too quickly. The old man, at level 60, was supposed to easily defeat the death energy monsters, but because the monsters keep coming, it drained his energy and he couldn't hold on any longer. He couldn't help but look towards the Heavenly Emperor. If the Heavenly Emperor were here, no matter how many monsters there were, he could probably kill them all, and this guy is a killing star. Sure enough, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. The more monsters there are, the more exhilarating it is for him. Boom! He charged directly into the monster horde. The sword energy from the sky vanished, but within the area where the sword energy had been, his attack speed reached 7 times, and his sword dance became an illusion. Just as a group of undead monsters respawned, he quickly wiped them out. The soldiers were still outside killing monsters. Calamity energy kept accumulating. This killing speed is enough to showcase strength, but not too excessive. After all, the Heavenly Emperor is still only level 60, so it won't alert the necromancer civilization. The old man drank a blue potion to recover, murmuring to himself. He didn't need to help for now. The sounds of battle came from nearby, so he prepared to take a look. For the city lord, kill. For the master, kill. He saw a group of powerful soldiers. Legendary boss. 100,000 diamond skeleton soldiers, along with some starry soldiers, the lowest being at the golden level. He was utterly shocked. Whose soldiers are you? Lord Heavenly Emperor. Hiss. Even a typical high-level main city couldn't field this kind of lineup. The Heavenly Emperor actually has such terrifying power. He himself is a mess, and his subordinates are so strong. After not seeing each other for just 3 days, he truly has to look at things differently. Here he is, a level 60, feeling like a salted fish. Even a small soldier under him is already level 60. Should I unleash all my power to show this kid what I can do? The old man couldn't help but think, you've always shocked me. It's time for me to shock you a bit. What a lively character. Full of dark humor. Of course, he wasn't the king of the dead. He was hiding his strength, deliberately putting on a show for the necromancer civilization, because the passage of the necromancer civilization could already allow some powerful undead creatures to enter. The death energy monsters being killed could be sensed by the necromancer civilization. He needed to play the part, intentionally killing the death energy monsters, slowly making the undead creatures think that the people here weren't strong, prompting them to send over weaker beings. Then he would strike. This way, the necromancer civilization wouldn't be able to guess the strength of the blue star civilization and would think twice before coming over. There was no choice. The blue star civilization was weak and needed some strategy. Not good. Suddenly, his brow twitched. The Heavenly Emperor could kill quickly on his own, but he hadn't expected the Heavenly Emperor to bring so many powerful subordinates. The killing was happening far too fast. The necromancer civilization would definitely be on high alert. They would surely send over creatures stronger than expected. The Heavenly Emperor was in danger. Kid, don't die. At this moment, Lilichula, necromancer dialect, bastard. The undead we created are being rapidly killed. One release means one death. At this rate, the necromancer passage will close. Many powerful undead creatures roared in the necromancer civilization. The death energy monsters were their creations. They could open passages, but their only flaw was that they weren't very strong, and being killed would release death energy, which could be synthesized into the death body skill book. They certainly knew this flaw, but they didn't care. After all, they were immune for 1 second. But if the passage closed, they did care. Opening the passage had high requirements. They had spent hundreds of years to see the light of day, and now they just needed to release more death energy monsters. Once the passage expanded, they could invade in large numbers. But now, I'll go take a trip. Great, it's the evil necromancer Moshen. The passage is too small, it can't accommodate all of us. But its strength is strong enough. After all, it's a level 300 A-grade talent player. Give me a batch of death energy monsters. I'll kill the people over there and extend the passage with the death energy monsters. Moshen stepped into the necromancer passage. On the necromancer civilization side, many powerful undead creatures were eagerly awaiting its victorious return. Judging by the speed at which the death energy monsters were being killed over there should be a level 200 expert, possibly accompanied by some followers, but Moshen was level 300. Plus, it had an A-grade talent. It should be able to handle it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In front of Yi Chen, at the end of the necromancer passage, it suddenly began to tremble continuously. Is it finally coming? He had guessed that there were experts from the necromancer civilization coming over when the hunter was hiding his strength. The hunter must have deliberately killed monsters slowly to make the necromancer civilization let their guard down. Sending over weak enemies was the right move, but Yi Chen didn't like it. He was killing monsters quickly on purpose to lure out the experts. What was the point of killing trash? Only experts could drop good items. He was looking forward to it. Is this the aura of the Blue Star civilization? A vibrant civilization. I will sprinkle the brilliance of death here. A wave of darkness descended as Moshen emerged from the passage. Ding dong. World announcement. Creatures from the necromancer civilization have entered the Winyu Imperial capital, triggering a special event, Necromancer Invasion. Players, please stop the necromancer invasion. Rewards will be given based on contributions. The world announcement rang out continuously. The players of Blue Star were in shock. Just recently, they had suffered an invasion from the demon civilization, and now it was the necromancer civilization. Was the Blue Star civilization so passive? Because they were too weak, they had become targets. It's in the Winyu Imperial capital. That's the instance before Tianqing City, right? The Heavenly Emperor is stationed there. Big shot, should we help? Many players from Blue Star wanted to assist the Heavenly Emperor. Some wanted to participate for the rewards, but some genuinely wanted to help. After all, no one likes their home being constantly invaded. It's quite frustrating. For example, at this moment, Dragon Core contacted Yi Chen. Heavenly Emperor, do you need assistance? Just say the word, and all of us from Dragon Core will head over right now. No need. Yi Chen declined. He looked at the monster before him, which was not something the players could stop. Evil Undead Morrison. Starry level boss, level 300 magic attack, 85980 defense, 78260 health, 89276 skills, death curse, dark suffocation, blood curse, pain drain. Description: players of the undead civilization entering foreign civilizations are considered invading monsters. A 300 level starry boss. Basic attack over 80,000. Even if the players came to help, it would be utterly useless. The enemy might not be too strong or perhaps too powerful. Our presence wouldn't make a difference, and he has refused our help. Zheng Yang closed the friend channel and said to Dragon Laugh, we should trust him. After all, he is the Heavenly Emperor. Let's complete the task at hand and hope for his victory. Dragon Laugh nodded, and once they finished the current task, they could start the city building mission. At that time, he was confident he could obtain a main city. By then, he might also have the chance to confront the Heavenly Emperor. He admired the Heavenly Emperor greatly, but as an S-level gifted player, he also had his pride, looking forward to a battle with the Heavenly Emperor. Conversely, many did not trust the Heavenly Emperor. I've heard from the people of the Holy Light Church that the undead civilization is a very powerful civilization, skilled in curse attacks, which even the Heavenly Emperor finds hard to resist. Perhaps the Heavenly Emperor will drop many levels this time. Then, I can catch up to him. God Lord, murmured within the American region. Countless players looked forward to the Heavenly Emperor being defeated. After all, he was too dominant, and if he didn't fail once, others would be unable to lift their heads. And with the invasion of the undead civilization, he stood alone to block it. His undefeated legend should come to an end. Ha ha, ha. Morrison sneered, surveying the surroundings. He believed he had control over the situation because he didn't expect that the person before him was just a level 60 player. And only one at that. Heavenly Emperor? So it's you, the one who has repeatedly embarrassed the demon civilization. He also saw Yi Chen's nickname but remained disdainful. Though they were both level 1 civilizations, he looked down on the demon civilization. Only level 60, how trashy must the demon civilization be to let you stir up trouble? Killing you will make my name, Morrison, resound throughout the universe. But what he didn't expect was that the Heavenly Emperor was even more dismissive. You disappoint me greatly. Yi Chen shook his head. From the previous news about obtaining the Sky Jade, he had come into contact with experts from foreign civilizations. If this civilization had Sky Jade, it would trigger a prompt. He intentionally lured out the expert, having this intention in mind. With no prompt sounding, Yi Chen felt somewhat disappointed. Damn it! Morrison was furious, believing it was the Heavenly Emperor's disappointment in his strength. Then let me make you die in agony. Death curse. His staff surged with light, and an invisible curse wrapped around Yi Chen. Units not higher than his level would surely die. This was the power of the undead civilization. Every creature would curse, invincible at the same level. But to his shock, the Heavenly Emperor was unharmed. Boom! A grand shield of light appeared before Yi Chen, a blue barrier enveloping him, and the curse was instantly eroded. Forbidden spell purification. Immune to curse effects for 10 minutes. How is this possible? Morrison was shocked. Equipment that could resist curses was extremely rare, and a low-level player shouldn't be able to possess it. Even if they did, they wouldn't have enough experience to max out the skill. Whoosh! One curse after another is unleashed. Let's see how long you can hold on. Pain Drain. Blood Curse. These are all powerful curse skills, but none of them can get past the Shield of Light. Why you? How do you have such strong equipment? Mosen's worldview was about to collapse. The Necromancer civilization is very adept at curses, and its A-grade talent, Child of the Curse, increases curse damage by 50%, perfectly suited to its origins, so it only trained its curse abilities. How could this trash civilization of Blue Star have equipment that counters curses for so long? Even if it did, it shouldn't be in the hands of a level 60 player. Little did it know, this was a critical hit from Yi Chen. Now, it was being completely crushed by Yi Chen. Trash, if you have no way out, it's my turn now. Yi Chen said calmly, drawing his sword fiercely. Damn it! Mosen's face was filled with terror. This human was abnormal. With such powerful abilities, his attacks must be formidable too. It was in danger. It had to escape quickly, but the Heavenly Emperor had already drawn his sword. If it wanted to flee, it needed something to block the damage. Whoosh! It waved its hand, releasing a large number of death energy monsters. Kill them? No, no. Hold him back. The death energy monsters lacked curse abilities, but they had physical attacks, which might still affect the Heavenly Emperor. It hurriedly wanted to return to the Necromancer civilization. It had to inform its companions that there was a very strong human here. Meanwhile, Yi Chen smiled faintly. Ding! Enemy plus 808,983. Physical attack plus 808,983%. As the death energy monsters attacked, Yi Chen's attack, which was originally only over 20,000, was not enough to kill Mosen. But now, it was different. That's right, Yi Chen had deliberately held back before. The moment Mosen was frightened into releasing the death energy monsters was his best opportunity to strike. From the very beginning, Mosen had fallen into his rhythm. Who gave you the courage to invade at will? Even if I let you escape, you can't. Boom! A rain of swords filled the sky. 15 terrifying sword energies rampaged, and Yi Chen didn't hesitate to expend 100% of his mana, merging the sword energies and charging directly at Mosen. Truly terrifying. Mosen turned back and was scared out of its wits. Forget it, preserving its life was the most important thing now. No matter how embarrassing, it had to escape first. It stepped into the passage, returning to the Necromancer civilization, and breathed a sigh of relief. The Necromancer passage could only allow the dead to traverse civilizations. The Heavenly Emperor could never come through, let alone his attacks. How was it? Why are you back so soon? Did you complete the mission? Any good news? The powerful necromancers around it asked. Cough, don't mention it. I encountered the Heavenly Emperor. This person cannot be judged by common sense, he's terrifying. Its trembling words were suddenly interrupted. We've already seen it. The numerous necromancer powerhouses looked in shock at what was behind it. Ha! Is there something behind me? It looked back in confusion and its scalp went numb in an instant. It saw. Boom! A terrifying sword energy had actually crossed the necromancer passage, fiercely charging towards it. This sword energy was very familiar. It was the one the Heavenly Emperor had unleashed before. Hiss! The necromancer powerhouses gasped in unison. This sword could actually cross the Blue Star civilization and kill in the necromancer civilization. A sword that traverses civilizations. Unheard of. If they had such an ability, why would they have to painstakingly open the necromancer passage? Ding! You have activated the skill tracking. A targeted strike will ignore any distance and hit the enemy. Yi Chan on the other side sneered. Calculating attack. 200,000, 400,000, a necromancer player muttered in terror. He had a B-grade talent, attack estimation, which wasn't very powerful. He was just a dog-headed strategist. He could estimate the enemy's attack, but if the attack was too high, it would take a long time. Ah! It suddenly screamed, clutching its head and crying. I can't calculate it. Hiss! The necromancer experts all felt their scalps tingle. If the dog-headed strategist couldn't calculate the damage, it must exceed 1 million. A million. Damage, that's terrifying. But fortunately, this is the necromancer civilization. Retreat to the main city. The necromancer experts shouted, and Mosen had already hidden. In the main city, the NPC city lord immediately activated the teleportation array, an attack from a trash civilization, and it dares to strike at the necromancer. Civilization? A level 6 main city. The defense array can withstand 1 million damage. The city lord, Mosen, and the necromancer experts calmly watched the sword energy descend. This defense should be enough. Boom! The sword energy erupted, crashing into the defense array. Their expressions suddenly froze. Crack, crack, crack. The defense array shattered in an instant, as if the level 6 main city's defenses were merely paper before the sword energy. More crucially, although the defense array was destroyed, it had also absorbed 1 million damage, so the sword energy attack should be weakened. Yet the momentum of that sword energy still surged forward, piercing through Moshen's body amidst a crowd of shocked expressions. Pop Mosen was like a fragile bubble, easily shattered by the sword energy, his body exploding into pieces on the ground. The necromancers were left dumbfounded. Just how powerful was this attack? Soon they saw the sword energy suddenly split into 100 small sword energies, rampaging through the city. Fortunately, they weren't targeted and they managed to escape in time. But within the city, countless facilities were destroyed. Ding dong! Universe announcement. Congratulations to the Blue Star player, the Heavenly Emperor, for crossing civilizations to kill the level 300 player, evil necromancer Mosen, reducing the strength of the necromancer civilization and earning 6,000 points of cosmic prestige. The sound of the universe announcement gradually pulled their thoughts back, but the shock on their faces could not fade. It's the Heavenly Emperor again, from Blue Star. This guy, he actually attacked the necromancer civilization? The necromancer civilization is quite troublesome. This Heavenly Emperor is not simple. Let him try coming to our mechanical civilization? First of all, it would be hard to find our mechanical civilization. Our outer isolation array prevents foreign beings from entering. Did you not see? That was a cross-civilization strike. It could also hit the mechanical civilization. He didn't go to the necromancer civilization. He attacked from the Blue Star civilization. What the hell? The entire universe once again felt the incredible power brought by the Heavenly Emperor. A cross-civilization strike, how difficult is that? Didn't he just earn 6,000 cosmic prestige points? It's because it's so hard that the reward is high. Divine Arrow shook its head at this moment. Could it be that he used my tracking wrist? Damn, that was originally mine. That level 300 player was really a fool to provoke the Heavenly Emperor. But fortunately, the Heavenly Emperor didn't seek trouble with the demon civilization again. Countless beings from the demon civilization shared the same thought. For example, the Bull Demon Emperor. But the necromancer civilization was in dire straits. Within the necromancer civilization, countless powerful beings roared in anger, and many high-level main cities surged with terrifying momentum. The Heavenly Emperor's sword had turned the necromancer civilization into a joke across the universe. Moreover, the necromancer passage should be ruined. The necromancer civilization's desire to invade had become a delusion. Damn it, if only the necromancer passage had been opened wide enough, they would have already attacked Blue Star. They must deal with this Heavenly Emperor. If only he dared to come over. Be careful, the Heavenly Emperor is very strong. He has the ability to resist curses. Mosen opened the world channel of the necromancer civilization in the resurrection space, trembling as he spoke. So that's it, Moshen's methods are all curses, which were countered by the Heavenly Emperor. But our necromancer civilization is not just powerful in curses. Besides curses, the necromancer civilization certainly has other attack capabilities. This time, sending out Mosen was unfortunate as he was countered by the Heavenly Emperor. Mosen, don't lose heart. Our undead civilization has other powerful abilities, like resurrection. They comforted Mo Senator. The resurrection ability of the undead civilization consumes death energy monsters to revive, allowing players to quickly regain the levels they dropped upon death. NPCs can also be revived, a capability that NPCs from other civilizations do not possess. Damn it, I don't have any death energy monsters left. Forget it, losing a level is losing a level. Emosen shook his head in pain, preparing to leave the resurrection space. Ding! You are affected by the player, Heavenly Emperor, S. Forbidden spell, life erosion, unable to resurrect for 3 hours. This notification left him stunned. Immediately after, his scalp tingled. To consume death energy monsters. For resurrection, it must be used within 10 seconds after death, otherwise it becomes invalid. Now, it's not possible. This means the undead players are countered. No, the real counter is the undead NPCs. Players can still resurrect normally after death, but NPCs have no normal resurrection channels. Without death energy monsters, they are completely dead. He quickly sent a message to the world channel. Instantly, all players received the message and informed the NPCs. Everyone trembled. The powerful capital of the undead civilization is the curse plus resurrection. Now, they have encountered their nemesis. Fortunately, the undead passage can only allow undead to pass through. The Heavenly Emperor cannot come over. The undead beings that previously hoped for the Heavenly Emperor to come and die now dared not let him come. After all, that would be true death. But he definitely can't come over. The simplest way to get over would be through the Cosmic Prestige Store, purchasing a random chance to teleport to a high civilization, but that costs 100 million Cosmic Prestige points. The Heavenly Emperor has only gained a few thousand, far from enough. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit gains 60 million Cosmic Prestige points. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Adding the previous amount, he already has 100 million. He really wants to see what a high civilization looks like, but random is too inaccurate. Ding! Congratulations, you have achieved the first kill of the 300 level starry boss, Evil Undead. Emosen, gaining 3.26 million experience points, 1 point of legend, 3,000 server-wide prestige points, and with a 10,000 times critical hit gained 32.6 billion experience points, 10,000 points of legend, and 30 million server-wide prestige points. Gained, orange, pain extraction, skill book *1, with a 10,000 times critical hit can gain 10,000 or forbidden spell, sin extraction, skill book *1. Oh, a skill book dropped. This is better than equipment because the equipment dropped from killing. A 300 level monster might also be restricted to level 300, while unrestricted items like the tracking wrist are extremely rare. Ding! You have completed the special event, Undead Invasion, contribution 100%. Evaluation, super perfect. Gained the highest reward, skill reproduction scroll, starry *1, 10,000 times critical hit can gain, skill reproduction scroll, starry *10000 or ability reproduction scroll, epic *2. Yi Chen immediately checked his gains. Orange, pain extraction, effect. Curse skill, consumes 230 mana, deals damage to enemies, adding 1% magic attack per second for 10 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Note, skill level +1, ratio +1%, maximum. Level 25. Not bad. At max level, it adds 25% magic attack per second. As long as it damages the enemy beforehand, it can trigger. As for Yi Chen not having magic attack, when he activates Holy Skill, Body of Calamity, he can have magic attack. Forbidden spell, sin extraction, effect, curse skill, consumes 600 mana, deals damage to enemies, adding 1% magic attack damage per second for 10 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Note, skill level +1, ratio +1%, maximum level 60. It seems the effects are pretty similar, right? Not at all. One is an attack, which can be blocked by the enemy's defense. The other is damage, which ignores any defense, equivalent to 100% true damage. Moreover, the cooldown is shorter and the maximum level has increased. Yi Chen certainly knows which one to choose. Ding, you have selected Forbidden Spell, Sin Extraction, and have learned it by tearing it apart. You and your clone now possess the skill Forbidden Spell, Sin Extraction. Both can use it, turning one into two, and he gets another Forbidden Spell for free. It's already at max level. It adds 60% of magic attack damage per second. Besides the skill book, there's also a scroll. Skill Reproduction Scroll. Starry level treasure, effect, no consumption required, allows you to reproduce the effect of a skill you have used once. The same skill cannot be reproduced again. Within 10 minutes, wow. This is incredible. For example, if Yi Chen casts a forbidden spell and it goes on cooldown, he might not be able to use it for a long time, but the skill reproduction scroll allows him to unleash the skill effect once more. It can be reproduced up to 10,000 times. If it's the same skill, it can only be reproduced once. In a short time, Yi Chen chose this one. Ability Reproduction Scroll, Epic Level Treasure, effect, no consumption required, allows you to reproduce the effect of an ability. You have used once, the same ability cannot be reproduced again within 10 minutes. Does not include the ability of the ability reproduction scroll. Wow, this is amazing. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Abilities include everything. Talents, skills, item effects, etc. all count here. For instance, the ability snatched from the Supreme God. 1 time. Opportunity to foresee all civilizations. Heart of Slaughter. 2 hours. Yi Chen can use it again right now. It's equivalent to gaining 10,000 times the rewards. From 2 nightmare level legendary dungeons are hard to find, and once a nightmare level 1 is cleared, it can never be entered again. This is an ability that, once used, is nearly a limited edition, yet it can be reproduced. Ding, you have selected Ability Reproduction Scroll, *2. Just right to reproduce twice. Both abilities can be replicated once. This is the first time he learned that a starry level can crit into 2 epic levels. Not to mention, he actually quite likes it. How to use it specifically, he'll figure out later. For example, with Heart of Slaughter, 2 hours, he can exploit a bug to gain a large amount of slaughter points in advance. Then convert them into attack so he won't have to be anxious because of the 2 hours. Ding dong. World announcement. Congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, 4. The first kill of the 300 level starry boss Evil Undead, earning 1 point of legendary status. World announcement. Congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, 4. Completing special event Undead Invasion contribution 100%, earning. Truly enviable, let's congratulate him. At this moment 2 different world announcements began to loop. A 300 level starry boss. He can kill that? Still saying he's not cheating? Baka, how can I surpass him? Players around the world felt a tsunami of emotions rising again. Wait, you guys, look at the level rankings. Holy crap, the Heavenly Emperor's level, 880. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the Destroyer second transition quest. You can upgrade the Destroyer to level 60. 10,000 times crit can elevate the Destroyer to level 80. The Destroyer is indeed much stronger than the Annihilator, so the level increase isn't too high. But it's already astonishing enough. Ding, your level plus 20, gain 100 free attribute points. Please allocate. Your clone's level plus 20, gain 100. Your Earth Dragon's level plus 20, Giant Bear's level plus 20. All at level 80. He gained a terrifying boost again. S-level talent players. Like Godlord and Amaterasu couldn't help but shed tears to the sky. Our highest level is only 26 and he's already at level 80. How did he do it? Level 26 was already impressive. The players had only been in the game for a few days. They leveled up quickly thanks to the help of guild members. But in the face of the Heavenly Emperor's might, they felt as small as a speck of dust. Heavenly Emperor, are you okay? Behind Yi Chen, an anxious shout came, and Hunter rushed over, his level panel changing from 60 to 200. He sensed a powerful presence approaching, probably at level 300. A genius like the Heavenly Emperor must be protected at all costs, even if it meant risking his own life. Where are the enemies? But to his shock, he only saw Yi Chen's figure and a batch of dead monsters. What the hell? How did you level up again? Even more baffling was that the Heavenly Emperor leveled up again and again, with 20 flashes of white light. Just a few days ago, he was a newbie in the Novice village. And now he was already at level 80. Where did all that experience come from? What he didn't know was that Yi Chen still had a lot of experience points left. Ding, level cap reached. Please complete your 3rd job transfer as soon as possible. If it weren't for reaching the cap, he could still level up. Enemies? They died long ago. Yi Chen shook his head and looked at Hunter. Old man, I knew you were hiding your strength. A 200 level starry boss, not bad. He was curious about how Hunter disguised his strength. Even the detection skill couldn't reveal it. If it weren't for his cleverness, he really wouldn't have noticed. D died? Hunter was shocked, instinctively feeling that the Heavenly Emperor was bragging, but the enemies were indeed gone, and that was the only explanation. Oh my. Based on the enemy's momentum, he wasn't sure if his current attributes could even compete. The Heavenly Emperor, who was still at level 60 before, had taken him out in an instant. His old face flushed, and he laughed heartily. So you knew all along, everything was under your control. I was afraid you would attract 2 strong monsters and ruin the plan. I underestimated you, I apologize. This is my apology gift. He handed over a skill book. Ding! You have obtained the Orange Bluff skill book *1. 10,000 times critical hit, can obtain orange. 10,000 or forbidden spell heavenly swap skill book *1. Is this a gift from the old rascal? Too generous. Yi Chen accepted it without hesitation. Orange Bluff effect can adjust panel attributes at will but does not truly possess these attributes. Description, a treasured skill book of the Night Hall. Quite impressive. Adjusting a fake attribute of level 999 could be useful for scaring others. High-level players cannot enter low-level main cities. I relied on this to enter the Novice village and Tianqing City, Hunter said proudly. This was a treasure of the Night Hall and many wanted it. If he didn't see the Heavenly Emperor as strong, he wouldn't have been willing to give it away. In the past, he only thought of the Heavenly Emperor as a genius. and had a bit of nurturing intent. Now, he felt that with his level 200 attributes he couldn't compete with the Heavenly Emperor. He was someone truly worth befriending. Indeed impressive. Yi Chen nodded. He had been slaughtering recklessly in the demon civilization, and many high-level players couldn't come over. If they had this skill, it would be a whole different story. This skill was highly sought after in the cosmic civilization. It seemed the Night Hall was not simple, but he didn't like it. When did he ever need to bluff? Ding, you have chosen the Forbidden Spell Heavenly Swap skill book. You and your clone have learned Forbidden Spell Heavenly Swap. Seeing the effect after the critical hit, he immediately took advantage of Hunter's inattention to critically hit and tear apart the learning process. Heavenly Exchange Forbidden Spell LV60 effect consumes 600 mana points, transforming your panel attributes into the panel attributes you have seen. Real attributes, talents, skills, etc. are not included. Lasts for 1 minute, can revert at any time, cooldown of 12 hours. Note, if you are a warrior, when transforming into a magic class panel, the magic attack will convert to an equivalent physical attack. This is not just a bluff. It's a real transformation. The Mosan that Yi Chen encountered before had high attributes, right? It was only defeated by the endless battle. Yi Chen's actual attributes were not higher than its, after all, he was many levels lower. But now, he could transform into Moshan's attributes. I can see the attributes of units no higher than 500 levels above me. If I encounter attributes of level 580 in the future, I can also transform. As my level increases, the upper limit of what I can transform into will also rise. One day, if Yi Chen truly encounters an unbeatable enemy, it won't matter. In an instant, he can transform into the same attributes as the enemy. Comfortable. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, looking at the proud expression of the hunter, showing off his good skill. He didn't mention that the skill would be even better after a critical hit, too lazy to dampen the hunter's spirits. Thank you very much, he said sincerely. Ah, you're too polite. Oh no. Knight. The hunter suddenly shouted. Heavenly Emperor, I have urgent matters. Looking forward to seeing you again. The white horse beneath him neighed, and the surrounding soil cracked open as he quickly disappeared into the distance. Yi Chen shook his head, daring to block the undead passage alone, and the undead passage has been established for hundreds of years since the construction of the Huiwei imperial capital. Surely many powerful undead creatures were left here from hundreds of years ago, but I didn't see any. That batch of undead was probably killed by him, and even the undead civilization didn't notice. This old sly fox probably still has hidden strength. He displayed level 200. But who knows if he used bluff to weaken his panel. Looking forward to seeing him again. After all, he's a treasure-giving old rascal. As for liking to hide strength, perhaps he has his reasons for doing so. Yi Chen, although he doesn't like hiding, wouldn't meddle in others' affairs. 0. Yi Chen looked at the 0 on him. It was the death energy monsters attacking him, and since they couldn't break his defense, he had been ignoring them. The death energy monsters, aside from their special abilities, really weren't worth mentioning. Boom. Swiftly killing, he obtained disaster energy. His subordinates had also been killing outside. This battle lasted for 3 hours, and Yi Chen even logged off to eat. The death energy monsters were finally cleared. But what gave him a headache was 992,7726 pieces of disaster energy, just a little more, and I could obtain the holy skill. Damn, stuck here. Yi Chen was not someone who would give up halfway. After thinking, he could only go to the undead civilization. But the undead passage only allowed undead to enter. He couldn't go in at all, and as the death energy monsters were cleared, the passage was rapidly shrinking. Purchase random entry into a high-level civilization. Then use it on opportunity to foresee the civilization you are in. Foresee the time to enter the undead civilization, and that would work. Yi Chen felt a bit pained, but after thinking, the undead civilization was indeed a high-level civilization, and there should be plenty of good things. His investment could be recovered from there. Before that, I'll first take on the third job transfer quest. His thoughts were clear, preparing to step out of the undead passage. He then noticed that there was no longer an undead passage, and he directly returned to the Huiwei imperial capital, which was originally shrouded in eerie black energy, as if trapped in an eternal curse. But now, it was clear and bright. Ding! Congratulations, curse removal in progress. Huiwei imperial capital facilities restoring to normal, progress 1%, 10%. He waited expectantly. Ding! You have received a friend message. A sudden notification sound caught Yi Chen's attention, and since he had some free time, he opened it to take a look. Dragon Team Zhangyang, Heavenly Emperor, you're not busy right now, are you? Could you help us with a task? Completing. This task will unlock the city building order and reveal a quest, and we can give you information about a legendary dungeon. Additionally, this task also has great rewards. Legendary dungeon? Yi Chen became interested. Not busy, send me the location. The third job transfer task could be done at any time. His experience points were just sitting there, and he could level up whenever he wanted. But a legendary dungeon was something rare and hard to come by. An unexpected surprise disrupted his plans. Soon, the location was sent over. Great! The Heavenly Emperor is willing to help. Zhang Yang closed the friend channel and excitedly spoke to his companions. The Heavenly Emperor is here. It's definitely going to be fine. Finally, we have a chance to see the big shot. Many people from Dragon Team were in a cave. Logically, such an important task shouldn't be shared with others. But there was no choice. The difficulty of this task had already surpassed what a level 1 main city should have. They had 3 S-level talent players, 2,000 A-level talent players, and a whole bunch of B and C-level players, plus many top players who had previously been killed by the Heavenly Emperor. They were now among the top players in the world. But still, they couldn't complete this task. We can only rely on the Heavenly Emperor. Dragon Laugh murmured, feeling a bit unwilling as an S-level talent player having to seek help from others. It wasn't malice, just a sense of pride deep down. Moreover, he wanted to see the Heavenly Emperor's strength in defeating a level 300 starry boss with his own eyes. The most crucial point: the Heavenly Emperor already has a main city, so he won't compete with us for this task. We can give him all the other rewards. Ding dong. World announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player, Heavenly Emperor, for acquiring a city unit, Radiant Moon Imperial Capital, becoming the Lord of the Imperial Capital, and receiving a server-wide reputation of 10,000 points. Suddenly, an announcement echoed throughout the entire Blue Star. Ha! The Heavenly Emperor, isn't he the Lord of a level 1 main city? How did he obtain the Imperial Capital? Players now knew through NPCs that main cities were divided into levels 1 to 9, and above level 9 was the Imperial Capital, the capital of an empire. And now, other players hadn't even encountered a level 2 main city, let alone a level 1 main city. The Heavenly Emperor already had an Imperial Capital. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit, gaining 100 million server-wide reputation. Yi Chen opened the server-wide reputation shop. 1 level 60 Diamond Soldier, 100,000 server-wide reputation, Skill Effect Disappearance Scroll, 1 million server-wide reputation, Skill Fusion Scroll, 10 million server-wide reputation. There were many good items. For example, the Skill Disappearance Scroll could make a skill effect that is not higher than a forbidden spell disappear, which would be interesting in battles against enemies. The Skill Fusion Scroll could merge 2 skills, but since Yi Chen had the Annihilator, he didn't need it. He didn't buy anything. For now. If there's ever a need, I can buy it anytime, it doesn't matter. The main reason was that he had his eye on something. Bloodlock buff 1 hour, 10 billion. Server-wide reputation. It could lock health for 1 hour. No matter how much damage the enemy dealt to Yi Chen, his health wouldn't drop a bit, and after a critical hit, it would definitely be even more powerful. He would save up for this. As for the others, Yi Chen could obtain them himself, so there was no need to spend reputation points. For example, there was no need to buy high-level soldiers. Whoosh! In the Radiant Moon Imperial Capital, a large seal flew out, inscribed with the words Radiant Moon, which was the Radiant Moon Imperial Seal. Yi Chen was its sole master, allowing him to mobilize all the forces within the Radiant Moon Imperial Capital. He could also place soldiers into the Imperial Seal and take them out for battles at any time, and so on. However, the Empire of Huinyu is currently powerless. It only has some facilities. Ding! You have activated the Bloodthirsty Great Formation with a defense of 100 million. It can be activated by absorbing 10,000 health points. Enemies entering the formation will suffer an attack of 10,000 damage per second, covering an area of 100,000 square meters. The formation requires energy to maintain. Current energy, 0. Without energy, it cannot attack. But the 100 million defense is inherent and does not require energy to maintain. Even if Yi Chen encounters an enemy he cannot defeat, returning to the Empire of Huinyu will provide him with safety. There are also barracks, mage towers, assassin halls, priest guilds, and arrow towers, which serve as training and enhancement facilities. Soldiers enter the corresponding facilities according to their professions, gaining a 50% boost to all attributes during combat. This will be very useful during city defense. It is also beneficial in daily life. System prompt: spending 1 gold coin allows 1 warrior NPC to level up in the barracks and 1 archer soldier to level up in the arrow tower. The specific time depends on the soldier's rank and original level. Soldier levels cannot exceed yours. This is a capability unique to the Imperial Capital. The cost is not high, and Yi Chen has plenty of gold coins. In fact, he has more than he can spend. Gold coins are of no use to me for now, so let's level up the soldiers. Yi Chen waved his hand and said, "Everyone, enter your respective facilities. As you command, Emperor." All soldiers entered training, and by the time they come out, they will likely be dozens of levels higher. At that time, they will be able to assist Yi Chen. With so many cosmic civilizations, Yi Chen cannot defeat them all one by one. For some he has already fought, he has lost interest and can send soldiers to obtain good items for him instead. Huinyu Teleportation Array. Description: a super teleportation array of the Imperial Capital, capable of teleporting to locations recorded in the Empire of Huinyu. Remaining teleportation times 27,863. Note: providing energy increases the number of uses the Empire of Huinyu has ultimately fallen, and there is no energy left, but nearly 30,000 teleportations are enough, and being at the Imperial capital level means there are many places to teleport. 2. Yi-Chen looked around. Most cities in the Dragon Kingdom can be directly teleported to. The teleportation array in Tianqing City does not have this capability. The members of the Dragon Corps are in Yunhai City. Ding! You are level 80, exceeding the level cap of a level 1 main city. According to the Supreme God's War contract, you cannot teleport to Yunhai City. Activate the void. All formations can be crossed. After all, it is just a contract from the Supreme God, not the true power of the Supreme God. Yi-Chen ignored the contract and stepped into Yunhai City. Buzz buzz buzz. The teleportation array in Yunhai City trembled violently, and nearby, players from the Dragon Corps were already waiting. Here he comes, the Heavenly Emperor is coming. The number 1 player in the Dragon Kingdom. No, the number 1 player in Blue Star. People were very excited, and as that figure, which attracted everyone's attention, stepped out of the teleportation array, the emotions reached a climax. A group of players looked at the Heavenly Emperor's appearance with excitement, as if they were seeing their idol. Heavenly Emperor, I finally get to see you. Seeing is believing. Amidst the players' cheers, Yi-Chen also looked at them. Dragon Corps Zhangyang, Dragon Corps Huffing, Dragon Corps Longxiao, Tutu, and so on. Level 26? He mainly focused on Longxiao, who was already level 26. Longjun and Longyan were at level 25. There were no level 24 players left, but the others were all above level 20. He opened the world leaderboard. N01, Heavenly Emperor, level 80, Dragon Kingdom N02, XXX, level 26, XXN03, XXX, level 25, XX. He was far ahead, with the second place at level 26, and the last 8 all at levels 25 or 24, such as the 8th place, Shinju, who was level 24. Surprisingly, there were 3 members of the Dragon Corps on the leaderboard. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, counting Yi-Chen, there are only 4 people. However, the members of the Dragon Corps have hidden their nicknames in countries. Not bad, Yi-Chen nodded. He had already guessed that. The Dragon Corps consisted of military personnel from the Dragon Kingdom, and the reason for hiding their nicknames in countries was probably to avoid drawing attention. After all, Sky involves too many things. With 3 military personnel from the Dragon Kingdom on the leaderboard, they could easily attract hostility from around the world. Yi-Chen alone was not worried. He did not fear hostility. But for the Dragon Kingdom, their thoughts and considerations must be comprehensive, as behind the military are the billions of people they protect. I must thank you for killing the world's top players. That's why so many of us made the leaderboard, but it's really nothing impressive. Long Xiao extended his hand and said seriously, Major General Guing Yun from the Northern Military Department of the Dragon Kingdom, Colonel Lu Fong from the Northern Military Department of the Dragon Kingdom. Long Jun also walked over. Lieutenant Colonel Yang Yun from the Northern Military Department of the Dragon Kingdom. Long Yan scratched his head, looking a bit simple-minded as he said, I was promoted to Lieutenant Colonel because I obtained an S-level talent from the Northern Military Department of the Dragon Kingdom. The others began to introduce themselves one by one. Goodness, they were actually a group of real-life big shots. Yi-Chen had thought the Dragon Corps was impressive, but he didn't expect them to be this formidable. The Northern Military Department represents the imperial city of the Dragon Kingdom. It was likely that there were more players from the Northern Military Department in the Dragon Corps, the Southern Military Department and Eastern Military Department. There should be people from those as well, and the ones present were just a small portion of the elite. So, there should be more than 4 people from the Dragon Kingdom on the leaderboard. There were still 5 hidden nicknames on the list, which should also belong to the Dragon Corps, as there were opportunities to obtain S-level talents from the 10,000 ecological pods, and given the strength of the Dragon Kingdom and the real world, they should have acquired quite a few ecological pods. Only one Shinju is from the United States, and as for Tian Zhao and others, they had been tricked by Yi-Chen and had lost levels. They hadn't climbed back up yet. Those who had been tricked should have a chance to catch up later. But now, with 9 people from the Dragon Kingdom on the leaderboard, Yi-Chen, as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, felt a bit proud. And Long Xiao, Long Jun, and Long Yan should all have S-level talents. We trust you, so we are being honest, Long Xiao murmured. Moreover, I think with your intelligence, you should have already guessed who we are. The Heavenly Emperor had tricked players from all over the world. They were quite perceptive. All right. Yi-Chen nodded. I, the Heavenly Emperor, am just an ordinary person. The members of the Dragon Corps. A grand display of humility. Just you, ordinary? Yi-Chen didn't say much. Without Sky, he truly was an ordinary person. He said lightly, let's talk about the mission. The mission is a chain, and we are only missing the last link, which is to kill the monsters. The monsters are located in the wilderness of Cloud Sea City, in a dungeon. There is a limit of 10,000 people allowed to enter, so the Dragon Corps mobilized 10,000 people to enter Cloud Sea City. They thought it would be resolved easily. After all, Long Xiao was second on the level leaderboard, and Long Jun and Long Yan were 5th. and 7th. As for the 4th and 6th, they were also from the Dragon Corps, but from the Southern Military Department and Western Military Department, respectively. They had other tasks to attend to. Moreover, if Long Xiao and the others couldn't solve it, having more people of the same level wouldn't help. This force was already quite strong. Who would have thought they still couldn't get through? The boss there can spawn many small monsters. There are just too many monsters. They looked at Yi Chen with anticipation. Bringing the number 1 player from Blue Star over should be no problem, right? However, because they had failed once, they were very cautious. Based on their failure experience, they made an analysis. The most critical issue is that we lack blue potions. If we don't kill the boss, it will keep spawning small monsters, but the boss is hard to take down quickly, so we need to prepare more blue potions. They were running low on blue potions. They immediately planned to go buy some. No need. Yi Chen shook his head and stepped forward. Tell me the location, I'm in a hurry. He still needed to quickly take on the job quest. Big guy, you can't. The boss there is very strong, we've experienced it. We need to prepare more. The members of the dragon team all tried to stop him. After all, 3 players from the leaderboard had failed. How could they not prepare? Do you trust me? Yi Chen didn't look back, only a single sentence echoed. We trust you. The dragon team members exchanged glances, then nodded firmly. Let's go. Long Xiao led the way. It's a good chance to see the strength of the Heavenly Emperor firsthand, and even if he doesn't make it, we can try again. After all, he was the Heavenly Emperor, undoubtedly full of confidence. Just like before, he had gone in with full confidence, only to find he couldn't pass. He knew it was impossible to persuade him. As for passing on the first try, that would be even better, but it seemed utterly impossible, too far-fetched. Leonor, are you going? Long Xiao looked at Tuesday. The dungeon limits entry to 10,000 people, so I won't go. I'll leave the spot for the Heavenly Emperor. Tutu shook her head, no longer wanting to witness the Heavenly Emperor's power firsthand. That kind of strength was shocking and mesmerizing, but it also made one feel an involuntary sense of inferiority. She didn't want to feel that kind of humility again. Bro, you'll understand once you see it. The Heavenly Emperor will definitely pass, and you might even feel a sense of inferiority too. Long Xiao. Goodness, he had already admitted the Heavenly Emperor's strength. He truly couldn't compare. But could you not hit your brother like that? Your brother is also the second in the world. He glanced at Zheng Yang and Hefeng, who had also seen the Heavenly Emperor in action. Their faces filled with admiration. Just now, they were the ones who first said they believed the Heavenly Emperor could pass. He wasn't jealous. He just felt that the gap with the Heavenly Emperor couldn't be that big, right? Fine, let's go take a look. Heavenly Emperor, all the rewards this time are yours. We just want to tag along for the clear. On the way, players chatted with Yi Chen. Dark Cave. They arrived at the task dungeon. Half an hour later, with difficulty options like easy, hard, nightmare. Our task is to clear it on nightmare difficulty, Long Xiao murmured. It's precisely because it's too difficult that we couldn't pass, and leaving the dungeon voluntarily cleared all contributions. This time, we'll handle the small monsters, and you handle the boss. That should be fine. Who knew? Yi Chen shook his head. Actually, I feel like I can get through it alone, but if you want to come and watch, that's fine too. Saying this, he had already stepped into the dungeon. I can get through it alone. Only this one sentence echoed in people's hearts. Oh my. How reckless can this person be? Quick, go help him. Long Xiao panicked. The monsters in the dungeon were strong, and the Heavenly Emperor was ultimately too impulsive alone. Ding! You have entered Nightmare Dark Cave. After clearing the dungeon, rewards will be calculated based on participation. Before him was a dark cave filled with a decaying smell, a strong stench wafting in as a group of monsters surged forward. Corrupted Earthworm, Silver, Level, 25 Magic Attack, 1838 Defense, 1482 Health, 1592 Skills, Corrosive Soil, Slowing Slime. Description: must be killed quickly, or you'll find them troublesome. Is this it? Yi Chen scoffed. Thud thud thud. The corrupted earthworms spewed out a lot of slime and foul earth, making Yi Chen feel a bit nauseous. He couldn't be bothered to engage with them and waved his hand directly. Knight, come out and play. Roar. The skeleton general roared out, raising his hand to unleash 100,000 skeleton soldiers. Swish, swish, swish. The skeleton soldiers all wielded bone knives, which could be thrown to deal 100% physical damage and then return to their hands. The attacks weren't particularly strong, but their attributes were high enough. 1,583. 1,590. Blood rose in the air as the bone knives returned to the skeleton soldiers' hands. Meanwhile, the corrupted earthworms had been completely wiped out. Ding! You have killed 12,249 corrupted earthworms, earning 455 pieces of silver equipment, 23 silver coins. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can obtain 4,550,000 pieces of silver equipment or 455 pieces of platinum equipment, 230,000 silver coins or 2,300 gold coins. Come help the great emperor. At that moment, the dragon team entered the dungeon. Already prepared for battle, the warriors raised their swords, the mages began casting spells, and the priests were ready to heal. But the scene before them left them stunned. Damn! Less than a second, and they were all wiped out? They had previously defeated the corrupted earthworms, but the skill, corrupted soil, dealt 1% health damage per second, and slowing slime caused control effects. So they had been cautious, using priests to heal and tanks to shield the front. 3S rank talent players combined with thousands of players took half an hour to succeed. And the Great Emperor? Not even a second? No, he didn't even make a move. It's those skeletons. Holy crap, they couldn't see the attributes of these skeletons at all. Basic detection could only reveal units up to 20 levels below themselves. I can't see through them either. Long Xiaoxiao was trembling. That meant they were at least level 46. 100,000 skeleton monsters, all at that level. I can't even compare to a single minion of the Great Emperor. He was the second best player in the world. And this was just a skeleton soldier. He could see that there was a commander among the skeletons, undoubtedly even stronger, yet still just a subordinate of the Great Emperor. He suddenly understood what Rabbit meant when she said he would feel humble before the Great Emperor. But we can't see the level of that boss either, and it can summon many minions. Someone said. Yi Chen stowed away the dropped equipment and continued forward. What followed was a visual feast. Level 30 gold monsters. Level 35 platinum monsters. All were instantly killed by the skeleton soldiers, with no chance to see Yi Chen make a move. Yi Chen dropped a lot of equipment, but upon looking, none were suitable for him. He had previously dropped a bunch of gear in the Necromancer's Passage, but it was all for mages and archers. We came here to see the Great Emperor in action. Long Xiaoxiao and the others bitterly smiled inside. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? The monsters that had caused them trouble before were all wiped out by the Great Emperor's subordinates. However, the next part will be different. The level 30 gold monsters and level 35 platinum monsters, under the leadership of the 3S rank talents, managed to get through, but when they encountered the boss ahead, they were all instantly killed. That boss still instilled fear in them. Great Emperor, be careful. As they warned, chaotic sounds of movement echoed around them. The dungeon cave was large, filled with spider webs, and spiders crawled out, guarding a massive spider king in the center. The moment they saw Yi Chen, they all rushed over. Dark Spider, Platinum, level, 90 magic attack, 7387 defense, 4826 health, 5836 skills, Chain Web, Rapid Strike. Description, likes to ensnare enemies and devour them bit by bit. No wonder the players were being wiped out. They were all level 90 platinum monsters, and a single basic attack was enough to kill the players. And there were so many of them. Swish, 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 the spiders spat out webs everywhere, making it nearly impossible to dodge. Be careful. Long Xiao and the others were very anxious. They had previously been controlled by this move and then slowly devoured by the spider. But Yi Chen merely smiled faintly. Ding! In battle, enemy plus 18,736, physical attack plus 18,736%. There were many enemies and there was no way to dodge the spider web, but his attack at this moment was enough to kill any enemy in an instant. Block the spider web for the Heavenly Emperor. The members of the Dragon Corps stepped forward to block the skill, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. They were willing to do so. They believed in the Heavenly Emperor's abilities. But with so many control skills, could the Heavenly Emperor really dodge them all alone? No need, just watch. To their surprise, the Heavenly Emperor's calm voice rang out, and his figure suddenly vanished. In a flash of lightning, when he reappeared, Yi Chen had already crossed countless small monsters and stood before the boss. Was he really going to confront the boss head-on? Was this person so confident? If the small monsters were this strong, wouldn't the boss be even stronger? Dark Spider King, Diamond Boss, level, 90 magic attack, 10836 defense, 9276 health, 9237 skills, Dark Magic Wave, spawning, Sticky Spider Web. Description, a monster that can spawn. If you don't kill it first, young man, you will find it troublesome. They were not mistaken, the boss was indeed terrifying. A level 90 diamond boss completely surpassed the limits of a level 1 main city, and the quest they received was something players could not complete. Moreover, this boss could spawn. The previous small monsters were all spawned by it and were still being produced, making it impossible for players to rely on sheer numbers to crush it. Because this dungeon limited entry to 10,000 people, yet the monsters exceeded 10,000. The only way was for someone to crush through. Finally, we can see him make a move. People were also looking forward to it. They sought the Heavenly Emperor's help because they believed that if anyone had this strength, it could only be the Heavenly Emperor. To see the Heavenly Emperor in action with their own eyes was worth dying for. Hiss! But a bloody wind swept through as the Spider King unleashed a gale from its mouth. Dark Magic Wave. After dealing damage, it continued to inflict 10% damage per second for 20 seconds. This strike was enough to kill all the players in the Dragon Corps, and their faces turned pale. But what amazed them was that the dark wind struck the Heavenly Emperor, and a series of zero appeared. Hiss! No damage? Just how high was the Heavenly Emperor's defense? They were stunned. The Heavenly Emperor repeatedly refreshed their understanding, and they were convinced he would definitely win. Their hearts raced with excitement as they stared unblinkingly at the Heavenly Emperor's back. The only unknown now was how the Heavenly Emperor would strike. What kind of magnificent skill would it be? Is that it? The Heavenly Emperor shook his head lightly and suddenly swung out his right hand. Slap! With a single slap, he sent the Dark Spider King flying. 9,237. A terrifying red damage number appeared, and the Dark Spider King's body shattered, along with the worldview of the Dragon Core players. A single slap? We can't see this boss's attributes, but with defense and health, it must have at least around 20,000, right? He killed it with one slap? There were no flashy skills, just a simple push. But it was the most violent form of combat art because it represented a hammer of attack power. A slap, wasn't that just a basic attack? Over 10,000 players gaped, momentarily at a loss for words, their hearts churning, especially Long Xiao, Long Jun, and the others, who were players on the level leaderboard. They knew the Heavenly Emperor was strong, but they never expected him to be this monstrous. He could kill their boss, killed by a basic attack from the Heavenly Emperor. Is this still a human? Boom! A terrifying sea of fire descended, and the demons of hell emerged, with thousands of demonic vines dancing wildly, a water dragon swimming freely among them, all charging towards the small monsters, while the spider webs were directly burned to ashes by the flames. A chaotic dance of demons. Countless monsters were instantly obliterated. Oh my god! What kind of terrifying skill is this? The players were numb, staring blankly at the Heavenly Emperor, feeling that they were on completely different levels. Even the 3 S-class talent players felt a sense of humility. In an instant, all the monsters were killed. Ding! Battle summary: gain 4.12 million experience points, 822 platinum items, lucky gem, diamond, *1, 689 silver coins. 10,000 times critical hit, can gain 4.12 billion experience points, 8.22 million platinum items or 822 legendary items. Diamond chest, *10,000 war. Epic chest, *1, 6.89 million silver coins or 68,900 gold coins. Yi Chen was filled with rewards. Adding to what he had before, he had already accumulated many good pieces of equipment. He could have a whole bunch of legendary items. However, he looked around and found that they were all mage and assassin types, not a single warrior item in sight, which was quite frustrating. My luck lately seems to be not so good? Yi Chen thought he could drop the word seems. Damn, bad luck. He immediately checked another item. Lucky gem, diamond, effect, choose 1 hour freely each day. During this time your luck plus 10. Description, can be used by placing it in the backpack. Yi Chen was first taken aback, then delighted. Just as he said his luck was bad, it turned around? Luck relates to drop rates and the possibility of obtaining good items. For example, if Yi Chen were a warrior and had high luck, he would be more likely to drop warrior-related items. In Se-Chong, players start with a luck value of 0. This is also the reason for the low drop rates in Se-Chong. Adding 10 points means a 10% increase in drop rate. Don't underestimate 10%, each time it adds up. How many more items would he get? Unfortunately, it can only be used for 1 hour a day. Yi Chen frowned, looking at the effects after the critical hit. Lucky gem, epic, effect, your luck is always plus 30. Description, can be used by placing it in the backpack. Wow, this is great. A moment of luck is refreshing, but continuous luck is even better. Yi Chen didn't hesitate. He was currently facing away from the dragon team, and wasn't worried about the players seeing the secret of the critical hit. He immediately chose the quality critical hit and placed the gem in his backpack. Ding, your luck plus 30. Very nice. Yi Chen already felt that this trip was worthwhile. Ding. Congratulations, you have achieved the first kill of the 90 level Diamond Boss, Dark Spider King, gaining 1 point of legendary status, 1,500 server-wide reputation points, and will trigger a world announcement. Do you want to hide your nickname? Old rules. Ding dong. World announcement. Congratulations to player, Heavenly Emperor, for the first kill of the 90 level Diamond Boss. Yi Chen gained 10,000 legendary status and 15 million server-wide reputation points. Players around the world were already numb. The Heavenly Emperor had previously achieved the first kill of a 300 level starry boss. This person seemed invincible from the start. Killing a 90 level diamond boss was very ordinary for him, but difficult for others. They were just curious, how did he kill it? How did he become so powerful? Only the dragon team members knew it was done with a single slap. I once thought about how powerful the Heavenly Emperor was, but I never imagined that a simple attack could kill a boss. Long Xiao stepped out of the shock. I'm completely convinced. He had previously wanted to fight the Heavenly Emperor, but now, how could he even think of challenging him? Other players felt the same way. The Heavenly Emperor had already extinguished any thoughts of challenge. Asking him for help was truly the right choice. They also began to look forward to it. The dungeon had finally cleared, and they could complete the quest. Everyone left the dungeon, and in the next moment, a notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations! You have cleared the Nightmare Dark Cave dungeon. Rewards are being calculated based on participation, and your participation level is 0. As expected, it was all 0. They had wanted to contribute something in the dungeon, but unfortunately they had no opportunity to do so at all. Ding! Your participation level is 100% and you have received the highest reward, Exhausted Supplies, buff, *1. 10,000 times the reward you can receive. 10,000 or, Burning the Boats, buff, *1. This was the first time Yi Chen had received a buff and he curiously checked it out. Exhausted Supplies buff effect converts all your experience points into attack power. 100 million experience points will deal 100 points of attack, no cooldown. Description, can be used at any time after obtaining. This effect is quite ridiculous, it seems like a loss. Burning the Boats buff effect converts any experience points into attack power. 100 million experience points will deal 10,000 points of attack, no cooldown. Description, can be used at any time after obtaining. This is different. It's not mandatory to use all of it, you can choose any amount of experience points. Yi Chen had a lot of experience points, more than he could spend. 100 million is 10,000 attack. I currently have 10.23 billion, which means 1,023,000 attack. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled, this was quite terrifying. Moreover, with the buff available, he could choose whether or not to consume experience points, but at least he now had a powerful trump card. In endless battle, sometimes there wouldn't be many enemies and the attack wouldn't be strong, but now there was an added layer of assurance. Ding! You have chosen Burning the Boats buff, which can be used at any time. Lord Heavenly Emperor, we are going to turn in the quest now. We previously encountered an NPC who was heading to the secondary main city, and he informed us about the legendary dungeon. In secondary main city, Flying City, a legendary dungeon has opened. It's said to be related to equipment, and it might be very useful there, so we won't be buying equipment from you this time. Another good piece of news. Flying City was exactly the place Yi Chen was planning to go. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Yi Chen left directly. Returning to the Huaiyue Imperial capital, he took out all the equipment from the warehouse, all of which he couldn't use. Since that dungeon was related to equipment, he made thorough preparations. From previous experiences, he knew that whatever dungeon it was, it could potentially grant powers related to it. This time, it might be powers related to equipment. He activated the teleportation array. Ding! You have arrived at Flying City. Yi Chen found himself in an unfamiliar city, significantly larger than Tianqing City. But it couldn't compare to Huaiyue Imperial capital. There were no players here. Apart from him, no one else had the qualifications to enter. So it's a Lord Emperor. There were quite a few NPCs, all above level 50, and when they saw his nickname prefix, Huaiyue, Lord Emperor, they were all stunned. Someone immediately went to notify the Lord of Flying City. Soon, the Lord arrived. Your Excellency, the Lord Emperor, what brings you here? The attitude was very respectful. The level 90 Lord was even higher than Yi Chen's level, but he was just a Lord, while Yi Chen was an Emperor. An Emperor, incredibly esteemed. Even though Yi Chen was merely an Emperor in name without a powerful city under his command yet, ordinary NPCs wouldn't dare to provoke him easily. It must be said that the elevation of status brought convenience. Hello, I'm looking for someone named Bai Ming, Yi Chen said. Soon, Bai Ming arrived. Previously level 50, he was now level 60. It must be said that the destroyer leveled up quickly, but in front of Yi Chen, he couldn't feel proud at all. Why, you're level 80. How strange. Bai Ming was utterly perplexed. Goodness, how long has it been, and I've already completed the job task to level up? And why is the limit for the Heavenly Emperor's job tasks different from that of ordinary destroyers? You must be here to receive the third job transfer task, but unfortunately, the person who can give you the task has gone to the legendary dungeon, Forging. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was delighted. Wasn't he just wanting to go to the legendary dungeon? He asked Bai Ming for the location and set off immediately. Everyone is heading to the legendary dungeon. The city lord and Bai Ming watched his departing figure, murmuring to themselves. There were too many people coming for this dungeon opening. Even high-level main city forces were willing to spend a great deal to come here. The entire Flying Sky City couldn't afford to offend those people. Who knows if the Heavenly Emperor would fare well there? Yi Chen arrived at the dungeon, and before him stood a palace, with difficulty options displayed on the gate. Legendary Dungeon, Forging, Description 1 consumes legendary points to enter Description 2. In the Forging Dungeon, monsters can devour equipment to gain attribute enhancements. Devour equipment for enhancements? Yi Chen's eyes lit up. The rewards for clearing and the monster's abilities were interconnected. He was looking forward to it. I should encounter others. He chose the nightmare difficulty. Players wouldn't be able to meet, but NPCs could also gain legendary points, and those who could accumulate 500 legendary points were not simple characters. Ding, you have entered the first layer. In the Forging dungeon, each entrant will encounter an equal number of monsters, and previously enhanced monsters will retain their enhanced strength after respawning. This means that if others have previously passed this layer and allowed the monsters to devour equipment for enhancements, the ones he encounters will be stronger. But he didn't care at all. Bring it on! Roar! Monsters were already charging at him. Giant stone monster, whiteboard, level 60 attack, 5387 defense, 4826 health, 6836 skills, summon giant stones, stone throw. Stone armor description: has devoured some equipment and gained enhancements. It was actually a level 60 monster, although it was whiteboard level. Its attributes were quite decent, especially since it had devoured equipment, and this was just the first layer. Boom! The giant stone monsters summon giant stones, all of which were hurled at Yi Chen. Ding! Enemy plus 2753, physical attack plus 2753%. 27 times attack power. Yi Chen felt that the enemies were nothing but weaklings. Lightning flashed in an instant. He teleported to dodge the attack. The giant stone monsters weren't very agile, and before they could launch a second wave of attacks, behind Yi Chen, the hell demon and thousands of magic vines appeared, and a water dragon surged forth. A dance of demons. Flames descended, and magic vines entwined, obliterating everything. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 2753 level 60 whiteboard giant stone monsters. Earning, equipment stone, whiteboard level 60, asterisk 173, silver coins asterisk 23. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can obtain, equipment stone, whiteboard level 60, asterisk 1730000 or, equipment stone, golden level 60, asterisk 519. The drop rate was good, the lucky gem was working. Moreover, Yi Chen discovered that a whiteboard grade's 10,000-fold critical hit was equivalent to 3 golden grade items. He had previously thought it was 2, exceeding his expectations. Equipment stone, whiteboard level 60, description, has the value of black iron level 60 equipment but lacks equipment abilities. What does this mean? Yi Chen was a bit confused. Wait, monsters. Here devour equipment to gain power. His eyes suddenly brightened. This item is perfect for them to devour. Although it lacked equipment abilities. But the whiteboard level 60 equipment stone had the value of black iron level 60 equipment, which was even better than devouring whiteboard level 60 equipment. Equipment stone, golden level 60, description, has the value of platinum level 60 equipment but lacks equipment abilities. Just as he thought, the value exceeded that of equipment 1 grade lower. Ding, you have selected equipment stone gold level 60, asterisk 519. If I pass this level, I might gain the ability to devour equipment to enhance my strength. These equipment stones are very useful to me. Yi Chen felt that bringing so much equipment was indeed the right choice. He had too much equipment, one person couldn't use it all, and many didn't meet the equipment requirements, making them unusable. Sell them? Yi Chen didn't lack money now. If they could be used to enhance his strength, it would be the best fate for useless equipment. Continue. He walked towards the second level. At the same time, in the 6th level, a group of strong players frowned. They were the ones who had entered the dungeon earlier. This dungeon was special. When later players passed a level, those who came first would receive a prompt, allowing them to decide whether to leave some equipment for the monsters to devour, increasing the difficulty for the newcomers. They noticed when Yi Chen entered the first level. Upon entering the second level, they immediately learned of it again. This was nothing, it had only happened twice. But then, instant clear? He's not weak. Each player encountered the same monsters. The first level had 2,753 level 60 whiteboard monsters. The Sea of Monsters tactic was useless, adding one more person would just add another 2,753 monsters. This person killed so many monsters in an instant. And they were enhanced monsters, but they are still just level 60 whiteboard monsters. At this speed, we can also, another instant clear? They suddenly exclaimed. In just a short moment, Yi Chen had already passed the second level. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit, you have obtained, equipment stone platinum. Level 60, asterisk 193. The second level had 2,973 level 60 black iron monsters. Yi Chen summoned the Earth Barbarian Dragon, which used Earth Spike, clearing the level in an instant. The reason for using a mount was to see if having an extra unit would attract more monsters. The more monsters, the more rewards. Unfortunately, it didn't. The mount belonged to his subordinate and didn't count as a player. This means that the number of equipment stones one can obtain in this dungeon is limited. Fortunately, he had the 10,000 times critical hit, which could yield more. Third level, 3027 level 60 bronze monsters, still cleared in an instant. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit, you have obtained, equipment stone diamond level 60, asterisk 194. Hiss! Another instant clear, and this is the third level. We didn't pass this quickly back then. A group of strong players finally felt something unusual. As the monster levels increased, it became very difficult to kill them so quickly, yet the newcomers' killing speed showed no signs of slowing. Down. This represented a complete crushing. A fierce person had arrived. The next level should not pose a challenge for him either. The dungeon had a total of 8 levels, with the 4th level having level 60 silver monsters, the 5th level having level 60 gold monsters, the 7th level having level 60 diamond monsters. Their levels were not too high and they could easily overpower the monsters. But the monsters here had devoured equipment and gained enhancements. We must quickly enter the 7th level. This person is too fierce, we can't let him catch up. Soon, they entered the 7th level. But at the same time, the 4th and 5th levels were instantly cleared by Yi-Chen. Indeed, this person was incredibly powerful. He wouldn't be able to clear the 6th level in an instant, would he? That was nearly 3,000 level 60 platinum monsters, and after their attributes were enhanced, each one actually had attributes around level 90 platinum. Dark Knight, come out and play. They didn't know that Yi-Chen hadn't even lifted a finger. The legendary boss, Skeleton General, made his move, summoning 100,000 level 80 diamond skeleton soldiers, using a tactic that others couldn't accomplish to clear all the monsters. Ding, 10,000 times critical hit, obtained, equipment stone legendary level 60, * 203, equivalent to an epic item. 7th level, 1,003 strong players. Each of them was holding off 2,977 level 60 diamond monsters. They were all powerful, but the monsters here were no pushovers, making it difficult to kill so many in a short time. A newcomer has passed the 6th level. A voice echoed in the dungeon, and everyone gasped in shock. Their eyes widened, like copper bells. They all came from a level 3 main city, with levels above 100 having paid a price to enter the level 2 main city, while those at higher levels could not come without paying an even greater cost. They looked down on the people from the level 2 main city entirely. Hiss! But this person was strong enough to make them collectively gasp. Yet in the next moment, their eyes lit up. There was only one person on the other side. With so many of them here, it shouldn't be a problem to take him down, right? Moreover, passing this dungeon could likely yield the power to enhance attributes with equipment and equipment stones, but the equipment stones each person could obtain were limited. But they could snatch them. If they killed him, his equipment stones would be theirs. Of course, the main thing was to prevent him from passing the dungeon, otherwise, they would have no chance and no amount of equipment stones would matter. The powerful figures exchanged glances and they all shared the same thought. This person was too fierce, they had to block him together. Only one burly man, frowning deeply, was level 90, the lowest among them, but he didn't want to sink to their level, though he didn't stop them either. He prepared to watch and see. Here he comes. Suddenly, everyone spoke in unison as a figure approached the entrance to the 7th level. Exceptionally handsome, with a cold and domineering demeanor. But, level 80? Only level 80. Goodness, the person they had worried and feared for so long turned out to be just an 80-level weakling. Who among them couldn't easily beat him? Only the burly man furrowed his brow in confusion, thinking, how could he have the aura of destruction? At that moment, those who had wanted to take action suddenly began to whisper, don't make a move. This person isn't strong. He must have used some strange method to kill monsters instantly. He might be specifically countering the monsters in this dungeon. Let's see how he strikes, and we can learn from it. Okay. At this moment, they looked down on Yi-Chen very much. Yi-Chen glanced at them disdainfully and smiled. Roar! With his appearance, a group of monsters had already spawned, and only he could deal with them, others couldn't. Inflict damage, which was a characteristic of this dungeon. Blue Armored Beetle, Diamond, level 60 attack, 15,258 defense, 16,259. Health, 18,366 skills. Bloodthirsty Venom Bite, Hard Shell, Rapid 9 Strikes. Description, Devoured Equipment, Gain Attribute. Enhancement. Swish, swish, swish. The blue armored beetle flapped its wings and charged rapidly at Yi-Chen, its sharp claws creating phantoms. Rapid 9 Strikes could unleash 9 strikes in an instant, while Bloodthirsty Venom Bite inflicted poison damage, causing continuous attacks. Ding! Enemy plus 2,977. Physical attack plus 2,977%. Yi-Chen heard the prompt. The powerful figures were also holding off the blue-armored beetles, only able to use defensive skills to block damage, occasionally drinking potions to recover health. It was quite a struggle. If they weren't all above level 100 and experts in their own right, considered invincible in their respective level 3 main cities, they would find it nearly impossible to withstand so many monsters. They couldn't help but want to see how Yi-Chen would deal with the monsters. Could he still kill them instantly? Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed as the earth. Barbarian Dragon, previously stored in Yi-Chen's mount space, suddenly appeared and unleashed Dragon Might. Ding! Under Dragon Might, enemies are confused for 3 seconds. All the blue-armored beetles fell into chaos, flying erratically in the air, and the just activated, Rapid 9 Strikes, was forced to stop. It's actually a giant dragon, the legendary Dragon's Might. But its level isn't high, and the Dragon's Might effect won't last long. The green beetle will recover quickly. People were shocked. No wonder it could kill monsters in an instant. It turned out that the dragons might control the monsters for a while, allowing for rapid kills, chaos, but what a perverse control skill. However, the green beetle is diamond ranked, so it shouldn't be controlled for too long, and its attributes are very high. Even with Yi-Chen being level 80, it would be difficult to kill the green beetle in one hit, even if it was passively taking damage. Clang! Suddenly, a sharp sound of a sword being drawn rang out. Yi-Chen struck with a sword. Boom! 15 sword energies, each 1,000 meters long, wreaked havoc, and a sea of blood rose among the monster horde. 18,366. All were killed in an instant. But there were many monsters. 15 sword energies were long enough to hit many units, slaughtering a third of the monsters, but unfortunately, many still remained. What was shocking was that the 15 sword energies suddenly split, and 100 sword energies, each 2,000 meters long, appeared. Each sword energy was less powerful than before, but in the face of Yi-Chen's high attack it was still considerable. 18,366. 18,366. The air was filled with blood, and corpses fell to the ground. Thud. Another instant kill. Countless sounds of people swallowing their saliva echoed in the arena, and everyone's hearts trembled. No one expected that he was able to achieve instant kills purely through his attack power. The dragons might merely controlled the enemies, while he possessed an astonishing attack power himself. He was only level 80. Coach, I want to learn his techniques. But how can I learn this? The coach replied, I don't know either. Splash! Many equipment stones fell, radiating a diamond-like glow. People were envious. The value of diamond equipment stones was equivalent to that of starry artifacts. Even in a level 3 main city, starry artifacts were rare. Yi-Chen picked up his loot and placed it in his backpack. Ding! You have obtained equipment stone diamond level 60, *206, 1097 silver coins, 10,000 times critical hit, and obtained equipment stone epic level 60, *206, 1097 gold coins. He immediately checked. Equipment stone epic level 60, description, possesses the value of a level 60 holy artifact but lacks equipping ability. Just as he thought. The value is equivalent to that of a holy artifact, 206 pieces. In other words, I can obtain items worth holy artifacts by getting diamond level equipment stones. Here, Yi-Chen smiled with satisfaction. However, he could no longer obtain more. Ding! You have passed the 7th level. You will automatically enter the 8th level in 5 seconds. He was about to go to the 8th level soon. Moreover, everyone on the 7th level could only kill 2,977 diamond monsters. Yi-Chen couldn't kill the diamond monsters faced by others, so it was impossible to obtain more diamond-level equipment stones. But these people would get equipment stones by killing monsters. He could snatch them. However, Yi-Chen did not directly snatch. They hadn't finished killing yet. He would wait until they dropped all their equipment stones. As for whether this was right or wrong, Yi-Chen wouldn't forget the looks they gave him when he first entered, wanting to trap him. Let them work for him for a while, then they could offer their lives and equipment stones. Ding! You have entered the 8th level. Yi-Chen's figure disappeared. The strong ones finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi-Chen had brought them terrifying pressure. If he had taken action while they were killing monsters, they would have had a hard time defending themselves, and that would have been troublesome. But he actually left? He's just an inexperienced young man. We were just trying to trap him. He actually let us go? Once we free our hands, we will unite to kill him. The 8th level won't be easy. They all agreed that Yi-Chen could never pass the 8th level in an instant, because someone had already gone to the 8th level, but they had yet to pass through. It must be very difficult. They quickly employed various means to swiftly get through the 7th level and confront the Heavenly Emperor again. After all, the Heavenly Emperor was so powerful and remained their greatest threat. Only that sturdy level 90 man, with a glint in his eyes, muttered to himself, why do I feel like the Heavenly Emperor isn't killing them because he wants to fatten them up before slaughtering them? And I'm certain he carries the aura of destruction. That must be someone from his lineage. There were quite a few people from the level 3 main city who had come over. When the Heavenly Emperor fought them later, one person might not gain an advantage, so he had to help him. As for being only level 90, could he take them on? Ha! He was a destroyer, a warrior of the divine legacy. Fighting above his level was as easy as playing a game. At this moment, a roar echoed. In the 8th level, the dwarf Tulu level 200 stood before a forge, continuously throwing in ores and hammering away. It could be seen that there was a broken equipment stone starshine level 60 in the forge. In this stage, no combat was required. If it could turn the broken equipment stone starshine level 60 into a complete one, it could pass. Every dwarf was a born blacksmith, most skilled at repairing equipment, treasures, and so on. When it heard that the legendary dungeon forging had appeared, it immediately decided to rush over. Entering the level 2 main city at level 200 required a huge cost, but it was worth it. It felt that the conditions for passing should be related to forging. It was simply a tailor-made challenge for it. Indeed, it was. It was the first to enter the dungeon and learned that monsters could devour equipment to enhance their strength, which made it even more excited. As a dwarf, it had plenty of equipment. It threw down many pieces of gear for the monsters to consume. It brought trouble to the later arrivals. Sure enough, the second batch of 1,003 strong players entered, and their speed of passing was much slower than its own, allowing it to confidently continue trying to find ways to repair the equipment stone in the 8th level. But, not long ago, one person entered the first level, passed the first level. One person entered the second level, passed the second level. Suddenly, a fierce person arrived. Each time, they entered in an instant and passed through just as quickly. Damn! Hadn't it thrown equipment for the monsters to devour, making them stronger? How could this fierce person pass so quickly? As long as someone enters the 8th level, my repair time will be limited. It looked at the forge, having tried various methods, adding new ores, using dwarf's secret techniques, but all ended in failure. Equipment stones. There were none outside, a specialty of the forging dungeon. It couldn't repair. Give me time, I can find a way. It roared in anger, still full of confidence. But at that moment, ding, one person has arrived at the 8th level, currently the repairers. Time is reduced by half, to 1 hour. Only 1 hour left, this was too tight. It angrily turned around and glared at the newly arrived Yi Chen. It's all your fault. Half the time is now on you. Why did you come to the 8th level? Ha! Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. Looking up at the sky where a huge countdown was displayed, showing 3600s, which was continuously decreasing, it seemed to be the time for this dwarf to pass through? After thinking for a moment, he understood. The time to pass the 8th level was limited. Originally, there should have been 2 hours left. The dwarf had so much time alone, but after he entered, half the time was given to him. How ridiculous! Yi Chen scoffed. He was the cause? Perhaps the monsters in the dungeon becoming stronger was because the dwarf had thrown equipment for them to devour. Ahead of time, was it too much to take half of its time? And the dungeon isn't run by them, so why can't I enter? Yi Chen, with his fiery temper, immediately wanted to slap it twice. Ding! System prompt. In this level, the equipment stone repairer is under the protection of the Supreme God, the God of Forging, and cannot be attacked. God of Forging. Another new Supreme God. Yi Chen will pay a visit to him later. But, first, he has to clear the level. Ding! System prompt. In this level, the previous equipment stone repairer failed and only the next one can continue the repair. Successfully repairing the equipment stone will allow you to pass and receive rewards. Goodness, this is the first time Yi Chen has encountered such a bizarre condition for clearing a level. Moreover, he must wait for the person in front to finish the repair before the next one can continue. Yi Chen received the news a bit late, so he entered the dungeon later and could only wait. He was also pondering internally. He doesn't know how to repair the equipment stone either. This is generally the job of a blacksmith, and he hasn't learned any forging skills at all. Even if he had learned, it might not be useful. Didn't you see how the dwarf Tulu was screaming madly? How do I repair this? I've tried so many methods, and none of them worked. Tulu was almost in despair. His confidence lay in his forging ability, convinced he would definitely pass this level, but reality kept slapping him in the face, shattering his pride and driving him crazy. Moreover, half an hour later, ding! One person has entered the 8th level, currently reducing the repair time for the repairer by half to 15 minutes. The strong players from the 7th level gradually arrived at the 8th level. Each time someone arrived, they would share the clearing time. In the end, above everyone's head appeared a countdown of 1.8s, meaning that anyone wanting to clear the level must do so in less than 2 seconds. At this moment, Tulu was completely in despair, collapsing to the ground in pain. One person clearing failed. The prompt echoed through the dungeon, and the broken equipment stone starry 60 level in front of him disappeared, appearing before Yi Chen. According to the sequence of entering the 8th level, after the dwarf Tulu's failure, the next repairer is you. Would you like to start the repair? Yi Chen hesitated for a moment, agreeing to the repair would consume time. If he doesn't finish the repair within 1.8 seconds, there will be no more chances. But he is a warrior. No way, this level is actually about repairing things? How the hell do you play this? The NPCs who just entered the 8th level were also confused. They were all experts with strong combat abilities, but when it came to repairing items, they weren't as skilled. Some had indeed practiced the secondary profession of blacksmith. They had some skills for repairing treasures. But, is that the dwarf forging master Tulu? A master who can forge even starry equipment. Damn, the one who just failed to clear was actually him. After we entered, we averaged the repair time, which means Tulu had a lot of time to repair before, but still failed. Hiss. The dwarf race, born with a talent for forging. A dwarf forging master took so long and still couldn't succeed. What are they, the half-baked ones? Someone is worse off than us. They looked at the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor is so powerful, he shouldn't have spent energy on practicing the Forging secondary profession, right? Everyone's energy is limited. If he could excel in combat while also mastering forging, that would be truly unbelievable. It must be like that. Look at him, he hasn't nodded at all. People looked over. The Heavenly Emperor was hesitating, completely different from his previous decisiveness. Heavenly Emperor, why don't you hurry up? Since there's no way to pass, you might as well give us the chance sooner. Yeah, admitting you can't do it isn't a bad thing. Starting to act strange, urging the Heavenly Emperor. I can't help but laugh inside. You are powerful. You entered the 8th level early, but what good does that do? You are not a blacksmith. You don't even have the chance to repair. Damn little thief. The dwarf Tulu expressed his dissatisfaction with Yi Chen for being the first to take away his time, but he believed that the Heavenly Emperor would definitely fail to repair it. It took him so long to not fix it. How could an 80-level warrior do it in 1.8 seconds? He looked at the others. He wondered if these people had prepared any strange methods specifically to deal with this dungeon. If someone could successfully repair it, they would receive the rewards of the Supreme God. He would snatch it. In his hand, he had a ability steal scroll. The effect is that after killing a unit, one can steal one ability from that unit, allowing them to take the rewards. He looked at the NPCs present, guessing who was most likely to pass. As for the Heavenly Emperor, no way. He wasn't even a blacksmith. He definitely couldn't pass. All the NPCs shared this thought, looking at each other, on guard, speculating who their biggest competitor was. The Heavenly Emperor was no longer their focus. One person, start repairing. Time is 1.8 seconds. But at that moment, a prompt suddenly echoed through the dungeon. What? The Heavenly Emperor started to repair? That's bound to fail. They were too lazy to even glance at the result, but perhaps because they had been provoked by the Heavenly Emperor before, they still stole a glance. No forging furnace. As expected, not a blacksmith. No forging furnace. What can you repair? This was amusing. The Heavenly Emperor was no longer a novice. He knew nothing at all. They saw the Heavenly Emperor extend his hand and gently tap the broken equipment stone. Just a tap, and he thinks he can fix it? Does he think he has the divine finger? Just a little tap to repair a treasure. That's a power only the Supreme God, the God of forging, possesses, right? TCH, as expected, it won't work, the dwarf Tulu sneered. Boom! But suddenly, a brilliant light rose, and the broken equipment stone, starry level 60, actually shone brightly, the broken crystal visibly repairing itself. What the hell? This. Everyone was stunned. There. Mouths agape, big enough to swallow an egg. Could it be that he really succeeded? That doesn't make sense. He did nothing, just tapped a finger. Some people slapped themselves hard, doubting they were hallucinating, but the pain told them this was real, that gradually perfecting equipment stone was no illusion. The Heavenly Emperor. He really repaired a treasure that even the dwarf master couldn't fix with just a finger. Hiss. And no way. Look, the light of that equipment stone is changing. Boom. The equipment stone was releasing dazzling starlight, representing the starry level. And now, a sky-high blood red light appeared. That blood red was like a bloody chapter, narrating the blood and poetry of historical progress, representing an epic level treasure. Hiss. With one finger, not only did he repair the starry level treasure, he also transformed it into an epic level treasure. What kind of strange ability is this? The dwarf Tulu shouted. Even the Supreme God of Forging doesn't have such powerful strength, right? The God of Forging could definitely enhance treasures, but he couldn't do it with just a finger, right? At least he should impart some energy to let the treasure evolve or enhance, right? How could it be so easy as just tapping a finger? Who is this person? The others also felt their scalps tingle. This mysterious method was too terrifying. Immediately, they all looked at him with greedy eyes. If this method could be snatched away. In the hands of dwarf Tulu, a scroll was already pinched. Ding! When repairing equipment stones, the equipment stone temporarily belongs to you. Once repaired, it truly belongs to you. Not long ago, Yi Chen heard this prompt. He was immediately overjoyed. Temporarily belonging to him also meant it was a reward. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit. Shattered equipment stone starry 60 level *1 can critically hit to become shattered equipment stone starry 60 level *10000 or equipment stone epic 60 level *1. He hadn't expected it. The critical hit privilege could also be used to repair things. He couldn't forge, but he could cheat. Originally at diamond level, it could critically hit to epic level. However, the shattered starry level could also critically hit to epic level. What he did was very simple, just a thought, extending his finger to point, not wanting to be too shocking, making it seem like he did nothing at all. But it was still too shocking. Didn't you see these guys, all stunned? Each one with greedy eyes. After all, a 10,000 times critical hit was too powerful, easily obtaining good things, a force that could change the world. Especially, one person has passed the 8th level, no one else can pass this level. The countdown for everyone reset to 0. No chance left. The only reward had already been taken by Yi Chen. Damn it! They glared with ferocity. The Heavenly Emperor had such a perverse ability and had snatched away the legendary dungeon reward. Then, they could only kill to seize the treasure. TCH. Yi-Chen smiled faintly, the ability of the critical hit privilege displayed before everyone. He had no intention of letting these people go. Thousands of strong players regarded Yi-Chen as their prey. Although the Heavenly Emperor was strong, but he was just one person. Kill him, I can strip him of his ability and then share it with everyone. Dwarf Tulu roared. He was lying. Stripping the Heavenly Emperor of his ability would definitely only benefit himself. But everyone's eyes sparkled. The Heavenly Emperor's ability was too terrifying, able to enhance treasures out of thin air. Who wouldn't want it? Phantom Combo, Demon Moon Slash, Wrath of Thunder. Everyone attacked together, various terrifying skills bombarding Yi-Chen. The lowest level among them was 100, averaging at 150. And they were all experts of the same level. Ordinary players facing them probably wouldn't even have the courage to fight. But Yi-Chen just smiled mockingly. Ding! Enemy plus 1003, physical attack plus 1003%. Added 10 times attack, a total of 11 times. However, besides Yi-Chen, there were a total of 1004 people on the field, which meant there was still one person who hadn't attacked Yi-Chen. Kid, get out of here! A panicked shout rang out, and a sturdy man jumped out. Boom! He raised his hand, releasing a blue shield, wrapping both himself and Yi-Chen within it. A level 90 dares to jump out? I noticed you earlier. It's not easy for a level 90 to mix in here, but your methods are just average. You dare to block us? The strong players looked down on him. Their skills could definitely crush this guy's shield. But then, something shocking happened. The shield remained intact. This was a wave of skills, and the average level of the users was 150, all experts of the same level, with collected skills of relatively high grade, and their attacks were very powerful. It was actually blocked by a small fry shield? TCH. The sturdy man shook his head disdainfully. He was the destroyer. Although his level was low, he had collected many skills, constantly destroying trash skills with destroyer, generating powerful new skills, and they were all max level. The opponents were all experts of the same level? Every destroyer has no problem fighting above their level, and being invincible at the same level is nothing to boast about. He came to this dungeon to protect Flying City, to prevent these high-level main city folks from causing any trouble here. So he had been hiding his strength, observing their intentions. But now, he had to step up. The Heavenly Emperor, bearing the destroyer class and possessing that ability to enhance treasures, was beyond what could be described as a genius. As a senior among the destroyers, he had to protect the Heavenly Emperor. Hurry up, he said again to the Heavenly Emperor behind him. But what stunned him was, thank you. Yi-Chen patted his shoulder, shaking his head with a smile, but actually, there's no need. By MO level 90, this was the name of the sturdy man he had noticed earlier, but he hadn't mentioned it before, seeing that this guy wanted to hide his strength, and he was happy to go along with it. He was Bai Ming's brother and could give him the third job transfer quest. Yi-Chen was still quite moved that he would stand up to protect him. But was it necessary? When had he ever needed protection? Bai Mo was taken aback. Although his level was just a bit higher than the Heavenly Emperor's, he had accumulated many skills over time. The Heavenly Emperor probably didn't have that many skills, right? Don't worry, just give me the job quest. Yi-Chen's calm voice rang out as he stepped out of the protective shield. Hiss, actively stepping out of the protection circle. This person is so confident. Good kid, you've got guts. Bai Mo laughed heartily. Regardless of the Heavenly Emperor's strength, he really liked this inherent confidence. Ding! Bai Mo has issued the third job transfer quest for the destroyer to you. Do you accept? Accept. Yi-Chen looked at the details. Quest details: kill 100 diamond level, 10-star level quest time, unlimited failure penalty, unable to continue leveling up on the field. There were exactly the enemies that met the requirements. The dwarf Tulu was a star level boss, along with Leishua level 150 star, Sayo level 162 star, and others, as well as a bunch of diamond level ones. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Yi-Chen looked at the enemies. Daring to come to your death, what courage! I'll satisfy you. The masters mocked, launching powerful attacks. Swish! At that moment, Bai Mo once again stood in front of Yi-Chen. I'll block the others for you. I can't let you face so many enemies alone. You need to be careful of that. Dwarf Tulu. Although the Heavenly Emperor insisted, Bai Mo was still afraid he would get hurt. At least let him block some, right? As for Tulu, this level 200 guy, Bai Mo felt he couldn't hold up against him either, so he could only rely on the Heavenly Emperor to withstand it, and also see the Heavenly Emperor's strength. Yi-Chen didn't stop him. The enemies had already attacked him, and still held hostility towards him, even now that Bai Mo was blocking the enemies. Endless battle hadn't been cancelled, still increasing his attack. Boom! Tulu struck first. To ensure a kill on the Heavenly Emperor, it swallowed the dwarven treasure, tripling all attributes for a short time. It raised its massive iron hammer and smashed it down towards Yi-Chen. This strike reached an attack of 102,655. The overwhelming momentum stirred the hearts of the crowd. Perhaps this strike was something the Heavenly Emperor couldn't simply withstand? But what made them feel a chill was clang the iron hammer, capable of shattering mountains and rocks, struck the Heavenly Emperor, producing a series of metallic clashing sounds. 0. No defense broken. The reason was that Yi Chen had equipped the Zombie King set. Ding, set effect activated, resisting fatal blow. Hiss, not even the defense was broken. This was too bizarre. While people were still in shock, they saw the Heavenly Emperor calmly swing a blade. Despairing slash. Charging. For 3 seconds, attack, 700 plus 300% physical attack over 690,000. Why didn't Yi Chen strike first? It was precisely because this strike took 3 seconds to charge. This kid is too strange. Tu Lu was in a panic upon seeing this, taking the Heavenly Emperor very seriously, not daring to underestimate him in the slightest. Dwarf's secret technique Lava Guardian. Thick lava appeared around him, raising his defense to 150,000 and health to 300,000. After all, this secret technique consumes his vitality, making it quite powerful. The Heavenly Emperor's attack was strong, but this time it should be unable to move him. Boom! A strike came down. 302,766. Puff! Tu Lu spat blood and died. Why your attack? How can it be so powerful? Until his death, he couldn't comprehend this matter. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the level 200 starry boss. Dwarf Tunu, earning 890,000 experience points, 1,283 silver coins, ability seizing scroll, *1, equipment stone starry level 60, *201, 10,000 times critical hit, earning 8.9 billion experience points, 1,283 gold coins, ability seizing scroll, *10000 or, ability ascension scroll, *1. Since Yi Chen was also level 80, the level difference wasn't too great, so the experience points weren't that many. But under the critical hit, it was still terrifying. Ding! Congratulations, you have achieved the first kill of level 200. Earning 1 point of legend, 2,000 server-wide reputation points, 10,000 times critical hit, earning 10,000 points of legend, 20 million server-wide reputation points. The pleasant notification rang out, and Yi Chen felt incredibly comfortable placing the rewards into his backpack. He looked towards the remaining enemies. Gulp! At this moment, everyone was swallowing hard, trembling all over. One strike, and Tu Lu was killed instantly? By Mo's eyes widened, he thought the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't have many skills, but he didn't expect that. With just one skill, the Heavenly Emperor had killed Tu Lu. Boom! Behind Yi Chen, the Hell Demon, Magic Vine, and Water Tornado emerged one after another, rushing towards the enemies. At high speed, the demons danced wildly. Damn, such a wide range. And so many summoned creatures? Isn't he just a warrior? The enemies were once again stunned. Warriors basically couldn't obtain summoning skills. They had no idea this was a skill Yi Chen had fused and evolved using Destroyer, but they knew that Yi Chen's attack was terrifying. One strike, and he had killed Tu Lu. Now with such a wide-range skill, wouldn't he wipe them all out? Run! They fled in a hurry. Because they were running away, their hostility towards Yi Chen dissipated, and they didn't dare to confront him anymore. The bonuses from Endless Battle began to cancel. Yi Chen's attack returned to normal, just over 20,000. 10,275. 9,265. This time, the attack landed on the enemies, but it couldn't kill them instantly. Ha! The enemies came back to their senses. This attack wasn't strong at all. But their health wasn't much either, and the Hell Demon was constantly pursuing them, the Sea of Fire following it, continuously dealing damage to them, so they didn't dare to stop. They continued to flee. They were terrified of being killed by Yi Chen. Boom! Yi Chen flew high into the sky, his height and speed allowing him to easily catch up to the enemies, his shoes glowing as he suddenly descended from the air. Meteoric tread. 15,258. With one stomp, he crushed an enemy. This time his attack is indeed not strong. We have a chance. But people also noticed that the Heavenly Emperor's attack really wasn't as powerful as before. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor was landing in the center of their encirclement. Rumbling. They activated countless skills, attacking Yi Chen. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed, the Earth Barbarian dragon emanating a yellowish light, and many earthen walls appeared in front of Yi Chen. The earthen walls were shattered. But successfully, they blocked quite a bit of the attacks for Yi Chen. Lightning flashed in an instant. Yi Chen teleported to evade numerous attacks, then utilized the high mobility of Meteor Step to dodge all remaining skills. Ding! Enemy plus 921, physical attack plus 921%. As the enemy attacked again, his physical attack surged once more. A rain of swords. 15 sword energies appeared, scattering and wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks, instantly killing a third of them, and then the sword energies split into 100, crashing down like a torrential rain, harvesting all life. 13,274. 18,726. A ground covered in blood-red damage values appeared, and all enemies died in an instant. Ding! You have killed 1001 enemies, earning 52,244,000 experience points, 3 stellar equipment, 5 diamond equipment, 8,126 silver coins, equipment stone stellar level 60, 10,000 times critical hit, earning 52,244 billion experience points. So comfortable Yi-Chen temporarily didn't check the equipment. The pleasant notification sound didn't stop. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the third transfer task for the destroyer class. You can upgrade the destroyer to level 80. 10,000 times critical hit can upgrade the destroyer to level 100. Do you want to consume experience points to level up? Yes. Yi-Chen didn't hesitate. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased by 20 levels. You have gained 100 free attribute points. Please allocate. Congratulations, your clone's level has increased by 20 levels, gaining 100. Earth Barbarian Dragon level plus 20, Giant Bear level plus 20. Boom! 40 beams of white light shot up into the sky, half for Yi-Chen and half for his mount. The clone and Giant Bear far away in Star City also lit up with 20 beams of white light each, instantly wiping out so many high-level masters from major cities. Bayemo watched from behind, his eyes filled with disbelief. Such a powerful destroyer, I haven't seen one like this in a long time. Only the legendary few destroyers who have challenged the God of War Trial Tower had such abilities at low levels, right? Those few destroyers are said to have already become gods. Compared to those legendary powerhouses, it seemed that the Heavenly Emperor was currently only lacking in level. Wait, 20 beams of white light. The Heavenly Emperor directly reached level 100. Goodness, just said he was low level, and now his level has surpassed mine. I don't even have the right to say he's low level anymore. Moreover, the third transfer for the destroyer isn't supposed to be at level 80? Can't make sense of it. Meanwhile, players from Blue Star, who had been closely monitoring the world level rankings, suddenly saw the Heavenly Emperor's level rapidly rise by 20 levels, all wearing expressions of disbelief. This person levels up way too easily. The second place player isn't even 30 yet. He just leveled up 20 levels in an instant. He's at level 100. The world's second player, Dragon Laugh, stared blankly at the 100 on the leaderboard. Then he let out a bitter laugh. After parting ways with the Heavenly Emperor, he leveled up 2 levels and was quite happy about it. The other guy jumped straight to 20 levels. Although people had gotten used to the Heavenly Emperor leveling up quickly, they still couldn't help but marvel each time. At this moment, another notification sounded. Ding dong! World announcement. Congratulations to player Heavenly Emperor for clearing the legendary dungeon Forging Nightmare difficulty, earning the highest reward, hidden, for this dungeon. Truly enviable. Damn, another legendary dungeon. The Heavenly Emperor had already cleared 3, and this time, who knows what the reward is? Only Yi-Chen knew. Congratulations, you have cleared the legendary dungeon Forging Nightmare difficulty, evaluation. Super perfect. Reward swallowing equipment attribute boost *1. Do you want to hide your nickname? Do you want to hide the reward? 10,000 times critical hit can obtain swallowing equipment free attribute points *10000 or swallowing equipment quality improvement *1. Swallowing equipment to gain free attribute points. Effect: one-time opportunity, devour equipment or equipment stones depending on their value to gain different free attribute points. Wow, amazing. Yi-Chen has seen quite a few good things, but he couldn't help but feel excited. Useless equipment can now have value. It means he can gain free attribute points without leveling up. There could be 10,000 chances to devour swallowing equipment to gain qualification improvement. Effect: one-time opportunity, devour equipment or equipment stones depending on their value to improve qualifications to different extents. This is even more impressive. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's only a one-time opportunity. After swallowing once, the qualification improvement can continue to take effect. Each level up is a greater enhancement than before. Yi-Chen did not hesitate and chose the latter. Ding ding ding. In a certain cosmic expanse, a rugged giant was swinging a hammer, forging equipment. He raised his hand to summon several stars, releasing blazing flames for forging heat. The sun and moon revolved around him, as if they were merely his servants, and the debris that fell while forging equipment caused the surrounding spacetime to tremble incessantly. Someone has cleared the dungeon. He suddenly stopped. Then he deserves a reward. With a wave of his hand, he released a beam of light into the lower realm. But at that moment, boom! A strange figure suddenly appeared here, still carrying the light he had just bestowed, which was the reward. Supreme God of Forging, was stunned. How did this guy get here? This place belongs solely to him. Even other supreme gods could not easily enter without his permission. What left him even more dumbfounded was that the figure waved a hand, and many beams of light from him automatically surged into that figure. Impudent! What the divine being gives you, you must accept, because this is a blessing. How dare you take what the divine being does not give? He angrily struck out, but the figure suddenly trembled a jade pendant, causing all his attacks to vanish. The figure quickly disappeared. Interesting. God of Forging stared at the spot where the figure had been, slightly dazed, then murmured to himself, "The divine being bestows upon mortals." But that figure just now seemed more noble than a supreme god. It was not about receiving a blessing. Instead, it wanted something from him, and he had to give something in return. Was this a supreme being playing a joke on him? But who could be stronger than a supreme god? Looking forward to our next meeting. I want to see who you are. He had already made up his mind. The next time that figure came, he would give it something good to see if he could befriend it and figure out this guy's identity. Ding! You have obtained swallowing equipment to gain qualification improvement. Yi-Chen smiled with satisfaction, letting the God of Forging create a protective halo which had previously made it difficult to instantly kill the dungeon path. Wasn't it still stolen by him? He had a lot of equipment, much of it useless or unusable, and many had not even crit yet, so he crit all at once. Ding! 10,000 times crit, 625 platinum items crit into 625 legendary items. 10,000 times crit, 355 platinum items. With the quality crit coming up, the qualification improvement gained was significant. The equipment stones, obtained from killing NPCs also crit, and Yi-Chen's quantity of equipment stones was now thousands of times more than before, with the value of sacred equipment stones alone reaching over 200,000 pieces. Use them all. There was no need to swallow them with his mouth. As soon as he thought about it, all the equipment and equipment stones disintegrated in an instant. They transformed into energy that surged into his body, dramatically enhancing his physical potential. Ding! Congratulations, devouring complete. Qualification increased by 3 times. Your attributes are starting to rise. Wow, 3 times qualification. This is really impressive. It should be noted that the hidden profession of the 3 stars, the Destroyer, has already increased his aptitude by 3 times, and this time he consumed some useless equipment, achieving the same effect. In total, his aptitude has been enhanced 6-fold. Considering the original 1-fold, that makes it 7-fold aptitude, and leveling up now yields the original 7-fold effect. Have you seen Yi-Chen's attributes? They have already begun to soar, haven't they? Heavenly Emperor level, 100 physical attack, 33,287 defense, 23,161 health, 17,136 mana, 12,343. His own physical attack has already reached 20,288, with an additional 12,999 points from the Heart of Slaughter, which cannot further increase with the rise in aptitude. But combined, it exceeds 30,000. The boost from the legendary dungeon is immense. There's no helping it, the rewards from the Nightmare level legendary dungeon are too good, and he even crit on the rewards. Therefore, he wants to experience this exhilarating feeling again. He used the ability Reproduction Scroll. Ding! Reproducing foreknowledge of the civilization, 1 chance. Opportunity consumed, foreseeing when he can randomly teleport to the undead civilization. Yi-Chen tore the scroll apart, thinking in his heart. Ding! Foreknowledge successful, in 23 seconds. 1 chance just vanished like that, but he successfully obtained the information he wanted. Yi-Chen felt a bit pained, hoping the harvest from the undead civilization would be worthwhile. There was still some time left, and nothing to do. He looked towards By Mo. What are you looking at me for? Through the desire in the Heavenly Emperor's eyes, he understood that the Heavenly Emperor wanted to obtain another profession quest. This person truly has the heart of a strong warrior, unwilling to stop even a bit, always on the path of becoming stronger. But I no longer have the qualifications to give you a quest. Your level is already higher than mine. In the level 3 main city Glowing City, there are my seniors. I can introduce you to them for your job transfer quest. But that person is unpredictable. I need to go find him. Alright. Yi-Chen nodded. Thank you. No need, this is what I should do. By Mo smiled and opened his mouth, wanting to say something but ultimately decided against it. He felt that the Heavenly Emperor could try the God of War trial tower now. But all of this must first wait until that person is found. Otherwise, saying it now would be useless. Additionally, he was also stimulated. The Heavenly Emperor, a junior, has already surpassed him in level. At level 90, he could already go to the level 3 main city, and he wanted to go on an adventure. By Mo was already on the road. Yi-Chen checked another gain from this dungeon. Ability Seizing Scroll effect. After killing a target, you can seize one of the target's abilities, skills, talents, buffs, etc. But this ability cannot exceed the highest grade of the same type of ability you possess. Impressive. You can even seize talents. This means that if you have a holy skill, you can seize a holy skill. If you have an SSS level talent, you can seize an SSS level talent. Yi-Chen can seize an SSS level talent, but others probably don't have talents of that level. And the things seized do not belong to rewards and cannot crit. It's possible to have 10,000 scrolls seized 10,000 times. That's not bad, he murmured, looking at the effects after the crit. Ability Ascension Scroll effect. After killing a target, you can seize one of the target's abilities, skills, talents, buffs, etc. But this ability cannot exceed the highest grade of the same type of ability you possess. After seizing, the ability grade will increase by 1 level. There's no difference in the front. but the grade automatically increases. Both options are quite good. Yi Chen rarely fell into hesitation. I'll hold onto it for now. I'll crit when I encounter something suitable. Later, he would see whether to focus on the quantity or quality of the crits. The time is almost up. It's time to get down to business. To purchase a random chance to teleport to a high-level civilization, you need to use the Cosmic Prestige Store. The Blue Star civilization is a level 0.72 civilization, and players cannot open the Cosmic Prestige Store here. So, the Dark Demon Gate opened, and Yi Chen stepped inside. Ding! World announcement: Demon World. Demon Civilization. After suffering 2 painful blows from the Heavenly Emperor, the demons were anxious but also very angry. Why should they be bullied? If he comes again, I will personally take action. Some players on the demon level ranking had eyes flashing with cold light. He must pay the price. And what is the reason behind his powerful ability to fight above his level? If it's a treasure. They were mainly curious about the Heavenly Emperor's abilities. If they could seize it. Ding dong. World announcement: Blue Star beings have entered Neoguang City Dark Light Plane, triggering the special event. Blue Star Human Invasion. Players are requested to stop the human invasion, and rewards will be given based on contributions. Suddenly, the world announcement came. It must be the Heavenly Emperor. It can only be him. Many demon players who had long been prepared were immediately ignited with fighting spirit. And Neoguang City was a level 3 main city. High-level demon players had to pay a painful price to enter. No matter, they would pay. Demon ranking 12834, mobilize. 80 players. Of level 300 in our city, mobilize. Surprise! In the Holy City, the 900 level S-class talent player Demon Saint, who has been in seclusion for a long time, rushes to Neoguang City. Demon Saint is going to a level 3 main city. The price will be very painful. I'm afraid this trip will prevent him from becoming a god. He has a bad temper and can't hold it in anymore. The crowd was agitated and the winds were rising. Some players close to becoming gods couldn't help but go. They violated the Supreme God's war contract. And the price they paid was even more terrifying than ordinary players, possibly losing their chance to become gods. But, 1, they were angry and didn't want to be repeatedly beaten by a trash civilization. 2, the Heavenly Emperor might possess a rare treasure. If they could seize it, it might be enough to compensate for their losses. Why is it again? The city of the Bull Demon Empire? Yi Chen murmured on the Dark Light Plane, opening the Cosmic Prestige Store. Ding! You have consumed 100 million Cosmic Prestige points to purchase a random chance to teleport to a high-level civilization. There were only 23 seconds left. He had to leave quickly, but he belonged to the invasion and must be killed by demons or kill demons before he could leave. Heavenly Emperor! The Heavenly Emperor is here! Come quickly! At this moment, the demon players on the Dark Light Plane had already discovered Yi Chen. They shouted and rushed forward. After all, they were also from a level 3 main city, all above level 90, and wouldn't be easily beaten by the Heavenly Emperor, right? Even if they would be bloodily slaughtered. That was fine. They could definitely hold the Heavenly Emperor for a while and get the news to the World Channel. The Heavenly Emperor is at 267, 23, 23. Go! With the accurate location, a group of high-level demon players quickly mobilized. And here with Yi Chen. When he saw the players, he took out the Despair Blade and charged for 3 seconds. Boom! A single attack approached 100,000, instantly killing a demon player. Hiss! The Heavenly Emperor is still so powerful. Didn't expect he could also kill in a level 3 main city. It's okay, higher level players are coming. The demon players on the scene were stunned by Yi Chen's strike. They huddled together, not daring to make a move. They hoped that when the high-level players arrived, they would give the Heavenly Emperor a hard time. But what left them wide-eyed was the figure of the Heavenly Emperor was disappearing. Ding! You have killed a demon player and can leave the demon civilization now. After hearing the prompt, Yi Chen left directly. Where is the Heavenly Emperor? Where is the Heavenly Emperor? I paid the price of permanently reducing my attributes by half, coming here from the level 8 main city just to hang this human's head high in our demon civilization's great hall. With this, we will proclaim that our demon civilization cannot be bullied. A group of experts rushed over. The air was filled with an arrogant and overbearing aura, and they looked around with confidence. Why do I only see our own people? Where is the Heavenly Emperor? The Heavenly Emperor has left. The players from Neoguang City said foolishly. Damn. A group of high-level demons had 1,000 grass mud horses running through their minds. What the hell? Damn it. The 900 level Demon Saint cried out in despair. Damn. It had lost its chance to become a god just to kill the Heavenly Emperor, but the Heavenly Emperor is gone? Who would have thought that the once invincible Heavenly Emperor would leave so quickly? Was he scared? Impossible. The Heavenly Emperor, such an arrogant person, had once stolen treasures in the Neo-Mo Imperial City but encountered the 999 level Neo-Mo Emperor. Although the specifics were not revealed, no one knew that the Heavenly Emperor had severely injured the Neo-Mo Emperor. But the Heavenly Emperor was definitely not afraid of trouble. Who knows? He just left. The Heavenly Emperor came to the demon civilization just to have some fun. Who would believe that in the past? Just ask you. Are you angry? Damn it. I'm so pissed off. The demon saint was so angry it was about to spit blood, opening the universe channel, which is similar to the world channel function but allows for communication across the entire universe. However, it requires players of a high level and a civilization that has reached level 1. This Heavenly Emperor is incredibly cunning. What happened? Tell us. A group of high-level players across the universe immediately asked. After all, the Heavenly Emperor had made several universe announcements, entering their line of sight. The Demon Saint felt that the Heavenly Emperor might use the same method to trick them again. Could it make the Heavenly Emperor happy? It didn't hesitate to expose its own embarrassing story. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, a group of cosmic beings laughed to death. But then their expressions froze. The Heavenly Emperor was so strong, easily killing countless opponents above his level. Apart from high-level players, there should be no one who could deal with him. If he used the same method against his own civilization, they wouldn't be able to act. Fortunately, their civilization had not offended the Heavenly Emperor. Seeing that the Heavenly Emperor had invaded the demon civilization several times, he should be someone who would repay grudges, specifically targeting the demon civilization. Some high-level players in the undead civilization frowned. They had offended the Heavenly Emperor. However, seeing that the Heavenly Emperor had been invading the demon civilization, it should not be their turn for the time being. If the Heavenly Emperor came, should we act? This was really hard to decide, as it could easily lead to trouble. Yi-Chen returned to the Blue Star civilization, taking a deep breath. His eyes strange. Just now, it seemed like he saw many high-level demon players coming. They must have paid a considerable price, right? Hey, this time I purely came to buy something. Was it really necessary to be so nervous? However, if it weren't for the time constraint, he would have liked to stay in the demon civilization for a while. After all, there was only one chance left for the demon gate, which needed demon corpses to replenish, and the giant bear had not yet been upgraded. Let's go to the undead civilization first. There should also be quite a few experts in the undead civilization. I wonder if they will take action. Yi-Chen was always thorough in his considerations, never underestimating the enemy, and was used to being fully prepared. Forget it. Even if they came, he was confident he could handle it. Timing it right, Yi-Chen activated the teleportation. Ding! You have been randomly teleported to Undead Civilization Deep Dark Empire City of Fear. This demon saint is really a clown. Yes, being played around by the Heavenly Emperor. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't do that. The expert from the Necromancer civilization closed the cosmic channel. In the World Necromancer channel, they began to chat freely. If the Heavenly Emperor comes to the Necromancer civilization, I will. The words were only half spoken. Ding dong. World announcement. Blue Star beings have entered the Deep Dark Empire City of Fear, triggering a special event, Blue Star Human Invasion. Players are requested to stop the human invasion, and rewards will be given based on contributions. The world announcement suddenly rang out, like a bomb exploding in the deep sea, shaking the hearts and minds of all Necromancer beings. Blue Star Invasion. Such familiar words, but previously it was the demon civilization. They could laugh at the joke. Now that it has come to them, they couldn't laugh at all. Could it be the Heavenly Emperor? It better not be him. Damn it, wasn't it said that the Heavenly Emperor would take revenge and would first deal with the demon civilization? Why is he coming to our Necromancer civilization? It can't be. He only took a quick look at the demon civilization. Why would he come here? Isn't it because some idiots invaded Blue Star before? Damn, we shouldn't have invaded Blue Star in the first place. The Heavenly Emperor. He is the nemesis of the Necromancer civilization. The strongest curse plus resurrection of the Necromancers are perfectly countered by the Heavenly Emperor. His arrival here is simply a nightmare for the Necromancer civilization. What about those experts just now? Didn't they say if the Heavenly Emperor really came, they would go to stop him? The experts of the Necromancer civilization. Can they really go to stop him? What if they get played like the Demon Saint? They were just talking big. Who knows if the Heavenly Emperor would really come? It shouldn't be the Heavenly Emperor. He only stayed a little while in the demon civilization. There's no need to suddenly change his attack location. Even if it is him, he might just stay for a while like he did in the demon civilization and then leave. They could only comfort themselves. How could they know? Yi-Chen came this time to gather the holy technique body of calamity, and he wouldn't leave without completing his goal. And at this moment, Yi-Chen was outside the City of Fear. This time he was not teleported to the wilderness but was right outside the city gate. The City of Fear, a level 3 main city. The levels of players and NPCs range from level 90 to level 150. After reaching level 150, they can enter a level 4 main city. Level 90 to 150 already belongs to a relatively strong stage, at least for players of the Blue Star civilization. And in the City of Fear, there are a total of 300,000 NPCs and players combined. Such a force, if it were to go to the Blue Star civilization, would be enough to crush the players of Blue Star. The top guilds would be nothing in front of them. Gather. But at this moment they were hurriedly gathering in panic, because outside the city gate stood a figure they had never seen before, with flowing black hair, a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, and a tall stature that seemed to harbor terrifying power. Just standing there, he made the necromancers' hearts tremble. Who are you? They took up attacking stances, archers drew their bows, and mages began to conjure spells. Arrow towers, magic artillery, and others also started to operate. Yi Chen did not respond. Because he was chatting, unlike the tension of the necromancers, he was very relaxed. Dragon Core Zhongyang, Heavenly Emperor, the city building order task has started, and it's a scramble for a city building order across the entire server, which has spawned on the Dragon Kingdom server. The Dragon Core is determined to obtain it this time. But after all, it's a competition among all Blue Star players. We also need to be fully prepared. If there are any troubles, can we ask for your help? Don't worry, you won't be treated unfairly. Yi Chen had a good impression from several transactions with the Dragon Core. As long as it didn't affect him, he was still willing to help. But, sorry, I'm in the Necromancer civilization. After replying, Yi Chen closed the friend channel. Zhang Yang stared blankly after reading the message. Did the Heavenly Emperor decide to switch from hunting demon civilizations to shearing sheep? He shared the news with the Dragon team members. Is he going to wreak havoc on the undead civilization this time? Goodness, while we're still messing around on Blue Star, the Heavenly Emperor has already gone to tackle cosmic civilizations. In their eyes, the cosmic civilizations that would invade Blue Star were merely trash when faced with the Heavenly Emperor. Is the gap really that big? Dragon laughed, let out a bitter smile. After activating the city building order task, he had just opened the world announcement and felt a bit proud, thinking he was also one of those who initiated world announcements for major events. But the Heavenly Emperor had already gone to the cosmos. The world announcement of Blue Star seemed insignificant in comparison. Baka, we need to obtain the city building order. Having a level 1 city of our own as players is of immense significance. Once we obtain the city building order, our dominance in the Great Rice Nation will begin. Watching the excited messages from players of various countries on the Blue Star World channel. The Heavenly Emperor already had an imperial capital. And here we are, trying to dominate Blue Star while he's off battling the undead civilization. The Heavenly Emperor is probably bringing suffocating pressure to the undead civilization right now. That's right. Step. Yi Chen strode forward. His footsteps sounded as if they were trampling on the lifeline of the undead. Because, the Heavenly Emperor. It's the Blue Star Heavenly Emperor. As the distance closed, the undead finally saw his nickname, which could be hidden, but Yi Chen preferred not to conceal it. Their heads felt like they were about to explode. It was really him. Damn, it's the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor is invading in Fear City, requesting assistance. The players in Fear City immediately sent the message to the World Channel, feeling that even with millions of them, they could hardly stop the Heavenly Emperor and could only request help. As long as a large wave of undead players came to assist, it might not be impossible to hold on. But at that moment, all the undead players fell silent. Those from the level 3 main city didn't dare to come. Those below level 3, even less so. Those above level 3 had to pay a price to come, and even if they did, they might not be able to win. Only players from higher level main cities, like level 8 or 9, might have some hope, right? But those players didn't dare to come at all, although they hadn't truly engaged yet. Just Yi Chen alone had frightened the entire undead civilization. Defend! Quick, defend! The players in Fear City could only muster their courage and activated the defense formation. The level 3 main city's defense formation should be able to hold off the Heavenly Emperor for a while, right? Buzz! The defense formation of Fear City instantly rose, boasting a defense of 800,000. In a typical siege, the attacking forces would have many people slowly wearing down the defense formation, but the Heavenly Emperor was alone. Even if he could break through the defense formation, it would definitely take some time. During that time, they could attack the Heavenly Emperor and wear down his health. They say the Heavenly Emperor's attack is powerful, so his health and defense must be low. There's no such perfect person in existence. The Lord of Fear City forced himself to rally, waving his hand to give orders. Attack! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows, magical skills, and more instantly shot towards Yi Chen. TCH. Yi Chen smiled. There was practically no communication between the two sides, and they just went straight into battle. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Naturally, he wouldn't show mercy. Ding! In battle, enemy plus 302,365, physical attack plus 302,365%. Why did you all decide to attack me together? The base attack was close to a million, but Yi Chen's vitality and defense truly couldn't withstand so many attacks. The Thunderwing behind him burst forth with lightning, and after a flash of thunder he vanished in an instant. He broke through space and teleported. He arrived at the city gate, right in front of the defensive formation. Reorganize the attack. Continue. The Lord of Fear City remained calm, even if he could dodge skills. How many times could he evade? The defensive formation would definitely not be shattered directly. During this time, it was enough for the Heavenly Emperor to die. The Heavenly Emperor is that all there is to it. Players and NPCs thought the same. After all, if the Heavenly Emperor were truly strong, it seemed unnecessary to dodge skills. There were indeed drawbacks. Crack, crack, crack. Just then, a sound of shattering echoed. The sound struck the hearts of the undead, igniting incredible speculation within them. Filled with confusion, they looked towards the defensive formation, only to see it rapidly disintegrating from point to surface. Bang! In an instant, the defensive formation surrounding the entire city collapsed. It transformed into a rain of light, as if singing a mournful song of death. One finger! An undead exclaimed, in panic, causing all the undead to look around in alarm. The Heavenly Emperor had retracted a finger. Thud! The Heavenly Emperor shattered the defensive formation with a single finger. One finger, over 800,000 damage? There was no skill glow, just a plain and unadorned finger. Wasn't that just a basic attack? They had imagined how the Heavenly Emperor would break the formation, laboring for hours. Even if it were done quickly, it would surely involve some flashy skills, but unexpectedly, it was just a simple finger. This was too despairing for the undead. Flee, flee. This person is a freak. Some undead were already thinking of escaping. Ding! Players not from Fear City. Attacking Fear City are considered to have initiated a siege. Players attacking must either give up, die, accept surrender, or be destroyed by the attacked city before they can leave. They were so frightened by Yi Chen that they almost forgot. In a siege, one could not abandon the city to flee, nor could they log off to escape. Ding! You have initiated a siege against the foreign civilization city. If you can destroy this city, you will receive cosmic prestige rewards. Yi Chen also heard the prompt. Curse! Quick, use the curse! The undead knew they could not escape and began to resist with all their might. The Heavenly Emperor was incredibly fierce, but the curses were also powerful. Life curse, curse, purgatory heartburn, curse, soul vanishing despair. Various powerful curse skills covered Yi Chen. In front of Yi Chen, the purification shield appeared. Forbidden spell, purification. Immune to all curses for 10 minutes. As all the curses approached him, they were evaporated completely. So many curses, and they're all useless? The undead realized that Yi Chen was not afraid of curses, but generally, one could not withstand so many at once. After all, these were over 300,000 curse skills. This person was truly the nemesis of the undead. In the moment they were stunned, Yi Chen pulled out the Dark Annihilation Axe. Dark Annihilation Axe Light. Ding! Active reduction of 95% physical attack, range increased by 1900%, covering 96,900 square meters. With one axe strike, death descended. However, because the undead were somewhat scattered, not all were killed. But, ding dong! World announcement: Blue Star creature Heavenly Emperor is rampaging in Fear City, having killed 150,276 players and NPCs. Who can stop him? Half of them had been wiped out. The world announcement ignited the fury of all the undead. It was too rampant. A creature from a low-level civilization dared to come alone. One person attacking a city, but they only dared to grumble in their hearts. With a single strike, over 150,000 were annihilated. The Heavenly Emperor was indeed terrifying. Who would dare to go help? They looked at the three characters of Fear City. As a level 1 civilization, the Necromancer civilization also experiences friction with other level 1 civilizations and has faced invasions from others in the past. The Battle of Fear City was one such invasion. However, that time, Fear City successfully killed the invaders. Fear City was not originally called Fear City. It was renamed after that incident. This name represented that this city of the Necromancer civilization would instill fear in foreign civilizations. But now, it has become the fear of all the undead. How ironic. Ding! You have killed 150,276 players and NPCs, earning 1,020,000 experience points, 620,000 kill points, 103,767 diamond items, 46,507 star items, and 2 legendary items. 10,000 times critical hit. Yi Chen gained quite a bit. However, some of those killed were lower level than him, and those higher were not much higher, so the experience points were not too many. Moreover, only killing players would yield kill points, but the equipment dropped from players could not achieve a 10,000 times critical hit, while that from NPCs could. Yi Chen collected everything into his backpack and would look at it later. Overall, it was still quite good. Yi Chen could also replicate the abilities of Heart of Slaughter and Swallowing equipment to gain Qualifications, both kill points and equipment were what he needed. The key was, ding, you have obtained 89,642 death chi with a 10,000 times critical hit, gaining 89,642 disaster chi. All necromancer creatures have death chi in their backpacks. Death chi can be used to create death chi monsters for necromancer resurrection. Yi-Chen dropped some but did not drop all, but it was enough to complete the objective. Ding! Congratulations, you have gathered 10 million disaster chi, synthesizing the skill book. Holy skill, disaster body. The skill book was synthesized in the backpack. Yi-Chen took it out and tore it apart directly. Ding! You have learned holy skill, disaster body. Then he consumed experience points, instantly reaching max level. For 2 minutes he would be immune to physical attacks and could convert physical attacks into magical attacks. It was akin to being a mage. And what do mages fear the most? Being approached by physical burst professions, like warriors and assassins. Sorry, he is immune to physical attacks. Yi-Chen swung his axe and wiped out half of them. How could the undead not be thrown into chaos in such a situation? But they were indeed a high-level civilization. They quickly found a strategy. Did you notice? His attacks are all physical attacks. He is a warrior. It couldn't be more obvious. Someone wielding an axe couldn't possibly be another profession, right? And the undead all have death chi. Death chi can synthesize the death body skill book, so necromancer players all have this skill, which can immunize them from physical attacks for 1 second, equating to a small invincibility during that second. It must be said that the necromancer civilization is exceptionally blessed. Curse plus resurrection plus death body. Very overpowered. Use death body. His axe has a large attack range. Such skills must be few. We can hold on. Over time, rescue will definitely come. The death body lasts for 1 second, which is short. But the cooldown is also short, just 3 seconds. In this way, a warrior like the Heavenly Emperor would find it difficult to quickly kill them, and the necromancer experts would realize that the Heavenly Emperor was not so invincible after all, and they might come for rescue. Boom! A thick death chi rose from them, activating their skills. Come on, come hit me. Now, let's see how you hit. They shouted arrogantly at Yi-Chen. After all, they had been crushed terribly before, and now they had a chance to turn the tables, starting to feel smug. Wow, are they that shameless? It was the first time Yi-Chen saw someone begging to be hit. Well, let's satisfy them. He already knew the effects of the death body skill, and since they were clinging to his flaw of being a warrior, he would just change it up a bit. Boom! A terrifying black gas surrounded him, filled with the aura of death and disaster, as if the most evil force in the world was about to descend upon fear and calamity. Is this also the body of death? It is. The Heavenly Emperor killed many death energy monsters before, so it should have synthesized the body of death skill book. The undead creatures were first taken aback, then indifferent, because this skill, aside from being immune to physical attacks, was utterly useless. What was the point of using a skill identical to theirs? Ding! Under the body of disaster, you are immune to physical attacks for 2 minutes and can convert physical attacks into magical attacks, which can be cancelled at any time. Sorry, Yi-Chen's skill was vastly different from theirs. Ding! You have converted physical attacks into magical attacks. Come on, come hit us! The undead were still shouting. Whoosh! With a flap of his thunderwing, Yi-Chen charged directly into the enemy ranks, his fingers clicking continuously. With a base attack speed exceeding 7 points per second, his hands became a blur. Bang! Bang! With nearly 1 million magical attack power, each head was shattered in an instant. The undead were as fragile as paper before him. No way! We're still under the effect of the body of death. How can he deal damage? Could it be that he is a mage? But mages don't attack with their fingers. They were utterly baffled. Who had ever seen this? A mage's attack, even if using a basic attack, required a staff as determined by class restrictions. But what was in front of them? Was he a warrior or a mage? Yi-Chen breathed comfortably, feeling quite good. In fact, he was a mage now, but not entirely. He was just a warrior with magical attack capabilities. He couldn't use mage skills, but he also didn't have the various limitations of a mage. For now, he didn't need magical skills. It was just an additional means. When facing physical attack counters, he could switch attack attributes. Oh no! The body of death is on cooldown. It seems like whether it cools down or not, it makes no difference. The undead were completely despaired. Even though the Heavenly Emperor's magical attacks were relatively slower due to lacking skills, they were still terrifying, and they would be swiftly killed regardless. And when he switched back to physical attacks, it would be even worse. Dang, you have converted your attack attribute back to physical attacks. A rain of swords, demons dancing wildly, a flock of storm eagles, earth spikes. Yi-Chen casually unleashed skills, enjoying the thrill of bombarding enemies with his abilities. However, the undead creatures were not just passively taking hits. With so many attacks coming down, it was difficult for Yi-Chen alone to withstand them. The Earth Barbarian Dragon activated Dragon Might. Chaotic Ultrasound. The Dual control effects rendered them unable to move for a short time. Even those who could resist the control effects and break free early were only a small fraction. The small fraction of undead launched their attacks. Earth Wall. The Earth Wall summoned by the Earth Barbarian Dragon could completely block them. 12,635. 8,267. The crimson damage filled the sky, enveloping the entire city in a thick blood-red hue, with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood beneath Yi-Chen's feet. Ding! You have killed 152,089 players and NPCs, gaining 1,030,000 experience points, 624 kill points, 103,767 diamond equipment, 46,508 star equipment, and 2 legendary equipment. 10,000 times critical hit. At this point, the entire city was slaughtered. Yi-Chen did not show any emotional fluctuations. In the universe, being cruel to others is also being cruel to oneself. Just like the Radiant Moon imperial capital of the Blue Star civilization, which had once been cursed by the undead civilization, turning the entire city into a dead city. It was just that Yi-Chen was strong enough to invade actively. His gaze flickered for a moment as he recalled the words of the undead before their deaths. What kind of ability is this, bullying us level 3 main city players? If you have the guts, go to the level 4 main city. The players in the level 4 main city are all in the Dark Death Marsh fighting for pet eggs. Do you dare to go? Perhaps it was due to the players' unwillingness to accept defeat. Or perhaps it was the resentment towards other necromancer players who had no support. Many players in Fear City expressed such grievances. In their hearts, with so many level 4 main city players gathered, even the Celestial Emperor couldn't be that dominant, right? A pet egg? Yi-Chen raised an eyebrow. He could still have a mount. This pet egg, which so many players were vying for, must be extraordinary. I will go for it. Ding! As a player of the Blue Star civilization, you have killed a city's players and NPCs, reducing the strength of the Necromancer civilization, and gained 1,000 points of cosmic reputation. Cosmic reputation, gaining a lot of it is very difficult. This is the same for everyone. 10,000 times critical hit, gain 10 million cosmic reputation. Ding dong! World announcement: Necromancer, the Blue Star creature Celestial Emperor, has annihilated all necromancer beings in Fear City, gaining 1,000 points of cosmic reputation. Who can stop him? All necromancers had been paying attention to the World Channel. The announcement broke the silence. How long has it been since the Celestial Emperor arrived? He has already wiped out his city. The level 3 main city seemed as fragile as a piece of paper before him. What was even more outrageous was, I can't resurrect directly now. The dead necromancer players wailed in the resurrection space. The dead NPCs could never be resurrected again. This was the effect of forbidden spell, life erosion. Come to our level 4 main city if you dare. If it weren't for us being in the dark swamp of death, how could we let him run rampant? Players from the level 4 main city were still quite confident. After all, to enter a level 4 main city, one must be at least level 150, with the highest being level 250. They had just heard that the Celestial Emperor was level 100. Although he had strong combat capabilities against higher levels, could he really face so many necromancers? The main issue was that in the dark swamp of death, a powerful monster from the necromancer civilization had emerged, and this monster had a pet egg. They needed to compete for this pet egg. Otherwise, they would have long since risked everything to interfere. City. How could they let the Celestial Emperor underestimate the necromancer civilization? If only he could come. Unfortunately, at level 100, he doesn't even qualify to enter the level 4 main city. At this moment, Yi-Chen arrived at the teleportation array in Fear City and activated it. He selected the target, Dark City. He didn't know where the Dark Swamp of Death was. After all, the news about the pet egg was purely accidental and he hadn't prepared in advance. He chose a city with the same prefix and decided to gamble on luck. System prompt: your level does not meet the requirements to enter the level 4 main city. Void. Crossing through all formations, Yi-Chen successfully passed through the teleportation array and arrived at Dark City. Here, there was not a single person. It seems I came to the right place. This situation could only be explained in one way. The players and NPCs in the city had all gone to the Dark Swamp of Death. NPCs generally had a bit of an elevated status, issuing tasks for players to do while enjoying the benefits at home. Even the NPCs were attracted, and not even the city guards were arranged. This proved that the pet egg was indeed very good. The problem is, with not a single necromancer around, I can't even ask where the Dark Swamp of Death is. Yi-Chen was feeling a bit irritated. He decided to set that aside for now and check his gains. There were many pieces of equipment that had dropped, but he had high standards, and 2 items caught his attention. Detection mirror, platinum, level 90 attached attributes, vision extension of 1000 meters attached skill, detection, red LV1 consumes 70 points of mana, detects traces within 30 meters nearby, lasts for 3 seconds, cooldown of 10 minutes. Note: skill level +1, detection range +10 meters, maximum level 15. Restriction, level 90. Description: equipment. Made by Mechanical Civilization, Necromancer NPCs can purchase this mirror, which is not a mirror. It is glasses. Yi Chen did not expect to see this thing in Se-Chong. It was made by a mechanical civilization. It seems that the universe is indeed vast, and some cosmic civilizations possess powerful abilities, creating equipment that can even break the boundaries of traditional gear in Se-Chong. What Yi Chen was interested in was the detection ability. Detection is generally a skill for assassins, but these glasses allow any class to possess this ability. It's just a detection skill, not too strong. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit, obtained, Shenji Mirror, *1. This was dropped by killing an NPC, so it could naturally be a critical hit. Shenji Mirror, legendary item, level 90. Attached attributes, vision extension of 10,000 meters. Attached skill, strategic insight. Gold LV1 consumes 400 mana points, detects traces within 300 meters nearby, determines enemy movements, lasts for 1 hour, cooldown of 10 minutes. Note: skill level +1, detection range +100 meters, maximum level 50. Restrictions, level 90. Description: a critical hit from the Heavenly Emperor, a golden skill. The range is increased, and an additional ability, determine movement, is added. These glasses are filled with a sense of technology, and Yi Chen immediately put them on to try. This is so clear. He could see the scenery within 10,000 meters around him. The vision stretched far, and this was just the attached attribute. He quickly used the skill again. First, he consumed experience points to level it up to the maximum. Whoosh! A layer of halo spread out from the glasses, and Yi Chen looked down at his feet, discovering many footprints in the city, which were the footprints of undead creatures that he couldn't see before. Now, not only could he see them, but it also automatically determined where they had gone. They all went there. Yi Chen looked to the west, about 300,000 meters away from him. That should be where the Dark Death Marsh is located. He removed the glasses, smiling with satisfaction. With this ability, it would be too easy to chase down enemies in the future. Standing still, he could perceive countless strategies and plan meticulously. Just as I said, I didn't know the location of the Dark Death Marsh. This glasses appeared. He felt that this was the effect of the lucky gem. The 10 points of luck were not added for nothing. There's another item dropped by a player, but it can't be a critical hit. Heart Sword Control, legendary item, level 100. Attached attributes: physical attack plus 2000, attack speed plus 30%. Attached skill, sword control technique. Gold LV1 consumes 500 mana points. Controls the sword with the heart, allowing the sword to attack freely within a range of 200 meters, lasts for 1 minute, cooldown of 2 minutes. Note: skill level +1, range plus 200 meters, duration plus 10 seconds, maximum level 50. Restrictions, level 100, warrior. No need to look further. It's amazing. Directly adds 2000 physical attack. Most Blue Star players don't even have that much attack themselves, truly worthy of a level 100 legendary item. It can also attack with the sword, equivalent to the sword leaving the warrior's hand, turning into a ranged attack. Much better than any archer, right? After an archer fires an arrow, they have to reload and draw the bow again for the second shot, and each shot consumes mana. But with sword control, it can attack continuously. Yi Chen looked at his 60-level diamond item, Water Drop Sword. It could be replaced, but the skill of the Water Drop Sword, Rain of Swords, is very good. I can merge it. He acted on the thought. Ding! You have consumed 10,000 gold coins. To detach Rain of Swords from the Water Drop Sword and merge it into Heart Sword Control. Congratulations, skill fusion has occurred, evolving into a new skill, Sword Control Unification. Unexpectedly, it evolved, a pleasant surprise. Sword Control Unification, forbidden spell LV60, divided into Sword Control Strike and Unification. Strike Sword Control Strike consumes 1000 mana points. The Heart Sword Control will transform into 15 swords, only adds 1 to physical attack and attack speed, with an attack power of 100% physical attack. With the heart guiding the sword, within a range of 20,000 meters, the swords can attack freely for 1 hour, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Each sword can unleash 15 sword energies, each 2,000 meters long, dealing 5,000 plus 100% physical attack damage, targeting different enemies. Unification Strike, it can gather all swords and sword energies to attack the same target, consuming all your mana. Hiss! Terrifying. Even Yi Chen, who had seen many good things, couldn't help but marvel. After witnessing the effect, he immediately leveled it up to the max. So fierce, luckily he is the owner. Within 20,000 meters, 15 swords can attack freely for a full hour. They can also each release 15 sword energies. However, they can only target different enemies. Once a sword energy hits target A, it cannot hit target A again and must go for B, C, and so on, making the attacks quite scattered. But Yi Chen's attack power is so high. One strike is enough to take someone out. Even if one strike can't finish them off, it doesn't matter. There's still the Unification Strike to concentrate the attack. After finishing up, Yi Chen flapped his thunder wing and flew towards His destination. There are many undead. Along the way, he used the 1000 machine mirror to scout the surroundings. He saw many traces, all targeting the same goal. Dark Death Swamp damned the Celestial Emperor, daring to be so arrogant even at level 100. Once we complete this task, we will definitely request the Necromancer High Priest to find a new way to invade Blue Star, killing all its creatures to avenge our shame. Lowly creatures deserve to be slaves and livestock. The undead creatures gathered here, all filled with anger. They transformed their rage into power, fiercely hunting monsters. The creatures in the Dark Death Swamp had already been wiped out, leaving only a Dark Death Turtle, and once it was killed, it would be over. The Dark Death Turtle is the boss of this encounter. It is also the monster that hatches pet eggs. In the necromantic civilization, its status is equivalent to that of dragons in Blue Star civilization, a symbol of mystery and power. As long as they can obtain it, they could rise to prominence in a day, their strength and status incomparable. I must get it. They stared at each other, eyes filled with greed and vigilance. Despite appearing united against the Celestial Emperor's invasion, they wouldn't hesitate to stab their companions in the back when interests conflicted. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ignored the call for help from the City of Fear. The necromantic civilization has never truly been united. In the universe, interests reign supreme. They watched the monster's health, which displayed a progress bar, 65%, 50%, rapidly decreasing. Although the Dark Death Turtle is powerful, it couldn't withstand the combined force of over 200 million level 4 undead creatures present, so its death was inevitable. That was no longer important. What mattered was who could deliver the killing blow. In Sky, the rewards for killing a boss are not based on who contributed the most effort. Instead, they are awarded to whoever deals the final blow to kill the boss. The rewards will all go to the killer. At that time, over 200 million undead creatures would surely compete. 30%, 25%. They nervously stared at the progress bar, waiting for that thrilling moment. Boom! But just then, a sharp sound of breaking air came. A flash of lightning appeared. From afar, swiftly arriving at the scene, enveloped in purple arcs of electricity, a resolute-looking human appeared before the undead. Finally made it. Yi Chen took a deep breath, relieved he wasn't late. Dead Dark Turtle, Legendary Boss, Level 500 Physical Attack, 29377 Magic Attack, 29683 Defense, 117365 Health, 25966/118264 Skills. Devour Evolution, evolved by devouring corpses, can reach Mythic Level, Tidal Wave, Death Whale, Turtle Breath Barrier, accompanying death. Shay. Description: a powerful monster from the necromantic civilization, one of the finest pets and mounts in the universe, a 500 level legendary boss. Dual Attack. It is a monster that emphasizes defense and health, which Leaf Chin really likes. He doesn't lack attack power, having increased defense and health is perfect for him. Moreover, the Devour evolution allows it to grow to mythic level, which means it becomes a divine beast. Divine beasts are rare, and their development cycle is long, but as long as it devours, it is destined to become a divine beast. It can also generate death chi, which can be synthesized into a death body to create death chi monsters and open necromantic pathways. This is also why the Dead Dark Turtle is valued by the necromantic civilization. With a defense of 110,000, the necromantic players on the field, relying on their basic attacks, originally couldn't break through its defenses, but some players with good armor breaking skills teamed up to lower the Dead Dark Turtle's defense, making it easier to deal with. Now, it only has over 20,000 health left. A strike from a high-level player could instantly kill the Dead Dark Turtle. But at this critical moment, the Heavenly Emperor suddenly arrived. We can't let him take it. You all stop. The Heavenly Emperor. Among the more than 200 million necromantic beings, some players roared, then all rushed to seize the killing rights of the Dead Dark Turtle. The purpose of the Heavenly Emperor coming here was obvious. All the remaining necromantic beings turned their attacks towards Leaf Chen. At this moment, they were very united. The Dead Dark Turtle was of great importance. It absolutely could not fall into the hands of the Blue Star beings. Ding! In battle, enemy. Plus 238625587. Physical attack plus 238625587%. And here, Leaf Chen heard the prompt. He was somewhat speechless. Originally, with over 30,000 attack power, he could hardly kill the Dead Dark Turtle, but now, under the boost of over 2 million times, his physical attack reached over 60 billion. Boom! He casually threw a punch at a nearby necromantic being. Ding! Mountain Punch activated. You can penetrate your attack and hit units of the same race. He was hitting a necromantic being. The Dead Dark Turtle was also a necromantic being. At this moment, the experts among the necromantic players arrived in front of the Dead Dark Turtle, all launching their attacks, waiting to see who would be lucky enough to get the kill first. But a punch instantly penetrated from Leaf Chen to the top of the Dead Dark Turtle. 25,966. The Dead Dark Turtle's health was instantly emptied. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully achieved the first kill of the 500 level legendary boss, gaining 3.27 million experience points. Overlevel kill 1289 gold coins. Dead Dark Turtle Egg Platinum *1, legendary points *1, server-wide. Reputation asterisk 3000. Do you want to hide rewards, hide nickname? 10,000 times critical hit, can gain 32.7 billion experience points, 12.89 million gold coins, or 12.89 million cosmic coins. Ghostly Turtle Egg Legendary asterisk 1, Legendary Points asterisk 10,000, Server-wide Reputation asterisk 30 million. As expected of a 500 level legendary boss, the rewards were generous. Leaf-Chun thought for a moment and accepted the rewards into his backpack. Not hiding. He thought about it and decided not to hide it. Who threw that punch? Was it you? Not me. The experts among the necromantic players looked at each other, guessing who had taken the kill. They were all experts from level 4 main cities, familiar with each other. They all had a good idea of each other's skills and what they looked like. But that punch, just now, they couldn't comprehend. It seemed like a normal attack? A basic attack. Absolutely impossible. Even with their skills, these experts could not possibly kill the nearly dead Dark Death Turtle with a normal attack. The atmosphere in the arena was quite strange. This inexplicable scene made the undead temporarily forget about the Heavenly Emperor. The players who had just attacked the Heavenly Emperor retracted their skills, as the Dark Death Turtle was the priority. Ding dong! World announcement. Undead, congratulations to the blue star creature, Heavenly Emperor, for successfully achieving the first kill of the 500 level legendary boss Dark Death Turtle, receiving Dark Death Turtle Egg Platinum, asterisk 1 point of legend, and 3,000 server-wide, blue star, reputation points. Suddenly, the world announcement rang out, echoing 50 times. The entire undead civilization fell silent. The death of the Dark Death Turtle and the emergence of the pet egg brought a hush over all undead creatures. In fact, this battle was a scramble among the level 4 undead creatures. However, level 5 and even higher undead beings were paying attention, as the death chi was a necessary resource for undead creatures, and this resource was not infinite. The Dark Death Turtle could produce death chi, equating to infinite resources. It could open a passage for the undead to invade other civilizations. Any undead with ambition, wishing to enhance themselves through invasion, longed for their own kind to obtain the Death Chi Turtle, so the players in the level 4 main city received orders from high-level undead. They vowed to seize the Dark Death Turtle. If it weren't for the cost of going to the level 4 main city, they would have gone themselves long ago. However, even if they couldn't obtain it, it was still fine, at least it remained in the hands of the undead. But it was snatched by the Heavenly Emperor? Damn it, a common undead exclamation. How could we let a blue star creature take the Dark Death Turtle? An alien obtaining our symbolic pet is absolutely intolerable. Leave him. Get it back. At the scene, the level 4 undead creatures were dumbfounded. The Heavenly Emperor was so far from the Dark Death Turtle. How did he manage to take it? That was no longer important. What mattered was that they had to get the Dark Death Turtle back. Over 200 million players acted in unison. Boom. Various terrifying skills came crashing down, a scene that could drive anyone to despair. Ding. As a player of the Blue Star Civilization, you have killed undead players. You may leave the undead civilization. Do you wish to leave? Yi-Chin could have left long ago. He had already achieved his goal. As long as he left, there would be no loss. But he had never been afraid. In a flash of lightning, he teleported a great distance. Since the undead's attacks were relatively concentrated, he managed to dodge, but the lightning flash went into cooldown and he could not evade again for the time being. He drew out the Dark Annihilation Axe. The best defense is a proactive attack. Ding! Active reduction of 95% physical attack, range increased by 1900%, covering 96,900 square meters. What did it matter if the damage was reduced by 95% from over 60 billion? The axe light spread, instantly covering an area of over 90,000 square meters, the black light sweeping away everything, blood flying as countless undead creatures were slain. The undead creatures were standing relatively close together. In 1 square meter, at least 4 undead stood. This move annihilated 380,000 undead. Gulp! So terrifying. The creatures of the level 4 main city he can still kill in an instant. The undead creatures here experienced the terrifying power of the Heavenly Emperor for the first time, all shivering. It turned out he was not limited to killing creatures of the level 3 main city, he had only encountered those before. This person seemed to be synonymous with invincibility. With over 200 million undead, he could only swing a few dozen axes. What was that even? Wait, look quickly. His stats. Damn, over 60 billion attack. Yi-Chen was level 100, and the undead here had surpassed his level, allowing them to see his stats. Previously, some creatures Yi-Chen had killed did not see his stats in time. He wasn't just killed in an instant or scared into fleeing. How could he even think about checking attributes? Seeing this now was utterly despairing. Over 60 billion. Attack. Hiss. Is this still a person? This guy could totally become a god. This was just ridiculous. Indeed, was this person invincible? Wait, look again. Ding. In battle, enemy 382082, physical attack 382,086%. Because Yi Chen had killed 380,000 enemies, his physical attack had decreased by over 3,800 times. Although it was still terrifying, it had diminished. His attack is decreasing. The undead creatures on the field who could enter the level 4 main city and become the backbone of the undead civilization were certainly not lacking in intelligence, and they quickly noticed something unusual. I understand. He must have a special ability. The more enemies there are, the stronger he becomes. Very likely. Let's test it. They were very clever. Despite their inner rage, they forcibly suppressed it, no longer attacking the Heavenly Emperor, no longer showing hostility. Ding. Your enemies are 0, physical attack plus 0%. Yi Chen's attack dropped significantly, returning to normal. Endless battle indeed. Had this flaw, and the undead weren't fools, they caught on to this point. It really dropped. Over 30,000 attack. This is his normal attribute. Although it's still quite scary, it's not unacceptable. The undead creatures were all between level 150 and 250, especially the experts among them, some of whom had similar attack values. Now, looking at the Heavenly Emperor, they were not so terrified anymore. It turned out he wasn't invincible. Immediately, they revealed cruel expressions. The Heavenly Emperor's stacking attack ability was too terrifying. This person must be eliminated. Otherwise, he would eventually grow into a peak powerhouse in the universe, and the undead civilization would be nothing but a speck of dust before him. This person must die. And at this moment, Yi Chen smiled. Come and try. He had never relied on talent. His powerful core was always the 10,000 times critical hit privilege. Oh no, it could even grow to 1,000,000 times, 1,000,000,000 times. He had plenty of trump cards. One-on-one. We can't let him stack attacks. The undead creatures instantly made up their minds. Although endless battle could no longer grant Yi Chen immense power, it still held deterrent force. With this in play, no one dared to swarm Yi Chen. Heavenly Emperor, you will die at my hands. An undead player stepped forward. It's Death Silence. With A-grade talent Endless Flow, he is the best at one-on-one combat in the level 4 main city. This should be stable. The undead creatures rejoiced. However, the enemy was still the Heavenly Emperor, so they were very cautious and began to play dirty. A-grade talent Attribute Sharing temporarily grants half of one's attributes to another. B-grade talent Defense Boost. Skill Dark Light Protection. The undead creatures with boosting talents and skills all granted their abilities to Death Silence. Ordinary Undead Death Silence level, 250 magic attack, 118726 defense, 137255 health, 257543 skills, Dark Light Wave, Light Technique Leap, Thunder Flash. Very powerful. Although only level 250, this attribute could rival strong players among the level 500s. Moreover, with the Endless Flow talent, as long as it launched an attack once, every subsequent attack within 3 seconds would not consume mana, allowing for many skills to be unleashed. Its one-on-one ability was formidable. Poof. Death Silence. Sneered, feeling incredibly powerful at this moment. How could the Heavenly Emperor defend? Relying on that over 30,000 base attack on his panel? Hand over the pet egg. It didn't strike directly. If it killed the Heavenly Emperor now, it might not necessarily drop a pet egg, and then if the Heavenly Emperor resurrected back to the Blue Star civilization, it would be difficult to retrieve the pet egg. It's safest to make him hand it over himself. I can consider it without tormenting you. Okay. Yi Chen nodded. Lightly, I won't torment you, I'll just kill you instantly. Ding. Activating, Burning the Boat's buff, consuming 4 billion experience points, will deal 400,000 damage. Yi Chen had plenty of experience points. While 4 billion couldn't be said to be trivial, it wasn't too much either. The 400,000 damage was the result of his means, unrelated to his panel attack, so it couldn't be seen through the panel. He swung a palm towards CMO. CMO disdainfully shook his head. With over 30,000 attributes on the Heavenly Emperor's panel, it was impossible to break through his own defense, although the Heavenly Emperor surely had good skills. But what good skills could a level 100 character have that could increase damage by that much? This palm was merely scratching an itch for himself. But I don't like being hit by you. It jumped rapidly, dodging Yi Chen's palm. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen's palm followed closely. Ding. Tracking, activated, target player, CMO. Smack. A palm landed heavily on CMO's face. 257,543. Crimson damage appeared, and CMO fell directly. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed CMO, gaining 1,260,000 experience points. Legendary item Thunderlight Staff *1, 10,000. Times critical hit, gaining 12.6 billion experience points. Consuming 4 billion experience points, he gained 12.6 billion. This round was not a loss. And on the field. Hiss. How can he deal such high damage? He killed CMO instantly. Something's not right. His panel attack clearly hasn't changed. It's just over 30,000 attack. The undead creatures were baffled. I understand. What we guessed before was wrong. He didn't increase his attack power because the number of enemies increased. It must be due to other reasons. His panel must be fake. It could only be explained this way. The Heavenly Emperor's attack definitely couldn't be judged by the panel. All they knew was that it was very, very high. Run! They fled in panic. As for the dark turtle, who would still care about it now, they were about to die. Swish! But a sharp sound of a sword being drawn rang out, and in front of Yi Chen, Heart Sword Control appeared, quickly splitting into 15 identical swords, each releasing 15 sword energies, rapidly shooting towards the people. Sword Control Unification Sword Strike. Within a 20,000 square meter area, 225 sword energies continued to attack for a full hour, and the range would move with Yi Chen. Counterattack. This time, the undead quickly counterattacked. After all, a normal attack from the Heavenly Emperor had already killed CMO. Now that he activated a skill, wouldn't that be even more deadly? As for attacking the Heavenly Emperor, would that increase his attack power? That was just a guess, unproven, and had already been overturned earlier. Ding! Enemy plus 238,243,504. Physical attack plus 238,243,504%. Yi Chen's attack returned instantly, quickly killing the enemy. Indeed, he used this trick to deceive again, clearly possessing strong attack power but deliberately creating a false, constantly changing data panel to deceive, surely trying to make the enemies not surround him. Let's surround him, otherwise we won't even have a chance to live. I have to say, the undead creatures were really clever. Smartness backfired. There was no way. Yi Chen's attack was simply too bizarre, making it impossible for the undead to grasp the truth. Chaotic Super Divine Wave. Disrupting the enemy for 1 second, unable to move. Dragon Might. Confusing the enemy for 2 to 3 seconds, time varies with strength, unable to move or attack. Yi Chen utilized 2 major control skills, making it difficult for the undead to strike. When the control was gone and the enemy's attack was imminent. Roar! The Earth Barbarian Dragon roared, and walls of earth rose before it. Only by breaking through these walls could one reach Yi Chen. Dark Knight, I am willing to die for my master. The skeleton general appeared, raising his hand to summon 100,000 level 100 diamond soldiers. The levels on the field were already quite behind, and the diamond level monsters didn't seem so formidable now. However, the skeleton soldiers successfully blocked a lot of damage for Yi Chen. After all, they could resurrect after dying. To touch Yi Chen, one must first cross over his summons. After all, with over 200 million troops attacking together, it was still quite fierce, and Yi Chen couldn't afford to be careless. Yi Chen also had the Frost Wrist, Lightning, Flash, and Flying abilities to protect himself. In short, his survival capabilities were already quite impressive. Enough to support him among millions, as if walking on flat ground. Run, 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 we can't win. The undead scattered and fled. Demons danced wildly. The infernal demon descended into a sea of raging fire, with thousands of demon vines controlling the enemies, while a water dragon chased after them, and the infernal demon kept moving, the sea of fire following its path. A flock of wind eagles. Yi Chen continuously used his skills as he had plenty of mana provided by his mount, enough to sustain his consumption. This person's skills are terrifying. The undead finally witnessed the Emperor's skills, which were overwhelmingly powerful. No need to say more, these were skills enhanced by the Annihilator. Hiss! That's another Emperor. Immediately after, they saw an even more terrifying scene. A clone, summoned by Yi Chen from Blue Star. The undead realized that this Emperor was just as fierce, and they couldn't handle even one, let alone two. Even if they fled to other main cities, Yi Chen used Void to pursue them through the teleportation array. Help! The Emperor is slaughtering in the level 4 main city. How can you tolerate such a trash creature being so arrogant? Messages from undead players seeking help flashed continuously on the world channel. Unfortunately, in the level 5, 6 main cities, not a single undead dared to come. What if they were played like the Demon Saint? This battle lasted for an hour. After all, they had scattered and fled, making the pursuit quite troublesome. Yi Chen's sword light swept across the entire level 4 main city area of the undead civilization. By this point, over 200 million undead creatures were completely annihilated. Due to the effect of forbidden spell, life erosion, undead NPCs could not resurrect, and players found it difficult to revive in a short time. Ding! Battle summary, you have gained 89 trillion experience points and 1.29 million kill points. 10,000 times critical hit, gained 89 billion experience points and 1.29 billion kill points. The phrase killing an arson gold belt is truly not just talk. That's why cosmic civilizations are so eager to invade. Yi Chen showed no mercy. If he weren't powerful, it would be Blue Star being invaded and him being killed. 89 billion experience points. Using burning the boats, BUFF, he could deal 89 trillion damage. Although he hadn't seen the specific panel of deity yet, Yi Chen felt that attacking a deity shouldn't be too difficult, right? He truly possessed an incredibly strong trump card. 1.29 billion kill points. Only players who did not take action and actively killed players could gain kill points. It must be said that undead players were quite tough. Although They kept fleeing, they also continuously counterattacked, providing themselves with high damage. Very few refrained from counterattacking, so the kill points gained weren't too many, but it was still good. As long as he used Heart of Slaughter to convert, he could gain 15,480 attack. Wait a bit longer, it's not worth using right now. Ding! Gained 8 legendary items, 10.73 million star items, 180.27 million diamond items, and 47,625,579 platinum items. In the level 4 main city, legendary equipment is rare and epic equipment is almost non-existent, so there's no point in hoping for drops. Diamond equipment is quite common, hence the most frequent drops. However, the overall gains are still quite good. In fact, with that 89 billion experience points, Yi-Chen is already satisfied. He checks the legendary equipment. Thunderlight Staff, legendary. Level 250 attached effect, magic attack plus 10,000 attached skill. Thunder Flash, gold LV1 consumes 1000 mana, releases 3 bolts of thunder. 11,000 plus 120% magic attack for 2 seconds and can blink to the location of the thunder. Restrictions, Mage, level 250. Very powerful. Unfortunately, it's restricted to mages in level 250. Naturally, there are also options suitable for warriors, but they are also restricted to level 250. After all, it was dropped by a group of high-level players. Other star equipment, platinum equipment, etc. are at least restricted to level 150. Killing high-level players does have this drawback. Yi-Chen doesn't mind. I can save it and see if I can use Devour to enhance qualification later. After all, the ability is in his hands and he can use it anytime. Using it now would be too wasteful. Moreover, he only has one ability reproduction scroll left, and choosing between Heart of Slaughter and Devour to enhance qualification is quite a dilemma. There's no way around it. There are too many good things, and it's a hassle to have too many excellent options. But who says he won't encounter legendary dungeons later? No rush. And there's a nice skill on one of the pieces of equipment. Thunder Cloak, Diamond, level 150 attached. Effect, magic attack plus 5,000 attached skill. Thunder Tide, orange LV1 consumes 250 mana, releases a Thunder Tide with a range of 1000 square meters, dealing 120% magic attack for 2 seconds, cooldown 10 seconds. Note, skill level +1, range plus 1000 square meters, max level 25. Restrictions. Mage, level 150. Undead creatures are often mages. After all, they naturally possess the ability to curse and prefer to hide in the shadows, making mages the most suitable for them, along with archers, assassins, etc. Warriors are quite rare. Therefore, most of the drops this time are bows, staffs, mage hats, daggers, etc. Yi-Chen can't use any of them, but he has one cloak. I can't wear this cloak, but I can try to merge the skill. He thought and acted. Ding! You have consumed 1,297 silver coins to detach Thunder Tide from the Thunder Cloak and place it into the Gale Hawk Cloak. Detaching an orange skill is quite cheap. Congratulations, skill fusion has occurred, resulting in evolution. Ding! The mage skill and warrior skill have fused, resulting in a wonderful mutation, leading to continuous evolution, giving birth to a new skill, Thunder Eagle Swarm Gold. Wow, a pleasant surprise? An orange skill plus a blue skill turned into a gold skill? Thunder Eagle Swarm, gold LV50, consumes 800 mana, summons 10,000 star level Thunder Eagles of your level, which possess the max level Thunder Tide skill, lasting 1 minute, cooldown 3 minutes. The effect is very powerful. Yi-Chen has already maxed it out. Originally, he wasn't a mage and couldn't use the Thunder Tide skill. But now, 10,000 Thunder Eagles can all use it. Why does he need to be able to use it? As long as the summon creatures can, this is a 1 for 10,000 trade, not a loss. The useless Galehawk has also undergone a qualitative change because of this, becoming star level, and there's no level cap anymore. Not bad. He is quite satisfied. Additionally, he notices that equipment above level 100 has significantly enhanced attributes, which is also why players in the level 4 main city are relatively strong. This further solidifies his intention to level up quickly. He needs to return to Blue Star to take on professional tasks. With a thought, he leaves the undead civilization. Finally leaving. I've been keeping an eye on the high-level undead in the level 4 main city, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it. But after a long while, I still couldn't hold back my frustration. The Heavenly Emperor has slaughtered over 200 million undead, and they can only watch from here. Isn't it because they're afraid of being toyed with by the Heavenly Emperor? What if they pay the price to go to the level 4 main city and the Heavenly Emperor suddenly leaves? Just wait. The invasion scroll crafted by the High Priest will soon be perfected. At that time, we can launch a large-scale invasion of Blue Star. Moreover, we won't be suppressed by the forces of civilization, and our attributes won't drop. What does the Heavenly Emperor count for then? There are other ways too. For example, gathering 1 billion cosmic reputation points to purchase the opportunity to randomly teleport to a lower civilization, just like the Heavenly Emperor teleported to the undead civilization without being suppressed by the forces of civilization. Unfortunately, the reputation points required to teleport to a lower civilization are immense and hard to gather. Plus, it's random, so there's no guarantee it will land on Blue Star. I don't know how the Heavenly Emperor managed to teleport to the undead civilization, it must have been a fluke. Next time he randomly teleports, it might not even be to the undead civilization. And teleporting to a higher civilization also requires 100 million reputation points. I wonder how the Heavenly Emperor gathered so many. Ding dong. Cosmic announcement, Blue Star player Heavenly Emperor single-handedly destroys a city in the undead civilization, slaughters over 200 million undead, wipes out the level 4 main city, and gains 5,000 universal reputation points. The cosmic announcement takes the stage again. It's him again. I've been hearing his name every day lately. The Heavenly Emperor has activated the cosmic announcement again. Goodness, single-handedly destroying a city and killing over 200 million undead. The undead are so arrogant, now someone is putting them in their place. The undead civilization has a terrible reputation in the universe. Relying on curses plus resurrection plus death bodies, they recklessly bring about their own demise, most fond of cursing other civilizations' beings, yet they are hard to kill, which is why major civilizations in the universe despise them. At this moment, joy spreads like wildfire, and the Heavenly Emperor has truly entered the site of cosmic civilizations. The level 4 main city has already become the backbone of level 1 civilizations. The Heavenly Emperor actually wiped it out all by himself. I think this guy should be called the Demon Emperor or the Killing Emperor. He's a star of slaughter. Definitely don't provoke him. Absolutely don't let him come to our demon civilization. At this moment, the level 2 and 3 civilizations of the universe have truly begun to take the Heavenly Emperor seriously. Even the 5 major level 5 civilizations have turned their attention to the name Heavenly Emperor. With the Heavenly Emperor, the Blue Star civilization is bound to take off. Actually, there's no need to worry. Each of our level 5 civilizations has at least an A-level talent, right from birth. Who told us we control cosmic currency? Cosmic currency, a specialty of level 5 civilizations. In level 5 civilizations, there are divine king-level existences stationed, beings that surpass gods, capable of extracting vast powers from the universe to condense cosmic currency. Cosmic currency can enhance biological talents. Generally, when entering Sky Realm, beings can obtain the highest A-level talent with the help of a game helmet. And using an ecological pod can yield B, A, or S-level talents, with B-level already being quite formidable. And every level 5 civilization can have A-level talents. However, cosmic currency is very scarce, tightly controlled by level 5 civilizations, and cannot circulate outside. This is also the reason for the strength of level 5 civilizations. Let me see what this cosmic currency is useful for. At this moment, Yi Chen begins to check the cosmic currency. Cosmic currency. Special treasure, effect, allows a unit without A-level or above talent to possess A-level talent. Description 1, gathered by divine kings using overwhelming means to condense cosmic energy. Description 2, emerged from the Heavenly Emperors. Critical strike? Divine king sounds quite impressive. Why go through such overwhelming means to get a cosmic currency? Why make it so complicated? Yi Chen just used gold coins to achieve a critical strike. This thing is actually useless to me. However, enhancing my subordinates isn't a bad idea. Ding. 10,000 times critical hit, gain 1289 cosmic coins. Gold coins are hard to come by. Among the Blue Star players, aside from Yi Chen, no one else has gold coins. They can only be obtained by killing monsters in high-level main cities. Yi Chen currently has only this much, but it's quite good. He can acquire 1289 A-grade talent units. In such a large imperial capital, it's really unacceptable that no one is guarding it. He looked towards the Huizhou imperial capital inside. He invested all the cosmic coins into the barracks, mage towers, and so on. Ding! The energy of cosmic coins is far greater than that of gold coins. One cosmic coin can elevate one soldier by 100 levels. Ding! Your soldier is now level 100, cannot exceed the master. Cosmic coin energy not yet exhausted, can still be raised by 25 levels. Ding! Your soldier has acquired A-grade talent, 1000 armies. Ding! Your soldier is now level 100, has acquired A-grade talent, bloodthirsty. In an instant, 1289 soldiers appeared, respectfully kneeling before Yi Chen, expressing their gratitude. We greet our master, willing to fight for you to the death. Ding! Your soldiers hold you in extreme admiration and trust, automatically recognizing you as their master, cannot betray, otherwise they will die immediately. Yi Chen was very satisfied. It should be noted that A-grade talents can already be considered top-tier talents, and he can continuously acquire cosmic coins. When he has a group of elite soldiers, he won't need to handle small matters personally. There are a total of 10,000 ecological pods in Blue Star, which can yield B, A, and S-grade talents. Even calculating with a 1/3 probability, there would be less than 3,334 players with S-grade talents. The actual number is certainly even lower. So these 1289 A-grade talent soldiers are indeed quite formidable. Not bad. However, Yi Chen still preferred to focus on his own strength. His subordinates were merely for his convenience. he took out the nether turtle pet egg and a token. Ding! Using Knight's Honor. Binding nether turtle pet egg as a mount. The nether turtle is rapidly hatching. Hatching successful, binding successful. Suddenly, Yi Chen had an additional mount. The nether turtle, palm-sized, wriggled in his hand like a silly little thing. Yi Chen placed it at his feet, and it quickly grew larger. This was due to consuming experience points to level it up. Ding! Nether turtle level plus 100, mount level cannot exceed the master, cannot continue to level up. Soldiers and mounts do not need to complete class quests, they can level up directly, but they are limited by the master's level. The nether turtle grew to a size as large as a mountain, its body wrapped in a deathly aura, its dark shell very hard, and its head and horns imposing, no longer resembling a silly turtle but instead evoking a sense of dread. Roar! It howled to the sky, then affectionately nudged Yi Chen. A powerful force was bestowed upon Yi Chen. Ding! You have received 100% attribute feedback from the nether turtle. The nether turtle still possesses attributes and can attack on its own. Nether turtle, legendary boss, level 100 physical attack, 6082 magic attack, 6098 defense, 22816 health, 22868 mana, 13098. Skills: Slaughter Evolution, evolving by killing creatures, reaching divine level at most, Tidal Wave, Nightmare Domain, Endless Life, accompanying Death Aura, crossing the nether very strong. After all, it is a legendary boss with high attributes, comparable to the Earth Barbarian Dragon. Yi Chen also gains so many attributes. Why do I feel that the dragon race is still a bit stronger? Yi Chen murmured. The Deathly Dark Turtle is a defensive, health-type monster, similar to the Earth Barbarian Dragon. But the Earth Barbarian Dragon is just a branch of the dragon. I see, this thing can evolve on its own. This is the reason why the Death Dark Turtle is terrifying. Previously, it could devour and evolve, reaching the highest evolution to become a mythical level, but devouring corpses, even if it's just a mount, feels a bit off. Now it has transformed into the nether turtle, no longer devouring corpses. It can evolve through slaughter. The highest, a deity. This is a direct path to achieving divinity. Those players whose lifelong goal is to become gods couldn't help but feel envy and jealousy upon learning this. Yi Chen, of course, wouldn't feel this way, he was already competing with the supreme gods for treasures, easily critting, God King, with the He cosmic currency that could only be condensed through overwhelming means. Would he care about this? He consumed experience points to max out all the skills of the nether turtle. Maxing out Slaughter Evolution allows for faster evolution. Tsunami, an attack method, deals 120% physical attack plus 120% magical attack to enemies every second, covering an area of 10,000 square meters, lasting 10 minutes with a cooldown of 15 seconds. The nether turtle's attack isn't strong, but Yi Chen didn't mind. However, adding up to over 14,000 attack per second is quite impressive. Nightmare Domain creates illusions, putting enemies into a dull state, reducing attack speed and movement speed, and in severe cases they can fall into a descent state, dreaming endlessly. The specific duration depends on the power gap between enemies and allies. This is good. I didn't expect this thing to have illusions. It's equivalent to having an additional control skill. Endless Life. As long as the nether turtle's health doesn't drop below 10%, it instantly returns to 100% health. Wow, this is impressive. Yi Chen was astonished, unless its health was reduced to below 10% in one hit, it couldn't be killed at all. With its high defense and high health, is it easy to drop below 10%? It's practically immortal. Accompanying Death Chi can generate Death Chi with the generation speed depending on the nether turtle's strength. This is really good. He was increasingly satisfied. Death Chi can be synthesized into a death body. Crossing the nether turtle can directly enter the undead civilization and can carry people inside. He confirmed several times that he wasn't mistaken. The undead civilization had been racking their brains trying to invade the Blue Star civilization, but due to Yi Chen's interference, their plans had failed. And now he could directly enter the undead civilization. If the undead civilization finds out about this, won't they be furious? He had already thought it through. He could frequently go and give the undead civilization a greeting. Generate Death Chi, he commanded the nether turtle. Instantly, black Death Chi surged from the nether turtle, which was equivalent to its innate ability, requiring no consumption. The Death Chi condensed into clumps. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 1 million clumps of Death Chi. Congratulations, you have obtained. This is faster than a little cow flying a plane, much more vigorous than milking a cow. After all, it was a mount with the potential to become a god. Unfortunately, this belonged to Yi Chen himself, not a reward, so it couldn't crit. Ding! You have obtained 10 million clumps of Death Chi, synthesizing Death Body Skill Book. Soon, a book was synthesized. It was of no use to Yi Chen, so he tossed it to the soldiers. One after another, soldiers learned Death Body. Yi Chen thought for a moment. In the future, all his soldiers would have A-level talents and could also be immune to physical attacks for 1 second, making them nearly invincible. The Hongduan Mountains. Located outside the Level 1 main city, Storm City, in the Dragon Country server, This was also the location where the city building order was revealed. Dragon Core initiated the city building order task, so the city building order was revealed in the Dragon Country server, but such an important item was naturally contested by players from all over the server. The server-wide teleportation opened briefly. Players from around the world could enter the Dragon Country server to compete for the city building order. Oh no, there are too many people. Dragon laughed, frowned. As the second player in the world, he was naturally full of confidence, but with players from all over the world arriving, the pressure on him was immense. God Lord, Amaterasu, Ice Emperor. These S-rank talent players are all incredibly powerful. Not to mention, there are also the world's top guilds. Even if all the members of the Dragon Guild came, they would still feel immense pressure. Moreover, players from the military of the United States, Sakura Country, and Cosmic Country have also arrived on the scene. These players usually keep a low profile, preferring to develop in secrecy, but now they have no choice but to show up. Because that is the first city building order in the entire server. We must keep the city building order in Dragon Country. If it explodes in Dragon Country and someone snatches it away, wouldn't that be like someone coming into our home and taking our things? All the players who left the Novice village in Dragon Country have come, but these people are eyeing us closely. This is no less than a global confrontation. Besides the tense atmosphere on site, this storm of competition has also affected reality. Major media reporters and influencers from around the world have entered Sky Realm. They have activated the live streaming feature. Communicating with the real-world network and broadcasting images in real time is a function discovered by scientists, not developed, as Sky Realm itself possesses this capability. It's as if Sky Realm has a part of a connection with reality. At this moment, live streaming platforms in the United States, such as Laoteob, have commentators and analysts broadcasting live. With a group of Americans in front of the screen, the United States will win. This city building order, if we want it, must be ours. The flurry of comments showcases the unwavering confidence of the Americans. The same goes for the live streams from Sakura Country and Eagle Country. Baka, this is the best opportunity to showcase our Sakura Country's warrior spirit. Warriors, let's go. For various reasons, some people have yet to enter Sky Realm, or they have entered before but are temporarily unable to log in today due to other commitments. But none are not paying attention to this matter, because this is too unusual. On social forums and media magazines of various countries, a certain discourse has emerged. Which country can snatch the city building order? Does it represent that this country will become the hegemon? It must be. Sky Realm concerns cosmic civilization, and this has already been confirmed by the Heavenly Emperor, so the rumors about abilities that can feed back to reality are very likely to come true. Whoever obtains the city building order will be in a leading position. Not to mention feedback abilities, at least there will be a greater opportunity to connect with cosmic civilization. This is no longer just a game. Snatching the city building order in Sky Realm. It's about seizing the future in reality. It's not just ordinary people who are paying attention. The great families and major countries around the world are also focused on this battle. For example, the Supreme of Dragon Country, His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Guild cannot be said to be weak, but there are too many competitors this time. Forget it, let's just quietly watch the live stream. The old man has already seen through the world's turmoil, sitting steadily on the dragon throne, but his hands keep rubbing against each other. At this moment, he seems no different from the ordinary people of Dragon Country who are anxiously watching the live stream on platforms like Douyin, all feeling uneasy. I'm afraid we're going to lose. Those idiots from Go-Ri seem to be subtly surrounding us. Crossing the mountain range is enormous, with players standing on different mountains, dividing the areas according to their countries, with Dragon Country players occupying the largest area, because there are so many people from Dragon Country. But the players from Dragon Country are surrounded in the very center, with enemies on all sides, and the cruelty in the enemy's eyes is unmistakable. There are too many people from Dragon Country. If we fight here, Dragon Country might take advantage of their numbers and benefit from it. Why not kick them out? First, the top player from Sakura Country, Amaterasu, spoke loudly. Without even whispering, she showed no hesitation. That's exactly the intention. The first player of the Cosmic Nation, the universe is ours, immediately responded. That makes sense. Players from various countries began to speak up. The God Lord sneered inwardly. This was his proposal, but he didn't say it himself, leaving it to Amaterasu to convey. In an instant, 2 billion players surrounded the Dragon Kingdom players. The total global human population is now 7.5 billion, and having so many enter the main city is already quite a lot, which shows how popular Sky is. As for the Dragon Kingdom players, there are 300 million. A lot, but in front of 2 billion players, they seem weak and outnumbered. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. If I had known, I would have entered Sky 2. Seriously, I always thought it was just a game. Whether I played or not didn't matter, but seeing this scene really makes me feel uncomfortable. I got in, but unfortunately, I joined late and am still in the newbie village, so I can only watch the livestream. The Dragon Kingdom. Viewers in the livestream were all very displeased. Those in the game were even angrier. Some Dragon Kingdom reporters and internet celebrities, although they usually had differing opinions, at this moment, without needing to communicate, launched a verbal assault on the foreign players. Do you have no shame? Isn't this bullying? Responding to them were even more foreign reporters and internet celebrities. Who says we are bullying you? Competing for the city building order, we never said you couldn't use such means. Why don't you just withdraw directly to minimize your losses? Don't say we are inhumane. They were numerous, and their voices drowned out the Dragon Kingdom players. Although this scene was all being live-streamed, they didn't care anymore. Compared to the city building order, what was this little shamelessness? No need to say more. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Long Xiao stepped forward, looking at the Dragon Team players behind him. We are already used to this kind of situation, aren't we? The Dragon Team players exchanged smiles. Yes, they were used to it. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Not afraid. Hiss. Who are these people? They hid their nicknames, but looking at their levels, there are actually several who are on the level leaderboard. Our Dragon Kingdom has such strong hidden players. That level 35 one is the second in the world. The Dragon Kingdom players were all very surprised, especially when they saw Long Zhao's level. They felt very proud. However, it was still not optimistic. After all, there were too many enemies. Let's go help them. Many Dragon Kingdom players stood beside the Dragon Team players. Even Pride of the Sky, a once arrogant guild, bravely stepped forward. The guild leader, Pride of the Supreme, an S-level talent player, had a flicker in his eyes. He didn't expect that his guild, which claimed to be the number one in the Dragon Kingdom, would suddenly face a group of people who were clearly from one guild and completely overshadowed the strength of Pride of the Sky. He felt a surge of fighting spirit. He really wanted to surpass this guild. Now, if this guild went to their doom, Pride of the Sky would have a chance to surpass them. I can't ignore even the basic principles. In the game, various means could be used to compete for resources. But as a Dragon Kingdom citizen, he had to stand up. Less talk, I'll send you to meet God. The God Lord was the first to strike. A great battle erupted instantly. 2 billion against 300 million. This was without suspense. Long Xiao, Long Yen, and the other Dragon Team members displayed powerful strength, with each one basically taking on several opponents. Especially Long Xiao. S-level talent, life solidification. His vitality turned into a solidified state, and any attack would not reduce his health, maintaining for 1 hour, with a chance to activate once a day. As his level increased, the duration became longer. With this talent, he could recklessly take risks and venture into dangerous places to collect treasures, and he had already found quite a few. He alone faced off against the God Lord, Amaterasu, and the universe is ours, the 3S level talent holders. Not falling behind. Damn, no wonder he's the second best player in the world. Awesome. Look at the people around him, they're all fierce. But it's still not optimistic. However, as time passed, the players from Dragon Country gradually fell into a disadvantage. 45 minutes had already passed. The players from Dragon Country were gradually running out of steam. After all, their numbers had decreased significantly, leading to an imbalance in combat power. Supplies were also lacking. For instance, every country had priests healing their players, but the number of priests in Dragon Country was much fewer. Bro! Rabbit shouted anxiously. Although Long Xiao was not taking damage, the pain from the hits was still very real. This was a 100% immersive game. No need to worry about me. Long Xiao chuckled lightly and continued to fight. A-level talent, life sharing. Rabbit activated her talent, converting 1 point of her health into 1000 points to replenish any unit. She had plenty of health and was supplying the Dragon Country players. If her health ran low, she quickly drank a health potion. Behind her, a group of priests was also healing others. Unfortunately, they lacked combat talents. They could only resent not being able to join the fight. Regrettably, they still couldn't provide enough supplies. The healing just wasn't enough. Players from Dragon Country were already being killed one after another. I curse you, old wood. Where's my knife? I'm going in to fight. The Dragon Country fans in the livestream were filled with inexplicable emotions. A surge of feelings suppressed and hard to articulate, only able to vent their frustrations with angry curses. They regretted not entering Sky sooner. Everyone understood. This battle. We won. In countries like Rice Country and Cherry Blossom Country, everyone laughed easily. The ruler of Rice Country smiled. The city building order should belong to Rice Country now. Sigh. The Dragon Emperor sighed, his agile body slightly hunched, looking up at the sky, with a few glistening tears in his eyes. They lost. Everyone from Dragon Country was acutely aware of this. But looking at the players from Dragon Country still fighting and seeing themselves still watching, they couldn't help but murmur in their hearts, knowing they were going to lose, yet still striving so hard. What was it all for? Of course, it was because they refused to admit defeat. Even in defeat, they wanted to lose gloriously, not to be the ones who raised their hands in surrender. Of course, more importantly, it was because there was still a glimmer of hope. Where's the Heavenly Emperor? Where's our Heavenly Emperor? If the Heavenly Emperor were here, one punch would take them out. After all, Dragon Country still had a Heavenly Emperor. Has the Heavenly Emperor not returned yet? The members of the Dragon Corps were fighting while asking in the guild channel about Dragon Corps Zheng Yang, since only Zheng Yang had the Heavenly Emperor as a friend. Not yet. Zheng Yang had just tried to contact the Heavenly Emperor but received no reply. Ha! The Heavenly Emperor? At this moment, the ruler of Rice Country and others were shaking their heads with smiles. They naturally understood that one of the reasons the players from Dragon Country were so persistent was because of the presence of the Heavenly Emperor. But this time, with 2 billion players present, the Heavenly Emperor had previously crushed many Blue Star players, but with so many players, did he still want to crush them? That would be invincible, an unimaginable terror. Players from various countries on site thought the same. Forget it, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, it might not end well. We persist because since we've stepped up, we can't back down. We can't let Dragon Country become a laughingstock. But the Heavenly Emperor hasn't come yet. Let him maintain his strength, not lose levels due to this battle. That's the best. The players from Dragon Country all harbored this thought. Ding dong. Universe announcement. Blue Star player Heavenly Emperor, in the Necromancer civilization, single-handedly destroyed a city, annihilated over 200 million undead, wiped out a level 4 main city, and gained 5,000 universal reputation points. At that moment, the cosmic announcement suddenly resounded. The entire Blue Star server echoed with this prompt. Like a grand celestial sound, it struck the hearts of players worldwide. The Heavenly Emperor has activated the cosmic announcement again? Undead civilization. Kill over 200 million undead, slaughter the level 4 main city. The rulers of the United States and Sakura country stood up one after another. A level 4 main city, what is that? Blue Star players are still in level 1 main cities. Although they had never heard of the undead civilization, it must be stronger than Blue Star civilization. Undead of the same level are certainly more powerful than the creatures of Blue Star civilization, yet despite this, the Heavenly Emperor single-handedly killed over 200 million. And what about the 2 billion Blue Star players? The Dragon Emperor's hand suddenly rose in joy, then slowly fell, letting out a long sigh. In major live streaming rooms around the globe, the once snowflake-like barrage of comments suddenly turned blank, with no one speaking. All humans were stunned in front of their screens, and the reporters in the game had already described the situation on site. That person has returned and killed so many undead? Go! Foreign players abruptly halted their assault. Everyone swallowed hard, many top players trembling, memories flooding back to their minds of when he had annihilated hundreds of thousands of top players. That person is their nightmare. When they were scrambling for city-building orders on Blue Star, the Heavenly Emperor had gone to the cosmic civilization. The most crucial part is that, at this decisive moment, he suddenly returned. So, don't be afraid. This time, we have many people. The Heavenly Emperor can't show off either. They could only force themselves to rally. After all, the Heavenly Emperor is someone whose name alone instills fear. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. The moment the Heavenly Emperor returns, he scares them all out of their wits. The people of the Dragon Country laughed heartily. However, they did not request the Heavenly Emperor to come over. With so many enemies around, it was possible that even the Heavenly Emperor might not be able to withstand it. The people of the Dragon Country do not like moral coercion. At this moment, preserving the Heavenly Emperor's strength and reputation is the most important thing. Should we still ask the Heavenly Emperor for help? People spoke within the Dragon Corps Guild. Let's ask. But remember, it's just asking for his help, not demanding he must do. It's ding dong. You have received a friend request from Dragon Corps Zhang Yang. After gathering some death energy, Yi-Chen heard the prompt. He opened it to check. Boss, in the Hangduan Mountains, a city building order has triggered a mission, and enemies are surrounding the players of the Dragon Country. Can we ask you to take action? We will use, unexpectedly, while he was in the undead civilization, such things happened? Yi-Chen didn't finish reading. Without a doubt, the Dragon Corps asking him to take action must come with something in return, and it would definitely match the value of his intervention. But he couldn't be bothered to read further. I, Yi-Chen, am also a citizen of the Dragon Country. As a citizen of the Dragon Country, the most basic principles must be upheld. How could he allow others to come to his doorstep and bully him? Anyway, this matter was trivial to him. He looked at the soldiers he had just upgraded. Follow me, let's go. The soldiers received the Emperor's Seal of Radiant Moon, and level 100 soldiers were not supposed to enter a level 1 main city. But these soldiers were all Yi-Chen's. Activating Void, the teleportation array transported him to Storm City. With wings flapping, he swiftly descended upon the Hangduan Mountains. Yi-Chen's figure was quickly spotted by players. After all, he was the only one who could fly. Among the Blue Star players now, the Heavenly Emperor has arrived. The players' gaze is all focused on him. The live broadcast screens of internet celebrities and reporters all aimed at the Heavenly Emperor and his handsome figure. appeared on major live streaming platforms and media devices worldwide. All eyes were on him. People understood that the moment that would determine the situation had arrived. Emperor, let's settle both old and new scores. The god, Lord, Amaterasu, and others, though trembling, spoke out in anger, bolstered by the 2 billion players behind them. Remember, protect the emperor. Make him the core and formulate the battle strategy. The Dragon Corps and others quickly rushed to Yi Chen's feet. Players from the Dragon Kingdom were the same, even the Pride of the Sky, members who had been brutally defeated by Yi Chen now surrounded the emperor in a protective formation, their gazes towards him filled with complexity. They knew that for the Dragon Kingdom to win, they could only rely on the emperor. But who would have thought? You all can actually attack together, Yi Chen said disdainfully, looking at the 2 billion players. But I really have no interest in fighting those I've already beaten. Don't worry, I won't attack you. Ha! Wasn't the emperor here for battle? Although they felt uncomfortable being looked down upon, if he truly didn't make a move, the 2 billion players would all breathe a sigh of relief. But just then, Yi Chen threw out the emperor's seal, the seal buzzing and vibrating in the air as a group of figures appeared out of nowhere. For the master, risking life and death. A group of people exuded a terrifying aura. The players instantly noticed and quickly checked their panels. What shocked them happened. Can't see their panels. Where did these strong people come from? They're calling the emperor master. Even Long Xiao was shaken. The levels of these people surpassed his. His basic detection technique could only probe units up to level 20, and he couldn't see through the level 35 ones, proving that these people were at least level 55. But to be level 50, one must enter a level 2 main city, unless they were the lord of a level 1 main city. And how could the emperor, being level 100, come to a level 1 main city? This point puzzled everyone. The biggest reason global players dared to snatch the city building order in the Dragon Kingdom was that they thought the level 100 emperor could no longer return to a level 1 main city, but unexpectedly, he still came back. One could only say he was impressive. Oof. I don't believe their levels can be that high. The emperor himself is only level 100, and his minions, I estimate, are not above level 60, and there are only a few thousand of them. What about our 2 billion players? Are we afraid of a few minions? Global players sneered and quickly launched their attack. Yi Chen merely watched calmly and waved his hand. Charge! 1,289 soldiers all charged towards the enemy. Bang bang bang! The enemy launched countless attacks, striking the soldiers, but what shocked everyone was 0, 0. A string of zeros appeared. WTF? No damage? Yi Chen laughed. These were all level 100 soldiers. And they were all starry and diamond grade, with attributes far superior to the players. How could they easily break through their defenses? S-grade talent, group armor penetration. The fourth player from the Sun Country, Ninja Blade, made his move. This talent, as his strength increased, could enhance the group's armor penetration rate, and the range of the group would also increase, potentially raising the armor penetration of an unlimited number of people to 100%. Currently, it could increase the armor penetration rate of 1,000 players by 50%. He selected the strongest 1,000 foreign players to enhance. S-grade talent, Ice Strike, attack deals an additional 50% ice damage, with a 50% chance to control the enemy. The 1,000 top players all made their move, not believing they couldn't take down these minions. But at this moment, the soldiers also activated their talent. A-grade talent, 1,000 troops and horses, in group battles, increase the defense, attack, or health of up to 10,000 units by double. A-level talent, United We Stand, in team battles, as long as one person is not controlled, everyone will be unaffected. Although they are all just A-level talents, there are many. And it seems that because they are soldiers, many have team-based talents. Of course, there are also individual ones, like Bloodthirsty, which restores 30% of the damage dealt to enemies as health. In short, the attacks of 1,000 top players were like a drop in the ocean, completely ineffective. Kill. One soldier charged towards the G-God Lord. The God Lord immediately activated his defense skill. The soldier swung a punch. 6,573. The God Lord is dead. I have to say, the God Lord had quite a bit of health. After all, he was only level 32, and with that attribute, it was not bad. Unfortunately, even a punch from a level 100 soldier couldn't be blocked. Boom! Crackle! The soldiers attacked one after another, punching, kicking, slashing with swords, smashing with axes. Some used bows and arrows, spells, and others vanished into the darkness, reappearing to reap lives with daggers. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 top players were dead. Did I see that wrong? Is this for real? Even a small soldier of the Heavenly Emperor can beat top players. The players were all stunned. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The soldiers flickered and jumped directly into the crowd of 2 billion players, slaughtering at will. What kind of existence have we provoked? God, these small soldiers are like demons. Do you really think these are just small soldiers? I suspect they are not even level 60. Maybe they all have B-level talents or higher. The 2 billion players could only cry in despair because they simply couldn't break through the soldiers' defenses. In The face of absolute power, numbers meant nothing. The players from the Dragon Kingdom watched this scene, all their mouths agape in disbelief. Ha! Just a moment ago, they were thinking about protecting the Heavenly Emperor, helping the Heavenly Emperor's soldiers, and now they need protection? This scene was naturally also witnessed by global viewers watching the live broadcast. Ha! This is hilarious. What top global players? Not even a small soldier of the Heavenly Emperor can compete. The brows of the Dragon Kingdom people relaxed. What does it mean to be awesome? This is what it means to be awesome. They don't even need to take action themselves. Over 1,000 little brothers can beat 2 billion players. Good. And His Majesty the Dragon Emperor excitedly slammed the table, exclaiming good 3 times, his previous gloom completely lifted. Some players from the Dragon Core had already transferred their power from sky to reality. That's why the Dragon Kingdom valued the city building order so much. Now, it's stable. I need to hold an emergency meeting. The Heavenly Emperor is amazing, truly a good son of our Dragon Kingdom. If he is willing to reveal his real identity, we need to discuss how to thank him. Meanwhile, foreigners were all pale with fear, shocked. Small soldiers beating global players? What kind of terror must the Heavenly Emperor himself be? Why doesn't our country have a player of the Heavenly Emperor's level? The leaders of the United States and Sakura country lamented. The foreign reporters and internet celebrities on the scene were too embarrassed to go live. They had no face. Meanwhile, the reporters from the Dragon Kingdom were overjoyed, focusing the camera on the soldiers, each one beaming with excitement. It could be seen that the 2 billion players were also fighting back. Warriors were the most suitable for charging into battle, so the warriors among the 2 billion players were doing their utmost to block the soldiers. They aimed to provide a stable output environment for the mages and archers behind them. Body of Death. But the soldiers all activated the Body of Death. Although it only immunized against physical attacks for 1 second, with their already formidable strength, there was a lot they could do in that second. Players already found it difficult to break through the soldiers' defenses, and now it was even harder. Roar! At that moment, a terrifying roar echoed. A massive monster suddenly appeared in the Hangduan Mountains. Ding dong! World announcement. The city building order has triggered a mission. Those who kill the Mountain Stone Man will receive the city building order. As the announcement was made, players were all excited. 2 billion players stared at the monster. Despite being beaten by soldiers, as long as they could grab the city building order, this wave would still be worth it. The players from the Dragon Kingdom were also tempted, but they glanced at the Heavenly Emperor. It was thanks to the Heavenly Emperor that the Dragon Kingdom players could survive the siege of global players. This city building order should belong to the Heavenly Emperor. They were not planning to intervene. Kill. The 2 billion foreign players did not think the same way. They quickly rushed towards the monster. After all, there were only a few thousand soldiers, and it was difficult to stop so many players at once. Although, deep down, they were very scared, because they could not see through the monster's stats. Mountain Stone Man, Starry Boss, level 100 physical attack, 23071 defense, 25725 health, 49269 skills, petrification, landslide, ground slam. Description: the mountains have transformed into a monster over a long time, with very thick skin. Clang, clang, clang. The player's attacks hit the mountain stone body, producing a sound of metal clashing, and a series of 0 appeared. No defense was broken. Hiss. What level of monster is this? Only Yi-Chen knew, and he did not expect that this monster was actually at the same level as him. It completely surpassed the standard of a level 1 main city. Boom! The Mountain Stone Man roared in anger, and the Hangduan Mountains suddenly cracked open, with chunks of stone turning into bullets, piercing into the players' bodies, blood quickly spreading. 8,265. 7,286. Instant kills, all instant kills. The ground was filled with stones. No player could withstand a stone's attack. They wanted to dodge, but the earth suddenly split open, and those who couldn't fly found it impossible to maintain their balance, let alone run away. This is terrifying. What the hell kind of monster is this? This city building order, it can't be that it was meant to drop at this time, right? The foreign players wailed in despair. The Dragon Kingdom players watched this scene, feeling a dramatic sense of humor, but their brows were tightly furrowed. They would face the same consequences if they went up. Could it be that this city building order really shouldn't have dropped at this time? That's it. Yi-Chen murmured to himself. The city building order mission was triggered by the Dragon team, which originally did not have the strength to initiate it. It was only because he took action that it succeeded. In other words, because of him, the city building order mission was effectively opened early. Normally, it would at least wait until players were around level 50 for the city building order mission to be appropriately initiated, at which point they would have the capital to compete. Poor foreign players. They prepared so much, but little did they know they didn't even have the qualifications to compete. Boom! Just then, the mountains on Yi-Chen's side also began to crack, and the soldiers' area was the same. Stones were about to attack them. Yi-Chen took a look. The Mountain Stone man's landslide skill was very special, only effective in the Hongduan Mountains with significant restrictions. Therefore, the damage was higher in this specific location. Humph. He snorted coldly. He had no interest in the city building order and was not inclined to take action. But since this monster was being uncooperative, he couldn't be blamed. At this moment, due to landslide, many foreign players had died, leaving only a few still holding on, but they would soon perish as well. They witnessed the monster attacking each end. Good. If the monster can kill the Heavenly Emperor, that would be great. This monster is very strong. They wanted to witness the death of the Heavenly Emperor with their own eyes. S-rank talent, damage transfer. In that instant, the person behind Yi Chen acted. Dragon Team Long Fan activated the talent, allowing the damage the target would receive to be transferred to someone else. Pass it to me. Long Xiao shouted, taking the damage. His life condensation effect was still active, so he wouldn't take any damage. Relying on the Great Emperor to kill monsters. Boss, we'll hold the line for you. Just don't know how long we can last. If it takes too long, we won't be able to. Hold on. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, in front of Yi Chen, a long sword appeared, quickly multiplying to 15. Whoosh, whoosh. 15. Swords flew ahead rapidly, freely racing within 20,000 meters. The sword can fly? Am I sure I'm not in a novel? The players from Long Country were dumbfounded. Who had ever seen such a scene? Isn't long-range attack the domain of archers and mages? How could the Emperor's sword fly? And it was flying so far. Is this the legendary sword immortal of Long Country? Foreign players were even more stunned. They had never seen a sword that could strike farther than an archer. Even more terrifying, those 15 swords suddenly unleashed sword energy. A total of 225 streams of sword energy shot through the air, rapidly reaching the mountain stone giant 15,000 meters away, piercing through its body one after another. 49,269. In just an instant, the mountain giant was reduced to dust. With its death, the mountain collapse also ceased. Ding dong. World announcement. Congratulations to Long Country player Emperor for successfully achieving the first kill of the 100-level Starry Boss Mountain Stone Giant, earning 1 point of legend, 2,500 server reputation. World announcement. Congratulations to Long Country player Emperor for successfully killing the 100-level Starry Boss Mountain Stone Giant, earning 1 level city building order *1. 2 different announcements rang out. Damn. The players from Long Country couldn't help but exclaim, while the remaining foreign players cursed in anger. So it was a 100-level Starry Boss. No wonder they couldn't defeat it. Moreover, this boss was related to the city building order, so it must be stronger than ordinary bosses. Yet such a powerful boss, which could crush 2 billion players, was still taken down in an instant by the Emperor. Ding, you have achieved the first kill of the 100-level Starry Boss Mountain Stone Giant, earning 10,000 experience points. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can earn 100 million experience points, 10,000 legend points, 25 million server reputation, 1 level city building order *10000 or imperial capital city building order *1. Killing monsters of the same level doesn't yield much experience, so that's nothing to discuss. Ding. As the Emperor, you can now obtain 1 level city building order *10000 triggering system prompt. Owning 10,000 level 1 main cities grants you Emperor's power. This was beyond Yi Chen's expectations. He initially thought the city building order would be of no use to him, but he didn't expect there to be such good stuff. Emperor's power, level 1 stage, description 1, can extract 10% of all subordinates' attributes for personal use, lasting for 1 strike. After extraction, subordinates enter a weakened state, becoming attributeless and requiring 24 hours to recover. Description 2, an emperor with 10,000 level 1 main cities can possess. Description 3, an emperor with 10,000 level 2 main cities can upgrade. Emperor's power to level 2, extracting 20% of all subordinates' attributes. Owning 10,000 affiliated imperial capitals allows for 100% extraction. Nice. Now, the soldiers would truly be useful. They would become his real foundation. Ding, 10,000-fold critical hit. Earning 1 level city building order *10000. Yi Chen chose this. It would be quite difficult to gather 10,000 imperial capitals for now, so he would start with level 1 main cities. I already have Tianqing City, so I only need 9,999 level 1 city building orders. Yi Chen thought for a moment and tossed a city building order to Long Xiao. Ha! Long Xiao's eyes widened. This city building order was just given to him? After thinking it over, he realized it was probably because the other person looked down on it. After all, they already had an imperial capital, so why would they care about a level 1 main city? Foreign players were all spitting blood. They had worked so hard for so long, shamelessly fighting to seize what they could. And then it was just handed over by the Heavenly Emperor? Damn! Was it really necessary to be this infuriating? Little did they know, Yi Chen had 1,000 of these things. Ding! The city building order has triggered. The end of the quest. Short-term server-wide teleportation is now closed. You have been forcibly transferred back to the original server. Fortunately, the notification sound came through. They were forcibly moved away, which was actually a good thing. If they had stayed any longer, they would have been driven mad. However, not many returned. Most had been killed by the Mountain Stone men, and some soldiers had also been slain. We will settle this score one day, the players from the Dragon Kingdom vowed in their hearts. As for the Heavenly Emperor, he had already surpassed the level that Blue Star players should have. Like a living legend, how could they always rely on foreign players to summon the Heavenly Emperor? Didn't they see that he had been too lazy to act against foreign players from the beginning to the end? Indeed, Yi Chen had never acted because he felt that would be beneath him. At the very least, it should be against players from a cosmic civilization to be interesting. Ding! Your soldiers have killed 107,255 players. The rewards belong to you. You have gained 107,255 experience points, 104,204 pieces of gold equipment, 3,050 pieces of platinum equipment, and 1 piece of diamond equipment. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can obtain 107,255,000 experience points, 104,204,000 pieces of gold equipment, or 104,204 pieces of starry equipment, 3,050,000 pieces of platinum equipment, or 3,050 pieces of legendary equipment, and 10,000 pieces of diamond equipment, or 1 piece of epic equipment. NPCs killing players meant that all the dropped items belonged to the rewards. For Blue Star players, having platinum equipment was already quite good. Fortunately, the critical hit rewards were impressive, and Yi Chen planned to take a look later. Long Xiao suddenly spoke up, preparing to take out something. It was the item promised to him for summoning the Heavenly Emperor. But he hesitated. The Heavenly Emperor had given him a city building order, and he felt he should offer something better in return. Relying on life solidification, he had ventured into many dangerous areas and had obtained quite a few good items. After this moment of hesitation, he decided to take out the best item he had for the Heavenly Emperor. Here you go, Big Shot. Unconsciously, he began to call him Big Shot. Yi Chen had no particular interest in his item, but he still took a look. Ding! You have obtained Ability Weakening Scroll. Ability Weakening Scroll, Special Treasure, Effect, weakens one effect of a certain ability. It didn't seem very useful? Not really. For example, when facing an enemy, it could weaken the effects of their skills, and there were no restrictions on the target. It could even weaken talents. This was truly a terrifying item. An S-rank talent of a player was formidable, but if it were weakened, it would definitely no longer be S-rank. Long Xiao had originally intended to use the scroll against foreign S-rank talent players, but since the Heavenly Emperor had acted and resolved all foreign players, he didn't mind taking it out. Ding! With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can obtain Ability Weakening Scroll, *10000, or Ability Strengthening Scroll, *1. Wow! I didn't expect this to also be part of the rewards. Long Xiao sought help from Yi Chen, and since Yi Chen had successfully completed it, in a sense, it could also be considered completing a quest, thus qualifying as a reward. 10,000 times of weakening. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Ability Strengthening Scroll, Special Treasure, Effect, strengthens one effect of a certain ability. But when Yi Chen saw the effect after the critical hit, he instantly chose the latter. This thing was too powerful. He held the scroll, opened the data panel, and clicked on 10,000-fold critical hit privilege. Ding! As the only privilege in the world of Sky, it is only related to Sky Jade. External items cannot enhance it. Please complete the Sky Jade collection quest as soon as possible. As expected, Yi Chen had not held out much hope. He clicked on SSS rank talent endless battle. Ding! System prompt: SSS level talent has been set as the highest level talent in the Sky realm, cannot be enhanced. Impressive. The highest level. Because it's too high, it can't be enhanced. So if it's not that high, it can be enhanced. I still have the ability Ascension scroll. I can snatch an S level talent and then upgrade it to SS level talent. Then use the ability enhancement scroll to elevate it to SSS level talent. Just thinking about it feels great. So, I must find an S level talent to snatch. Endless battle is powerful, but its flaw is that when there aren't many enemies, its effect is quite weak. So Yi Chen wants to find a talent that can provide stable effects and perform consistently in any situation. Blue Star doesn't have what I want. He had been watching the soldiers and players fight earlier, and none of those S-level talents were what he desired. However, in the universe civilization, there are plenty of talents. Thud, thud. Just as Yi Chen was daydreaming, a sudden loud sound of kneeling came from nearby. I, probably overlooking the sky, apologized to the Heavenly Emperor. I, probably madman, apologized to the Heavenly Emperor. The entire, probably overlooking the sky, faction, who had previously provoked Yi Chen, knelt down to apologize. The players from Dragon Country were all shocked. Probably overlooking the sky had always been arrogant, yet they were now so humble in front of the Heavenly Emperor. Actually, the people from proudly overlooking the sky aren't that bad. They just have a bit of a tyrannical attitude. In this great battle, they also stood up. People whispered among themselves. TCH. Yi Chen shook his head with a smile. What are they apologizing for? They were beaten down by him several times, but that was also because he was too strong. They finally understood the gap between them and him. These people aren't really bad, at most they have a bit of a temper in the game. Well, they have already been subdued by him. Yi Chen ignored them. He directly teleported back to the imperial capital. He really couldn't muster any interest in the players anymore. Kneel for 3 days, not asking for the Heavenly Emperor's forgiveness, but we must kneel to express our apologies. The people from proudly overlooking the sky continued to kneel. When Yi Chen returned to the imperial capital, the players' heated discussions were still ongoing, but he was too lazy to care. 10,000 level 1 main cities need territory. This is a problem. Building a city first requires land, and there are no large vacant territories nearby. He needs to find territory. Moreover, the power of the emperor grows stronger with more subordinates, and currently, he still doesn't have enough. He also needs to acquire more gold coins in critical hit coins. If his subordinates can have A-level talents, then there's no need to settle for inferior ones. All of this takes time, but with Yi Chen's strength, it shouldn't take long. Goo, he was hungry, so Yi Chen logged off to grab a meal, planning to have a simple bite at a nearby food city. A great relief. Our Dragon Country players were besieged by enemies, and at a critical moment, the Heavenly Emperor made a powerful move. His subordinates brutally defeated players worldwide, showcasing our national strength. Media reporters were passionately speaking on the large LCD screens inside and outside major shopping malls. The footage was looping, showing the Heavenly Emperor flying in, disdainfully dismissing the players, and waving his hand to unleash soldiers who beat the players mercilessly. So cool. My Heavenly Emperor is amazing. I'm totally in love. Who knows the real identity of the Heavenly Emperor? I want to warm his bed. On the streets and in the malls, countless people were watching the television screens, all excited to the point of jumping up, especially when they saw the Heavenly Emperor strike down such powerful monsters in an instant. The emotions reached a climax. The Heavenly Emperor had become an idol for all the people of Dragon Country. At that moment, some girls spotted Yi Chen's figure. Sisters, look quickly, that guy is so handsome. Wow, super handsome, he even looks a bit like the Heavenly Emperor. This time, even some of the men couldn't help it. Where? Who's like the great emperor? Let me ask if he needs any accessories on his thigh. Goodness, are you trying to snatch it? Hee, if the great emperor is willing, I wouldn't mind. A crowd of people surged to see Yi Chen. Whoosh! But Yi Chen's real strength was already quite formidable. With a slight movement of his feet, he transformed into an illusion and disappeared. People thought they must have seen it wrong. Being handsome is such a hassle. Yi Chen once again felt that reducing his facial features by 50% was quite clever. Generally, reducing facial features is to avoid offending people in the game and getting into trouble in reality. But Yi Chen had no such worries. Not to mention his current real strength. Just based on his relationship with the Dragon Core, if his real identity were exposed, no one would dare to provoke him. It was just annoying. He didn't like being watched everywhere he went. After seeing this incident, I'm also preparing to enter Sky Realm. Next time someone bullies our Dragon Nation, I'll take a knife and go fight. The great emperor must be very busy. He can't always intervene in such trivial matters. At Yi Chen's table, people began discussing Sky Realm. The restaurant was a mix of people, but whether they were waiters, white-collar elites, or business owners, at that moment, it seemed there were no distinctions in status. Everyone had the thought of entering Sky Realm, and the great emperor was their best idol. It was easy to imagine that even more people from the Dragon Nation would enter the game. Yi Chen thought about it. This was a good thing. One day, cosmic civilizations would inevitably invade the Blue Star civilization, even invading the real world of Blue Star. It was not a bad thing for the people of the Dragon Nation to enhance their strength. Boss, check please. You look like the great emperor. He's my idol. If you charge me, I'll get angry. The boss was a middle-aged man, but at that moment he acted like a little fan. Yi Chen. Fine, he didn't insist. Back home, he entered the game. He began to check the loot from the players he had killed, and one piece of equipment caught his attention. Revival necklace, legendary item, level 32 attached attributes, health plus 1000 attached skill, revival, gold LV50 consumes 660 mana, can revive once, cooldown 12 hours restrictions. Level 32 not bad, the added health isn't much, after all, it's only level 32. But the skill is great, it can revive, which adds a means of survival. Yi Chen had already leveled it up. Originally, the cooldown was 240 hours at level 1. He took off the golden necklace he was wearing and replaced it with this one. The player who originally owned this legendary item must have been a top player in Blue Star. They would probably be furious. Claim the class quest. Last time BMO told me I could go to Radiant City to pick up the quest. He opened the teleportation array and entered Radiant City. A lord has come. Quick, notify the city lord. The NPCs in Radiant City, upon seeing the Lord prefix in Yi Chen's nickname, immediately called for the City Lord. The City Lord arrived quickly, enthusiastically chatting with Yi Chen, and upon learning Yi Chen's purpose, hurriedly brought Bayamo to him. One must say, having status makes things easier. You should be ready now, Bayamo murmured, but I still advise you not to take on a full-time quest for now. Why? Yi Chen asked. Because of the God of War Trial Tower. The Destroyer is a class inherited from the God of War, and through the Trial Tower, you will receive rich rewards. Every 100 levels, you can attempt it once. So that's how it is. Luckily, he hadn't rushed to level up, otherwise he would have lost an opportunity. Yi Chen also thought that he wasn't the Destroyer but the Annihilator. He didn't know if he could take on this trial. I'll take you to meet an elder. He has a rather peculiar temperament, so be careful. Bayamo led the way. Soon, in a dilapidated house, they found a ragged man. Asceticism Starshine level 150. His strength is impressive. He looked at Yi Chen and said, "Come on." Buzzing. In his hand, a spinning treasure tower appeared, somewhat ethereal. What I have in my hand is just a phantom version of the trial tower. Only the main tower in the War God Hall can open the 9 trials. But you are only going through the first trial now. That's enough. Are you sure? Yes. Yi Chen nodded. There are always those who think they can do it, only to find out in the end that they cannot. Crying Path spoke coldly. Bayamo looked a bit awkward. Yi Chen was also stunned for a moment. Goodness, is he still trying to discourage himself at this time? Truly a strange temperament. Then we shall wait and see. He merely smiled faintly as the trial tower opened a door, stepping inside. Senior, I've told you, he's different. He's a genius. Bayamo complained to Kui. I was once a genius too, and I've seen countless so-called geniuses. But none of them succeeded. Kui's tone was sorrowful. Bayamo didn't say anything further. He had heard some things about the trial tower. This was something all destroyers could participate in. Destroyers were not exclusive to the Blue Star Civilization, and none of the destroyers from the Blue Star Civilization had passed the first trial tower. So many geniuses, and they all lost. He also knew that Kui was not trying to discourage the Heavenly Emperor. Kui had once been a genius, but after that failure, he had lost all hope. He didn't want the Heavenly Emperor to experience the same blow, which is why he advised him not to go. Kui had already stopped looking at the trial tower and lay down to sleep. His heart had died with that failure. But Bayamo was full of confidence in Yi Chen, staring at the trial tower. Ding! You have entered the War God Trial Tower first level. The number of levels cleared and the time taken will yield different rewards. Current level, first level, monster level. System prompt: the faster you clear the first level, the greater the difficulty of the second level. Yi Chen entered a vast expanse, surrounded by overgrown weeds, with a sudden surge of killing intent. Many monsters jumped out. Thunder Leopard. Starshine, level, 100 dual attack, 16875 defense, 15648 health, 20559 skills. Thunder Leap, Thunderball, Thunder Claw Strike. Description: a monster with astonishing speed and high destructive power. Be careful in dealing with it. It was a dual attack monster, with both physical and magical attacks exceeding 10,000. Roar! They roared, spitting out thunder balls. Crackle! The thunder balls were incredibly violent, possessing a terrifying 150% attack power, along with a 35% armor penetration and a 10% chance to paralyze. Ding! In battle, enemy plus 1011, physical attack plus 1011%. But Yi Chen's attack surged tenfold at this moment. Lightning flickered around him. In a flash of lightning, because the monsters concentrated their attacks on him, all their strikes missed as he instantly blinked away. But he couldn't keep dodging. The next wave of monster skills was brewing, and it was unlikely he could evade them all again. Clang, clang, clang. He drew his heart sword, and 225 sword energies roared out. Seeing this, the thunder leopards were enveloped in lightning, suddenly disappearing one by one. Thunder Leap, randomly blink 3 times within 10,000 meters. This move can evade many attacks. But unfortunately, Yi Chen was currently using Sword Unity Sword Strike, which could attack for 1 hour within 20,000 meters. The sword light cascaded like a waterfall. The thunder could evade 3 times, but not 4. Each sword strike was a lethal harvest of their lives. Blood sprayed, and in just a moment, all the thunder leopards had fallen. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Starry Artifact Lightning Staff *2, 183 gold coins, and Orange Thunder Leap Skill Book *1. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you could receive Starry Artifact Lightning Staff *20000 or Epic Artifact Title Staff *4, 1,830,000 gold coins or 183 cosmic coins. Forbidden Spell Thunder Leap Skill Book *1. 1 Starry Artifact turned into 2 Epic Artifacts? It seems that with a 10,000-fold critical hit, the maximum output is Epic Artifacts. Yi Chen must quickly find the next Sky Jade to trigger a critical hit for sacred or divine artifacts. This epic artifact is a magic item, which he did not check. To his surprise, he actually dropped 183 gold coins, which immediately converted into cosmic coins. That's equivalent to gaining 183 A grade. Talents. This is even better. Thunder Leap Forbidden Spell Effect. Within 1000 meters, leap to your desired location 3 times in a row, cooldown of 1 minute. Note, skill level +1, distance plus 1000 meters, maximum level 60. Originally, it was a random leap, uncontrollable. Now, he can jump wherever he wants. Lightning in an instant is great, but after using it, it can be a bit tight. With this, I have assurance. He chose this and tore the skill book. Ding! Congratulations, you and your clone have learned Forbidden Spell Thunder Leap. Consuming experience points to max it out. Can leap 3 times continuously within 60,000 meters. The more enemies Yi-Chen faces, the more enjoyable it is, but with too many enemies, it can sometimes be risky. Being able to dodge multiple times is much more comfortable. Meanwhile, outside, hoo-hoo, Kuyi's snoring sounded, seemingly in a deep sleep. It's lit! It's lit! He passed the first level. Bayemo suddenly shouted in surprise as the first level of the trial tower lit up. Look quickly. He nudged Kuyi. Don't bother me, I'm sleeping. Kuyi turned over to sunbathe, murmuring, what nonsense. It's only been a few seconds, he can pass. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, the trial tower suddenly shook violently, emitting a loud rumble. Holy crap! Kuyi suddenly jumped up, eyes wide. What the hell? The trial tower actually shook. Passing the first level, the trial tower lights up. But only by passing the first level at high speed will it shake and make noise. Incredible, this is too incredible. Bayemo, I agree with what you said. He truly is an extraordinary genius. Kuyi's expression remained one of shock. He had once passed the first level. The first level would be besieged by thousands of monsters of the same level, and they are fast and powerful. It tests the ability to face a siege. As a genius, he passed. But constantly pulling and healing with potions, it took him a full 2 days. And the Heavenly Emperor did it in 3 seconds? Hey, I told you, he's amazing. Bayemo was very happy. Yes. Oh no, he passed too quickly. Kuyi nodded but soon showed a look of fear and concern. The trial has a total of 2 levels. The faster you pass the first level, the harder the second level becomes. Why does the Heavenly Emperor have to pass so quickly? Kuyi shouted. He had lost at the second level. Moreover, he was killed instantly. It took him 2 days to pass the first level, and the difficulty was that great. The Heavenly Emperor passed in an instant would be extremely terrifying. No worries, if the Heavenly Emperor can pass the first level in an instant, he can definitely pass the second level too. Bayemo still had confidence in Yi-Chen. You don't understand. Geniuses like the Heavenly Emperor, the destroyers of Blue Star, have also existed. They also passed the first level in an instant, but in the second level, all failed in an instant. Upon hearing this, Bayemo could no longer remain calm. What exactly is the second level? The universe. Ding! You have passed the first level at the fastest speed in history. The difficulty of the second level will be the hardest ever, so please be prepared. Yi-Chen heard the prompt and smiled confidently. Did he not know that the faster he passed the first level, the harder the second level would be? Of course he knew, but why be afraid? How could he possibly slow down on purpose? Moreover, the faster he passed, the higher the rewards would be. To maintain your status, all your skills, items, and other abilities will have their cooldowns refreshed. All of Yi-Chen's abilities, some of which had been on cooldown, were now restored. This trial tower was quite user-friendly, but it also meant that the next challenge would be truly difficult. Ding! You have entered the second level. In this round, you will encounter the 5 strongest players who have previously passed the second level. They have been suppressed to your level. 5 enemies. This meant that the endless battle was of no use, and these 5 were the top among the destroyers. Boom! Boom! A terrifying aura surged, and 5 horrifying figures quickly coalesced. Heavenly Wolf Civilization Wolf. Annihilation level 100. Before Yi-Chen could finish reading, a prompt sounded. Ding! Encountered a powerful being from the Heavenly Wolf Civilization, triggering the Gather the Celestial Jade quest. Upon hearing this, Yi-Chen was first stunned, then overjoyed. Just as he mentioned that his privileges were running low and he couldn't crit out a holy artifact, new information arrived. The Heavenly Wolf Civilization had Celestial Jade. He then looked at the other figures. Divine Moon Civilization Moon Radiance, Deity, Level, 100 Magic Attack, 1,334,643 Defense, 1,082,367 Health, 1,293,754 Skills, Moonwheel, Moonshadow, Mist, Moon Dance. Description: Level 5 Civilization Player. The Trial Tower has condensed its 100 level phantom here. The main body cannot perceive the situation here. Great Sun Civilization Cyan Flame, Deity, Level, 100 Physical Attack, 1,316,354 Defense, 1,207,346 Health, 1,283,654 Skills. Great Sun Flame. Fist, Great Wilderness Prison Sunfinger, Star Chase Sun Tread Description, Level 5 Civilization Player, Trial Tower. Almost all have this attribute. Level 5 Civilization Players? Yi Chen's eyes flickered. He didn't expect to encounter level 5 civilizations, but there were only 2. There were also Heavenly Music Civilization Death Sound and Giant Stone Civilization Stone Lord, which were level 4 civilizations, while the Heavenly Wolf Civilization was the weakest, a level 2 civilization. But still, it was a level 2 civilization. The blue star where Yi Chen was located was only a level 0.72 civilization. This meant that the resources obtained by players from the blue star were far weaker than those from higher civilizations, and their rate of improvement would be much slower than that of higher civilization players. So, these 5 had already become deities, and they were all destroyers, possessing many good skills. Ding! System prompt: to ensure fairness, the 5 level 100 phantoms of the deities in this round cannot use skills above the holy level and cannot use secret techniques. Both the challenger and the deity phantoms cannot use their talents. Goodness, is this called fairness? The fact that the opponents couldn't use skills above the forbidden level was indeed nice. Moreover, since they couldn't use their talents, Yi Chen would only face 5 enemies. The endless battle was already of little use. It made no difference whether he used it or not, and it was indeed quite good that the opponents were also sealed. But they were deities. Even if reduced to level 100, they were still beings beyond the mundane. Attack in the millions, defense in the millions, health in the millions. If they were at their original levels, who knows how terrifying they would be. Is this the power of deities? No wonder every being wants to become a deity. What exactly is in the second round? By Mo continue to ask. In the universe there exist many civilizations. Level 1 civilizations have beings close to deities, some even possessing powers that rival deities. In a level 2 civilization, each one possesses deities, and in even higher civilizations, there are divine generals and divine kings. Our blue star civilization has never encountered any deities. In the second stage, you will encounter the phantoms of cosmic beings. They are former challengers. Those who clear it quickly will meet the phantoms of deities. Upon hearing this, Mo trembled all over. It was likely that he felt disheartened because he encountered the phantoms of cosmic beings and was brutally defeated, leading to his subsequent despondency. Kui shook his head inwardly. If he had merely lost to the phantoms of cosmic beings, he wouldn't be so downcast. The reason was that he knew some powerful individuals from Blue Star had quickly passed the first stage, encountered the phantoms of deities, and were swiftly killed. There was no way around it. The Blue Star civilization was too weak. There were no deities. They didn't even have experience fighting against deities. What's the use of trying harder? No matter how talented one is, encountering a deity would be futile, right? The Heavenly Emperor originally had hopes of passing the second stage, but he cleared the first stage too quickly, and he would inevitably encounter the phantoms of deities, which would spell disaster. What he didn't know was that Yi Chen encountered 5. And at this moment, Yi Chen smiled. I was just worried about not having a good panel change, and now it's here. He had the forbidden spell, Steel Heaven and Change Day, which could transform his panel data into the panel data he had seen before. The panel of a deity couldn't be better than this, right? The deity's level was certainly very high. Yi Chen could see panel attributes not exceeding his level 500, but he definitely couldn't see through the deities. Yet now he encountered a level 100 deity. This was a heavenly opportunity. He could transform into the attributes of a level 100 deity. Although it only lasted for 1 minute, he could change again afterward. Even though the cooldown lasted for 12 hours, with 3 major attributes in the millions, facing ordinary beings, wouldn't he be able to take down a small child with 1 punch? The 5 newly arrived phantoms also noticed Yi Chen. They possessed intelligence. To think we encountered an existence capable of triggering the trial of 5 divine phantoms here. I only triggered 1 before. It seems he is not from our civilization. Then there's no need to let him possess secret techniques. Kill him. The 5 divine phantoms harbored murderous intent. Deities were inherently cold and indifferent. Moreover, encountering them proved that this heavenly emperor was exceptionally talented and might catch up to them in the future. The Destroyer, the War God Legacy. The War God, the supreme deity. And among the supreme deities, one with overwhelming combat power. Even if the Destroyer achieved divinity, they still had to compete with each other, hoping to enter the War God's site, so they decided to eliminate a potential competitor here first. Moon Wheel. Behind moonlight, a moon appeared, spewing countless moon wheels. With a howl, the wolf unleashed its skill wolf nature, increasing all attributes by 100 times, the cost being its own death afterward. But this was merely a phantom, so it didn't care. Why increase attributes with such high attacks? It felt that even when hunting a rabbit, a lion must exert its full strength. One must admit, it was a fierce deity. The other divine phantoms also activated various enhancement skills, pushing their limits. This scene was utterly despairing. At this moment, Yi Chen could activate Steel Heaven and change Day to gain the same attributes as they had before, but he couldn't obtain the current ones as he could only change the original attributes. He couldn't change those enhanced by skills. So Yi Chen directly took action, and it was indeed difficult to fight against them. After all, they were deities, seeking death. But he was furious, since they were trying so hard, he wouldn't hold back. In a flash of lightning, his figure vanished, dodging various skills, and leaped into the air above Son Yen. Ding! You have activated the Burning the Boats buff, consuming 250 trillion experience points. The next strike will deal 2.5 billion damage. The attributes of Son Yen after the enhancement, defense and health exceeded 2.4 billion. Slap! But with a single slap from Yi Chen, 128, 235, 6235, Son Yen vanished instantly. What? A gasp echoed in the air. One hit, God slaying? This doesn't make sense. How could a low-level creature have such high attack power? The other divine phantoms were astonished. It's fine. It must be using some special means, and such means have great limitations. It definitely can't use it again. One divine phantom confidently flashed to Yi Chen's side, ready to strike. Slap! Yi Chen, already prepared, swung his hand again. 124, 235, 4562. The Breaking the Boat buff had no restrictions. Another divine phantom fell, shattering the pride of the divine phantoms completely. There were only 5 of them. The Heavenly Emperor had already taken down 2 with just 2 slaps. Next, it's your turn. Yi Chen smiled cruelly. He first eliminated Sung Yen and Sang Yin because these two had many displacement skills and could easily dodge attacks, so they had to be taken out first. The rest could be dealt with slowly. Divine Stone Transformation. The Stone Lord looked terrified. As a creature of the giant stone civilization, its movement speed was low, and it naturally couldn't possess many displacement skills, so it was very afraid that the Heavenly Emperor would eliminate it in an instant. But it was tough. At this moment, it activated its skill, with defense at 3 billion and health at 3.6 billion. The Heavenly Emperor's attack seemed to be just over 2 billion? That wouldn't do. Thunder Leap. Suddenly, lightning surged from the Heavenly Emperor, disappearing again, and instantly appearing above it, delivering a powerful kick. Ding! You have consumed 66 trillion experience points. The Breaking the Boat buff will deal 6.6 billion damage. Yi Chen had 89 billion experience points, so he could spend it freely. Bang! A kick shattered the Stone Lord, killing it instantly. Moon Dance flutters. Moon Eye. Yu Meng turned pale. With urgency, activating a displacement skill that allowed it to blink in the air 10 times. Haha, you don't have many displacement skills either. Under Moon Eye, I can see your movement trajectory. How can you hit me? It intended to evade Yi Chen's attack this way. Is that so? Yi Chen smiled slightly. Void. Transforming into a state of nothingness. Yu Meng could no longer see him, and then the Thunder Leap arrived beside Yu Meng. Do you like it? How do? You want to die? The suddenly ringing voice made Yu Meng's scalp tingle. Chaotic ultrasonic wave. But it was forcibly controlled for 1 second, unable to blink and escape. No, you can't kill me. I am a god. How can I be killed by a lowly mortal? Slap. A single slap and it was dead. Yi Chen turned to the last enemy. A wolf destruction howled at the sky, feeling that the Heavenly Emperor had left it for last for some reason. Sure enough. Sky Jade, Yi Chen said lightly. Ha, what is that? Wolf Destruction was somewhat confused. Then, you have no reason to exist. The Thunder Leap had one last chance to blink, and it was used on Wolf Destruction. Thus, the 5 divine phantoms were dead. If Wolf Destruction knew about the Sky Jade, it shouldn't have reacted this way. It seems the Wolf Star civilization has the Sky Jade, but it's not with it, Yi Chen murmured. He wasn't afraid of Wolf Destruction's true form learning about the Sky Jade. The phantoms in the Trial Tower had no connection to the true form. They were just a form of energy. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 5 level 100 divine phantoms, earning 2.38 million experience points, with a 10,000-fold critical hit, earning 23.8 billion experience points. As expected, there were only experience point rewards. After all, it was just a form of energy. Moreover, they were of the same level. Although their rank was divine, the experience gained from killing one was still not much. In this battle, he consumed nearly 200 trillion experience points. Was it a loss? Yi Chen didn't care. He had 89 billion experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 5 level 100 divine beings, earning the title, God Slayer Pseudo. 500,000 server-wide reputation points. A world announcement will be made. Do you want to hide your nickname and rewards? A title? That's not a loss, it might even be a gain. Yi Chen immediately decided not to hide it. Ding dong! World announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player, Heavenly Emperor, for killing 5 level 100 divine beings, earning the title, God Slayer Pseudo, and 500,000 server-wide reputation points. Please congratulate him. Global players had just been thoroughly beaten by the Heavenly Emperor's minions. Everyone was speculating about the Heavenly Emperor's own strength and how far it had reached. Suddenly, the world announcement came. FUCK, God Slayer? Baka, is this for real? He's actually a God Slayer? The game has only been open for a few days, and he can already slay gods? People had become accustomed to the Heavenly Emperor's world announcements, numb to the shock. After all, he had even made a cosmic announcement. But, a God Slayer. That was different. Although they were only level 100 gods, they were still gods. Wait, only level 100? It seemed they didn't have the right to say only in this context. They were even more envious of the Heavenly Emperor's rewards, so much reputation points, and a title they couldn't see the effects of. God Slayer Pseudo, Description 1, killing divine beings can earn this title, but you have killed level 100 divine beings, not the original level of the divine beings, so you can only obtain the pseudo version. Description 2, when wearing this title, creatures below the level of divine beings that encounter you will have their attributes reduced by 10%. That's pretty impressive. Not becoming a divine being means that anyone who sees Yi Chen will have their attributes reduced by 10%. Innate suppression. But 10%. Doesn't seem like much? Ask the players outside who wouldn't want this. Although it's a pseudo version, it's still quite powerful. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit, earning the title God Slayer. Having the same title multiple times is useless, so it directly increases the quality of the critical hit. God Slayer, Description 1, killing divine beings can earn this title. Description 2, when wearing this title, creatures below the level of divine beings that encounter you will have their attributes reduced by 50%, and divine beings that encounter you will have their attributes reduced by 10%. Now, that's different. Yi Chen put it on. Immediately. Mortal beings that encounter me will have their attributes halved. Divine beings will have their attributes reduced by 10%. Most of the beings he encountered now were mortal, so that would be fun. The title, God Slayer, is generally very hard to obtain because can mortal beings slay gods? It's even hard to see a god. Sorry, Yi Chen just got a critical hit. In fact, Blue Star players still didn't understand the concept of gods, only knowing they were super powerful. Currently, only NPCs could feel the strength of divine beings. I want to slay gods. Even if they are of the same level, that's simply impossible. At the very least, there must be divine beings within the civilization that can impart experience in battling divine beings and bestow treasures that can contend with divine beings. I estimate that cosmic civilization beings can reach the second layer because they were granted treasures by divine beings. Ku-yi frowned tightly. Even Bai Mo, who had always trusted the Heavenly Emperor, shook his head helplessly. Time to sleep, time to sleep. Ku-yi prepared to lie down and completely give up. Boom! Just then, the trial tower suddenly trembled again, a terrifying power erupted from the tower gathering above Huiguang City, and strange blood flowed from the sky. This scene was like the heavens weeping. The fall of a god, the heavens weep. The Blue Star NPCs who had never witnessed a god's fall didn't understand the reason. But Ku-yi and Bai Mo, looking at the light shining from the second layer of the trial tower, suddenly stood up. They shouted, "It's over! Wow! He killed a god." There was actually someone who could, with a mortal body, defy and slay a deity. Moreover, he was a mundane being from a trash civilization. This act was no less than a humble blade of grass piercing through the heavens. He actually succeeded. Ku-yi was almost in tears. Who knows how desperate he felt after that failure, especially when he heard that several of the lords from the War God Hall also failed on the second level, leaving him utterly despondent. But now, his deadened heart began to beat again, because he saw hope. The War God Hall, composed of the destroyers of Blue Star. And the War God Hall actually exists in many cosmic civilizations. After all, it is the legacy of the War God, so the War God Hall of Blue Star is connected to cosmic civilizations. Although it has not yet entered cosmic civilization, it knows some news. Sooner or later, cosmic civilizations will invade Blue Star civilization. The reason they haven't yet is that Blue Star civilization is too low level, and under the binding power of the Supreme God's war contract, it is difficult for cosmic civilizations to come over. Only when someone becomes a god can Blue Star civilization be truly protected. But he never expected that the Heavenly Emperor would directly slay a god. Although they were of the same level, it represented a godlike potential that could no longer be described as an extraordinary genius. I found a genius with the form of a deity. He was already stuttering. As for Bai Mo, he was completely dumbfounded because he never imagined the Heavenly Emperor was this powerful, far beyond his imagination. He was also very curious. What kind of reward would there be for passing the second level? Ding! 10,000 times critical hit, you have gained 5 billion server-wide reputation points. Yi Chen had first scored a critical hit on reputation points. The blood-locking buff he wanted could be exchanged for soon. The pleasant notification sound rang out again. Ding! Congratulations, you have passed the first trial, settling. Completion time, 8 seconds. The fastest in history, rated super perfect, you will receive the highest reward. Yi Chen was very satisfied. He actually had other methods to fight against the 5 divine shadows, but that would slow him down significantly. He was willing to expend a large amount of experience points just to pass quickly. Ding! You have obtained the Destroyer Secret Technique, Destruction. Rebirth, 10,000 times critical hit, obtained. Annihilator Secret Technique, Break and Rebuild. Secret Technique? What is that? Filled with curiosity, he quickly checked. Destruction Rebirth, Destroyer Secret. Technique, effect, within 1 day can resurrect 3 times without consumption, and each resurrection increases attributes by 50%, lasts 1 second, each resurrection lasts 1 second, limitation, Destroyer Description, A. Secret technique researched by the Supreme God, the War God. The secret technique cannot be measured by item levels. Very powerful. Resurrecting 3 times a day without loss and also increasing strength is much better than the Necromancer Civilization, S Resurrection. Break and Rebuild, effect, within 1 day, can resurrect 9 times without consumption, and each resurrection increases attributes by 100%, lasts 1 minute, each resurrection. Lasts 1 minute, limitation, Annihilator Description. The Heavenly Emperor's critical hit surpasses the War God's research. The Annihilator is unique to him. This can be said to be his exclusive secret technique, and its effect is quite abnormal. What do players fear the most? Dying and losing levels, losing equipment. And Yi-Chen can resurrect 9 times a day, and each resurrection increases attributes by 100%. This is not just the physical attack increase of endless battle, but an increase in all attributes, including defense, health, attack speed, movement speed, and so on, making him stronger in every aspect. Resurrecting 9 times means 9 enhancements, totaling a 10-fold increase in attributes. Moreover, endless battle is powerful but unstable. With just this one secret technique, Yi-Chen felt it was at least not inferior to an S-level talent. Now, even if he encounters a terrifying solo enemy, he has much greater confidence. Dare to kill me? I'll show you how I get stronger. Moreover, counting the original resurrection spell, he could be revived 10 times. I'm afraid there won't be many opportunities to use it. Yi-Chen wasn't arrogant, but there really shouldn't be many creatures capable of killing him. With the breaking the boat and sinking the ship buff fully activated, seeing the fully powered deity, he felt confident. But Sky was so mysterious. Who knows if there would be something that counters the breaking the boat and sinking the ship buff? Multiple means provide more assurance. Ding, you have torn apart and learned secret technique Break and Rebuild. You and your clone now possess this skill simultaneously. Breaking the boat and sinking the ship plus Break and Rebuild. Yi-Chen felt even more confident. Even a level 1 civilization had players close to gods. To be honest, his previous trip to the cosmic civilization was indeed quite risky. Some powerful creatures could still kill him at any cost. But now, for the level 2 Sirius civilization, I am also confident to venture. Now, let's level up first. He left the trial tower, preparing to accept a class quest. He stepped out of the tower. Thud! He saw Kui kneeling directly before him, as if worshipping a deity, offering the most respectful tribute. I'm sorry, I previously thought you wouldn't pass. You are a person of divine stature. No, you are a god. Ah, why this sudden change in attitude? To make a powerful being kneel was certainly not because this powerful being was weak, but because Kui had been in despair for too long, seeing hope in Yi-Chen, which made him feel deep admiration. His faith had once been shattered, but it was rebuilt here with Yi-Chen. He was not kneeling to a person. He was kneeling to faith. Ding! Congratulations, the 150-level starry boss Kui voluntarily becomes your servant. Do you accept? Congratulations, the 90-level starry boss by Mo voluntarily becomes your servant. Do you accept? By Mo was also infected by Kui. Yi-Chen was a bit dazed. He hadn't done anything. Are NPCs this proactive now? I accept. 2 starry bosses, both destroyers, were quite good. Especially, Ding! With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can obtain 10,000 of the 150-level Starry Boss Destroyer, or 2 of the 150-level Epic Boss Destroyer, 10,000 of the 90-level Starry Boss Destroyer, or 2 of the 90-level Epic Boss Destroyer. Of course, quality mattered. Epic bosses were already quite rare, representing higher potential. Ding! Choosing quality critical hit, the 150-level Epic Boss Destroyer *2 will drop to level 100, and when you reach level 150, they will automatically restore to level 150. Instantly, the rank and power of Bai, Mo and Kui skyrocketed. My level has dropped, my power should decrease. Kui shook his head. He knew that a servant's level could not exceed that of the master. Wait, why has my power increased? Hiss, I actually became epic. I also became epic. Bai Mo shouted, wait, look beside you. Suddenly there are 2 epic level 100 destroyers. 2 destroyers appeared, looking different from them, but they were still astonishing. To elevate one's rank out of thin air? Mysteriously, 2 destroyers of the same level appeared? This change seemed to have occurred only after he recognized the Heavenly Emperor as his master, right? Bai Mo, do you think the master is truly of divine stature, or is he actually a deity? Only a deity can elevate someone's rank out of thin air, right? But the master can also conjure 2 destroyers out of nowhere. This isn't something an ordinary deity can do, right? Could it be that the master is actually the legendary God of War, reincarnated? That's why he could pass the trial so quickly? It must be. Then why did he reincarnate? Don't guess randomly. The master intentionally didn't mention it, probably because he doesn't want to expose himself. After all, he was once the supreme being of the divine realm, but there is more than one supreme god, and there must be a reason for his re-establishment. Look at him now, calling himself the Heavenly Emperor. He must want to. Boom! They didn't have time to think further. Outside of Radiant City, a sudden series of explosive sounds erupted. A large group of enemies was approaching, and they looked up at the heavenly cry of the fallen god in the sky, each one filled with excitement. What is this phenomenon? I don't understand. It must be a treasure emerging. The massive commotion outside quickly attracted the attention of all NPCs in Radiant City. The Lord of Radiant City stood on the city wall, looking at the gathered enemies outside, frowning and saying, "The four great main cities: Starlight City, Starshine City, Radiant Sun City, Radiant Dark City. All are the nearby three-pole main cities, and their lords are known to the Lord of Radiant City. Moreover, they brought all their soldiers. Is this a siege? Why have you come?" the Lord of Radiant City asked. "Stop the nonsense. Has a treasure appeared in your Radiant City? With such a huge phenomenon, you can't possibly hoard it all, so why not share it with us? Otherwise, don't blame us for disregarding our camaraderie." The four city lords spoke coldly. The Lord of Radiant City looked at the heavenly cry of the fallen god. In the sky, this is no treasure at all, and he doesn't know how it appeared, but if he explains it this way, the four city lords won't believe him. Despite the four main cities in Radiant City belonging to the same empire, under the Supreme God's war contract, even the empire's experts find it difficult to enter the three-pole main cities, so they can't manage them. Thus, friction sometimes occurs among the empire's subordinate cities. For the sake of treasure, these four city lords might really fight Radiant City. If I say there is no treasure, will you believe me? You're lying. Such a phenomenon has never been seen before. It feels divine. How could there be no treasure? The Lord of Radiant City shook his head. No one would believe the truth. If he let them in to take a look, that would be too cowardly, and if they found no treasure, they might become even angrier. Is this a deadlock? But if a fight breaks out, can Radiant City withstand the siege of the four main cities? We request a fight. We request a fight. At this moment, the NPCs of Radiant City unanimously called for battle. The Lord of Radiant City frowned. He indeed wanted to fight. After all, he also had a temper, but under the circumstances of war, the people in the city, as a qualified lord, he didn't want to let his people die for such a senseless battle. "Master, I've been in Radiant City for a while, and it's not bad," Kui said, looking at Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen nodded lightly. He also looked at the heavenly cry of the fallen god phenomenon in the sky, feeling speechless. He had already heard from Kui that this phenomenon was caused by him. Goodness, he just killed a few gods, and now people treat it as a treasure. Emerging? If you want to make a move, then go ahead, he said, looking at Mo and Kui. On the other side, Radiant, the name of the Lord of Radiant City. If you don't want your soldiers to fight, you can come and have a contest with us. If you win, we will leave. The four city lords laughed. They also didn't want their soldiers to fight, as that would lead to a major battle, which would take a long time, and soldiers are resources. How could they bear to let them die for nothing? Lord, don't. You won against four, you'll die. The NPCs of Radiant City all urged him to reconsider. Radiant had quite a high popularity in their hearts. But Radiant had already stepped forward. He guessed that the inexplicable phenomenon in the sky must have been caused by some major event, not a treasure, so it would disappear after a while, and then the four main cities would retreat. He could buy some time with his life to protect the people of the city. More importantly, he had been holding on to an ancient promise, waiting for the arrival of a person who Egwang City should belong to. That person, it must not be destroyed. But at that moment, suddenly four voices rang out. "In accordance with my master's order, I challenge the Lord of Starlight City. In accordance with my master's order. By Mo, Kui, Hey Mo, and Kufan stepped forward one by one, with the names of the last two destroyers casually bestowed by Yi-Chen. Ha! Everyone on the scene was taken aback. An order from my master? Where did these wild dogs come from? A few servants think they can fight us? Where is your master?" The four great city lords scoffed, for they were the esteemed lords. Did mere servants think they could engage them in battle? "You are not even qualified to meet our master." By Mo and the others sneered and struck directly. Whoosh! The four transformed into streaks of light. As destroyers, they possessed many excellent skills, including numerous displacement skills, and they directly entered the enemy ranks, attacking the four great city lords. The four great city lords had no choice but to fight back. In that instant, they felt the immense power of the four. If they did not intervene, their lives would be in danger. Bang bang bang! The battle erupted instantly, with the 8 of them entangled in a fierce clash. How is this possible? You four are only level 100. How can you fight us head-on? The cries of the four great city lords soon rang out. They were level 150, after all. Moreover, each one was a starry boss. As city lords, they had the resources of an entire city at their disposal, allowing them to enhance their attributes and qualifications, and their equipment was quite good, far superior to an ordinary level 150 starry boss. They were actually being held back by level 100s. What the hell? These four are so fierce, where did they come from? All the soldiers were astonished. A tie? That was putting it nicely. Clearly, it was four people overpowering the four great city lords. I know Ku En. By MO, where did the other two experts come from? The lord of Huiguang City felt a surge of joy but was also filled with countless doubts. It seems that Ku En by Mo's strength has also improved. And who is their master? For great experts serving as servants, how extraordinary must their master be? He was very curious about how Ku En by Mo had enhanced their strength, so he carefully examined their panels. The four great city lords did the same, as it was absurd to be crushed by such a level difference. Upon closer inspection, it was astonishing. Epic boss. What the hell? All four of them are epic bosses. None of the NPCs in the three major cities were even legendary bosses, yet these four were epic bosses. It was utterly inconceivable for these four to appear here. All the soldiers wore expressions of disbelief. Their city lords were the strongest among the three major cities, yet someone could surpass their rank? Only the lord of Huiguang City knew that Ku En by Mo had previously been starry level. How had they suddenly leveled up? Could it be that their master? He grew increasingly curious about that master. Just then, so what if they are epic bosses? In front of the city lord, what are you? Just a bunch of servants and lackeys. The four great city lords roared, their bodies radiating a brilliant light, and the soldiers around them sparkled, connecting with them. As the lords of the Starshine Empire's three major cities, when all the soldiers were by their side, they could boost their attributes by 30%. Thus, defeating the four was not impossible. In fact, we will drag your master out and see who taught you such lackeys. Is that so? A faint voice echoed, and Yi Chen's figure appeared out of thin air. To see me? You must kneel. What an arrogant tone. Is this the master of the four? Everyone curiously looked up. Ding. When ordinary beings encounter you, their attributes are reduced by 50%. The momentum that the four city lords had just built up instantly deflated, and the soldiers behind them were even more overwhelmed, unable to withstand the sudden drop in power, their bodies struggling to adapt, making it hard to maintain their stance. Thud, thud. Everyone had no choice but to kneel. They looked in shock at that figure. That figure, standing alone, exuded an overwhelming aura, as if the world's charm was merely smoke at his fingertips. Not like an ordinary person, he said. To see him, one must kneel. Then, everyone truly knelt down. As if commanded by a deity, all beings must obey. Yi Chen stood on the city wall at this moment. Just a moment ago, he had been in the room of the poor man, too lazy to care about this matter, but the foul mouths of the four city lords made him unable to resist flying out. Hiss! Everyone on the scene felt a chill run down their spines. My attributes have decreased by 50%. Me too. This was just from a single glance at him. If something bad were to be done to him, what terrible consequences would follow? It was unimaginable. We pay our respects to our master. By Mo and the others immediately knelt before Yi Chen, exchanging glances. Look, their master must be the reincarnation of a war god. Otherwise, how could there be such a miraculous scene? Is he really their master? Is their master really that terrifying? This thought involuntarily arose in everyone's hearts. Even the four city lords looked horrified at this moment. Suddenly, they felt that if this person could be their master, it wouldn't be so bad. No, it should be an immense fortune. As the master's servants, we are very proud. By Mo and the others turned around and shouted fiercely, launching another powerful attack, and the weakened four city lords were no longer their opponents. In just a moment, four blossoms of blood burst forth. Ding! Your subordinates' kills belong to you. First kill of the four level 3 city lords, 150 level starry boss, gain 800,000 experience points, 4,927 silver coins, 4 points of legend, 6,000 server reputation, 10,000 times critical hit, gain 8 billion. Experience points, 4,972 gold coins, 40,000 points of legend, 60 million server reputation. Not bad after all. Yi Chen did nothing but take a stroll. Ding! You have obtained level 3 city lord seal, *4. 10,000 times critical hit, can obtain level 3 city lord seal, *40000 or emperor lord seal, *12. Oh, there are city lord seals? This time, no equipment dropped, but this thing is much better than equipment. Level 3 City Lord Seal, effect. Consume 1 to possess a new level 3 city or become the new lord of an unclaimed level 3 city. Equivalent to a level 3 city. Just look at how players fight tooth and nail for a level 1 city building order to know how precious this thing is. Yi Chen can obtain 40,000. It can also be converted into Emperor Lord Seal, 12 of them. One level 3 City Lord Seal can be turned into 3 Emperor Lord Seals, indicating that the highest critical hit can only produce Emperor Lord Seals, which is already impressive, and Yi Chen also needs the Emperor Lord Seals. His Emperor's power requires 10,000 level 1 cities, 10,000 level 2 cities, 10,000 imperial capitals, to continuously unlock. There is a critical hit privilege. Unlocking is very easy. However, gathering 10,000 imperial capitals in a short time is impossible, and only by unlocking the lower level cities will unlocking the imperial capitals be effective. It's better to focus on the lower level cities first. Yi Chen made his choice. Ding! You have chosen level 3 city Lord Seal *40000. As for the imperial capitals, there's no rush. He can do it when he wants. The difficulty isn't high, and doing it now has no value. He scanned the entire area. Those who were met by his gaze all lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. Everyone was still prostrating. We bow to the deity. We bow to the deity. All the NPCs suddenly spoke up. This included the soldiers from the 4 main cities and all the soldiers from Radiant City. Yi Chen was at a loss for words, feeling somewhat baffled. But to be honest, with his strength, isn't it fair to say he is their deity? Deity, we must obey the Lord's orders. We do not intend to be your enemies. We are willing to recognize you as our master for life. The soldiers spoke one by one. Yi Chen thought for a moment. The soldiers indeed felt this way. Imo Kui, Heimo Kufan. Here, receive my command and take over as the lords of the 4 main cities. 4 Lord Seals flew in front of the 4 destroyers. The 4 epic bosses were quite strong, but Yi Chen did not plan to take them along for his subsequent actions. He preferred to act alone and could call them over when needed. These 4 would guard the cities for him, which was quite good. Why did he want the cities? Besides the Emperor's power, there was another reason. Ding! Your subordinates have become the lords of Starlight City, Starshine City, Radiant Sun City, and Dark Radiant City. All territories and NPCs under them belong to you. Territories. The territories of the 3 extreme main cities were vast, with many vacant areas. And now Yi Chen had 4. This meant his 10,000 level 1 main cities had a place to be stored, allowing him to initially unlock the Emperor's power. Emperor's power, the more soldiers, the stronger. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 350,000 level 90 diamond soldiers and 150,000 level 100 starry soldiers. Some above level 100 are temporarily dropped in level due to the master's level restriction. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can obtain 3.5 billion level 90 diamond soldiers or 350,000 level 90 epic soldiers, or 15 billion level 100 starry soldiers, or 300,000 level 100 epic soldiers. Elite troops. Even without critical hits, there were still tens of billions of high-level soldiers. If critical hits were achieved, they would all be epic tier. Even if they weren't bosses, that was still outrageous. This power, if manifested in the real world, would be terrifying. Yi Chen temporarily did not trigger a critical hit because he needed to establish the cities first. In front of him appeared a light map, a smaller version of the territories of the 4 main cities, allowing him to freely arrange his own territory. He took out a level 1 city establishment order. He discovered that in the central area of the 4 main cities, there was a huge island surrounded by the ocean. It was vacant, with no wild monsters or NPCs. Master, coastal areas can sometimes be attacked by sea monsters, Kui reminded. Yi Chen threw the city establishment order there. This place was large enough and most suitable for all the main cities to settle in. With elite troops, why fear sea monsters? After the city establishment order entered the light map. Ding! Congratulations, you have established a level 1 main city. Please name it. Heavenly Emperor number 1 city. Yi Chen was too lazy to think of a name. Ding dong! World announcement, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for establishing the first player city in the entire server, Heavenly Emperor number 1 city, earning 100,000 server reputation points. Please congratulate him. Here it comes, the daily world announcement check-in operation of the Heavenly Emperor boss. Being the lord of a city is exhilarating. Why is it called Heavenly Emperor number 1 city? That suffix is strange. What is it? Global players were envious, as conquering was everyone's dream. Only Long Xiao was currently perplexed. He held a level 1 city establishment order, scratching his head in confusion. He had traded a city establishment order with the Heavenly Emperor boss using an ability enhancement scroll, treating it like a treasure. Goodness, the boss actually had another one? After obtaining the city establishment order, Long Xiao did not immediately establish a city because finding vacant territory was too difficult. Fortunately, after much hardship, he finally found one. He immediately used the city establishment order. Ding dong! World announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Country player, XX, for constructing a level 1 main city, Dragon City. A reward of 1,000 reputation points has been granted to the entire server. Let's all congratulate him. Baka, that was the city construction order from last time, and the Heavenly Emperor actually gave it to Dragon Country. Damn it, why isn't the Heavenly Emperor one of us from the Great Rice Country? Wait a minute. Wasn't there only one city construction order dropped? People finally realized this point. Oh my, one just appeared out of thin air. Ha, our dragon guild now has its own main city. No need to look at NPCs' faces anymore, thanks to the Heavenly Emperor. But Heavenly Emperor, how come there's another one? I don't understand. Ha ha, we also have world announcements now. Don't be proud, the Heavenly Emperor has opened the universe announcement, and it was thanks to the big shot that we got the city construction. Order. We must remain humble and learn from the big shot. The Dragon Guild and even the entire Dragon Country felt very proud. Hey, our Dragon Country, 2-player cities, the only 2 in the whole world. From now on, we Dragon Country people can stand tall, no longer needing to look at NPCs' expressions. The second to establish a main city received a smaller reputation. Reward. Dragon Laugh received a harvest of only 100 points, showing how precious the first one was, taken by the Heavenly Emperor. However, it was deserved. If he had known the Heavenly Emperor had another city construction order, he would have preferred to build the city more slowly and give the first reward to the Heavenly Emperor. Unfortunately, reputation points are hard to come by. The city construction order only gave this little, and the Heavenly Emperor didn't get much either. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit, received 1 billion reputation points for the entire server. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, having heard the prompt sound again. Ding! Received a message from Dragon Guild Zhengyang. Big shot! Congratulations! But why is your city called Heavenly Emperor #1 City? The Dragon Guild was very happy to have established their city, so they came to share the good news with Yi Chen. At the same time, their confusion was the world's confusion. The name of the city is not unpleasant, but it feels quite strange. If not, it would be annoying to remember. Yi Chen replied and then closed the friend channel, throwing down all the city construction orders. He had only thrown one earlier to see if he could directly construct a city out of thin air. Through the light map. What does the big shot mean? Zhang Yang closed the call, scratching his head. He turned to the Dragon Guild members and said, and everyone in the Dragon Guild started scratching their heads, unable to understand. It's just a city, what's so hard to remember? Ding dong. World announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Country player, Heavenly Emperor, for constructing a level 1 main city, Heavenly Emperor #2 City. A reward of 1,000 reputation points has been granted to the entire server. Let's all congratulate him. Suddenly, another prompt sounded globally. What the hell? What the hell? Countless what the hells echoed around the world. Is there really another one? Is the city construction order a common item? The Dragon Guild members were stunned. Can it be played like this? No wonder they said it was hard to remember. No, 2 cities shouldn't be that hard to remember. Could it be? Ding dong. World announcement. Heavenly Emperor #3 City, a reward of 1,000 reputation points for the entire server. Sure enough, 4, 5. Next, the world announcements kept ringing. Until number 999. People kept listening to the world announcements, each announcement ringing for 1 second for a full 16 minutes. They did nothing but listen to the announcements. There was no way to do anything as the announcements kept ringing non-stop. And each time it opened, there were 1,000 reputation points. This is a huge gain. And is reputation points still important? Oh my god, we foreign players don't even have a level 1 main city. The Heavenly Emperor has 10,000 cities. Players all knew that the Heavenly Emperor also had a Heavenly Star City. Damn. No wonder the Heavenly Emperor is willing to give out a city building order. He is the master of 10,000 cities. 1 city building order, he wouldn't even care, right? If you don't care, why don't you just give it to me? Countless foreign players were on the verge of tears. No wonder they say it will be hard to remember. The Dragon Legion was astonished. Anyone with 10,000 main cities would probably be willing to have a strange name. To be honest, they were a bit proud after establishing their main city. But now, what pride is there to speak of? If they knew that the Heavenly Emperor had 4 more level 3 main cities, they wouldn't know what to think. Those 4 main cities weren't established by Yi Chen but were obtained through conquest, so no announcement was made. If a main city surrendered, an announcement would be made. In front of him, we must always remain humble. The second best player in the world, Dragon Laugh, had lost count of how many times he had this feeling. He had never been proud, because he knew the Heavenly Emperor had an imperial capital. However, he was curious, since the Heavenly Emperor already had an imperial capital, why did he need so many level 1 main cities? Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 10,000 level 1 main cities, unlocking Emperor's Power, Stage 1. Awesome! You can draw 10% of all attributes from your subordinates for your own use. And Yi Chen now had enough strong subordinates. This time, he also gained a total of 1,098,000 prestige points. Very good. He was quite satisfied, but among his subordinates, there were still soldiers at level 90, and he planned to use the Radiant Moon Imperial Capital to upgrade them all to level 100. He took out the Radiant Moon Imperial Seal, preparing to gather the soldiers. Radiant Moon Imperial Seal. Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Radiant City Lord Radiant hurriedly ran over, looking at the 2 big characters Radiant Moon on the Imperial Seal, his body trembling continuously, and seeing Yi Chen, he eagerly said, You are the Radiant Moon Emperor? He knew the Heavenly Emperor was an emperor, but he didn't know which one. Yi Chen was a bit puzzled but had a good impression of the other party, lightly nodding. Thud. Unexpectedly, Radiant directly knelt down, sincerely saying, Radiant City's third-generation city lord. Radiant pays respects to the Emperor. Then, with a wave of his hand, he called all the NPCs in the city. Why aren't you quickly paying respects to the Emperor? Pay respects to the Emperor. All the NPCs knelt down, and this scene truly stunned Yi Chen. How could such strange things happen one after another? Was it his lucky gem that was taking effect? Ding! Radiant voluntarily recognizes you as the master. This recognition cannot be betrayed, or it will result in immediate death. Do you agree? Yi Chen hadn't even spoken yet. Ding! Radiant offers Radiant City, willing to become your subordinate. All personnel and resources of Radiant City belong to you. Do you agree? Agree. Why not? Looking at Radiant's appearance, there must be some hidden circumstances. But even if he had 3 guts, he wouldn't dare to cheat himself. Hey, it's just a level 1 main city. What use is there for more? Foreign players felt a bit sour inside, their words unrelenting. Wait until another city building order pops up. We will. Ding dong. World announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player, Heavenly Emperor, for obtaining the level 3 main city, Radiant City, through voluntary surrender. He now possesses the level 3 main city, Radiant City. As the first player to receive a main city lord's surrender, a reward of 100,000 prestige points for the entire server. Global players were completely dumbfounded this time. A level 3 main city? And it was an NPC that voluntarily surrendered? This was just ridiculously absurd. They didn't know that Yi Chen still had 4 level 3 main cities and 39,996 level 3 lord seals. Yi Chen gained 1 billion prestige points, getting one step closer to exchanging for the Bloodlot buff. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 90,000 level 90 diamond soldiers and 40,000 level 100 star soldiers, some above level 100 temporarily dropped due to the master's level restriction. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can obtain 900 million level 90 diamond soldiers or 90,000 level 90 epic soldiers, or 400 million level 100 star soldiers or 40,000 level 100 epic soldiers. As usual, soldiers were obtained. However, there was no critical hit this time. With so many level 3 main city seals, many level 3 main cities could be built, but currently, the level 2 main city was not available, and the Imperial Power, Stage 2, had not been unlocked, making it impossible to unlock Stage 3. Yi Chen already had an idea of where to establish these level 3 main cities. What on earth is going on? Yi Chen asked. Looking at the previous demeanor of Huiguang, who was even willing to die to protect the people in the city, it was clear he was not a coward, nor was he the type to switch sides just because he sought his own strength. There was indeed some hidden truth. This was also why Yi Chen was willing to take him in. Huiguang City and the previous 4 main cities are all subordinate cities of the Starshine Empire. And the Starshine Empire was once a level 9 main city of the Moonlight Empire. After the fall of the Moonlight Empire, the Starshine Empire accumulated resources to become the imperial capital, forming a new empire. Huiguang murmured. I see, all the territories of the Starshine Empire originally belonged to the Moonlight Empire, and the fallen Moonlight Empire was left with only one Moonlight imperial capital, which has now come into Yi Chen's hands. Huiguang City was once part of the Moonlight Empire. My ancestors and parents have followed the ancient agreement, waiting for the empire to be reborn and return to the embrace of the empire. Even the Starshine Empire must abide by this agreement. If there were no one left in the Moonlight Empire, that would be fine. But you have stepped forward. Understood. Holding the Moonlight Imperial Seal, Yi Chen could inherit the entire legacy of the Moonlight Empire, the Starshine Empire. He hadn't expected that the Imperial Seal he had obtained back then would have such a significant effect. Goodness. The few main cities he had just conquered actually belonged to him from the start? Even the level 4, level 5 Moonlight Imperial Capital were his? So if I hold the Moonlight Imperial Seal and go to the Starshine Imperial Capital, can I make the entire empire submit? Yi Chen asked. Well, Huiguang scratched his head awkwardly. Just as Yi Chen thought. The Starshine Empire had long held a high position. How could they bow down just because he brought the previous Emperor's seal? Not only that, but this generation's Starshine Emperor is quite domineering. I'm afraid that once he learns you have the Moonlight Imperial Seal, he won't let you off easily, Huiguang said, his tone filled with concern. Ha! Yi Chen laughed. Possibly having multiple enemies? He was not afraid. It was even more impossible for him to give up the Imperial Seal. He needed the Imperial Capital to enhance his imperial power. Let's talk about the matters of the Empire. Yi Chen was not very familiar with the affairs of the Blue Star civilization, but now that he thought about it, it was necessary to know. Huiguang spoke without reservation. In the entire Dragon Country server, there were 10 major empires, with countless subordinate cities. The territory of Sky was much larger than reality, and Dragon Country players only occupied a small part of the Dragon Country server. With such a vast territory, there were only 10 empires. This showed how immense the imperial power was. Therefore, Huiguang felt that the Starshine Emperor would never willingly hand over the empire as it represented supreme power. Moreover, even if the Heavenly Emperor was very powerful when it came to the empire, he would likely suffer losses. Understood. Yi Chen nodded and waved his hand. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit. Lord of Radiance City, level 100 starry boss, originally level 150, reverted to original level after the master's level increased, has been crit to a level 100 epic boss *2. There will likely be friction between the master and the Starry Empire. But according to the ancient agreement, I submit to the master today, even if I may fail in the future, I must protect. Radiance was internally monologuing, feeling that the future would be difficult. Boom! Suddenly, his strength surged and his entire body was improving from the inside out, both. His physical quality and aptitude were on the rise. What is happening? He felt himself and his eyes widened in shock. Epic level? If he reached epic level, he would be a significant figure in the entire Blue Star civilization. Above that, there are only saint level and mythical level. And he, inexplicably, had become epic level? Even more terrifying was that there was another epic level figure beside him. If it weren't for the fact that they looked different, he would really suspect it was another version of himself. Could it be? He looked at Yi Chen in shock. Was it the master's wave of the hand that had raised his rank? Turning his head, he looked at Bai Mo and Kui. They nodded at him, meaning, now you know how powerful the master is, right? Hiss. This. He knew that the master seemed to be able to elevate others' ranks, but he previously thought it must have involved some costly, heavy-handed means or treasures. But who would have thought just a wave of the hand? It was as if, in a single motion, a speck of dust had been turned into a treasure. He didn't know that Yi Chen's critical privilege actually didn't require a wave of the hand, just a thought would suffice. With the master having such abilities, what is there to worry about regarding the empire? He truly is a god. Yi Chen watched as Radiance's expression changed, seemingly lost in thought, and didn't bother to be pleased. He turned to Kui and Bai Mo. Tell me about the outside world. He needed to familiarize himself with the Blue Star civilization. After all, he had spent quite a bit of time there. Besides the empire, the Blue Star civilization has various forces and races. After level 4 main cities, they belong to the backbone of the Blue Star civilization, with major forces occupying the main cities. The two spoke eloquently. Compared to cosmic civilizations, the Blue Star civilization was lacking only in the number of species and high-level beings like gods. Other than that, it was not inferior. Forces like the Holy Light Church, Dark Sanctuary, Night Hall, and God of War Hall were not any worse than the Empire, and some even surpassed it, able to make the Empire bow down and obey with a single word. There were also the Elf race, Dwarf race, Orc race, Goblin race, and so on. There were many species. These races were also options that players could choose at the beginning. The strength gap was significant. Weaker races could only wander in the wild, while powerful ones like the Elf race had a few elves who could establish the Elf Empire, obeying the commands of the Elf race. The Goblin race excelled in business, with Goblin merchant guilds spread across the continent possessing vast assets. And the strongest? It was the Dragon race. At this point, Kui couldn't help but glance at Yi Chen. He remembered that the master had a dragon. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, having grasped the general division of power in the Blue Star civilization, making things easier moving forward. The entire Blue Star civilization is still vibrant and colorful. Although it was only a level 0.72 civilization, it was still a complete civilization. Where does the God of War Hall stand in all this? Yi Chen continued to ask. After all, he was the destroyer and had an inseparable relationship with the God of War Hall. The God of War Hall is quite special. It only recruits warriors. The inner hall has only 3,000 members, all of whom are destroyers, while the outer hall consists of the strongest and most outstanding warriors. Kui and Bai Mo were very proud. The destroyer profession scroll is not abundant. To be selected by the War God Temple from the warriors of the entire Blue Star civilization and become one of the 3,000 destroyers is a mark of distinction and luck. But can the master create destroyers out of thin air? That's normal. After all, he is the reincarnation of the War God. With the master around, the number of destroyers in the Blue Star civilization is likely to increase. If they can connect with the War God Temple of the cosmic civilization in the future, they could definitely become top tier. We may not be many, but we are all elites. The power of the War God Temple is enough to annihilate an empire. Kui and Bai Mo sneered. As the reincarnation of the War God, if that so-called Starlight Empire dared to provoke him, wouldn't it be swatted away with a single slap? Not to mention anything else, just gathering the War God Temple would be enough to obliterate an empire in an instant. Yi Chen was unaware of their wild imaginations, otherwise he would surely be speechless. He is not some reincarnated war god. The War God, the supreme deity? Isn't the supreme deity the one he snatched things from? However, for now, he couldn't encounter the powerful figures of the War God Temple. They preferred to cultivate in seclusion, making it hard to know their whereabouts. Moreover, the headquarters of the War God Temple is very secretive. Even Kui and Bai Mo do not know its location, only that they know where the next stage's experts of the War God Temple are. Master, in the level 4. Main city Thunderlight City, there is a branch of our war god temple. You can accept the next stage of the mission. And who knows, there might even be surprises. As Kui spoke, he waved his sleeve. Ding! Congratulations, you will receive the Destroyer Profession 4th transfer mission. Do you wish to accept it? Finally, he can level up. Accept. Ding, acceptance successful. Mission details, gather 10,000. Low-level herbs red flower, cannot be purchased. Mission time, unlimited mission reward, can proceed to subsequent upgrades. Mission description, warriors charge into battle facing death without fear. As a destroyer, destruction is rebirth, but one must also protect oneself, learn to gather herbs, and assist the alchemist in making potions. It's not about killing monsters anymore. For a warrior to gather herbs, and to gather so many? Master, this isn't my fault, the profession tasks are fixed. We speculate that it was set by the great Yu, war god. Kui shook his head helplessly, almost letting something slip. Alright then. It's just low-level herbs, easy to gather. The only problem is the quantity, and the success rate for a warrior gathering herbs is very low. To gather 10,000, it generally takes a lot of time. Master, there are red flowers in the wilds of Thunderlight City, but these things must be exposed to sunlight year-round, and if they encounter rain, they die instantly, so their numbers are very few. You may need to go to several cities to gather. Hui Guang spoke. He understated it. It would at least require visiting hundreds of cities, taking months to gather, and that's if luck is on their side. If luck is bad, they might not find any red flowers. And it's possible that after years, they still wouldn't succeed. This task likely tests patience and a bit of luck. Alright, I'm off. You all wait in your respective cities. I will summon you when I need you. Yi Chen left. Following Hui Guang's guidance, he found 10 red flowers and directly tried to gather them by hand. Ding! Gathering failed. As expected, it was difficult for a warrior to gather. Generally, one needs the alchemist profession, with gathering skills and specialized gathering tools, but a warrior cannot possess these. Gathering by hand easily damages the herbs, and the success rate is nearly zero. Ding! Failed. Yi Chen tried again and again. Finally, on the 10th attempt. Ding! Gathering successful, obtained low-level herb red flower. Nice! Yi Chen's gamble paid off. He has the lucky gem, which adds 10 points of luck, increasing the success rate by 10%. No matter how low the probability is, there is always a chance of success. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit. You can obtain low-level herb red flower *10000 or king level herb red flame flower *1. Red flame flower, king level herb, effect 1, ingesting it enhances spell power by 50% within 1 second. Effect 2, crafting king level potions increases power even more. Although I don't understand what level king level herbs are, they are indeed quite powerful. 50% increase in magic attack in just 1 second is something that can be useful even in the later stages. Yi Chen wasn't particularly interested in the alchemist profession, but I can gather some herbs casually in the future. Using them myself might yield wonderful effects. And I can recruit 2 alchemists to help me with potion making. Ding! You have chosen red flower *10000, completing the profession task, and can upgrade the destroyer to level 100. 10,000 times critical hit can upgrade the destroyer to level 120. Boom! Yi Chen, his clone, and his mount all leveled up by 20 levels. This task, which was originally quite annoying, turned out to be the easiest one for him. Heavenly Emperor, level 120 physical attack, 45823 defense, 55070 health, 47966 mana, 31232. The feeling of increased strength was incredibly comfortable. Over 40,000 attack. Normally, when would one have such an attack? At least level 500. Of course, this refers to the situation without using any means to enhance strength, just like how Yi Chen used endless battle to increase his attack. Others can also use treasures and the like to enhance theirs. Defense and health even surpassed attack. This was thanks to the 2 mounts. After all, Earth Barbarian Dragon and Netherworld Turtle are terrifying creatures. Even though Yi Chen improved his qualifications and added all points to attack, his attribute points still didn't exceed their enhancements, which shows the weakness of humans. Not just humans, but elves, orcs, and others aren't much stronger than humans. At most, they are stronger in certain aspects, while humans are more balanced. That's why cosmic civilizations have always wanted to invade the blue star civilization. Because they are weak, easy to bully. After the upgrades, Yi Chen returned to Radiant Moon Imperial Capital and activated the teleportation array. He arrived at Thunderlight City. Good fight. Go for it. The city was filled with cheers and encouragement, and people gathered in a square. Yi Chen curiously walked over. On a platform, 2 powerful figures were engaged in a fierce battle. War God Hall. Branchmaster Warson Legendary 250 level boss. Dark Holy Hall Branchmaster Absolute No Wonder Legendary 250 level boss. Yi Chen didn't expect to encounter his target right away. Moreover, their strength was formidable. But how did they end up fighting? What's going on? An NPC beside him was very enthusiastic and immediately answered. You must be new here? There's a genius warrior in the city, and both the war god, Hallmaster, and the Dark Holy Hallmaster are personally fighting over him. Whoever wins will take the genius with them. Yi Chen temporarily turned off the Emperor nickname prefix, otherwise he would attract a commotion from NPCs wherever he went, which was quite annoying. He looked at that genius standing in the middle of the square. He had a cold expression while the two masters fought over him, yet he remained completely unfazed. Quite pretentious. Ling Han, Starry Boss, level 150, physical attack 20,176. Skills: Cold Light Flash, Inch Light Gun Kill, Gun. Wheel / Talent, S-level talent, Son of Thunder. Is that it? Yi Chen's level 100 attributes could easily overpower him. Moreover, he should have consumed potion-type treasures to enhance his attributes. Although he was a genius, it didn't seem worth it for two powerful figures to fight over him, right? Oh, I see. Yi Chen looked at his S-level talent and couldn't help but nod. It's not just players who have talents, NPCs can have them too, but S-level talents are certainly extremely rare, and each one that emerges is worth competing for by those seeking talent. But these two won't produce results in a short time. Yi Chen looked towards the battlefield. The battle song was the Destroyer, quite fierce. But Zhu Wuqi was not bad either, wielding a strange scythe and relying on his equipment to keep up. The two exchanged blows, creating quite a lively scene. When strong fighters clash, it's like this. It's hard to determine a winner. It usually takes a lot of time. Someone like Yi Chen, who can instantly kill a bunch, is rarely seen. No need to fight anymore. At that moment, Ling Han spoke up coldly. I choose the Dark Holy. Ha ha ha. Zhu Wuqi laughed, jumping off the stage. You've made the right choice. Once he secured Ling Han, there was no need for a fight. Why? The battle song asked. The Dark Holy Temple has more people and more resources. Ling Han remained cold. But our War God Temple is all elite. Wherever I, Ling Han, am, it's all elite. The battle song had nothing to say. He realized that Ling Han had already decided to choose the Dark Holy Temple. The reason he still let himself and Zhu Wuqi fight was probably because he didn't want to directly refuse. But seeing that a winner couldn't be determined in a short time, he simply rejected it. Sigh. An S-level talent. The key is, if we take Thunder Valley, don't even think about the War God Temple, Zhu Wuqi said with a smile, then waved his sleeve and left. That smile always carried a hint of inexplicable sarcasm. Damn it. The battle song lowered his head helplessly. Thunder Valley was a treasure outside Thunder Light City, but to open that treasure, a massive thunder power was required. The War God Temple was made up of warriors and didn't possess thunder power. Of course, they could find mages for help, but ordinary mages were useless. The Dark Holy Temple had powerful mages, but they were equally ineffective. However, they speculated that Ling Han's talent, the Son of Thunder, could potentially open Thunder Valley. S-level talent is strong, but it's not worth the temple master personally fighting for. After all, the battle song also had a B-level talent and was a destroyer. Combined, he should be nearly as good as an S-level talent. Indeed, a powerful hidden class could make up for the talent gap. The key was Thunder Valley. The crowd began to disperse. There was no more excitement to watch. The battle song felt quite dejected as he called out to the warriors of the War God Temple, preparing to return to the temple together. But he was taken aback to see that there was still one person on the field, and that person was walking towards him. Hello, Destroyer, Heavenly Emperor. Aha! The battle song casually nodded, still feeling sad inside. When he heard the term Destroyer, he finally looked up. Newly entered level 4 main city, just like Ling Han? Ling Han was the NPC who had just come from the level 3 main city. Wait, why are you only level 120? The level 4 main city required a minimum of level 150 to enter. What the hell? Why your attributes? When he saw Yi Chen's attributes, he was even more shocked. His mouth agape. Over 40,000 attack? Defense and health close to 50,000? That was more than double Ling Han's. And his level was lower than Ling Han's. How was this possible? The battle song had too many questions in his heart. But he instantly understood that this was a genius, a peerless talent even stronger than Ling Han. No, throughout the history of the Blue Star civilization, it was unknown if there had ever been such a talented person. What level is your talent? NPCs couldn't see players' talents. Normally, asking directly would be quite impolite, but the battle song really couldn't hold back. S-level talent. Yi Chen didn't reveal the truth, because even if he did, no one would believe it. Sure enough, the battle song confirmed his guess. The Heavenly Emperor was indeed very talented. Compared to Ling Han just now, the Heavenly Emperor was a complete waste. With the same level of talent and a significant level gap, the Heavenly Emperor's attributes were far higher than Ling Han's. According to reason, he should have been very surprised, but having lost the chance to compete for the Thunder Valley, he really couldn't feel happy at this moment. Come, follow me to the War God Hall to take a look. You need to receive your job task there. Zhang Gu kindly led Yi Chen to the branch of the War God Hall. If this could be called a hall, it was just a Simple 3-story building constructed from the most ordinary ores, lacking the grandeur that a hall should possess. The entire branch of the War God Hall had only about 1,000 people. No wonder Ling Han was unwilling to come here. Our War God Hall does not emphasize external possessions. The treasures we obtain are all used to enhance our own strength. Yi Chen didn't mind. Following Zhang Gu, they arrived next to a statue. War God Statue Branch Statue Description 1. A necessity for the destroyer to receive high-level job transfer tasks. Simply recite to receive. Description 2. A branch of the main hall statue. War God Hall, War God Inheritance. It is said that long ago, one could even communicate with the War God, which made them powerful and respected by people. But it has been a long time since anyone communicated with the War God. The major forces of the Blue Star civilization gradually feel that we are boasting, and some even believe that the War God is already dead. Zhang Ji's tone was not without pride. Soon, it turned to anger. That is a supreme deity. How could they possibly be dead? The War God always exists, otherwise, how could one receive tasks through the statue? However, for various reasons, after all, the legend is about the inheritance of a supreme deity, and being targeted by all major forces, along with the indifference of the strong within the hall. The War God Hall has indeed become somewhat desolate compared to the past. Talents like Ling Han would no longer choose the War God Hall. Ding! You have received the Destroyer's 5th transfer job task. Task details: kill a legendary boss. Task time: unlimited. Success reward: ability to continue leveling up. Not difficult at all. Yi Chen bid farewell to Zhang Gu and left directly. He flew towards the Thunder Valley, a place that sounded not simple. How could he not go? The warriors of the War God Hall did not possess thunderous power, but he did. Come, head to the Thunder Valley. At this moment, Zhang Gu summoned everyone, his eyes flashing with cold light. Stealing from his War God Hall? Did they really think he had no temper? The War God Hall and the Dark Holy Hall have always had friction within the city. The 32 outer hall disciples of the War God Hall were assassinated, and it must have been the work of the Dark Holy Hall, who are skilled in assassination. How can such blood feuds go unavenged? This was the main reason. Once they left for the Thunder Valley, all the people from the Dark Holy Hall would definitely go. Perfect, they would all be killed. As for his earlier encounter, he had only fought to a standstill with Zhu Wuqi. He might not be able to win if he went again. I didn't use my full strength just now. A Ling Han was truly worthy of him personally fighting with all his might? As the destroyer, did he care about an S-class talent? It was intentional. Not competing was abnormal. Let Zhu Wuqi take the lead and bring the people from the Dark Holy Hall to the Thunder Valley, so that these rats who like to hide in dark corners could come out. As for the Heavenly Emperor, the Dark Holy Hall has considerable depth. He is a genius. I can't let him be in danger, so I won't take him. For the brothers who have died, take revenge. Revenge. The disciples of the War God Hall all roared. They were all outer hall disciples, powerful warriors. In the entire branch hall, only Zhang Gu was a destroyer, belonging to the inner hall. The people from the Dark Holy Hall excelled in assassination. With over 30 outer hall disciples assassinated, they would definitely seek revenge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They set off quickly. Faster than them was Yi Chen. With wings flapping, like a streak of light, he soon arrived at the Thunder Valley. But unexpectedly, the people from the Dark Holy Hall had already arrived. Of course, the Dark Holy Hall must have known they could seize Ling Han, so they naturally prepared early and could arrive quickly. 10,000 people, it seems. They are indeed stronger than the War God Hall. Thunder Valley is a valley, and in the middle of the valley there is a purple light gate. Thousands of people from the Dark Sanctuary are gathered here, with Ling Han at the center. Ling Han lets out a furious roar, releasing lightning all around him. Son of Thunder. A terrifying thunderous aura forms around him. Son of Thunder effect increases the power of thunder skills. Resistance to thunder skills, cooldown reduction of thunder skills, and release speed of thunder skills by 30% for all allies within a 10,000 square meter area. The amplification range changes with level. It's a terrifying effect. Everything related to thunder is increased by 30% on the good side and decreased by 30% on the bad side. Moreover, it is a range-based amplification. Naturally, the Dark Sanctuary also has some mages who have practiced thunder spells. These mages immediately use their thunder magic. Crackle. Terrifying thunder skills continuously bombard the purple light gate. 100%, 95%. A progress bar appears on the purple light gate, constantly shortening. Success. Absolutely unusual shouts excitedly. This light gate requires stacking thunder attacks to a certain value to be opened, and each attack must reach a certain value. Originally, the combined attack power of the mages from the Dark Sanctuary was not enough to open the purple light gate, let alone unlock the progress bar. For example, if each attack requires 1 point, a total of 100 points is needed. They have 0.8 points, and no matter how many times they hit, it won't work. But with the help of Son of Thunder, it's enough. He looks at Ling Han with satisfaction. At this moment, Ling Han is like the true sun. of Thunder, the most suitable person to traverse Thunder Valley. Fortunately, we snatched him. But even if the War God Hall got Ling Han, it wouldn't matter. The War God Hall consists of warriors, and while some warriors have thunder attacks, unlike mages, every mage can learn thunder magic. The thunder attack of the War God Hall members is definitely not high. Even if they got Ling Han, it would be useless. Then why did the War Song want to snatch him? Is it purely for an S-class talent? No, the guys from the War God Hall are all very proud. An S-class talent is rare, but War Song, with that straightforward temper, probably wouldn't personally take action for that. It's a trick. Absolutely unusual is not stupid and realizes it. At this moment, the people of the Dark Sanctuary are gathering. If the War God Hall comes over, with their terrifying combat power, the War God Hall is nearby? He quickly checks his surroundings, his eyes emitting a black light, which is the skill X-ray vision, capable of penetrating terrain obstacles to see hidden people. Not here. Not here. He checks all the surrounding mountains, and there is not a single one. Could it be that he was mistaken? No. He looks up at the sky and suddenly notices, damn, there is a person just flying in the sky, flying openly, not even bothering to hide, and he hadn't noticed it all along. Yi-Chen shakes his head. Have these clowns finally discovered him? He originally wanted to wait for them to open Thunder Valley and then go in directly, saving himself the trouble. Forget it, he didn't intend to hide either. He drops from the sky. Heavenly Emperor, from the War God Hall? The people of the Dark Sanctuary all look up at him, their eyes filled with shock. Level 120, over 40,000 attack, around 50,000 defense and health? Is this real? But they know that every member of the War God Hall is an elite, and among them, the Destroyer is the elite of the elite. To appear here, with such outstanding talent, he can't be from the Dark Sanctuary, he can only be from the War God Hall. Yi-Chen nods lightly, not hiding anything. Are you alone? Alone. Upon hearing this, the people of the Dark Sanctuary all burst into laughter. Goodness, he dares to come alone? They instantly think of taking care of this so-called Heavenly Emperor. Hallmaster, please leave him to me. But Ling Han suddenly speaks up. Be careful, this person is very strong. Zhu Wuqi frowned. It's fine, I'm confident. Ling Han, however, disregarded the warning and walked straight out. He was a genius. He had just rejected the War God Temple. Unexpectedly, the suddenly appearing Heavenly Emperor had a lower level than him, but his attributes were even higher, and he was from the War God Temple. Didn't that mean his judgment was poor? He felt even more so. He had just turned down the War God Temple, and the Heavenly Emperor showed up. Wasn't this a slap in the face? As a genius, he naturally had to face the challenge and defeat the Heavenly Emperor to prove himself. Alright, Zhu Wuqi agreed. Firstly, Ling Han's talent, Son of Thunder, had already activated, and the purple light gate was about to open. The battle on his side wouldn't affect his actions. Secondly, the War God Temple and the Dark Holy Temple had long-standing grudges. As the two strongest forces in the city, only one could exist. If the genius of the Dark Holy Temple could defeat the genius of the War God Temple, the reputation of the War God Temple would inevitably be weakened. Sooner or later, they would be swallowed by the Dark Holy Temple. Many want to slap my face, but none have succeeded without being trampled underfoot. Ling Han remained cold, pulling out a gun. Yi-Chen, where did this confidence come from, thinking he could slap his face? The attribute panel was right there. Couldn't he see the difference? Was his confidence derived from the Son of Thunder talent? Boom! Ling Han shot. Suddenly, the gun was imbued with terrifying thunder power, majestic and extraordinary. But Yi-Chen remained motionless, casually waving his hand, saying lightly, I'm not interested in fighting with weaklings. Whoosh, his cloak billowed behind him, and a flock of purple eagles flew out. Caw! The eagles screeched wildly, spreading their wings to soar. 10,000 of them, all at level 120 starry. Hiss! Ling Han's scalp tingled. What happened to the one-on-one duel? The Dark Holy Temple had a total of 10,000 people, and you summoned all 10,000? But he couldn't say anything. After all, this was Yi-Chen's skill, and it was indeed Yi-Chen who was dueling him. If he had the ability, he could summon too. But weren't you a warrior? How could you summon? Boom! Crackle! What excited him was that the Thunder Eagles actually used thunder skills. Son of Thunder. In this state, he could resist 30% of the Thunder's power, 30% of the Thunder paralysis effect, and so on. His strongest attribute was lightning. The opponent was actually playing this game with him? Thunder Tide. A terrifying Thunder Tide appeared, and the Thunder Eagles all used Thunder Tide, each releasing thunder over a 25,000 square meter area, and they gathered together to unleash thunder in layers. The entire Thunder Valley was surrounded by lightning. Continuous bombardment for 10,000 hits. No matter how much damage Ling Han could withstand, could he endure so much lightning? Moreover, the area was vast, he couldn't escape for the time being. Even if he did escape, the Thunder Eagles could chase after him. Boom! Boom! A meaty aroma wafted through the air. Ling Han had been blasted into charcoal. After all, with 30% thunder immunity, he hadn't been reduced to ashes. But he was dead beyond recovery. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the 150 level starry boss Linghan, gaining 130,000 experience points, 1,387 silver coins. And, starry weapon, thunder gun, *1. 10,000 times critical hit, gaining 1.3 billion experience points, 1,387 gold coins, and, starry weapon, thunder gun, *10000 or epic weapon, thunder flash gun, *2. Yi Chen checked the equipment, glanced at it, and then looked away. Thunder gun, starry weapon, level 150. Restrictions, warrior, level 150. He couldn't use it for now, he needed to level up first. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully achieved the first kill of the 150 starry boss Linghan, gaining 1 point of legend, 1,500 points of server-wide reputation, and with a 10,000 times critical hit, gaining 10,000 points of legend and 15 million points of server-wide reputation. After all, it's a boss with a degree of legend. Yi Chen already has a lot of legend points. I don't know when he will encounter the next legendary dungeon. Moreover, reputation points are linked to player strength. For example, killing a level 2 enemy at level 1 might yield a similar amount of reputation points as killing a level 15 enemy at level 10. Only by accomplishing great feats can one gain high reputation points. Son of Thunder. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. He could snatch an S-level talent and turn it into an SSS level talent. Right now, he could do it. But he thought for a moment, did he need the Son of Thunder? He didn't think it was worth it. He couldn't even defeat his own summon. Strictly speaking, it wasn't even a summon, just a skill. What use would it be? This talent is powerful, but it mainly boosts everyone's attributes, and the personal enhancement isn't significant. Yi Chen still preferred to enhance his own strength. Only by becoming stronger himself could he have the greatest capital. Forget it. In the universe, there are plenty of S-level talents. He could take his time to choose a good one. Haste makes waste. But this talent shouldn't be wasted either. Dark Knight. He raised his hand and summoned the Skeleton General. Dark Knight was his own summon. The Thunder Eagle from before was just a skill and had already disappeared. Dark Knight was incredibly powerful. Where was its power? Turn this person into a skeleton. Yi Chen pointed at Linghan's corpse. As you command, Master. Dark Knight waved the skeletal staff, activating the skill, Create Skeleton, which could turn 100,000 dead units into skeletons to obey commands, but their rank couldn't surpass Dark Knight. As a legendary boss, it could naturally create Linghan. The staff emitted a gray light, which enveloped Linghan's corpse. Crack, crack, crack. Linghan's body shed its flesh and turned into a skeletal frame. Skeleton Linghan, Starry Boss, level 120. Talent, S-level Son of Thunder. Description, obeys the command of Master Dark Knight. Of course, the highest commander is the Heavenly Emperor. Its level is the same as Dark Knight's, and when Dark Knight's level increases, its level synchronously increases. An S-level talent holder. Just like that, he became a servant of Yi Chen's summon. It lasts for 2 hours, but the cooldown is only 10 minutes. If it disappears or dies, it can be summoned again. It lacks intelligence but has combat instincts, and it doesn't fear pain or death, making it much stronger than a living being. Moreover, the Son of Thunder talent can enhance the attack power of the Thunder Eagle. Heavenly Emperor, what are you doing here? At that moment, a stream of light suddenly rushed over. Warsong arrived with a group of people. What about the Dark Holy Temple? Ah, you guys are late. Yi Chen shook his head and looked at the purple light gate. It was likely that when the Thunder Eagle unleashed its lightning earlier, the thunderous power gathered, and the purple light gate was opened. The people from the Dark Holy Temple must have hurriedly escaped inside when they saw the situation was dire. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just been Linghan who died earlier. Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry. The light gate, since it was opened by him using the Thunder Eagle, then no matter what the Dark Holy Temple took from inside, it all belonged to him. What if they got in early? Wouldn't they still have to hand it over? He recounted what had just happened. The people from the War God Temple were all dumbfounded. They had been rushing, but they didn't expect such a huge event to occur. In such a short time, the Heavenly Emperor single-handedly killed Linghan amidst the siege of tens of thousands from the Dark Holy Temple. Wasn't Linghan a genius? How dare he refuse the War God Temple? He was actually instantaneously killed by the Heavenly Emperor? I think this skeleton frame looks a bit like Linghan. The height is similar, the build is very much alike, the face, can't tell. There were many questions, but one thing was agreed upon. The Heavenly Emperor was impressive. You are even more powerful than I imagined. Battlesong laughed heartily. From now on, don't call me Lord anymore. If you respect me, just call me Battlesong. The others from the Battle God Temple all bowed respectfully. Senior. Senior. Although they were all older than Yi Chen, each one called him Senior. Since your strength is formidable, I won't hide it from you. We came here to settle grievances with the Dark Holy Temple. Over 30 of our disciples were assassinated. The straightforward Battlesong's tone carried a hint of sorrow. Right now, they are inside. He glared angrily at the light gate. The people from the Battle God Temple stepped into the light gate one by one. For our fallen brothers, take revenge. Inside the light gate, the people from the Dark Holy Temple gathered together, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Recalling the earlier scene, they still felt they must have seen it wrong. A warrior summoned tens of thousands of creatures, suppressing Linghan, who possessed the Son of Thunder. It was simply absurd. If they hadn't escaped quickly just now, and if the attacks had concentrated on Linghan, they would have likely suffered heavy casualties, with the best outcome being severe injuries. This must be a super genius hidden by the Battle God Temple, a warrior with summoning abilities. After a calm analysis, Zhu Wuqi stabilized the chaotic emotions. The skills of the destroyer were indeed fierce, and although it was strange for a warrior to summon, it was still possible for an extraordinary destroyer to appear occasionally. But such a terrifying skill, he must not have many of them. And there must be significant limitations, like long cooldowns or high mana costs. Once he enters, we'll take him out in an instant. After entering the light gate normally, he would surely go treasure hunting first, right? The Heavenly Emperor must be thinking the same. They planned to catch him off guard, lying in wait here, and when the Heavenly Emperor entered, they would strike together to take him out. They had the confidence to do so, being skilled in assassination. Swish! At that moment, the light gate rippled. He's coming! The forces of the Dark Holy Temple immediately launched a powerful attack. For our fallen brothers, take revenge. You dark rats, finally showing yourselves. But who would have thought that stepping through the light gate were the furious warriors of the Battle God Temple? Close combat was the strongest for warriors, especially since the people from the Battle God Temple were all elites. They struck fiercely, grabbing hold of their enemies. Boom! Punches and kicks. Each blow was enough to kill the enemy instantly. They fought casually, completely dominating. Once they grabbed hold, it was a bloodbath. What the hell? Why? Are the people from the Battle God Temple here? Who can stand up to these guys head-on? The screams of the Dark Holy Temple echoed throughout the venue. Yi Chen stepped out from the light gate, speechless. Goodness, this was supposed to be an ambush for him, but the people from the Battle God Temple just happened to arrive, and the Dark Holy Temple had walked right into a trap. Zhu Wuqi, Battle Song also stepped out from the light gate, glaring angrily at Zhu Wuqi. Battle Song. Zhu Wuqi was also furious. In just a brief moment, 3,000 people from the Dark Holy Temple had perished. Don't be fooled by the numbers of the Dark Holy Temple. One from the Battle God Temple was worth several. The grievances between the two temples had accumulated for a long time and had reached a peak. Today's encounter was bound to result in a death. Dark Breath. The people from the Dark Holy Temple suddenly vanished, activating a skill that allowed them to merge with the darkness and enter an invisible state. Damn it, these cowards are hiding again. Be careful, stay alert. The warriors of the Battle God Temple all frowned tightly. They couldn't see the enemy, so they couldn't strike. If it weren't for the Dark Holy Temple's proficiency in hiding, they would have been uprooted long ago. Moreover, they excelled in assassination, preferring to lurk in the shadows like venomous snakes, delivering fatal strikes. And then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of cold glimmers flashed as the people from the Dark Holy Temple appeared with daggers in hand. In that brief moment, the warriors had no time to react. They could only defend. 10,927, 10,838. But still, they suffered significant damage. There were many assassins from the Dark Sanctuary, and their burst damage was high, with skills that could break armor and cause continuous bleeding. Many warriors were severely injured. Then, the enemy vanished into the darkness once more. Damn it! The warriors felt frustrated. If only they could see them, they would ensure these bastards wouldn't escape alive. But the ability to see through stealth was too rare. Hee, a bunch of wooden blocks, you think you're here to wipe us out? Little do you know, I also want to turn this place into your grave. The mocking laughter of Zhu Wuqi echoed from all directions. Zhang Ji's face flushed red. He naturally knew this would be the outcome. Yet, he still came. He prepared to use the skill Bloodlight, which could reveal all units within 30,000 meters, but after that, his strength would never increase again. He didn't care anymore. To avenge his brothers, a slight boost was all he needed, and he wouldn't ask for more. Suddenly, a grand light burst forth. Yi Chen took out the mirror of light, shaking his head with a smile. I thought it was something impressive, but it's just this? Radiance shone. A magnificent light rose, illuminating all invisible units. Ha! The people from the Dark Sanctuary, who were attacking, suddenly found themselves out of stealth, each one looking bewildered. That's the mirror of the Light Church. How is that possible? This is something only the Light Church possesses, a key item to unlock the Holy Light Gear. How could you? Damn it! Zhu Wuqi recognized the mirror and was extremely surprised. The ability to see through stealth was rare. The Light Church had it, but the Light Church was a lofty power, the one the Dark Sanctuary feared the most, so they studied it deeply. How did this item end up in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor? Isn't he from the War God Hall? Is it something from the Light Church? Yi Chen's heart stirred. He had obtained this item from the God Lord. It seemed quite extraordinary. But now, there was no time to think about that. The battle on the field had already heated up. Great! With you unable to hide anymore, what will you fight with? The warriors of the War God Hall surged with energy, swinging their fists to pummel the enemy. The Dark Sanctuary also had mages and warriors, but none could fight them alone. It generally took 6 or 7 people to surround and hold back just one from the War God Hall. But what was shocking was that Zhu Wuqi vanished again. Body of Darkness. This skill allowed him to remain unaffected by the ability to see through stealth, maintaining his hidden state. With such a master lurking in the shadows, no one could feel at ease. Humph. Zhang Gu snorted coldly, wanting to activate Bloodlight again. No need. But he was stopped by Yi Chen, who saw Zhang Ji's skill panel and knew the side effects were severe. I'll handle it. You? Zhang Gu hesitated. Do you trust me? I trust. But just for a moment he handed the battle over to Yi Chen. In their brief time together he had developed immense trust in the Heavenly Emperor. Just right. Although the warriors of the War God Hall were powerful, they were still outnumbered, and prolonged fighting would reveal their decline. With his addition, he knocked out several enemies with one punch, and the situation quickly improved. It could be said that the War God Hall was bound to win, but everyone was nervously watching the Heavenly Emperor. They all knew that whether they could truly win depended on the battle between the Heavenly Emperor and Zhu Wuqi. If Zhu Wuqi won, a stealthy master would leave everyone worried. They had great trust in the Heavenly Emperor, but the Heavenly Emperor was currently in a passive position. Young man, do you know what it means to live longer and gain more power? Zhu Wuqi's eerie laughter rang out from all directions. We, the Dark Sanctuary, have a foundation that a little brat like you cannot look down upon. Dark power. Terrifying black mist surged in the air, clearly indicating that Zhu Wuqi had used some treasure to rapidly enhance his strength. He dared not underestimate the confrontation with the Heavenly Emperor. His power had already reached an unknown height, because no one could see him, not even the panel. But surely, when he struck, it was with confidence, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the Heavenly Emperor. Whoosh! He made his move. No one noticed as he smiled confidently, imagining the thrill of the Heavenly Emperor's blood splattering under this strike. Why is this person putting on some inexplicable thing over his eyes? He didn't know that this thing was called glasses. Qianji mirror. Strategizing 1,000 machines. Yi Chen could no longer see the invisible units, but his vision was very clear. The invisible units were indeed hidden, but Zhu Wuqi's footsteps were still present. Normally, footsteps would be hard to detect, but in Yi Chen's eyes, they were very obvious. His mind automatically analyzed Zhu Wuqi's position based on the arrangement of the footprints. There. Yi Chen looked in a direction. Die. Just then, the invisible Zhu Wuqi made his move, looking at Yi Chen. Ding. When ordinary beings encounter you, all attributes are reduced by 50%. This title could be activated or deactivated by Yi Chen, and at this moment, he activated the effect. Zhu Wuqi's strength was immediately halved. Damn! He shouted in his heart. All the power he had just gained from the treasure was gone. No worries. He still had strong power. Even if he couldn't kill the Heavenly Emperor, he could still heavily injure him. Where's the Heavenly Emperor? But he suddenly realized that the Heavenly Emperor was gone. Void. Yi Chen had completely transformed into a state of nothingness, far more powerful than invisibility, without even a trace of footsteps or breathing. What was going on? Zhu Wuqi looked confused and suddenly sensed a killing intent behind him. He turned to look. Clang clang clang. 225 sword energies pierced into his body one after another. 40,277. Blood light erupted and he was shredded into pieces. How did you see me? How could I not see you? This was Zhu Wuqi, the master of the Dark Sanctuary's branch, extremely skilled in assassination, and this was his final regret. He never figured this out. A summoning warrior? But how is he more of an assassin than an assassin? Only this sentiment vanished along with him. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the level 250 legendary boss Zhu Wuqi, earning 890,000 experience points, 3,927 silver coins, and legendary item Dark Side *1. 10,000 times critical hit, earning 8.9 billion experience points, 3,927 gold coins, and legendary item Dark Side *10000 or epic item Death Side *3. Just as Yi Chen thought, there was no way to achieve a higher critical hit. It was 3 epic items. But even if the critical hit was higher, it was useless, because the equipment was restricted to level 250 for wearing, and it was assassin gear. This was the flaw of killing enemies at a higher level. I need to level up quickly and enhance my privileges, Yi Chen resolved. In fact, he was leveling up very quickly, but because he was always killing enemies many levels above him, it felt like he was always lagging behind. Ding! You have completed the 5th job transfer task and can upgrade the destroyer to level 120. 10,000 times critical hit can upgrade the annihilator to level 140. Boom boom. 20 beams of white light flashed, and Yi Chen directly leveled up 20 levels. After coming to Thunder Light City, he had leveled up a total of 40 levels. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully achieved the first kill of the level 250 legendary boss Ju Wuchi, earning 1 point of legend, 2,500 points of server-wide reputation, and with a 10,000 times critical hit, earning 10,000 points of legend and 25 million points of server-wide reputation. Just one kill, and the notification sounds kept ringing as the rewards were plentiful. Upgraded, killed. The Great Emperor has killed Ju Wuchi without a doubt. Ju Wuchi, the Hall Master, has been killed. Everyone run. At this moment, people finally reacted. The members of the War God Hall stared in shock at Yi Chen. After all, he was a Hall Master level figure, yet he was instantly killed by the Great Emperor. Moreover, he was killed using methods similar to those of an assassin. Is he really a warrior? How could we be so far behind him? Even Zhang Guo had this thought: if the Great Emperor could kill Ju Wuchi, it meant he could also kill him. Time and again, it refreshed his understanding. Even the Destroyer would find it hard to achieve such a feat, right? Little did he know, Yi Chen was actually the Destroyer, and the summoning skill Thunder Eagle Legion was fused and evolved from the Destroyer, while Void was also a privileged critical hit. Yi Chen took a look. The people from the Dark Holy Hall couldn't escape. The War God Hall was absolutely crushing them. So, it had nothing to do with him. As for the meager rewards from killing the Dark Holy Hall, he had already lost interest. Zhang Guo, I'm going to take a look inside. Sure. Zhang Guo nodded quickly. If anything happens, just call us, and we'll come to support you immediately. Unconsciously, he felt a sense of submission when speaking in front of the Great Emperor. This was respect for the strong. Yi Chen moved forward. The area within the light gate was quite large, resembling another world, a vast forest. Strangely, he didn't see any monsters. Something was off. Since Thunder Valley was said to be a treasure land, how could there be no monsters? But after walking for half an hour, he still found nothing unusual. Whoosh! He flew high into the sky, overlooking the entire forest, and noticed many green gases rising within it. This gas was very thin, normally hard to detect, but from above it could be slightly discerned. Calculating thousands of strategies, he used the 1000 mechanisms mirror to see the green gas clearly. This green gas is actually gathering. Soon, it finished gathering. Roar! A gigantic monster appeared, entirely green. But when Yi Chen removed the 1000 mechanisms mirror, he couldn't see any monster at all. It was a creature made of gas, nearly transparent, visible only to those with extremely powerful sight. If it weren't for the 1000 mechanisms mirror, he might have been killed without even knowing what happened, because it was quite powerful. Evil Poison Miasma, Legendary Boss, Level 250 Magic. Attack 42877, Defense 36786, Health 69272, Skills Miasma Devour, Evil Poison Infiltration, Split Gas Properties. Description: a strange monster composed of miasma. Its strength increases significantly in a forest environment. Its attributes are very high, with absurdly high health. The forest environment has boosted its attributes too much. Moreover, the skill Miasma Devour can cause invisible attacks. One wouldn't even know they were hit until they started losing health. The damage can reach up to 150% of magic attack, lasting for 2 seconds, with a base attack exceeding 40,000, potentially killing someone in one hit. Evil Poison Infiltration adds 100% poison damage to each hit. Poison damage ignores defense, equivalent to 100% armor penetration. The key is the Yi gas properties, which can immunize against physical attacks for 2 seconds, quite similar to a death body. Yi Chen also felt that this monster was quite troublesome. Moreover, this time there weren't many enemies, making it difficult for him to stack attacks. Roar! The evil poison miasma charged over instantly, opening its mouth to spit out a ball of green gas. Miasma Devour. Evil Poison Infiltration. Having already used these two skills, it covered a radius of 30,000 meters. With such a large area, this human would definitely not escape. TCH. Yi Chen scoffed. Thunder Leap. Within 60,000 meters, freely flicker 3 times. He instantly exited the range of the miasma. The sinister poisonous miasma caused its brain to crash. This human not only could see it but could also jump such a great distance? Even more terrifying was, ding. All attributes of mundane being seeing you minus 50%. Its attributes inexplicably dropped by half. Thunder Leap lasted for 3 seconds, and Miasma Devour lasted for 2 seconds. When its skills disappeared, Yi Chen suddenly blinked back to its head. The sinister poisonous miasma did not fear Yi Chen's attack. It realized that this human was a warrior. Gas properties, immune to physical attacks. Ding! You activated Holy Skill Body of Calamity, converting physical attack into magical attack. Boom! Yi Chen kicked out. As a massive monster, the sinister poisonous miasma was clumsy and had no displacement. Skills to dodge. 32,900. At this moment, Yi Chen's base magical attack was 51,293, and with one kick, he severely injured the sinister poisonous miasma. In a flash of lightning, he teleported away again. The sinister poisonous miasma was not dead yet. After all, he lacked mage skills, and his magical attack burst was not high. Moreover, the sinister poisonous miasma could break armor by 100%, so staying there was not too safe. He had to prevent a counterattack. Roar! The sinister poisonous miasma, having lost its chance to attack, knew that if it stayed here, it would surely be dragged to death by Yi-Chun. But it found it hard to move. Who knew this human was so fierce? Normally, it should be able to easily defeat anyone who came here without needing rapid mobility, but it had flipped the script. With Yi-Chun, fortunately, it could use skills to escape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was originally composed of miasma, and now using the split skill, it divided into thousands of small miasma monsters, each possessing 1,000th of its original attributes. After escaping, it could regroup. Die. Yi-Chun, however, shook his head lightly. Forbidden spell evil absorption. After dealing damage to the enemy, it added 60% of magical attack damage per second, lasting for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. When he dealt damage earlier, he had already applied this skill, splitting into 1,000 parts. Each part was affected by this skill. The reduced attributes would only lead to a quicker death. Of course, even if it didn't split, it would still die. It was a futile struggle. Bang bang bang. The 1,000 miasma monsters exploded, and Yi-Chun heard a pleasant notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the level 250 legendary boss. Absolute no wonder. Gaining 690,000 experience points, 4,590 silver coins. Caged treasure map fragment fake *1. 10,000 times critical hit. Gaining 6.9 billion experience points, 4,590 gold coins. Caged treasure map fragment fake *10. Or caged treasure map. First kill, gaining 1 point of legend, 2,300 points of server-wide reputation. 10,000 times critical hit, gaining 10,000 points of legend, 23 million server-wide reputation. Comfortable, but how did such strange things drop? Yi-Chun immediately checked. Caged treasure map fragment fake description. A fake treasure map fragment made by the goblin merchant. Cage. Collecting 4 can form a complete fake treasure map. Why would this cage make a fake treasure map? Yi-Chun examined it closely and found a few lines of small text on the torn paper, written in the exclusive script of the goblins in sky, which he did not recognize but could understand the meaning directly. Hello, I am Cage, I am dying soon, so many people want my cage treasure, but little do they know, I made tens of thousands of fake fragments and threw them out, spreading the news that collecting the fragments can find the treasure. In the end, it's all in vain. Every treasure hunting site is guarded by monsters. It's not that the strong can't get the fragments, it's purely a death wish. Even if they take them, they find out they are fake. Ha ha ha. Idiot. Yi-Chun cursed inwardly. This old silver coin was probably a psychologically twisted pervert, a cunning rabbit with 1,000 burrows. The news about Thunder Valley being a treasure land was probably released by Kaiga a long time ago. The purple light gate outside was also set up by him, just to solidify the illusion that this place is a treasure land. Even the poisonous miasma monsters were his doing. The purpose was to play tricks on people. After enduring countless hardships to find it, one would discover that what they sought was merely a fragment. A fake fragment at that. If the people from the Dark Sanctuary knew, they would probably be so furious they'd resurrect just to die of anger. Again, it's likely that many have been played for fools across the continent. They say goblins are very cunning and adept at using human nature for business, and it seems to be true. Some creatures of the Blue Star civilization really do possess impressive strength and intelligence, Yi-Chun murmured to himself. Unfortunately, he would not accept being tricked. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit, obtained, Goblin's treasure map, *1. Kaiga's treasure map, description. A treasure map belonging to the goblin merchant Kaiga, containing the wealth he accumulated throughout his life. I must say, privileges are amazing. Even fake things can be turned real. It's completely unreasonable. The treasure map clearly marked the location of the treasure, and Yi-Chun put it away, planning to check it later. Not far away, it was located in a level 5 main city. How dare you play tricks on people? I'll dig up your treasure, Yi-Chun muttered as he stepped outside. The people from the Dark Sanctuary had already been completely wiped out. The War God Hall suffered no deaths, only a few minor injuries which could hardly be considered a loss. Greetings, Great Heavenly Emperor. One by one, they were already calling him the Great Heavenly Emperor. You're back. Zhang greeted Yi-Chun warmly, noticing that the items from Thunder Valley had already been secured by Yi-Chun, but wisely refrained from asking what they were. However, Yi-Chun could see his curiosity. He didn't mind sharing and simply said it out loud. Haha, the item that the Dark Sanctuary plotted for is actually a fake treasure map? Or just fragments? Everyone burst into laughter. Just because of this fake news, the people from the Dark Sanctuary were lured out and completely annihilated. To be honest, they felt a bit sorry for the other side. The group chatted and laughed as they returned to the branch of the War God Hall, and Yi-Chun followed. He needed to receive the next stage of his job transfer quest. But who would have thought? Here you go. Zhang Gu directly handed over the War God statue fragment. This time you've helped us too much, and we have nothing worthy to repay you with, so we'll give you this. Also saves you from running around to accept tasks. Don't be polite. If you're polite, I'll get angry. Yi Chen didn't expect that this thing could be given away. Isn't this the symbol of the War God Hall? If you give it to me, what will you do? Giving it to you isn't the same as giving it to someone else. I'll just apply for another one from above. Goodness! Yi Chen exclaimed internally. Above? Isn't it difficult for people from the high-level main city to come over? It's also hard to send things from the high-level main city, right? This was one of Yi Chen's big curiosities. We naturally have our ways. After all, the war god is also a supreme deity. Zhang Gu said proudly. It seems that the influence of the supreme deity's contract can be resolved in many ways. Yi Chen took note of this. Next time he goes to the cosmic civilization, he should pay attention. He took the statue, which was about his height. Ding! You have obtained War God Statue Fragment, *1, with a 10,000 times critical hit. You can obtain War God Statue Fragment, *10000 or War God Statue, *1. In life, there are always unexpected joys. War God Statue Fragment. Description 1. The destroyer can use this to accept tasks up to level 260. Description 2. A fragment of the main hall statue. Compared to before, the description has changed slightly as Yi Chen is now its owner. Based on previous situations, Yi Chen could use this to level up to 280. No need to keep accepting tasks and the leveling speed would increase. Let's see what happens after the critical hit. God of War Statue Description. 1. The destroyer can accept tasks through this until level 260. Description 2. A statue that condenses the will of the God of War, capable of shattering the statue to unleash a strike equivalent to that of the Supreme God of War at level 260, roughly 1/1000th of the power at the peak of the God of War, in the strongest state, under the strongest skills. Wow, that's impressive. A strike from the Supreme God. Although it's only level 260, it will definitely be incredibly powerful. The consequence is that the statue will shatter. Before reaching level 260 with the statue, it might not be worth it. But Yi Chen smiled and looked at Zhang Gu. You mentioned before that we could apply for another statue? Yeah, what's up? Nothing. Yi Chen shook his head and waved. I have something to take care of, so I'll be leaving. If there's another statue, cough cough, if I have time, I'll come to check on you. No need to be polite, you're always welcome, Zhang Gu said enthusiastically. Yi Chen went outside and first used the statue to accept a task. Ding, accepted the destroyer class. 6th transfer task. Task details, kill 10 legendary bosses. Task time, unlimited. Task rewards, can proceed with subsequent upgrades. The reason he was eager to come out was because, ding dong, world announcement. Demonic civilization creatures have entered the Dragon Kingdom server, triggering a special event, Demon Invasion. Players are requested to stop the demon invasion and rewards will be given based on contributions. The demonic civilization is invading again. This prompt had sounded earlier, but Yi Chen was in the purple light gate at the time and couldn't respond. Moreover, only players could hear the prompt, NPCs could not. Not long ago, the demonic civilization. The Heavenly Emperor has repeatedly invaded our demonic civilization, turning us into a laughingstock among major civilizations. It's time to start fighting back, the demonic high priest murmured, facing many light screens. Within the light screens were images of the major emperors and top power leaders of the demonic civilization, similar to a video call. All follow the high priest's arrangements. Why can't they deal with the Heavenly Emperor's invasion? Because demonic experts find it difficult to enter low-level main cities. However, the demonic invasion of the Blue Star civilization would only face suppression from the civilization's power, which is not permanent. They would return to normal after a while, and it wouldn't be a huge cost. Moreover, this would allow them to enter the low-level main cities of Blue Star. But after their strength is reduced, they are also easily targeted by Blue Star experts. Therefore, during this time, the demonic civilization has been looking for volunteers. They found them. The demonic civilization united in hatred to kill the Heavenly Emperor. It seems that the more enemies the Heavenly Emperor has, the stronger his attacks become, so he can't send too many people. Just the experts. The Bull Demon Emperor thought for a moment and expressed his speculation. Although it was overturned last time, what if it were true? The High Priest nodded. Let's do it this way. In an instant, 10 top experts among the demons entered the Blue Star civilization through the Demon Invasion Passage. This operation was named the Elite Execution Plan, to slay the Heavenly Emperor. In addition, they had extra tasks to investigate the strength of the Blue Star civilization and to assassinate Blue Star experts, preparing for the future invasion of the entire demonic civilization. They specifically targeted NPCs, because players have to log off by 7 p.m. The NPCs of the demonic civilization, having interacted with players for a long time, know this. Once players enter the Blue Star civilization, there isn't much they can do. NPC invasions can yield maximum benefits. They did not know the exact location of the Heavenly Emperor. However, the last invasion of Blue Star was at the Blue Star's Dragon Kingdom number 999 Newbie Village. The Heavenly Emperor is definitely not in the Newbie Village now, so they adjusted their distance a bit, roughly to the main city position. Therefore, 10 great demon experts entered the Dragon Kingdom server. Even if they were suppressed by the civilization's power, they are all level 500 legendary bosses. They have entered a level 1 main city. Upon arriving here, they suddenly discovered that the people here are only in their dozens of levels. Are the beings of the Blue Star civilization this weak? They lowered their guard and charged directly into the level 1 main city. Where is the Heavenly Emperor? They shouted loudly. This attracted the Blue Star players and NPCs within the city, but the players who heard the world announcement already knew that these were the monsters, the enemies invading the Blue Star civilization. The Heavenly Emperor is not here, but your grandpa is. What's up? Looking for your grandpa? Boom! The response to the players was a terrifying skill. With 10 top experts leaving this main city, all players and NPCs in the city had been annihilated. Split up and search for the Heavenly Emperor. They understood that they were invincible here and did not need to act together. It was best to search separately. They successively entered different main cities of the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, in the resurrection space of the recently destroyed main city, players opened the world channel. The invading monsters are here to find the Heavenly Emperor, probably looking for trouble. Dare to cause trouble for my idol? Let's fight them. They are very strong. As players, I can respawn after dying. What's there to be afraid of? Damn, I died too. Dragon Kingdom. Players began to die one after another. This is the sorrow of civilization invasion. Numerous S-level talent players emerged, and top guilds of the Dragon Kingdom like Pride of the Sky took action to confront the enemy, but in front of the level 500 legendary bosses, all of this was in vain. I just want to know, what can you do to me? But even the once arrogant Pride of the Sky Guild, when the monsters asked where the Heavenly Emperor was, would rather die than reveal his whereabouts. What they really wanted to say could still be said. After all, the Heavenly Emperor has a Heavenly Star City, which all players know about, and everyone knows its location. They could definitely find the Heavenly Emperor there. Our Dragon Kingdom's first city building order was snatched by the Heavenly Emperor. Last time we were besieged by many foreign players, it was the Heavenly Emperor who stood alone. It's just a level drop. What's there to be afraid of? Level 500 legendary bosses, 10 of them. Even the Heavenly Emperor would find it difficult to handle, right? So no Dragon Kingdom player was willing to reveal the Heavenly Emperor's location. The Dragon Core. At this moment, they all gathered in the level 1 main city, Wind Whisper City, engaging in a duel with a monster expert. With players like Dragon Laugh and Dragon June on the level leaderboard present, they managed to hold on for a moment, but in the long run, they would surely be defeated. Players had already begun to die. Where is the Heavenly Emperor? The monster expert asked. Facing it were cold, stern faces that didn't even bother to respond. Charge! The response to it was the charge horn of the Dragon Core players, and the mocking faces of Dragon Laugh and others. We are not like that invincible one, we have also experienced failure. After all, compared to that one, we are just ordinary people, but we have never knelt. It was absolutely impossible to make them bow down, betray their companions. Unfortunately, in front of the 10 great experts, even the invincible Heavenly Emperor might not be invincible anymore. Tell the Heavenly Emperor not to come back. Meanwhile, on the World Channel, ha ha ha, let you Dragon Kingdom be arrogant, the first city building order? All players' cities are in your Dragon Kingdom? The Heavenly Emperor suppresses global players alone, becoming the lord of 10,000 cities? You're getting your comeuppance, right? As soon as the monsters arrive, you're bound to make a fool of yourselves. The mocking voices of foreign players flooded in. They could imagine that after this, the strength of Dragon Kingdom players would surely plummet. As for the Heavenly Emperor, with 10 level 500 legendary bosses, could he still show off? This storm even reached the real world, as major media outlets and Blue Star began reporting on the matter, with various news flying everywhere. But the center of the topic was only one Dragon Country's strength in Sky Realm would face a fatal blow. Moreover, the invincible myth of the Heavenly Emperor would fall. If Dragon Country players wanted to retain their strength, there was only one way. Sell the Heavenly Emperor. Inform the demons of the Heavenly Emperor's location. Fuck, why haven't the demons come to our Little Sun Country server? Otherwise, I would directly tell them that they can find the Heavenly Emperor's whereabouts in Tianqing City. Unfortunately, the server-wide teleportation array isn't open, so I can't go to the Dragon Country server. Some foreign players sighed like this. As for whether the demons would invade the Dragon Country server players and then come to their server, no worries. The NPC masters in the Dragon Country server would likely take action after learning the news. However, before that, Dragon Country players would suffer heavy losses. Sai, the supreme ruler of Dragon Country, His Majesty the Dragon Emperor, also heard this news at this moment. He also heard some suggestions to sell the Heavenly Emperor. Investigate those who made these suggestions thoroughly. Is there a spy among us? When did our Dragon Country rely on selling people to survive? Fight to the death, do not retreat. Under his command, the Dragon Team players fought to the death, even rallying all Dragon Country players with not a single one yielding. Ding ding ding. A call came from a foreign ministry asking him why he was doing this. I believe in the Heavenly Emperor. That was all he said. Ding dong. You have received a message from friend Dragon Team Zhengyang. At this moment, Yi-Chen heard the notification sound and immediately opened it to check. Boss, the demon civilization's 10 legendary bosses are invading. Their purpose is to seek revenge on you. Please do not come back. They have gone to Tianqing City. No more talking, we are too busy here. See you later, Heavenly Emperor boss. Yi-Chen was about to reply a couple of words when Zhang Yang closed the friend channel to prevent the notification sound from affecting the battle. Was it this urgent? Yi-Chen didn't expect that after staying in Thunder Valley for a while, the demons had become so rampant. They had already reached Tianqing City. Whoosh! Using the teleportation array, he quickly returned. Tianqing City. At this moment, Dragon Country players gathered here. Those nearby ran directly here, while those farther away used the teleportation array to reach the nearest main city to Tianqing City. There were simply too many Dragon Country players, they couldn't fit, and their numbers occupied a large area of the main city. They gathered here because a powerful demon was coming to Tianqing City. Upon arriving at Tianqing City, this kind of expert might have the ability to deduce the current location of the Heavenly Emperor based on the traces left by him. They couldn't let it succeed. Looks like I found the right place. The demon expert sneered, seeing all the Dragon Country players gathered, feeling nothing but disdain in its heart. The Heavenly Emperor holds quite a high position in your hearts. Too bad, a gathering of trash is still trash. Boom! It charged straight towards Tianqing City, simultaneously contacting its companions through skills. The other 9 demon experts were also rapidly approaching Tianqing City. Block him. S-level talent, Life Solidification. S-level talent, Night Sky Wheel. D-level talent, Wind Gust. Dragon Country players tried their best to intercept. Some were skilled with good talents, while others were just weaklings with trash talents, but at this moment, none stood back. Unfortunately, the enemy's strength was too high. Bang bang bang, the demon expert charged through, creating a line of blood. Whoosh whoosh. The other 9 demon experts had also arrived, similarly charging through without needing to activate skills, easily taking down players with the automatic basic attacks generated from their body collisions. Trash creatures, you can't even block my path. Sooner or later, we will invade this civilization and turn you into stepping stones for the advancement of the demon civilization. They laughed recklessly. Is it face-saving to bully the weak? Isn't the Blue Star civilization just a bit late in development? Give me time, and I will crush you. Many players from the Dragon Kingdom were unconvinced, especially players with S-level talents like Long Xiao, who were filled with determination. They previously didn't understand why the Heavenly Emperor would invade the demon civilization. Now, they understood. War is the law of survival in the universe. The weak have no right to live. The Heavenly Emperor can invade because he is strong enough. If they are not strong, they can only be invaded. Everyone, don't let them underestimate us. Fight to the death, do not retreat. But they were not weak, at least not mentally weak, and none of them retreated. All stood firm with their flesh and blood, even if it meant paying the price of death. At least they could hold on for a while. One could only hold on for 0.001 second. But what about millions? Hundreds of millions? Players from Watermarsh City, come to support. Players from Wind and Rain City, come to support. In the distance, more players from the Dragon Kingdom continued to arrive for support. Ha ha, what are we afraid of? Isn't it just death? And besides, when we die, we can resurrect. I just love the thrill of dying and coming back to life. What's wrong with that? Some players died and came back to fight again. I found the thrill of playing other online games again. In the past city battles, everyone came in standing and went out lying down, and then came back in. It's all about pride, about not giving up. But in the past battles, how could we gather so many people? I love this sky in the Dragon Kingdom. Isn't it just losing a level? Last time when foreign players besieged us, I should have lost a level, but it was the Heavenly Emperor who intervened, so I didn't lose a level. I owe my level back to the boss. Yes, give it back to the boss. This fearless scene stunned the 10 major demon lords. These people had united as one. They had managed to hold them off for a long time with their humble abilities. They suddenly felt that allowing this group to grow would likely create a formidable enemy for the demon civilization. However, Tianqing City had arrived. They looked at the city before them, these people blocking their way, proving that the Heavenly Emperor's presence was indeed here, and their purpose was finally fulfilled. Damn it! The players from the Dragon Kingdom had expressions of sorrow and anger. They were ultimately not capable of turning the tide. The gap between them and their opponents was enormous. To them, the opponents were akin to gods. How could mere flesh and blood stand against the divine? In the end, was it failure? Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the gates of Tianqing City suddenly opened by a few soldiers. Have you ever seen a god? A clear voice echoed across the land. It was the Heavenly Emperor. The players from the Dragon Kingdom had all heard his voice and recognized it. They all shook their heads. They had never seen a god. The 10 major demon experts exchanged glances. Understanding that the Heavenly Emperor was asking them, gods are only present in level 2 civilizations. Level 1 civilizations can at most emit god-level power. We, demon civilizations, have never seen one. Do you even qualify? They all flickered, ready to enter Tianqing City. In their hearts, they thought the Heavenly Emperor had given up and was voluntarily opening the city to meet his death. Well, no wonder your demon civilization is a trash civilization. How could you see a god? But the Heavenly Emperor's words made them all stop. You, a blue star civilization, call our demon civilization trash? Even the players from the Dragon Kingdom shook their heads at this moment. Although they were very unwilling, they had to admit that the blue star civilization was indeed much weaker than the demon civilization. Not to mention, seeing a god. But the next words made everyone's pupils dilate. Boom! A terrifying aura rose from Tianqing City, and a majestic, noble figure stood above the Lord's mansion of Tianqing City, his presence soaring into the clouds, shaking the moon in the sky. This is your luck before you meet your end. Congratulations, you are about to see a god. Forbidden spell, stealing the sky and changing the day. Ding! Congratulations, your power has transformed into the data of the level 100 deity Great Sun Civilization Songyan you have seen. Yi Chen unleashed his ultimate move. At this moment, he was enveloped in a divine aura. Although his level had dropped, the deity had transcended the mundane, existing on another level of being, beyond common understanding. The might surrounding him made it seem as if the very heavens and earth were collapsing. The Heavenly Emperor is actually this strong? Why do I feel like he is godlike right now? The players widened their eyes, unable to see Yi Chen's attributes, which exceeded their detection limits. They could only feel that extraordinary might. But the demon masters could see it. 3 major attributes, over 1,000,000. Only level 100? This is the might only a deity possesses. The 10 demon masters felt their scalps tingle. They had never seen a deity, but they understood that only a deity could possess such power at level 100. Even more terrifying was the fact that, ding, the effect of the Godslayer title, the attributes of mundane beings who see you are reduced by 50%. The moment they laid eyes on Yi Chen, their power was halved, already diminished by the suppression of civilization, leaving them with little strength. Hiss! Their power diminished just by seeing him? What is he if not a god? They recalled what the Heavenly Emperor had said earlier, congratulations, you are about to see a god, initially thinking it was just bravado, but now realizing it was true. Run, run, run. They fled in haste. Why fight a deity? The players were dumbfounded. The demon masters, who had been crushing them, ran away after just one glance at the Heavenly Emperor. Just how high were the Heavenly Emperor's attributes? Can they escape? Yi Chen stomped down hard, and the ground cracked open instantly as he shot forward, his figure already out of sight. He didn't use any skills, relying purely on his physical strength. Not only had his physical attack, defense, and health attributes surpassed 1,000,000, but his movement speed and attack speed were also those of a level 100 deity, making his raw power terrifying. In an instant, he descended upon the 10 demon masters. A sweeping kick flew through the air. Wind shield, flame armor. The 10 demon masters immediately activated various defensive skills, wrapping themselves up tightly. Unfortunately, under this kick 103,276, 103,755, the sounds of bang 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 echoed as they exploded. It was evident that their attributes were still quite high. After all, they were top-tier masters from the demon world, and even though their power had been weakened several times, they were still formidable. But alas, it was of no use. The players were still in shock. Everything happened too quickly for them to react. In a brief moment, the demons that had brutally slaughtered over 1,000,000 players were dealt with by the Heavenly Emperor. Hiss! Over 100,000 health. The Heavenly Emperor's kick must have exceeded 100,000 attack. Not just that, they also have defense values and defensive skills. I suspect it could be around 300,000. But upon seeing that damage value, they were all astonished, speculating just how much attack the Heavenly Emperor truly had. Instinctively, they opened the World Channel. On the World Channel, foreign players mocked the Dragon Kingdom players, ridiculing the impending fall of the Heavenly Emperor's myth, and while they had been very angry before, they now felt an inexplicable sensation. Baka, 10 demons, go for it, crush the Heavenly Emperor, destroy the dragon. Ding dong. World announcement. Congratulations to the player Tian D from the Dragon Country for successfully achieving the first kill of the level 500 legendary boss, Demon Faithing, earning 1 point of legendary status and 4,000 points of server-wide reputation. World announcement. Congratulations to the player Tian D from the Dragon Country for the first kill of Demon Yelan, earning. The world announcement suddenly rang out. A total of 10 different notifications, representing the instant kills of 10 major demons. The entire world fell silent. Meanwhile, Yi Chen received 100,000 points of legendary status and 400 million points of server-wide reputation. Tian D, you instant killed the 10 major demon masters? So what? The players from the Dragon Country suffered heavy losses, many loss levels, and only one T&D is holding it up. People looked at the level rankings, noticing that several players from the Dragon Country had dropped levels and were no longer on the list. Just then, ding dong, player, Long Xiao, the special event, Demon Invasion, has ended. You made an outstanding contribution in this event with a contribution ratio of 0.0001%, earning a reward of 30,000 experience points. Long Xiao heard the notification and felt a surge of joy. The invasion event was different from dungeons. It wasn't necessary to kill monsters, holding back the invaders, boosting morale, etc. all counted as contributions, and he had done well. Many players from the Dragon Country had rallied together and he had gathered quite a few of them. He had just lost a level. Now, he consumed experience points to level up by 2. Ding dong. Player, Long June. Player, Tiandis Fan 127376. Players from the Dragon Country all heard the notification. Although their contributions were small, the event of resolving the invasion and killing 10 level 500 legendary bosses was monumental, and they also received some rewards. However, due to their minimal contributions, they did not receive treasures, only experience points. Boom, boom, boom. All players from the Dragon Country leveled up. Look at the level rankings. The players from the Dragon Country have risen again. FUCK, there's even one more than before. The foreign players were envious, and they guessed it must be because they helped T&D resolve the invasion that the players from the Dragon Country could level up. What kind of rewards would T&D, as the killer, receive? Ding! You have killed 10 level 500 legendary bosses, earning 31.2 million experience points, legendary item Frost Staff, *1, and 3,902 gold coins. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you could earn 31.2 billion experience points, legendary item Frost Staff, *10, or epic item Ice Crystal Staff, *3, 39.02 million gold coins, or 3902 universe coins. Just as Yi Chen thought, one legendary item crit turned into 3 epic items. However, it was a staff, and it required level 500 to equip 3902 universe coins equated to 3,902 A-grade talents. Ding! The special event, Demon Invasion, has been resolved, and your contribution in this event reached 99.99% with an evaluation of super perfect. 100% contribution will grant experience points and the highest reward. You can cancel the experience points to receive the highest reward. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. It could be done this way? Experience points were really not lacking for him. Was there even a need to choose? Ding! You have obtained the Demon Civilization City building rights. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you could obtain the Universe Civilization City building rights. This reward was quite novel. Yi Chen immediately checked. Demon Civilization City building rights. Description: you can build your own city in the free zone of the Demon Civilization. Universe Civilization City building rights. Description: you can build your own city in the free zone of the Universe Civilization. Normally, players cannot build cities in alien civilizations because they do not belong there, just as players from the Dragon Country server cannot build cities on foreign servers. But Yi Chen could build cities throughout the universe. This is quite good. He had already thought about how to use it. Ding! You have selected Cosmic Civilization City building rights. Yi Chen felt satisfied and heard the notification sound. Ding dong! At 7 p.m., all players must log off. Countdown 5, 4. He had just unleashed a powerful move, not wanting to waste time, otherwise there would still be other ways to fight against the demons. But if he didn't resolve it before logging off, the 10 major demons would wreak havoc and Tianqing City would be doomed. The players all glanced at Yi Chen. They straightened up and bowed respectfully. Great Emperor, goodbye. They had gained some benefits by following the Great Emperor this time, with each of them at least leveling up by 1. Yi Chen returned to reality and first went to a nearby food city for dinner. There were several luxury cars in the manor and he casually chose a Maserati to drive. Otherwise, on the street, people would always want to strike up a conversation upon seeing his handsome face, which could be quite annoying. Hey, have you heard about what happened in Se-Chong today? I heard the 10 major demons invaded and foreign players thought our Dragon Country server was doomed, but then the Great Emperor appeared, single-handedly sweeping away the 10 major demons. I was there. Let me tell you, people on the street were discussing Se-Chong. Because of the Great Emperor's power and the novelty of the cosmic civilization, many humans who hadn't entered the game before began to join, and what people talked about every day was always related to Se-Chong. Of course, it also revolved around the Great Emperor. They didn't know that the Great Emperor they spoke of was driving a Maserati. Right past them, the one-way tinted glass preventing them from seeing inside the car. Yi Chen arrived at the food city, where people were also discussing. While eating, he opened the game forum to take a look. Several posts were pinned at the top. The Great Emperor single-handedly defeated the 10 major demons, his might unmatched. Who dares to say his invincible legend has fallen? You foreign players must be dumbfounded this time, right? We Dragon Country players have all leveled up this time. The levels we lost have returned. Want us to sell the Great Emperor? Impossible. Dragon Country players were very active. Foreign players, on the other hand, were silent, unable to speak, feeling quite frustrated. Major social media platforms were also reporting on this matter, with the central topic being the Great Emperor's overwhelming strength, once again elevating the prestige of Dragon Country. However, people also had worries in their hearts. Demon invasion. This time, it was an invasion within the game. But since there were demon players in Se-Chong, it proved that such a civilization existed in the real world, having invaded Blue Star civilization twice already. What if one day, they invaded the real Blue Star? Then we would be doomed. 10 demons could crush all Dragon Country players. How terrifying would a civilization invasion be? Relying on the Great Emperor? The Great Emperor had dealt with the 10 major demons, but could he still stand alone against a full-scale invasion of demons? Moreover, the Great Emperor was from Dragon Country. Would he be willing to act for foreigners when Blue Star was invaded? We must strengthen our power. All Blue Star inhabitants reached this consensus. After finishing his meal, Yi-Chen strolled around a nearby mall, bought some ingredients, and prepared to cook for himself later. In fact, as long as he wanted, he could easily invite chefs from all 5-star hotels in Fonglin City. He had plenty of money now, but he still preferred to enjoy a free life alone. Hiring a chef was quite bothersome. Back at home, he worked out in his private gym. The strength he gained in Se-Chong could be reflected in reality, and he made significant progress every day, so he needed to adapt to the changes. Exercising was a good choice. As a result, he accidentally brushed his finger against the force gauge set to a limit of 200 kilograms. Bang! The force gauge exploded. My strength has increased. Again. He murmured and nodded. He was now at level 140, and due to privileges and various other reasons, his strength was formidable. However, in the universe civilization, there were many high-level players. These players must have also contributed a lot of power. If they were to invade the real Blue Star, it would indeed be quite troublesome, as it wouldn't be like in the game where one could respawn, but rather a direct death. Not to mention, there were also deities in Se-Chong, and deity players. What if the deities also came to Blue Star? At the very least, we need to make them exhausted in dealing with us, leaving them no time to locate Blue Star in reality, for instance, by invading their civilization in the game. Yi-Chen's eyes flickered. After training, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, he lay on the comfortable large sofa, and the light of the Se-Chong jade fluctuated. Ding! You have entered Se-Chong. Swish, swish, swish. Along with him entering the game were players from the Dragon Kingdom, all gathered outside Tianqing City. Big shot, we're off to work hard. Haha, let's see if we can catch up to even 1/10,000th of your effort. The players bid farewell. Yi-Chen began to level up. Ding! You have killed 10 legendary bosses, completed the professional task, and can achieve a 100-fold critical hit and can elevate the destroyer to level 160. The urgency from yesterday was indeed related to his own task. Ding! Your level plus 20 gain free attribute points. Your avatar, Giant Bear, Earth Barbarian Dragon, and Nether Turtle level plus 20, Skeleton. General level automatically plus 20, Ling Han. The feeling of this kind of enhancement was indescribably delightful. Of course, he hoped for it to happen again. He took out the War God statue and silently recited the need for a job transfer task. Ding! You have received the 7th transfer task for the Destroyer profession. Task details: own 1 million gold coins, task time, unlimited, task description. The Destroyer's destruction and rebirth skills require the consumption of game currency. A powerful warrior must not bow for mere 5 pecks of rice, so strive for your financial freedom. It was actually about money? This was quite difficult. Aside from Yi-Chen, no other players on Blue Star currently possessed gold coins. As long as Yi-Chen had 10,000 gold coins, he could critically hit to obtain 1 million gold coins. Unfortunately, he didn't have 10,000 gold coins. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have spent money so quickly. Although it was difficult to drop gold coins, he had dropped so many silver coins that could have been converted into gold coins. After thinking it over, he returned to Tianqing City. All the NPCs gathered, looking at him with admiration. We greet the City Lord. Yesterday, the City Lord truly seemed like a deity descending to earth. His might had left a deep imprint in their minds even after a night. Yi-Chen looked at them. Their levels were not high, as they were merely from a level 1 main city. But they were also resources. Last night, 10 major demons invaded. Were you all in despair? Yi-Chen asked. Despair? Do you want to experience that despair again? No. Then what should we do? Increase our strength. The NPCs were full of fighting spirit. If it weren't for the City Lord last night, they would have been doomed, so they were eager to improve. Yet, one by one, they frowned. Improving was not as easy as it sounded. Swish! At that moment, Yi-Chen released the Radiant Moon Emperor Seal. Come with me. The NPCs had no doubts and actively entered the Emperor Seal. Radiant Moon Imperial City. Yi-Chen arrived here, placing the NPCs into barracks, mage towers, and so on. Then using cosmic coins, one by one, A-level talent holders were about to emerge, and the cosmic coins would directly elevate them by 100 levels. I still need more cosmic coins. He hadn't forgotten that he had a large number of NPCs on hand, with hundreds of thousands from the level 3 main city. I should go take a look. He took out the EXP treasure map, which should contain quite a bit of money. In the process, he could also complete the professional task. After carefully studying the route again, in the wilds of the level 5 main city, this main city does not belong to the, but to the neighboring. However, the teleportation array in the capital of has also recorded its teleportation coordinates. Through the teleportation array, he quickly set off. A rather strange name. This is because there is a special force in the city, the Goblin Merchant Association. As a level 5 main city, the creatures here are between level 250 and 350, already part of the backbone of civilization. Such a city naturally attracts powerful forces to settle in. However, apart from the Lord's mansion, there is only they as a force here. All other forces have been driven out by them. This shows their strength. We have searched here for 30 years and finally know the general location, murmured from the main seat in the Merchant Association's conference hall. In the center of the hall, a map of the environment inside and outside was hanging. The Goblin Merchant Association is the best at doing business in the Blue Star civilization. Generally, doing business requires interaction with various major forces to form trade relationships. So why has the Goblin Merchant Association gone to great lengths to drive out other forces in? Because they know. Here lies. That cunning old man created so many fake treasure maps before he died, but there is actually one real one, divided into 4 pieces. Perhaps he didn't want his treasure to be buried. They found 3 pieces of the fragments, piecing together an incomplete treasure map. The specific location is unclear, but it can be seen that it is in. Therefore, the headquarters sent them here, and after decades of exploration, they speculated that there are 10 possible locations where the treasure might be buried. Split up and act. Obey the leader's order. Yes. The goblin NPCs below immediately dispersed, each taking a large number of followers with them. Don't be fooled by their business demeanor. Without strength, how could they do business in a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong? Goblins are skilled in goblin magic. Each one is a natural magician. Moreover, they have money and can hire a group of experts, many powerful NPCs in the city have been hired by them, so they are not afraid of being discovered during their large-scale operation. Even if the Lord's mansion finds out they are treasure hunting, they don't care. The Lord's mansion lacks the strength to compete with them. Go to. The goblin branch leader chose this location and left with a group of goblins. Swish. Not long after, stepped out of the teleportation array. He flew straight towards. Half an hour later, he approached his target. At this moment, the sun hung in the sky, not too hot, but still providing a warm feeling. However, there was a strong chill nearby. An ice mountain appeared before him, not melting even in the warm climate. This is a wonder of. People speculate that there are treasures within, but those who have entered have never come out again. At the foot of the ice mountain, there is a cave. Bold and skilled, walked straight in and found that the mountain was quite large, with many passages inside. Boom! Suddenly, intense sounds of battle came from not far away. Did someone get in before me? Immediately activated and walked over to see who it was. A group of short goblins entered his line of sight. Legendary boss, level, 350 magic attack, 40276 defense, 35276 health, 59027 skills. Ice intent, thunderstorm flash, sea of fire. Talent, A-class magic specialization, reduces experience point consumption for magic upgrades by 30%. One cannot say he is not powerful. As a fragile character, he cleverly added more health attributes to prevent being one-shot. The magic specialization talent allows it to possess multiple max-level skills, and beneath these skills, its attack and defense can be further enhanced. By the time they reach level 5 in the main city, strength can no longer be judged solely by the stats. Everyone basically has good skills, and a comprehensive assessment of strength is necessary. The other goblins are not bad either. They are diligently hunting monsters, and their speed is quite impressive. However, you've taken the wrong path. Yi-Chen shook his head. In the ice cave, there are multiple corridors. Only one corridor leads to the treasure. This group of goblins clearly does not have a complete treasure map and has entered the wrong corridor. Even if they fight their way to the end, they will find nothing, which is also the work of Kaiji. Why are there so many goblins, and why don't they spread out into different corridors? Because the monsters are quite strong. They wouldn't have any assurance if they split up. They must be trying each corridor one by one. How long will that take? Of course, he wouldn't remind them, as he is a competitor now. He exited this corridor and entered the correct one. Roar! The moment he stepped in, monsters made of ice emerged from the corridor walls, attacking him. Ice monster, bronze, level, 250 magic attack, 8207 defense, 6023 health, 12070. Skills, ice spike, ice cone, ice mist. They are only bronze level, but their level is not low. Ding! Enemy plus 102. Physical attack plus 102%. In response, Yi Chen prepared to use just a small trick. Thunder Eagle Swarm. 10,000 starry 160 level Thunder Eagles appeared. Although their level is much lower, their quality is significantly higher, and their attributes surpass those of the monsters, plus their numbers are sufficient. Sure, they screeched wildly, needing no skills to be released. As they flew, they pierced through the bodies of the ice monsters, their automatic basic attacks killing the monsters. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 102 ice monsters, earning 480,000 experience points and bronze item Ice Dagger *1. 10,000 times critical hit can yield 4.8 billion experience points. Bronze item Ice Dagger *10000 or diamond item Ice Spike *1. The harvest is better than nothing. It's a level 250 assassin equipment, and not to mention the level is insufficient. The profession doesn't match either. For these useless items, Yi Chen plans to later use swallowing to gain qualification to devour them, saving them for now. Roar! A batch of small monsters also charged in. This path is filled with small monsters. Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to take action against these small monsters, he could just summon creatures to deal with them. However, the sounds of battle here still attracted the attention of the goblins. What's going on? Is there someone in the nearby corridor? A cold glint flashed in Romo's eyes. Did the Goblin Merchant Association already claim all the treasures in the underground city? You all go check who it is. If they align with our goals, kill them. Half of the goblins left, heading towards Yi Chen's corridor. However, Romo did not go. It had been scouting the underground city for 30 years and had naturally noticed the ice cave. The reason it hadn't entered before was that the ice cave was quite strange. It suspected there was a very powerful monster here, and it was best not to enter without assurance. Recently, it had obtained a treasure, which gave it the confidence to come in. It feared that if it left, the goblins under its command would be killed by the monsters, and that half of the goblins. At this moment, they also arrived at Yi Chen's corridor. The goblins entered the corridor and found nothing. They only heard the sounds of battle coming from afar. This indicated that the enemy had quickly killed the monsters. In the underground city, who besides the Goblin Merchant Association has such strength? Quick, let's go take a look. They followed the sound but still saw nothing. They couldn't help but frown. What kind of force is here that can continuously kill monsters? Very strong. Quick, go notify the guild leader. Immediately, a goblin went to inform the guild leader. Yi Chen used the Thunder Eagle to kill his way through the small monsters, but after that, the monsters became a bit stronger, and the Thunder Eagle could no longer deal with them quickly. He immediately summoned the Nightshade, which then summoned the skeleton Linghan, S-class talent, Son of Thunder. The power of the Thunder Eagle increased, and it once again killed the monsters in an instant. Linghan also fought the monsters with his bare fists. Seeing this, Yi Chen remembered something. When he had killed Linghan before, a gun had dropped. At that time, he couldn't equip it due to insufficient level, but now he could. Thunder Gun, Starry Weapon, level 150 attached effect, physical attack plus 3000 attached skill, Thunder Strike, purple LV1. Consumes 400 mana, delivers a strike of 3000 plus 130% physical attack with a 10% chance to inflict the dull effect on the enemy, reducing movement speed and attack speed by 30%. Note, skill level +1, dull chance increases by 0.3%, max level 35. Restriction, Warrior, level 150. The direct addition of 3000 to physical attack is impressive for a level 150 starry weapon. After the equipment level increases, the additional attributes rise sharply. The skill also carries a certain dull effect. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit, obtained, epic weapon Thunder Flash Gun, *2. But Yi Chen chose this one because it was better. Thunder Flash Gun, epic weapon, level 150 attached effect, physical attack plus 5000 attached skill, Thunder Flash Strike, forbidden spell max level consumes 800 mana continuously. Unleashes 3 attacks of 5000 plus 150% physical attack with a 30% chance to inflict the paralyze effect on the enemy, preventing movement and skill casting. Note: Restriction, Warrior, level 150 very strong. Yi Chen had already maxed out the skill, not to mention the increased damage. 3 consecutive attacks, each with a 30% chance to paralyze the enemy, gives a total of 90% chance for one skill. There are 2 in total, one for himself, the other for the clone. When he no longer needs this gun, he would give it to Linghan. After all, Linghan was now also one of his fighters, so it wouldn't be a loss to give it to him. Ding! You have killed 102 golden level 250 ice monsters, obtained. Listening to the wonderful prompt sounds all the way, Yi Chen reached the end of the passage. An ice door blocked his way. Clearly, the treasure was inside, but the ice door had a lock and it couldn't be opened without a key. Roar! The surrounding ice walls crumbled, revealing a gigantic ice monster with a key hanging around its neck. Spirit of Ice, legendary boss, level 350 magic attack, 40892 defense, 38293 health, 42734 skills, frost spread, ice, Freeze, Ice Spike Roar, Ice Shield. This was not something the Thunder Eagle could handle. Yi Chen raised his hand to dismiss the Thunder Eagle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The boss opened its mouth wide, spitting out many ice spikes, while icy winds swirled around, slowing down movement speed. Ding! Enemy. +1 physical attack +1%. In a flash of lightning, Yi Chen's figure suddenly disappeared, dodging the attack. But the ice spikes struck the ground and suddenly exploded. A wave of cold air surged, activating the skills Frost Spread and Ice Freeze, which could reduce a person's movement speed and attack speed, and might even control them. If controlled, the ice spikes would shoot Yi Chen dead. Thunder Leap. Unfortunately, Yi Chen directly blinked 3 times. What did it matter if his movement speed was reduced? He could blink without caring about movement speed. It was unreasonable. In an instant, he arrived above the boss. Holding the Thunder Flash gun, he instantly struck 3 times. Roar, the boss roared wildly. A cold ice shield appeared in front of it, and a thick cold air surged around its body, raising its defense to 78,266 and health to over 80,000. The skills were extremely fierce. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's base attack at level 160 is 56,764, and with the additional physical attack from the Thunder Flash gun and skill bonuses, his attack reaches over 90,000. Bang! With one shot, the shield shattered. 52,873. With 2 shots, the boss was left with low health. With the third shot, the boss shattered into countless ice shards, dropping a key and a wrist guard on the ground. Ding! You have killed the level 350 legendary boss Ice Spirit, gaining 1,450,000 experience points. Legendary item Ice Shield Wrist *1, 1 point of legend, 5,000 server reputation points, and 359 gold coins. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can obtain epic item Ice Spirit Wrist *3. After reading the effects, Yi Chen directly chose the Ice Spirit Wrist. Ice Spirit Wrist, epic item, level 350 attached effect, defense plus 10,000, control resistance plus 30% attached skill, Ice Spirit Shield, forbidden spell LV1. Consumes 800 mana to form a shield of 6,000 plus 150% defense, and summon the Ice Spirit, which has 10% of your health and can block attacks for you, but cannot attack. Restrictions, level 350 directly adding 10,000 defense plus the skill shield. Yi Chen's defense would reach a terrifying value. The Ice Shield Wrist only adds defense, but not as much. Moreover, the Ice Spirit Wrist can also summon the Ice Spirit. So Yi Chen chose this one. Unfortunately, it can only be used at level 350. Yi Chen wasn't at that level yet. There was nothing he could do. After all, he had been leveling up by defeating enemies above his level, and the items he obtained were all too high in level. Fortunately, he was the Destroyer. He had an Frost Wrist in hand. It could fuse the Ice Spirit Shield skill into the Frost Wrist, and once he reached the required level, he could put the skill back. But unfortunately, fusing skills requires spending in-game currency, and the cost of fusing forbidden spells is very high. I don't have enough money. This was the first time Yi Chen encountered such a situation, finally realizing that being a destroyer was a money-consuming endeavor. Luckily, there was a treasure right in front of him. If only there were a way to cancel the equipment level restrictions. He muttered to himself as he picked up the key. Ding, you have obtained the key to the Cage Treasure Gate. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can obtain 10,000. This thing cannot trigger quality critical hits, and quantity critical hits are also useless. Holding the key, Yi Chen opened the door. Instantly, he was captivated by the dazzling light. The ground was covered with gold coins and silver coins, and he directly picked up the money to put it in his backpack. Ding! You have obtained 10,000 gold coins. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can obtain 100 million gold coins or 10,000 universe coins. You have obtained 10,000 gold coins. If there were someone troubled by poverty, they should enjoy Yi Chen's situation at this moment. Picking up money is truly joyful. In Sky, there is a limit to the quantity of items you can pick up, with a maximum of 10,000 at a time. Only the items that drop have no quantity limit and can be collected all at once. This prevents hard-earned drops from being snatched away in bulk by others. This money wasn't dropped by Yi Chen, he could only pick it up batch by batch, but it still counted as a reward. Besides gold coins, there were also silver coins. Ding! You have picked up 10,000 silver coins. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you gain 1 million gold coins. Instantly, he became a millionaire. Ding! You have completed the 7th transfer task for the Destroyer class, allowing you to upgrade the Destroyer to level 160. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can upgrade the Destroyer to level 180. Boom boom boom. Yi Chen leveled up by 20 levels, reaching level 180. At the same time, he also met the requirements for skill fusion. He took out the 2 wrist items. Ding! You have consumed 100,000 gold coins to detach the skill Ice Spirit Shield from the Ice Spirit Wrist and place it into the Frost Wrist. If it weren't for just receiving a large sum of money, I would truly feel some pain. But it's worth it. Congratulations, the 2 equipment Skills have fused, resulting in an evolution, giving birth to a new skill, Holy Skill, Ice Spirit Shield Strike. Holy Skill. I immediately checked it out. Ice Spirit Shield Strike Holy Skill LV80 consumes 1200 mana, forming a shield, 10,000 plus 180% defense, and summons the Ice Spirit, possessing 100% of your health. When enemies attack you, it will automatically retaliate. It cannot attack enemies. When the shield and Ice Spirit disappear, this defense value will be released as frost damage over a range of 10,000 meters, with a 30% chance to control enemies. Cooldown 30 seconds. Incredible. Yi Chen has already maxed it out. Heavenly Emperor, level, 180 physical attack, 62235 defense, 82605 health, 71,949. His attributes are very high now, mainly focusing on these three major attributes. As for mana, thanks to the two mounts, he is not lacking at all. But he is not arrogant. Some monsters and NPCs have great skills, and one cannot judge solely by the stats. He still needs to work hard. Ding, you have received 10,000 gold coins with a 10,000-fold critical hit. You can receive 100 million gold coins or 10,000 cosmic coins. Working hard and happily picking up money. Ding, enemy +1 physical attack +1%. But the sudden prompt caught his attention. Behind him, a withered, fleshless goblin rushed over. Goblin Kaichi, legendary boss. Level, 350 magic attack, 45927 defense, 39725 health, 49754 skills. Possession, can possess when the enemy's health is reduced to 1%. 3% level cannot be higher than itself. Ice Spike, Wind Shadow Step. Kick. My Kaichi's treasure is not so easily obtained. To find the only real treasure map from a false one and kill the monsters outside, such a person must be exceptionally wise, gifted, and have some luck. Truly, the child of destiny. Most suitable to become my Kaichi's vessel. Wind Shadow Step. Ice Spike, Roar of the Wind. It rapidly approached Yi Chen, calculating that the damage from its skills could reduce Yi Chen's health to about 1%. 3%. It also used the invisibility skill. At this moment, Yi Chen was captivated by the treasure, and with its invisibility, it was confident he would never notice it. The nearly dying goblin needed a fresh vessel, so it deliberately planned for decades, setting up a play. Boom! Various skills bombarded wildly. Its eyes fierce. Come on, become my Buzz. A pair of wrists suddenly released a chill, surrounding him with an ice shield, and the Ice Spirit appeared nearby. 0. The shield remained intact. Yi Chen continued happily picking up money. Kaichi was dumbfounded, continuing to attack despite disbelief. The boom sounds incessant. Finally, the shield shattered. It wanted to attack Yi Chen, but all its attacks were blocked by the Ice Spirit. All attacks directed at Yi Chen were deemed as attacks on the Ice Spirit. However, Kaichi had lived for a long time, with many great skills, and after much effort, it finally dealt with the Ice Spirit. Very well, now you can die in peace. The words were not finished. The shattered Ice Spirit suddenly swirled up countless frost, launching an attack of up to 150,000. Wind Shadow Step. Kaichi dodged in terror. It soon realized the attack covered 10,000 square meters, and it couldn't escape in such a short time. Flame Body reduces incoming ice attack damage by 30%. Blood Soul increases health by 50%. It desperately activated various life-saving skills. In the end, it was all useless. 74,631. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the level 350 legendary boss, Goblin Cage, and gained 1.45 million experience points. Scroll to cancel equipment level. Restrictions 1 time, *1, 1 point of legend, 5,000 points of server-wide reputation, and 323 coins. 10,000 times critical hit you can obtain. Scroll to cancel equipment level restrictions permanent, *1. Sigh. Some people, while fighting, end up killing themselves. Yi Chen raised his head. In fact, he had been on guard against Cage for a long time. After all, he was an old silver coin, able to give treasures to others, which was too abnormal. Sure enough, it was a scam. What a pity, why disturb me while I'm picking up money? However, he had already finished collecting, gaining a total of 1 million gold coins and 1 million silver coins, which was already a lot. Ding! Gold coins 10,000 times critical hit, gain 1 million cosmic coins, equivalent to 1 million A-grade talent holders. Silver coins 10,000 times critical hit, gain 100 million gold coins. Well, a million gold coins was already quite a lot. After all, gold coins were very rare, and one would at least need to kill high-level creatures to possibly obtain them. And now Yi Chen had 100 million. Cage had lived for so long and was a goblin good at business, naturally possessing many treasures, but unfortunately he had spent a lot to set up fake treasure maps and so on, leaving the rest to Yi Chen. However, he still dropped a good item. Yi Chen immediately checked. Scroll to cancel equipment level restrictions 1 time, special treasure, effect, Terrata Part 2. Gain a 1-time buff, eliminating the level restriction of 1 equipment. Wow. Just said that many pieces of equipment couldn't be worn due to level restrictions. Now an opportunity has come. Yi Chen could have 10,000 of these, canceling the level restrictions of 10,000 pieces of equipment. Scroll to cancel equipment level restrictions. Permanent, special treasure, effect, tear it apart to gain a permanent buff, eliminating any. But of course, he chose this one. It's worth mentioning. Treasures are very rare, much harder to come by than equipment. Some are graded, while some special ones are not graded. But every special treasure has powerful effects in specific aspects. After the critical hit, Yi Chen immediately tore it apart. A layer of mysterious power enveloped him and he gained an invisible buff. Ding, congratulations, the level restrictions of any equipment on you will no longer exist. From now on, Yi Chen could use the equipment obtained from killing enemies above his level. He had already taken all the treasures and was preparing to leave. Whoosh! Suddenly, several figures rushed towards him at high speed. Not long ago, Romo received a notification from the goblin informing him that other forces had indeed entered the ice cave and were killing quickly. Romo immediately panicked. What if the treasure was taken by someone else? No way! He immediately abandoned his own passage and came to Yi Chen's passage. First deal with the competitors, then search for treasure. But he didn't expect that Yi Chen's killing speed was too fast. When he reached the end of the passage and saw the shattered corpse of the ice spirit on the ground, he shouted in alarm. This monster should be a level 350 legendary boss. That force was so ruthless? They finished off the boss so quickly. Seeing that the treasure door had already opened, he became even more anxious and led his subordinates to rush in. No matter what force it is, whoever gets the treasure must spit it out. He shouted just as he bumped into Yi Chen, who had just come out. Hiss! One person, not a force, but a single person who could swiftly kill so many monsters and bosses. Now, he was even more shocked, realizing this person was extremely strong. He was afraid he couldn't win at all. Fortunately, he had 2 treasures on him, originally meant for the monsters, and immediately threw them at Yi Chen. Boom! A black orb flew towards Yi Chen. Ha! Yi Chen frowned. He had just come out and was already under attack? At this moment, even he felt an ominous sensation, as if he could very well die from this strike. He made a quick decision. Ding, the clone has been summoned back to the backpack and released. Die. Romo's eyes were fierce, and in the next instant he saw a human identical to the one in front of him suddenly appear before him, wearing the Zombie King set. Resistance to fatal strike effect. 0. How is this possible? This energy orb with an attack power of 200,000 was actually blocked? Romo's eyes widened, and at that moment, his subordinates behind him had already made their move. Boom! Various skills descended upon Yi Chen and his clone. Ding! Enemy plus 1028, physical attack plus 1028%. 10 times attack. Yi Chen's physical attack had reached over 600,000 at this moment. Although there weren't many people on the opposite side, each one was an elite, and they were all goblin mages using quite advanced magical skills, making it difficult for him to withstand. Fortunately, after that brief period, the Frost Spirit Shield Strike had already cooled down. Buzz Yi Chen summoned back his clone. After all, the clone had only the life-saving abilities of Resurrection and Secret Technique, Break and Stand Again to withstand damage, which felt a bit wasteful to use here. An ice shield in the Spirit of Frost appeared around him, absorbing the attacks. Clang clang clang. The Heart Sword was unleashed, and 225 sword energies emerged, freely roaming and harvesting. Sword Unity, Sword Strike. Each sword energy was enough to take down an enemy. By the time the 225 sword energies were finished, the ice shield shattered and the Spirit of Frost disintegrated, spreading terrifying frost everywhere. 72,644, 53,865, 123,665. Enemy skill increased health. Various terrifying damage values appeared, blood splattering frequently. Why you? Who are you? How can a human be so strong? Even Romo was killed instantly by the frost, filled with fear. If only he had known, he wouldn't have provoked this human. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. As it fell, a bead burst forth from its body. Ding! You have gained 100 million experience points, energy orb *1, 3,028 gold coins. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can obtain 1 trillion experience points, energy orb *10,000, or destruction orb *1, 30,280,000 gold coins or 30,280 universe coins. A bountiful harvest, and the gold coins naturally turned into universe coins due to the critical hit. Yi Chen looked at the bead. The terrifying power it had just unleashed made him a bit wary. Energy orb, special treasure, effect, attack this orb, attacks from others do not count, and the power can be accumulated to reach 200,000, released all at once, but the orb will shatter after the attack. Another special treasure, and quite powerful. Even if one person only attacks with one, by continuously adding power to the orb, they can still unleash 200,000 attacks. But for me, 200,000 attacks aren't that high, it's just a one-time use. He shook his head, looking at the effects. After the critical hit, destruction orb, special treasure, effect, attack this orb, attacks from others do not count, and the power can be accumulated to reach 1 million, released all at once, the orb will shatter after the attack and the fragments can be reassembled after 1 day. Now, that's different. A million attacks are comparable to Se-Chong using divine level power. Moreover, the orb can automatically reassemble, allowing for continuous use. But the orb requires one to attack in order to accumulate power. Se-Chong naturally didn't want to slowly accumulate, so he handed the orb to his clone, letting the clone accumulate power on Blue Star. As for himself, he needed to go to the demon civilization. The celestial jade, there is one in the Sirius civilization. The Sirius civilization is a level 2 civilization. I'm not sure of its location. The best way right now is to purchase the opportunity for random teleportation to a high-level civilization, using foresight to know the exact time to enter the Sirius civilization, but buying this opportunity requires cosmic reputation points. Therefore, he must go to the cosmic civilization to accumulate reputation points. He took out the Emperor's Seal of the Radiant Moon and directly returned to the Imperial capital. The Emperor's Seal and the City Lord Seal have this advantage, allowing one to return directly to their own territory. At the same time, the guild leader is dead. At the moment of Romo's death, the other treasure-seeking goblins immediately sensed it. In goblin magic, there are unique sensing methods that can detect the death of companions. At this moment, they were furious. Who could kill the president of the Goblin Merchant Guild in the Goblin Web City? Remember, the president went to the ice cave? Investigate. As long as this person is still in the Blue Star civilization, using the information network of the Goblin Merchant Guild that covers the entire civilization, we will definitely find out. Meanwhile, on Se-Chong's side, he activated the Emperor's Seal, summoning all his subordinates to enter the barracks, mage tower, arrow towers, and other training facilities. There were a total of 700,000 soldiers, a pile of diamonds, and star brilliance, and Se-Chong hadn't crit them yet. It would be most reasonable to crit them after they leveled up. Kui, Mo, and others were still legendary bosses. Unfortunately, they had no good talents. Even the two destroyers, Kui and Mo, only had B-level talents. Talents above B-level were still quite rare. Ding! You have invested 702,763,000 cosmic coins. All your soldiers will have A-level talents and will be upgraded by 100 levels. Level cannot exceed yours. Don't be stingy. Earning money is for spending. Some soldiers were only at level 20 or 30, belonging to the colorful pens of a level 1 main city. Even if they were raised by 100 levels, they still wouldn't reach Se-Chong's level. Se-Chong also used some gold coins to raise their levels. After all, he could have as many gold coins as he wanted. This time, he was ready to go big. The barracks and other facilities were indeed worthy of the Imperial capital level. In just 1 hour, all the soldiers reached level 180 and gathered in the square. I was only level 25 before and now I'm level 180? The master is too awesome. I even have A-level talent. Hey, who doesn't? We have essentially transformed from ordinary people into geniuses. Each one was filled with unstoppable excitement, not to mention the level increase. Having A-level talent meant they would all have extraordinary lives. Se-Chong opened the server-wide level ranking. Number 1, Tiandi, level 180. Number 2, Long Xiao, level 48. Number 3, Shinju, level 47. Oh, Long Xiao is doing well, already at level 48. But this, Shinju, is really like a cockroach. After being bloodily beaten by him a few times, he still managed to rise to 3rd place. I wonder if he had some opportunity. Compared to his little soldiers, there was still a significant gap. Quiet. Se-Chong spoke, and all the NPCs immediately became solemn. I will take you out to broaden your horizons. With a flash, the Emperor's Seal shone brightly, absorbing all the soldiers inside. This Emperor's Seal can accommodate up to 1 billion subordinates. After all, in glorious times, it represented the might of the entire Radiant Moon Empire. For now, it was definitely enough. The gate to the demon world opened, and Se-Chong stepped inside. Instantly, a grand voice echoed in the minds of all demon players. Ding! Dong! World announcement, Demon World Blue Star Civilization beings have entered Nyowu City Dark Forest, triggering the special event, Blue Star Human Invasion. Players are requested to stop the human invasion. Rewards will be given based on contributions. Se-Chong arrived in a forest and heard the prompt. Your current location, Nyowu City Dark Forest. The demon world has many demons and different empires. But listening to the name of this city, it seems to belong to the Bull Demon Empire. Do I have a connection with the Bull Demon Empire? At this moment, all the demon players received the news. Unlike the Blue Star Civilization, the players of Blue Star Civilization had not yet entered the high-level main city and could not communicate with high-level NPCs. But the demon players could, and they screamed. Within the city, the NPCs also immediately received the news. In an instant, the entire demon civilization was in a panic. Is it the Heavenly Emperor? It must be him. Who else from the Blue Star civilization would dare to come? Didn't we send 10 experts to kill him before? The demons still did not know that the 10 experts were already dead. The arrival of the Heavenly Emperor proved that those experts were all dead. Hiss. All 10 great experts wiped out? This. The Bull Demon Lord was in a bad state. It had previously speculated that the Heavenly Emperor was so powerful because the more enemies he had, the stronger he became. Although it had dismissed this idea once, it still held on to it. Otherwise, how could this person be so formidable? But now, with 10 great experts, isn't that not many enemies? Yet, they were still annihilated. The Heavenly Emperor must not be strong because he has more enemies, rather, he himself possesses terrifying strength. Damn it! Why does such a person always come to the Bull Demon Empire? Can't he go somewhere else? Please, Bull Demon Lord, take action and kill the Heavenly Emperor. Please. Within the imperial capital, demons immediately petitioned. Unfortunately, the Bull Demon Lord did not say a word for a long time. The entire Bull Demon Empire seemed eerily silent, as if it were an empty empire. The Bull Demon Lord had actually backed down. Damn it, a Lord-level existence is actually afraid of the Heavenly Emperor. NPCs cannot be resurrected once dead, and yet they fear the strength of the Heavenly Emperor? Isn't it just a Heavenly Emperor? What's there to be afraid of? We players aren't scared. Good news, the Demon Saint is about to take action. At this moment of great attention, the level 900 player, the Demon Saint, finally stepped forward. Oh, but not level 900 anymore. Last time, violating the Supreme God's contract and entering a low-level main city came at a great cost. 1. They could never become a god. 2. Their level was halved, now only level 450. Given the Heavenly Emperor's strength, fighting at level 450 should not be a problem. But it was not afraid. It still had an S-level talent. Moreover, its rank had not decreased, still at the mythic level. It also had a holy artifact. In fact, it originally had a divine artifact, but the equipment requirements were too high, and after dropping levels, it could no longer equip it. Even for the holy artifact, the equipment requirement was generally level 500 or above. This 450 level holy artifact was something it had worked hard to find. Killing the Heavenly Emperor should be sufficient. You made me pay such a high price, how could I let you go? It had been tricked once, and entering a low-level main city again would not require a price. It quickly moved to teleport to Bull Marshal City. Yi-Chen had previously tricked many high-level demon players. These players could also take action now without paying a price. Wait a bit longer. The Heavenly Emperor is too strange, let the Demon Saint test him. But after all, Yi-Chen had killed 10 great demon experts, and these high-level players lacked confidence, deciding to observe. For now, Bull Marshal City, a level 4 main city. Yi-Chen was randomly teleported to the demon civilization, but the location corresponded to his level. At level 180, he would enter a level 4 main city. Normally, level 1 main cities are for levels 15 to 50. Level 2 main cities are for levels 50 to 90. Level 3 main cities are for levels 90 to 150. Level 4 main cities are for levels 150 to 250. Level 5 main cities are for levels 250 to 350. Level 6 main cities are for levels 350 to 450. The hierarchy is strict, and advanced beings find it difficult to enter lower level areas. This is a form of protection for lower level beings under the contract of the Supreme Deity, allowing the entire universe's civilization to develop in a stable and orderly manner, much like the protection of lower civilizations. However, this protection is not permanent. With a price, one can enter lower level main cities. Invasive civilizations also have ways to achieve this. This is to maintain competition among civilizations. The supreme deities are lofty and exalted. They are the gods who set the rules, and the entire universe's civilization operates under their regulations. Previously, Yi-Chen saw the level 2 main city in the demon civilization, where the highest beings were level 60. The reason is that the demon civilization made a grave mistake and was punished by the supreme deities, restricting the biological levels in cities below level 3, but after level 4, it returned to normal. This shows the power of the supreme deities. Moreover, once reaching a level 7 main city, all beings are above level 450, belonging to the high-end forces of civilization, and the supreme deities do not protect them, so there are no level restrictions. Beings above level 450 can freely move within level 7, 8, and 9 main cities, and the imperial capital. When Yi-Chen arrives at the level 7 main city, he will encounter only experts. However, right now, Heavenly Emperor. In the Silent Forest, some players saw Yi-Chen and immediately trembled in fear. This group of players, ranging from level 150 to 250, did not pique Yi-Chen's interest at all. Tell me about anything related to the giant strength bear, he said flatly, or I'll destroy Nyo Wu City. He would not be polite regarding the demon civilization. Last time, he had already fought to their doorstep. What mercy was there to speak of? Giant Strength Bear Island. I have an item that can teleport there for you. To his surprise, the demon players were quite obedient, actively revealing the location and handing over the item. Giant Strength Bear Island Teleportation Badge. Description. This can be used to teleport to Giant Strength Bear Island naturally. It can also trigger critical hits, but even a critical hit of 10,000 is useless. So obedient? Yi Chen's smile was sarcastic. He was not familiar with the items of the demon civilization, and searching slowly would be troublesome. Asking players was the most convenient, but the cooperation of the demon players exceeded his expectations. The Giant Strength Bear Island was likely not simple, since they wanted to set him up. Sword Unity, Sword Strike, 225. Sword energies were unleashed, and the demon players were annihilated. Yi Chen had no habit of being set up by others. Whoosh! The badge glowed, and he quickly vanished. The dead demon players immediately cursed in the world channel, informing the demons that the Heavenly Emperor had been tricked into Giant Strength Bear Island. Giant Strength Bear Island? That place is a forbidden zone belonging to level 4 main cities. Even the Heavenly Emperor might not come out unscathed. Many players from level 4 main cities had entered Giant Strength Bear Island, but none had returned with any gains. They were all killed and leveled down, which is why the demon players voluntarily offered the badge. Humph. The demon saint also saw the news and snorted coldly. It quickly headed to Giant Strength Bear Island. The demon civilization was like its home. It was very familiar with it and soon arrived at Giant Strength Bear Island, but it stayed outside the island because even at level 450 it did not dare to enter. The Heavenly Emperor going in is seeking death, but after all, he is the Heavenly Emperor. He might escape by luck. I will wait for you here. The demons were all overjoyed. With Giant Strength Bear Island and the demon saint, the Heavenly Emperor was doomed. Inside the island, Yi Chen looked up at the sky. The entire island was enveloped in thick resentment, filled with malice, barren of life, and the island itself was enormous. Roar! The moment he stepped in, an angry roar echoed. The resentment coalesced into Giant Strength Bears, suddenly charging at him. Giant Strength Bears Wraith Platinum, level 250 attack, 7200 health, 17166. Defense 5350 skills, Giant Strength, Mount High Pressure, Berserk description. The Giant Strength Bears of Giant Strength Bear Island have encountered a punishment, forming countless wraiths. As long as there are Giant Strength Bears on the island, non-Giant Strength units will lose 10% health per second and cannot use potions to recover health. Is that it? The attributes are terrible. Yi Chen could slap it to death. But the key is the description. The status of the Giant Strength Bear in the demon civilization is equivalent to that of the Yalong Inn, the Blue Star civilization. Many Giant Strength Bears have died here, and their wraiths have formed a strange power that forces people to lose health. It seems they don't want anyone to obtain anything related to the Giant Strength Bears from here. That's right. Does the demon civilization not know about Giant Strength Bear Island? Don't they want it? It's all because of this strange power. While trying to block the race, one continuously loses health, and this is a level 4 main city area, making it difficult for higher level players to come here. Level 4 main city players simply cannot withstand the strange power. Well, Yi Chen can't block it either. 6224. His health began to drop. But he didn't care at all. The Giant Strength Bear's Wraith was coming at him, and he struck directly. Ding! Enemy plus 10,823 physical attack, plus 10,823%. Boom! A hellish demon appeared on his armor, descending into a sea of raging fire, directly evaporating the wraiths. Thousands of demonic vines lashed out, killing the wraiths in an instant, and a water dragon soared freely. A dance of demons. 17,166. 17,265. Blood-red damage numbers appeared everywhere. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a trace of Giant Strength Bear Bloodline *1. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can obtain a trace of Giant Strength Bear Bloodline *10000 or a trace of Rift Bear Bloodline *1. He immediately checked. A trace of Giant Strength Bear Bloodline Description 1. Killing the Giant Strength Bear's Wraith has an extremely low chance of dropping. Description 2. Collecting 10,000 can turn a strong bear into a Giant Strength Bear. This is of no use to Yi Chen. He already has a Giant Strength Bear. Moreover, the drop rate is indeed very low. Killing over 10,000 only yielded this trace, probably because the opponent was just a wraith, not a true Giant Strength Bear, which inherently lacks much bloodline power. This was still thanks to Yi Chen having the lucky gem, which allowed him to obtain one. For those without it, it would be even harder to drop. Furthermore, he was still continuously losing health. It seems impossible for an ordinary person to obtain a complete Giant Strength Bear bloodline. Here, before even obtaining a trace, the strange power would have drained their health completely. A trace of Rift Bear Bloodline Description. Collecting 10,000 can turn a Giant Strength Bear into a Rift Bear. The Rift Bear can rival the dragons. This would be even harder to obtain. Ding! You have chosen a trace of Rift Bear Bloodline *1. Ding! Enemy plus 20,917. Physical attack plus 20,917%. There are many wraiths here, coming in waves, and Yi-Chen was very satisfied. Thunder Flash Gun, Meteor Step, Thunder Eagle Swarm, various skills bombarded the area. In fact, he didn't even need to use skills, as basic attacks could kill the monsters, but skills were faster. He also summoned the Nightshade, which summoned 100,000 skeleton soldiers. The strange power here would cause health loss, but the skeleton soldiers could be refreshed upon death, making them perfect for this environment. Sword Unity Sword Strike, 225 sword energies launched, covering 20,000 miles, and lasting for 1 hour, each sword energy capable of killing monsters instantly. Yi-Chen found killing monsters to be truly easy. Ding! Selected a trace of Rift Bear Bloodline *12. Ding! Selected a trace of Rift Bear Bloodline *17. Pleasant prompts continued to ring out. The demon saint outside watched the wraiths gathering on the island, sneering in his heart. The Giant Force Bear Island was originally an empire formed by the Giant Force Bears during ancient times. Back then, there were still many Giant Force Bears, but the demon civilization made a grave mistake, and the island was destroyed by the Supreme God with a single strike. At that time, the demon civilization was still a level 2 civilization. After being punished for their mistake, they fell to a level 1 civilization. Therefore, the demon civilization has always been eager to invade, attempting to restore their previous strength through conquest. They truly look down on the Blue Star civilization, which is a mere level 0.72 civilization. The strange power within the island was also left by the Supreme God, who did not want anyone to obtain the Giant Force Bears. After all, the demon civilization had once caused trouble in the universe using the Giant Force Bears, even the source of their bloodline, the Rift Sky Bear. However, the Supreme God does not like to disrupt the balance and prefers to leave a glimmer of hope in deadlocks. Thus, the vengeful souls of the slain still have a very slim chance of revealing a trace of bloodline. But to gather a complete one? That is the power left by the Supreme God, the God of life. Even if a deity comes here, they would lose 1% of their health every second. The Heavenly Emperor would not be an exception, right? Now, he should be dead? Ding! You have died. Resurrection. This was the first time Yi-Chen used this skill. Resurrection successful, you have suffered no loss. As soon as Yi-Chen's body disappeared, it immediately reformed, and he didn't lose any levels or equipment. Not even a hint of pain. Like nothing had happened. He continued to slay monsters. He should be dead, but the Heavenly Emperor is unusual. I can wait a little longer. The demon saint continued to wait, as if he could see the Heavenly Emperor walking out. He would strike. Ding! You have obtained a trace of Rift Sky Bear bloodline. *23. Although the amount obtained at once was small, Yi-Chen was killing quickly, with sword energy striking freely. The infernal demon did not need his control, and the skeleton soldiers, he was still busy slaying monsters himself. So within a second he could hear numerous notification sounds, and the rewards kept accumulating. 6,224. But every second, he was also continuously losing health. This strange power is probably not left by an ordinary person. Forcibly deducting 10% health every second is truly perverse. How many lives does an ordinary person have to lose health? Yi-Chen was also analyzing the surrounding environment. He did not know that this was the power left by the Supreme God, but he had the Supreme God's inheritance and professional secret skills. Oh no, he even scored a critical hit. 10 seconds later, he died again. The Destroyer secret skill, Break and Rebuild. This was the first time he used this skill. Ding! You have resurrected without consumption, all attributes enhanced by 100%, lasting for 1 minute. Secret skills are exhilarating, with no consumption at all. The previous resurrection spell even consumed mana. Moreover, dying had its benefits. This would make those players who suffered heavy losses upon dying envious enough to want to die again just to try it out. All attributes increased, and while the attack boost wasn't much since Yi-Chen could already one-shot monsters, his attack speed, movement speed, and so on were all increased by 100%, making him kill even faster. It was so easy that Yi-Chen had the leisure to do other things. Almost forgot, I haven't accepted the professional task. He took out the War God statue. Just this one statue, if Yi-Chen actively shattered it, could unleash a strike from a level 260 Supreme God, which would probably wipe out the entire Giant Force Bear Island without a doubt. Those vengeful souls would definitely be completely annihilated. So Yi-Chen was truly at ease. Is the Heavenly Emperor dead now? I don't know, let's wait for news from the Demon Saint. Even if he isn't dead, he must be having a very hard time now. Who told him to court death by going to the Giant Force Bear Island? We sent him the badge, and he actually believed it, thinking he was so impressive that he could barge into any dragon's lair or tiger's den? Ding! You have accepted the Destroyer Profession's 8th transfer task. Task details: kill enemies above level 100, only one-on-one, task time, unlimited task reward. Can continue to level up. Task description: the destroyer charges forward, must possess strong capabilities for level up challenges. So difficult. The challenge isn't the strength of the enemies, it's that Yi-Chin is currently level 180 and can't find anyone at level 280 to kill. Once I get out of Giant Strength Bear Island, I still have to find someone above level 280 to kill, which is quite annoying, Yi-Chin muttered to himself. Time passed. Ding, you have resurrected without any cost, all attributes enhanced by 100%, lasting for 1 minute. He kept resurrecting, increasing his attributes. Finally, before his last chance to resurrect ran out, he met the requirements. Ding, you have collected a thread of Void Bear Bloodline *10000, obtained Void Bear Bloodline *1. So comfortable on the entire Giant Strength Bear Island, only a few vengeful spirits remained, and Yi-Chin couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them anymore. He directly handed them over to his subordinates to kill. He didn't care if they dropped bloodlines since he already had a complete one. The reason for clearing the vengeful spirits was that this island is very large and belongs to a free zone. After all, no one dares to come here, so it won't be occupied. He had many level 3 Lord Seals, and it wasn't very convenient to build cities in Blue Star Civilization. After all, the area of a 0.72 level civilization is somewhat small, and there are even fewer free zones. But the demon civilization is big enough. More importantly, he had a guess. Building a city in an alien civilization, such a large move, should be able to gain quite a bit of cosmic prestige, right? Let's do it. Hey, it's been so long, why haven't I heard any news about the Demon Saint? Is the Heavenly Emperor dead? I feel like he must be dead. After all, Giant Strength Bear Island is too terrifying. On the World Channel, demons were constantly discussing Yi-Chin threw out a Lord Seal, and the moment the Lord Seal landed on the ground, a huge city appeared. Yi-Chin waited with anticipation, feeling a bit anxious. After all, he was just guessing. Ding dong. Cosmic announcement: congratulations to Blue Star player Heavenly Emperor for establishing a level 3 main city in the demon civilization. As he is the first player to build a city in an alien civilization, he is specially rewarded with 2,000 points of cosmic prestige. Nice. Yi-Chin felt a bit excited. But as the cosmic announcement rang out, continuously for 50 times, other cosmic beings didn't think the same way. What the hell? How did he build a city in an alien civilization? It's impossible to build a city in an alien civilization unless the entire civilization is invaded and occupied, or the entire civilization surrenders, then one can establish their own city in that civilization. Could it be that the demon civilization surrendered to Blue Star civilization? All cosmic civilizations couldn't figure this out. Shut up. Our demon civilization could never surrender to Blue Star civilization. What on earth is going on? Weren't they saying the Heavenly Emperor was definitely dead? Isn't he supposed to be in a terrible situation now? Demon players were completely in chaos on the World Channel. A being from a trash civilization building a city in their own home? The most expressive were the players from Blue Star civilization. All players from Blue Star, including Dragon Laugh, Dragon June, and others on the level leaderboard, all widened their eyes. The Heavenly Emperor built another level 3 main city? And it's established in the cosmic civilization. Divine Lord, Ice Emperor, and others looked dazed, completely confused. Why is this person so unreasonably strong? Along with them was Demon Saint F***CK. It watched as all the vengeful spirits on Giant Strength Bear Island disappeared and guessed that the Heavenly Emperor might have withstood the strange powers there. Just as it was in shock, it suddenly saw a city rise from the ground. Right in front of it, building a city. After waiting for so long, it thought the Heavenly Emperor was in a terrible situation, but it turned out he was doing so well. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit, gaining 20 million universal reputation points. Yi-Chin was very satisfied, having tasted the sweetness. He naturally wanted to continue. He had only built one earlier to see if it would work. After all, the Dragon Bear Island was quite special. The Universal Civilization City. Building rights did not disappoint him, so he simply threw out all the remaining City Lord Seals. Thus, in the eyes of the Demon Saint, nearly 40,000 cities suddenly shot up into the sky, as if they were piercing through the Demon Saint's heart. Damn it! The Demon Saint could no longer hold back, it was too arrogant. In just a few seconds, the Heavenly Emperor had built so many cities in the Demon Civilization. Universal announcement: congratulations to the Blue Star player Heavenly Emperor for establishing a tier 3 main city in the Demon Civilization. As he is the first player to build a city in an alien civilization, he is specially rewarded with 1 point of universal reputation. In that instant, numerous notification sounds rang out. Since it was not the first time building a city in the Demon Civilization, he only received 1 point of universal reputation. Normally, universal reputation points are very hard to obtain, and building a city would not yield such rewards. But because he was the first to build in an alien civilization, he still received 1 point, although it was still pitifully small. Beep 10,000 times critical hit, gaining 10,000 universal reputation points. With privileges in place, the harvest was still considerable. Moreover, Yi Chen had established 39,995 cities at once, gaining 39,995 million points, even without adding the previous ones. He had reached 100 million. He opened the Universal Reputation Store. Beat, consuming 100 million Universal Reputation points, purchasing one chance to randomly teleport to a high-level civilization. Yi Chen took out the last ability reproduction scroll, originally intending to reproduce one of the abilities from swallowing equipment to gain qualifications or Heart of Slaughter, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. After all, the Sky Jade was more important. It was fine, it wasn't like he wouldn't encounter legendary dungeons in the future. Beat, consuming the scroll, reproducing foreknowledge in the current civilization. One chance. Foreknowledge allows me to randomly teleport, accurately sending me to the time of the Sirius civilization. Beat, foreknowledge. Successful, in 8 hours, 4 minutes, and 2 seconds. Not long at all. He could go before logging off today. Sky could be connected to the internet, and he checked the time, calculating the exact time he could teleport. Regarding the Sky Jade, he wouldn't forget the time. The 3 supreme divine powers related to foreknowledge and slaughter were temporarily unavailable, but overall he was still very satisfied. These 3 powers had helped him a lot, if only he could have them permanently one day, but thinking about it, that was unlikely. Those were supreme deities, and only the Sky Jade could snatch things from their hands. However, others were not as comfortable as he was. Damn! 39,996. Main cities? The universal announcement has my head spinning, and the universal announcement is special. I can't turn off the notification sound. What does the demon civilization think now? The entire universe was discussing this matter. Building cities in an alien civilization. The Heavenly Emperor's actions could be described as the most arrogant city building in the history of the universe. Nearly 40,000 main cities just like that established in our demon civilization? Where are they built? What about the demon saint? Has he moved? Wasn't he always watching the Heavenly Emperor? And the demon civilization was truly feeling down. On Giant Strength Bear Island, I will take action. I will definitely kill the Heavenly Emperor. Before taking action, the demon saint also looked at the world announcement and spoke up. He had been tricked by the Heavenly Emperor once, although the Heavenly Emperor did not intend to trick him that time. It only made the demons angrier. Now, just when the demon civilization felt they had to take action, cities were suddenly established. This was a blatant slap in the face. Not only did he want to kill the Heavenly Emperor, but he also needed to restore his reputation. He actually built a city on Giant Strength Bear Island? Too arrogant. That was a forbidden area for the demon civilization, their holy land. After all, it was related to the Giant Strength Bear. Fortunately, the demon saint was taking action. Go, demon saint. Kill him. Boom. The demon saint launched a powerful attack, descending upon the giant force Bear Island, a chessboard appearing in its hand, a terrifying aura spreading out. The power of the sacred artifact was unleashed. Ding. Enemy +1, physical attack +1%, -1%. System prompt. Under the cover of the sacred skill, talent is invalid for 1 second. Ha! Yi Chen heard the prompt and was slightly taken aback. Goodness, he only gained a total of 1% physical attack. What difference does it make if it's invalid for 1 second? Ha! Even more stunned was the demon saint. Ding, the enemy is under the cover of the sacred skill disconnection talent. Talent is invalid for 1 second. This skill can determine the duration of severing the enemy's connection to their talent based on the power and talent gap between itself and the enemy. According to its thoughts, the Heavenly Emperor should at most have an S-level talent. With talents of the same level, the power would definitely be lower than its own. After all, the level is too low. It guessed that the talent would be invalid for at least 1 minute. 1 second. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor's level is actually very high? It didn't have time to think further because the Heavenly Emperor had already made a move against it. Boom! Yi Chen rushed over quickly while checking the attributes of the Demon Saint. 9 Nether Sparrow Demon Saint, Mythical Boss, Level. For 50 physical attack, 201754 defense, 203473 health, 412865 skills, Divine Skill Demon Sparrow Sound, Divine Skill 9 Nether Divine Demon Finger, Divine Skill Demon comes to the world. The attributes are very strong. A mythical level boss cannot be viewed with common sense. Being able to grow to the mythical tier means it must have had opportunities to enhance its qualifications along the way, and all the skills it possesses are divine skills. What does 1 second matter? It's enough. The Demon Saint calmed down from the moment it attacked. Until now, it hadn't even been a second. In a battle of experts, attacks are executed in milliseconds. It's speculated that the reason the Heavenly Emperor, a low-level creature, could be so strong was definitely due to talent, and it had heard the previous speculation about the Bull Demon Emperor that the more enemies there were, the stronger he became. Now, there was only one enemy left. Could he not become stronger? Even if it guessed wrong, if the Heavenly Emperor could still grow stronger with talent, then it would seal him directly. Meanwhile, its own talent could still be used as usual. S-level talent attached attack. Every attack will trigger an attached attack at 50%. Even though its level had dropped, with this talent it could still unleash terrifying power. The Heavenly Emperor's talent was invalid for 1 second, so it had to strike hard. 1 move, Annihilation. Divine Skill 9 Nether Divine Demon Finger. It was a demon sparrow but transformed into a form similar to a human. In fact, there were humans in the cosmic civilization, and other creatures often transformed into human forms for convenience in wearing equipment. As for why the equipment perfectly fit the human physique as if crafted according to human build, this relates to a rumor in the universe, but no creature would believe that rumor. Boom! The terrifying power seemed capable of collapsing everything, yet it was condensed into a single finger, pointing at each end. With this strike, it could deal over 530,000 damage, surely killing the Heavenly Emperor. This human should be very afraid now, right? It looked at the Heavenly Emperor. Sure enough, the Heavenly Emperor showed a cautious expression. But why did he suddenly look so relaxed? Ding! Effective resisting a fatal blow refreshed. The Zombie King set appeared on Yi Chen. 0. The Demon Saint's finger seemed to just tickle him. Question mark. As the Demon Saint wore a puzzled expression. Yi Chen struck with both fists, not using any skills, but at that moment his attack speed was extremely fast and the two were very close, making it impossible for the Demon Saint to dodge. 252,650. With one punch, the Demon Saint lost more than half of its health. What the hell? The Demon Saint exclaimed. Where did you get such high attack power? That punch was just a basic attack. A low-level creature, relying on basic attacks, can compete with it using mythic skills? Moreover, its attack speed is incredibly fast, just as its right face was. Smashed in, Yi Chen's left fist struck its left face and the Demon Saint was completely battered, leaving only terrifying blood-red damage visible. 160,215. It was so fast that it couldn't even use its defensive skills before it fell. In its final moments, it only saw Yi Chen's attributes. Your talent clearly failed. How can you still have such? Could it be that you've been hiding your strength all along? Previously, it had looked down on Yi Chen, a low-level player with a failed talent. It hadn't even bothered to examine the data closely. What was there to see? Could he really surpass it? But now, it had no choice but to look. Heavenly Emperor level 180 physical attack 456,123. Damn! No need to look further, it's even higher than mine. Heavenly Emperor, you're insidious. Its roar before death echoed through the heavens and earth. You've been hiding your strength, faking your level. Yi Chen. He was truly speechless. What was he hiding? He had been fighting directly. All along. Who told the Demon Saint to strike while he was in the duration of breaking and rebuilding? He didn't have a mythic skill yet, but this was a Supreme God class inheritance secret technique, and it was the version after a critical hit. Ding! You are the first player to kill the 450 level Mythic Boss Demon Saint, earning 1 point of legendary status, 10,000 reputation points across the server, 10,000 gold, 3.82 million experience points, and Holy Artifact disconnected chessboard *1. What about the Demon Saint? Did the Demon Saint make a move? What happened? The demon players were buzzing in the World Channel, waiting for the Demon Saint to return victorious. Ding dong! World announcement, Demon Mourning for the Blue Star creature. Heavenly Emperor, who killed the 450 level Mythic Boss Demon Saint, earning 1 point of legendary status, 10,000 reputation points across the server. XXXX. The name of the equipment was hidden by Yi Chen. It was better not to let anyone know about the Holy Artifact. As for whether the Demon Saint would spill the beans, who cares? The Demon World Channel suddenly fell silent. After a while, it erupted with suppressed disbelief and terror. The Heavenly Emperor killed the Demon Saint in an instant? It hasn't been long since the Demon Saint made a move. This is an instant kill. A 450 level mythic boss killed by the Heavenly Emperor? What on earth happened? The power of the Heavenly Emperor had completely surpassed the speculations of the demon civilization. It was simply absurd. So terrifying. The Demon Saint trembled in the resurrection space, not daring to look at the World Channel. It didn't need to think to know that the demon's spittle would drown it. This person has always been very strong. The key was that the shadow the Heavenly Emperor cast over it was too deep. The more enemies there were, the stronger he became? Was he strong because of his talent? Nonsense. He was already very strong. Such a person still liked to hide his strength. His wisdom and terror were evident. No way. The Heavenly Emperor couldn't be allowed to deceive the demons any longer. The Heavenly Emperor is extremely powerful. All previous perceptions of him must be overturned. I glanced at his attributes. His attack was over 450,000 and he was only level 180. So fake. Hiss. The Heavenly Emperor was actually this terrifying? The Bull Demon Emperor quickly received the news. Indeed, his worries were justified. That was not a low-level player at all. That was an incredibly formidable human. It was right to hold back and not make a move at that time. the entire demon world fell into silence. The demon saint was already a top player in the demon world. Even it couldn't handle the heavenly emperor. Therefore, other top players acting alone would also be ineffective. To deal with the heavenly emperor, we must surround him. The demon world reached a common understanding. The heavenly emperor cannot possibly fake his level. He should have been randomly teleported to the demon civilization and will enter the main city corresponding to his level. This is a rule set by the supreme gods. Contract. Unless he, like us, can fix teleport to a specific location in another civilization, but the Blue Star civilization is a trash civilization and cannot have such a teleportation array. He must have used some means to become so powerful. The Bull Demon Emperor thought for a moment and said these two sentences. Soon, it spread throughout the demon world. Is that so? The demon saint looked up in confusion and then firmly said, yes, it must be so. I was just a bit flustered. I need to immerse myself for a while. Even if he was killed and could never become a god, he still had an S-level talent. Still strong. Demon saint, what equipment did the heavenly emperor drop from you? He hid the information. We can't see it. He is a formidable opponent. We need to understand. Mentioning this made the demon saint's head ache. At that time, he only had one holy artifact on him. The rest were epic artifacts. After all, holy artifacts and divine artifacts have high wearing requirements, and only the disconnection chessboard, the special holy artifact, could be worn. He thought it was the most suitable for dealing with the heavenly emperor. At level 180, even if he could drop a piece of equipment, the chances of dropping a low-grade item were higher. With only one holy artifact, could it still drop? Don't worry about it, he's level 180 and can't use that holy artifact. This was the only consolation. Overall, he didn't really lose this time, did he? The heavenly emperor didn't gain anything truly valuable. Thinking this way, he felt less sad. With a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can obtain 10,000 legend points, 100 million reputation points across the server. Blue Star, 100 million gold coins or 10,000 cosmic coins, 38.2 billion experience points, and holy artifact disconnection chessboard, asterisk 10,000. Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction. With 100 million reputation points, he was one step closer to exchanging for the Bloodlot buff. If he had this buff earlier, the natural health loss on Giant Strength Bear Island wouldn't have been able to affect him. As long as he kills a few more that are similar to the Demon Saint, he can exchange it. Holy artifact. He held a chessboard. This was the first time he obtained a holy artifact, but as he thought, it couldn't produce a quality critical hit. No rush. In 8 hours, he would have the opportunity to obtain the Celestial Jade disconnection chessboard, holy artifact, level, for 50 attached effect, holding this chessboard, attack plus 30,000 attached skill, disconnection talent, holy skill LV1 consumes 1200 blue energy, severing the connection between living beings and talents within 100,000 square meters. The severing time is determined by the level and talent level difference, with a minimum of 1 second and a cooldown of 10 seconds. Note, as skill level increases, severing range plus 100,000 square meters, maximum level 80. Restriction, level 450 holy artifacts are hard to drop. It's probably due to the effect of the lucky gem. Very good. An attack increase of 30,000 applies to magic attack, physical attack, poison attack, etc. Because there are no restrictions on the user's profession, only on level. Ding, you have the cancel equipment level restriction buff. You can wear the disconnection chessboard. Yi Chen had already put it on. This item is held in hand, and there's no need to hold it again when activating the skill. Ding, physical attack plus 30,000. You can hold one in each hand, totaling a 60,000 attack increase. Yi Chen's physical attack was just over 60,000. This is the terror of holy artifacts and one of the reasons why high-level players are powerful. They can wear high-level, high-quality equipment, adding many attributes. Yi Chen can wear it now. He could drop 10,000 of them and wear 2, but he would wait until he obtained the Celestial Jade before deciding. He also maxed out the skill earlier when the talent became ineffective. Yi Chen didn't feel upset, but thinking about it, others would definitely feel upset. After all, endless battle is inherently unstable. Others' talents might be stable, and not being able to activate them would be very frustrating. For example, the talent of the Demon Saint. The Demon Saint's basic attack exceeds 200,000, yet just now it dealt a blow that threatened my life. It must have some talent enhancement, and it should be stable, at least not reliant on the enemy's decision to attack. Yi Chen also doesn't like stability. So, thank you Demon Saint. He took out the ability seizing scroll and threw it onto the Demon Saint's corpse. When the scroll disappeared, a mysterious power descended. Ding! Detected a unit you have killed. You can seize one of its abilities. Must possess a higher level ability of the same type. Please choose. Divine Skill Demon Sparrow Sound, Divine Skill 9 Nether, Divine Demon Finger. One by one, divine skills appeared before him, but he couldn't choose any of them because he hadn't surpassed the divine skill level in this type of ability yet. After all, he had only been in the game for a few days. Even if he could choose, he wouldn't. Because with privileges in place, obtaining divine skills later wouldn't be difficult. He looked at the talent S-Class Talent Additional Attack. Each time you strike, an additional attack will be triggered, at 50%. Yi-Chen couldn't see the talent effect before, but now he saw it. And it was indeed as he thought, a stable enhancement of ability. This is it. He was on an extreme attack path. Defense, health, and so on could be bolstered by mounts and equipment, making this talent very suitable for him. He immediately seized it, and the seizing scroll also enhanced the talent once. An additional 70% attack. Yi-Chen took out the ability enhancement scroll, tore it apart, and a powerful force enveloped his body, a sense of sublimation surging from within. Ding! Enhancement successful, obtained SSS class talent, Twinborn. So comfortable. From the previous hints, he learned that SSS class talents are the top tier in the entire divine realm. Although Yi-Chen had never been to the divine realm, he imagined that all beings there are divine. Even among the divine, the highest talent is SSS class, and those who possess it are certainly few. Perhaps even the gods themselves might not have it. And Yi-Chen has too. He immediately opened the panel to check. Twinborn, SSS Eternal Class Talent, effect, in battle, each time you strike, an identical blow is triggered, dealing true damage. Description, no. Upper limit on enhancement. As expected of an SSS class talent, Yi-Chen was quite surprised. Previously, it was an additional 50% and 70% attack, now it was an additional 100%, and it's true damage at that. Moreover, it's not just an additional attack. It triggers the same means, such as control rates, which will also trigger again. The set effect of resist fatal blow will also trigger twice in succession. One strike equals 2 strikes. Of course, it still only triggers during combat. For example, if Yi-Chen tames a mount once, it won't trigger a double taming. And picking up equipment once won't trigger a second pickup. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an SSS class talent. That would be too outrageous. Logically speaking, using certain talents once shouldn't directly trigger a second time. Yi-Chen pondered carefully, but Endless Battle is also a combat-type talent meant for use in battle. Endless Battle boosts his attack by 10,000 times. He strikes once. Twinborn triggers, simultaneously delivering a blow, equating to 20,000 times attack. Even if Endless Battle doesn't stack high attack due to fewer enemies, Twinborn still triggers, at least providing a 2x attack effect, along with the control rate of skills, continuous damage effects, and so on. Compared to before, it's much more stable. Dang, your clone has acquired the Twinborn talent. Since it was a self-contained talent, the clone also possessed it. The clone from Blue Star was accumulating energy for the Destruction Pearl, and suddenly, every time it struck, it would trigger the same blow, doubling the speed of energy accumulation. If Yi-Chen and the clone struck simultaneously. In other words, for Yi-Chen's attack simultaneously. However, for now, he had not encountered an enemy worthy of such treatment. But aside from the upcoming journey to the Sirius civilization, even the demon civilization right in front of him, which he had provoked to the extreme, had powerful beings present, and Yi-Chen was prepared. At this moment, the demon saint, having absorbed the blow of failure, was ready to resurrect using game currency. Ding! Your S-level talent has been taken. Who the hell did this? I can't be killed. The demon saint roared in the resurrection space, feeling such a heavy blow that it didn't even want to resurrect for a moment. It was also pondering who had done this. It seemed it had only interacted with the Celestial Emperor before? Impossible. Even if the Celestial Emperor was strong, he couldn't be so bizarre as to take away an S-level talent, right? It didn't know that the ability Seizing Scroll was a critical hit produced by Yi-Chen, and since Yi-Chen had an SSS level talent, he could naturally seize S-level ones. This trip to death had brought Yi-Chen many gains. No matter if it was him or not, he is about to die. It looked towards the world channel. The Celestial Emperor was building a city in the demon civilization, completely enraging the demons. After all, the Celestial Emperor was just one person, and he was flaunting his power throughout the entire demon world. Head to Giant Strength Bear Island. Conquer. All level 4 main city forces in the demon civilization mobilized, heading towards Giant Strength Bear Island. This was not just a single empire, but the subordinate cities of all major empires in the demon civilization, representing the backbone of the entire demon civilization. Their grand march made the whole world tremble. Destroy the Celestial Emperor. If this person is not killed, my grievances will not be settled. Some high-level demon players of the same rank as the demon saint, who had been tricked last time, united this time and set off towards Giant Strength Bear Island. Since they had already been tricked once and had paid the price to enter a low-level main city, it didn't matter this time. They hadn't acted before because they were unaware of the Celestial Emperor's strength. But now, through the demon saint, they learned. The Celestial Emperor's base attack was 450,000. That was fierce, but it was just that there were so many demons. The Celestial Emperor must be killed. The bull demon emperor finally stepped out. It had been fearful before, but after the demon saint took action, it dispelled its several speculations about the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor's attack should indeed be 450,000, at most with some strange methods. As the king of the bull, cough, as the emperor, what is there to fear? But it had always been cautious, still worried that the more enemies the Celestial Emperor had, the stronger his abilities would be, so it prepared to challenge him alone. Ding, break and stand again has finished, attributes restored to original state. Ding, killing a player over 100 levels higher than yourself completes the Destroyer Class 8th transfer task, allowing the Destroyer to be upgraded to level 180 with 10,000 times critical hit and can upgrade the Annihilator to level 200. Yi-Chen heard the prompt sounds one after another. Ding, your level. Plus 20, gain 100 free attribute points, please allocate. Your clone level plus 20, Giant Strength Bear, Nether Turtle, Earth Barbarian Dragon level plus 20, Skeleton General level automatically plus 20, Linghan level. Awesome. He leveled up a lot in one go, and after his own upgrade, many things could be enhanced. But a prompt sound that caught him off guard brought him even more joy. Ding, since you have established your own city in the Demon Civilization, you can travel freely to and from the Demon Civilization. So, does that mean the Demon Gate is useless? No need to swallow demon corpses every time? That's great, it saves a lot of trouble and following this line of thought, Yi-Chen could build cities in various civilizations and travel freely. For example, if he wanted to find something in a certain civilization, it would be more convenient and assured. In addition to upgrading himself, Yi-Chen also upgraded his mount, noticing the words of the Giant Strength Bear. I wonder if it will. He looked around Giant Strength Bear Island, where he had his own tens of thousands of cities already belonging to his territory, and a strange thought crossed his mind. Heavenly Emperor, come to your death. Surround the Heavenly Emperor. Suddenly, countless roars echoed from outside the island. The demon army had arrived. A full 400 million, all between levels 150 and 250. They understood the Heavenly Emperor's strength, but no matter how strong one person was, there were limits. With so many demons attacking, he surely couldn't withstand it. Right? The simplest thing was that his mana would be consumed. This time, they were truly prepared to fight to the death to drag the Heavenly Emperor down with them. They also knew that the Heavenly Emperor had once single-handedly slaughtered many level 4 undead in the main city, but that was because the undead had feared him and did not band together to stop him. This time, the demons were not afraid, holding on to the thought of either the enemy dying or they themselves perishing. At the very least, they wanted to exhaust the Heavenly Emperor's mana and means, making it easier for the experts to battle him. The army set off, stepping onto Giant Strength Bear Island. The once forbidden Giant Strength Bear Island, now devoid of the Giant Strength Bear's vengeful spirits, could not activate the mysterious power left by the Supreme Deity, so they naturally felt no fear. Soon, they saw figures on the tens of thousands of cities. Heavenly Emperor. Their anger surged, ready to strike. But why was there another Heavenly Emperor beside him, along with a gigantic bear? That bear looked somewhat familiar. Ding, you have summoned a clone to your backpack and released it. Yi-Chen summoned the clone from Blue Star, allowing it to release the Giant Strength Bear. Ding, a Giant Strength Bear has appeared on the island. The mysterious power of the Supreme Deity on Giant Strength Bear Island has activated. Since Giant Strength Bear Island is occupied by your cities, it currently belongs to your private territory, and you and your subordinates will not be harmed. Nice. That kind of power was something even Yi-Chen could barely withstand. It turned out to be left by the Supreme Deity. This power, Yi-Chen did not yet possess. It was merely activated due to the presence of the Giant Strength Bear. But being in his own home, didn't that mean he essentially owned it? Originally, it would harm non-Giant Strength Bear units, but since Yi-Chen was the owner of Giant Strength Bear Island, this power existed relying on Giant Strength Bear Island, so it naturally would not harm Yi-Chen and his subordinates. Heavenly Emperor. Roars of anger erupted. Suddenly, a terrifying power enveloped all the demons. 1087. 2097. Everyone, losing 10% health per second. Hiss. The demons felt their scalps tingle, staring in terror at the Giant Strength Bear. How is this possible? Giant Strength Bear. The symbolic monster of our demon civilization, actually the mount of the Heavenly Emperor. With the presence of the Giant Strength Bear on Giant Strength Bear Island, it was a complete forbidden zone. They thought there were no Giant Strength Bear vengeful spirits here, but who would have thought the Heavenly Emperor actually had a real Giant Strength Bear? Giant Strength Bears were hard to find even in demon civilization. Where did the Heavenly Emperor find it? Achoo! The two Bai, who had been blasted by the Heavenly Emperor's powerful bear egg, sneezed in a level 2 main city of the demon civilization. Retreat! Run away, it's too terrifying here. They fled directly, and since they escaped in time, they suffered no damage. But they were scared out of their wits. A vast army of 400 million demons came, took one look at the Heavenly Emperor, and all scampered back in fright, not even daring to stay outside Giant Strength Bear Island, rushing back to their respective main cities. Ha! Yi-Chen coldly shook his head. He hadn't made a move just now. Did these level 150 to 250 players even deserve his intervention? The war god statue appeared before him. Ding! You have accepted the Destroyer Profession's 9th transformation quest. Quest requirements: kill 10 creatures that exceed your level by 100. Quest time: unlimited. This was much more difficult than before. Because he needed to find 10 beings that surpassed his level by 100, he could activate Void to take a trip to the high-level main city. Otherwise, unless a master came to him voluntarily, he wouldn't encounter them. But before that, Yi-Chen had other matters to attend to. The batch of demons just now clearly wanted to cause him trouble, although they failed. But could Yi-Chen endure it? The Cosmic Prestige Shop has many good things. I need to gain more Cosmic Prestige points. This was the main reason. The simplest method Yi-Chen currently knew was to weaken the strength of foreign civilizations. For example, war. But Yi-Chen was only interested in important matters. Trivial things could be left to his subordinates. He took out the Emperor's Seal of the Radiant Moon and released all the soldiers. We greet our master. All the soldiers curiously looked around, feeling intrigued by the unfamiliar territory. It was their first time in a cosmic civilization. Hiss. So many level 3 main cities. I can enter too, which means these are all the master's cities. They were shocked as they looked around. Including the cities of Blue Star, the master had 40,000 level 3 main cities, truly worthy of being an emperor. At that moment, Yi-Chen waved his hand, and an even more astonishing event occurred. Everyone, all critical hits. I'm starry level now. Am I epic? Bro, slap me, I suspect I'm dreaming? Same. Here, I think I'm dreaming too. It's not a dream, it's the master's blessing. They trembled in their hearts, this completely surpassed mundane imagination. The master was a god among mortals. Thud, thud. All knelt down, filled with reverence and sincerity, willing to serve the master, risking life and death. Yi-Chen nodded lightly and waved his sleeve, saying, just now, a batch of level 4 main city creatures intended to kill me. What? Someone actually wanted to attack the master? The master was their faith. This was an attack on their deity. Although the master surely didn't care about ants, it was absolutely unacceptable for the master to be disturbed by them. Everyone, assemble. Set off. Yi-Chen watched them leave, feeling that his initial plan had been accomplished. His subordinates would handle the small matters while he dealt with the big ones. That was the most reasonable approach. He stroked the head of the giant strength bear, which looked fierce but was very obedient in front of him. He wondered if he could still activate the mysterious power after transforming into the Rift Bear. It should be possible. He took out the Rift Bear bloodline, a crimson bloodline, but within it lay terrifying power. The giant strength bear swallowed it, and its body rapidly transformed, becoming leaner from its originally robust form. But the explosive power hidden within became even more terrifying. Rift Bear, legendary boss, level 200 physical attack, 24027 defense, 44027 health, 44218 mana, 26027 skills, space power, absorb spatial power, can gain permanent attribute bonuses and increase rank up to divine level, tier space, giant strength, Mount Tai Press, Berserk. The legendary boss was not beyond Yi-Chen's expectations, but the additional skills were too fierce. Tier space could directly tear apart space. The higher the strength, the farther and higher the distance it could tear, and then drop from a height to increase damage. Mount Tai Press had higher damage the higher the drop height. It was very similar to Yi-Chen's meteoric step, but with much higher growth potential. After all, it was a legendary monster. Originally a defensive mount, it could now possess terrifying power. Even more terrifying was space power. Additional attributes could directly reach the divine level. Both effects were frightening. The demon civilization was once a level 2 civilization, having ascended to godhood with the help of the Rift Bear, but since being punished by the supreme god, the demon civilization no longer had the existence of the Rift Bear. Now, it was Yi-Chen's mount. The additional attributes added by the power of space will also be reflected back to Yi-Chen. This is equivalent to a continuously growing buff. I wonder why the dragon doesn't have this ability. Could it be that the legendary boss dragon doesn't reach the level a dragon should have? Yi-Chen couldn't help but murmur. Moreover, the power left by the supreme god is still present and can still be activated. At this moment, his subordinates arrived in front of the demon creatures. These are humans? The demon creatures instantly noticed that the beings before them looked different. The human race chosen by Yi-Chen entered the human main city, and the soldiers he recruited were all humans. Where did these humans come from? Could it be that the Blue Star civilization is not just the Celestial Emperor this time, but is launching a large-scale invasion? They speculated about the origin of the humans. By the order of our master, the Celestial Emperor, annihilate the demons. At this moment, the human soldiers shouted in unison. They had marched all the way and learned that this was the demon civilization. The civilization that had invaded the Blue Star civilization twice and attacked the Celestial Star City. Now they had the opportunity to fight back. Naturally, it was an eye for an eye, blood for blood. What? The Celestial Emperor's people? The demons felt a deep fear. The words Celestial Emperor were like a nightmare, synonymous with death. How could they not be afraid upon hearing this? But after waiting for a while, the Celestial Emperor's subordinates? Oh, so the Celestial Emperor is so arrogant now, sending some small soldiers to cause trouble? Aren't they just a bunch of level 200 at most? They were all level 150 to 250. And being in the main city, attacking in a siege battle was much harder than defending. What was there to be afraid of? Not only that, they took the initiative to attack. Let the celestial emperor's small soldiers bear the wrath of the demons. Boom, boom, boom. In the city, countless arrows, magical artillery fire, boulders, and so on, crushed towards the human soldiers. A-level talent, unmoving as a mountain. A-level talent, iron fortress. But something shocking happened to the demons. The human soldiers remained unafraid, with some sporting armor like auras, some boosting the defenses of those around them, and others applying area healing amplification. They withstood a wave of attacks without a scratch. A-level talent, sands between fingers. The human soldiers began to strike. One by one, they activated their A-level talents, with the defensive types shielding their companions in front, while the offensive types took action. The terrifying power made the demons cautious. Raise the defense formation. They immediately raised the defense formation. But they found that the defense formation couldn't withstand the charge of these soldiers and would soon shatter. They trembled as they watched the human soldiers, carefully examining their panels. Their levels were indeed not very high. They were even lower than some demons. But, starry level. Damn, the lowest are all diamond level. Then, that's an epic boss? In the level 4 demon main city, there were still many platinum levels, and diamond levels were already considered high-end. Yet the weakest on the opposite side were all diamonds? Epic tier could only be seen in level 6 or 7 main cities, not to mention a boss. If they added the terrifying talent power they had before, they couldn't see the talent levels, but based on that power, they guessed they all had A-level talents. These are all top geniuses. And this is just the Celestial Emperor's small soldiers? Isn't the Blue Star civilization a low-level civilization? How come they all seem to have A-level talents? Roar! Suddenly, a roar echoed, and the legendary boss Skeleton General appeared. The legendary boss had a high rank on the field, although it couldn't compare to Ku Ian by most rank at the moment. But, with a wave of its hand, swish, 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 100,000 diamond soldiers, S-class talent holder Skeleton Linghan appeared. The Skeleton General was like a moving magic cave. Yi-Chen temporarily didn't need it, so he sent it out. Damn! Who said that in Blue Star only the Heavenly Emperor is powerful? The soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor are also very strong. Defense, defense! The demons shouted in panic, forced to defend passively and by time, because they knew that some experts had gone to find the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor! 10 demon experts arrived outside the giant Force Bear Island, on par with the demon Saint. They didn't dare to enter giant Force Bear Island either. They couldn't withstand the power inside the island. Although with their strength they could escape quickly, the Heavenly Emperor was inside, and how could he allow them to escape? Dare to fight? Dare to! The voice echoed across the island. Yi-Chen looked up, feeling pleased. He was just worried about where to find 10 enemies to defeat at a higher level, and here they were. His luck had been quite good lately. At this moment, destruction after establishment was in cooldown, and he no longer had the 9x attributes. But, boom! He flew rapidly towards the island's edge. What is there to fear? Devouring Pig Demon Se-Chong, mythical boss, level 452 physical attack, 182386 defense, 251244 health, 273865 skills, divine skill devour heaven, divine skill 1000 times defense, divine skill 1000 times health, divine skill swallow mountains and rivers. The attribute values added up to about the same. The difference was that some had higher attack, while others had higher defense. But all had divine skills. Although their levels had dropped, their rank was still mythical boss, and their innate talents hadn't changed. At least they all had A-class talents, with 3 of them having S-class talents. This was their confidence. At the same time, they were also observing each end. So that's it, the 3 main attributes are tens of thousands higher. At this level, it's indeed powerful. But it's not the physical attack of over 450,000 that the Demon Saint encountered before. I guess he must have used some means before. Such means must be very rare. The Heavenly Emperor definitely couldn't use them anymore. They still looked down on the Heavenly Emperor. What are you babbling about? Yi-Chen said lightly, taking out a chessboard, a mysterious power enveloping the surroundings. Ding! Disconnect A-class talent of Devouring Pig Demon Se-Chong for 2 hours. Disconnect S-class talent of Hurricane Demon Feng Ho for 1 hour. All enemy talents were severed. Based on the gap in strength and talent, the duration of the disconnection was determined. Yi-Chen's strength data was indeed much lower than theirs, but with 2 SSS-class talents, even S-class talents would be disconnected for a long time. Innate suppression, completely unreasonable. Ha! The 10 experts were momentarily stunned. They sensed that their talents had become ineffective, the most obvious sign being that some demons who had used their talents to enhance their strength were now starting to drop back. It can be played like this? They looked at the chessboard in the air. What kind of equipment is this? At least a holy artifact. Impossible, the requirements for wearing holy artifacts are generally very high. The Heavenly Emperor is only level 200. How could he wear a holy artifact? No matter, without talents, so what? We can still slaughter him. Boom, boom. A terrifying momentum surged, and they struck swiftly. The pig demon opened its bloody maw, seemingly able to swallow the sky, while the wind demon stirred up clouds for miles, forming a hurricane. A terrifying vortex formed, and the stone demon split into countless giant rocks falling from the sky. Ding! Enemies plus 10, physical attack plus 10%. The increase was very small. I have to say, Yi Chen was at a disadvantage. But he felt no fear. Behind him, a terrifying giant beast emerged. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar erupted, scattering the attacks that the demons had just gathered. Ding! Under the dragon's might, enemies are confused for 1 second, unable to move or attack. The dragon, a giant beast from the legends of Blue Star. There are many strengths, one of which is this forced control ability. Don't be fooled by the fact that it only lasts for 1 second. There are many things that can be done. The enemy's attacks are completely nullified. While they are still in shock, Yi Chen has already made his move. Sword Unity, Sword Strike. 225 sword energies wreak havoc, but as expected, each sword energy is insufficient to break through the defenses on the opposite side. After all, Yi Chen's attack is over 60,000. Without holding the chessboard, which adds 30,000 attack, while the opponent's defense is in the hundreds of thousands. But, ding, you have attacked, triggering the twin talent, dealing the same strike, and it is true damage. Clang, clang, clang. Another 225 sword energies appear out of thin air, rushing into the enemy's body, this time successfully causing a splash of blood. Ignoring defenses. 67,725. 67,725. The scraping of bones has begun. That stone demon, which splits into countless giant rocks, can unleash wide area attacks. Each giant rock has the same attack and defense as its main body, with only one flaw: health will be evenly distributed. It originally didn't care. After all, the Heavenly Emperor's data strength could not break its defenses. Now, dead. However, the others are still alive. Sword Unity, Unity. Strike. With a thought, Yi Chen moves the sword at will, and 225 sword energies successively penetrate the wind demon's body. Wind demon, dead. 1 second has passed. Huff, the remaining 8 demons are panting heavily. They can move now, filled with great fear. In just 1 second, 2 of their companions were killed by the Heavenly Emperor. Just how strong is the Heavenly Emperor? And that strange giant beast, it can even forcibly control beings of their level for 1 second? No matter how strong he is, it's useless. Look, he has no mana left. They see through the data panel that the Heavenly Emperor indeed has no mana left. It is true. Yi Chen sits cross-legged, quickly taking a blue potion to recover mana. The Sword Unity, Unity Strike consumed all his mana. Ha, the crafty donkey has run out of tricks. At the end of the road, the demons laugh heartily and strike again. They glance at the Earth Barbarian Dragon, sneering inwardly. Good methods consume a lot, just like how Sword Unity, Unity Strike consumed all his mana. This giant beast's forced control ability should also be gone. It can't possibly control them again, right? Roar! Suddenly, another dragon roar echoes. The Earth Sub-Dragon does not roar. Ordinary roars are useless, and the dragon's might is still on cooldown. Ding! You have attacked, triggering the twin talent, dealing the same strike, and it is true damage. The mount belongs to Yi Chen, which means Yi Chen has attacked. The previous control did not trigger because the enemy was already under control. When they come out of control, it will trigger again, but without true damage. Effect: only attacks can deal true damage. Controlled for another second. No problem, the Heavenly Emperor has no mana now, unable to. What the hell? How is there another Heavenly Emperor? A clone appears from the backpack, and behind him is another equally fierce giant beast, but it's a bear. Roar! The rending bear howls to the sky, suddenly vanishing with the clone, and when it reappears, it is already in the high sky. Tier space. Depending on strength, it can tear through different heights and distances, instantly reaching that position, lasting once, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. The cooldown is long, but it's powerful. It can now tear through a distance of 300,000 meters. It descends from the sky. Mount Tai presses down. After the level increase, this skill has also become more powerful, capable of releasing main mount 100% attack plus 100% distance attack in one strike. It's outrageous, but this is the strength of the giant beasts and the legends of demon civilization. Bang! 30,287. Falling at high speed, it crashes through the Earth Demon's defenses but does not cause too much damage. Ding! Twin activation. Bang! But suddenly, a tremendous force pressed down on the Earth Demon. 276,854. The Earth Demon turned into a puddle of mud. Huff, huff. Another second passed, and 7 monsters emerged from their control, looking terrified at the Rift Bear. This bear looks so familiar. That appearance, that skill. Could it be the legendary Rift Bear? That's a being that can reach the gods. No wonder it can deal such high damage. Damn! How did a legendary monster of the demon civilization end up in the hands of the Celestial Emperor? Get it back. They united with fierce expressions. Surely they couldn't be controlled again this time, right? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, A rumbling sound erupted, much weaker than the previous dragon roar, lacking the mind-numbing power but still causing their bodies to tingle, unable to activate their internal energy. Chaotic ultrasonic wave. Forced control for 1 second, unable to attack but can move. This was something Yi Chen had crit out, and the effect was excellent. They couldn't attack, but they could move, immediately wanting to dodge the attack. At that moment, Yi Chen handed over the heart sword control to his clone, who activated the skill Thunder Leap. In an instant, he flashed to chase the enemy. Unification strike. He killed a demon in a second. Ding, the enemy has exited the chaotic state. Ding, twin activation initiated. The chaotic ultrasonic wave effect triggers a second time. The enemy is chaotic for 1 second. Awesome. Thunder Leap can blink multiple times, continuing the pursuit. As the demons fled, they secretly thought that the Celestial Emperor had already used many methods. A being of his level shouldn't have that many tricks left. Surely, he must be out of options. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying explosion rang out. The clone took out the Destruction Pearl, which hadn't even charged up to 1,000,000 attack yet, and threw it directly. An attack burst of over 600,000. 258,236. One demon dead. Unfortunately, the Destruction Pearl was only a single target attack. Moreover, after attacking once, the Destruction Pearl would turn into fragments. The clone walked over to pick up the fragments, which could automatically reassemble later. At that moment, the demons had exited the chaotic state. One demon seized the opportunity to attack the clone. They hadn't been able to hit the Celestial Emperor, not even his clone, but now, surely they could, right? Ding, you have attacked, twin. Boom. Once again, the energy of the Destruction Pearl erupted at the same spot. Originally a single target attack, the second attack triggered by Twin would be judged as a continuation of the attack on the demon that was killed before, unable to transfer to other enemies. This was the only flaw of Twin. But coincidentally, this demon had walked into this position. 276,938. The clone emerged unscathed from the explosion, and that demon, well, there wasn't even a body left to see. Thus, of the 10 major demons, only 4 remained. Huff, huff. They gasped for breath, the fear of life and death making them flee like ants, while the Celestial Emperor sat there calmly. Except for the very beginning, only his clone had made a move. They realized this too. The Celestial Emperor had any means, which would trigger a secondary ability. But now, you have no way out, right? I don't believe you still have control methods. Yes. Yi Chen no longer had any forced control skills. But he stood up, having recovered some mana. A thunder flash gun appeared in each of his and his clone's hands. Thunder Leap. 2 figures quickly approached the enemy. This kind of blinking teleportation was hard for the enemy to dodge in an instant, and even trying to attack him was futile because he could instantly evade. Thunder. Flash gun strike. Each gun struck 3 times in an instant. 6 shadows of thunder guns scattered and struck towards the enemy. Ding. You've made your move. Twin spirits activated. His and the clone's attacks all triggered a second time. 12 gun shadows appeared, firing 3 shots at each enemy. 95,832. 95,832. The damage wasn't too high. If it weren't for the true damage from the twin spirits, it wouldn't have caused any harm, and unsurprisingly, he didn't kill any enemies in one hit. But, crackle! The lightning danced wildly with 3 strikes above each enemy's head, each having a 30% chance to inflict paralysis status, totaling 90%. And Yi Chen also had the lucky gem, adding a 10% success rate. All were controlled for 2 seconds. Skills that forcibly control are extremely rare, and Yi Chen was able to utilize the 30% paralysis chance from the lightning gun to achieve 100% control, a result of combining various powers. Roar, the demons were anxious inside. They couldn't move or cast skills now, but they could think. The Heavenly Emperor's bizarre skills were too numerous. However, they could also sense that the Heavenly Emperor didn't have many tricks left, otherwise he wouldn't need to use such combination tactics to achieve control. So, he shouldn't be able to kill them in one hit, right? Ding! Activating, burning the boat's buff, consuming 5.5 billion experience points, will deal 550,000 damage. Slap! Yi Chen slapped and killed a demon. Ding! Activating, consuming 5.6 billion experience points, will deal 560,000 attack. Whoosh! A finger, and another was killed. Hiss! Is this a technique? It seemed like no skill, but it was terrifyingly bizarre. The demons felt a chill all over. The key was that this technique wasn't on cooldown, and the Heavenly Emperor's finger points and kicks had already killed 3 demons. The remaining one was a pig demon. Devouring pig demon Se-Chong felt fortunate that it had previously activated the skills 1000-fold defense and 1000-fold vitality, as it was somewhat scared seeing how terrifying the Heavenly Emperor was. In a paralyzed state, it couldn't use skills anymore, but the ones used before could still be maintained. At this moment, with over 200 million defense and nearly 300 million vitality, the Heavenly Emperor couldn't do anything to it, right? Once it broke free from the paralysis, it would swallow the Heavenly Emperor whole. As for being killed in one hit, impossible. The Heavenly Emperor's methods must consume a huge amount of energy. How could it be done easily? Ding! Activating, burning the boat's buff, consuming 5.3 trillion experience points, will deal 530 million damage. Yi Chen had over 80 billion experience points, so he could use it freely. Boom! A simple palm strike shattered the pig demon's body. Ding! You have killed 10 mythic bosses around level 450, earning 100,000 gold, 38.15 million experience points, epic item Wind Magic Staff, *1, epic item Stone Demon Armor, *1, 10,000-fold. Critical hit. These demons had entered the low-level main city at a cost, and they couldn't wear the good equipment they had, coming in with epic items. Fortunately, they could still achieve critical hits. He would check later. There were also 100,000 cosmic coins and a lot of experience points. Obtained, Divine Skill 1000-fold defense, skill book *1, with a 10,000-fold. Critical hit can obtain, Divine Skill 1000-fold defense, skill book *10000. Wow, this thing actually dropped. The pig demon used this skill to achieve a terrifying defense. If it weren't for Yi Chen's equally terrifying attack, it would have been hard to kill it. Unsurprisingly, it couldn't achieve a quality critical hit. 1000-fold defense, Divine Skill Book. Description 1. Tear the skill book to learn. Description 2. Can have 1000-fold defense. Yi Chen directly tore it apart to learn. Ding! Congratulations, you have learned Divine Skill 1000-fold defense, and the clone has learned it as well. It's worth mentioning, Yi Chen hadn't achieved a critical hit on this skill book reward yet, so even though he had already torn it apart to learn, he could still achieve a critical hit later. What would happen after a Divine Skill critical hit? This made Yi Chen look forward to obtaining the new Sky Jade even more. 1000-fold defense, Divine Skill, effect, consumes 10,000 mana, grants 10 times defense for 3 seconds, cooldown of 30 minutes. Note, skill level +1, ratio +10 times, maximum level 100. Unfortunately, it lasts for a very short time. After all, the more terrifying the skill, the greater the limitations. However, for Yi Chen, sometimes 3 seconds is completely enough, and besides, his clone can also use the skill, effectively extending it to 6 seconds. It took 1 trillion experience points to max it out. Upgrading divine skills is quite costly. But now, Yi Chen can unleash over 80 million defense. No, under the twin, when he activates 1000-fold defense, it triggers a second time. 2,000 folds, a million-fold defense. In total, over 8 billion defense. Even when facing fully powered deities or even those stronger than deities, he feels he can hold his own. After all, this divine skill was dropped by the Devouring Pig Demon, and the Devouring Pig Demon and other experts were originally players close to deities. Even if their strength has diminished, their skills remain unchanged. But no matter how high the defense, sometimes it doesn't help. Just like his twin, which comes with 100% true damage. Some players, with the help of equipment, talents, etc., can also have true damage of 30%, 50%, and so on, which should not be underestimated. This highlights the importance of balanced development. Attack, defense, health, movement speed, all are necessary. Yi Chen focuses on attack due to his talent. And with mounts, equipment, and other boosts, his other attributes are not lacking. But health seems to have fallen behind now? Dang, you have achieved your first kill of 10, gaining 10 points of legendary status, server-wide reputation of 100,000 points, 10,000-fold critical hit, gaining 100,000 legendary status, server-wide reputation of 1 billion. Yi Chen smiled. The Bloodlock buff he wanted can now be exchanged. However, that is exchanged in the reputation shop of the Blue Star Civilization, so he needs to make a trip back. Yi Chen also feels that his means are still somewhat lacking. For example, when he killed the Demon Saint, he solved it directly with break and rebuild. But killing 10 opponents of the same level as the Demon Saint took some effort. Although he didn't one-shot the enemies, the thrill of strategizing and combining abilities to fight was quite enjoyable. But if he could one-shot, he would definitely prefer to do so. He is being modest, he still has some means to one-shot the 10 major demons. It's just that they aren't worth him using his trump card. Of course, having one more trump card is better, and the more means, the better. Just then, he discovered a useful piece of equipment. Stone Demon Armor, epic item, level, 451 additional attributes, defense plus 15,000 attached skill. Fallen Magic Meteor, forbidden spell LV1 consumes 1,800 mana, summons a stone demon which possesses 100% of your attributes, splits into 100 meteorites that fall with attack and defense. Unchanged, health proportionally split, range of 15,000 square meters, lasts for 1 hit, cooldown of 10 minutes. Note, skill level +1, split quantity +100, maximum level 50. Restrictions. Warrior, level 451. A very good skill. It compensates for the warrior's short reach, and it's not just Yi Chen who has large area attacks. The Stone Demon, as a top-tier player, also has it. Dropped by Yi Chen. Quality critical hits cannot be achieved. He can only wait for the harvest in this serious civilization, and it won't be too long. Moreover, Yi Chen looked at his water dragon. Armor Diamond level 60, which only added 605 defense, and it simply cannot compare to this additional 15,000. The defense added by equipment can also be enhanced by 1,000-fold defense. The Destroyer ability, activate. Ding! You have consumed 10,000 gold to detach Dancing Demons from Water Dragon armor and place it into Stone Demon armor. Congratulations, skill. Fusion has occurred, resulting in the evolution and birth of a new skill. Magic moves mountains and rivers. Demonic movement of mountains and rivers. Holy skill LV80 consumes 2,300 points of mana, descending into a sea of hellfire within 100,000 square meters, causing 150% defense plus 120% physical attack damage, summoning 10,000 magical vines, each with a 10% chance to trigger. Control. Releases a water tornado, dealing 130% physical attack damage. Summons a hell demon that moves in sync with the sea of fire, with 0 defense and health equal to your own. Summons a stone demon, which possesses 100% of your attributes, splitting into 10,000 meteorites that fall, with unchanged attack and defense, but health is proportionally divided. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown of 10 minutes. The effect remains unchanged. However, the range reaches 100,000 square meters, and the number of summons has increased. Especially the Hellfire Sea and meteorites are related to Yi Chen's own defense and attack. Stacking with endless battle and 1,000-fold defense will create a terrifying scene. Moreover, the magical vines each have a 10% control chance, which is rare, but there are 10,000 of them. The water dragon can also attack freely. There are attacks, range, defense, control, and so on. Truly living up to its name, demonic. Movement of mountains and rivers. Yi Chen also felt the power of this skill and was very satisfied. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 10 creatures over 100 levels higher than you. The Destroyer class's 9th transfer task is complete. 10,000 times critical hit can elevate the Destroyer to level 220. This was even more comfortable. Boom! A blinding white light shot up, and he and his clones, along with several mounts, all leveled up by 20 levels. He took out the War God statue. Ding! You have accepted the 10th transfer task for the Destroyer class. Task details: clear a legendary dungeon once. Task time: unlimited. Task reward: can proceed to subsequent upgrades. Task description: the Destroyer inherits the legacy of the War God, born for battle, should traverse countless mountains and rivers. As a Supreme God inheritance class, how can one not walk through the legendary dungeon left by the Supreme God? Isn't this too difficult? The challenge isn't clearing it, but finding the legendary dungeon. And this is just accepted. Previous completions don't count. Unfortunately, when Yi Chen cleared it before, he hadn't accepted this task yet. The legendary dungeon, left by the Supreme God. Who knows how they arranged the locations? Maybe they just scattered them randomly. A civilization might not even have a single legendary dungeon. Finding a legendary dungeon in the vast universe of civilizations is like searching for a needle in a haystack. At least in the demon civilization, there should be none. It seems I must go to the Sirius civilization. A new civilization represents the unknown. Anything is possible. I've already spent quite some time in the demon civilization. Yi Chen murmured. The demon civilization exploded. Where are the 10 masters? This doesn't look like the previous 10. They aren't suppressed by the civilization's power. Their ranks haven't decreased. They are all mythic bosses. All the demons were filled with anticipation. The demon saint was momentarily frustrated and didn't want to leave the resurrection space, also waiting for news. Ding dong. World announcement: Demon Morning, Blue Star Creature Heavenly. Emperor. First kill of the 452 level mythic boss Devouring Pig Demon Sun Tong. First kill of the 451 level mythic boss Hurricane Demon Feng Ho. Received. The hearts of all demons sank to the bottom. What is going on? Soon, information about Devouring Pig Demon Sun Tong and others appeared on the world channel. They were all in the resurrection space. Heavenly Emperor, incredibly terrifying. His strength cannot be measured by panel data at all. He has holy artifacts. We might have had hope. After all, we all have good talents, but once his holy artifact appears, our talents automatically become ineffective. Hiss. Can it make talents ineffective? What kind of terrifying holy artifact is this? Upon hearing this, the demon saint's mind went blank and it took a long time to react. Is that holy artifact a chessboard? Yes. How do you know? Damn it. How do I know? That damn thing was originally mine. And it's a level 450 holy artifact. The Heavenly Emperor's level is at least above 450. What? Is that your equipment? Was it dropped by the Heavenly Emperor before? Then why didn't you say anything when I asked you about the equipment's effects? If you had said it earlier, at least we could have been prepared. How the hell could I say anything? Isn't it said that the Heavenly Emperor's level is just low level? What about the Bull Demon Emperor? The Demon Saint roared, venting his anger on the Bull Demon Emperor. He wasn't afraid of the Bull Demon Emperor. Before his strength diminished, he was on par with the Bull Demon Emperor. Besides, he had nothing left now, so what was there to fear? You dog of a bull demon emperor, didn't you say the heavenly emperor's level wasn't fabricated? He's at least level 450. Got it? No, it should be even more than that. Holy artifact disconnected chessboard determines the time of talent invalidation based on strength, not counting skill bonuses, only according to basic data and talent gaps. How long has your talent been invalidated? The demon saint asked the player who had just been killed. 1 hour, some even 2 hours. So long. The Heavenly Emperor's highest talent is probably only S level, and some of them also have S level talents, yet they were invalidated for so long? So, the Heavenly Emperor's strength must be terrifying. Low level? I suspect the Heavenly Emperor has definitely reached level 1000. A god. No, it's not just a suspicion. This is the truth. The demon saint realized. I suspect the Heavenly Emperor is a deity. Only because of certain reasons, his strength is unstable. Is it possible that he is the reincarnation of a certain deity? The demon saint trembled as he spoke in the world channel. Otherwise, it couldn't be explained at all. Ha, is it that terrifying? Some demons who had not yet encountered the Heavenly Emperor were filled with shock, wondering what kind of strength could scare the top experts of the demon civilization like this. Heavenly Emperor, a level 1000 deity? In all the demon territories, demons exclaimed in astonishment. The bull demon emperor was flying at high speed, preparing to challenge the Heavenly Emperor alone, when he suddenly heard the demons' discussions and understood the demon saint's speculation about the Heavenly Emperor. He immediately stopped in midair, sweat dripping from his bull head. A deity? Very likely. Otherwise, my several guesses about him would not have been overturned. The Heavenly Emperor himself is very strong. Even if he is not a deity, he is not someone I can provoke. The top players like the demon saint are about the same strength as him. If he enters a low-level main city to kill the Heavenly Emperor, he would pay a price and would not be able to defeat the Heavenly Emperor. Don't be fooled by his level 999. Some deities are only level 1000. But it's a qualitative difference. Go, continue to go. He transformed back into the Bull Emperor and returned to the Bull Demon Empire. The Bull Demon Empire announced a lockdown of the empire, and the Bull Demon Emperor went into seclusion. A deity? Demon God Officer was now feeling overwhelmed, recalling the previous result of divination on the Heavenly Emperor. He even spat blood, unable to see through the Heavenly Emperor at all. Mortals cannot divine deities. He must be a reincarnated deity, currently in an unrecovered state, which is why his level and strength are so unstable. It all matched up. Everything matched up. The only way to deal with him is to wait until he enters the level 7 main city, then we can act without paying a price. He licked his lips, his expression greedy. If a reincarnated deity could be killed, he could gain tremendous benefits from it. He was already level 999, just one key thing away from becoming a god. Killing the Heavenly Emperor would allow him to become a god in one fell swoop, no doubt about it. As for now, if the Heavenly Emperor makes a move, we cooperate to let him level up and quickly enter the level 7 main city. The Heavenly Emperor wants to kill the demons, let him kill. The Heavenly Emperor wants territory, give it to him. Help him, come quickly. The High Priest's words left no demon daring to disobey. Of course, he didn't say it outright, but rather that if the Heavenly Emperor took action, they must do their utmost to resist. After all, they were all going to their deaths anyway, so why not let more die? Yi-Chen still didn't know that he was mistakenly regarded as a deity by the demon civilization. He used the Imperial Seal to teleport near his subordinates. In a level 4 main city, his subordinates were fighting against the demons. Heavenly Emperor. A group of level 150 to 250 players nearly died of fright upon seeing the Heavenly Emperor. But Yi-Chen didn't even glance at them. These people were no longer worthy of his attention. The reason he sent his subordinates was twofold. First, the demons had repeatedly provoked him, and he was someone who repaid grudges. Second, he wanted to enhance his mount. They're killing a bit slowly. In fact, the soldiers' killing speed wasn't slow, but compared to Yi-Chen, it was certainly lacking. The defensive formations were hard to break, and the arrow formations were difficult to withstand. In a siege battle, the attacking side could be said to be at a disadvantage. It was extremely difficult to achieve what Yi-Chen did, single-handedly smashing through a city. He waved his sleeve. Roar! A ferocious giant beast appeared, its entire body covered in hard armor, entwined with thick death energy. The nether turtle. With its 4 hooves stomping, a sudden whoosh of waves echoed around, flowing endlessly, like a vast ocean, but this ocean was composed of death energy filled with the aura of death. 20,186. 18,037. The damage was already quite high. After all, the demons were only level 150 to 250, with not much health to begin with, and the nether turtle was not a combat-type pet. Continuous attacks for 10 minutes. The demons enveloped in the aura quickly perished. Roar! With another roar, the death energy in the ocean spread, wrapping around the demons. One by one, the demons fell into a state of dullness, some even into a state of sinking, lost in a dream they couldn't wake from. With the demons controlled, the soldiers killed even faster. The key was, ding, your nether turtle slaughter has gained evolution energy. Ding. The nether turtle was a mount that grew stronger through killing. It also had the skill, Endless Life. As long as its health didn't drop below 10%, it would instantly return to 100% health. On the battlefield, it was practically immortal. If it could be killed by a group of level 150 to 250 players, Yi-Chen could give up this mount. With it leading the battle, everything was worry-free, and Yi-Chen left with peace of mind. Returning to the Great Strength Bear Island. Here, besides the thousands of cities, there was a wasteland. After all, it had once been an empire, with ruins everywhere. Yi-Chen returned here to take a closer look at his territory. After all, it had been attacked by the Supreme God, leaving behind even a bizarre force that drained 10% health per second. If he wasn't careful, there might be some strange things left. There really is. In the center of the ruins, Yi-Chen saw a pit with black arc-like energy swirling around the entrance, though it was very faint, almost invisible to the naked eye, which was why it hadn't been discovered before. This area should have been the center of the Great Strength Bear Empire, akin to a royal palace. This pit must have existed before. Yi-Chen couldn't help but wonder if the Supreme God destroyed the Great Strength Bear Empire because of this pit. And this pit, even after the Supreme God acted, wasn't completely destroyed. Was it indestructible? Or was there some other special reason? Let's see. Yi-Chen was very bold and reached out to touch the dark energy. Ding! You have gained a trace of faint spatial power, 10,000 times critical hit, which can yield 10,000 traces of faint spatial power, or a trace of low-level spatial power, which can be absorbed by your Rift Bear. Such good fortune. A trace of thin spatial power description contains a trace of thin spatial power, which ordinary beings cannot utilize. A trace of low-level spatial power description contains 10,000 traces of thin spatial power. There is no difference between quantity crits and quality crits. Ding! Select a trace of low-level spatial power. Yi-Chen released the Void Bear, and as the Void Bear inhaled deeply, it activated the skill Spatial Power, absorbing the spatial power. Ding! The Void Bear absorbed a trace of low-level spatial power, physical attack plus 0.5, defense plus 1, health plus 1. Absorb enough spatial power, and the grade will increase. This is usually the effect brought by leveling up. Theoretically, if the Void Bear could obtain a lot of spatial power even at level 1, its attributes could even reach a divine state, truly a legendary monster. Although the increase is not much, a trace of low-level energy has added 2.5 attribute points. The Void Bear was also very excited and wanted to continue absorbing spatial power. Yi-Chen stopped it and touched the spatial power. 10,000 times crit. That thin power immediately became stronger. Roar, Master is amazing. The Void Bear felt that following its master was the happiest thing in the world. However, the energy was very limited. It was gone after absorbing 3 traces. Yi-Chen noticed that this small amount of energy was leaking out from the pit. He had already gained some attribute increases. Now, with his physical attack and defense able to gain boosts through means, how could he retreat here? Let's go. With the Void Bear, he stepped into the pit. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bright light shone before him, and he arrived in a strange space, with a straight path ahead. A group of pitch-black, lightning arc-shaped monsters suddenly appeared. Void Beast, Starry Glory. Level, 250 magic attack, 15092 defense, 18239 health, 20376 skills, Void Passage, Void Wave, Turbulent Space, Invisibility description, a monster created with thin spatial power. Quite strong, but for Yi-Chen, it was just average. But the key is, a monster created by someone? Who? Yi-Chen had no time to think further as the Void Beasts became invisible, entering an attack state. Ding! Enemy plus 10,287, physical attack plus 10,287%. He took out the light mirror and activated Radiant Glory. A grand light illuminated, which should reveal the monsters. However, he couldn't see anything at all. But the prompt sound rang out, indicating they were definitely attacking. Yi-Chen smiled. Having figured out their attack method, invisibility was just a disguise. They were using Void Passage to briefly traverse space, and they should all be nearby, ready to launch an attack. Not being able to see them meant he didn't know from where they would strike, and they likely spread out, covering a wide area. He took out the Dark Annihilation Axe. Actively lowering his attack, he aimed for a wide area. 20,387, 20,376. With one axe, all were annihilated. A pitch-black stone dropped. Ding, gained 320,000 experience points. Trace of Spatial Power Stone *1, Gold Coins *1. With a 10,000 times crit, you can gain 3.2 billion experience points. Trace of Spatial Power Stone *10000 or Low-Level Spatial Power Stone *1. Gold Coins *10000 or Cosmic Coins *1. The drop rate was very low. Yi-Chen felt something was off. With the lucky gem, he should have gained some luck, making his drop rate higher than other players. It should be inherently low to a terrifying degree. Trace of Spatial Power Stone Description 1. Contains a trace of thin spatial power. Description 2. Spatial power compressed into a spatial stone, used to create monsters. Indeed. Those monsters were made from spatial power stones. It's very likely that just one stone was used to create tens of thousands of starry glory level 250 monsters. So even with the best luck, Yi-Chen could only drop one at most. Who made them? Yi-Chen didn't know, but he was aware that Giant Force Bear Island was now his territory. How could he allow others to sleep peacefully beside his bed? Besides, this could very well be the work of the Giant Force Bear Empire. Now that he was the master of Giant Force Bear Island, he should seize this rare treasure. Ding! 10,000 times critical hit, obtained, low-level space power stone. Let's absorb it and see. The Rift Bear opened its large mouth and absorbed all the power contained within the space stone. Physical attack plus 0.5, defense plus 1, vitality plus 1. Nice! This was a treasure trove. Keep going. Soon, he encountered another monster, its strength unchanged. With Dark Extinction Axelight on cooldown, Yi-Chen activated Thunder Leap. As the void of the Void Beast entered cooldown and had to appear, he struck directly. Meteor Strike. Magic moves mountains and rivers. Giant Force. Mount High pressing down. He and the Rift Bear quickly engaged in battle. In fact, there was an endless war going on. He could completely annihilate the monsters, but skills, twins, and other means could accelerate the monster kills, and he even released his doppelganger to help with the slaughter. He logged off midway to eat twice. After more than 7 hours, he finally stopped. Ding! The Rift Bear's total physical attack plus 5,000, defense plus 10,000, vitality plus 10,000. Feedback for you, your physical attack plus 5,000, defense. Due to the monsters being scattered, the drop rate was low and he didn't collect many space stones, but the harvest was still gratifying. The Rift Bear itself had a physical attack of around 25,000 and a defense of about 44,000. This gain was equivalent to it leveling up by 40 levels. Roar! The Rift Bear let out a furious roar. A terrifying space power surging within it. Ding! Congratulations, the Rift Bear has leveled up and become an epic boss. Rift Bear, epic boss, level 220 physical attack, 40,297 defense, 82,986 health, 86,937 mana, 52,965 skills. Space power, absorb space power to gain permanent attribute bonuses and increase grade, up to divine level, tier space, giant force, Mount High pressing down, berserk awesome. All its attributes would be provided to Yi-Chen. Not to mention anything else, the mana part would be more than enough unless Yi-Chen used his ultimate move, Sword Control Unification Strike. The Nether Turtle is probably about to level up too. With the Emperor's Seal, Yi-Chen could sense the presence and actions of his subordinates. Ding! You have obtained, level 4 City Lord Seal, *4, Diamond. Equipment *110, 328 pieces, Star Equipment *10, 387 pieces. With a 10,000 times critical hit, you can obtain, level 4 City Lord Seal, *40000 or Emperor's Seal, *8. This was the harvest from his subordinate Siege. Capturing 4 level 4 main cities in such a short time was quite impressive. He had use for the City Lord Seals. He would check the equipment later. He wasn't interested in ordinary equipment right now, and he didn't have time to look. There was still a long way to go on the road ahead. He could feel that there were more space stones ahead and perhaps even stronger monsters, but he didn't have time to worry about that, because it was almost time to enter the Sirius civilization. Come back. With a thought, the Nether Turtle returned to the Mount Space and his subordinates returned to the Emperor's Seal. His subordinates had just besieged the city and they were invincible all the way. The demons were trembling in fear. Why did they all leave? This was truly like a sudden strike. They're coming. He recalled all his subordinates. He must want to enter a higher level place, to the higher level main city of the demon civilization. The demon god officer was very excited. Although the demon civilization was currently only a level 1 civilization, it had once been a level 2 civilization capable of unleashing the full power of divine beings. Whoosh! Yi-Chen's figure vanished. The great officer's eyes widened. Because, ding dong! Universe announcement. Congratulations to the Blue Star player, Heavenly Emperor, for establishing 39,996 level 3 cities in the demon civilization, capturing Giant Force Bear Island, defeating 11 mythic level bosses around level 450, and having his subordinates conquer 4 level 4 main cities, scaring off the Bull Demon Emperor. Reward, 20,000 reputation points for the entire server. The universe announcement indicated that the Heavenly Emperor had returned to Blue Star Civilization. The players of Blue Star Civilization were all dumbfounded. So many main cities, killing mythic bosses at level 450? Even his subordinates managed to conquer 4 level 4 main cities, and he actually scared off the Bull Demon Emperor. What does this even mean? Invincible. Meanwhile, the demon civilization once again became the laughingstock of the universe. Haha, even an emperor was scared off. The demon civilization is such a coward. Well, after all, there are still god-level powers that can be utilized in the demon civilization. The Heavenly Emperor returning to Blue Star Civilization should have been a bit of a shock. If that's the case, the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't dare come to a level 2 civilization. Our Heavenly Wolf civilization has true deities. Yi-Chan opened the Blue Star Reputation shop and purchased the Bloodlock buff. Timing it just right, he consumed the previously bought random teleportation opportunity to a high-level civilization. Ding! You have randomly teleported to Heavenly Wolf civilization. The level 2 civilizations were just thinking that the Heavenly Emperor would never come to them. Ding dong! World announcement: Heavenly Wolf World of Blue. Star Creature has entered the Wolfja Empire Wolfang City Wind and Cloud Canyon, triggering a special event, Blue Star Creature Invasion. Players are requested to head there quickly. Rewards will be calculated based on contribution. Creatures of the Heavenly Wolf civilization. Ha! The Heavenly Emperor actually dared to come to the Heavenly Wolf civilization? Wolfang City, a level 4 main city. In Wind and Cloud Canyon, Yi-Chan appeared here, with quite a few players from the Heavenly Wolf civilization nearby. Human. Heavenly Emperor. They looked at the Heavenly Emperor with cold eyes. There's no reasoning in a civilization invasion, both sides are mortal enemies. But they felt a deep panic. They had just boasted that the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't dare come, but when faced with him, they realized the fear in their hearts. They were only from a level 4 main city. The Heavenly Emperor could easily annihilate them. However, Yi-Chan paid them no mind. The buff he just obtained hadn't even crit yet. Bloodlock buff effect, locks health for 1 hour, once per day. Can gain 10,000, but unfortunately, each can only be used once a day. Even if there's one more, it won't refresh the cooldown. And having more wouldn't help. Weeping Blood buff, effect 1, locks health for 1 hour, once every 24 hours. Effect 2, returns the damage taken during the locked period back to a single enemy, directly reducing the enemy's health by an equivalent amount, once every 24 hours. Too ruthless. No wonder it's called Weeping Blood. The treatment is completely different. The enemy's health is probably going to cry. He then checked the equipment he had previously obtained and found a good item. Heart Confusion Ring, Diamond, level 225, level attached attribute, Blue Star Recovery. Plus 20% attached skill, Heart Confusion Wave. Orange LV1 consumes 400 mana points, releases a Heart Confusion Wave covering 1000 square meters, can confuse the enemy's mind for a period of time. Based on the strength difference, up to 15 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Note, level increases, duration extends. Restriction, level 225. Don't be fooled by it being just a diamond item, but at level 225, there isn't a single Blue Star player who can equip it right now. For him, there are naturally no level restrictions. The attached attributes are average, but the skill is quite good. Moreover, this was obtained by his subordinates, requiring no effort on his part. It's a reward. Ding, 10,000 times crit, obtained, Mind Reading Ring, *1. Mind Reading Ring, epic item, level 225, attached attributes, Blue Star Recovery plus 20%, resistance to mental attacks plus 25%, attached skill, Mind Reading. Forbidden Spell LV1 consumes 1500 points of blue energy, releases a chaotic wave covering 1000 square meters, can confuse enemies' minds for a period of time based on the power gap, up to 15 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. During this time, mind reading is possible. Note, as the level increases, the duration extends. Restriction, level 225, mind reading. This is a very powerful ability, but since the duration is determined by the power gap, Yi-Chan did not become arrogant. In the vast universe, there are still those with paper-thin strength surpassing his own, and at that time, this skill would be useless. He glanced at the 15-level golden item Chaos Ring. It was time for this ring to retire. Ding! You have consumed 3 gold coins to detach Chaos Ultrasonic Wave from the Chaos Ring and place it into Mind Reading Ring. Congratulations, skill fusion has occurred, resulting in evolution. Yi-Chan immediately checked the new skill. Uncontrolled Mind Reading, Holy Skill LV80, consumes 3000 points of blue energy, releases a sound wave covering 10,000 square meters, can cause enemies to lose control of their minds, attack randomly, for a period of time, up to 1 minute, minimum 1 second, cooldown 1 minute. During this time, mind reading is possible. He was very satisfied, having already maxed it out. Definitely being able to read minds for 1 second would be very useful. Moreover, the control effect had changed to making enemies lose control. Naturally, there were still some good items in his equipment, but currently, he did not need them. Is this the Celestial Emperor? Why do I feel so silly, still in a daze? Right, it wasn't said that Blue Star beings are the Celestial Emperor. We have never seen a portrait of the Celestial Emperor. Let's give it a try. Players from the Wolf Civilization, taking advantage of Yi-Chan organizing his equipment, tentatively attacked. Clang clang clang, a series of sounds of metal clashing rang out. 0, 0. Without exception, all failed to break defense. Hiss. A group of players ranging from level 150 to 250 actually couldn't break through this person's defense. He must be the Celestial Emperor without a doubt. Buzz. Suddenly, the ring on Yi-Chan's hand glowed, an invisible tremor swept across the entire area. There was no huge commotion, but it carried a sense of dead silence like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Ding, everyone is out of control for 30 seconds. You can read minds. Yi Chen naturally couldn't be bothered to read minds. Checking the thoughts of so many beings one by one was too tedious. Tell me, does the wolf civilization have any legendary dungeons? He asked directly. He came to the wolf civilization, firstly for the celestial jade and secondly for the legendary dungeons. There was no need to think about the celestial jade. These players were not worthy of knowing. Yes. In the level 6 main city Wolf Wind City, a legendary dungeon has recently been discovered. One by one, they spoke, all saying the same thing, no false information. Yi Chen didn't expect that there really was one. What kind of dungeon? Foreknowledge. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. He had cleared this dungeon once and didn't expect to have the chance to see it again. However, it was normal. The highest gods left more than one dungeon, and it was possible to encounter the same dungeon a second time. It was just very difficult to come across. Only those like him who frequently visited different civilizations had the opportunity to encounter it. Besides, is foreknowledge bad? If cleared, one could gain the power of foreknowledge. He was currently lacking foreknowledge. He didn't know where the celestial jade was in the wolf civilization. Searching slowly could take ages, but with foreknowledge, it would be different. Yi Chen turned to leave. Behind him. Oh whoa, damn it, was my wife at your house last night fighting with you? Damn it, she came on her own. Players from the wolf civilization fell into out-of-control state. Various thoughts emerged in their minds. Those thoughts weren't necessarily things they had experienced, but they sparked hatred towards those around them, and they began to stab each other. Soon after, all the players were dead. They were in the resurrection space, drenched in cold sweat. How did the Heavenly Emperor kill them? They couldn't remember anything from their out-of-control state. The Heavenly Emperor killing invisibly? Be careful, the Heavenly Emperor is coming. We've seen him. They spoke in the world channel. All beings of the Wolf Star civilization were stunned. It was indeed him. Soon, through the cosmic channel, the entire universe learned of this event. They were curious about what would happen when the Heavenly Emperor arrived at the Wolf Star civilization. We are a civilization with divine beings. Let's not mention that. Does he dare to come to the level 6 main city? At this moment, all the experts of the level 6 main city are gathering for the legendary dungeon. The level 6 main city, levels 350 to 450. They knew the Heavenly Emperor had killed 11 mythic bosses around level 450, but that was just 11. The forces of the level 6 main city were numerous. Void. Yi Chen transformed into a state of nothingness, imperceptible, ignoring all formations, and teleported from Wolfsay City to Wolf Wind City. He ignored some beings in the city and flew straight to the legendary dungeon. Wearing the 1000 machine mirror, the footprints left by creatures that had previously entered the dungeon appeared clearly before him, automatically guiding his way. He arrived shortly after. Before him was an abyss with a whirlpool at its center, featuring options like easy, normal, and hard. Legendary dungeon foreknowledge. Description 1 consumes legendary points to enter. Description 2, in the foreknowledge dungeon, monsters will foresee your next move. It was no different from what Yi Chen had encountered before, so the rewards should be the same, all related to foreknowledge power. It is worth mentioning that even if the foreknowledge dungeons are the same, the difficulty varies. The level 1 main city has its own difficulty, and the level 6 main city has its own difficulty, which is the fairness established by the supreme deity. It leaves opportunities for both the strong and the weak in the universe. Yi Chen stepped into the whirlpool, ready to choose the difficulty. Suddenly, a prompt he had never heard before sounded. Ding! Detected that you have 500,000 legendary points. Consuming 500,000 legendary points will unlock the hidden nightmare difficulty of the legendary dungeon, granting higher rewards. Do you agree? If either the normal dungeon or the hidden dungeon is cleared, this legendary dungeon will disappear. Wow! He thought it was the same dungeon, but unexpectedly, there was a twist. 500,000 legendary points, how hard were they to obtain? Fortunately, Yi Chen had privileges, giving him the chance to unlock the hidden dungeon. He had thought that so many legendary points would be useless. Do you think the Heavenly Emperor will come here? He should come. Didn't the demon civilization say he is a deity? That's just speculation. But given the Heavenly Emperor's temperament, he will definitely come. By then, with so many of us from the Wolf Star here, are we afraid of him? The players of the Wolf Star civilization entering the legendary dungeon were waiting. Inside, they weren't even fighting for the dungeon rewards, deciding to kill the Heavenly Emperor first to prevent him from taking the rewards. Normally, they should have entered first and claimed the rewards. But who could blame that it was the Heavenly Emperor? It was safer to kill him first. Agree. Ding, consuming 500,000. Entering. Sorry, they weren't qualified to encounter Yi Chen. Just like in normal difficulty, although they were doing the same dungeon, they couldn't meet players in nightmare difficulty. Those doing the normal dungeon couldn't meet those in the hidden dungeon. They waited. The Heavenly Emperor would definitely come. Even if he didn't, it didn't matter. They were blocking the dungeon here, and no one had cleared it, so there would be no loss. If either the normal dungeon or the hidden dungeon is cleared, this dungeon will disappear. After all, it is the power of the supreme deity and will not be granted to many beings, Yi Chen muttered to himself. After all, he had arrived late, though he was full of confidence. but time still needed to be accelerated. Before him lay a vast ocean from which fish suddenly leaped into the air, their long mouths like sharp swords. Swordfish, Starry Glory, level, 350 magic attack, 22017 defense, 27296 health, 29207 skills, sword piercing, sword light like a waterfall, rapid flicker. Ding! Enemy plus 1028, physical attack plus 1028%. A sword, huh? Yi Chen murmured, drawing a sword of his own. 225 sword energies surged wildly. The twin effect triggered, unleashing 450 sword energies. The dungeon monsters could predict his next move, but having completed this dungeon once before, he naturally had insights, and with his overwhelming strength, he pushed through effortlessly. After finishing off this batch, he charged into the ocean. After all, this was just a virtual ocean in the dungeon, not that deep. Once he killed all the monsters here, he could clear the dungeon. It was difficult for one person to clear it, but for him, it was too easy. After 53 seconds, with the death of the last monster, level 450 epic boss Swordfish King, a treasure chest with an epic weightiness burst forth. Ding! Congratulations, you have achieved the first kill of the level 450 epic boss Swordfish King, earning 2.31 million experience points, level 450 epic. Treasure chest *1, 2018 gold coins, 1 point of legendary status, and with a 10,000-fold critical hit, you can obtain 23.1 billion experience points, level 450 epic treasure chest *10000. A bountiful harvest. Not to mention the other rewards, just opening 10,000 treasure chests would yield 10,000 level 450 epic items. However, Yi Chen didn't open them now, as he couldn't achieve a quality critical hit. After obtaining the Celestial Jade, he would aim for better critical hits. It wouldn't be long, after all, the rewards were about to arrive. Ding dong! World announcement Tian Lang. Congratulations, Blue Star player Tian D has successfully achieved the first kill of the level 450 epic boss Swordfish King, earning. The first kill announcement echoed throughout the Tian Lang civilization. Ha! This person got the first kill of the level 450 epic boss? It wasn't surprising, after all, he was Tian D. But, Tian D still can't do it. Seeing him kill a level 450 boss, he must have entered the level 6 main city, but he's mistaken. The best items in the level 6 main city are in the legendary dungeon. The Tian Lang players in the legendary dungeon laughed heartily. Swordfish King? They had never seen it. It definitely wasn't from the legendary dungeon. Even if Tian D could kill monsters, he had missed out on the legendary dungeon. Of course, Tian D had just arrived. It was impossible for him to know about the legendary dungeon, and in such a vast Tian Lang civilization, how could he accurately find the location of the legendary dungeon? Let's go! Let's do the dungeon! With Tian D not being here, there was nothing to worry about. They began to fight among themselves, vying for the completion of the legendary dungeon. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, with a thought, said, calculate rewards. Only after actively calculating would he leave the legendary dungeon, serving as a protection for the completers, preventing anyone from blocking them outside, but Yi Chen didn't care about that. Ding! Calculation. Successful, you have completed the hidden legendary dungeon nightmare level in 53 seconds. Evaluation, super perfect, you will receive the highest reward. Congratulations, you have obtained foreknowledge of your civilization *1. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. Thinking it over, he understood, last time he completed the foreknowledge dungeon, he obtained foreknowledge of your empire, and with a 100-fold critical hit turning into foreknowledge of your civilization, this time the dungeon was harder, and the reward was upgraded to the latter. So, what would a 10,000-fold critical hit of the latter yield? Yi Chen was very much looking forward to it. In the mysterious and eerie space, Supreme God of Foreknowledge opened his eyes and smiled slightly. A creature has passed the dungeon, and it's a hidden dungeon at that. Not simple to have so much legendary status. Unavoidably, I recalled the creature that stole my power last time. Could it be? Damn! The omniscient god almost swore. A shadow coalesced before me, and a jade pendant in front of me burst into light. Such a familiar scene. It was him, or her, or it, or even him. Regardless of what kind of creature it was, the point was that it was here to steal again. And it had succeeded. The omniscient god watched as a wave of energy surged from his body into that shadow. This process was something he couldn't stop, even if he wanted to sever the energy connection to prevent the shadow from obtaining anything. It had to be given. Whoosh! The shadow vanished. Ha ha! The omniscient god laughed. Interesting, I seem to have guessed who you are, the neighboring Supreme God of Shadows, that old fellow who claims he can just reach out and take whatever he wants? In any case, it definitely has something to do with him. I have a feeling we will meet again. I am prepared for you. An omniscient and omnipotent god encountered an object that could not be probed. For him, the two confrontations with Yi Chen were quite interesting. Ding! Congratulations, 10,000 times critical hit, obtained foreknowledge of the civilization, permanent. Yi Chen heard the prompt and was filled with surprise. Nice! The reward hadn't changed, but it had transformed from a one-time use to a permanent one. Spending 500,000 legendary points was worth it. After all, he had only killed 50 bosses. Having experienced it once, he knew how perverse this ability was, and of course, he liked having it permanently. In the Sirius civilization, he could foresee everything about the Sirius civilization, but he couldn't foresee the Blue Star civilization. However, upon returning to the Blue Star civilization, he could foresee it again, foreseeing on a civilization-wide scale. How vast is a civilization? Moreover, he could foresee when he traveled to different civilizations. One could say he could foresee the entire universe's civilizations. He speculated that Sky had a divine realm, which was not foreseeable within the divine realm. But right now, he wasn't in the divine realm. In the universe, he was almost omniscient and omnipotent. Yi Shen's mind moved, and he thought, I want to find the Sky Jade of the Sirius civilization. At the level 9 main city, Wolfash City, near the 900 level mythical boss Wolf Shao, there are a total of 218,376 routes available. The nearest route is. This sentence automatically appeared in his mind. Not only did he know who had it, but he also knew the specific location and strength. I want to find the Sky Jade of other civilizations. This time, there was no response. Yichen understood that there was only one piece of Sky Jade in the Sirius civilization. He couldn't foresee the whereabouts of the remaining Sky Jades here. He would only have the opportunity to foresee if he came into contact with experts from other civilizations that had Sky Jade. But compared to before, it was already much better. At least now he knew which civilization the Sky Jade was in, so he didn't have to search around like an ant in a frenzy. He felt satisfied as his body began to disappear. Kill this boss, and we clear the level. Just thinking about the rewards from the legendary dungeon makes me drool. A group of level 6 main city players, after a bloody battle, were left with only 6 survivors, all 450 level epic bosses, standing at the top of the level 6 main city, from the same guild. Behind them lay a sea of player corpses. After the bloodbath, they finally saw hope. All creatures of the Sirius civilization were also paying attention, knowing that the rewards would belong to them. Ding dong! World announcement, Serious congratulations to Blue Star player Heavenly Emperor for clearing the hidden legendary dungeon Foreknowledge Nightmare and obtaining. Please congratulate him. It rang 50 times. Ha! All Serious creatures wore expressions of great confusion. The Heavenly Emperor, wasn't he in the legendary dungeon? No, wait. That was the hidden dungeon of the legendary dungeon? Damn, what the hell is that? The key point is, he cleared it. I can't believe it. All the creatures in the level 6 main city paid the price of death after such a long struggle, and only 6 Tianlang players are left alive, yet they were actually robbed by the Heavenly Emperor? Congratulations? What the hell is there to congratulate about? The universe is fair, strength speaks for itself. If someone can take it, it's based on their power. But after all, this is their territory and it was taken away. It's as if they're being told they're incompetent. Countless Tianlang players looked grim. At this moment, the deity of the Tianlang civilization, Wolf Destruction, immediately learned of this news and rushed back to the Tianlang civilization through the passage from the divine realm. The rewards of the hidden legendary dungeon made him envious. Although he didn't know what the rewards were, hidden by Yichen, there was no need for others to know about them, yet he still felt greedy. The most displeased were the players in the dungeon. Damn it! The 6 Tianlang players were furious, disregarding everything, ready to fight the Heavenly Emperor to the death. The legendary dungeon disappeared, and they quickly appeared. Meanwhile, Yichen was thrilled. When he left the dungeon and returned to the entrance, he heard the notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed a legendary dungeon and finished the Destroyer's 10th transfer task. You can level up with a 10,000-fold critical hit and raise the Destroyer to level 240. Boom! 20 beams of white light shot up, and mounts, avatars, etc. also leveled up by 20 levels. Heavenly Emperor level 240 physical attack, 78647 defense, 123028 health, 95,932. Absolutely exhilarating. Defense broke 100,000, and the others were close to 100,000 as well. Mainly because Yichen had 2 high defense mounts boosting him. If he held the disconnection chessboard, his physical attack could exceed 100,000. And the Skyrending Bear, now the strongest mount in terms of attributes, would also provide a significant boost if he added attributes to it, but it had already been given to the avatar, only providing attribute bonuses to the avatar. Otherwise, Yichen's attributes would be even more outrageous. However, he didn't care, the avatar was essentially himself. Moreover, his main mount, Netherworld Turtle, was also close to leveling up. There's one more task, and the War God statue will be useless. He prepared to accept the task. Damn it! Heavenly Emperor, come and face me! Whoa! Suddenly, at the entrance, some wolf-headed, human-bodied players appeared, howling at the sky, transforming into gigantic Tianlang. They had wings, riding the wind and clouds, looking quite majestic. How is this the same as a mount? Yichen shook his head, seeing through their attributes. Wolf Madness, Epic Boss, level 450 physical. Attack 50276 Defense 50187 Health 20186 Skills Tianlang Roar Flickering Leap Cloud Treading Sun Chase Soul Destruction Claw Strike. Is this it? As an epic boss, it was far inferior to his skyrending bear. Despite being 210 levels higher, its total value of the three main attributes was still lower than that of the skyrending bear. This is the difference brought by race. The skyrending bear is a legendary creature, and Yi Chen is human. Very weak. He had to rely on his strength to stack up his attributes. After thinking for a moment, he released the Netherworld Turtle, Earth Barbarian, Dragon, Skyrending Bear, and Avatar. Ding! God Slayer title activated. Mundane creatures see you, and their attributes are halved. The attributes of the opponents were directly halved. Under the combined assault of him, the Avatar, and the mounts, these 6 players quickly perished. With Yi Chen's current strength, such players posed no challenge to him at all. There was no need to use strategy or think about skill combinations to deal more damage. He could just push through directly. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of 6 level 450 epic bosses, gaining 1 point of legendary degree. 1023 gold, 10,000-fold critical hit, gaining 10,000 legendary degree. Legendary degree is still needed. What if one day he encounters a legendary dungeon again and can unlock a hidden dungeon? Yi Chen left the final kill to the Nether Turtle. The mount would earn the rewards for him. Why? Give the kill to the Nether Turtle? Ding! Nether Turtle kills, evolution energy plus 10,000. Ding! Nether Turtle kills, evolution energy plus 10,000. Ding! Congratulations, the Nether Turtle has evolved. Its rank has been upgraded to Epic Boss. The Nether Turtle grew even larger. Its shell darker than ever, black as if it were dripping black water, exuding a sense of oppression. Attributes are being enhanced. Feedback for you. Your physical attack plus 18,208, defense plus 36,386, health plus 39,275. Comfortable he could finally take out the War God statue and accept the quest. Ding! Accepting the Destroyer class level 11 transfer quest. Quest details: kill a creature over 200 levels higher than you. Quest time: unlimited. Goodness, why not say it earlier? But this was too easy for Yi Chen. He just needed to kill something at level 440. He had just taken down a few level 450 creatures with ease. Yi Chen could casually find a high-level main city to hunt a stronger monster. But he looked at the route he had foreseen. The Celestial Jade was still more important. Level 9 main city? What of it? He activated Void, searched for a nearby level 6 main city based on the route, and took the fastest path using the teleportation array. Unfortunately, this main city had no level 440 creatures left. They had all perished in the dungeon. What about the Wolf Frenzy Guild? The previous 6 players were from the Wolf Frenzy Guild, known for their ruthlessness. Players were asking about them in the World Channel. We lost. He's really strong. However, we were fighting among ourselves in the dungeon for the chance to clear it, and many players didn't make it back in time after respawning. We only had 6, otherwise, we might have had a chance. As long as there are enough Celestial Wolves, we can definitely crush him. Is that so? These Celestial Wolves clearly weren't convinced. Do you know where he went? No idea. Ah, what a pity. Without knowing where he is, we can't formulate a strategy. But he should still be in the vicinity of the level 6 main city. Once players respawn, let's send the Celestial Wolves to search. Players in the level 6 main city began to respawn, each one looking for the Celestial Emperor. As for the level 7 main city? Don't joke. After passing the level 7 main city, creatures above level 450 could come and go freely. Celestial Emperor dare to come? Damn it. Wolf Annihilation had a cold expression. It had just returned from the Divine Realm, preparing to find a way to kill the Celestial Emperor. The legendary dungeon was located at the level 6 main city, and it would come at a cost to go there. The contract of the Supreme God was too binding, but it had means to attack the Celestial Emperor from a distance. As a result, the Celestial Emperor had vanished. Search. Turn the level 6 main city upside down. We must find him. The moment the Celestial Emperor appears, it would unleash a guaranteed kill. Ding! Congratulations, you have entered the level 9 main city, Wolfish City. Yi Chen stepped out of the teleportation array, entering a state of nothingness. The teleportation array trembled, but no figure was visible. Could it be that I'm seeing things? Of course, I told you to be less gullible. The Celestial Wolf soldiers guarding the teleportation array thought they had misseen. Yi Chen walked past them, overhearing their whispers. To enter our Wolfash city, it requires a lot of gold, coins, city documents, etc. How could any creature just walk in? True, our Wolfash city belongs to the Wolf Annihilation Empire. That's a realm left by the great god, Wolf Annihilation, before his ascension. Who in the Celestial Wolf civilization wouldn't give our Wolf Annihilation Empire face? Is that so? So impressive? Yi Chen heard a familiar term, Wolf Annihilation, the one he had killed in the War God Hall trial. But back then, it was just his shadow. It was also through Wolf Annihilation that he learned about the Celestial Wolf civilization having Celestial Jade. I wonder if wolf annihilation is around. He immediately sensed it. If that's the case, I'm essentially acting under its nose. After all, Wolfash City belongs to the Wolf Extinction Empire. He still needed to be cautious and first obtain the Celestial Jade. Void was about to enter cooldown. He calmly stepped out of the city gate, went into the wilderness to wait for the cooldown to pass, and then activated his skills like Wing Flap and Thunder Leap to quickly return to Wolfash City, reaching his destination. In the Lord's Mansion, the Lord 900 level mythical boss Wolf Shao was reviewing documents. This worthless thing thinks it can apply to enter Wolfash City? It doesn't even have a city pass. Go back to your trashy place. It waved its pen and marked the document with an X. Beside it, there was a pile of documents already marked with XS. Many wanted to apply to enter Wolfash City. After all, there was a chance to become a high-ranking member of the Wolf Extinction Empire and get close to the Wolf Extinction. DOT. It enjoyed crossing out these people, adding to its sense of superiority. Yi Chen glanced at it. He swaggered into its bedroom and took a jade pendant from a vase. Celestial Jade, special item, description 1, grants privileges in Celestial but can only be used by the unique true spirit in the void. Description 2, all descriptions can only be seen by the unique true spirit in the void. Nice. The process was very simple. After Wolf Shao obtained the Celestial Jade, it could sense the uniqueness of the pendant, but it couldn't utilize it in any way and didn't use any protective restrictions. It felt it was garbage. But without foresight, it would be very difficult to find. Yi Chen focused on the descriptions for a moment. His identity seemed to be quite extraordinary. There was no time to think further. The Celestial Jade that was originally hidden on him automatically manifested and quickly fused with this one. Ding! Congratulations, fused with the new Celestial Jade. Privilege upgraded to 1,000,000 times critical hit. Awesome, 1 gold coin can turn into 1,000,000 gold coins. Yi Chen was naturally not just focused on money. He immediately checked other effects and took out a treasure chest. Ding! 450 level epic treasure chest, asterisk 1,000,000 critical hit, obtained. 450 level mythical treasure chest, asterisk 1, items in the chest will also have critical hits. Mythical items? That means divine skills, divine artifacts, and the like. Yi Chen found it easy to obtain epic items, but divine artifacts required at least killing mythical level units, right? Even if he killed one, it wouldn't necessarily drop. The drop rate in Celestial was very low, and mythical level items were already rare. Now, there was a chance to obtain a large batch. He only fantasized for a moment before returning to the present and opened the treasure chest. Ding! Obtained, mythical artifact Star Pursuing Sword, asterisk 1. This sword was adorned with starlight, dazzling and brilliant. Star Pursuing Sword, mythical artifact. Level, 450 attached attributes. Physical attack plus 60,000, attack speed plus 30% attached skill. Star Pursuing Sword Strike, divine skill LV1. Consumes 40,000 mana, can unleash a sword strike that pursues up to 100,000 meters with an attack of 150% physical attack plus distance asterisk 1, lasts for 1 strike, cooldown 3 minutes. Note, skill level plus 1, pursuit limit plus 100,000 meters, maximum level 100. Restrictions. Warrior, level 450. Not to mention anything else, the physical attack directly increases by 60,000. Yi Chen's physical attack, including the boost from the Nether Turtle, was just under 100,000. The skill was also quite powerful. The maximum pursuit could reach 10 million meters, adding 10 million attack. But Yi Chen didn't forget that he also had a tracking wrist, and if the two skills were used together, it would break through the pursuit limit of Star Pursuing Sword Strike itself. Theoretically, it could unleash infinite attacks. Even without considering this theory, is 10 million attack not enough? Truly a divine artifact. Artifacts generally have high levels, and a level 450 artifact has never been seen before, so high-level players are stronger than low-level players. However, Yi Chen managed to achieve a critical hit. Originally, he couldn't equip a level 450 item due to restrictions, but who would have thought he had the cancel equipment restrictions buff? He immediately equipped it, bringing his physical attack close to 160,000. He could also merge it with his divine skill, Sword Control Unity, but he wasn't merging it right now, because there's movement. His ears perked up. Is the Great Wolf Slayer back? Wolf Shao was reviewing documents when he received news from Wolf Slayer, urging him to have the level 6 main city forces find the Heavenly Emperor as soon as possible. He complied. Suddenly, he froze, remembering something. Not long ago, he led a team to invade the Ice and Snow civilization and snatched a strange jade pendant. No method could destroy the pendant, but aside from that, no other function was found. It seemed like junk. He had kept it as a collectible, but he couldn't use the pendant himself. Perhaps it was due to his limited knowledge and he didn't know how to use it? With the Great Wolf Slayer's knowledge, he would definitely know. Even if he doesn't know, I can take the opportunity to get closer to him while asking about it and then casually give it to the Great Wolf Slayer to play with to strengthen my relationship with the divine. He smiled broadly and walked into the Bedroom. Excited, he burst through the door with energy. Ding! Void is in cooldown. Yi Chen's figure appeared just in time. Wolf Xiao, who was initially filled with joy, widened his eyes, staring at the human before him. Heavenly Emperor, he roared in anger, the nickname Heavenly Emperor above Yi Chen's head clearly indicating his identity. Wherever the Heavenly Emperor went, he needed no disguise. He carefully examined Yi Chen's data. Physical attack over 150,000, defense over 150,000, so impressive? But he was only level 240. But, so what? At the same time, Yi Chen wanted to check his data as well. Wolf Xiao, mythical boss, level 900 physical attack? Couldn't tell. His probing technique could only check the attributes of enemies not exceeding 500 levels above him, and Wolf Xiao's level far surpassed his. As Wolf Xiao looked at his attributes, he suddenly froze. He saw a blood-red prefix appear before the Heavenly Emperor's nickname. Ding! The effect of the God Slayer title. When mundane beings see you, their attributes are reduced by 50%. God Slayer? Once. A God Slayer? No, I don't believe it. Wolf Xiao had encountered deities and knew how magnificent and powerful they were. The Heavenly Emperor could never slay a god. This title was probably obtained by killing some divine shadow or mark using special means? As a master of the celestial wolf civilization, he understood the methods involving divine shadows. I see. Yi Chen nodded inwardly. These high-level civilization masters were not easily intimidated. Even with all attributes halved, Wolf Xiao remained confident. Bring me what you got from here. Wolf Xiao smiled cruelly, scanning the bedroom. When he noticed the vase had been disturbed, he paused slightly and activated the skill to inspect the vase. That jade pendant was gone? Do you know how to use that jade pendant? His eyes sparkled with excitement. A terrifying aura spreading. Not going to answer? That's fine, I'll flay you alive and make you experience the harshest punishments in the world. Let's see if you spill the beans. After you die, I'll turn your skull into a urinal and keep it as my treasure. The Heavenly Emperor knew how to use that jade pendant. His strength completely surpassed what his level should be. Was it because of the pendant? He didn't want to give the pendant to the Great Wolf Slayer anymore and hadn't notified any soldiers to come. He wanted to devour this fat sheep, the Heavenly Emperor, who had delivered himself to his door, and possessed the magical abilities of that pendant. He didn't make a move because he wanted him alive. A bit annoying. Yi Chen shook his head. He couldn't see through the attributes of Lang Xiao, but judging by its confident demeanor, even if its attributes were halved, they would still be higher than his. In fact, he had many ways to resolve this. But what he hated most was when someone used their attributes to show off to him. Have you seen a god, and thus feel proud? Yes. Lang Xiao held its head high, chest out. Being able to use the jade pendant might give it a chance to become a god as well. It slowly approached, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Oh, ding! Forbidden spell steal the sky and change the day activated. Congratulations, your strength has transformed into the data of the level 100 deity celestial wolf civilization wolf annihilation you have seen. Boom! A terrifying aura surged into the sky, and Yi Chen was now filled with divine radiance, explosive energy erupting, causing Lang Zhao's bedroom to collapse in an instant, the entire Wolfash city shattering, the city walls turning to dust and flying everywhere. Bang bang bang! In Wolfash city, massive explosions were everywhere. Lang Xiao, closest to him, was directly blown away by the force, rolling through the air dozens of times before managing to stabilize itself. It looked up in horror, no longer possessing the confidence it had before. In its observation, the level of the Heavenly Emperor hadn't changed, but the strength. Physical attack 1,302,755. Defense. No need to look. This. It trembled all over, most terrified by the divine radiance of the Heavenly Emperor. It had seen it before. A god. It incredulously spoke, turning to flee, transforming into a massive celestial wolf, a creature adept at speed, equipped with many excellent acceleration and displacement skills. It rushed to the teleportation array to find the god of wolf annihilation. With the current attributes of the Heavenly Emperor, it wasn't without means to resist. After all, it had many skills. But the Heavenly Emperor was actually a god. How could a god not have better skills? Only a god could withstand a god. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a sword being drawn rang out. A sword like a starry light rushed towards it at high speed. Goodbye. It stepped into the teleportation array, heading to the imperial capital of wolf annihilation. Lang Xiao, requesting an audience with the deity. It called out loudly. Normally, it couldn't disturb the god of wolf annihilation like this, but the Heavenly Emperor was a deity, and it had to quickly inform wolf annihilation. The voice echoed in all directions. NPCs and players all turned to look at it, but all had their brows furrowed. Behind, Lang Xiao, what have you brought? Rumble. A sword carrying starlight arrived, not through the teleportation array, but instantly crossing a great distance, like starlight descending to earth, ready to deliver a devastating blow. It was too fast. The defense array couldn't even be raised in time. In the empire protected by the god of wolf annihilation, did they usually need to raise a defense array? Whoosh! The sword light entered the city, shining brilliantly, a killing intent. Palpable. Lang Zhao's fur bristled. From this sword, it felt a powerful force. No problem. But it confidently shook its head, muscles tensing. Mythical skill Celestial Wolf Demon Body. Mythical skill. Blood Burn. Defense and vitality greatly increased. It should be able to withstand it, right? It appeared confident on the surface, but was actually panicking. After all, the Heavenly Emperor had given it a divine feeling. Divinity? To its surprise, a calm voice rang out. A figure filled with divine radiance suddenly appeared above the imperial capital of Wolf Annihilation. Salute to the god of Wolf Annihilation. Salute. Countless celestial wolf beings cried out. This was the strongest among them, a divine-level existence. The entire celestial wolf civilization had become a level 2 civilization because of it. Wolf Annihilation ignored the multitude of celestial wolves. It looked at the sword light in confusion. How could the celestial wolf civilization produce divinity again? Divinity. Unique to deities. And the reason for their power. The key was that it felt a familiar sensation in this thread of divinity. It feels like facing oneself. Although I am much weaker than I am now. It reached out, wanting to grasp that sword light. The god of Wolf Annihilation was about to shatter the sword light. Wonderful. With the deity taking action, wasn't it a sure win? Wolf Xiao was filled with joy, looking up at Wolf Mia with admiration like countless other celestial wolves, imagining the scene of him extinguishing the sword light with a single hand. Pop! The sword light dissipated like a bubble, melted away by Wolf Nia's palm. So strong. Wait, is the hand of the great Wolf Nia bleeding? Damn, what kind of terrifying attack was that sword light to actually injure a deity? 3. Blood-red damage appeared. Wolf Nia's expression turned somewhat gloomy. He waved his hand. The attack from that sword light exceeded 10 million. This deity is not skilled in defense, and just now, to test the sword light, I did not activate my defensive skills and took it with pure physical strength. Oh, I see. But still, that's quite terrifying. How many celestial wolves on the field could withstand over 10 million damage? I can take it. Wolf Xiao calmed his fear. His defensive skills were excellent, currently at 6.09 million, enough to endure the attack without dying, at most suffering serious injuries. But the great Wolf Nia's strike ensured he wouldn't be gravely wounded. Who struck? Wolf Mia asked curiously. A deity wouldn't usually talk so much, but that attack was so fierce that it felt as if he had struck himself, which was absurd. Heavens! Wolf Xiao had just opened his mouth. Countless celestial wolves looked at him curiously. Even Wolf Mia wore a serious expression. Ding! You have struck. The twins have triggered, delivering the same blow and dealing 100% true damage for a total of 10.2 million damage. Boom! A sword light was born out of thin air, suddenly exploding. 6.02 million. Heavens! Wolf Xiao's words lingered in the air, echoing, his body turning to dust. He was an NPC and could no longer be resurrected. God, what just happened? How could there be such a sudden burst of attack? I had no prior indication, not even knowing where the attacker was. Ghostly attack? The celestial wolves were filled with dread, looking towards Wolf Mia. Great Wolf Mia, you discovered, but they could no longer speak, too afraid to utter a word. Because at this moment, Wolf Mia's fur bristled, his anger reaching its peak, as right under his nose, one of his level 9 main city lords had been taken down. In front of everyone, he had failed to discover who it was or how the attack was executed. This is outrageous. That person could kill whoever they wanted? The only deity of this celestial wolf civilization couldn't even call the shots? Huff Yichen took a deep breath, feeling relaxed. The star-chasing sword was still in his hand. During the pursuit, he released a sword-light attack, and there was no awkwardness of being unable to retract the sword. Just now, the pursuit distance was 10 million meters, which resulted in such high damage. Wolf Xiao had high attributes and surely had good defensive and healing skills. A simple attack might not be enough to kill him. Thus, the first strike did not succeed. But the twins' 100% true damage finished him off. But it's still strange. Even if the first strike couldn't kill Wolf Xiao, it should have been able to seriously injure him, right? Yichen didn't believe that he had close to 10 million in defense. But the damage prompt told him it only reduced 3 points of health? This result seemed like the first strike was blocked by someone, and it was quite strong. Who was it? Yichen had a guess, his mind moving, predicting. Wolf Nia blocked the attack just as I thought. In fact, he could have predicted Wolf Xiao's data just now, but he couldn't always predict. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. If the detection technique were a bit stronger, it would be better if he could directly see high-level beings. Ding! You have killed the level 900 mythic boss Wolf Xiao, gaining 10.79 million experience. Mythic skill god level detection technique skill book *1, 10,000 gold coins, and a million crit can obtain. Divine skill divine detection technique skill book *1, 10,000 universe coins. Ha! Just said there wasn't one, and here it is? Divine level detection technique, mythical skill, effect, max level, can view attributes of units no higher than 1,000 levels above oneself. This is still quite powerful, but even if it drops 1,000,000 copies, it's useless unless the excess is sold for profit. However, Yi-Chun does not lack money right now. Divine Spirit Detection Technique, Divine Skill, Effect, Max Level can view attributes of Divine Spirits and units below Divine Spirits. A mythical skill crit is equivalent to a divine skill. Divine skills should be skills that only Divine Spirits have the chance to possess, and they might only drop in the Divine Realm. But Yi-Chun can have it right now. He immediately tore it apart to learn, consuming experience points to max it out, and his clone synchronously possesses it. Max level Divine Skill consumed 30 billion experience points. Yi-Chun isn't too heartbroken. He still has nearly 60 billion experience points. The previous slaughter in the level 4 Necromancer main city provided him with enough experience for a long time. Moreover, seeing through Divine Spirit attributes? This is different from Foresight. Foresight does not belong to seeing. Forbidden Spell, Steal Heaven and Change Day turns the observed attributes into one's own. What if he encounters a fully powered Divine Spirit? Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the 900 level mythical boss, Wolf Shao, gaining 1 point of legend degree, 6,000 server-wide reputation points. A world announcement will be made. Do you want to hide your nickname? Million crit, gained 1,000,000 legend degree, 6 billion server-wide reputation points. The next time he encounters a hidden legendary dungeon, he will need to consume a lot of legend degree, directly obtaining 2 consumptions. The reputation points are also plentiful, allowing for the exchange of more good items. Do not hide. Yi-Chun shook his head. He never hides. Moreover, he has a certain idea. Who? Investigate. In the Tianlang civilization, are there any divine entities? Could there be foreign divine spirits here? Is it someone from the nearby level 2 civilization? The Revenge of the Ice and Snow civilization. Wolf Annihilation roared incessantly, and the entire Tianlang civilization mobilized to investigate who had instant-killed Wolf Shao. Lord Wolf. Annihilation. Could the heaven mentioned by Wolf Shao be the Heavenly Emperor? Impossible. The Heavenly Emperor is in the level 6 main city. Moreover, that is divinity. How could a humble being like him? Ding dong. World announcement. Morning, Blue Star player, Heavenly Emperor, has successfully achieved the first kill of the 900 level mythical boss, Wolf Shao, gaining 1 point of legend degree. Is there anyone who can stop his invasion? The world announcement resounded like a thunderous drum, shaking the hearts of all Tianlang. Wolf Shao was killed by the Heavenly Emperor? The Heavenly Emperor can kill a 900 level mythical boss? Countless. Tianlang found it hard to believe. What is even more incredible is that within the Wolf Annihilation Imperial City, it is not just simple slaughter, it was done right under the eyes of Lord Wolf Annihilation, instantly killing Wolf Shao. He even broke through Lord Wolf Annihilation's defenses beforehand. Ah, Heavenly Emperor! Wolf Annihilation roared in fury. Wolf Shao had escaped from Wolfash City, so his location was quite obvious. But he cannot go there now, because ding dong, all players must log off by 7 p.m. He is also a player. Countless players within the Tianlang civilization had to log off. Yi-Chun heard 2 prompt sounds. Ding! Killing creatures over 200 levels above you, completing the 11th transfer task of the Destroyer class, can. Million crit can elevate the Destroyer to level 280. It can be raised by 40 levels. But he has to log off. He'll talk about it later. Yi-Chun returned to the real world, leisurely went to the fridge to take out ingredients and cooked a few dishes himself. His cooking skills are quite good. After eating, he took out the Celestial Jade to examine it closely. After merging with the new Celestial Jade, there was no change in appearance, nor did it grow larger, but it gave a strange feeling, becoming even more real, allowing him to feel the presence of this piece of jade more strongly. He couldn't help but think of the phrase, the only true spirit in the void. What exactly is the ancestral treasure left to me by my father? Who am I? When Blue Star first discovered the firmament, how did my family's firmament jade become related to the firmament? I couldn't make sense of it. The information available was too scarce. The Blue Star civilization was too weak. It hadn't even connected with the universe yet. If it did connect, the Blue Star civilization would likely be devoured without a trace. It was known that there were various civilizations in the universe. Level 1, Level 2, even Level 5 civilizations. Yi-Chun also dreamed of one day visiting the real worlds of these great civilizations, but his current abilities were still somewhat lacking. He couldn't even manage a spacewalk alone yet. He went to the gym to train, adapting to the strength feedback from the firmament, and he had been working hard. In the Sirius domain, 26.353 billion light-years from Blue Star. Every star domain had countless large stars. Awah! Awah! At this moment, countless Sirius howled at the hundreds of stars within the Sirius domain. They were also a strong star domain in the nearby regions, equipped with advanced technological facilities, with cosmic airships constantly traversing. Search for Blue Star civilization. The voice of the Wolf Annihilation God suddenly resonated in the hearts of all the Sirius, locating in the spatial wormhole. Let's start searching from the nearby star domains, exploring step by step. Countless cosmic vessels vanished, heading towards the path to find Blue Star. All the Sirius knew. The wolf annihilation. God was furious. Today, the Heavenly Emperor, right in front of him, had even killed a master of the Sirius civilization in an instant. Although it was an NPC, it dealt a heavy blow to the face of the wolf annihilation god. Wolf annihilation not only wanted to kill the Heavenly Emperor, he also wanted to annihilate the Blue Star civilization. Looking at the words Blue Star civilization, it seemed like just a single planet. The wrath of the gods could obliterate numerous star systems, let alone a single planet. In fact, all the Sirius were very angry. If the Heavenly Emperor could mysteriously kill Wolf Shao, couldn't he also kill them without them knowing? This made them restless. Just a trash civilization, destroy that civilization directly. Not just them, other civilizations had also dispatched cosmic fleets, stepping into the process of searching for Blue Star civilization. In the game, there were contracts from the supreme gods suppressing them, making it difficult to find lower-level civilizations so they would search in the real world. Whether their intentions were good or bad, the power of the Heavenly Emperor was enough to spark their curiosity about the Blue Star civilization. Only civilizations above level 3 were currently uninterested in the Blue Star civilization. Moreover, that night, all the Sirius were sleepless, knowing that when they logged in the next day, the Heavenly Emperor would face the wrath of the Wolf Annihilation God. The Heavenly Emperor has angered the gods, he will surely die tomorrow. Unless the Heavenly Emperor returns to Blue Star civilization directly tomorrow, I wonder if he will escape. The Sirius civilization had many moon-like planets, which served as their media devices. They could read media information by gazing at the moons and could express opinions on them through thought, which would be checked by the Sirius Divine Council. They were communicating on it. The Heavenly Emperor tomorrow would either back down or die. The next day, ding, you have logged in. All the Sirius entered the firmament. Their gaze turned to Wolfash City. Would the Heavenly Emperor log in? I'm so full. Yi-Chen appeared in Wolfash City, walking out of the Lord's mansion. Wolfash City was in disarray, but the Sirius were still there. Upon seeing the Heavenly Emperor, their expressions were filled with shock. The Heavenly Emperor, he had appeared. Moreover, he had used strange means to enter Wolfash City yesterday, and no Sirius had noticed. With such terrifying abilities, he couldn't be allowed to live. The Heavenly Emperor has come. Right in Wolfash City. What level is he? How could he enter a level 9 main city? The Sirius were still guessing. Damn it, no wonder they had searched for half a day in the level 6 main city and found nothing. Ding, you have consumed experience points. Yi-Chen ignored the crowd of sky wolves below, as he, his avatars, and his mount began to level up. Boom! A continuous stream of 40 white lights shot into the sky. All the sky wolves were dumbfounded. What the hell, is he leveling up like this? A continuous 40 levels? While others were leveling up one by one, he was completely defying logic. Step, step. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps, and the clouds for thousands of miles around dissipated, revealing a clear expanse of heaven and earth as a towering figure suddenly descended. Heavenly Emperor, divine wrath. Can you withstand it? It was a gigantic wolf, its four hooves treading on clouds and winds, condensing the storm beneath its feet, its gaze indifferent, as if no mortal could enter its sight. Wolf Annihilation God! Wolf Annihilation God! Countless sky wolves shouted. This was their faith. The Sky Wolf players in Wolfash City immediately started a live broadcast, transmitting the scene to the entire Sky Wolf civilization. They anticipated the moment when the Wolf Annihilation God would crush the Heavenly Emperor. You have quite the courage. The Wolf Annihilation lay on the clouds, looking down at Yi-Chen. You didn't run away, you pitiful creature. Your courage comes from ignorance. Do you know how powerful a god is? It did not attack directly, seemingly enjoying the feeling of controlling everything. It knew the players were broadcasting live, which suited its intentions perfectly. Yesterday, the Heavenly Emperor had killed Wolf Shao right under its nose, slapping its face. Today, it would crush the Heavenly Emperor, making him aware of his own incompetence. I don't know. Yi-Chen replied lightly, amused inside. Shadow Sky Wolf Annihilation, Deity, Level, 1003. Physical Attack, 139264443 Defense, 1020003 Health, 1502743 Skills, Divine Skill Wolf Howl, Divine Skill Shadow Strike Combo, Divine Skill Cloud Treading. Wind Chaser. Profession, Destroyer. Description, Level 5 Civilization Player, the only deity of the Sky Wolf civilization. All attributes exceed 10 million, and it possesses divine skills. Moreover, it has a hidden profession, Destroyer. These divine skills should also be born from the abilities of the Destroyer. It should have good talents, but unfortunately, Yi-Chen was in a monster state of invasion and could not see the player's talents. Very strong. Wolf Annihilation sneered, a pitiful creature. Of course, you do not know how powerful I am. Ding! You have seen Wolf Annihilation's attributes. You can use Forbidden Spell Steal Heaven and Change Day to transform your attributes into these attributes. Yi-Chen nodded in satisfaction. He finally had a relatively stable trump card. Very well, let you feel it. Die. With a wave of Wolf Annihilation's massive hand, a terrifying claw shadow surged towards Yi Chen. It's a certain death. Countless sky wolves watched this scene with excitement. Amused inside, how could a mere mortal like the Heavenly Emperor comprehend the panel of a deity and understand the power of a god? After scaring him a bit, the Wolf Annihilation god was finally going to make a real move. Just like this. Boom! The claw shadow struck Yi Chen, unleashing a powerful energy, plunging the area around Yi Chen into darkness. Dead. Haha, let you. Oh whoa! All the sky wolves screamed, for in the darkness, a white number appeared. 0. I just got up to play the game, thinking you could give me a massage to stretch my body after waking up, but it turns out even scratching an itch doesn't count. Yi Chen stepped out of the darkness, leisurely rotating his neck. Ding! Weeping Blood buff activated. You are locked at 1 health point for 1 hour. And you can accumulate the attacks received as your own attack, directly targeting the enemy's health. Current accumulation 139264443 attack. Hiss. Wolf Annihilation's strike actually dealt no damage to the Heavenly Emperor? They quickly checked the Heavenly Emperor's defense. That's right, it was less than 200,000. Health was also under 200,000. Shouldn't it have been instantly killed by Wolf Annihilation? I remembered, the Demon Civilization said that the Heavenly Emperor's panel is all fake. Attributes, levels, even skills, might all be false. We can't look at his panel. The Demon Civilization also said that the Heavenly Emperor is a reincarnation of a deity. Could it really be true? What the Heavenly Emperor displayed was indeed a divine level performance. Impossible. Wolf Destruction roared. He did not sense any divine presence from the Heavenly Emperor, so he must not be a deity. He must have used some bizarre means. Such means wouldn't last long. For example, Yi Chen's resist fatal strike set effect can only be used once a day. Come again. He waved his hand again, and a claw shadow that obscured the sky fell down. This time he activated a skill. Boom! With one claw strike, the terrifying power destroyed the entire Wolfash city. All the celestial wolves perished. The celestial wolves in the livestream trembled all over. The deity was angry, but they didn't care. As long as they could kill the Heavenly Emperor, losing some of their kind was nothing. Damn. 0. In the ruins, the Heavenly Emperor stretched lazily. Have you eaten breakfast? Put in some effort. Ding! Attack accumulation plus 23 million. Oh whoa! Wolf Destruction's fury could no longer be contained. His aura surged, and a phantom celestial wolf appeared, instantly charging towards Yi Chen. This was his skill born from the destroyer. 0. Ding! Attack accumulation plus 500 million. He directly unleashed 500 million attacks, yet it was still utterly useless. Did you not sleep well last night? No strength? So useless? Yi Chen's calm voice sharply contrasted with Wolf Destruction's impatience. He indeed hadn't slept well last night. Not because of you. But that didn't affect his performance. Wolf Destruction didn't believe that this defensive method could last long, so he continued to unleash various terrifying attacks. Boom! Various divine skills bombarded in succession. The celestial wolves in the live stream were dumbfounded. Damn! Even the great Wolf Destruction can't do anything to the Heavenly Emperor? This deity's continuous bombardment. The Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor was yawning. Yi Chen sat cross-legged, took out the delicacies given to him by the NPCs of the Blue Star Civilization, and began to eat happily. Hurry up, before this meal ends. Let me feel the power of the deities. Isn't it boasting about being strong? This is just a tickle. Give me some feeling. Under Yi Chen's provocation, Wolf Destruction exerted all his strength. The blood Weeping Buff's attack accumulated to 100 trillion. That's right, after all, he was a deity, outputting continuously for an hour, attacking hundreds to thousands of times per second. Ding! You can unleash this attack within 1 hour. Yi Chen did not plan to unleash it now. He wanted to test something. Finished? He stood up, smiling somewhat cruelly. Then, it's connected to me. The creatures of the celestial wolf civilization suddenly felt a tightness in their scalps. Hoo-hoo! Wolf Destruction gasped for breath. Even as a deity, continuous attacks for so long were somewhat exhausting. He nervously watched the Heavenly Emperor. This human was simply unreasonable. Having already witnessed his life-saving abilities, he wondered how strong his attacking power was. It must be very strong. He dared not underestimate him any longer. Filled with vigilance, Divine Skill Bloodbath, Divine Skill, Storm and Chaos. All defensive, health-boosting, and displacement skills were used. Come! He roared ferociously, not daring to attack again, maintaining a defensive posture. He didn't believe the Heavenly Emperor still had the ability to kill deities. Boom! Suddenly, a soaring blood light erupted from the Heavenly Emperor, and the title of God Slayer hung before his name, filled with the sorrow of the deities. Ding! All mundane creatures. Attributes decreased by 50%. Divine attributes decreased by 10%. The attributes of all celestial wolves in the livestream were halved. God Slayer. The Heavenly Emperor had actually slain a god. Cold sweat dripped from Wolf's end. His attributes had decreased by 10%. But even so, he couldn't be killed. Right? Boasting about the power of gods in front of me? Yi Chen said lightly, taking out a statue. Let me show you what it means to be the supreme among gods. Crack with a single palm, he crushed the statue. Boom! Fight! The clang of metal rang out, and the entire celestial wolf world trembled. As a massive phantom appeared, his hand moved slightly, and countless holes appeared in the sky, as if the heavens were crying at that moment. And that hand reached out towards Wolfsen. Wolfsen's enormous body lay on the horizon, but before that giant hand, he seemed like an ant facing an ocean. This is the supreme god of war? Didn't he disappear? Wolfsen quickly fled, using a displacement-type divine skill to escape from one end of the celestial wolf world to the other. But he couldn't move at all. The giant hand descended, and although no skills were used, the sheer explosive power shattered the space and cracked the earth. Wolfsen felt as if he were trapped in a cage, unable to escape. In the eyes of all the celestial wolves, the giant hand easily grasped their god, as if pinching a chick. No! No! Wolfsen's screams echoed throughout the celestial wolf civilization. Whoosh! Yi Chen flew high into the sky and said calmly, "Do you know the god of war?" Out of control mind reading. Ding! Wolf's End is out of control for 1 second, can read minds. I know him, but I don't. He has been gone for a long time. Very good. Yi Chen asked again, what is the symbolic monster of the celestial wolf civilization? His giant dragon, the nether turtle, and the rift bear were all symbolic monsters of various civilizations. Shadow celestial wolf. Isn't that Wolf's End himself? The mind reading ended, and Wolf's End emerged from his confusion, shaking his head in bewilderment. What just happened to him? Bang! 300.2 billion. With a squeeze of the giant hand, Wolf's End died instantly. Splash divine. Blood rained down from the sky, and this scene was broadcasted live, leaving all the celestial wolves with their mouths agape, their eyes filled with horror. Their god was dead. They looked in shock at the figure in the sky, the celestial emperor. The means this person used, a single palm to crush a god. Could this person really come from a lower civilization? He truly wasn't a god? Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the level 1003 god wolves. And, earning 1 point of legendary status, 30 billion experience points, divine crystal *1, and a million critical hits which can yield 1 million. Legendary status, 300 billion experience points, divine crystal *1 million or divine core *1. Every god was a boss, naturally having legendary status. Divine crystal? What is that? Yi Chen didn't know. To be honest, he was a bit shocked himself. The strike of the supreme god was too fierce. He couldn't see the strength of that phantom. After all, it was just a force. He originally just wanted to see if Wolfsen knew the god of war, since his profession was related to the god of war and needed attention. He thought if he couldn't resolve it, he would use the blood-weeping buff. Who knew? He just knocked him down. This wasn't even a true supreme god. It couldn't even be considered a low-level supreme god, just a summon force. The true power of a supreme god was evident. The supreme god who always steals my rewards is actually this fierce? Yi Chen also felt a thrill. Those few fools didn't see it coming. He looked down. Wolfsen City had been destroyed, and the celestial wolves inside had been killed by Wolf's End, leaving the place empty, now a free territory. He tossed down a level 4 main city seal. Ding dong! Universe announcement. Congratulations, player Celestial Emperor has established a level 4 main city in the Celestial Wolf civilization, named Celestial Emperor Celestial Wolf City, earning 1 point of universal prestige. The Tianlang, still not having emerged from the shadow of the deity's death, were left bewildered again. The Heavenly Emperor, building a city in the Tianlang civilization? And naming it Heavenly Emperor Tianlang City. Does this imply that the Heavenly Emperor is claiming the entire Tianlang civilization as his own? Ding! You have established your own main city in the Tianlang civilization and can freely travel between the Blue Star civilization and the Tianlang civilization. Yi Chen had been pondering whether he could turn the wolf destruction into a pet egg. Unfortunately, it didn't drop this time. He would check again next time. Having already obtained the Sky Jade, there was no need to stay here any longer. With a thought, he returned to the Blue Star Civilization Huiwei Imperial Capital. The Heavenly Emperor, a person whom the entire universe was watching. After all, there were not many who could initiate a cosmic announcement, and none had ever come from a low-level civilization. This person was unconventional, specifically going to high-level civilizations, and cosmic beings were quite curious about him. Where has the Heavenly Emperor gone recently? Could it be to our mechanical civilization? Impossible, the Heavenly Emperor would never be in a civilization above level 2. He's probably just wandering around some level 1 civilization, showing off. There are deities in level 2 civilizations. Does he dare provoke them? The Blue Star players were even more curious. Level 280? Many top players gazed up at the Blue Star level rankings with expressions of disbelief. The highest among them was only level 62. The Heavenly Emperor, is he being counted by hundreds? The Blue Star civilization hadn't seen the Heavenly Emperor in the past few days, otherwise, the world announcement would surely be constant. So where did he go? Ding dong. Cosmic announcement. Congratulations, player Heavenly Emperor has established. Holy crap, the Heavenly Emperor is in the Tianlang civilization? He dares to build a city there? Countless beings in the universe were stunned. This was not a level 1 civilization. Could a deity allow him to build a city? The demon civilization, the undead civilization, all beings sneered. The Heavenly Emperor was courting death. The deities would make him regret coming to this world. Ding dong. Cosmic announcement. Congratulations to Blue Star player Heavenly Emperor for killing the level 900 mythical boss Wolf Shao, killing the level 1003 deity Wolf Destruction, forcing Wolf Destruction to destroy a city, establishing his own level 4 main city, and instilling fear in all Tianlang, reduced the strength of the Tianlang civilization. Invasion successful, evaluation perfect. Reward, 100,000 cosmic prestige points. 100,000 cosmic prestige points. What a terrifying number. Ding, million critical hit, gained 100 billion cosmic prestige points. It became much easier for Yi Chen to consider purchasing the random teleportation to high-level civilization opportunity. All cosmic beings were completely shocked this time. Killing a deity? Is this what the Heavenly Emperor is capable of? Judgment error, serious error. Countless beings from high-level civilizations were horrified. Even beings from level 3, 4, and 5 civilizations were in shock, while deities from other high-level civilizations were dumbfounded. They knew Wolf Destruction, a fierce deity. To think he was killed by the Heavenly Emperor? Doesn't that mean they, Heavenly Emperor, Blue Star Civilization? Is the Blue Star Civilization really a low-level civilization? Judgment error. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Previously, many high-level civilizations had sought out the Blue Star Civilization, intending to invade a low-level civilization in the real world to enhance their own strength, but now they all turned back in fear. In the vast universe, whoosh, 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 countless fleets were panicking and retreating. The Heavenly Emperor could slay deities. Surely he must possess great power in reality as well. Would they be seeking death? Slaying deities. Slaying deities. Heavenly Emperor, awesome. The Blue Star players were stunned for a long time, then erupted into explosive cheers. People always respected the strong, especially when they were from the same civilization. They felt a deep sense of honor. However, there were also some players. For example, God Lord, the #1 player of the Tsarist Kingdom, Thunder King, and others. Their eyes were dark. With the Heavenly Emperor suppressing us, we can never lift our heads, or perhaps we can. The impact of Yi Chen's god slaying is immense, both good and bad. After all, fame attracts attention. Really, really? The demon god high priest trembled uncontrollably. If the Heavenly Emperor can slay gods, doesn't that mean he can obliterate the entire demon civilization? No, the Heavenly Emperor is definitely not at a high level. He hasn't become a god yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to gradually rise from a low-level civilization. Indeed, he is a reincarnated deity. He hasn't returned to his peak, but he has many hidden cards left, and these cards could even allow him to slay gods. He must have once been a very powerful god. The hidden cards become fewer with each use. Can the Heavenly Emperor slay gods once and then slay gods a second time? There are still god-level powers hidden within the demon civilization. As long as I kill him, perhaps I can become a god. It laughed maniacally with excitement. Although it was risky, it was worth it. Wait for the Heavenly Emperor to come again. Kill him. As for sending the demon civilization to invade the Blue Star civilization now, it wasn't confident about that. Others shared the same thoughts. For example, the undead civilization. He has the means to kill deities, if I can obtain it. The undead sovereign had a fierce glint in its eyes. It wasn't impossible. After all, the Heavenly Emperor is definitely not a god yet. Yi Chen was unaware of all this but could guess that the commotion from slaying gods was too great. For now, he was too lazy to care. Getting stronger was the priority. He checked his gains. Divine Crystal, Divine Level Treasure, Effect, collect 1 million to synthesize 1 divine. Core description, slaying gods has an extremely low chance of dropping. What use is this thing? Moreover, the collection requirement is very high, quantity. Crits and quality crits have the same effect, so he checked after the quality crit. Divine Core, God General Level Treasure, Effect, collect 1 million to synthesize a God King level treasure, divine status, which can allow a mortal being to become a god. Description, killing a god general has an extremely low chance of dropping what? Becoming a god? No wonder the requirements are so high. It's probably very difficult to become a god normally. Otherwise, experts from a level 1 civilization wouldn't find it so hard to ascend to godhood. This seems like the simplest path, just collect things. But it requires slaying gods. Mortal beings slaying gods? What a joke. But without slaying gods, one cannot ascend to godhood through this path. This is a paradox. Yet for Yi Chen, it became a feasible theory. He also realized that above divine level treasures are god generals and god kings. Only a god King likely has the ability to condense a divine status, allowing a mortal being to instantly become a god. Ding, you have selected Divine Core. *1. To synthesize a divine status, at least 1 million deities need to be killed, not to mention the drop rate issue. This is normal. If becoming a god were that easy, the status of deities would be too low. But at least he saw hope. For Yi Chen, it was the simplest path. He was only level 280. Why? Raj? How many beings reach level 999 and still can't find the path to godhood? It seems it's not that difficult, Yi Chen muttered to himself. This was from killing Wolf Extinction. Wolf Extinction is a player. They can be resurrected. Kill once, and you can kill twice. I casually built a main city, thinking it would be convenient to go to the wolf civilization later, but there's no one guarding it. Once Wolf Extinction resurrects, he will probably destroy the main city, so I still can't go freely. The problem isn't big, it was just a casual setup. He has plenty of level 4 city lord seals, so he isn't worried. With permanent foreknowledge in place, he can just buy random teleport to high-level civilization. It just consumes cosmic prestige points, which is a bit painful since those are valuable. Oh whoa! At this moment, Wolf Extinction walked out of the resurrection space, roaring on a mountain peak in the wolf civilization, filled with unending rage. He had lost a level, but that wasn't very important. He could find a way to make up for it. But divinity, some has been lost. Divinity is the key to becoming a god. Any path to godhood involves accumulating divinity. The God King expends a great cost to strike in order to condense a divine rank equivalent to the complete divinity of a deity. It is evident how precious it is. It was revealed by the Heavenly Emperor. Forget it, it's just a tiny bit. At most I can condense a divine crystal. It won't affect my divine body. The Heavenly Emperor took it, but it's of no use to him. There are no resources for the enemy, and that is the only comfort. The beings of the wolf civilization now look at themselves with disappointment, feeling embarrassed to stay here. It would be better to return to the divine realm, but the grudge against the Heavenly Emperor for killing him cannot go unavenged. The key point is, he just saw the phantom of the war god as well as the power. Clearly, it was said that the war god had disappeared, or even died. I have been in the divine realm for so long and I have not seen the war god. I only heard that the destroyer is strong enough to enter the war god site and be summoned by him. The war god temple. He arrived here, as he is the master of the war god temple of the wolf civilization. Inside the great hall, there is a stone statue. With this statue, the destroyer can receive class change tasks and can also release many avatars distributed across major cities for the destroyers there to level up, but the avatars are relatively small. Before the Heavenly Emperor summoned the war god's power, he crushed a statue. It looked exactly like the avatar. How is this possible? He sensed the statue, not knowing how the Heavenly Emperor used it to summon power. If the avatar can achieve this level, then this main statue must contain terrifying power. There are many war god temples in the universe, if all the statues are combined. Hiss! The Heavenly Emperor should also be a destroyer, wielding a kind of terrifying power. If he could obtain this power, it would be unimaginable. Do not destroy the Heavenly Emperor's main city. After he gave the order, he returned to the divine realm. Wait for the Heavenly Emperor to come using the main city. He does not believe that the Heavenly Emperor has so many means to kill deities. Moreover, he has divine friends. The path to godhood is already laid out, which makes it convenient for me to act. Yi Chen smiled slightly, as he already knew where the road ahead lay. First, he would test the privileges. He still did not know the specific strength of the privileges. He took out the Holy Artifact Disconnection Chessboard. Ding! 1 million critical hits, can choose Holy Artifact Disconnection Chessboard *1 million or Divine Artifact Broken Fate Chessboard *2. 2. Having already possessed a Divine General level treasure, Yi Chen was not as excited about the Divine Artifact anymore, but it was still an exceptional item. Broken Fate Chessboard, Divine Artifact, level. For 50 attached effect, holding this chessboard, attack plus 60,000 attached skill, Broken Fate, Divine Skill LV 100 consumes 40,000 mana, severing the connection of any creature and all things within a 2 million square meter area. The severing time is determined by the quality difference between enemy and self, with a minimum of 1 second, cooldown 10 seconds. It's incredibly powerful. Originally, it could only sever connections with talents. Now, it can sever connections with skills, equipment, and everything else. Even divinity can be severed, even if it's just for 1 second. But during that 1 second, the deity will no longer be a god, becoming a mundane being with only levels. This god slaying becomes easy. It makes it convenient for me to become a god. He was very satisfied and immediately chose this. He scored 2 critical hits. Not wasting, holding one in each hand, he could add 120,000 attack. Although in a normal state, he definitely wouldn't hold them. It didn't affect Yi Chen's ability to utilize their effects. He then went outside to kill monsters, scoring some equipment critical hits and learning the details of the critical hits. Whiteboard Diamond Black Iron Star Glory. Bronze Star Glory *2 Silver Legend Gold Legend *2 Platinum Epic Diamond Epic *2 Star Glory Divine Artifact Legend Divine Artifact *2 Epic Mythical Divine Artifact Mythical *2 Mythical Divine Tool. The Divine Tool hasn't been directly revealed yet, but it's speculated to be this way. It's still very good. In Sky Realm, any equipment I obtain, no matter how low level, can be turned into a diamond tool. Blue Star players still have a large number of players without diamond tools. He easily obtains divine artifacts and god tools. The key is divine tools, which are impossible to appear in the Sky Realm. Cosmic civilization can only be possessed if brought down by a deity. After doing all this, Yi Chen arrived at the imperial capital of Huiwei, using the Emperor's seal to summon the soldiers back and place them in the barracks. The soldiers' levels were no longer impressive. Investing gold coins, they quickly leveled up. I need to level up too. He no longer had the war god statue. Taking the teleportation array, he arrived at the war god hall in Thunderlight City. Heavenly Emperor, what brings you here? Welcome, welcome. Battle Song greeted him warmly. After reminiscing for a while, Yi Chen stated his purpose. Are there still war god statues here? The ones I applied for last time haven't arrived yet. It's only been a short while. Wait, what do you mean? Could it be that statue is useless to you? He scrutinized Yi Chen, trying to check his attributes. Can't see through. Hiss. At level 250, he couldn't see through the Heavenly Emperor's attributes? What does this represent? The Heavenly Emperor has surpassed level 250? What level are you now? He stammered. Level 280. Upon hearing this, Battle Song was completely taken aback, dumbfounded. In such a short time, the Heavenly Emperor had leveled up so much. Previously, the Heavenly Emperor's level was lower than his, showcasing terrifying power, and now his level was higher. It was likely that if he, the branch lord of the War God Hall, were to battle the Heavenly Emperor, he wouldn't stand a chance. What kind of monster is this? The applied statue hasn't arrived yet. It's not so easy to split the main hall statue. He smiled wryly. Even if we had it, our lower level statues would be useless to you. I suggest you go directly to the level 7 main city, Dragon Roar City. The War God Hall there can meet your needs. The Heavenly Emperor at level 280 shouldn't be able to enter a level 7 main city, but he believed the Heavenly Emperor had the means to enter and could protect himself. So, you mean it's difficult to split the main hall statue? He asked again. Of course. Splitting a statue also requires energy, and we have no idea where the main hall is. We can only contact the main hall. This was unexpected for Yi Chen. He initially thought there would be many statues available for him to use, each capable of unleashing supreme divine power. It seems he was overthinking it. He wasn't too disappointed. He had plenty of trump cards. Thank you. Yi Chen got what he wanted and stood up to say goodbye. Come play often. Battle Song watched him leave, secretly thinking that the Heavenly Emperor had come a long way in this world. He would never catch up in his lifetime, and it was truly an honor to interact with him. He wondered how far he could go. Void. Yi Chen transformed into a state of nothingness using the teleportation array. The skill could even ignore the Supreme God contract and could be used until the later stages. Dragon Roar City. Upon arriving here, Yi Chen first removed the titles of Huiwei, Emperor, and God Slayer, as these two titles were too ostentatious. For now, he wanted to focus on leveling up and didn't want to attract unnecessary attention. The level 7 main city was filled with players above level 450. Moreover, players from level 8 and 9 main cities, even from the imperial capital, could move freely here. This was the high-end power of Blue Star civilization. The NPCs along the way were quite friendly. After asking for directions, Yi Chen received guidance. In front of a magnificent hall, Yi Chen stopped and smiled. The War God Hall here is much more impressive than the one at the Battle Song. In front of the hall's door, there were warrior guards. Yi Chen walked straight over and said, I am the Destroyer. The Battle Song, the branch lord of Thunderlight City, told me I could come here. Please wait a moment, the warriors said cautiously, sending someone inside to inquire. Soon, a tall figure walked out. Ha ha ha, another visitor. All disciples in my hall are family. Please come in. Branch lord of the War God Hall, Longyin City. Li Dayton level 623, was a rugged and heroic middle-aged man, who was very warm towards Yi Chen. Amidst the envious looks of the warriors, Yi Chen was welcomed inside the War God Hall, disciples of the Destroyer Inner Hall. Ordinary warriors, even elite geniuses among warriors, even if their levels were higher than the Destroyer, could only be Outer Hall disciples, but they wouldn't feel resentful because they knew that every Destroyer had strong potential. Li Dayton looked at Yi Chen with curiosity, asking this and that. It was mostly about how someone with such a low level could enter a level 7 main city, but he did not look down on Yi Chen. I level up slowly. Yi Chen thought for a moment, explaining it would be too troublesome, so he casually found an excuse. There's nothing I can do. Li Dayton nodded in agreement. The path of the Destroyer is indeed difficult. After all, the destruction skills require money, and while the Destroyer is developing good skills, others might be using money to buy resources and complete tasks to level up quickly. But it didn't matter, destroyers could fight above their level. Looking at his panel, it really is abnormal. All 3 main attributes are close to 100,000, surpassing what a destroyer should have. That should be enough to one-shot a level 450. Terrifying. No wonder he needed to come here to take on tasks. He valued Yi Chen highly, personally leading him to the center of the hall, respectfully bowing to the statue. In the center, asking the disciples to take the statue down. You entered the level 7 main city at level 280, violating the contract. You must have paid a huge price. Entering multiple times will definitely have a greater impact on you. And you level up slowly. This statue is for you. Carry it with you to level up, and I will apply for another one. Ah, this? Yi Chen casually mentioned it, not expecting it to become Li Dayton's reason for giving him the statue. It was a wonderful misunderstanding, but it couldn't be better for Yi Chen. Thank you. He found that he quite liked this honest man, Li Dayton. After receiving the statue, a prompt sounded. Ding! You have obtained War God Statue Fragment *1 with a millionfold critical hit. You can obtain War God Statue Fragment *1000000 or War God Statue *1. War God Statue Fragment Description 1. The destroyer can use this to accept tasks until level 700. Description 2. A fragment of the main hall statue. It is the same as before, but with a higher level cap. For a long time, Yi Chen would not need to worry about leveling tasks, effectively increasing his leveling speed. Coupled with the divine core, he could quickly ascend to godhood. But the key was still the next one. War God Statue Description 1. The destroyer can use this to accept tasks until level 700. Description 2. A statue that condenses the will of the War God. It can shatter the statue, unleashing a strike at level 700 of the Supreme God War God, which will include one of his divine skills, probably 1/1000th of the power at the peak of the War God, strongest state, under the strongest skill. Terrifying. Level up, and the summoned power will utilize divine skills. Last time it was just a basic attack and it one-shot a deity. This time, Lord, how do you apply for the statue? Yi Chen asked curiously. After all, he had taken someone else's thing, and if they couldn't have a statue anymore, he would feel a bit embarrassed. Each hallmaster can contact the main hall to apply, but contacting the main hall statue, splitting the statue, and distributing the split statues all take some time. After all, we don't know the location of the main hall. It's fine, we don't need to level up for now, just take it. Darren noticed Yi Chen's worries and laughed heartily. A super genius like the Heavenly Emperor was worth his effort. He had no thoughts of seeking returns from investing in a strong person, purely feeling that such a junior was worth nurturing. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. He could give it a try. Location of the Blue Star. War God Hall main hall. With a thought, the foresight activated. The Blue Star War God Hall main hall is not in the Blue Star civilization, unable to foresee. Not in the Blue Star civilization. No wonder Li Darren and the others couldn't find it. Then, where is it? He suddenly felt that the War God Hall was not as simple as he imagined. He had long heard that the strong ones of the War God Hall had all gone into seclusion, but he didn't expect they weren't even in the Blue Star civilization. How did they leave the Blue Star civilization? Or did they all become gods and enter the divine realm? Wasn't it said that the Blue Star didn't even have gods? The waters of the Blue Star civilization seem a bit deep. He then thought about how each civilization has its symbolic monsters. And the dragon of the Blue Star civilization. Just the Earth Barbarian Dragon, a branch of the dragons, has the strength to compete with the symbolic monsters of the Undead civilization and the Demon civilization, both of which are level 1 civilizations, while the Blue Star civilization is only level 0.72. Is this reasonable? Clearly abnormal. He quickly tried other things. Does the Blue Star civilization still have legendary dungeons? 3. In an unopened state, located at opening. Times are, this time, the foresight succeeded. It seems that the War God Hall is just an exception. Yi Chen was quite satisfied. He really needed the legendary dungeons. Interesting. He smiled excitedly. Even the level 2 civilization, the Tianlong civilization, which has gods, only has one legendary dungeon. While the Blue Star civilization, along with the foresight he encountered earlier, has a total of 4 legendary dungeons. Even the dullest person would know. This is not normal. However, since the dungeons haven't opened yet, the cosmic civilizations are still unaware of this matter. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a stir throughout the universe. I come from the Blue Star, where there is a piece of sky jade in reality, which only I can use, the only true spirit in the virtual world. His mind raced. Originally, he wanted to go to the cosmic civilizations, but the Blue Star civilization suddenly piqued his interest. Anyway, 4. Now, he didn't know the whereabouts of the other sky jades. Does the Blue Star civilization still have sky jade? No, this was normal, aside from one piece. In reality on the Blue Star, the others seemed to be scattered throughout the cosmic civilizations. My ancestors once entered the sky, scattering jade pendants across major civilizations, leaving only one piece in reality on the Blue Star, allowing me to enter the sky? He couldn't make sense of it. The known information was too scarce. But Yi Chen indeed developed a strong interest in the blue star. It seemed to have some special significance in the cosmic civilizations. Hallmaster, I still have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Yi Chen prepared to explore various places in the blue star civilization. He hadn't even figured out his own home. Why go outside? What are you saying goodbye for? This is your home. Come back often when you have time. Li Daren shouted. Then suddenly stopped. Wait, don't go out. Someone is after you. Yi Chen halted in his tracks. Someone is after me? Who? I just killed a god, and now someone is coming after me? Don't panic, this is news from the disciples. Someone is inquiring about your whereabouts in the city, and we are checking who it is. Don't worry, the War God Hall is here. No one can touch you. Li Daren patted his chest. Who is looking for me? Goblin Merchant Association. Yi Chen laughed. Wasn't this the association he had bloodily dealt with in the underground city? Oh, he remembered now. Previously, it was too rushed. I only killed a batch of goblins that entered the ice cave, but the Goblin Merchant Association was treasure hunting and must have sent out many squads. The other squads of goblins were not killed. There was no way around it. Yi Chen was too busy at the time, and he had no time to deal with the small fry. Originally, the only ones that had provoked him were those from the ice cave. Not long ago, when Yi Chen entered the city, the void had entered cooldown. He walked on the street for a while and was seen by the goblins. This face had appeared in the city of Web, albeit only for a moment. However, it caught the attention of the goblins in the city of Web. After all, the city of Web was entirely under goblin control, and it was too easy for them to find someone. They wouldn't have paid much attention to that face. But on that day, the president of the city of Web branch had died, and all the goblins were alarmed. They began to investigate. Who was it? Yi Chen, the human who had entered the city that day and never returned, drew their attention. There was no helping it. He was handsome, and some NPCs who saw him at the time had a deep impression. Sigh. It's still the handsome face that caused the trouble. Yi Chen had already guessed what would happen next. When he arrived in Dragon Roar City, he was noticed by the goblin branch here. The goblins were constantly asking on the streets, even forcibly breaking into some houses, searching for Yi Chen's figure. Eventually, they found him. Clatter! All the goblins mobilized and rushed towards the War God Hall. The ones who want to deal with you are the Goblin Merchant Association, Li Daren asked. These guys are vampires who swallow meat with skin. They are the best at business and are also the most vengeful. How did you provoke them? Yi Chen glanced at him. The efficiency of the War God Hall was commendable, as they had noticed the movement right away. He explained the situation. What? Treasure hunting? Those with the ability get it. They dare to come knocking? It seems the Goblin Merchant Association has grown in business and thinks they can handle it. Li Daren was a pure warrior and looked down on those who loved money. Don't worry. The War God Hall will protect you. He patted his chest loudly, waving his hand. Everyone, mobilize. Let's see what these goblins can do. Clatter! Countless rooms in the War God Hall opened, and warriors who had been in seclusion rushed out, quickly gathering. They looked at Li Daren and Yi Chen and said, Greetings, Hall Master. Greetings, sir. The Outer Hall disciples had to address the destroyer as sir. This was not a rule of the War God Hall, but they sincerely wanted to call him that. They were all elites among warriors. But upon seeing the destroyer, they realized what a true warrior was. Yi Chen watched this scene, smiling and nodding. It was a strange feeling. Why are you hiding? The Goblin Merchant Association's wanted criminal. A shout rang out from outside the hall. Boom! Countless goblins gathered, each brewing powerful goblin magic. The Goblin Merchant Association had also hired a large number of experts. They filled the area, and the outside of the War God Hall was filled with colorful dazzling lights, with terrifying energy raging. Many NPCs anxiously peered through the windows at the War God Hall. As a level 7 main city, Dragon Roar City had many forces. The top forces of Blue Star Civilization, such as the Dark Sanctuary, the Holy Light Court, and the Thunder Abyss Society, all had people lurking here, secretly speculating. Are the War God Hall and the Goblin Merchant Association going to fight? The War God Hall might not be able to win. The Goblin Merchant Association has the numbers. It is well known that the War God Hall only accepts warriors and only accepts geniuses. While this means that each individual is strong, the numbers are certainly few. On the other hand, the Goblin Merchant Association has money. They hired a large number of people. Can't these people be genius elites? Moreover, goblins have unique goblin magic, which makes them elite among mages. Generally speaking, mages are certainly afraid of fighting warriors due to their weaknesses like being fragile and having long spell casting times. But now, the mages were well prepared, having set up many defensive formations and brewed their magic. A frontal attack might not be blocked even by a warrior. Bang! The gates of the War God Temple swung open. Where did this fly come from, buzzing incessantly? Li Daren stepped out boldly, still sneering in the face of thousands of troops. When did my people from the War God Temple become the criminals of your Goblin Merchant Association? Killing the president of our goblin branch makes you a criminal. A small goblin cloaked in black robes spoke coldly. President of the Dragon's Roar City Goblin Branch Kyre, Epic Boss, Level 625 Magic Attack, 146042 Defense, 130274 Health, 149027 Skills, Wind and Fire Scroll, Meteor Fall, Watermarsh. It turned out to be an epic boss. Its level was slightly higher than Lee Darren's. Lee Darren sneered, this attribute was comparable to that of the 280-level Heavenly Emperor. What was there to be arrogant about? Treasures are for those with the ability to take them. If you lack the ability and still want to kill and seize treasures, who can you blame if you get killed? He scoffed. That is the treasure left by our goblins, and it rightfully belongs to our Goblin Merchant Association. Oh, other races have also left behind some treasures when they died, and many have been dug up by your Goblin Merchant Association, right? You started your business by digging treasures underground and selling them to gradually grow your business. You. Kyre was speechless, not expecting Lee Darren to say such things in front of everyone. Indeed, the initial resource accumulation of the Goblin Merchant Association relied on digging treasures underground. Many top forces knew about this, but ordinary NPCs were unaware. So that's how it is, no wonder the Goblin Merchant Association is so wealthy. Like rats digging holes, stealing treasures left by other races while others take theirs through fair means. But you can't do that. Listen, is that a bit despicable? The whispers of nearby NPCs reached the goblins' ears. One could imagine the reputation of the Goblin Merchant Association would decline significantly from today onward. In business, reputation is paramount, even if only superficial. How infuriating. Slander, this is slander. Kyre had no words left, only able to roar in anger. He had to find a way to kill everyone here, especially those from the War God Temple. The War God Temple publicly revealing this matter had completely torn the facade. TCH. Lee Darren laughed mockingly. When had the War God Temple ever cared about the consequences of tearing faces with them? To add a crime, what excuse is lacking? Stop the nonsense, just show what you've got. He understood that the other party's trouble with the Heavenly Emperor was merely an excuse. After all, the Heavenly Emperor was just a low-level character in their eyes, unaware of his true strength and not worth such a fuss. The War God Temple was a big tree attracting the wind. No matter how low-key they were, someone would seek trouble. They were here today specifically for the War God Temple. The Heavenly Emperor was just a pretext. Then, no more low-key. It was time for the world to know the might of the War God Temple. Good. Kyre's eyes sparkled with golden light. The plan had succeeded. Although this scheme was simple, it was most effective against straightforward warriors like Lee Darren. To swallow the War God Temple. To establish a stronger prestige in Dragon's Roar City. Step by step. To swallow other forces. Lee Darren's actions are unwise. The Goblin Merchant Association has become a bit arrogant. Should we intervene? Let's wait and see. Lee Darren is not that simple. It would be best if both sides suffer and we can reap the benefits. Personnel from the Holy Light Church, Dark Sanctuary, and others hid nearby, each with their own thoughts. One must admit, Sky is very realistic. NPCs are very human-like, as if it were a real world. Boom! Terrifying. Energy surged. The Goblin Merchant Association had already launched an attack. Kid, hide behind me. Lee Darren pulled the Heavenly Emperor behind him, protecting him. He couldn't let this super genius come to harm. The Heavenly Emperor's attributes were very high, but after all, their levels were low and they had been around for a short time, so they might not have good equipment or skills. No matter how high their basic attributes were, they couldn't engage in battle with the opponents. Don't worry, this is your home. No one can bully you. My lord, we will protect you. One by one, the warriors surrounded Yi Chen. Yi Chen. He didn't explain. After all, a battle was about to break out, and he had just obtained the statue and hadn't accepted the quest yet. Ding! Successfully accepted the Destroyer Level 12 quest. Quest details: kill 10 enemies over 200 levels higher than yourself. Quest time, unlimited. Quest reward, ability to proceed with subsequent upgrades. It's tough. Generally, it's hard for a destroyer to achieve this, which shows that Lee Darren nodded in agreement when he mentioned his slow leveling up, having experienced such things himself. Don't be fooled by Lee Darren's level 623. Killing an 800 or even 900 level opponent shouldn't be a problem. This is also the reason why the Goblin Merchant Association is looking for trouble. A tall tree catches the wind. Yi Chen didn't strike directly. He wanted to see the strength of the War God Hall. Boom! Countless skills descended like a dark cloud. Defense! Lee Darren shouted loudly, and immediately, warriors skilled in defense rushed forward, using various defensive skills to withstand the skilled bombardment with their bodies. 3027, 2965. The enemy's damage was high, but it didn't inflict significant harm on them. They could fully withstand it in front of their high health. Armor-breaking magic. Armor-breaking bow. Kyrie shouted, and the goblins used their unique armor-breaking magic, while the hired archers all wielded armor-breaking bows. These armor-breaking bows were all made and acquired by the Goblin Merchant Association. With money, they could have good equipment. You all attack. Seeing this, Lee Darren knew the warriors might not hold up and shouted, I'll hold them off. He actually intended to single-handedly withstand thousands of troops. Wouldn't that get him killed? But the warriors trusted him completely, activating their movement skills to quickly approach the enemy. Once they engaged in close combat, the genius strength of these warriors was revealed. The mages and archers on the opposite side were no match for them. Even the hired elite warriors were crushed by them. My lord, don't worry, we will protect you. They rushed past Yi Chen full of fighting spirit, because they knew that once Yi Chen, the destroyer, grew up, it would be the peak for the warriors. The disciples of the outer hall of the War God Hall were born to protect the destroyer. They knew this from the day they entered the hall. But no regrets. Not to mention whether the destroyer would remember old feelings and help them in the future. Just stepping onto the peak of warriors that they could never reach was enough for them. They really wanted to see it. These people were pure warriors, born for battle. They charged into the enemy ranks, each strike raising a spray of blood, dying for battle. Their passionate battle cries echoed throughout Longming City. The peak of warriors, we want to see it. Like the roar of a dragon, when it roars, it astonishes the world. They might not reach the peak of warriors, but they would strive to let others do so. They might never experience that brilliant life themselves, but having contributed to it was better than living a mundane life. To die, to declare their ambition. They were all geniuses gathered from various places by the War God Hall, but unfortunately, for various reasons, they couldn't become destroyers. But they yearned for that brilliance. If they couldn't become the starry sky, then they would become a star that adorned the sky. When they entered the hall, they were prepared. This was also their choice. Rather than living a mundane life as a genius in a small place, they preferred to enjoy a life of quietness that was, in reality, magnificent. Even if it was just for a moment. That's why there were so few people in the War God Hall. Moreover, the enemies before them were not enough to bring about their deaths. Hiss! What kind of ruthless people are from the War God Hall? One can take on several, even 10 or dozens. I clearly haven't seen these people before. Are they usually training hard? The War God Temple is usually very low-key because they prefer to train diligently. But this time, they made a move that shocked the world. Just over 10,000 people. They actually suppressed over 100,000 in battle. Countless NPCs were left in awe. The forces of the Holy Light Church and Dark Temple had their eyes flickering. They knew the strength of the War God Temple, and it was precisely because of this that they were met with hostility from the Goblin Merchant Association, which did not intervene. So strong. Although they were few in number, each one was a top-tier powerhouse. Moreover, the War God Temple has quite a few branches, if they gathered together, not to mention, there's also a mysterious main temple. The Goblin Merchant Association's move this time has indeed tested the strength of the War God Temple. However, the strongest in the War God Temple is the destroyer, Li Dabin. They looked at Li Dabin. All his subordinates had gone on the offensive, leaving him alone to defend. Could he really withstand the collective attack of the Goblin Merchant Association? Yet, why did his subordinates not even glance back, as if they were filled with confidence in him? Could it be? Boom! The skills of over 100,000 troops bombarded Li Dabin. Hey! Li Dabin roared like thunder, his hair standing on end, a golden halo enveloping him, directly blocking countless attacks. Hiss! Hiss! Countless gasps of cold air sounded. This person is too fierce, single-handedly blocking over 100,000. Come on! Li Dabin shouted loudly. Step! He took a difficult step forward. It was evident that withstanding so many attacks was somewhat strenuous, but his confidence did not wane as he surged against the tide of over 100,000 attacks. The waves of light from those 100,000 attacks were actually being pushed back by him. Li Dabin of the War God Temple is here. Who dares to fight? His laughter echoed, and no one dared to respond. No one dared to fight. Although he did not attack, just this one move was enough to shake people's hearts. If it weren't to protect his disciples, he could have been even more ferocious. Terrifying. The top-tier NPCs couldn't help but exclaim. Who would dare to say Li Dabin was brainless? This person may seem straightforward, but in reality, he is bold and meticulous, possessing such strong foundations while still making the members of the War God Temple train hard, which shows his great ambition and lofty thoughts. It seems that defeating the War God Temple won't be so easy for the Goblin Merchant Association. Bang! Li Dabin suddenly trembled all over, actively shattering the halo. Countless attacks dissipated. Boom! The surging energy waves rebounded, blowing the 100,000 troops far away, with some even being directly killed by the force. Yet, another white halo appeared around him. Come again. This is truly ruthless. Has the Goblin Merchant Association lost? Not necessarily. Goblins are crafty, and especially someone like Kailei, who acts after careful planning, must have gathered intelligence and come with great confidence. People looked at Kailei. Sure enough, I can't beat you, Kailei actually admitted. The destroyers are indeed all experts. It looked at Yi Chen. I fear that he is also a destroyer, right? No wonder you all protect him. Perfect, let's catch them all in one net. What does that mean? First admitting defeat, then releasing a deadly statement? Buzz buzz buzz. When Kailei came to the War God Temple, it was brewing a spell, a magic circle rose beneath its feet. The reason it hadn't attacked before was that this spell required a long time to brew, indicating its tremendous power. The destroyer's skills are fierce. Even I, a goblin, envy them. But does my goblin magic, combined with the foundation of the world's #1 merchant association, fall short? It grinned slyly. Goblin magic ceiling. The magic circle surged with energy, and beneath Lee Darren's feet, a similar magic circle appeared. Pop! The halo around Lee Darren dispersed and vanished completely. This magic was powerful, even requiring the arrangement of a formation plate and so on. The effect was to seal others' skills for a period of time. Without skills, can a destroyer still be called a destroyer? A toothless tiger is just a wild dog. It laughed loudly, the light from its staff swirling. Kill! Boom! 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 Meteors fell from the sky, crashing down on Lee Darren. Lee Darren was surrounded by a mass of stones. Bang! An explosion sounded as a pair of iron fists smashed through the meteors, and Lee Darren emerged, but he was no longer as calm as before. 3092. 2980. Blood-red damage appeared on him. Terrifying. With just physical strength, he can block my skills. Kyra gasped, this person cannot be left alive. TCH. Lee Darren curled his lips, no skills, I can still take you down. Whoosh. He stomped hard and charged at Kyra. Kyra's expression changed. Realizing that Lee Darren was right, he really couldn't beat him. Fortunately, come out. It sneered, and the light around it surged again as several experts appeared, hired from other main cities. Lee Darren was finished. Countless NPCs sighed inwardly. It was indeed the end of the hero's road. Not only that, but everyone from the War God Hall was going to die. Shameless thing, actually hiring people. Some ordinary NPCs muttered to themselves, but the warriors of the War God Hall did not flee. They continued to charge at the enemy. Lee Darren still bravely charged forward. They knew they were about to welcome the most brilliant moment of their lives. We will protect you. The warriors looked at Yi Chen. Heavenly Emperor, go. Lee Darren turned back and smiled. He believed the Heavenly Emperor could escape from this level 7 main city with his level 280 body. Surely he had a way out, but such methods would definitely require time, and he was his time. In his heart, the Heavenly Emperor, this destroyer, surpassed him. His path had come to an end. It didn't matter, the Heavenly Emperor would follow his path to reach even greater heights. With the Heavenly Emperor's talent, he might even have the chance to enter the main hall. TCH, they all have to die. Kyra sneered. Snap. At that moment, a sound of a piece being placed echoed throughout the venue. Oh, it wasn't a piece being placed. It was the Heavenly Emperor, who took out 2 chessboards. The Heavenly Emperor placed the 2 chessboards at his feet. Since this battle was initiated by him, many people were paying attention to him. What was he doing with the chessboards? Playing chess? And he took out 2 at once, how strange. What is he doing? Lee Darren was very confused. Haha, this is hilarious. Kyra laughed uncontrollably, feeling the Heavenly Emperor was a fool. Snap. Yi Chen smiled without speaking, tapping his fingers on the chessboard. As if placing a piece, and an invisible field of power immediately spread. Divine skill severing connections. Ding, you can sever the connection of any creature and all things within 2 million square meters. Yi Chen glanced at all the NPCs, whether to sever or not was under his control, and some NPCs were not his enemies, so he did not sever them. Don't mind him, he's just a fool. Kyra looked down on him, leading the experts to charge at Lee Darren. They all used powerful skills, and terrifying power bombarded down. And Lee Darren couldn't use skills. Wasn't that a guaranteed defeat? Hall Master, the warriors shouted anxiously, but although they were brave, they were held back by the enemy and temporarily unable to break free to help Lee Darren. At that moment, sever the connections of Kyra, Mosen, and all skills of the Goblin Merchant Association, due to your divine skill surpassing the enemy's skill quality, sever for 1 minute. Die. Kyra and the others were roaring in anger, the light swirling on their staffs and swords. Suddenly, the light completely dissipated and Kyrie looked at his staff in confusion. Where are my skills? Ha! Mine are gone too. What the hell? Where are my skills? One after another, countless screams erupted. Everyone in the Goblin Merchant Association had lost their skills. They hadn't disappeared entirely, they were still visible on the panel, but they just couldn't be activated, as if they weren't their skills anymore. No skills, how are we supposed to fight? Can we rely on basic attacks to take on the fierce warriors of the War God Hall? Are these goblins stupid? The warriors were puzzled, but the situation was in their favor, and they immediately launched their attacks, quickly discovering a surprising fact. They could still use their skills. What used to allow them to hit a few now enabled them to take down dozens. What the heck? Lee Darren was dumbfounded. The basic attacks from the opposing side barely hurt him. Why bother? A mage's basic attack, what's there to care about? What happened? Why can't the Goblin Merchant Association use their skills? Are we really not relying on goblin magic anymore? The observing NPCs were baffled. This scene resembled Kairi's skill that had sealed Lee Daring's abilities, but Kairi had prepared for a long time and had only sealed Lee Daring alone. If this was also caused by some skill, it was hard to imagine what kind of skill it could be. There were no signs of skill light or anything, so it shouldn't be a skill. It felt more like the Goblin Merchant Association had short-circuited, but regardless, the situation had turned around. The War God Hall had held on and might even turn the tide. Hey! Lee Daring roared, looking at Kairi and the others. Kairi and the others trembled in fear. Who would dare to confront a destroyer head-on? But Lee Daring also knew that the opposing side was not simple. Besides skills, they had good equipment, talents, and so on. In a short time, it would be difficult for him to kill them. Hold on, there's still a chance to escape. Kairi and the others exchanged glances. Just then, a faint voice rang out, "Shameless ones. Do you have any clothes?" The NPCs turned to look. It was the Heavenly Emperor. What's this? Although the goblins were shameless and indeed looked like naked rascals, they were after all the first merchant association of the Blue Star civilization, so appearances mattered. Ding! Severed the connection between Kairi and the Goblin Merchant Association and their equipment. Due to your possession of divine gear surpassing the enemy's equipment quality, the connection is severed for 1 minute. Yi-Chen felt a bit disappointed. The opposing side didn't even have divine artifacts. Well, divine artifacts are rare, and they were only at the level 7 main city. Clang! Clang! The equipment on the opposing side automatically fell to the ground, although it still belonged to them and others couldn't pick it up. It could no longer be used. If no one picked it up, it would return to their backpacks. This was even worse. Their own things, and they couldn't use them. I can't even control my equipment? Damn, the equipment just came off automatically? The goblins were dumbfounded, and the data power boosted by their equipment was directly cleared. Their strength was reduced by about half. All the goblins were left with only a pair of big shorts to cover themselves, looking disheveled in the wind. Ah, XSWL. So small. Hey, goblins are short to begin with, okay? Everyone in the city burst into laughter. Even the warriors of the War God Hall were momentarily stunned. This was too ridiculous. The goblins' faces turned beet red, wishing they could find a corner to hide. They glared angrily at the Heavenly Emperor. It was this person who did it. Hiss. The Heavenly Emperor is amazing. In just one word, all goblin equipment and skills are unusable. What kind of powerful figure is this? Like a god. The NPCs reacted. Even the forces of the Light Church and Dark Sanctuary looked terrified. Such a powerful ability was frightening. Little did they know, this is the holy artifact that Yi-Chen obtained from the level 1 civilization of the Demon Civilization, which is already a very special artifact, and it has been crit to become a divine artifact. How can it not be impressive? In fact, even the connection to his talent could be severed, but Yi-Chen felt it was unnecessary. I am human, and I found the treasure through legitimate means, yet I have become a wanted criminal among you goblins? Is it because you are the first merchant guild, so you think you can act with impunity? And you all, have you ever seen a god? Yi-Chen stood up calmly, surveying his surroundings. Each word struck the hearts of the NPCs. Have you ever slain a god? Boom! A blood-red prefix appeared above his head. Ding! The effect of the God Slayer title. Mundane beings who see you have their attributes reduced by 50%. All NPCs in the area had their attributes halved. Thud! Thud! All beings could not withstand the sudden force and fell to their knees. Only Yi-Chen continued to step forward slowly. The blood-red title of God Slayer left all NPCs wide-eyed. He actually killed a god? Where did he slay one? Isn't Blue Star godless? That's not the point. The key is, he has the strength to slay gods. The NPCs of Blue Star were hearing about the Heavenly Emperor slaying gods for the first time. They could not hear the cosmic announcements, and most had never heard the name of the Heavenly Emperor before. Who would have thought such an extraordinary feat? Step. Yi-Chen slowly walked up to Kaylee and the others. What was he going to do? It was self-evident. Li Dabin wanted to say something but ultimately held back. Since the Heavenly Emperor had such strong means, he should be able to kill Kaylee. But no one expected. The Heavenly Emperor's method of killing enemies was so simple. Slap. 37,256. With a single slap, he killed. The Goblin Merchant Guild had already lost many attributes. Yi-Chen's own attributes were enough to crush them. Who would have thought? The president of the Goblin branch, a master of the level 7 main city, was killed by a young man with a single slap. The level 7 main city was already a high-end power of Blue Star civilization. And Yi-Chen had only been in the game for a few days? 5 days. At this moment, the NPCs began to pay attention to Yi-Chen. Previously, the War God Hall had kept Yi-Chen protected behind them, making it difficult to see his attributes, but now he was the only one standing, and countless people looked up at him in fear, trying to see through his strength. Holy crap! Level 280. All 3 main attributes around 100,000, with some even exceeding 100,000? They did not know that if Yi-Chen held 2 game boards, his attributes could be even higher. But this was already astonishing. Fake level. They instantly concluded. Yi Chen had no idea what they were thinking. If he knew, he would probably be speechless. He clearly had not hidden anything, yet they always thought he was amazing. And no, don't kill me. The goblins spoke in terror. Slap, slap. What responded to them were Yi Chen's consecutive slaps, so simple that it was ridiculous. With a single hit, they were done. Even if some goblins wanted to escape, they had no skills. Now, and Yi Chen was faster, easily catching up. Soon, 10 goblin masters were dead. Ding! You have killed 10 units over level 200, completing the destroyer. Class 12th transfer task. You can achieve 1,000,000 crits and can elevate the destroyer by 40 levels. Yi Chen leveled up directly. Boom! 40 beams of white light shot from him into the sky. Holy crap, leveled up 40 levels? This leveling up is as easy as drinking water. The NPCs were dizzy seeing such leveling. For the first time, leveling up to 999 levels seemed like it wouldn't be difficult at all. The most shocked were the warriors of the War God Hall. Is this what a super genius is like? Is this how destroyers level up? They couldn't help but look at Li Dabin. Li Dabin. Don't ask me, I don't know either. Can't you see the confusion in my round eyes? But overall, they were very happy, in a seemingly hopeless situation, because the Heavenly Emperor's simple intervention had changed everything in an instant. Lord Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor is invincible. They stood up proudly, shouting passionately. If it weren't for the overwhelming aura the Heavenly Emperor was exuding at that moment, which was terrifying, they would have wanted to lift him up and throw him in celebration. Previously, they called him Lord Heavenly Emperor merely because they valued his potential. Now, it was a heartfelt admiration. Heavenly Emperor. Even some other NPCs joined in the chant. Should we shout too? Go ahead, otherwise it feels out of place. NPCs from top factions like the Light Church and Dark Sanctuary also mixed in to shout, regardless of what they thought inside. At that moment, not joining in felt like they didn't belong in the city. The whole city was in an uproar. Yi Chen had only just arrived at the level 7 main city, yet he had earned the respect of a group of high-level NPCs. But none of this stirred even a ripple within him. The rest is up to you. He spoke lightly, turning to walk towards the War God Hall. There was no need for him to deal with those trash himself. The warrior geniuses began to assist him, killing all the goblins and uprooting their branch completely. It was easy to imagine that the status of the War God Hall in Longming City would rise to unprecedented heights. The War God Hall is impressive. If they don't act, they remain unnoticed. Once they do, they astonish everyone. It's mainly because of the Heavenly Emperor. And what had the Heavenly Emperor done? Set up 2 chessboards and waved his hands, that's all. No one knew how terrifying his full power could be. Has he really killed a god? There are no gods in Blue Star. That title might have been obtained through special means. The members of the Light Church and others had strange expressions. As long as he stays in Longming City, let's hope his goals aren't the same as ours. Notify the higher-ups, bring in experts, and prepare thoroughly. They quickly disappeared, not knowing where they went. Li Darin glanced at them, thought for a moment, and returned to the War God Hall. Ding! Congratulations, you have achieved the first kill of the 625 level epic boss. Kaylee, 622 level epic boss Mosen. You have gained 3.12 million experience points, 10 points of legend, 3,209 gold, and epic item Phantom Belt *1. A million. Crit can yield 321 billion experience points, 10 million legend points, 320,900 universe coins, and artifact Ghostly Belt *1. Yi Chen mainly wanted to level up. He didn't expect to loot equipment. With the low drop rate of Sky, getting one was quite lucky. He looked at the effects of the epic item and decided to go for the latter. Ghostly Belt, Artifact, Level, 625 Level Effect, Movement Speed plus 10,000 meters per second, Control Resistance plus 35% Attached Skill, Ghostly. Divine Skill LV1 consumes 20,000 mana, transforms into a ghostly form, immune to spell control for 21 seconds, and the next attack after exiting ghostly form deals 200% damage, cooldown of 1 minute. Note, Skill Level +1, Duration +1 second, Max Level 100. Restriction, Level 625 Movement Speed plus 10,000 meters per second. Yi Chen could leap over 10,000 meters in a single step. Of course, this might not be achievable in dungeons. As long as he didn't actively leave the dungeon, he couldn't escape no matter how far he leaped. For example, if the dungeon spanned 1,000 meters, he might circle around 10 times and end up back where he started. However, dungeons were usually quite large. If the goblins had been able to use this equipment earlier, they might have escaped, but unfortunately, Yi Chen had severed their connection. Every step is better than some teleportation skills. The attached skill is even better. Yi Chen had already maxed out the skill. He could completely immunize against spell control for 2 minutes. Control was actually what warriors feared the most, no matter how high their strength. It was useless if they couldn't unleash it. The belt he had been wearing before was an ordinary item, lacking even the value of skill integration, but now he had switched to a divine artifact belt. He took out the war god statue. Ding, you have successfully accepted the Destroyer Class 13 transfer quest. Quest details: kill an emperor. Quest time: unlimited. Quest reward: ability to proceed with subsequent upgrades. What the hell? I actually have to kill an emperor? The difficulty leap is quite significant. The Destroyer's quests are not the same, they are somewhat related to the character's own strength. Since Yi Chen is too powerful, he triggers relatively difficult quests. I remember, there's a bull demon emperor in the demon civilization? Yi Chen's eyes flickered. Just then, Li Darren walked in. Don't say anything, I'm still processing everything. The Heavenly Emperor is amazing. I'm completely convinced fighting Kale is like playing whack-a-mole. Having you in the War God Hall is truly a blessing. But you need to be careful, the Goblin Merchant Association is not that simple. You've probably angered them this time. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded. He wasn't arrogant. The War God Hall's main hall is so mysterious, and no one would believe that the Goblin Merchant Association, as the top merchant association of the Blue Star Civilization, has no terrifying power hidden away. There's something I didn't want to tell you, but your strength is so great that you deserve to know. Li Darren murmured. Outside Longming City, there is a Longming Valley. In recent days, strange phenomena have been frequent. This is also the reason why the Holy Light Church, Dark Sanctuary, Thunder Abyss Gate, and others have recently arrived. That valley. It is said to be related to dragons. Since it's related to dragons, I must pay a visit. We won't go, I believe you can handle it alone, Li Darren said. By the way, in the Goblin branch, I didn't find any gains. They may have already been taken away by the experts of the Goblin Merchant Association. You've likely entered their sites, so be careful. Okay. Yi Chen nodded and left directly. At this moment, outside Longming City, a goblin appeared. Out of nowhere, its gaze cold and sharp. Heavenly Emperor. Kale sensed something was wrong and notified it. It rushed over from the level 9 main city but was still a step too late. All it could do was take away the assets of the Goblin branch. It didn't directly seek revenge on the Heavenly Emperor, mainly because the Longming Valley is about to open. When can we enter Longming Valley? Yi Chen activated his foresight. Monsters in Longming Valley are in a mutated state, hence the frequent anomalies. It can be entered now. What a coincidence. What will be encountered in Longming Valley? Dragon blood monsters, frost arrays. He instantly understood the situation inside Longming Valley. He quickly headed there without using his wings. The speed of the Thunder Light Wings is still not faster than his own speed, approaching 20,000 meters per second. With each step, he made great strides, swiftly arriving at Longming Valley. To his slight surprise, the Holy Light Church, Dark Sanctuary, and others had already arrived. It seems they had been eyeing this place for a long time, just in time to witness the strength of the top forces of the Blue Star. Among these forces, there were quite a few experts. Holy Light Priest, Say level boss, level 825 magic attack, 219324 defense, 182364 health, 339275 skills, Holy Skill Light Will, Holy Skill Light Barrier, Holy Skill Holy Radiance. Description: a priest of the Holy Light Church, high-ranking and powerful. Dark Priest Saint level boss level 824 Thunder Abyss. Association branch leader Saint level boss level 802 among them. The Thunder Abyss Association is the weakest, after all, in terms of pure strength. The Holy Light Church and Dark Sanctuary are the top forces of the Blue Star Civilization. There are also some Holy Light Steward epic level boss level 634 etc. all bosses, as well as some high-level beings that are not bosses. A total of 50,000 troops. This force, if unleashed, could stir up the world. I wonder if the Heavenly Emperor will come. We didn't really need to be here, but suddenly a Heavenly Emperor appeared, forcing us to come. Several Saint-level bosses exchanged glances. Then, they all snorted coldly. They were competitors too. It was said that Longming Valley was related to dragons. Whoever could enter and obtain something would rely on their own abilities. Roar! At that moment, a mighty dragon roar echoed throughout Longming Valley. In the past 10 years, the dragon roar had only sounded once, which is why people believed this place was connected to dragons, giving Longming Valley and Longming City their names. However, no one truly believed it, as dragons were far too rare. In a level 7 main city, it was impossible to find traces of a dragon. At the very least, it had to be a level 9 main city. But recently, the dragon roars had been continuous. They recalled the rumor and immediately came to check. Even if the rumor was false, they wouldn't suffer any loss. Longming Valley had many mountains, with crimson stains on them, as if blood had solidified. The valley in the center resembled a gigantic dragon, but it was devoid of flesh and blood. Roar! As the dragon roar resonated, the ancient mountains trembled, and the crimson stains on the mountains suddenly came to life. They transformed into small blood dragons, charging towards the Holy Sea and others. Dragon Blood. Monster, Epic, Level, 900 Physical Attack, 102398 Defense, 172986 Health, 247254 Skills, Phantom Charge, Blood Generation, Blink Combo. Description: a monster transformed from the tainted blood of the Frost Dragon. Ice Frost Dragon. They were astonished. This was indeed related to the frost dragon, proving that the rumor was likely true. Just tainted blood had turned into a level 900 epic monster. Moreover, there was a lot of dragon blood here, with around 100,000 monsters. Some of their attributes were comparable to the experts on the field, showcasing the power of dragons. Kill. The holy priests were excited. Luckily, they had come, otherwise, their subordinates would have truly struggled. Boom. Various holy skills were used, combined with the efforts of their subordinates, and many dragon blood monsters were slain. But, blood generation. As long as there are dragon blood monsters that haven't died, the remaining dragon blood monsters can automatically generate fresh blood and resurrect. The slain dragon blood monsters quickly revived. Hiss. The Holy See and others gasped. The monsters could continuously resurrect while they were constantly depleting their mana and sometimes even losing health from attacks. Sooner or later, they would be exhausted and face death. Unless they could one-shot all the monsters, it was impossible to bypass them and enter the depths of Longming Valley. But the dragon blood monsters had very high defense. Even 3 saint-level bosses couldn't instantly kill them all. It was impossible to get through. Void. Yi Chen transformed into a state of nothingness, walking past them with a smile on his lips. Thank you. Longming Valley was vast, and after the void entered cooldown, Yi Chen's figure reappeared. Over there, can we not get in? Just then, an NPC gazed into the depths of Longming Valley. Suddenly, they spotted someone. The Heavenly Emperor. Those who had seen the Heavenly Emperor in Longming City instantly recognized him. Although it was just a silhouette, they would never forget the imposing figure of the Heavenly Emperor. Damn it! Is that really the Heavenly Emperor? The 3 saint-level bosses were dumbfounded. Here we are, fighting monsters, and we become your distraction, and you just walk right in? They could see that the Heavenly Emperor was already very close to the dragon-shaped mountain. Damn! They were furious. Boom! They activated their ranged attack skills, intending to hinder Yi Chen's progress. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, many dragon blood monsters turned and charged at Yi Chen. Terrifying attacks appeared behind him, but Yi Chen didn't even glance back. He simply stared ahead and took a calm step forward. Buzz! A terrifying formation immediately appeared. It was a bright sunny day, but suddenly frost appeared, rapidly spreading to freeze Yi Chen. The incoming dragon blood monsters were instantly frozen. Even the attacks from the Holy See were frozen. This formation could freeze even skills. Yi Chen was well aware of this, with dragon blood monsters guarding outside and a frost formation protecting here. He had long been prepared with the foresight he had received. A belt at his waist emitted a mysterious glow. Divine skill phantom. Yi Chen's figure transformed into a phantom. The frost passed right through him, and the control effect was ineffective. He looked at the dragon-shaped mountain before him. This was not a mountain at all. It was the skeleton of a frost giant dragon. Roar! A melodious dragon roar echoed from within the bones, as if something was inside. The abdomen of the dragon skeleton has a dragon blood pool, which has reached a pure state, and the dragon roar emanates from there. Yi Chen had already foreseen this information. Naturally, he knew that this dragon skeleton was not so simple. The dragon mountain spanned hundreds of thousands of meters formed from the corpse of the frost giant dragon. At this moment, as it stirred, rocks and trees fell, revealing a massive dragon-shaped skeleton that turned to gaze at Yi Chen. Frost Dragon Skeleton, Holy Level Boss, Level 900 Physical Attack 160178. Magical Attack 240289 Defense 308926 Health 321932 Skills Dragon Might Frost Hell Frost Blade, Soul Scattering Dragon Claw. Description: the skeleton formed from the death of the frost giant dragon still possesses combat instincts. It is similar to the Holy Level Boss of the Holy See, but its level is slightly higher, and its strength is much greater. It should be noted that this is not a complete giant dragon, just a skeleton. This shows the power of the giant dragon. Frost Giant Dragon. It is said that at its peak, a single breath of frost could annihilate an empire. The people from the Holy See, Dark Sanctuary, and Thunder Abyss were all stirred with excitement. If they could capture this giant dragon, even if it was just a skeleton, the benefits to them would be unimaginable. Moreover, they could see it. Inside the skeleton, there was a massive blood pool, and the dragon roar was emanating from it. It must be a treasure. Unfortunately, they could only watch for now. And the Heavenly Emperor might be about to take action. Unite! We can't let the Heavenly Emperor get it. Let's seize it first and then compete for it later. Alright. The 3 holy level bosses quickly made their decision. They found it difficult to eliminate all the dragon blood monsters, but if the 3 forces united, there was a way to resolve it. Boom! Terrifying power erupted, and they quickly dealt with the dragon blood monsters. They arrived at the frost dragon skeleton. They encountered the frost formation. Just then, the Heavenly Emperor entered this formation, and the dragon blood monsters and their attacks were controlled, but they themselves had some resistance to control and should be able to withstand the formation. Stepping in confidently. Crack, crack, crack. All of them turned into ice sculptures. Yi Chen and the Frost Dragon skeleton didn't even glance at them, as if they had long anticipated this outcome. Roar, the Frost Giant Dragon roared. Dragon Might. Unfortunately, Yi Chen was still within the duration of the Phantom skill, immune to all magical control. Although dragon language magic was powerful, it was still a spell. Ding. Enemy +1, physical attack +1%. It even added some attack to Yi Chen, though the increase was minimal. Whoosh! It opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of frost, even more ferocious than the previous frost formation. That frost formation was originally created by it using frost skills in its lifetime, and its effect was significantly weaker than the skill. However, it was still ineffective. Whoosh! Whoosh! The three bosses from the Holy See emerged from the control. As expected, the dark path was ineffective. This formation struggled to control experts like them for long. They looked up, excitedly gazing over. Dragon Might. Frost Condensation. Two skills suddenly fell upon them, and they were once again controlled. Roar. The Frost Dragon skeleton roared. It was now driven solely by its combat instincts. Even its health was condensed from treasures it had in life, allowing the skeleton to fight for a while, but it was clear that control skills were useless against this human. With a whoosh, frost fell from the sky as it activated a stronger magic, Frost Hell. But at that moment, Yi Chen had already taken out 2 game boards. The dragon skeleton had no equipment, not even bloodlines, so the skills from the game boards were ineffective against it. However, ding. Physical attack +120,000. Its base physical attack of 98,196 instantly reached 218,196. In a flash of lightning, Thunder Leap, Yi Chen teleported multiple times, arriving above the dragon skeleton, raising the 2 game boards to strike. With an attack of 210,000, it couldn't break through the skeleton's defenses. But why did Yi Chen wait a moment before striking? Ding. Phantom has ended the effect of resisting control. Your next attack will be 200%. Crack. 1 game board sent the several hundred-meter tall skeleton crashing down. 127,466. Roar! The skeleton shrieked in the air, about to activate its defensive skills. Ding. Twins triggered, delivering the same strike, dealing 100% true damage, causing 436,392 damage. Bang. Without any visible skills, a terrifying force descended upon the Frost Dragon skeleton's head. 194,466. The damage overflowed. Of course, this was also due to Yi Chen's clever combination of skills, which even prevented the dragon skeleton from using some healing or defensive skills, allowing him to easily take it down. Yi Chen put away the game boards and smiled. Calling upon artifacts is just exhilarating. Ding. You have killed the level 900 holy level boss Frost Dragon skeleton, gaining 1 point of legend, 590,000. Experience, 5,000. Server-wide reputation, 3,210 gold, and holy artifact, Frost Wings, *1. With 1,000,000 crit, you can obtain. It was estimated that he could get 2 more artifacts. Moreover, this time, it was an extremely rare pair of wings. At the same time, the magic of the Frost Dragon skeleton dissipated, but the Frost formation remained active, as the members of the Holy See had just been controlled, making it difficult for them to escape in a short time. Yi Chen temporarily ignored them. The gains in front of him were more important. The dragon skeleton was very hard, and even after taking such a strong attack, it showed no signs of damage. He walked inside the skeleton and saw a pool of blood formed by the bones. Dragon Blood Pool, holy level treasure, effect, can turn a non-holy level boss dragon into a holy level boss, and grants the skills and traits of a frost dragon. Description: the essence of the frost dragon. Unfortunately, this was not a reward and did not trigger a crit. However, it was still very good. Yi Chen currently had no holy level subordinates. Yi Chen summoned the earth barbarian dragon, which affectionately rubbed against him, its dragon eyes fixed on the dragon blood pool, revealing an undeniable desire, but it would not act without Yi Chen's permission. Go in. Roar! The earth barbarian dragon joyfully roared and charged into the dragon blood pool. Ding. The earth barbarian dragon is transforming from a legendary boss to a holy level boss, 95%. 90%. As a dragon, it absorbed quickly. Yi Chen did not pay further attention and checked his own gains. Frost Wings, holy artifact, level 900 attached attributes, flight speed plus 20,000 meters per second attached skills, none restrictions, level 900. It's a pity there are no skills. Equipment in Sky that comes with skills is extremely rare, and Yi Chen has so many because he has obtained a lot of equipment. However, a direct increase of 20,000 meters per second in flight speed is indeed worthy of being a holy artifact. Moreover, he has privileges. Ice Skywing, mythical artifact, level 900 attached attributes, flight speed plus 40,000 meters per second attached skill, Ice Sky Snowfeather, divine skill LV1 consumes 90,000. Mana, increases flight speed by 10 times, lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown of 1 minute. During this period can unleash a strike of Ice Sky Snowfeather, dealing 100% physical attack plus 100% A physical attack value is magical attack, range 1000 square meters, with a 35% freeze rate. Note, skill level +1, attack range plus 1000 square meters, maximum level 100. Restriction. Level 900. This is very good. Skill usage, speed of 400,000 meters per second. Moreover, it also includes an attack, half of which is physical attack, half magical attack, along with control. Effects. Yi-Chen immediately maxed it out, attack range 100,000 square meters. Truly a divine artifact, he couldn't help but sigh. There are 2 ice sky wings in total, one for the clone. Yi-Chen rarely uses the clone, but it is quite useful at critical moments, so it's worth nurturing. He also has a level 30 legendary artifact, Thunder Light Wing, with decent skills. However, it should be retired. Ding! You have consumed 5,000 gold coins to detach Thunder Light Instant from Thunder Light Wing and place it into Ice Sky Wing. Congratulations! Skill effects merged. This time there was no evolution, still a mythical skill. However, it gained an additional effect, able to teleport continuously 10 times within a 1,000,000 meter range. Previously, Thunder Light Instant could only teleport once and the range was small. Yi-Chen's survival ability greatly increased. Crack crack crack. At this moment, the ice sculptures transformed. From the forces of the Holy Light Church shattered, emerging from the control state, and at first glance they looked towards the direction of the Frost Dragon skeleton. What the hell? What happened? In such a short time of being controlled, that powerful dragon skeleton was taken down in an instant? He then looked at the dragon blood pool within the skeleton, seemingly a gigantic creature rolling inside. And the Heavenly Emperor sat there calmly. No need to think, it should be the Heavenly Emperor's mount enhancing in that pool. Damn! We came here with great effort, got nothing, just blocked the small monsters for the Heavenly Emperor, and then were controlled the whole time. They could feel that the pool was extraordinary. Heavenly Emperor, let's negotiate. We did block the small monsters for you after all. This pool, sharing half with us isn't too much, right? The Heavenly Emperor took down the dragon skeleton so quickly, his strength exceeded their expectations. So they spoke very politely, just asking for half. Really very polite. The Holy Light Church, Dark Sanctuary, and Thunder Abyss Society are among the top forces in Blue Star, usually taking whatever they want without hesitation. Where would they still politely negotiate for just half? Yi-Chen glanced at them, a faint cold smile. Are you kidding? Sharing half of that pool would be of no use at all. Besides, those small monsters, he could handle them himself. You, the Holy Light Priest and others were speechless. They didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor to be so arrogant, unwilling to even speak. They knew the Heavenly Emperor was powerful, but there were 3 saint-level bosses here, plus 50,000 subordinates behind them. Yi-Chen ignored them because a weak voice rang in his ears. Kid, not bad. 2 chessboards killed my dragon skeleton. Oh no, 1 chessboard, and there's another chessboard that was useless. Yi-Chen was not surprised by this voice. He had already been informed by foresight that it would be like this. He looked at the dragon blood pool. Inside, besides the dragon blood, there was an extremely weak dragon soul, a very petite frost giant dragon, almost on the verge of disappearing. Before my death, I turned the tainted blood into monsters, set up a frost formation, and used the skeleton as the final guardian, but I didn't expect all of it to be easily broken by you. You, human, are quite remarkable. However, you actually have a giant dragon mount. Not bad, not bad. My arrangement is to hope that a dragon can receive my gift. I am very satisfied with this young dragon. This frost dragon is quite impressive. Before dying, it left all its power to its descendants. However, Yi-Chen, as someone who has read novels, naturally felt a bit wary, especially after encountering a greedy goblin-like kaiji, making him even more cautious in such situations. Frost dragon soul, should it possess the earth barbarian dragon? Fortunately, there was foresight. Its dragon soul has exhausted all its power in creating the dragon blood pool and commanding the skeletons in battle, and it no longer has the strength to possess. It will soon dissipate. So, it seems, he was overthinking. No wonder when he killed the frost dragon skeleton earlier, it felt somewhat clumsy and the skill combinations were not smooth, otherwise, it might not have been so easy to kill. It turned out to be commanded by a remnant soul, but that soul was about to vanish, and it probably had no combat intelligence left. This dragon truly is a generous one. Life is not just about enemies, sometimes, one can encounter interesting beings. Thank you, Senior. Yi-Chen felt a bit ashamed, simply for the frost dragon's generosity. Calling it Senior was not inappropriate. Not bad, not bad. To make my proud kin willingly become a mount, strong and gifted, yet so humble and polite. No wonder they say humans are all people of etiquette. I am liking you more and more. Ding! The frost dragon's favorability towards you has increased by 30 points. The frost dragon's favorability towards you has increased by 60 points. By 90 points. It was almost full in an instant. Yi-Chen knew that this was usually when a quest would be triggered, but what kind of quest could a soon to dissipate dragon soul issue? He had no expectations. I have always been incredibly proud, even in battle to the death. I have never felt lonely, but death has brought me to an end. However, my blood and my power will transform into the strength of my descendants, so that they can soar to even greater heights. The dragon's soul was quite carefree, using its own flesh and blood to enhance. Others was hard for others to understand, but it simply enjoyed doing so. What a pity, my pride must be buried here. It looked at its own dragon skeleton. I will find a good resting place for you, senior, Yi-chan thought to himself as the dragon soul continued to converse with him internally. Foolish, how can my pride be buried? Let it be made into equipment. Hiss. Yi-chan was truly shocked this time, shocked by its boldness. This act seemed foolish, but one must ask how many people in the world could do such a thing. This entire dragon bone could certainly be forged into excellent equipment, and it could fetch an astonishing price if sold. The mountains of the world can bury bones, but if so, wouldn't that be pathetic? Make it into equipment. Let the prestige of my frost dragon still resonate in the world. In this way, I can die with dignity. Ha ha ha. Don't you agree? Yi-chan. This was a madman in the eyes of ordinary people, but also a genius. Yi-chan saw that it was about to dissipate, thought for a moment, and finally spoke. To not hide from you, senior, I killed the dragon skeleton and obtained a divine artifact. Dragon soul. What? Its dragon skeleton was merely a holy level boss. At most, it could drop a holy weapon, yet he managed to obtain a divine artifact? This prideful bone could not even be made into a divine artifact. I thought I had already regarded you highly enough, but it turns out I still did not understand your power. You must possess some terrifying strength. It spoke leisurely. I am liking you more and more. If I weren't about to dissipate, I would want to be your mount and see the beautiful world with you. With your abilities, you will surely help me go far. Ding. The frost dragon's favorability towards you has reached 100 points. It was already full. At this moment, Yi-chan could command the frost dragon to do anything, and it would comply. Don't be polite. This dragon skeleton should still be useful to you. If you have any way to utilize it, feel free to take it. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan pondered for a moment. He summoned the knight. Roar, the skeleton general, knight, appeared. Senior, this summon of mine has the ability to turn corpses into skeletons, which should be useful for your bones, allowing it to reach its maximum value. Stop talking, hurry up. I want to witness this moment. Wonderful, you actually have such a magical summon. Ha ha ha. Yi-chan no longer held back. He immediately instructed Knight to create a skeleton. Knight was a legendary boss and could not turn a holy level boss into a skeleton. However, he glanced at the dragon soul. When he thought of Knight, he foresaw whether there was a way to fulfill the dragon soul's wish. The dragon soul has a secret method that allows the skeleton general to possess the ability to create skeletons beyond its level. The solution indeed lay with the dragon soul. As expected, seeing that Knight had not succeeded, the dragon soul shook its head. A very magical power, turning corpses into skeletons. I seem to have seen it before. After all, it was just a remnant soul, with unclear consciousness. I remember now. The bone dragon has been researching a secret method that can turn living beings into bone monsters beyond their level, and it doesn't have to be a dragon to learn it. It has a similar essence to your summons ability. I happened to snatch a book of it before. The dragon soul pointed at Knight. Ding! Congratulations, the dragon soul grants your summon Knight the secret method, bone rebirth. Yi-chan looked at it. The secret method could forcibly turn living beings into bone-like monsters, obeying his commands, and could even change beyond levels, but the higher the level, the longer the time required. To change a holy level boss, Knight would need tens of thousands of years. 1 million critical hits. Secret method, bone rebirth can be crit to secret technique, slave rebirth. It became stronger. It could accelerate the transformation. Ding, detected that Knight's create skeleton and secret technique, slave rebirth have similar effects. Skills automatically merge, becoming secret technique, great skeleton creation. Unexpectedly, similar skills could directly merge. This seemed to be a unique ability of summons. Secret technique, great skeleton creation. It forcibly turns living beings into skeleton slaves, and it's not just corpses anymore. The transformation speed has increased significantly, and the less blood the target has, the faster it becomes. The most crucial part. As the slave's rank increases, Knight's rank will also rise. At its peak, divine level. A change from a bird gun to a cannon. Yi-chan did not expect that Knight would have such a day, with a chance to become a deity. Roar, thank you, master. Knight also felt the change within itself, excitedly dancing, increasingly admiring and respecting Yi-chan. Immediately, it began to create a skeleton from the frost dragon skeleton. The speed was still very slow. It would take dozens of days. I'll help you. The dragon soul smiled excitedly. It was familiar with its own body, controlling the dragon skeleton to cooperate actively, speeding up the process. It should be done soon. Meanwhile, on the scene, what is the Heavenly Emperor doing? Yi-chan and the dragon soul's conversation was all in their minds, and it hadn't been long since he summoned Knight. Time had only passed a moment. The Holy Light Church, Dark Sanctuary, and Thunder Abyss Association couldn't understand. The Heavenly Emperor ignoring them was something they could comprehend. After all, strong individuals often had pride, although it made them quite unhappy. But summoning a skeleton? performing a series of operations on the dragon skeleton? What is this? Oh my god. The dragon skeleton moved. It seems they want to refine the dragon skeleton into something. Are they not even leaving the dragon skeleton for us? The dragon skeleton is a treasure too. Is the heavenly emperor going to swallow everything alone? At this moment, how could they endure it? They immediately prepared to strike. Boom! Countless terrifying skills surged towards Se-Chong. Roar! Just then, a melodious dragon roar echoed throughout Dragon Cry Valley, even reaching Dragon Cry City. It worked! Longhun shouted excitedly. A giant dragon flew out from the dragon blood pool, which had already dried up. The Earth Barbarian dragon stretched its form in the air, previously only 10,000 meters long. It now measured 100,000 meters, with a height also around 100,000 meters. Like a massive mountain range, its wings spread wide, blocking out the sun. This was the true majesty of a dragon. No, wait. The Earth Barbarian dragon had wings? Oh no, it could no longer be called the Earth Barbarian dragon. Earth Ice Dragon, Holy Level Boss, Level 320 Physical Attack, 95,376 Magic Attack, 145,275 Defense, 230,926 Health, 258,264 Skills. Dragon Might, Earth Spike, Earth Wall, Frost Hell, Frost Blade, Soul Scattering Dragon Claw. Description: the Earth Barbarian dragon absorbed the essence of the Frost Giant Dragon, gaining even more miraculous powers, surpassing ordinary dragons. Among dragons, the Earth Barbarian dragon was a land-dominating existence, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. However, its attack was quite average among dragons. Now, not only did it grow wings, but its attributes were also significantly enhanced. It was not only tough-skinned and thick-fleshed but also had a powerful attack attribute, much stronger than the same-level Holy Frost Giant Dragon boss, and possessed all the skills of the Frost Giant Dragon. Se-Chong was instantly bombarded with so many attributes. It worked! Longhun was incredibly excited, even with tears in his eyes. It really absorbed my dragon blood pool. My guess was correct. The fusion of dragons can lead to cough cough. Longhun trembled, seemingly on the verge of disappearing. Even his speech was unstable. Se-Chong glanced at him. This crazy dragon had the Earth Barbarian dragon absorb the dragon blood pool. It seemed to be conducting some kind of experiment. However, given its character, which placed great importance on its kin, the success rate should be quite high. Even if it failed, it wouldn't matter much, which is why it allowed the Earth Barbarian dragon to attempt it. And since it had already succeeded, Se-Chong said nothing more. The Earth Ice Dragon's emergence was naturally not a simple roar. Earth Wall. The skill's effect improved. Thousands of Earth Walls appeared, each with a defense of 230,000. The Light Priest and others activated their good skills, and while they had strong attack power capable of breaking many Earth Walls, they could not break through the thousands of them. It would require a total of 2.3 billion attack power to break through the Earth Walls tightly encased Se-Chong. No attack could reach him. This is like an invincible fortress. Se-Chong was very satisfied. However, he noticed the skill had a cooldown of a full 30 minutes. It could be considered a life-saving ability. Roar! Dragon Might! It covered 2 million square meters, and the control time was extended. Ding! The Light Priest, Dark Priest, and Thunder Abyss Branch Leader are confused for 2 seconds, unable to move or attack. Even the 3 Holy level bosses, on par with the Earth Ice Dragon, were controlled for 2 seconds. The rest of the forces were even less fortunate. But it wasn't over yet. Swish, swish, swish! The Earth Ice Dragon flapped its wings, showering a wave of frost that turned all enemies into ice sculptures. Frost! Hell! Ice blades appeared out of thin air, striking swiftly, each with 150% magic attack, lasting a full 10 minutes. Frost Blade! Earth Spike! One skill after another was used. It was easy to imagine that the Earth Ice Dragon could kill countless enemies, but the 3 holy level bosses would not be so easily dealt with. Just then, ding! Nightshade successfully created a skeleton. You have obtained holy level boss Frost Bone Dragon. The fallen Frost Dragon skeleton stood up again, still devoid of intelligence but much more agile than before. Frost Bone Dragon, Saint level boss. Level 320 physical attack, 56952 magic attack, 85436 defense, 109840 health, 114464 skills. Dragon Might, Frost Hell, Frost Blade, Soul Dispersing. Dragon Claw. Due to the influence of the Knight's level, its level dropped to 320, but as the Knight's level increases, its level will automatically rise. Moreover, all its skills are sacred techniques. Some skills of dragons are innate and very special, growing alongside them. For example, Dragon Might automatically becomes a sacred technique at the Saint level, enhancing its effects. Se-Chong also consumed experience points to max out the skills of both dragons. Compared to the Earth Ice Dragon, it's still lacking quite a bit. This is quite normal. After all, it was merely transformed from bones, and the Earth Ice Dragon has already surpassed ordinary dragons. Besides, it isn't a mount, it's a summon of a summon, so Se-Chong couldn't be bothered to care. It was a pleasant surprise, after all, so what was there to be picky about? Roar! The bone dragon roared, activating dragon might. Frost hell. Frost blade. One control skill after another was used, dealing significant damage, though it didn't inflict much harm on the three Saint-level bosses, given their higher levels, but the control was quite impressive. This thing was like a mobile control formation. Roar! Another roar echoed, and a dense, sparkling light surged from the night, transforming its originally gray skeletal body into a jade-like texture. Ding! Congratulations, your skeleton general has used great skeleton creation technique, creating a saint-level skeleton. Its rank automatically increases to saint-level boss skeleton king. It was that simple. This secret technique was incredibly powerful, as expected from the secret arts developed by dragons, combining some of the knight's inherent abilities to create a unique secret technique. After becoming a saint-level boss, its attributes significantly increased, comparable to the frost bone dragon. Even more impressive was its summoning ability. Yi Chen had already maxed out all its skills, as he had plenty of experience points to spare. With a wave of its hand, crack crack crack, numerous skeletons crawled out of the ground, all of them 320 level epic skeleton soldiers, totaling 1 million. That's right, 1 million skeleton soldiers. The million skeletons charged, directly overwhelming countless enemies on the opposite side. After all, the opponents were at a high level, and the skeleton soldiers' attributes still had some gaps compared to them. Only by relying on the skeleton C tactic could they overwhelm them. Moreover, after one more charge, there would be none left. This was only at level 320. As Yi Chen's level increased, the knight's level would automatically rise, and the skeleton soldiers' levels would also increase. What kind of scene would it be then? No wonder it's called the Skeleton King. Waving 1 million elite troops, Yi Chen sighed inwardly, as an emperor, having a king under him was just fitting. With 1 million skeletons, as the knight's rank increased, their rank would also rise. When the knight reached the divine level, all it would need to do was wave its hand, and it would summon myth-level skeleton soldiers. Moreover, the numbers would increase to tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Not only that, it could also create skeletons. With the current maximum number being 1 million, and there was no upper limit on their rank, as it created higher ranked ones, its own rank could also increase. If things go well, in the future, just tossing the knight into any civilization would allow it to dominate that civilization. He was quite satisfied. He couldn't help but think. With the power of the emperor, he could leverage the strength of his subordinates to become even more powerful. One knight could match countless subordinates. Looking at the forces of the Holy See and others, with another wave of charges, the vast majority of them would be wiped out. If these people died, the chances of dropping good equipment would be slim. Yi Chen had already lost interest in ordinary equipment. Don't kill them. Slaves, he ordered. The Dark Knight immediately complied, waving a hand like jade and a massive illusory hand spanning millions of meters descended upon the heads of all the enemies, activating the Great Skeleton Manufacturing Technique. This secret skill had a higher success rate and speed the lower the enemy's health. Unlike turning a corpse into a skeleton, the corpse had no intelligence. Now, it was possible to turn living beings into skeletons, retaining their intelligence and making them more agile in battle. In an instant, the flesh and blood of the three Saint-level bosses' subordinates vanished, transforming them into gray skeletons, their levels rising to 320. Yi Chen commanded 2 giant dragons to release their control over them. Kneel before your master. 50,000 soldiers knelt. They had once been part of top forces like the Light Church and the Dark Sanctuary, all at level 7 or 8 in major cities, already high in power within the Blue Star civilization, yet now they had no choice but to obey orders. They still retained their past memories. But now, there was only one memory that stood out. Dark Knight was their master. Wherever the master pointed, they would strike. Roar! Dark Knight let out a roar. The 50,000 skeleton soldiers understood, turning to bow to Yi Chen. Hail the Holy Lord! This was an even deeper memory. The Heavenly Emperor, their only master. Yi Chen nodded lightly, pointing at the 3 saint-level bosses. Attack! At that moment, the 3 saint-level bosses broke free from control, looking around in confusion. Why had all their subordinates turned into skeletons? Although they no longer had flesh and blood, some aspects of their subordinates' forms were still familiar to them. And they were all kneeling before the Heavenly Emperor? Impossible. The subordinates of the Light Church would never kneel to the Dark Sanctuary, let alone to the Heavenly Emperor, who had no power at all. Their subordinates even turned to attack them. Traitors! All of you are traitors. This must be the Heavenly Emperor's doing. They were in a difficult position. To attack the Heavenly Emperor, they first had to kill their own 50,000 subordinates. Some of their subordinates were killed by them. After all, they were saint-level bosses. But soon after, the dead subordinates resurrected. What the hell? What kind of perverse ability was this? It was even more powerful than the previous dragon blood monsteress resurrection, able to resurrect directly. Under the bombardment of the skeleton army and the two giant dragons, they quickly found themselves low on health. Roar! Dark Knight activated. The great skeleton manufacturing technique again. Yi Chen glanced at the three saint-level bosses. One of them was a mage, and the equipment they dropped might not suit him, and perhaps none would drop at all. It was better to enslave them. For the power of the Emperor Lord, he needed to build up. The saint-level boss Skeleton King manufactured skeletons even faster, and before long, all three bosses had turned into skeletons. Kneel before your master. Yi Chen was very satisfied. These three bosses came from top forces in Blue Star and were also considered high-end within them. They still retained their memories, and later he could inquire about the Light Church and others. However, Dark Knight did not level up again to enslave saint-level bosses. Many were needed to advance to mythical level. With a million soldiers kneeling, Yi Chen felt a sense of accomplishment. He turned to look at the dragon soul. Senior. Ah, don't call me senior. With your abilities, it's too embarrassing for me, the old dragon. If I had met you earlier, I would have shamelessly wanted to be your mount. The dragon soul looked enviously at Dark Knight and the Frost Bone Dragon. These summoned creatures and mounts following the Heavenly Emperor had gained extraordinary opportunities. I'm about to disappear. The dragon soul caressed the Frost Bone Dragon, bidding a final farewell to its own bones. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes widened. This, how peculiar. It's almost like immortality. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded. Dark Knight was indeed immortal, a skeleton without a lifespan. As long as it wasn't killed, it wouldn't disappear, and as its summoner, if it died, he could still resurrect it. It can also resurrect all the skeleton soldiers. After being transformed into a skeleton, I can actually blend in and I can stay inside, maintaining my consciousness. Its tone was filled with surprise. Can I stay inside? Yes, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Thank you. The dragon soul quickly entered, and a weak voice came through. I can't recover, but I won't disappear. I'll sleep for a while and come back to discuss something with you. What is it? The ring, old man? For some reason, Yi Chen felt a familiar scent. The matter the dragon soul wanted to discuss was probably related to the Earth Ice Dragon. He would wait until it had rested well to talk. Yi Chen waved his hand, bringing the Dark Knight into the summoning space, and the skeleton soldiers disappeared simultaneously. The gains from this trip were enormous. Divine artifacts, 6 major saint-level bosses. He glanced at the formation in Dragon Roar Valley, which had already vanished. That formation was one-time use, and its effect was worse than the Frost Dragon's skills. Since he already had the Earth Ice Dragon and the Frost Bone Dragon, he didn't care anymore. It had been half an hour since he came out. Not too long, but for Yi Chen, it was still quite a while. He killed monsters quickly and walked fast. In just 5 days in the game, he had already slain a god, so in half an hour, he could accomplish a lot. It's time to go back and take a look. In Dragon Roar City. Roar, the melodious dragon roar echoed continuously. Countless NPCs looked up at Dragon Roar Valley. It was quite far from here, making it normally hard to see, but the 2 giant dragons rising above the valley, spanning a distance of 100,000 meters, were impossible to ignore. Giant dragons. The legend is true. Dragon Roar Valley is related to giant dragons. What do you mean related to giant dragons? There are giant dragons, and 2 of them. Usually, they hadn't seen a single giant dragon, but today they saw 2. Dragon Roar City was truly blessed. How they wished to possess those 2 giant dragons. However, with the strength of those 2 giant dragons, if they went over, it would probably be a death wish. The Heavenly Emperor should have captured the Holy Light Church and others by now, right? He must have gotten a giant dragon. I wonder if he got 1 or 2. Li Dabin prayed for blessings in the War God Hall. He had full trust in the Heavenly Emperor's strength, but he felt that he should have captured at most 1. The other might be snatched away by the Holy Light Church, the Dark Temple, or the Thunder Abyss Society, as they were not simple either. His gaze flicked towards the Lord's Mansion. In Dragon Roar City, top forces had all sent branches and associations to station there. It was easy to forget that. There was also a Lord's Mansion. The Lord's Mansion of Dragon Roar City. Behind it stood an empire. Giant dragons? 2 of them? Lord of Dragon Roar City Layton looked excitedly towards Dragon Roar Valley, trembling all over. The legend is true. The dragon soaring empire is related to giant dragons. There were once giant dragons that left traces here, hence the empire is named Dragon Soaring. He never expected that there were actually giant dragons residing here. He could feel that the 100,000-meter-long giant dragons were not extremely powerful. If he sent someone, there might still be a chance to capture them. But the Holy Light Church, the Dark Temple, the Thunder Abyss Society. Which one could he provoke? Forget about Dragon Roar City. The entire Dragon Soaring Empire couldn't clash with these top forces. After all, the strongest in the Dragon Soaring Empire was just a level 999 mythic boss. And among the top forces like the Holy Light Church, there were quite a few of such individuals. Damn it! These 2 giant dragons should belong to my Dragon Soaring Empire, belong to Dragon Roar City. Heavenly Emperor. He suddenly remembered the Heavenly Emperor. During the previous battle in the city, he had also noticed that with the Heavenly Emperor's strength, fighting against the Holy Light Church and others in Dragon Roar Valley should be no problem. The Heavenly Emperor very likely captured a giant dragon. He didn't dare to provoke the Holy Light Church and others. But the Heavenly Emperor was different. The Heavenly Emperor had no forces. At most, it's just a War God Hall, but the strongest main hall of the War God Hall has never appeared. It might not even exist, just a scare tactic. The legend of the War God Hall is a legacy of the Supreme Deity. Isn't that just meant to frighten people? It's the old trick of the War God Hall. The Heavenly Emperor, I wouldn't dare provoke him, he sneered. But can the entire Dragon Soaring Empire afford to provoke the Heavenly Emperor? He quickly relayed the news to the higher-ups of the Dragon Soaring Empire. What? A giant dragon has appeared? Someone called the Heavenly Emperor has obtained a giant dragon? The name Heavenly Emperor was completely unheard of. Who knows where this nobody came from? But looking at Layton's information, the Heavenly Emperor seems to have quite a few strange methods. Perhaps he has some special legacy. After all, he's someone who can take down a giant dragon, murmured the Lord of the Dragon Soaring Empire, Tartel. As an emperor, he possessed extraordinary wisdom. Let's investigate first. Soon, all NPCs in the Dragon Soaring Empire began to probe into everything related to the Heavenly Emperor. High-level main city NPCs found it difficult to enter low-level main cities, but orders could naturally be passed down. Unless the people below didn't want to be promoted, they would eventually enter the high-level main city, so they would still listen to the higher-ups. The Net City, a stronghold of the Dragon Soaring Empire. The Heavenly Emperor had appeared before. Based on this point, they continued to investigate. Soon, they discovered something that shocked even the Lord of the Dragon Soaring Empire. Heavenly Star City. That was the main city the Heavenly Emperor first entered. Inside Heavenly Star City, there was also the Radiant Moon Imperial capital. The Heavenly Emperor is now the Lord of the Radiant Moon. Hiss. The Lord of the Dragon Soaring Empire's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that a nobody he had never heard of was actually an emperor like him. Moreover, it was found that the Heavenly Emperor was very powerful. Although it seemed just so to him, the Heavenly Emperor's full strength seemed to have not yet been revealed. We need to let someone else test him. His eyes flickered as he came up with an idea. The Radiant Moon Empire was no ordinary empire. After disappearing in the river of history, the remaining power was enough to establish a new Starshine Empire. If the Lord of the Starshine Empire knew that the Heavenly Emperor was the new Lord of the Radiant Moon, send this news to the Lord of the Starshine Empire. Yes, NPCs find it difficult to know player information, and there are no world announcements. They only know what players tell them, especially the NPCs in high-level main cities, as Blue Star players have not yet entered, leaving them completely unaware. Now, the Lord of the Starshine Empire received the news from the Lord of the Dragon Soaring Empire. Bang! The wine cup in his hand was crushed. Remnants of the Radiant Moon Empire? The Lord of the Starshine Empire's expression was cold. He would never allow anyone to influence his rule. To prevent being deceived by the Lord of the Dragon Soaring Empire, he sent his subordinates to investigate. The result revealed that his subordinate city, Radiant City, had already surrendered to the Heavenly Emperor, and several other cities had also been taken down by the Heavenly Emperor. Damn it! Destroy the Heavenly Emperor. With a single command, he decided to show the Heavenly Emperor a bit of color first. If the Heavenly Star City and Radiant City, along with several other level 3 main cities, still remained, it would be a disgrace for him. These cities originally belonged to the Starshine Empire. Now, however, they belonged to the Heavenly Emperor. Although he had once promised that if anyone from the Radiant Moon Empire emerged, he would hand over the Starshine Empire and return to the embrace of the Radiant Moon, how could he easily let go of the power he had held for so long? In an instant, all level 1 main city NPCs in the Starshine Empire mobilized to attack Heavenly Star City. All level 3 main cities went to destroy Radiant City and others. Meanwhile, many Blue Star players were still in level 1 main cities, their levels insufficient to enter level 2 main cities. Seeing the NPCs mobilizing, they were all very curious. What are they up to? Destroy Heavenly Star. Isn't Heavenly Star City the Heavenly Emperor's city? The players were very curious and immediately sent the news to the World Channel. Soon, players from various level 1 main cities of the Starshine Empire began to speak up, and they discovered a shocking fact. Heavenly Emperor provoked an entire empire. This is an empire that wants to destroy the Heavenly Emperor. Can the Heavenly Emperor's soldiers withstand this? The players were basically still in the level 1 main city, while the empire had level 1 to level 9 main cities and even an imperial capital. Just a single high-level city from the empire could easily wipe out all players. Although the combat power of high-level main cities was difficult to enter low-level main cities, the empire had many low-level main cities. And fighting against the Heavenly Emperor's low-level main city should also be a breeze. Not to mention whether they could destroy the Heavenly Emperor. Destroying the Heavenly Emperor's soldiers should be quite easy, right? Let's go. Let's see how the Heavenly Emperor strikes. The players were very curious and flocked to the Heavenly Emperor's city. In their hearts, they believed the Heavenly Emperor could definitely resolve this matter. They just wanted to see the Heavenly Emperor in action. Tianqing City. Countless players gathered, and more were NPCs, with many level 1 main cities like Xingyu City, Xingfeng City, besieging here. They were all below level 50, but the players did not look down on these NPCs, because among the players, very few were above level 50, most had gone to level 2 main cities and couldn't return. For example, Long Xiao was currently sighing in a level 2 main city. What a pity, I came to the level 2 main city and can't go back to the level 1 main city. I wonder how the Heavenly Emperor will resolve this. He could imagine that Tianqing City must be in a tough spot right now. Destroy Tianqing. Exterminate the Heavenly Emperor. Countless NPCs roared, wanting to take Tianqing City by force. Tianqing City was at most just a bunch of level 50 NPCs. With so many of them, they were enough to take it down. Let's start by breaking the defensive formation. But what shocked everyone was that before the NPCs could make a move, the gates of Tianqing City suddenly opened automatically. Several city guards appeared. Tianqing City Guard, level, attack? What the hell? Can't see through. The players shouted in unison. Among them, some were already level 50, and logically they should be able to see the unit panel of level 70. But they couldn't see through the other side at all. The other side must have surpassed level 70. How was this possible? Isn't the highest level in a level 1 main city just 50? Except for the city lord, who can be level 60, no one else can. Moreover, these were just city guards, equivalent to gatekeepers. A gatekeeper is better than them? The NPCs of the Xinhua Empire were also dumbfounded. How was this so different from what they imagined? Crash. Even more terrifying, a large wave of soldiers charged out from Tianqing City. All troops of Tianqing City, charge. Tianqing City soldier Zhang Fan, level. Tianqing City soldier Wang He, level. Can't see clearly. They couldn't see clearly at all. Among the forces of the Xinhua Empire, there were city lords from various level 1 main cities, all level 60, and they were all wide-eyed at this moment. They couldn't see clearly either. They must all be above level 80. Their own dignified city lords couldn't even compare to a mere soldier from Tianqing City. They had no idea that these soldiers were promoted by Yi Chen, and Yi Chen had the Emperor's seal to easily bring soldiers, and with Void, he could enter low-level main cities and place soldiers there. Boom! The battle erupted. Instantly. The scene was quite grand. However, it was nothing like a battle that should be evenly matched. It was completely a one-sided crushing. The players watched in shock. That soldier slapped and killed several generals. That soldier swept and killed several city lords. Wow, the Heavenly Emperor's soldiers are so powerful too? The other side is completely here to die. What level are these soldiers, anyway? They had no idea that these soldiers all had A-level talents. The same scene also occurred in several other cities like Huiguang City. A large group of NPCs from the 3 extreme main city arrived here, full of confidence, believing they could easily crush everything. Suddenly, numerous powerful soldiers charged out, especially Huiguang, by Mo, and a few others, one of whom could take on countless opponents. Huiguang, how did you suddenly become so strong? The opposing city lord was puzzled. Huiguang was previously at the same level as them. Now, he could single-handedly take on all of them. This, I have to thank my master. Huiguang proudly raised his head. Following his master was the best decision he had ever made in his life. But deep down, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. His master was still fighting against the Starshine Empire. Here, they could handle things. But over there, facing the high-ranking officials of the Starshine Empire, even the Emperor of Starshine, the pressure was completely different. Kill the enemies. Quickly. Maybe we can still support our master. In just a moment, all the incoming enemies were dead. Ding. Congratulations, your subordinates have killed 320,000 NPCs. All rewards can be attributed to you. You have obtained 14,634 pieces of gold equipment, 2,173 pieces of platinum equipment, 7 pieces of star equipment, 1 piece of 3 extreme city lord seal, 3 legendary points, and 1,000,000 critical hits. You can obtain. Congratulations, your subordinates have killed 330,000. Yi Chen heard the notification sound. He hadn't done anything and had already gained so much. These pieces of equipment could be devoured later when he encountered devour equipment to gain qualification. Not to mention anything else. He had already gained 100 million in legendary points, as some of the NPCs his subordinates killed were also bosses. Ding dong. World announcement. Congratulations to player Tian D for conquering Starwind City, Starfeather City. Please congratulate him. All players heard the notification sound. All the incoming troops were annihilated, and it had been less than 3 minutes. The enemies who used teleportation, arrays and other means to reach Tian D's city had met a bloody fate. Throughout it all, Tian D hadn't even lifted a finger. Ha, do I really need to step in? Even a small soldier of his could probably beat me up. Long Xiao shook his head helplessly, feeling that his previous thoughts were truly Laughable. Countless top players looked on in astonishment. Crack, crack, crack. The gates of Tianqing City closed and countless players looked at the city in terror. This level 1 main city seemed like a forbidden place suppressing great terror. So, I can't even beat a small soldier of Tiandi? The number 1 player from the United States, Shinju, discovered a fact that left him in despair. Even though he was at the top of the server's level rankings, compared to Tiandi's small soldiers, was there really any difference between him and those trash players? Fuck. Why isn't it me who's so awesome? Don't worry. Tiandi is provoking an entire empire. The empire's experts haven't even moved yet. The experts find it hard to enter low-level main cities, so they haven't attacked Tianqing City. But Tiandi should be in a high-level main city, right? The number 1 player from Sakura country, Amaterasu, sent a message to comfort him. It was also a way to comfort himself. As long as Tiandi was dead, all of this would cease to exist. Even when he became stronger, he could take over Tiandi's powerful soldiers. That's right. Tiandi is in a high-level main city. He's simply asking for death. At this moment, Yichen stood above Longning Valley, a smile on his lips. He could leave here directly, but if he left, how would he complete the task? Roar! The Earth-Ice Dragon circled beside him. He's still here. The city lord of Longming was pleasantly surprised and informed the dragon Emperor. Upon learning this, the Dragon Emperor's eyes flickered. He had already received news that Tiandi's subordinates had easily dealt with the forces sent by the Starshine Empire. Indeed, the depth of Tiandi's strength was astonishing. Testing his power was very necessary. Not just him. On the Dragon Kingdom server, and even on foreign servers, countless emperors received the news and were shocked by the sudden emergence of the Heavenly Emperor, showing great interest in his strength. Informed the Starshine Emperor. The Starshine Emperor was listening in shock to his subordinate's report, astonished that the Heavenly Emperor's minions were so powerful that his own forces were annihilated in an instant. Fortunately, he discovered it early. Otherwise, once the Heavenly Emperor grew stronger, capturing the Starshine Empire would likely be very easy. This person cannot be left alive. He quickly received the news. The Heavenly Emperor was still in Dragon's Roar Valley. He hadn't escaped. Well, isn't this asking for death? This person is too terrifying. Even his level 1 main city minions are that strong, completely violating the Supreme God contract. How is this possible? He must not be allowed to develop. He instantly decided to take action himself. No matter how strange the Heavenly Emperor is, he can't possibly be stronger than himself, right? He gathered information, and his subordinates also heard from some players' discussions that the Heavenly Emperor had killed a god. He didn't believe it. Only someone at his level could understand how powerful deities are. He was just one step away from becoming a deity. There were quite a few people like him in the Blue Star civilization, but no one had ever become a deity, let alone killed one. Whoosh! He quickly flew out, his powerful aura overshadowing the sun, causing the entire realm of the Starshine Empire to tremble. His strength had already reached the pinnacle of Blue Star civilization, naturally attracting the attention of countless beings. The Starshine Emperor has made his move. Many empires turned their gazes. Although they were not on site, Emperor-level experts possess strong ocular skills enough to keep an eye on the situation. The major top forces, such as the Light Holy Sea, the Dark Sanctuary, and the Elven Forest, all directed their attention to Dragon's Roar Valley. Looking up at the sky, that figure. Is this the Heavenly Emperor? Looking at his attributes, indeed powerful, but still not enough to withstand an emperor, right? Boom! In an instant, the Starshine Emperor descended into Dragon's Roar Valley, his terrifying aura wreaking havoc, drawing the attention of the NPCs in Dragon's Roar City. Great, the Heavenly Emperor is doomed. The city lord of Dragon's Roar City clenched his fists in excitement. What a powerful figure. This is. Countless NPCs gazed into the distance. So much had happened today, with strong individuals appearing one after another. Starshine Emperor. Li Dabin shouted in surprise. What's going on? Looking at that figure, it was clear he was coming for the Heavenly Emperor. How could the Heavenly Emperor provoke an emperor? With his strength, he would likely be a hindrance, and even bringing the War God Hall's branch over would be useless. The only thing he could do was contact the strong ones from the War God Hall. Main Hall, Main Hall. He immediately contacted the Main Hall, but it was incredibly mysterious, and he wasn't sure if anyone would receive his message in a short time. The level 9 main city of the War God Hall. He contacted these people, a total of 9. Their intervention would be enough to withstand an emperor. In fact, according to the legends of the War God Hall, those few level 9 main city hall masters rarely took action, but each one possessed the power to overpower an emperor. Damn! There's no time. The Starshine Emperor had already made his move. You are the Heavenly Emperor? The Starshine Emperor arrived on the scene, sneering coldly. You have quite the courage to face me alone, then you won't need to live. Strong-willed and exceptionally gifted. This person must not be left alive. He extended his right hand with a staff, and starlight appeared on the staff as if it had condensed the vast universe. The surroundings turned pitch black, with only specks of starlight illuminating him and Yi-Chun. He struck directly and forcefully, giving the Heavenly Emperor no chance. Boom! Starlight surged, a vast galaxy covering the sky, blocking out the blazing sun. The galaxy descended, falling towards Yi-Chen. In the eyes of countless people, that slender young man seemed like a speck of dust in the vast starry sky, appearing so pitiful. It's over. Li Daban roared in anger. He's dead. The Lord of Longming City, the Dragon Empire, sneered. After the death of the Heavenly Emperor, with the help of the information provided and the Starshine Emperor, capturing those two giant dragons was no problem at all. They didn't even need to lift a finger. They would monopolize the giant dragons. Many top-tier forces sighed, ultimately just a rising star, no match for an emperor. Step. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed. The Heavenly Emperor had moved, slowly stepping forward, treading upon the starry river. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he changed into a new set of equipment. Ding! The effect of the Zombie King set to block a fatal blow has been activated. 0. Effortlessly casual. Block a fatal blow? As a top-tier powerhouse, the Starshine Emperor recognized this effect and felt it was incredibly powerful. After all, this was a critical hit from Yi-Chen, and such effects were extremely rare. There were few in the world who could possess such an effect. The Starshine Emperor didn't even have this kind of equipment. But it was just that. Can it block once? Can it block twice? The Starshine Emperor was about to strike again. Too late. Yi-Chen spoke lightly, his aura surging. Ding! The blood-crying buff attack has been activated, dealing 100 billion damage, directly targeting the enemy's health. This was an attack accumulated over an hour of divine strikes. Boom! A vast divinity erupted from Yi-Chen. The brilliant starry river was instantly shattered. Darkness was expelled, and without any skill, radiance, the world trembled continuously, the space around Yi-Chen fracturing in waves. Countless black holes appeared beside him. He simply walked over. Slowly. Passing by the Starshine Emperor, he didn't even glance at him. An emperor, naturally very powerful, and in that moment activated strong defensive and health-boosting skills, but unfortunately, it was all in vain. 5.3 billion. Yi-Chen stepped past. Behind him, blood rose, and the Starshine Emperor vanished directly. Countless powerhouses focused on Longming Valley. Go! At that moment, the major powerhouses of Blue Star swallowed hard. Some were even so frightened they fell down. What did they just see? The Heavenly Emperor took 2 steps, brushed past the Starshine Emperor, and the Starshine Emperor was dead. That terrifying power shattered space, creating many black holes, and they had no idea what skill it was. This was even more outrageous than a one-hit kill. Who exactly is the Heavenly Emperor? This was the first time they had heard of the Heavenly Emperor, and the first time they witnessed the Heavenly Emperor in action, leaving them stunned and numb. To know that the Starshine Emperor was already a top expert of Blue Star civilization. Did that mean the Heavenly Emperor could easily kill everyone? Was he already the strongest in Blue Star civilization? I'm sure I'm not dreaming? The Dragon Emperor, who had been watching with great interest, was still in a beautiful dream when he suddenly saw the Starshine Emperor fall, and it was so absurd. Instantly, he was scared out of his wits. If the Heavenly Emperor wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be effortless? No. The Heavenly Emperor doesn't know that I instigated the Starshine Emperor. Fortunately, I have a way out. At this moment, Yi-Chen wore a mocking expression. How did the Starshine Emperor know he was the Moonlight Emperor, and how did he know he was in Longming Valley? There must have been someone reporting it. It was normally hard to find out who was behind it. Immediately, he foresaw. The Lord of Longming City informed the Dragon Emperor that the Dragon Emperor wanted to seize the giant dragon, so he notified the Starshine Emperor. I have to say, it was really convenient. Yi-Chen temporarily did not act. He wanted to check his gains. Seeing that he did not move again, the countless gazes of the powerhouses all immediately shifted away, not daring to look any longer. The Dragon Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the Heavenly Emperor was indeed unaware, so there was no need to inform the Lord of Longming City. If he found out, he would probably be scared into fleeing, lest it cause some unforeseen changes. At this moment, countless players were waiting. Would the Heavenly Emperor, having provoked an empire, be destroyed? You're impressive, but can't you just keep it together? Why do you have to provoke top-tier NPCs? An entire empire with such vast power, aren't you just asking for trouble? Ding dong. World announcement. Congratulations to player Tion D for defeating the level 999 mythical boss, Starshine Emperor, earning 1 point of legend and 30,000 server reputation. Truly a standout among players, everyone should learn from him. The world announcement echoed throughout the server, ringing out 50 times. Every player's head buzzed from the sound. Each expression was as if they had just seen a ghost. What? A level 999 mythical boss. An emperor, though they didn't know the exact level, it was clear he was the leader of the Starshine Empire. He was actually killed by Tion D. What happened to the empire destroying Tion D? How did Tion D manage to take down their leader? FUCK, I can't be hearing this right? Baka, this is too fake, and they want us to learn from him. Most players hadn't even seen the starry or diamond monsters, and some hadn't even encountered platinum monsters. Yet, T&D had already killed a level 999 mythical boss. How could they learn from that? This was already enough to say he was the first among Blue Star civilization, including both players and NPCs, right? But he's only level 320. Wait, why am I saying only? He leveled up. Damn, he leveled up 40 levels. Baka, I said long ago, this guy is cheating. The second player of Blue Star, Long Xiao, looked at his own level of 63, then at T&D who had just leveled up 40 levels, feeling a bit dazed. He leveled up more than half of his own level in one go? Ding! Congratulations, you have killed an emperor, completing the Destroyer class 13th transfer quest. You can achieve 1,000,000 critical hits and raise the Destroyer by 40 levels. Boom! Yi Chen, his clone, the Earth Ice Dragon, the Skeleton King, and others were all rapidly leveling up, and his mount was also providing him with attribute feedback. The effect of each of his level ups was countless times greater than others. Ding! You have achieved a first kill, earning 15,380,000 experience points, 15,000 gold, 1 point of legend, and 1 mythical item, Starshine Staff. With 1,000,000 critical hits, you can gain 15,380,000,000 experience points. Mythical item, Starshine Staff, x 1,000,000 or Divine item, Starsea Staff, x 1. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Just as he thought, a critical hit on a mythical item meant it was a divine item. Starshine Staff, mythical item, level 999 attached effect, magic attack plus 150,000, casting speed plus 50% attached skill, Starshine, divine skill. LV1 consumes 40,000 mana, unleashes a spell attack covering 100,000 square meters, 200% magic attack plus 60,000, lasts for 1 hit, cooldown 10 minutes. Note, skill level plus 1. Range plus 100,000 square meters, max level 100 restriction, mage, level 999. A very good staff. The Starshine skill must be what the Starshine Emperor just used. Its power is still quite terrifying. Unfortunately, Yi Chen is stronger. He wouldn't even bother looking at the Starshine Emperor's panel with the damage from his continuous attacks. For an hour, he would definitely take him down in an instant. What's even more unfortunate is that it's a staff. As a warrior, he couldn't use it. Yi Chen wasn't disappointed. Not every item would be perfectly suited for him, and having something was already good enough. He wasn't a greedy person. With a hint of curiosity, he checked the effects after the critical hit. Starsea Staff, Divine Artifact, level 999 attached effects, magic attack plus 1.5 million, casting speed plus 90% attached skill, Star. Sea Surge, Divine Skill LV1 consumes 400,000 mana, unleashes a spell attack covering 1,000,000 square meters, 2000% magic attack plus 600,000, can double the attack when in a starry sky, lasts for 1 hit, cooldown 10 minutes. Note, skill level plus 1, range plus 1,000,000 square meters, max level 200 restrictions, mage, level 999, divine. This is even more powerful. Magic attack directly increases by 1.5 million. If the skill is unleashed, it could probably wipe out a large area instantly, a qualitative leap compared to mythic artifacts. Because divine artifacts can only be used by deities, that's why deities are so formidable. It's restricted to deities only. Yi Chen was not in a hurry. He had already found the path to becoming a deity, and it should be quite fast. He did not immediately unleash a critical hit. This staff is excellent. Just because he cannot use it now doesn't mean he won't be able to later. In the worst case scenario, he could still score a critical hit on a 1,000,000 mythic artifact for his subordinates to use, which would enhance their attributes and benefit his own Lord of the Empire. Moreover, it also made him realize that divine artifacts require deities to use. The key is there any way for me to use divine artifacts in advance? The foresight quickly informed him. Legendary Dungeon of the Dragon Soaring Empire. Again, the Dragon Soaring Empire. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Just because he couldn't use this staff doesn't mean he couldn't use other things. He finally saw hope. The thought of being able to use divine artifacts was exhilarating. In a good mood, he took out the War God statue and accepted the quest. Ding, successfully accepted the Destroyer Class 14 transfer quest. Quest details, complete a legendary dungeon quest time, unlimited quest reward, ability to proceed with subsequent upgrades. It seems he must pay a visit to the Dragon Soaring Empire. When does the legendary dungeon of the Dragon Soaring Empire open? In 3 hours. Then before that he could take care of some matters. He looked towards Dragon Sound City, a cold smile on his lips. Revenge should never be delayed. Dragon Sound City. The NPCs here couldn't see the situation in Dragon Sound Valley. They could only see 2 enormous dragons. What's going on? City Lord of Dragon Sound City. Layton was expectant, suddenly seeing the 2 dragons disappear. Oh yeah, the Starshine Emperor must have defeated the Heavenly Emperor and captured the 2 dragons. The Dragon Soaring Emperor could at least demand one from the Starshine Emperor. He himself had made a great contribution. He would surely receive a generous reward. Where did the dragons go? The NPCs in the city were curiously asking. Ha ha ha. Layton laughed excitedly, waving his sleeve. Today, this city lord is overjoyed, and everyone in the city can enjoy free food and drink at the city lord's mansion for a day. Oh ho, the city lord is awesome. The city lord is so generous. The NPCs were overjoyed, although they didn't know why the usually stingy Layton suddenly became so extravagant. They all rushed to the city lord's mansion to eat and drink, filling it with laughter and joy. Layton scoffed. A bunch of fools, what do you know? Compared to the upcoming rewards, what you've consumed is just a drop in the bucket. The rewards might enhance your strength. He might even be promoted to the level 8, or even level 9 city lord. Compared to their laughter and joy, the War God Hall was filled with sorrow. Lord Heavenly Emperor has been. Don't say that. The warriors clenched their fists. Lee Darren's face turned pale. Just then, news suddenly arrived from the level 9 city lord's War God Hall. No need to rescue him. Why? Lee Darren roared angrily. That's a super genius. Even if he's not a genius, he's one of our War God Hall members. We can't let him be bullied. The message from over there paused for a moment. It seemed to be at a loss for words. Bullied? Afterward, let the Heavenly Emperor come to our side. There are some legacies he can access. Ha? What does that mean? Lee Darren was stunned, suddenly showing great joy. The Lord of the War God Hall wouldn't lie. This meant the Heavenly Emperor had actually killed an Emperor Lord. He looked towards the city lord's mansion, wondering why the starry Emperor had come. He had some guesses before, but seeing Layton's happy expression now, he was certain. Unconsciously, his gaze turned sarcastic. The Heavenly Emperor is dead. Ha ha ha. What a blessing for the city lord. Layton was laughing heartily, and the whole city was filled with laughter. Lee Darren stepped out of the War God Hall and looked up at the sky. The heavens are about to change. He could see the figures of 2 giant dragons appearing above Dragon Roar City. Roar roar, the terrifying dragon roars echoed throughout the city, shattering Layton's laughter. The 100,000-meter-long dragon bodies soared in the air, casting the entire city into shadow. Dragon might, earth spikes, frost hell. Ha 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 ha. Layton was laughing joyfully when suddenly, he was caught off guard by the 2 dragon roars. Countless earth spikes and frost blades pierced through his body, blood splattering out, and his expression no longer changed. Countless NPCs looked on in terror. Some were laughing one moment and dead the next. At that moment, they finally noticed the massive shadow and saw the 2 dragons, instantly so frightened that they wet their pants. That's the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor, please don't kill us. We have nothing to do with Layton. We don't know what happened. We don't know how he provoked you, but we really didn't participate. Thud, thud. An entire level 7 main city's NPCs all knelt down begging for mercy, thinking the Heavenly Emperor was going to kill them. The warriors of the War God Hall also bent down, expressing their respect. This was the highest etiquette of a warrior. Who would have thought? The Heavenly Emperor had only been out for a while and had become even more powerful, making the entire city's forces tremble in fear. Get up! Yi Chen waved his hand. Although he was decisive in killing, he wasn't bloodthirsty. He wouldn't go after some innocent people. Besides, these ordinary NPCs weren't worth him getting his hands dirty. After all, he was someone who had slain gods and emperor lords. He wouldn't be so lowly. The ones trying to trick him were just Layton and the dragon soaring empire. But this city shouldn't belong to the dragon soaring empire anymore, he said lightly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The Heavenly Emperor truly had the demeanor of a great person, immensely powerful, and wasn't someone who bullied the weak. We have long been dissatisfied with the dragon soaring empire. Layton's heavy taxes have made our lives unbearable. The Heavenly Emperor killed him, and we are genuinely happy from the bottom of our hearts. They spoke sincerely, and even the soldiers of Dragon Roar City were complaining. Suddenly, everyone looked at the Heavenly Emperor. Some hesitated but still requested, Heavenly Emperor, can we follow you? We request the Great One to take us in. They were all anxious, such a powerful figure probably wouldn't take them in. Yi Chen looked at the group of level 450 and above, all requesting the level 360 version of himself, and he became interested. These people weren't weak at all. The key was that many were legendary and epic tier. Ding! You have killed the level 601 epic boss Layton, gaining level 7 main city seal, *1, 1 million critical hits, and can obtain level 7 main city seal, *10000000, or Holy City Order, *1. Holy City Order, Description 1, can establish a building unit higher than the Imperial Capital. Description 2, facilities within can elevate beings to the holy level. Very powerful. It is likely that top forces like the Holy Light Church and the Dark Sanctuary possess holy cities. Yi Chen could have one now too, but he was useless. After all, the power of the Emperor had not been fully unlocked yet. For now, he would focus on getting all the main cities ready. Anyway, when he wanted the Holy City token, he could just farm a level 7 city seal. Moreover, to elevate a creature to a holy level boss, just like that, this seed agrees. Ding! The 390,000 NPCs of Dragon Roar City have become your subordinates. Since they requested this voluntarily, they are automatically bound by the master-servant contract and cannot betray you, otherwise they will die immediately. Ding! You have gained 290,000 legendary level subordinates and 100,000 epic level subordinates. With 1,000,000 critical hits, you can obtain 290 billion legendary level subordinates, 100 billion epic level subordinates, or 580,000 holy level subordinates and 100,000 mythical level subordinates. Holy level is very rare? Sorry. Yi-Chen stated that he could have mythical level subordinates whenever he wanted. To serve under this seat, of course, you must contribute, but your strength is still insufficient. Yi-Chen's voice echoed throughout the city. The NPCs' faces turned red. They were already quite strong, but in front of the Lord of the Heavenly Emperor, they truly felt like trash. At that moment, Yi-Chen waved his hand. Boom! Everyone's rank began to rise. At least holy level. So many mythical levels. What's going on? Am I already mythical level? Mythical level is usually only achievable by the lords of level 9 main cities or the big shots within the imperial capital. Are you sure I'm not dreaming? Brother, slap me. Slap. Does it hurt? It hurts. Good. I thought I was dreaming too. What do you mean? You're also mythical level? Yeah. Damn, why are you hitting me? Hit yourself. People were slapping each other. The scene was quite comical, as if they were all fools, but they were willing to slap themselves a few more times. So happy. Affected by Yi-Chen's level, their levels dropped to 360, but after Yi-Chen's level increased, they could recover. However, due to the rank increase, their strength was significantly stronger than before. Once their levels rose, each of them would become a top-tier powerhouse of Blue Star civilization. This change was too unbelievable. They turned to look at Yi-Chen. Just now, when the Lord of the Heavenly Emperor waved his hand, we became stronger. Could it be that? It must be. With a wave of the Master's hand, one could elevate their rank. Only the lords of level 9 main cities could reach mythical level? With a wave of the Master's hand, that meant multiple mythical levels. Forget about mythical level, even holy level is already quite impressive. Thud, thud. They excitedly knelt down, respectfully shouting, "Thank you, Master. We are willing to offer everything to you." Betray? Even without the constraints of the master-servant contract, they would never betray him. Following the Master was the happiest thing in the world. Only a fool would betray him. The Master had given them so much, it was only natural for them to offer everything in return. Is it too much? It was just a matter of Yi-Chen moving his thoughts. He looked at these people and secretly thought, epic critical hits. To holy level, I wonder if capturing a mythical level subordinate could result in a critical hit to become a divine being? But for now, he definitely wouldn't do that. Divine beings were another level of creatures. He didn't know if they could break the master-servant contract unless there was extreme trust. Otherwise, it was best not to give others critical hits. Yi-Chen didn't want to add unnecessary trouble. Later, when he could easily control divine beings, he could give it a try. Master, the Dragonflight Empire intends to harm you. We will repay you in kind. Yes, although we are not that powerful, we should do what we can. The NPCs spoke up one after another. Yi-Chen nodded in agreement. The NPCs immediately used the teleportation array to arrive at the nearby level 7 main city, all belonging to the Dragonflight Empire. The vast Dragon Roar City quickly became empty. The people from the War God Hall approached. Li Dayton exclaimed, "It can actually enhance a person's rank." This is too. The warriors behind him also wore shocked expressions. Mythical level. In the past, Longming City had the highest ranks, like Li Dayton and the City Lord, who were the top-tier individuals, but now some ordinary soldiers from before had ranks higher than theirs. Others, who were slightly weaker, were at the saint level. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. They didn't ask much, knowing this was a secret. If it weren't for the rules of the War God Hall, I would want to acknowledge you as my master, Li Dayton sighed. The warriors nodded in agreement, wanting to enhance their ranks too. Li Dayton felt that only by recognizing the Heavenly Emperor as their master could he exert his powers to elevate a person's rank, otherwise, it would be too absurd without any restrictions. But in reality, Yi-Chen could directly elevate Li Dayton. However, since the rules of the War God Hall were in place, he decided to let it go for now. How about you become the master of the War God Hall? Li Dayton spoke again. Yi-Chen. He certainly knew that Li Dayton was joking. The main hall of the War God Hall in Blue Star was too mysterious, and no one knew where it was, so what was the point of being a master? By the way, the masters of the War God Hall branches in the level 9 main cities are the most powerful destroyers in Blue Star, aside from the main hall. They informed me earlier that you could find a time to visit, saying you could access some legacies. Upon hearing this, Yi-Chen became interested. The main hall was too mysterious, perhaps he could encounter something there. Moreover, he had obtained the secret techniques of the destroyers in the trial tower, which were incredibly powerful. He was very interested in the legacies of the destroyers. Where are the War God Halls in the major level 9 main cities of Blue Star civilization? This time he had a premonition. 9 locations. What left Yi Chen stunned for a moment was that only one was in the Dragon Kingdom server while the others were distributed across the American server, the Eagle server, etc. After all, it was a top-tier force widely spread. However, he decided to hold off for now. He wanted to resolve the Longxiang Empire first and claim the legendary dungeon rewards before anything else. At this moment, the NPCs also arrived at the main city of the Longxiang Empire, Longyan City, a level 7 main city. By the order of the master, we will attack the Longxiang Empire. The NPCs' loud roars quickly attracted the attention of the NPCs in Longyan City. Enemy attack? They immediately went on alert, watching from the city walls. Ha! A bunch of level 360s? Coming to fight us who are all above level 450? Are they kidding us? They're seeking death. The NPCs of Longyan City scoffed, too lazy to engage directly, bombarding the opposing side with city defense magic crystal cannons. As a result, something shocking happened. The forces on the opposite side did not seem to possess the strength of level 360. Their levels were lower, but their attributes were far stronger. Upon closer inspection, Saint level? Mythical level? My god, we in Longyan City don't even have a single Saint level. Where did these people come from? Boom! The defense formation was quickly breached by the NPCs, who forcefully charged into the city, easily crushing the opposing NPCs. The city lord of Longyan City, an epic boss, appeared. As a result, 10,000 mythical NPCs began to besiege him. Damn it! The city lord of Longyan City was almost in tears. The true powerhouse of Longyan City was only him, while the other two were from forces outside the Longxiang Empire, merely occupying this place, and seeing the situation turn dire, they had already slipped away. Yi Chen's NPCs didn't care, they only targeted the Longxiang Empire. Although they had previously been part of the Longxiang Empire, the Longxiang Empire hadn't treated them well, nor had they sold themselves to the Longxiang Empire. It was still better to follow the Heavenly Emperor. You are from Longming City? Someone recognized them. What the heck? How did they become so strong? Who is your master? The Heavenly Emperor. Understood. The Heavenly Emperor is so terrifying that those who were once on the same level as them suddenly become this strong. Just think about it. Is the Dragon Soaring Empire really good to me? Is the Dragon Soaring Emperor truly fit to be an emperor? As a soldier, if the Empire is sincere to me, I will of course protect it, but the Dragon Soaring Empire, I also want to recognize the Heavenly Emperor as my master. Ding! Congratulations, the 604 level epic boss of Dragonflame City, Milne, requests to recognize you as his master. If you agree, a master-servant contract will be automatically signed and he cannot betray you, or he will die immediately. Congratulations, the 580 level epic boss of Dragonflame City, Luo Yi, requests. Ha! Yi Chen felt a bit confused. Are NPCs this proactive now, with epic bosses rushing to recognize me as their master? Using Emperor's power, he contacted the NPC soldiers he had just acquired. Soon, a reply came. Master, the Dragon Soaring Empire has long been hated by the heavens and the people. The beautiful granddaughter of the old city lord here was just taken away by the Dragon Soaring Emperor, and he has no choice but to endure. The city lord of Dragonflame City was crying over there. This matter cannot be faked. Many people in the Dragon Soaring Empire know about it. But the old city lord has no way out. How could he provoke an existence at the emperor level? Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded secretly. There's no need to foresee the truth. My soldiers wouldn't lie to me. All right then. Ding, you have accepted Milne as a servant. Binding. The master-servant contract. 1 million critical hits. The 604 level epic boss Milne has been crit to become the 360 level mythical boss Milne. The master's level has increased, and his level has restored. Milne was in tears, full of bitterness. Suddenly, he jumped up. I have become a mythical boss. Heaven above, thank you, master. Wasn't it because he lacked strength before that he couldn't take revenge? He had been silently accumulating strength, looking forward to the day of revenge. But it was too difficult. Leveling up was as hard as climbing to the sky. Even if he raised his level to a high rank, it would still be hard to change his grade, while the Dragon Soaring Emperor was a 999 level mythical boss. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. Damn it! Isn't it just a mythical boss? The master radiates divine light, and I can also be a mythical boss. What does this mean? The master can have as many mythical bosses as he wants. Even the most useless creatures can be turned into strong ones by the master. At this moment, the master in his eyes is like the heavens, like a deity. But my level is still a bit low. His level had dropped, but he didn't blame the master. His strength had actually increased compared to before. I need to work hard. Finally, I see hope for revenge. And at this moment, the NPCs around him began to advance, one by one, mythical and holy figures appeared, excitedly bowing down and worshipping the sky. Thank you, master. The master is so great. Ding! Congratulations due to the extreme admiration. Of all NPCs in Dragonflame City for you, it has become your subordinate. Dragonflame City has betrayed the Dragon Soaring Empire and automatically becomes your subordinate. City. Ha! It can be played like this? Without doing anything, I gained a large wave of holy and mythical soldiers and a level 7 main city. They betrayed the Dragon Soaring Empire. This will not be affected. Because they never submitted to the Dragon Soaring Empire, only someone like Se-Chong, who made NPCs extremely admire and trust him, would trigger. The binding of the master-servant contract and betrayal means death. Soldiers, Milne raised his arm and shouted, "Shall we take down some more cities for our master?" Good. Good. All the NPCs of Dragonflame City mobilized, joining forces with the NPCs of Dragon Roar City to persuade the other main city forces. If they can persuade them, they will. If not, they will fight. Anyway, after the master upgraded them, they were invincible in the level 7 main city. Of course, after the level 7 main city, all creatures could move freely, and those from level 8 and 9 main cities could come over as well. The experts from the Dragon Soaring Empire might try to stop them, but they were completely unafraid. Behind them stood a powerful master. As a result, we also want to recognize the Heavenly Emperor as our master. I've long been unhappy with the Dragon Soaring Emperor. If he weren't so strong, making it impossible for us, I would have rushed to the Dragon Soaring Imperial City to fight it out already. With a fierce person like the Heavenly Emperor emerging, the Dragon Soaring Emperor still dares to provoke him? He's just asking for death. One by one, the main cities surrendered directly. Se-Chong was munching on fruit in the War God Hall, gaining one holy level and mythical subordinate after another. All of this was to accumulate for the power of the Emperor. However, after all, the Dragon Soaring Emperor is an emperor. He can't just sit back and watch the situation. He stood up and walked outside. He was never arrogant and never underestimated anyone. It was time to take a personal trip. "Where are you going, Lord Heavenly Emperor?" the warriors in the War God Hall asked curiously. "Going to slay an emperor." All the warriors. Why does it feel so easy to slay an emperor after getting to know the Heavenly Emperor? But they also understood. Emperors are all very powerful. They hoped the Lord would return victorious and that nothing would go wrong. At this moment, the Dragon Soaring Empire was completely in chaos. Longyan City has betrayed. Longyan City has betrayed. Alarms rang throughout the Dragon Soaring Imperial City. This was a monitoring facility for the subordinate cities. As soon as a city switched allegiance to another force, the alarm would trigger. Therefore, no one in the Dragon Soaring Empire dared to betray. If they did, the Dragon Soaring Emperor would come after them. In the past, this alarm had never sounded even once. Now, it was ringing non-stop. Naturally, the Dragon Soaring Empire investigated the reason. The Heavenly Emperor. On the high imperial throne, the Dragon Soaring Emperor was furious. He instantly understood. The previous conspiracy had been exposed, and the Heavenly Emperor had come to settle the score. He didn't even need to take action personally. Just some soldiers spreading the name of the Heavenly Emperor outside caused his own subordinates to betray him, and those soldiers had originally been part of the Dragon Soaring Empire. This made it clear how incompetent he was as an emperor. "Do you all want to pledge allegiance to the Heavenly Emperor as well?" Ah! His roar echoed throughout the Imperial City. All the NPCs lowered their heads. "We dare not." But in reality, one by one, the NPCs were tempted. "We also want to surrender to the Heavenly Emperor." "You're deceiving me." The Dragon Soaring Emperor wasn't foolish. He saw through the thoughts of his subordinates. Because he had thought the same. News had come that the Heavenly Emperor could actually elevate people's ranks. Se-Chong could have kept this a secret, but he didn't. At this moment, he didn't need to hide anything from anyone. "Damn it! I want that too." "How could you not want it?" "If it weren't for the schemes behind the Heavenly Emperor, intending to trap him and make him an enemy, I would be shamelessly wanting to recognize the Heavenly Emperor as my master right now." The NPCs raised their heads, their eyes filled with amusement. "Since you already know, why ask us?" They didn't want to play along with the Dragon Soaring Emperor anymore. Because, boom! In the heavens and earth, someone took a giant leap, quickly arriving outside the Dragon Soaring Imperial City, already extremely close. The Heavenly Emperor. Se-Chong flew swiftly, also checking something. Previously, in the demon civilization, he had learned the divine skill thousandfold defense. At that time, his privileges weren't strong enough, so he didn't achieve a critical hit. Now, it was possible. Ding, you have upgraded divine skill thousandfold defense to 1,000,000 critical hits, becoming divine technique 10,000-fold defense. At max level, the effect was to increase defense by 10,000 times, lasting 3 seconds with a cooldown of 10 minutes. He couldn't wear divine equipment for now, nor could he use the divine techniques attached to the equipment, but the skills learned from the skill book could be used directly. When the twins are triggered, it's 2 times 10,000, 100 million times. Heavenly Emperor level 360 physical attack, 222836 defense, 340276 health, 362643. These are Se-Chong's 3 main attributes at the moment. He's not focusing on mana for now, as several 100,000 should be more than enough. Unless something unexpected happens. This is thanks to the Earth Ice Dragon and the Nether Turtle. As usual, the physical attack is a bit lacking, but Yi-Chan currently has no equipped gear. Holding the level 450 Divine Artifact Star Chasing Sword can add 60,000 to his physical attack.